My fiancée called off the engagement, saying I was just a worthless prison guard, while she was a 5-star war god with a boundless future. We were from different worlds. I didn't plead with her to stay. Silently, I accepted the annulment letter. But as I turned to leave, the most vicious criminals in the prison bowed to me with reverence, as if greeting an emperor. My identity was their greatest secret and an honor she could never attain in this lifetime. My name is Xiao Tiance, a discarded waste of the family. He is also the guard of the world's most dangerous prison, the Qingtian prison, where the murderous king of thieves, the war god who could take on 10,000 enemies, and the knight Azura who annihilated 6 kingdoms in a single night are imprisoned. Yet my mere presence alone is enough to terrify all the prisoners. An imposing woman in a 5-star war god uniform, surrounded by curvaceous female bodyguards, escorted a prisoner wearing an iron mask into the prison. The chilling aura she emitted instantly sent the curious prisoners tumbling to the ground in disarray. You dare to covet this war god's beauty, the woman scoffed disdainfully. Seeing her approach my wooden cabin, the prisoners immediately wiped the smirks off their faces and turned serious. This woman is up to no good, a muscular old man muttered under his breath. Take a look around, do you even know where you are? Forget a measly 5-star war god, even a 9-star war god wouldn't dare lay a finger on the boss, he grinned, his voice brimming with reverence. The woman kicked open the wooden door and strode in. I lounged leisurely in the rocking chair, flipping through a magazine without glancing up. Xiao Tiance, she growled, her fury palpable. Got business? If not, drop off the prisoner and leave, I replied absent-mindedly, still focused on the magazine. Is this how you run a prison? She snapped, rapping her knuckles on the table in displeasure. None of your damn business, I muttered, still not looking up. She slammed her palm on the table and hissed coldly, I'm Xia Shengnan. Now, Xiao Tiance, will you finally look at me? Xia Shengnan, who does she think she is? I flipped to the last page of the magazine before finally glancing up at her, then resumed my usual carefree demeanor. Trash will always be trash, Xia Shengnan sneered coldly, tossing a marriage contract onto the table. This is the annulment document. A worthless person like you isn't worthy of me. She held her head high, proud as a peacock. I, Xia Shengnan, am the youngest 5-star war god in Xia country, with a boundless future ahead of me. And you? A worthless outcast kicked out by your family. How could you possibly deserve me? I looked at the marriage contract before me, my expression completely unchanged. You're right. I don't deserve you. I'll keep the annulment. You can leave now. Xia Shengnan was stunned, her prepared words stuck in her throat as she asked in disbelief, what did you say? Seems like not only is your brain lacking, but your ears aren't working either. I stood up and stretched lazily. I agree to break off the engagement. You can leave now. With that, I walked out of the wooden hut without looking back. The prisoners outside immediately stood at attention when they saw me emerge. Even the usually carefree bloodfiend berserker Lester straightened up rigidly. Just showing off, Xia Shengnan snorted lightly before turning to the iron-masked bloodfiend. Here's some advice, the slaughtered demon bloodfiend is extremely cruel. You'd better be careful not to get yourself killed. I gazed calmly at bloodfiend, a hint of disdain in my eyes. Is this all the mighty slaughtered demon is capable of? Enraged, bloodfiend roared, release me if you dare, and I'll tear you apart. I walked over and unfastened the special chains binding his limbs. Overjoyed, bloodfiend lunged forward, ready to strike only to be sent flying several meters with a crisp smack from my slap, like a kite with its string cut. Half his face swollen grotesquely and blood dripping from his mouth, bloodfiend muttered in disbelief. How is this possible? As a grandmaster-level fighter, he couldn't fathom being effortlessly swatted away without a chance to retaliate. Not a single worthy opponent, I sighed, shaking my head in disappointment. Old Zhou, drag him away. I gestured casually to Zhou Tianlong. Zhou Tianlong immediately fawned over with a servile smile. Got it, boss. I'll make sure he learns the rules here. I nodded in satisfaction, then turned my gaze toward the prison and muttered to myself, 5 years. Qingya, wait for me. Chapter 2, Divorcing the Wife. How's the investigation going? Inside the wooden hut, I stared coldly at Zhou Tianlong, who was sprawled on the ground. Boss, it's confirmed. Miss Qingya is currently in Jiangdu, but the situation isn't good, Zhou Tianlong answered cautiously. What happened? I frowned, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop several degrees. The young master of the Jiangdu Wan family took a liking to Miss Qingya, but she was unwilling. However, the Luo family forced Miss Qingya, intending to climb the social ladder by attaching themselves to the prestigious Wang family. Humph, I exuded an icy aura. The 5-year agreement is over. Tomorrow, we leave the valley. Let's see just how bold the Wang family is, daring to lay a finger on my woman. At Jiangdu Airport, I was about to disembark the plane when I unexpectedly ran into Xia Shengnan. Xiao Tiance, she froze for a moment before her face twisted in disdain. You really won't give up, will you? You even followed me to Jiangdu. I remained expressionless and simply walked past her. You bastard, stop right there. Ignored by me, Xia Shengnan instantly flew into a rage and blocked my path. Don't think this will make me see you in a different light. I, Xia Shengnan, am a star in the sky, while you're nothing but a worthless prison guard, she sneered. The man I want to marry is the Dark Emperor, the one whose mere word can make 1,000,000 troops retreat. Give up on this delusion of yours. I sighed helplessly. You're absolutely right. Can I leave now? A loser like you dreaming of swan meat, she waved dismissively with disinterest. I couldn't take it anymore, a violent-tempered she-dragon with neither figure nor grace. Others might fawn over you, but I have no interest. As I spoke, I pulled out a photo from my pocket. See? I'm here to find her. Luo Qingya, Xia Shengnan sneered coldly. What? Are you trying to compete with the Wang family's eldest young master for the bride? I frowned. What do you mean? Don't you know? Today is the joyous occasion of Wang Feng, the Wang family's youngest master, marrying Luo Qingya at Jiangdu Hotel, she said scornfully, flicking the invitation in her hand. You're just a worthless prison guard. Know your place and don't seek death. Damn Zhou Tianlong. I was suddenly shocked he hadn't reported such crucial information. Xia Shengnan thought I was scared and sneered. As long as you stop bothering me, I can take you to Jiangdu Hotel for their wedding, but you mustn't cause any trouble for me. Take me there, huh? I snapped back to reality and sneered. I'll handle my own business, no need for your concern. Then go ahead and perish for all I care. Xia Shengnan snorted angrily, twisting her hips as she walked off the plane. I followed and disembarked the plane, only to see the airport surrounded by fully armed guards, with rows of armored luxury cars parked on both sides. A spectacular scene, imposing and awe-inspiring. Is there a big shot coming to Jiangdu? Xia Shengnan observed as she walked, secretly astonished. Suddenly, she spotted a familiar face, one of the four great war gods of Xia, the greedy wolf war god. Xia Shengnan was thrilled. She had traveled discreetly on a regular flight, and with the greedy wolf war god here to greet her, it couldn't possibly be for anyone else. Overwhelmed with excitement, she quickened her pace to approach him. Chapter 3, Return Your Humble Servant. Xia Shengnan pays respects to the greedy wolf war god. I am deeply grateful and utterly awed by your personal welcome, she said at Jiangdu Airport, where the autumn wind carried fallen leaves, bringing a slight chill. The greedy wolf war god looked Xia Shengnan up and down, gave a slight nod, and uttered only a single After that, there was no further response, leaving Xia Shengnan standing bewildered in the wind. She maintained her clasped fist posture, and after a round of praise, the greedy wolf war god merely responded with a curt The voluptuous woman beside him quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Unexpectedly, halfway through her words, Xinglong suddenly grew impatient and roared angrily, "Will you two ever stop?" This outburst left Xia Shengnan utterly bewildered. It was clear that the greedy wolf war god hadn't come to pick her up, but who in all of Jiangdu could possibly warrant a personal welcome from him? As Xia Shengnan pondered this, a yawn suddenly echoed from the back of the airport. Dressed in loose white athletic wear, I stretched lazily as I walked, my eyes still drowsy. From a distance, I waved at Xinglong and called out, "Hey there, little wolf." In Xia Shengnan's eyes, my casual outfit and indifferent attitude were an eyesore, but the most infuriating part was that little wolf remark. "You brat, you've got some nerve, now you're done for, not even a god can save you." Before Xia Shengnan could finish speaking, the previously motionless wolf god of war suddenly accelerated, turning and appearing right in front of me. With a fluid motion, hands clasped, right leg slightly bent, he executed the very salute Xia Shengnan had just given him. "Mr. Xiao, I'm here to escort you," the wolf god of war said respectfully. Witnessing this, Xia Shengnan felt her scalp tingle, especially as the woman beside her stared wide-eyed in disbelief. How could this be? The wolf god of war personally welcoming Xiao Tianji? Amidst the shock, I happened to brush past Xia Shengnan. Still wearing that same unchanging poker face, I flashed her a faint smile as I passed. "Miss Xia, taxis are hard to come by at this hour. If you're taking the bus, walk 500 meters ahead and turn right." As the words fell, Xia Shengnan stood frozen for 2 minutes before suddenly stomping and shattering the floor tiles. What status? Just a fox borrowing the tiger's might, relying entirely on the Xiao family's reputation to receive the greedy wolf war god's reception, she sneered coldly. "Without the Xiao family, he's nothing," murmured a woman seated by the window in the VIP suite of Jiangdu's Shengshi Imperial Dynasty, a 5-star hotel. Dressed in bridal attire brimming with festivity, her eyes were brimming with tears, as if weighed down by countless grievances. "Hurry up, young mistress. Young Master Wang won't be pleased if you keep him waiting," urged a freckle-faced woman beside her, shoving the bride with a hint of reproach. Chapter 4, Red Leaves from the South. I'm truly sorry, I must have gotten too excited and let my emotions get the better of me. Just give me a moment, I'll be out in a flash. The bride uttered these humble words, but the makeup artist beside her only gave a cold snort. She slammed the door shut with a bang, muttering one last complaint before leaving. What a spoiled princess. Without young Master Wang, she wouldn't even be fit to be a hostess. Harsh words cut like a June frost. The bride's name was Luo Qingya. She was the very person who had saved Xiao Tiance years ago. She once had a happy family in Jiangdu, where her parents ran a small business and lived in contentment. But during a family crisis, her parents died, and the household fell into ruin. Their estate was carved up by the powerful, and Luo Qingya herself was forcibly sold to the Jiangdu royal family by her uncle. Now, living under someone else's roof, she had no choice but to bow her head. Whenever she felt the pang of sorrow, Luo Qingya would take out the notebook in her hand. Within the notebook lay nothing but a single crimson maple leaf. Yet within that single leaf lay an ocean of unspoken thoughts. "Qingya, remember this, we have never truly met. Consider these days nothing more than a dream. Now that I'm persecuted and have nothing left, I place this red leaf beside you as a memento. Back when Luo Qingya went to South Mountain to gather herbs, she accidentally encountered the gravely wounded Xiao Tiance. Defying others' objections, she brought him home and tended to him with utmost care. Though she shared beautiful moments with Xiao Tiance, life always has its awakening. One morning upon waking, Xiao Tiance had already vanished from the room, leaving only this notebook behind on the desk. Inside were but a few sparse lines, along with a single crimson leaf. Thus, the dream ended. Our meeting began at South Mountain, and our parting was marked by the crimson leaf. This crimson leaf from South Mountain shall forever dwell in my heart. I said, you damn, will you ever stop? Crying and whining don't keep the young master waiting. If you don't come out now, don't blame us for being rude. The Wang family's security guards were already impatiently waiting at the door. Outwardly, Luo Qingya was the Wang family's eldest daughter. But within the household, her status was no better than a purchased maid. Even a security guard or a lowly servant could beat, scold, or give her the cold shoulder at will. I understand. I'll come out immediately. Luo Qingya wiped the tears from her face and stepped lightly, slowly pushing open the door. Facing the room filled with distinguished guests. She could only carry that southern red leaf forever hidden within her heart. Outside the gates of Shengshi Imperial Palace, guests came and went incessantly, luxury cars parked in a row. Xiao Tiance parked his car at the entrance and walked toward the gate. Smiling at the same time, he gazed at the autumn leaves drifting before the courtyard gate and turned to say, "Little wolf, is the gift I asked you to prepare ready?" The greedy wolf war god nodded urgently. "Rest assured, your majesty. It's all ready and can be presented at any time." Upon hearing this reply, Xiao Tiance said no more. How could he not prepare a generous gift for the wedding of his beloved? Especially for the Wang family. This gift would be far beyond their means. Xiao Tiance had barely given his orders when a security captain standing beside the entrance of Shengshi dynasty shot him a cold stare. At this moment, all those coming and going from the Wang family were prominent figures in Jiangdu. Each was dressed in tailored suits, radiating opulence. Xiao Tiance, however, wore nothing more than ordinary athletic gear, making him look decidedly unremarkable. "Sir, get lost." The security chief seized the moment, hoping to impress the major entrepreneurs of Jiangdu. But as he brushed past Xiao Tiance, a single word, "get lost," struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving his eyes numb. Shengshi Imperial Dynasty was unquestionably the premier dining establishment in Jiangdu. As the security chief working in such a place, he was accustomed to seeing prominent business figures daily and had seen it all. Yet Xiao Tiance's single remark had pierced his heartstrings. Looking around, the hall was filled with distinguished guests and influential figures from all walks of life, yet none seemed to hold a candle to the impact of that single word. The young security guards nearby exchanged curious glances, expecting their captain to give the kid in the tracksuit a proper scolding. Instead, they were told to get lost on the spot. Then he stood there like a statue, speechless. "Captain, what's going on? That kid's already inside, and we haven't even checked his invitation. With so many entrepreneurs here today, this was our chance to shine. If he didn't have an invitation, then we could." The other guards shared the same thought, but before they could finish speaking, the captain slapped one of them hard across the face with a resounding smack. A hard slap landed squarely on his face. The young men beside him were equally stunned. "What's going on, Captain? Why'd you hit me?" "Following the Wang family's orders, we were just checking that kid's invitation. We didn't do anything wrong." Facing the questioning guards, the captain gave a cold reply. "If you want to check it, go ahead yourselves. I'm done for today." The security captain stripped off his uniform, flung it to the ground, and took off running. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. What kind of look was that? The major families that frequented the Shengshi dynasty also hired many peerless masters. The captain could usually discern the aura of a powerful individual at a glance. But in that instant, what they saw was not merely a powerful being, it was a blood-soaked hell. The Wang family's world had turned upside down. Inside the wedding hall, the major business tycoons had already taken their seats. Polite exchanges flowed incessantly between them. A young man in a black suit stood on the stage, radiating charisma. This was none other than Wang Chang, the eldest son of the Wang family. Though not quite all-powerful in Jiangdu, the Wang family's assets, numbering in the tens of billions, were undeniably vast. Rumors even circulated that if the Wang family continued to grow, they might one day rival the four major families of Jiangdu. Such a rising star never lacked for friends. With an air of confidence, Wang Chang held the microphone and proclaimed loudly before everyone present. "Thank you all for attending the Wang family wedding banquet. Though I, Wang Chang, am still young, I am destined to be the heir of the Wang family. I will shoulder this responsibility and strive for mutual prosperity with all of you. I also extend my gratitude to all uncles and aunts for your support. May you continue to look after our Wang family in the years to come." At the wedding, Wang Chang boasted endlessly. He didn't even bother to introduce his future wife, as this marriage was merely a stepping stone for the Wang family to establish themselves in Jiangdu. Luo Qingya stood behind him. Though peerlessly beautiful, her tear-filled eyes made her fade into the background. Below the stage, members of lesser families whispered among themselves as they gazed upon the stunning Luo Qingya. The bride was truly unlucky. Wang Chang was notorious locally as a notorious playboy, always carousing and indulging in debauchery. After the wedding, she'd have a rough time. He might play around for a couple of days before casually discarding her. Even if he didn't divorce her out of respect for the Wang family's reputation, her life wouldn't be a happy one. After Wang Chang exchanged greetings with the 8 great families on stage, ominous notes soon filled the air. To save face, he opened a red box on the spot. "My dear, you once said you wished to wear a crown like a princess on our wedding day. This is the blue sea crown I brought back from Scandinavia for you alone." The moment was met with thunderous applause. Yet facing the so-called blue sea crown, Luo Qingya's eyes remained numb, devoid of any joy. Amidst the chaotic applause, an ominous note suddenly rang out. "This crown is fake." Chapter 5, Truth and Deception. Fake? Who is it? You must be out of your mind. The Wang family's deep-sea crown is indeed fake. Truth be told, even without anyone saying it, everyone knew it deep down. Luo Qingya marrying into the Wang family was nothing more than a puppet show. Who among the distinguished guests didn't know that Wang Chang took Luo Qingya in merely for her beauty? The gift-giving was just for show, but who dared call it out? Soon, the surrounding crowd parted softly, clearing a path. There stood a young man in a plain white tracksuit. Though his attire was unremarkable, his mere presence commanded an air of distinguished bearing. A smile graced his face, adding a touch of gentle refinement that completely overshadowed the groom's presence. It was him. How could it be him? Luo Qingya, whose heart had been as cold as stone, now saw the man before her bathed in the warmth of spring. At that moment, the tears at the corners of her eyes could no longer be held back, sliding down her cheeks. The gasp she had prepared to utter was forcibly suppressed in her throat. Luo Qingya remembered the 2 sentences Xiao Tiance had left behind when he departed without a word. It was all but a grand illusion. When we meet again, let us pretend we never knew each other. But why did he now renege on the promise he made back then, only to reappear before me? Luo Qingya couldn't understand, nor could she comprehend. All she could do was remain silent. Silent, as per their original agreement. What kind of young master are you to spout such cold remarks here? You should know this crown is crafted from the deepest blue diamonds of the Nordic seas. In all the world, only 2 true queens possess such a crown. This is the sole one ever to reach the market. If you've no idea what you're talking about, kindly get out of here. Several young men, eager to curry favor with Wang Chang, had already spoken insolently. Just as he was about to step forward, the greedy wolf war god turned his head slightly, and a chill of murderous intent pierced their minds. The hot-headed young men instantly froze, as if drenched by a torrential downpour. What kind of killing intent was this? These young masters had never encountered anything like it before. Alas, Jiangdu was too small. As the Dark Emperor's personal aide, the greedy wolf war god was merely seen as an ordinary burly man unless he displayed the Azure Dragon token. As the air froze in the room, an elderly man slowly rose from within the room. Dressed in a fiery red outfit, radiating festive cheer, he was none other than Wang Feixiang, the patriarch of the Wang family. As the head of the household, he naturally possessed the necessary composure. Facing this accusation, he responded with casual indifference, "Young man, you claim the deep-sea crown is fake. What evidence do you have? If you have no proof, you'll find it easy to enter our home today, but leaving will be another matter entirely." Compared to Wang Feixiang, Wang Chang was clearly hot-headed and impulsive. He might not have been willing to spend a fortune on the real thing himself, but that didn't mean some upstart had the right to accuse him. He leaped off the stage on the spot. He pointed at the other man's nose and began cursing furiously. "You little brat. If you don't explain yourself clearly today, you won't be coming and going as you please through the Wang family's front door. Shut the door." The security guards behind him swung their clubs and instantly formed a line, sealing the doorway airtight. Facing the overwhelming crowd, Xiao Tiance appeared like a floating bamboo leaf in the deep sea. But the next second, Xiao Tiance gently extended his right hand. Xinglong, standing behind him, placed a redwood box into Xiao Tiance's hand. "Why do I know it's fake? Because the real one is right here with me." The redwood lid swung open. An identical deep-sea crown appeared before their eyes. Back when Xiao Tiance was gravely injured, Luo Qingya stayed by his side every day. During their occasional casual chats, Luo Qingya's words still linger in my heart. "If I ever get married, I'll only marry someone like you. Though I don't know where you came from, there's just this indescribable feeling. And at my wedding, I'll prepare the most beautiful crown, like a princess getting ready." As his savior, Xiao Tiance remembered every word clearly. As they descended the mountain, Xingya's dream would never go unfulfilled. When the entire group of high-ranking officials saw the deep-sea crown, they were all dumbfounded. Even the patriarch, Wang Feixiang, was momentarily taken aback. The Wang family had considered countless possibilities, but none had ever imagined the man before them would hold such a trump card. The deep-sea crown truly existed. Aside from foreign royalty and nobility, the sole remaining piece was already a treasured artifact. Who could possibly afford it? Staring at the deep-sea crown, Wang Chang suddenly burst into laughter. How dare you claim yours is genuine? What gives you the nerve? The moment Wang Chang finished speaking, Xiao Tiance raised the crown in his hand. Then he performed an action no one had anticipated. Though this was a hotel, as a five-star establishment, its decor was exceptionally unique. Seemingly emphasizing an authentic natural environment, a rockery and lotus pond were placed right in the center of the lobby. Simultaneously, with a splash, the crown fell into the pond. No further explanation was needed. The deep-sea crown bears its name for a reason. It reveals its true form only when encountering water. Beneath the far end of the pond, a serene hue surged upward in an instant. A brilliant blue light illuminated the hall, making all the other lights in the room seem dim by comparison. Lord Wang was a man of great experience. How could an ordinary young man possibly possess the deep-sea crown? But just as he was about to speak, Xiao Tiance pointed at Wang Chang. You can throw your crown into the water to test its authenticity. A fake is a fake. There's no need to throw it into the water at all. Wang Chang's face paled. The surrounding guests had long been stunned by the deep-sea crown. My goodness, this is the legendary deep-sea crown. It's breathtakingly beautiful. If I could wear it, I'd be smiling in my dreams. Such a precious crown, just tossed into the water like that? What a waste! Watching the guests turn against him, Wang Chang forced down a surge of rage. He ground out a few words through gritted teeth. Fine, I admit I was deceived when purchasing this crown. But my feelings for Miss Luo are genuine. I've prepared another gift for Miss Luo, the Flying in Perfect Harmony painting. The Flying in Perfect Harmony painting was originally created by a great master painter of the ancient dynasty. But I'd heard it had long vanished into the currents of history. At these words, the crowd's attention was once again drawn to Wang Chang. Next, a painting of phoenixes soaring side by side appeared before everyone's eyes. Yet upon seeing this scene, Xiao Tiance smiled once more. What a coincidence! This is fake too. Chapter 6, Unstoppable. He couldn't hold it in any longer. The incident with the deep-sea crown had made Wang Chang look like a fool in front of everyone. Now he'd hoped to pull out another scroll to save face. But then Xiao Tiance declared it fake again. The Buddha has three forms of wrath and Wang Chang is no Buddha, so he immediately charged toward Xiao Tiance. You little brat, I'll see what you can do. No sooner had Wang Chang spoken than another scroll appeared in Xiao Tiance's hands. It depicted the same twin phoenixes soaring together, even the finest details identical. The genuine piece was in his hands again? The same effect. How could history repeat itself so strikingly? I see you came prepared. You actually dare claim this portrait is genuine? Xiao Tiance smiled faintly, gently shaking the scroll in his hand. Turning to the crowd, he boasted, of course. As everyone knows, this painting, two phoenixes flying together, was created by a master artist. That master only sold 3 paintings in his lifetime and had an extremely eccentric personality. Before his death, he destroyed all his other works, making these 3 paintings incredibly valuable. After the master's death, the painting came into the possession of a wealthy family. To prevent theft, the owner made a certain modification to the painting. No sooner had Xiao Tiance finished speaking than he ripped the painting clean in two with a sharp tearing sound. The crowd gasped in unison, eyes widening in shock. To their astonishment, the double flying phoenixes was a double-layered painting. Beneath the surface lay another painting, 2 cranes rendered with such lifelike precision they seemed to soar beyond the heavens. Though the brushwork was somewhat crude, the profound artistic conception defied description. Everyone, did you see that? To prevent outsiders from stealing the painting, the wealthy patron hired another master to create a fake layer over the original work. After the rich man's death, the portrait circulated, but only the double phoenix flight version reached the public. Over time, those unfamiliar with art genuinely believed this piece depicted 2 phoenixes. In truth, the 2 birds flying side by side depicts 2 cranes utterly unrelated to phoenixes. Care to show your painting too? Show my ass. Inside Wang Chang's scroll was just a wooden frame. Where had he ever heard this story? Just as he was about to retort, the entire hall erupted in hushed whispers. Even old Master Wang's face darkened. The old master had a lifelong passion for paintings. How could he not know about this? The moment Wang Chang unveiled the scroll, he knew it was fake. But since it was meant for Luo Qingya, an outsider, authenticity didn't matter. He just hadn't expected someone to call him out on it right then. Young man, you've clearly come prepared. May I ask your name, esteemed expert? Let us Wang family properly entertain our distinguished guest. Wang Feixiang was a cunning old fox. Anyone capable of producing 2 such priceless treasures simultaneously was clearly no ordinary person. Better to win him over than antagonize him. Xiao Tiance narrowed his eyes, chest puffed out, hands clasped behind his back. His smile concealed a hint of cold steel in his gaze. Old Master Wang, who I am matters little. What matters is that I've come today seeking someone. With those words spoken, Xiao Tiance fixed his gaze straight ahead directly toward Luo Qingya. With a thunderous roar, the crowd's minds exploded. Had he lost his mind? Even a fool could see that the person this young man was seeking was none other than the bride, Luo Qingya. Wang Feixiang's previously polite expression instantly turned grim. The Wang family. In Jiangdu, aside from the four great families, the Wang family had become the most formidable force in recent years. Numerous business clans treated them with utmost respect, fearing any slight might bring about their ruin. And now, on the very day of the Wang family's grand celebration, someone dares to come snatch away their bride? Wang Cheng suddenly turned to Luo Qingya, his eyes red with rage, and erupted in a torrent of curses. I knew something was off with you. When did you start seducing some outsider brat? The Wang family bought you. Even in death, you'll be our family's ghost. At that moment, under Wang Cheng's gaze, a steward approached. The steward produced a contract, his expression smug as he presented it to Xiao Tiance. The moment Luo Qingya saw the contract, her eyes darted away deliberately. Look! The Luo family went bankrupt, penniless. The Wang family lent them money, but now they can't repay it. That's why Luo Qingya came to settle the debt. To put it nicely, Miss Luo is considered young Master Wang's wife, worthy of being addressed as young miss to outsiders. To put it bluntly, she's nothing more than a dog of the Wang family. Now, if you don't clarify your relationship with this lowly woman, things are going to get ugly for both of you today. Within the Wang household, Luo Qingya held virtually no standing. Even a mere steward could speak with such cruelty, revealing how miserable and wronged her life had become these past days. How could one who once saved his life be subjected to such relentless humiliation? Before the steward could finish speaking, Xiao Tiance vanished from his spot with a flash, appearing instantly before Steward Wang. Keep calling her A, and you won't be able to speak at all. With a sharp crack, a swift hand strike sent the steward's jaw crashing to the floor, blood splattering everywhere. Quick! It all happened too fast. Simultaneously, the greedy wolf war god declared on the spot, House Wang, you operate a loan shark syndicate, systematically oppressing the common folk, even taking lives to settle debts. Not only that, you routinely kidnap decent women under the pretext of unpaid debts and sell them overseas. What a family! Your methods are utterly ruthless. The greedy wolf war god instantly slammed a stack of documents before everyone's eyes. In recent years, every illegal transaction and human trafficking scheme involving the Wang family was meticulously documented. Knowing your enemy is the key to victory. The greedy wolf war god had thoroughly investigated the Wang family's operations long before arriving. Even without the sovereign's intervention, the Wang family's fate was already sealed. Wang Feixiang's face turned ashen. Who could have imagined such a covert operation could be so easily uncovered? This man must not be spared. Son, we'll discuss Luo Qingya's matter later. Have Elder Chen come out. These two mean business they won't leave alive today. Inside the hall, everyone watched Wang Feixiang's furious rage and his intent to silence witnesses. That list must be of utmost importance. Who dared linger for the spectacle? The Wang family. My dog's birthday is today. I'll be off. Old Master Wang, my grandmother is giving birth today, I must attend to her. What? My house is haunted. Excuse me. With a swish, the surrounding guests rushed out the door in an instant, terrified of stumbling upon some unspeakable secret and being silenced on the spot. In the blink of an eye, more than half the guests at the Wang family gathering vanished. At the same time, an elderly man approached behind Old Master Wang. Dressed in a dark blue traditional Chinese robe, he was nearing 70. Though not tall, his footsteps echoed with a thunderous resonance, clearly a master of internal martial arts. Several security guards' expressions changed upon seeing Old Chen. This kid was in for trouble. Old Chen was the Wang family's top enforcer, rarely seen outside the household. Now that the Wang family's secrets had been exposed and the patriarch was furious, this kid was likely looking at a deadly situation. Chapter 7, Where are the masters? Wang Chang, spotting Old Chen's arrival, immediately broke into a smug grin, his arrogance swelling. He pointed at Xiao Tiance's broken nose and hurled insults. You little bastard. On my big day, you're here to ruin the party, huh? And you even hit our old steward. You've got some nerve, showing up with just 2 men for this whore. Wang Chang seemed to have forgotten how the steward had been beaten. Old Chen narrowed his eyes, appearing utterly composed as he stepped forward. As an internal martial arts master hired at great expense by the Wang family, his grand entrance was only fitting. Besides, in recent years, he rarely needed to intervene personally. Thus, he strolled leisurely to the front of the stage. But before he could even hear the crowd's praise, a loud "what" echoed. The towering Wang Chang instantly had his arm twisted to the point of shattering by Xiao Tiance, the agony surging through his brain. I'll say it again, if you can't speak properly, never speak at all. Seeing his former subordinate suffer such humiliation, Xiao Tiance was already seething with rage. There was no way he would show mercy now. With a thud, he twisted the man's arm and slammed him to the ground. Wang Chang's internal organs felt shattered, and he vomited blood violently. What kind of strength was this? A burly man, beaten into helplessness. Old Chen, what the hell are you doing? Old Master Wang roared in fury. Year after year, Old Chen had been paid handsomely to oversee matters. Now, with his son severely injured right before his eyes, what respect was there to speak of? Old Chen froze upon hearing the family head's words. This wasn't part of the script. What he never expected was that this kid would strike so ruthlessly. With a clatter, Old Master Chen leapt from the upper floor, light as a swallow. Then, in a hoarse voice, he declared, "Release him. I'll grant you a swift end." Before he could finish, Xiao Tiance suddenly raised his index finger to his lips and hissed, "Shoo. Today, I'm here for the Wang family. This has nothing to do with you. I'm here for the Wang family's man. Others are irrelevant." Old Chen couldn't stand this, roaring fiercely, "Looks like you're refusing a polite offer." Before he could finish, a crack echoed as Xinglong's kick sent Wang Chang flying straight toward Old Chen. Xinglong sneered coldly, "My lord has already told you to be silent. It seems you refuse to listen." Wang Chang flew backward like a tattered rag. Old Chen caught him mid-air, but the brutal impact sent him reeling back several steps. At the same time, it felt like my 5 viscera were boiling over. A mouthful of blood instantly spewed onto Wang Chang's face. We were indistinguishable from one another. Hit. Just one strike, even striking an object from a distance. What kind of power was this? Old Chen watched the young man before him. A clash of masters, decided in an instant. The Wang Chang in his grasp had ceased breathing, clearly dead. And Old Chen had merely intercepted him from a distance. Had it been a direct confrontation, Wang Chang would have been dead for sure. Old Master Wang stared down at his son, whose breath had ceased. With a crack, he crushed the armchair in his hands. "You killed my son." A day of great joy turned to wailing. No matter how magnanimous Old Master Wang might be, he could never bear to witness this. "Old Chen, kill them both. Avenge my son." Old Chen narrowed his eyes, suddenly seeming to age significantly in an instant. A bitter smile touched his lips as he shook his head. "Enough, Old Master Wang. My years are many. It is time for me to retire to my hometown." What's going on? Not only Wang Feixiang, but the security guards behind him were all dumbfounded. Though severely wounded, Old Chen's injuries were internal. With everyone's attention fixed on Wang Chang, no one noticed Old Chen's condition. Now, after uttering those words, Old Chen opened the back door and walked out alone, ignoring Old Master Wang's calls. The scene was utterly incomprehensible. Have they all lost their minds? Old Chen quit? The Wang family's loan syndicate routinely used violent collection methods. Whenever trouble arose, simply invoking Old Chen's name was enough to resolve it. Now this pillar of support had inexplicably collapsed? Wang Feixiang, who had remained relatively composed until now, had long since lost his mind under the barrage of blows. He roared recklessly, "Guards! Kill them!" The shout rang out, yet the dozens of elite guards stationed outside the Wang residence remained utterly silent. Only a handful of bewildered security guards stood frozen in place. Old Chen was gone, and now the guards were quitting too? Collective resignation? What kind of misfortune had the Wang family stumbled into today? As the atmosphere grew unbearably awkward, Xiao Tiance suddenly tapped lightly. "Regardless, today is still a joyous occasion for the Wang family. To acknowledge your past deeds, I shall present you with a generous gift today. Bring forth the gift, little wolf." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a creak sounded. The banquet hall doors slowly swung open. Peering outside, one saw over a dozen bodyguards already sprawled on the floor, foaming at the mouth. Simultaneously, 2 burly men appeared, one on each side, carrying a black wooden coffin. These 2 men belonged to the Qinglong squad under Qinglong's command, also serving as the king's personal bodyguards. The coffin was then placed with a clatter in the hall, its finish strikingly vivid. Xiao Tiance extended his right finger toward the black coffin. "Old Master Wang, this is the gift I present to you today. Your Wang family established a loan syndicate, plunging the people into misery and harming countless citizens. Families like yours should have been eradicated long ago. From this day forward, the Wang family shall cease to exist within Jiangdu." Xiao Tiance delivered each sentence with overwhelming force. In Luo Qingya's eyes, Xiao Tiance seemed to have undergone a profound transformation over the years. The Xiao Tiance of old was merely a wounded patient, cautious and reserved in his dealings within the family. When had he become this bold and decisive, standing like a general among mortals? Wang Feixiang's face drained of color, but within seconds, he erupted into maniacal laughter. "Young man, you are indeed remarkably bold. But to speak of annihilating my Wang family, isn't that a bit too grandiose? Do you understand? The reason our Wang family dares to operate a loan syndicate here, to engage in such activities, is absolutely not because of some old man Chen. My eldest brother now commands the Jiangdu Guard Regiment. With that military rank, no one in Jiangdu would dare touch this old man. The Wang family can speak of being on equal footing with the 4 great families precisely because we have military ranks within our household. It is this collusion between military and civilian that has brought about today's situation. Luo Qingya, who had been wearing a faint smile, turned ashen-faced the instant she heard these words. Though Luo Qingya had only met Wang Feixian's elder brother once, that single encounter had left a profound impression. He had arrived commanding 100 fully armed soldiers, radiating unparalleled authority. His rank alone, regimental commander, was enough to make Jiangqing's major enterprises bow in submission. This realization made Luo Qingya rush off the stage. Ignoring the astonished stares of the crowd, she immediately grabbed Xiao Tiance's arm. The shadow of the past reappeared. Before her eyes, this gentle tug held boundless tenderness. Let's go. You once said we'd never acknowledge each other. Our connection ends here. The Wang family has the military backing them. You can't win against them. I'll handle today's matters. You must leave now. Watching Luo Qingya's tear-filled eyes, Xiao Tiance reached out his right hand, gently stroking her silky hair while turning his gaze toward Wang Feixian. So you have connections in the military after all. What a coincidence. Chapter 8, Coincidences Everywhere. The last time Xiao Tiance uttered the word coincidence, Wang Chang met an untimely end. Now, hearing those words again, Wang Feixian froze for a moment. But after all, he was old Master Wang, a prominent figure in Jiangdu. He wouldn't be intimidated by a mere remark. He quickly regained his composure, stroked his full beard, and pulled out his phone. Could it be, young man, that you have connections in the military? If you claim to have antique calligraphy and paintings, I might believe you're the son of a wealthy family. But honestly, I can't fathom how you keep stumbling upon such things. As he spoke, Xiao Tiance glanced back at the greedy wolf war god beside him. Without a word, the war god also dialed a number. And the war god seemed to be even quicker. After just one call, the greedy wolf war god nodded to Xiao Tiance. Qingya, let's head back. Xiao Tiance smiled as he took Luo Qingya's arm, then led her toward the door. Wang Feixian watched the baffled young man who'd caused trouble killing his son and now trying to leave. How could he possibly agree? Stop him. My elder brother is leading his legion here right now. Whoever dares to block him. As Wang Feixian shouted, he simultaneously dialed another number. The few remaining bodyguards at the door, though their hearts leapt at the promise of rewards for their service, now faced Xiao Tiance and the greedy wolf war god with eyes like a sea of blood. Who dared to intercept him? They'd likely earn their fortune but never live to spend it. One by one, they quickly pretended deafness and muteness, retreating to the side. Meanwhile, Wang Feixian's expression had grown utterly numb. He heard his older brother on the other end of the line erupting into a tirade the moment the call connected. Fei Xiang, I've told you time and again with these loan sharks, you have to know when to stop. You just wouldn't listen. I've always covered for your messes before. But now you're so desperate for cash, so desperate it's in your bones that you dare take money from anyone. You've even got the 9-star greedy wolf war god silver in your hands. You won't live long enough to spend it. I can't handle this mess. Big brother Wang Feixian had always looked out for Feixian, but this time his rage was unprecedented. But none of that mattered anymore. What matters is what brother Wang just said. Greedy wolf war god? How could such a figure appear in Jiangdu? Wang Feixian was utterly dumbfounded, while Xiao Tiance had already pulled Luo Qingya out of the Wang family banquet. What was even more terrifying was that the greedy wolf war god maintained an attitude of utmost respect and deference toward the young man who had just spoken. Who exactly was that young man? Wang Feixian felt as if his entire body had gone numb. Just moments after Xiao Tiance departed, a thunderous crash echoed. Windows and doors throughout the 5-star hotel shattered instantly as countless heavily armed warriors burst through every entrance. Clad in pitch-black armor, wielding black blades. Back in the border wars, the Qinglong squadron guarded the frontier, ensuring lasting peace. This black armor was the very emblem of the squad. The moment Wang Feixian witnessed this scene, he finally sensed impending doom. By the war god's command, the Wang family, who had long committed atrocities and held sway over Jiangdu under the guise of the no-death law, would now be utterly eradicated. As the door closed, Xiao Tiance did not let Luo Qingya witness what followed. After all, it wouldn't do to let a young lady witness such a bloody scene. He entrusted the Wang family matter to the greedy wolf war god for special handling. After stepping out of the hotel room, Xiao Tiance personally drove the car, whisking Luo Qingya away. It was sunset now. The glow of the setting sun, bathed in the autumn breeze, slowly illuminated the car. Yesterday and today, within these doors. Each evening brings its own unique tale. Xiao Tiance drove while glancing at Luo Qingya in the passenger seat. After all these years apart, she had grown even more radiant. Back then, Xiao Tiance was in dire straits, preoccupied with his own troubles. He had believed his connection with Luo Qingya would end here, along with the red leaves drifting south. Yet now, meeting again at such close proximity, he found himself at a loss for words. What are you looking at? Is there something strange on my face? In the end, it was Luo Qingya who broke the awkward silence. Xiao Tiance smiled faintly and gently took Luo Qingya's arm. Long time no see. I'm back. From now on, no one will dare to trouble you again. Hearing Xiao Tiance's words, Luo Qingya felt a wave of warmth wash over her heart. But this warmth didn't last long. Had this happened 5 years ago, perhaps they would have fallen for each other. But now, things were different. Too much had transpired over those 5 years. Recalling how she'd been abruptly pulled from the Wang family, so many matters remained unresolved. Mr. Xiao, you've taken me this far, that's enough. Mr. Xiao? Xiao Tiance could clearly sense the tenderness Luo Qingya had just revealed. Why did she turn so utterly cold in the blink of an eye? Even back then, Luo Qingya had never addressed him this way. Sir, please stop the car. Seeing Xiao Tiance's unresponsive demeanor, Luo Qingya seemed to grow even more anxious. The vehicle had now exited the highway. But it hadn't entered the heart of Jiangdu, only an old residential neighborhood. Qingya, I still have so many questions for you. What on earth is going on with you? Your family's Baikatang in Jiangdu is renowned. Why sell yourselves to the Wang family? Xiao Tiance's mind was now filled with 1,000 questions. Back then, Luo Qingya had rescued him in the wilderness and brought him back to the Luo family estate. At that time, the Luo family operated a chain of pharmacies called Baichao Hall throughout Jiangdu. While not exceptionally large, it enjoyed considerable renown. Moreover, Baikatang prioritized the common people, offering quality goods at affordable prices. They even frequently provided relief to the poor, earning them great prestige. Overall, they weren't wealthy beyond measure, but they certainly weren't reduced to such destitution. Facing Xiao Tiance's questioning, Luo Qingya remained silent. She gently pushed open the carriage door and walked away. Qingya! Xiao Tiance shouted, but her footsteps did not pause. The moment Luo Qingya stepped out of the car, she had already covered her face and wept. The family was no longer what it once was. Above all, certain matters could not be spoken of. Otherwise, it would inevitably invite mortal peril. At that very moment, Xiao Tiance, seated in the carriage, suddenly received a call from the greedy wolf war god. Reporting to your majesty, the Wang family has been fully apprehended. Those who resisted were executed on the spot. The greedy wolf war god always handled matters with thoroughness and impartiality. Xiao Tiance expressed satisfaction, but immediately responded. Little wolf, investigate immediately who is currently in charge of Baichao Hall. Report back to me as soon as possible. A prestigious establishment like the 100 Herbs Hall was more than sufficient to sustain the family's finances. Unless something extraordinary happened, Luo Qingya would never have fallen into such a predicament. Since Luo Qingya refuses to speak, I'll uncover the truth myself. No matter the hardships endured or troubles encountered along the way, I will eradicate them all. Chapter 9, Nanchuyu Forest. Across Jiangdu. Though the Wang family was formidable, the name that forever occupied the pinnacle of power was Nanchuyu. These are not the name of any single person. Rather, they represent the 4 great families of Jiangdu. Now, at sunset, north of Jiangdu. Within a pavilion, a stout man clad in a fiery red tang suit, a cigarette dangling from his lips, perused the day's headlines in his newspaper. A golden glow illuminated the ancient path, lending it a certain charm. This Wang Yuelin estate was one of the courtyards belonging to the Lin family, one of Jiangdu's 4 great families. The plump figure before him was none other than Lin Fei, the young master of the Lin family. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the newspaper in his hands. The Wang family detained for illegal business operations? Reading the headline, Lin Fei felt as though he had grasped some crucial information in that moment. Truly, this world holds every kind of oddity. The Wang family's loan sharking operation had been running for so many years without collapsing. Rumor had it they even had connections within the military. Something didn't feel right about this. Bro, can you stop messing around? I have this feeling that something big is about to happen in Jiangdu. The man addressed as brother by Lin Fei was physically the opposite, much thinner. Yet he was notoriously lecherous. He paid no heed to his brother as he frolicked and chased several naked beauties through a grove of small trees. Lin Xiao, known as the Lin family's eldest son, grabbed a nearby beauty, about to start his warm-up exercises, but upon hearing his younger brother's words, he shoved her away. Why do you always have to ruin my fun? Military affairs? How could I possibly explain that? In the military, one mountain is higher than the next. The Wang family's patron inevitably offended others, so their downfall was inevitable. Remember when the Wang family rose to power? They used their military connections to get so arrogant they were practically challenging our 4 great families. Now they've been wiped out, they deserved it. Though Lin Fei, the fat one, wasn't the most presentable in the family, he was quite cautious in his actions. He propped his chin on his hand, pondering for a moment before shaking his head abruptly. Of all times for trouble to strike, it had to be when the Wang family announced their marriage to Luo Qingya. I recall this as the Luo family of the 100 Herbs Hall. Could it be connected to the events 5 years ago? At these words, Lin Xiao's expression abruptly changed. But it was only for a moment. He shook his head again and said, "We're just doing this on someone else's behalf. Besides, he's nothing but a stray dog. Even if he somehow managed to return, what kind of trouble could he possibly stir up? Tonight I found a bar with some new girls. Let's go have some fun. Forget about all this nonsense. Despite his boss's words, the fat man remained silent. He quickly made a phone call. You lot go probe the situation. In 3 days, it's Miss Moron's auction. We can't afford any trouble at this critical juncture. Jiangdu, nestled along coast and river, has blossomed into a bustling metropolis in recent years. Yet even in such prosperity, old, impoverished neighborhoods lingered. To the north of the city stood a row of old residential buildings steeped in history. Most residents here were impoverished families and elderly individuals. At this moment, Xiao Tiance stood at the base of the residential buildings. Gazing at the dilapidated neighborhood, his brow furrowed. How could Luo Qingya live in a place like this? Wasn't Luo Qingya's home supposed to be in 100 Flower Garden? He recalled staying in the 100 Flower Garden when he was injured. Among all of Jiangdu, the 100 Flowers Garden Villa district boasted exceptionally beautiful scenery. Compared to the former 100 Flowers Garden, this aging residential area was worlds apart. Something must have happened at Qingya's home. Yesterday, Xiao Tiance had Qinglong investigate the Bai Chaotang enterprise. Only to learn just now that Bai Chaotang is now under the management of Uncle Luoyang. Back in the day, Bai Chaotang was personally founded by Uncle Bo and cherished like a precious treasure. Moreover, my uncle and the one in Luoyang have always been at odds. Neither in reason nor in sentiment should Bai Chaotang be handed over so readily. Xiao Tiance was deeply dissatisfied with these findings. He swiftly followed every trace of evidence, never expecting that the once pampered heiress would be living in such a dilapidated neighborhood. Unit 3, 3rd floor. Xiao Tiance stared at the door number he'd uncovered, preparing to pay a personal visit. Suddenly, the sound of excavators roared incessantly from behind him. Dozens of young men, uniformly dressed in black suits and wielding clubs, instantly surrounded the old residential complex. Listen up! This area is being demolished starting today. Everyone, get the hell out! The excavator bore a painted seagull emblem, emblazoned with the words Flying Demolition Group. Faced with this intimidating display, some elderly residents inside the complex were forcibly dragged out of their homes. Wasn't our area supposed to be demolished in another decade or so? Why is it happening so much sooner? This isn't what we were told. And shouldn't the local authorities have some compensation policy? A sudden raid without a word. This demolition method is hard to accept. Moreover, according to standard procedure, compensation agreements should be negotiated with local residents before any demolition. As soon as the residents raised a few reasonable demands, one of the officials, a stooped figure with the look of a sycophant, grinned. Compensation? Our Flying Demolition Group has never paid any compensation. If you want money, old man, come over here. An elderly gentleman frowned, leaning on his cane. Slowly, he made his way toward the man. But suddenly, the sycophant swung a metal rod, smashing it hard against the old man's head. Blood gushed instantly. In this old neighborhood, no one has ever dared to ask me, Ah Fei, for money. After saying this, Ah Fei kicked the old man several more times. Several elderly and frail residents nearby watched the scene in horror, whispering among themselves. Flying Demolition Group, I recall they're from one of the 4 great families. These guys don't think twice about killing. And this time, it seems they're targeting Miss Luo. In an instant, the crowd fell silent. Xiao Tiance, who had been seething with anger. Now that Miss Luo was mentioned. This is clearly courting disaster. Hey, you over there. What's this about Miss Luo you were just talking about? The elderly man, beaten until his head was bloodied, was quickly helped to his feet by Xiao Tiance. Upon hearing the mention of the 4 great families, the surrounding residents had already quietly dispersed. Compared to their only home, their only lives were clearly more important. Only the old man remained, speaking earnestly. Young man, you should leave immediately. Years ago, something happened at Bai Chaotang that led to the Luo family's downfall. Luo Qingya moved here alone. Ever since, they've repeatedly tried to evict her, and the corporation keeps showing up to cause trouble. They've even extorted fees under various pretexts. As long as Miss Luo stays here, it won't end. Fortunately, the neighbors all like her and have endured it together. It seems their patience has finally reached its limit. Chapter 10, this is called experience. Get out of here! Fa suddenly bellowed from behind. A dozen thugs stood there, swaggering and showing off. The old man who had been talking with Xiao Tiance was instantly terrified, his soul leaving his body. He bolted away as if carrying an urgent message over 800 li. Soon, the entire old residential area was deserted, with only Xiao Tiance left standing below the building. Ah Fei frowned. He looked Xiao Tiance up and down. He strode forward and bellowed, "Didn't you see everyone's already fled? Or are you blind?" As he spoke, Ah Fei's hand already grabbed Xiao Tiance's clothes. Just as he was about to yank him forward, he discovered Xiao Tiance stood as steady as a mountain. His expression remained calm as he asked, "Who sent you here to target Luo Qingya?" Seeing Xiao Tiance's stubborn expression, Ah Fei repeated his earlier question. "First, let me ask you, are you blind? I won't forgive anyone who bullies Qingya." Before Ah Fei could finish his sentence, a flash of red light erupted before his eyes. A searing pain erupted from his forehead. His eyes were instantly blinded. Quick! It all happened far too fast. As a member of the flying group, Ah Fei was accustomed to such ruthless tactics and methods. How could he have imagined someone would strike without mercy? As the excruciating pain radiated from his eyes, he rolled on the ground, screaming frantically. Kill him! We flying group never shies away from trouble, finish him off. His eyes were pitch black, his shouts tinged with despair. He could see nothing, only hearing footsteps approaching from behind. The clang of steel pipes echoed from all directions. These so-called underlings were nothing but a bunch of thugs in everyday life. With Feixiang Group's powerful backing to intimidate others, they became utterly lawless. Beat him! Beat him hard! Don't kill him! I'll cripple you, make you suffer every torment! Ah Fei was nearly driven mad, laughing wildly at the sounds of the fight around him. But less than 2 minutes later, something felt off. The sounds of struggle grew fainter. And fewer and fewer. What the hell? Who told you to stop? Keep fighting! You're a tough little bastard, not even a single scream. Just as he was boasting, a hand suddenly tapped lightly on Ah Fei's shoulder. Blinded, Ah Fei shuddered violently. Who? Simultaneously, a sharp crack echoed. The moment the sound of cracking bones echoed, excruciating pain shot through his shoulder. You want me to break your legs, huh? If you're so fond of cruelty, then I'll see it through to the end. In the pitch-black darkness, Ah Fei couldn't even scream before a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his legs. Adding to his agony was the overwhelming despair of his entire body going limp. His limbs were completely paralyzed. Terror washed over his face. Why was this happening? Where the hell were you, freeloaders? Where are you? Where the hell did you all go? Silence. Below the old residential district, there was nothing but silence. The residents here had all been driven out long ago. But Ah Fei's men seemed to vanish into thin air. An indescribable dread seeped into every fiber of Ah Fei's being in the darkness. What Ah Fei would never know was that the only reason his mind hadn't shattered was because his eyes couldn't see. Otherwise, gazing upon the corpses strewn across the ground, he would have long since descended into madness. Yet what cannot be seen is often the most terrifying. A sharp blade pressed lightly against Ah Fei's face. Simultaneously, he felt the sensation of the blade's flowing blood brushing past him on both sides. I've already sent your men to where they belong. I'll ask one more time, who's after Luo Qingya? This time, Ah Fei truly couldn't hold back. Compared to the physical pain, this fear cut deep into his very bones. I don't know, boss. I'm just following orders. Our boss at Flying Group is named Sun Ming. I'm just doing my job for the money. Xiao Tiance pulled out his phone. He shoved it right in front of Ah Fei's face. Give me your number, I'm calling your boss. Inside Flying Group's conference room, Sun Ming was surrounded by several female secretaries, openly displaying his lecherous nature in broad daylight. Boss, I've been by your side all this time. You said you'd marry me when? Sis, don't talk nonsense. How could a big boss like him ever fancy someone like us? Just being by his side is already a blessing. Two women dressed in extremely revealing outfits gently lifted their miniskirts and leaned against Boss Sun. Just then, the phone on the desk rang urgently. Ugh, who's calling at a time like this? So insensitive. Just hang up. The woman beside him reached out to answer it, but Boss Sun pushed her hand away. The caller ID displayed Ah Fei's phone number. What do you women know? Young Master Lin said that pulling this off will bring our group hundreds of millions in investment. Compared to beautiful women, endless wealth was what Boss Sun truly desired. Besides, working for the four great families was an honor in itself. The moment the call connected, what came through was sheer terror. Boss, you gotta come over. This is bad. Some ruthless thug emerged from the old residential district and slaughtered all my men. Killed them all? The demolition gang frequently clashed with others over eviction issues. But with the Lin family backing them, they've always acted with impunity. Fights and brawls happen all the time, but murder and robbery? That's a first. Especially since Ah Fei brought over a dozen men for this demolition. What kind of ruthless thug could wipe them all out in broad daylight? Ah Fei, hold them off. I'm on my way. Black Tiger, get out here, we've got work to do. As soon as Boss Sun finished speaking, the door behind him swung open to reveal a foreign man, muscular, with skin as dark as night. He was Black Tiger, the company group's top enforcer. Rumor had it he was a mercenary veteran. His sheer muscle mass alone could pierce through steel plates. He was in a completely different league from Ah Fei's thugs. Though Boss Sun felt fear upon hearing about the murder, no one in Jiangdu dared touch his men. This was clearly an insult to his entire organization. Black Tiger, it's been a while since you last got your hands dirty, hasn't it? How's your kung fu? Black Tiger said nothing, suddenly unleashing a punch through the air. A lamp over 2 meters away shattered instantly. A single strike across the void, transforming energy into a fist. Seeing this, a faint smile touched Mr. Sun's face. He's made progress again. Good. Come with me today and show off your skills. Mr. Sun's mind was already filled with vivid imaginings. The Lin family's plan to demolish the old residential area must be targeting someone. Whoever it was. If we can resolve this beforehand, the benefits offered later won't just be financial. Chapter 11, A Place to Stay. Reporting to Your Majesty, Miss Luo left early this morning to buy groceries and has yet to return. After settling matters with the Wang family, the greedy wolf war god followed Xiao Tiance to the old residential district. At that moment, Ah Fei still lay on the ground, suffering a fate worse than death. Xinglong reported while passing by the man's body, not even bothering to glance at him. Xiao Tiance remained silent, his expression grim. As the Dark Prince's personal bodyguard, the greedy wolf war god was somewhat privy to the Luo family's affairs. He looked up at the dilapidated old district and sighed softly. Your Majesty, the Baikatang in Jiangdu is quite renowned locally. Even if the Luo family is exceptionally low-key, they wouldn't reside in a place like this. Xinglong's words struck a nerve with Xiao Tiance. Why would they live in a place like this? All these years, while Xiao Tiance had been guarding Qintian prison, what exactly had transpired in Jiangdu? This very matter was precisely what Xiao Tiance had returned to Jiangdu to investigate. If Your Majesty does not mind, I shall go and escort Miss Luo back immediately. Xinglong, fearing the sovereign's impatience, spoke up to remind him. Xiao Tiance still shook his head. No need to rush. I'll find her myself. Luo Qingya has waited all these years, I have no reason not to wait a little longer. But remember this, no matter how dilapidated this neighborhood may be, it remains Luo Qingya's home. Dispatch the Qinglong squadron to guard it diligently. Though Luo Qingya had only gone out to buy groceries, 2 hours had now passed without a trace of her. Xiao Tiance, growing impatient himself, instructed Xinglong to wait there while he headed alone toward the market. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated office, a young man sat with his legs crossed, sunglasses on, a cigarette dangling between 2 fingers. His name was Zhang Wen, the administrator of the old district. Surrounded by a few thugs, he grabbed Luo Qingya and shoved her into a corner. The suddenness of it all made panic flash across Luo Qingya's face. Miss, I summoned you here with no ill intent. Many residents of the old quarter have complained about your stay there, and Flying Group keeps stirring up trouble. This place is no longer safe for you. I'm giving you advance notice, you'd better find somewhere else to stay. Flying Corporation was a subsidiary of the 4 great families. The neighborhood committee of the old district certainly dared not confront the 4 great families directly, so they could only pick on the weak. The Luo family went bankrupt. Baikatang underwent a generational change. Luo Qingya now faced family hardship, penniless, with the old district being her only option. Though she claimed it was a move, her empty pockets made it impossible to sustain. Mr. Zhang, the old neighborhood isn't scheduled for demolition at all. Yet Feixiang Group keeps harassing us. As property management, you should handle this. Besides, I've never heard of any resident complaining about me. Why this sudden accusation? And dragging me here in broad daylight, isn't that a bit excessive? Poor Luo Qingya had originally gone to the market to buy some discounted vegetables. Little did she know that on her way back, she was suddenly shoved into a van by a group of people. In the blink of an eye, she was brought to the property management office of the old neighborhood without explanation. Just as Luo Qingya was seething with anger, Zhang Wen preemptively struck. With a loud thud, he kicked over the desk. He removed his sunglasses and snarled, "Looks like you're choosing to drink the punishment wine instead of the complimentary wine." That's right. I'll tell you straight today, our property management and Flying Group are in cahoots. This old district was built with Flying Group's investment back in the day. You really think you're still the spoiled princess of Baikatang? If you're not busy, go ahead and sue me. I'd love to see what kind of storm you can stir up without the Luo family backing you up. The meek get trampled, the gentle get ridden. Ever since the family's downfall, Luo Qingya had spent her days in tears. She once believed she could turn her circumstances around through her own efforts. Little did she know society would turn its back the moment she fell. Forget making a comeback now, even basic necessities like food, clothing, shelter, and transportation are problems. Life has become an uphill battle, every step a struggle. Facing such blatant bullying, Luo Qingya had seen far too much of it over the years. She could only nod faintly and slowly push open the property management office door. But the very next second, 2 thugs instantly blocked her path. Zhang Wen's face twisted into a malicious grin. Miss, just wait a moment. I know you're short on cash. Who in Jiangdu doesn't know about the Baikatang incident? Living in a rundown place like this old district, it's really not suitable for a young lady like you. If you're willing, I could help you find another place. No money? No problem. But ever since Luo Qingya moved into the old district, Zhang Wen had been secretly observing her. A lady of such noble birth, now fallen on hard times, is not someone anyone would dare to covet. Back when Baikatang was thriving, someone like Zhang Wen wouldn't have dared to speak out of turn. But now that Luo Qingya was alone and vulnerable, Zhang Wen's lustful thoughts surged instantly. As he spoke, his right hand reached forward to grope. A chill ran through Luo Qingya's heart. She dodged while shouting, "Mr. Zhang, please control yourself." Now that the lamb had fallen into the tiger's mouth, how could it possibly escape unscathed? Luo Qingya hurriedly dodged backward. But Zhang Wen only grew more aggressive. He lunged forward in a single stride, grabbing Luo Qingya's arm with an iron grip. His face had twisted into a grimace even before he spoke. "You filthy brat, let me make this clear, you didn't just offend the Feishan group. You've offended the 4 great families of this era. Why did Bai Keatang collapse? Don't you have a clue in your filthy mind? Anyone who dares oppose the 4 great families within Jiangdu survives by sheer miracle. What if I force myself on you? What then?" The tension had reached its peak. Zhang Wen wouldn't let it go. But just as his entire body lunged forward, a thunderous crash echoed. The heavily bolted iron gate of the property was instantly kicked flying. A man clad in white athletic wear stood there, his expression cold and his aura commanding. Xiao Tiance. For years, Luo Qingya had nowhere to vent her bitterness. She certainly hadn't wished for Xiao Tiance's return. Just as Zhang Wen had said, the 4 major families within Jiangdu held absolute power. Offending them meant certain death. Luo Qingya had already endured that once she refused to lose Xiao Tiance again. Thus, upon seeing Xiao Tiance return to Jiangdu, she felt a mix of sorrow and joy. But what surprised her even more was that whenever trouble arose, Xiao Tiance was always the first to appear. The blast that shattered the door sent Zhang Wen reeling for a moment before he erupted in curses. "You little bastard, daring to barge in without my permission?" Luo Qingya also gazed in Xiao Tiance's direction, murmuring softly, "Mr. Xiao, when we parted 5 years ago, you said we would never meet again. This is my own business now. Please leave immediately." "Leave? Back then, my family was destroyed and my life hung by a thread. Now that I've left the valley, how can I speak of leaving without first eliminating my enemies?" Chapter 12, Her Truth. Luo Qingya, what on earth is going on? How did Bai Chao Hall offend the 4 great families of Jiangdu? Xiao Tiance couldn't care less about Zhang Wen's affairs. A mere property management company could hardly stir up much trouble. But now that she's returned, Luo Qingya's unusual attitude clearly ties back to the 4 great families. Before Luo Qingya could answer, however, Zhang Wen's face broke into a smug grin. He shouted on the spot. "How amusing. A fallen heiress paired with Longqing's outcast. You two really are a pair of scoundrels who found each other. Who in Jiangdu doesn't know you're just a dog kicked out of the Xiao family of Longcheng? Without the Xiao family, you're nothing." Back when Xiao Tiance was gravely wounded and recuperating at Bai Keatang, he barely mentioned his family affairs. All this was to prevent Luo Qingya from being implicated. Yet in these years, even the minutiae of property management had become common knowledge. "Luo Qingya, I once promised that when I returned, I would marry you. Now I have returned, and my promise still stands." As Xiao Tiance spoke these words, his right hand shot forward in a sudden strike. Zhang Wen, who had just been mocking him moments ago, instantly felt a powerful force pierce through his chest. With a clatter, he fell to his knees. Zhang Wen never dreamed a fallen dog would dare to strike at this moment. And to strike without hesitation. Luo Qingya was utterly shocked. All these years, she had lived cautiously, never expecting Xiao Tiance's return to be so devastating. Fearing she'd caused a major incident, she was about to apologize, but in the blink of an eye, she saw Zhang Wen lying lifeless on the ground. "You've killed someone?" It was hard to imagine that the once gentle and refined man could strike with such brutal force. "I did indeed kill someone. My return here was solely for the purpose of killing. The debts of the past must now be repaid. It's time to settle accounts with my old enemies. Luo Qingya told me, why do you live in such a dilapidated place? Why doesn't Bai Chao Hall belong to the Luo family? And where have my uncle, aunt, elder brother, and cousin all gone? Why would even a lowly caretaker know I was cast out by the Xiao family?" A black BMW sat parked in the dilapidated old district, its luxury starkly out of place amidst the rundown surroundings. When Boss Sun and Black Tiger opened the doors, they found the residents of the complex had already vanished without a trace. Only one man stood before the entrance, hands on his hips, utterly motionless. He stood there, unmoved by the autumn wind, as still as a monk in deep meditation. "Mr. Sun? Is that you, Boss Sun?" A faint voice rose from the ground. Ah Fei scrambled forward, crawling and rolling, leaving a trail of blood behind him as he reached Mr. Sun. Ah Fei's eyes had long since become empty sockets. Even Mr. Sun was momentarily startled. Then came an unparalleled rage. Mr. Sun was furious, and not just because Ah Fei's eyes had been gouged out. Attacking Ah Fei was tantamount to declaring war on the Feishan group. A company under the protection of the 4 great families, at least in Jiangdu, should never have been treated this way. When Boss Sun looked up, he saw only the green dragon standing guard at the door. Combined with Ah Fei's pitiful state, certain things required no further explanation. "You hit my employee? You don't know that flying group isn't someone to mess with." From outward appearances, the greedy wolf war god was also a burly figure. But for flying group, such formidable fighters were never in short supply. Moreover, black tigers strike the ox from across the mountain technique had long been perfected to its pinnacle. With that skill alone, whoever stands in his way will meet the same fate. I'm asking you a question. Mr. Sun's voice grew louder and louder. He drew ever closer to the greedy wolf war god. When he was less than 2 meters away, Xinglong suddenly spoke. My sovereign has decreed, the old city district shall not be demolished. Among Xia Nation's 4 great war gods, Xiao Tiance chose Xinglong as his personal bodyguard not because he was a 9-star war god. Rather, it was because he was a straightforward man. Simple enough to obey the sovereign's commands unconditionally. Upon hearing this, Boss Sun paused slightly. As a demolition company operating within Jiangdu, Flying Group could tear down any property it desired. There had never been a case where demolition couldn't be done. Especially in the old city district. With no connections or backing, demolishing this area was as easy as crushing an ant. With Black Tiger in command, Mr. Sun burst into laughter. He deliberately stepped over the greedy wolf war god's body. He stared at the cluster of houses behind him and snorted coldly. What if I insist on tearing it down? Mr. Sun was provoking them, and Xinglong's response was even simpler. Any member of the flying group who dares to enter will be killed without mercy. The greedy wolf war god hadn't moved yet because the time hadn't come. Mr. Sun found Xinglong increasingly intriguing. Beside him, Black Tiger suddenly stepped forward. A formidable aura coalesced in his right hand. A battle was about to erupt in an instant. Mr. Sun suddenly patted Black Panther on the shoulder. This is interesting. Hold off on killing him for now. Let's play a little longer. I'll see just who in this world dares to speak the words, kill without mercy. Mr. Sun then made a call. Within minutes, several henchmen arrived at the scene in excavators, their engines roaring. It was clear from the phone call that these lackeys already knew everything. Especially the 3 leading the way, each wielding a sledgehammer. Uncle, allow me to introduce us today. We're all from Flying Group. Not only am I going inside, but I'm going to tear this building down right in front of you. Guys, the boss gave the order not a single brick or tile is to remain. Get to work now. The 3 men swung their hammers as they swiftly crossed into the alley of the old residential area. They had barely stepped through the doorway. Whoosh! 3 men appeared out of nowhere. Clad in black armor and wielding military sabers, they drew their blades through the air with a light flick. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Then, everyone could clearly see 3 heads arc through the air before tumbling to the ground like soccer balls. The autumn wind ushered in a profound stillness. The old residential district was enveloped in an unprecedented stillness. Even Black Tiger's eyes sharpened in that instant. He really killed them. It was that simple, that straightforward. Only now did Boss Sun realize he'd bitten off more than he could chew today. Who the hell are you? Where the hell did you people come from? Mr. Sun screamed frantically, his voice tinged with impotent rage. The group of thugs who had run over from the group stood frozen in place. They were here to beat people, not kill them. This clearly contradicted what the boss had said. Chapter 13, Picking the Wrong Foes. I think we should take a long-term view on this Sun boss business. Black Tiger was undoubtedly a worldly man. He's no stranger to the violence of the underworld, but such decisive action is rare. Mr. Sun hesitated for a moment. Soon, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He came here today to serve the 4 great families. Success would bring immeasurable honor and profit in the future. Moreover, as a demolition group, tearing down an old neighborhood was perfectly justified. Keep pushing forward. Use the road roller to bulldoze straight through. Whoever breaks through gets a year-end bonus of 300,000 yuan. Money talks, that saying holds true anywhere. One burly man hesitated for less than 2 seconds before leaping over the roller in one bound. The multi-ton roller rumbled incessantly. Though not particularly fast, its sheer weight could crush everything in its path. Just as everyone watched helplessly, anticipating the roller's imminent path of destruction, the greedy wolf war god suddenly bent his waist slightly. The movement resembled a sumo wrestler's stance. Though no one dared believe it, that lunging posture clearly signaled an intent to go head-to-head with the steamroller. Mr. Sun must be out of his mind. No matter how skilled he is, he can't possibly match up against a machine like that. I bet he'd be crushed into bloody pulp in one hit. Mr. Sun roared with laughter, ready to witness the brutal spectacle. But then, everyone saw it clearly, the road roller suddenly froze in place. The engine was clearly still burning. Wispy black smoke still curled from the fuel tank area. Yet from the back of the machine, it looked as if it had stalled. Dazhuang, what are you doing? Step on the gas pedal all the way. Didn't you hear Mr. Sun speak? If you run someone over, you won't be the one paying. Within Flying Group, this man named Dazhuang was known for his ruthless fighting spirit. Back in the day, he'd beaten 2 neighbors to death with his bare fists. It was precisely because Boss Sun recognized his fighting prowess that he kept him close, sparing him punishment. Why was he afraid now? This kind of fear could only be truly understood by experiencing it firsthand. The moment Dazhuang approached the greedy wolf war god, the first thing he saw were the other's eyes. Those were absolutely not human eyes. In the depths of that gaze lay what seemed like a sea of blood and a battlefield. If his earlier thoughts had been mere imagination, the moment Dajwan watched the road roller slowly lift off the ground, he was utterly dumbfounded. This terror was no mere paranoia, it was stark, undeniable reality. A pair of hands gripped the front wheel of the road roller so tightly that sparks flew, then effortlessly lifted both man and machine into the air. The king had declared, any intruder entering Flying Group's premises would be killed without mercy. Next, the several-ton roller lifted off the ground, man and machine alike. In the hands of the greedy wolf war god, it was nothing more than a toy. Boom! An explosion echoed, reducing everything to dust in an instant. The burly man who had just pressed the accelerator was crushed to death beneath the road roller's wheels. The wheels kept rolling relentlessly, each rotation crushing the man's abdomen and internal organs. The tires, once pale green, were now stained crimson. The four great families must be mocking you, Mr. Sun. Attacking objects from afar works on people, but not monsters. Black Tiger, who had been so calm just moments ago, now looked like a sickly cat. No business owner in the world would ever speak or act like a low-level thug. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called bosses. Mr. Sun also sensed something was amiss. This task the four great families had given him didn't seem like a cushy gig at all, it was a pitfall waiting to happen. Heed advice and you'll live to eat your fill. Just as Boss Sun was about to return to his BMW, he suddenly noticed another figure had appeared beside the vehicle. The Azure Dragon Squad. This man bore no difference from the killer who had just struck, still clad in full armor. The blade rose and fell with deadly precision. But when the sparks in the air finally settled, a BMW had been cleaved clean in two. Then, greedy wolf war god spoke slowly from behind. Our sovereign also said, if the boss of Flying Group arrives, he won't be leaving. Brother Xiao, less than a week after you left by Kaetang, my entire family, 5 of us, were torn apart. My wife and children scattered, my body and head separated. On the way back to the old residential district, Xiao Tiance halted his steps. After repeated questioning, Luo Qingya finally revealed the truth. Yet even that opening sentence alone sent a chill down Xiao Tiance's spine. What did you say? Are you saying uncle and aunt? Back when Xiao Tiance was seeking investors for Baikaetang, the Luo family had unanimously opposed it. Only Luo Qingya's family had been wholeheartedly supportive, willing to back him unconditionally. Especially Luo Qingya's father. To treat Xiao Tiance's injuries, they spared no expense, using Baichao Hall's most precious medicines and exhausting every possible treatment. During that period, nearly half of Baikaetang's precious medicines were depleted solely for Xiao Tiance's treatment. Yet the Luo family harbored no resentment, showering this stranger, Xiao Tiance, with extraordinary care. As they grew familiar with each other, Uncle Luo even declared that if Xiao Tiance had nowhere to go, he could stay with the Luo family and marry Luo Qingya. Yet the path to romantic love remained forever closed. Back then, Xiao Tiance had to leave without a word after staying for half a year, leaving only a note for Luo Qingya, red leaves drift southward. After residing for half a year, he departed without farewell, leaving only a note for Luo Qingya, red leaves drift southward. Later, when the poison manifested as a demonic body and nearly killed him, his master saved him, leading to his present state. Now returning to Jiangdu, he sought to repay his debt and fulfill his promise. Yet the benefactor who bestowed that kindness was long gone. A week after you left, when I returned from gathering herbs on the mountain, I found my home engulfed in flames. My father and mother's severed heads hung from the doorframe, and my brother had been dismembered and torn to pieces. My sister vanished without a trace, her fate unknown. As Luo Yang recounted this tale, his expression remained unnaturally calm. Yet the very stillness of his composure only amplified the unbearable agony it conveyed. 5 lives, all gone in an instant. Who was the killer? The air around Xiao Tiance seemed to grow bitterly cold. Luo Qingya shook her head gently. I don't know. Though there were cameras outside our ancestral home, the Security Bureau has already launched an investigation and confiscated all relevant footage. To this day, there are still no leads. After our family's decline, my eldest uncle and uncle took advantage of the situation. Not only did they refuse to avenge father, they seized the family business, allowing Baikaetang to fall into others' hands. Chapter 14, Buddha's Wrath. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. This is precisely the truth. Back when the Xiao family fell into disgrace, Xiao Tiance suffered the same fate. His father was murdered. His mother fled years ago and remains missing to this day. But the Xiao family's affairs were Xiao Tiance's own burden to bear. Luo Qingya's situation was entirely different. The once thriving Baichao Hall, the once warm and loving family, all now faded into a distant dream. And Xiao Tiance already held the answer to all this in his hands. You mean my uncle and aunt were killed a week after I left? Tears glistened on Luo Qingya's face as she questioned him. She shook her head slowly. My father, with his vast experience, knew the moment he saved you that you were no ordinary man. You were once the young master of Longcheng, but our family has never regretted saving you. Xiao Tiance's fists clenched so tightly they cracked, a trickle of blood seeping from his bitten lip. The Luo family tragedy. What's there to investigate? The Xiao family has gone too far. The Luo family of Luoyang merely saved you, yet they were brutally wiped out. A thread of clues quickly formed a coherent line in his mind. Yet Xiao Tiance still harbored one lingering question. When I stayed at Baikatang, my uncle and aunt never revealed my identity. Surely they'd keep it hidden after I left. My uncle and aunt showed me kindness as deep as mountains. They were also intelligent people. They would never risk exposing my true identity. Even a minor property management firm had already uncovered matters concerning the Xiao family. Clearly, there was more to the story. Faced with this question, Luo Qingya could only shake her head helplessly. I have no idea who leaked the information, but the Xiao family did not kill my parents. After my family's downfall, I pleaded with the Security Bureau to investigate. Their findings revealed that during that period, no one from Longcheng had traveled to Jiangdu. The enemy was in Jiangdu. As dusk fell, shadows lengthened. For a long while, Xiao Tiance and Luo Qingya remained silent. One bore the pain within their heart, the other the hatred within theirs. But no matter which emotion gathered together, the outcome was always the same. This debt of blood must be repaid with blood. Rest assured, Qingya, I have not failed that day. Whoever the murderer may be, I will make them pay. Let's return home first. Take me to pay my respects at the resting place of my uncle and aunt. Though they are no longer with us, their kindness will never be forgotten. A few minutes later, the two strolled back to the old residential neighborhood. The courtyard of the residential area held an extremely peculiar scene. The greedy wolf war god and several members of his team still stood in a line. A road roller emitted faint blue flames. A body lay crushed beneath it. The surrounding enforcers had long since lowered their weapons, staring at Qinglong as if he were a monster. Little wolf, from Flying Group? Only Flying Group would dare cause trouble in this old residential district. Reporting to His Majesty, enemy forces are now fully surrounded. The greedy wolf war god returned to the city, still radiating that frontier aura. Xiao Tiance glanced toward Boss Sun, only to see Black Tiger already in tatters. Had Xiao Tiance not intervened in time, Black Tiger would have been on the brink of despair. Abnormal. Absolutely insane. Black Tiger sensed trouble brewing and had prepared to leave with Boss Sun minutes earlier. But the greedy wolf war god stood his ground, impenetrable as a fortress. Merely standing his ground. Mr. Sun and his men realized escape was impossible. Whether it was striking a target from across a mountain or retrieving objects through the air. Skills once thought to be unmatched at the pinnacle of mastery. Yet before this man standing before them, they remained utterly ineffective. Black Tiger's composure was on the verge of shattering. Who knew what kind of moves he'd just unleashed? Since he began studying martial arts, he'd exhausted every conceivable technique in his mind. Yet he couldn't break through the defenses. Who exactly ordered Flying Group to target the Luo family? The old city district was still over a decade away from demolition. And Jiangdu hasn't contracted any new real estate projects for this area. Taking on this task for no apparent reason is clearly a thankless effort. It was obvious even with my eyes closed that Flying Group was targeting Luo Qingya. The moment Xiao Tiance uttered those words, the Black Tiger beside him stirred. The moment he clashed with Qinglong, Heihu realized they weren't even on the same level. Now was no longer the time to debate whether they could defeat their opponent. The question now was how to escape. The greedy wolf war god stood clad in black armor, his mere presence radiating overwhelming power. By comparison, Xiao Tiance's appearance was gentle and scholarly. From any angle, he did not resemble a warrior forged on the battlefield. As the saying goes, to capture the bandits, first capture their leader. The moment Black Tiger spotted Xiao Tiance, he leapt forward without hesitation, unleashing a powerful strike aimed squarely at his opponent's chest. Even the greedy wolf war god hadn't anticipated Black Tiger's move. Yet the greedy wolf war god remained motionless. Not only did he not move his lips, but a faint smile even played upon them. The instant that smile touched his lips, Black Tiger's heart sank to the depths. He had just fought against the Azure Dragon, losing every single battle, yet he had never once seen a trace of a smile on the Azure Dragon's face. His face seemed carved from stone, perpetually numb. Yet now, he smiled. Such an eerie smile. The moment that smile appeared, Xiao Tiance had already struck. Get lost. Having heard Luo Qingya's tragic ordeal, Xiao Tiance had no desire to waste time with her. His attack was brutally direct. With a swift swish, he moved like a breeze. Black Tiger's eyes widened in shock. Before he could unleash his inner force, a surge of energy instantly pierced through his chest. Attacking through solid objects? Could you be an internal martial arts master too? Before Black Tiger could voice his question, it dissolved into a cold corpse lying on the ground. Mr. Sun was almost speechless. Today truly felt like encountering a ghost. He had genuinely believed that completing this task would earn him generous rewards from the four great families. But now it seemed this wasn't just a pitfall, it was a massive pit of fire. Sir, I truly didn't recognize a mountain when I saw one. The Lin family of the four great families ordered me to do this. I'm merely taking their money to do their bidding. As for the specific grudges and grievances involved, someone like me wouldn't know. Xiao Tiance had never heard of the four great families. Nor did he understand why such deep enmity existed. But since others seek to kill him, he can't just sit back and wait for death. If you don't know, then go ask. If you can't get answers, then die. When dealing with enemies, Xiao Tiance never showed mercy. It was precisely because of mercy that so many tragedies were allowed to unfold. Mr. Sun, hearing there's a way out, would scramble to leave in a heartbeat. The one who could take down Black Tiger in an instant was absolutely not someone Mr. Sun could handle. Regardless of any connection between the great families and this monster before us, it was certainly not something Flying Group could meddle in. No problem, I'm outta here. As he said I'm outta here, Boss Sun actually rolled on the ground. Little did he know, a chill crept up his spine the very next moment. Since you've come this far, leave a little something behind before you go. Chapter 15, named Morong. Just moments ago, Boss Sun was ecstatic with joy. The next second, he felt a chill descending from above. Then, inexplicably, an arm flew 2 meters away. Blood flowed unceasingly across the floor. Mr. Sun's face contorted into a grimace. I'll take the interest, and by the way, I'll immediately announce to the city that demolition of the old residential area is prohibited. That afternoon, several neighbors stood in the courtyard, staring at the undisturbed old neighborhood, their faces filled with bewilderment. Luo Qingya's woman offended Flying Group. Our houses should have been demolished. Why are they still standing? I think we should all move out. Just because nothing happened today doesn't mean trouble won't come later. That girl Luo Qingya is so pitiful. Bai Keatang was destroyed, and now she's all alone. We can't just kick her out to avoid trouble. While the neighbors were still discussing, another row of BMWs pulled into the courtyard of the old residential area. The neighbors trembled in fear. Then they saw Ah Fei, both eyes blind, hurriedly opening the car doors with over a dozen henchmen in tow. But this time, they didn't bring weapons or insults. Instead, they brought all kinds of congratulatory gifts. Oh dear, neighbors, we're terribly sorry. It was our Flying Group's mistake. We misread the demolition date for this old residential area. This is a small token of respect from Flying Group, as a gesture of apology to everyone. After stowing the gifts away, Ah Fei frantically groped around with both hands. He stumbled into the BMW and sped away. He feared that lingering in this old neighborhood for even a second longer would spell his doom. Clearly, all this was done out of respect for Boss Sun, and even more so for Xiao Tiance. The demolition notices vanished overnight, wiped clean. As for Luo Qingya's reputation, the uninformed residents had already changed their minds. Looks like we misunderstood before Flying Group just got the date wrong. I knew someone as kind as Luo Qingya wouldn't offend anyone. Looks like we can finally live here in peace. This gift is quite valuable. Thanks to Xiao Tiance, the residents of the old housing district were suddenly filled with laughter and joy. Yet kneeling amidst the pine grove, Mr. Sun felt like crying without tears. The glow of the evening sun illuminated the bamboo grove. The Lin brothers glared at Sun, kneeling on the ground, their anger boiling over. Lin Xiao, who had planned to spend the night with several beauties, even kicked Sun Boss twice himself. What a useless piece of trash. He couldn't even handle this simple task. Who was Xiao Tiance? He was the Xiao family's useless scapegoat. Before he was expelled from the clan, I admit even I might not have dared touch him. But now he's nothing but a stray dog. If Miss Morong finds out you've handled things this way, she'll likely question the capabilities of our four great families. By the way, let me tell you something else, our family never keeps useless dogs. With that, Lin Xiao drew a short sword and slashed it clean across Boss Sun's throat. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that Mr. Sun would ultimately not die by Xiao Tiance's hand, but instead fall victim to the four great families. The plump Lin Fei patted his protruding belly. Though the sight was somewhat comical, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes upon hearing the news. Big brother, Black Tiger from Flying Group is a former mercenary. Do you really think that kid is just a stray dog? A tiger in a lowland may be bullied by dogs, but there's also a saying, even a starving camel is bigger than a horse. Hearing his younger brother's words, Lin Xiao burst into laughter. Brother, aren't you being overly cautious? Without the Xiao family's name, he's nothing. Alright, I've got a mountain of work to handle tonight. Everyone's waiting for me. And don't forget about the equity auction. The fat man watched his boss leave, his mind restless. A soft pat echoed through the bamboo grove. A masked man leapt down from the air, his footsteps light and agile. You heard what Big Brother and I said earlier, right? That Lin Xiao is nothing but a fool. He'll never inherit the Lin family's business. Following me is the right path for you. The masked man stood silently beside him. But Lin Fei had long grown accustomed to this state of affairs. The Lin family's internal affairs weren't as idyllic as imagined brothers fighting over the family business was commonplace. The masked assassin before him was none other than Yun Fei, a master assassin secretly hired at great expense to eliminate future threats. Compared to Black Tiger, he was worlds apart. I always handle things cleanly and decisively. Remember, take out Xiao Tiance and that together. I don't have time for such petty schemes. In that moment, the fat man bathed in the evening glow showed not a trace of foolishness. Only icy coldness remained in his eyes. The cramped two-bedroom apartment reeked of mold. The mottled walls bore the marks of years gone by. Though Luo Qingya kept the place tidy, the bare cement floor and sparse furniture spoke volumes of its bleakness. Two memorial portraits sat upon the inkstone table in the living room. Xiao Tiance lit 3 sticks of incense for his aunt and uncle. "Qingya, do you know about the 4 great families of Jiangdu?" Luo Qingya paused slightly. Everyone in Jiangdu knew of the 4 great families. This was the first time she'd ever heard such a question. Across Jiangdu, each of the 4 great families governed distinct territories, yet their influence was all-encompassing, each dominating their own domain. Nanchu, Yu, Lin, these were the aliases of the 4 great families. The Lin family controls the Jiangdu conglomerate, while the Yu family commands the shadowy underworld. The Chu family is even more formidable, operating across borders with their own mercenary forces. But the most enigmatic of all is the Nan family. They too stand among the foremost of the 4 great families. No one knows the true depth of the Nan's power. Legends even whisper of imperial connections behind them. However, the 4 great families have always been at odds with one another. For years, they've been locked in fierce rivalry over the Jiangdu region. Yet just half a year ago, the 4 families seemed to set aside their past grievances and forged an alliance. And all these rumors stem from the existence of one woman. Murong Shui. Xiao Tiance had been listening quietly just moments before. But the moment he heard the name Murong Shui, his entire demeanor shifted instantly. Not only that, but the expression on the greedy wolf war god standing beside him also grew extremely peculiar. It was an expression Luo Qingya had never witnessed before. Xiao Tiance's eyes first revealed boundless sorrow, then disappointment and despair. Finally, all his emotions boiled over into a raging inferno. "You know her?" Faced with Luo Qingya's puzzlement, Xiao Tiance suddenly burst into a maniacal laugh. "Not just recognize? Murong Shui is none other than the cousin I recognized in Longqing all those years ago. And equally, the one who killed my father." Chapter 16, The Xiao Family Incident. Look how radiant this child is. In the depths of winter, who could bear to harm such a soul? Surnamed Murong? Since this child has a name, let us honor its meaning. Perhaps one day we may find her parents. Murong, the future of the Xiao family rests on you and your brother. What are you doing? If you persist in this stubbornness, the Xiao family will have no place for you. A simple name plunged Xiao Tiance into endless contemplation. His father's words echoed relentlessly in his ears. Memories long lost swirled relentlessly within his mind. Luo Qingya gently tugged at Xiao Tiance's sleeve, finally pulling him back to reality. The silence thickened with palpable tension. The old residential area exuded a musty odor. His clenched fists began to crackle with tension, though he hadn't noticed when it started. "You mean that mysterious woman in Jiangdu now is your cousin? And she's the one who killed your father?" Luo Qingya had heard of brothers turning against each other over interests. But she'd never heard of a sister capable of such an unfilial act. Yet such was often the harsh reality. Back then, during the depths of winter, my father, Xiao Tianjie, was out sightseeing when he came across an abandoned infant. Around the baby's neck hung a gold plaque inscribed with the name Murong Shui. In the merciless winter cold, the baby girl would surely have perished in the icy snow. My father, unable to bear the sight, took her in. Thus, Miss Murong became my cousin. We grew up together, and my father treated her as his own daughter, showing her even greater care precisely because she had lost both parents at a young age. As Xiao Tiance recounted, she spent a perfect childhood with Murong Shui. As time passed, Xiao Tianjie treated both children equally, preparing them both to take over the Xiao family enterprise. Back then, Murong was innocent and adorable, spending every day with Xiao Tiance, pure and carefree. Yet who could have imagined that beneath that innocent face lurked a demon? Times changed. Xiao Tianjie grew old. He had intended to nurture Xiao Tiance and Murong, preparing them to jointly inherit the Xiao family enterprise. Yet who could have foreseen that the Xiao family of Longqing would be struck by calamity at this very moment? The Xiao family branch in Longqing was under the heavenly realm's control. 5 years ago, on a moonlit night, the main family suddenly convened a Xiao family meeting and tragedy struck from that moment onward. The Xiao family's business grew ever larger, but old Master Xiao, insatiable like a snake swallowing an elephant, sought not only to expand domestically but also to extend his business overseas. Ultimately, he made contact with overseas warlords. This overseas warlord had long been invading the nation's borders, making him a mortal enemy of Xia Nation. Collaborating with the nation's foe across the frontier was utterly intolerable. At the meeting, Xiao Tianjie openly clashed with the patriarch, causing an uproar that shook the entire city. Unexpectedly, the patriarch stubbornly pursued his course, expelling Xiao Tianjie from the family, his judgment long clouded by greed. Father Xiao Tianjie, having reached his limit, severed ties with the patriarch, causing his standing in Longqing to plummet. Even more unexpectedly, after one moonlit evening, Murong Shui suddenly proposed a compromise, to embrace the overseas warlords and the patriarch, uniting hearts and minds. Xiao Tianjie pleaded with her relentlessly, but Morong Shui remained unmoved. With no other choice, they parted ways. Unexpectedly, Morong feigned departure, colluded with overseas warlords, annihilated Tianjie, seized his assets, and ultimately committed such an unthinkable act of treason before vanishing from Longcheng. Morong Shui's enmities and favors all have their origins. It seems you escaped Longcheng, only to find yourself in Jiangdu, where you've conspired with the four great families to rise again. After hearing the entire tale, even the greedy wolf war god was momentarily stunned. He knew the Dark Emperor was all-powerful, but had never heard of such a tragic past. Your Majesty, who could have imagined such a ruthless individual existed in this world? It seems Miss Luo's situation is also closely tied to that Morong Shui. It seems Morong Shui remains unrepentant, still harboring hatred toward you. After fleeing with the funds to Jiangdu, she likely heard of your presence here and sought to eliminate you completely. But since you went to Qingtian prison and couldn't find her, she turned her attention to Luo Qingya, bringing disaster upon the Luo family. People possess both good and evil, but Morong Shui has descended into utter wickedness. The greedy wolf war god has always detested evil with a passion. He instantly dropped to one knee, hands clasped in salute. Your Majesty, I will crush the four great families this very moment. At your command, Morong Shui and the four great families shall be utterly annihilated, not a single soul spared. Blood for blood, that is precisely the style of the greedy wolf war god. Yet after uttering these words, Xiao Tiance slowly shook his head. Total annihilation? Not a single soul spared? Little wolf, my experiences over the years have made me no saint. Why should I do good deeds? Xiao Tiance's expression remained utterly composed, yet within that composure, an unfathomable depth suddenly emerged. Even a nine-star war god of his generation felt a chill run down his spine when he met Xiao Tiance's gaze. What a line, I'm no saint, so why bother with kindness? Qinglong's eyes flinched slightly as he bowed his head. May I ask, Your Majesty, what is your decision? Xiao Tiance narrowed his eyes, gazing into the distance as he spoke slowly. Morong Shuiren and the four great families annihilated the Luo clan, yet deliberately spared Luo Qingya, my beloved. They must have done so to subject her to endless torment. Since my cousin could commit such a heartless act, we shall repay them in kind. Keep my identity hidden. Let them taste hope, then plunge into despair. Destroy the leaves and uproot the tree. If the four great families are towering trees in Jiangdu, then Xiao Tiance will sever them leaf by leaf, root by root. Xiao Tiance's cryptic words left Luo Qingya beside him utterly bewildered. What was this talk of annihilating the four great families? Why did it sound as though eliminating the four great families would be as easy as crushing an ant? If Xiao Tiance had the backing of the Xiao family, perhaps none of this would be an issue. But Xiao Tiance's father had long since severed ties with the Xiao clan entirely, and they had been cast out together. Without the backing of a major family in Longcheng, how could he possibly stand against the four great families? My father once said he never regretted what happened back then. So listen to me, Xiao Tiance, leave Jiangzhou immediately. I never imagined you and that Morong girl shared such deep, blood-soaked enmity. If that woman learns you still exist, it might be too late to flee. Luo Qingya's eyes brimmed with tears as she cried out, but the next moment, Xiao Tiance pulled her tightly into his embrace. The overwhelming killing intent vanished instantly, replaced by the gentlest whisper reaching her ears. Qingya, your family sacrificed so much to save me back then. I swear to you, everything the Luo family lost, I will reclaim with my own hands. Chapter 17, Old Acquaintances. Autumn leaves painted by the night rain. Jiangdu Cemetery took on a somber air in the night rain. Late at night, a black sedan pulled up before the cemetery gates, its presence adding an eerie touch to the darkness. Xiao Tiance and Luo Qingya pushed open the door, gazing at the distant cemetery with a flood of emotions. Back when we parted ways, I still murmured to myself, hoping to return soon and properly honor my uncle and aunt. Without them, I would not be where I am today. Alas, now the scenery remains but the people are gone. Xiao Tiance sighed, then suddenly turned to Luo Qingya beside him. Qingya, I recall your family home was called the 100 Flowers Garden? 100 flowers blooming in the 100 Flowers Garden. Back then, Luo Qingya's residence was in Jiangdu's largest villa district, known as 100 Flower Garden. But after Luo Qingya's parents passed away, the family business was torn apart, and even their villa was seized. It all seemed like a fleeting dream. Watching Luo Qingya nod slightly, Xiao Tiance continued, on the night your parents were murdered, I heard surveillance cameras outside 100 Flower Garden recorded everything. According to you, that footage has been handed over to the security bureau, yet there's still no trace of the killer? Earlier in the old residential district, Luo Qingya had already mentioned it. After the security bureau took over this case, there has been no progress whatsoever. Seeing Luo Qingya respond again, Xiao Tiance abruptly turned to face Qinglong, who was driving. Little wolf, go to the security bureau and retrieve the footage from that year. It's time to pluck a few leaves from the four great families. With that order given, the vehicle roared away into the night. Xiao Tiance held a bottle of sorghum red wine in his hand. He slowly pushed open the door to the mausoleum area. Back then, Luo Qingya's father and Xiao Tiance had been exceptionally close. They often dined together, raising their cups in song and engaging in lively discourse. Highland Red was also the favorite liquor of his late uncle. Though times had changed and they could no longer sit together, he still wanted to raise a toast with the old man. "Why are you here again?" "Young lady, I've already told you this cemetery area is off limits." Just as the two were about to step inside, an elderly man suddenly staggered out of the security booth. The old man was clearly the head security guard of the cemetery. Xiao Tiance heard these words with a hint of confusion. "Old man, we're here to pay our respects to the departed. Why can't we perform memorial rites in the cemetery?" Seeing Xiao Tiance, the old man paused slightly before turning his gaze back to Luo Qingya. "Young lady, it's not that I won't let you in. The four great families have explicitly forbidden you from coming here to burn incense or visit graves. They even said that if you came again, they'd destroy your parents' graves. I'm an old man now, and making a living isn't easy. Please spare me." At the mention of the four great families, Xiao Tiance's expression instantly turned icy. The graveyard, shrouded in nightfall, already carried an eerie atmosphere that sent chills down one's spine. Yet the chill emanating from Xiao Tiance himself sent an even deeper shiver down the spine. The old man who had been chatting with Luo Qingya unconsciously shifted his gaze toward Xiao Tiance. His expression shifted from confusion to utter shock. "Could you be Mr. Xiao? You have some nerve, boy. Back then, the four great families hunted you down with your photo, and the Luo family was destroyed because of you. All the suffering Luo Qingya endured these years was because of you. Her parents are buried here, yet the four great families blocked her from visiting their graves. How dare you return?" The old man's words were cut short as the sound of footsteps suddenly grew louder from the distance. Seeing this, the old man grabbed Xiao Tiance's arm, his expression turning tense. "Young man, even I beg you leave immediately. They're from the patrol squad, notorious local thugs in Jiangdu. Especially that captain just out of prison not long ago. He's even a murderer." "Patrol squad?" As Xiao Tiance looked utterly confused, the old man beside him continued his explanation. "The patrol squad is a gang of criminals. The four great families greased their palms, and in return, they patrol daily to stop Luo Qingya from paying respects to her parents. If they catch her, they'll dig up the graves on the spot." Luo Qingya's body grew noticeably paler, and Xiao Tiance saw it all clearly in that moment. This was the burial ground of Luo Qingya's parents. Separated by nothing more than a single railing, yet even in life and death, they could not be together. A bitter smile flickered across Luo Qingya's face before she gestured toward the farthest right corner of the cemetery. "I'm truly sorry I never told you this before. I feared it would upset you. Since my parents passed away, I've never once managed to successfully visit their graves. Every year when I come to pay my respects, I can only stand outside the cemetery grounds and glance at them from afar." The patrol team, accompanied by over a dozen men wielding clubs, had already arrived in force around the cemetery perimeter. The elderly gatekeeper hurried over, his face etched with humility. "Rest assured, Magistrate Ma. As per your instructions, Miss Luo hasn't set foot inside." Captain Ma, leading the way, was thin and gaunt with a handlebar mustache. Without a word to the old man, he instantly delivered a swift kick. His tone was harsh. "You old fool. The four great families ordered us to beat her to death if she dared come. Did you spare her because you found her pretty? But Miss Luo is indeed a heavenly beauty. Girl, seeing your parents isn't impossible, just behave yourself." Before Captain Ma could finish his sentence, a cold gleam suddenly flashed through the air. The mouth that had been speaking instantly split open. Both sides of his lips rotted away. "If you can't speak, then shut your mouth. Patrol squad, huh? Give me one reason not to kill you all. So domineering?" The officers behind Captain Ma were frozen in shock. Though they were local criminals forming a gang, the four great families' reputation meant ordinary folk dared not cross them. Over the years, Captain Ma had taken money from the four great families and flaunted their name to intimidate others. People usually gave him wide berth on the streets. Now he's pulling knives over a minor disagreement? How could he dare? "You must be out of your mind, kid. Laying hands on our boss Ma? We'll kill you today. And you. We didn't dig up your parents' graves before because you still had some looks left. Don't blame us for being brutal today." Several burly criminals shoved open the cemetery's heavy iron gate. One after another, they vowed to dig up the graves and desecrate the remains of Luo Qingya's parents right before her eyes. "Wait, we're the ones in the wrong. Please show mercy. Our Luo family has lost everything already. You can't do this." Luo Qingya cried out as she walked forward. Within minutes, she spotted a small tombstone in the far right corner of the cemetery. Clearly threatened by the four great families, even the burial of her elders could only be found in this marginal corner. Kill anyone within 3 meters. Chapter 18, The Masked Assassin. The sudden utterance froze the surrounding crowd. Xiao Tiance gripped the dagger in his hand and stepped cautiously toward the edge of the gravesite. Simple words, yet they struck like a thunderbolt, hammering into the heart of every person present. Captain Ma, blood streaming from his mouth as he clutched it, glared at Xiao Tiance with a vicious expression. Kid, you think you can play tough with me? Let me tell you, we're all fresh out of prison. We don't fear death. Today, old Ma will dig this grave clean before your very eyes, and then that. Captain Ma kicked aside several henchmen as he spoke, stumbling toward the edge of the grave. Two burly men had just crossed the 3-meter line when Xiao Tiance, who had been standing directly before Captain Ma, vanished without a trace. If encountering a ghost in a graveyard is terrifying, then encountering Xiao Tiance is far more terrifying. A living man vanished into thin air, only to reappear just as suddenly. But upon reappearing, the dagger in his hand sliced lightly through the air, and two heads rolled simultaneously to the ground. You crossed the line. Xiao Tiance uttered only one sentence, and one sentence was all he needed. The burly man, who had been charging forward with fierce momentum, halted instantly. The patrol squad was, after all, a band of hardened criminals. They've always been the stuff of nightmares, the very mention of them sending shivers down spines. But now, looking at these so-called criminals, they seemed as docile as little lambs couldn't be any more well-behaved. Just like Captain Ma, who moments ago looked like a fierce demon, Yututu felt her jaw wasn't hurting quite so much anymore. Kneel here. As soon as Xiao Tiance uttered those words, Captain Ma and the surrounding crowd crashed to their knees with a thud. There was a time when Luo Qingya could only glimpse her parents from afar. She never imagined that the so-called patrol squad would one day kneel before her parents' graves. Luo Qingya, remember this, before long, I will make the 4 great families and my cousin kneel before your parents' graves, bowing their heads in apology. A cup of sorghum wine, its aroma drifting through the air. As Xiao Tiance poured it out, the liquor seeped into the earth. Old master, I'll drink another cup with you. From this day forward, the affairs of the Luo family are my affairs. A cool night breeze swept in. All is still and silent. The old man who had just been guarding the cemetery witnessed this scene and suddenly felt tears welling up in his eyes. Luo Qingya, this must be the young man your family saved long ago. I was wrong about him. Saving him was worth it. As the old man stood there reflecting, a sudden breeze swept in from behind, chilling him to the bone. Luo Qingya also sensed something amiss. The instant she turned her head, a shrill scream pierced the air. Captain Ma and the dozen prisoners who had been kneeling on the ground moments before remained in their kneeling positions. But the problem was every single one of them was now headless. The initial 2 burly men had indeed been killed by Xiao Tiance himself. But while Xiao Tiance was offering toasts to his uncle and aunt, more of them were being killed. Clearly, things were starting to go terribly wrong. Good heavens! Was this some sort of haunting? Had these people truly reaped what they had sown? The old gatekeeper had worked in the cemetery for decades. He'd never witnessed anything like this before. Luo Qingya covered her mouth in shock, her entire body swaying unsteadily. If not for Xiao Tiance grabbing her arm to steady her, she might have collapsed right there. Anyone witnessing a dozen headless bodies kneeling beneath the night sky would struggle to remain composed. You really enjoy watching people get their heads chopped off? Xiao Tiance didn't turn around, instead slowly setting down his wine cup. Meanwhile, on a tree trunk in the darkness, a masked man held a bow and arrow, already aimed at Xiao Tiance's position. This masked man was none other than the professional assassin dispatched by the Lin family. A killer capable of severing several burly men's heads in an instant. Tonight, dark clouds blanketed the sky. The bowstring was drawn taut. From this angle, no one would detect the shot. It could pierce its target silently. When Lin Fei of the Lin family commissioned him to kill an unknown nobody, the masked assassin had even sneered in contempt. Xiao Tiance was merely a worthless outcast expelled from the Xiao family. Hiring a professional assassin for such a task felt like overkill. Facing the interrogation, the masked man remained sullenly silent. He was here to kill, not to converse. Thus, the moment Xiao Tiance's words fell, the arrow in his hand sliced through the air. In the darkness, it streaked like a meteor. The arrow's speed was blindingly fast and utterly silent. It could pierce a skull in an instant, leaving the victim dead without knowing why. But at that very moment, something unexpected happened. Xiao Tiance, facing away from the assassin, extended 2 fingers. Snap! The arrow, hurtling at breakneck speed, came to a permanent halt in his hand. Impossible! This was the so-called useless waste spoken of by the 4 great families? Back then, masked assassins had united under the 4 great families' orders to attack the Luo family, setting the 100 Flowers garden ablaze. They searched every corner but found no trace of Xiao Tiance. They even claimed he had somehow stumbled upon a lucky escape. But now, was that truly the case? If he had been present back then, could the annihilation of the Luo family have proceeded so smoothly? The masked assassin sensed a flicker of hesitation, but as a professional hitman, he would never abandon a mission after a single failed attempt. In an instant, he transformed into a blur, charging forward with twin blades in hand, sealing off every possible position Xiao Tiance could occupy. The masked assassin moved swiftly, but Xiao Tiance was always faster. The moment the assassin raised his blades, Xiao Tiance's dagger had already pierced the throat. He didn't glance back once. His eyes remained fixed on his uncle's tombstone. With a light flick of his right hand in the air, the razor-sharp dagger instantly made the masked assassin's throat spurt blood 3 feet high. A dying man's words are often kind. The masked assassin clutched his throat, utterly incapacitated, as blood bubbled incessantly from the wound. Though his expression remained hidden beneath the mask, his face twisted into a hideous grimace. Lin family. You made a grave mistake. You provoked a monster you never should have. The masked assassin's eyes closed forever. Xiao Tiance swung his leg back, kicking the corpse to rest before his uncle's tombstone. Uncle and aunt, this is the first gift I bring you. Within 3 months, all 4 great families will kneel here, bowing their heads in confession and vowing to mend their ways. Also, old man, please erect a new tombstone for my uncle and aunt in the most prominent spot within this ancient tomb. And prepare a few more empty plots. The cemetery won't hold them all for long. Chapter 19, Forest Fire. Captain Yi, a tourist group is trapped in the Baiyun Mountain forest fire. The arsonist is an international criminal known as Fire God Alan. Jiangdu's Yunnan Baiyun Mountain remained brightly lit even as night fell. Yet these very lights now engulfed the entire mountain peak. The mountain, standing over 800 meters high, was completely sealed off. Captain Yi of the Jiangdu Security Bureau, dressed in uniform, gazed at the distant green mountains ablaze with firelight, his mood deeply unsettled. Zhang Saixia, didn't I say the firefighting team was sent up? Why haven't we heard anything yet? Our top priority now is rescuing the tour group hostages. At the mere mention of Fire God Alan, every member of the Security Bureau felt a splitting headache. Strictly speaking, the man dubbed the Fire God was nothing more than a psychopath from overseas. His hobby was setting fires. From birth to his current age, he was either on his way to start a fire or in the midst of one. In just 3 short years, over a dozen countries in the West had suffered forest fires of varying severity. The mastermind behind it all was Fire God Alan. Originally, this matter had no connection to Xia Nation. Yet just months ago, the deranged Alan managed to infiltrate Xia Nation disguised as a tourist, only to be detected by border guards. Unfortunately, the discovery came too late. Having infiltrated Xia, he ignited over a dozen fires across 3 provinces in less than a month. And now, this legendary criminal was drawing ever closer to the Jiangdu Security Bureau. Tonight, on Jiangdu's White Cloud Mountain, the fire god has left his mark. Reporting to Captain Yi, our team lost contact after ascending. The situation appears dire. I'm reorganizing a firefighting team to request deployment. No sooner had Zhang Saixia finished speaking than Captain Yi suddenly lit a cigarette. A peculiar gleam flickered in his eyes. Firefighting isn't our security bureau's responsibility. Moreover, the firefighting team is already missing, their fate unknown. We can't act rashly. We've already mobilized additional firefighting teams from outside the province. We'll just have to wait. Even if those so-called provincial firefighting teams were dispatched at full speed that very night, they might not arrive in time. Zhang Saixia grabbed Yi Fan by the arm. Captain Yi, this is a matter of life and death. Yi Fan had barely finished speaking. Suddenly, another deputy captain hurriedly appeared before them. Reporting to Captain Yi, the 9-star war god Qinglong requests an audience. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan instantly forgot about the firefighting situation. Excitement flashed in his eyes. 9-star war god? A figure of such stature was far beyond Yi Fan's station to meet. Not even the entire Jiangdu city had the proper protocol to receive him. Are you serious? Hurry up and take me there. Without another thought, Yi Fan spurred his horse to leave the scene at full gallop. Only Deputy Captain Zhang Saixia remained behind. Zhang Saixia had only been on the job for 2 years. Fueled by sheer passion, she quickly earned repeated commendations and secured the deputy captain position. Now, watching the raging fire on the mountain and Captain Yi standing idly by, she was already burning with impatience. I'll take command. Organize a firefighting team immediately. We must get up the mountain to rescue them, no matter what. Several team members beside her expressed concern, but with time pressing, they could only follow Zhang Saixia's insistence and advance together. Under the streetlights, Xiao Tiance, having just met his uncle and aunt, felt a complex mix of emotions. On the path leading to the old residential area, Xiao Tiance suddenly halted. Xingya, would you like to visit Bai Keatang? The unexpected question made Luo Xingya pause slightly. Bai Keatang. Such a familiar yet unfamiliar name. Once the banner of her family's prosperity, now her parents were dead and the family business forcibly stripped away. Even hearing those 3 words now brought only sorrow. Seeing Luo Qingya's silence, Xiao Tiance continued, do you want this enterprise back? Hearing Xiao Tiance's words, Luo Qingya chose silence once more. When the family fell into disgrace, my uncle forcibly seized the enterprise. It was utterly despicable. But reclaiming it now? That was easier said than done. Luo Qingya had witnessed Xiao Tiance's methods firsthand. Precisely because she had seen them with her own eyes, she dared not respond. He was, after all, her uncle. No matter how despicable he was, they shared blood. The thought of destroying someone with the same blood ran counter to her conscience. Xingya, rest assured I have my own way of handling this. Hearing these words, a weight lifted from Luo Qingya's heart. Though it was only a single sentence. But every promise Xiao Tiance made, Luo Qingya would trust unconditionally. Bai Keitang is the enterprise my father left behind. If possible, I truly wish not to hand it over to others. After my uncle seized it, he left it for my cousin Luo Qingyang to manage. But Xingyang has always been a good-for-nothing, causing Bai Keitang's reputation in Jiangdu to plummet. If left unchecked, it might indeed fade into obscurity forever. Listening to Luo Qingya's heartfelt lament, Xiao Tiance remained silent. He then escorted Luo Qingya home. Rest assured, I won't kill Luo Qingyang. I'll go take a look for you. With that, Xiao Tiance hailed a taxi and headed straight for the 100 Herbs Hall headquarters. Jiangdu Bai Keitang had a total of 37 branches and one main store. Since he'd chosen to stir up trouble, he might as well get straight to the point. A taxi pulled up in front of the main Bai Keitang store. Xiao Tiance stepped over the threshold and saw that even late at night, the lobby was bustling with a steady stream of guests. Though Bai Keitang's reputation had recently declined, it remained a formidable force. A camel, even when emaciated, still towers over a horse. It remained one of Jiangdu's most renowned pharmaceutical conglomerates. However, the internal atmosphere of Bai Keitang differed somewhat from expectations. The surrounding sales staff all looked fierce and intimidating. A group of security guards stood nearby, each holding an electric baton. At the very heart of Bai Keitang hung a photograph of a young man with a head of blonde hair. Below it, the words store manager Luo Qingyang were prominently displayed. But no matter how one looked at this yellow-haired figure, he didn't seem capable of being a store manager. Old man, your cold is no simple ailment. It requires Tianshan Snow Lotus. I've already mixed it into your prescription. Total, 130,000. And you there, young lady, though your ankle is just sprained, it likely damaged the bone marrow. Try my tiger penis bone strengthening wine. Guaranteed miraculous healing. As a new customer, I'll give you a discount 77,000. Rows of tables and chairs filled the main hall, surrounded by patients preparing to collect their prescriptions. Xiao Tiance slipped in and sat in an inconspicuous corner, only to witness the astonishing scene before him. Back in Qintian prison, under his master's tutelage, he had mastered the treatment of every ailment. Xiao Tiance could even say he had mastered ancient medical techniques. Now, at a glance, the old man and girl only suffered from common colds and minor injuries, issues that could be resolved for a mere 10 or so yuan. Yet the price quoted was tens of thousands? Chapter 20, Medicine Strikes the Evil Spot. In Xiao Tiance's memory, Bai Keitang had once been a place dedicated to healing the sick and saving lives. Not only that, but it provided free treatment to the poor. Yet when had it become such a cesspool of corruption? The elderly man who had sought treatment earlier, how could he possibly afford such a price? And even if some patients could afford it, how could they possibly spend tens of thousands of yuan to treat a mere cold? I don't have that kind of money. Your Bai Keitang has such an excellent reputation, how could you do this? I'm not getting treated here. I'm leaving. The elderly man in front shouted urgently, and several other customers waiting for their medicine also stood up. In the dead of night, everyone who came here for treatment desperately needed medicine. Faced with such bullying and tyranny, who dared wait a moment longer? Just as they were about to head for the door, a loud click echoed. The door of Baichao Hall was locked from the outside. Soon, a man emerged from behind it. The man was broad-shouldered and sturdy. His body was covered in peculiar tattoos. In his hand was a 9-linked chain knife. He grabbed one of the patients and with a sharp crack, he kicked the victim's bones to pieces. You did indeed just take a fall, but now, your condition seems to have worsened. If you don't pay for medicine, it'll only get worse from here. A blatant threat. Several security guards nearby also brandished electric batons, either beating or berating some patients. Especially that burly man, his blows were exceptionally vicious. Listen up, I, Zhao Lei, am not someone you can push around. Bai Keitang isn't some place you can just come and go as you please. Pay up now. The surrounding crowd had no choice but to open their wallets. Only Xiao Tiance remained leaning against the corner, legs crossed. Seems Bai Keitang's business model has really expanded. Under the new manager Luo Qingyang's direction, it's practically become a gang of thugs. As Xiao Tiance pondered how to intervene, a woman suddenly stood up abruptly. She stood out like a crane among chickens. Dressed in a miniskirt and jeans, her entire outfit was quite fashionable. The designer label she carried proved she was from a wealthy family. A bodyguard followed close behind. Don't you think Bai Keitang is taking this a bit too far? I'm going to post everything that happened today online so everyone can see what Bai Keitang is really like. The woman's outburst immediately caught the attention of several patients. It's Miss Wang Rohan. Who would have thought Lu Han was here too? She's a famous internet celebrity. If she exposes this pharmacy online, it'll be ruined. Of course, Bai Keitang wouldn't let that happen. The moment Wang Rohan, her face radiating righteousness, pulled out her camera, several bodyguards wielding clubs had already charged over. But the next second, the man beside Wang Rohan met two kicks mid-air. He instantly knocked both bodyguards to the ground. This instantly drew the crowd's attention. This time, Bai Keatang had seriously messed with the wrong person. Miss Wang had hired Taekwondo expert Jean Kaitao as her bodyguard. We absolutely must teach Bai Keatang a lesson. Word is that the current manager, Luo Qingyan, is running amok. As longtime customers, we couldn't believe it, but this is nothing short of robbery. Jean Kaita's circular angle technique instantly lifted several bodyguards. He turned and stood before Zhao Lei. Bring out your store manager. I demand Bai Keatang provide an explanation to my young lady and every citizen here. Internet celebrities sprout like mushrooms after rain in this era. They appear densely and incessantly. Each has its own flair, yet they're also a chaotic mix of demons and monsters, a wild dance of the damned. Few are as earnest as Wang Rohan. And everything that happened today was absolutely unscripted. Faced with the question, Zhao Lei suddenly pointed at himself. Mr. Jean, I saw you win second place in Taekwondo on TV. Who'd have thought you'd end up as a bodyguard for an internet celebrity and still speak with such authority? You may not know my name, Zhao Lei, but you've surely heard of the Jiangdu Martial Arts Group. When Jean Kaitai heard this, his expression visibly shifted. The Martial Arts Association on the surface, a group of martial arts enthusiasts. In reality, it functions as a mercenary group. The Wulin Association's purpose is virtually indistinguishable from that of a mercenary group. Though its members practice martial arts, they've long since forgotten that virtue is the foundation. As long as the money is right, they would do anything. And precisely because Bai Keatang had amassed enormous wealth through illegal means over the years, they certainly weren't short on funds. This is precisely one reason why Bai Keatang, now under Luo Qingyang's control, can act so brazenly. Excuse me. Miss Wang, I'm sorry, but I'm done for today. Wang Rohan froze for a moment. Jean Kaitao may be a Taekwondo runner-up, but working for an internet celebrity was merely a means to make money. Crossing paths with the martial arts group was hardly a wise choice. Wang Rohan, radiating righteous indignation, flinched slightly. Just as she opened her mouth, Zhao Lei's speed was faster. The chained blades in his hands instantly slashed forward. Mr. Jean, since you're here, let's exchange 3 blows. No one could have anticipated Zhao Lei striking first. His cleaver sliced through the air. Jean Kaitao was caught completely off guard. A sudden, excruciating pain surged through him as the blade struck, cleaving him cleanly in two at the waist. The bloody scene splattered across the hall. The air grew deathly still. Zhao Lei kicked the corpse aside and glared fiercely at Wang Rohan. Hold this woman down. Everyone who came tonight sick or not, buy them medicine. Zhao Lei sheathed his weapon as if nothing had happened and reclined back onto the plush sofa. The crowd, witnessing the gory scene, could only reach into their pockets and hand over their money. Wang Rohan seethed inwardly, but pinned down by several burly men, her camera smashed to pieces, her sense of justice suffocated. Cold medicine. I'll take some. Just anti-inflammatory drugs will do. Surrounding patients endured their physical pain. Though they came to buy medicine, it was nothing more than throwing money away. Bai Keatang's drugs cost hundreds of times more than those on the open market. Even if forced to buy, they could only afford the cheapest options. I want Tianshan Snow Lotus, Black Jade Joint Ointment, Gentiana Liver Draining Pills, and yes, 13 pairs of top-grade deer antler velvet. The calm hall was suddenly pierced by these bizarre words, leaving the surrounding crowd utterly dumbfounded. Who didn't know the current prices at Baichao Hall? Even the herbs mentioned earlier would command astronomical prices at any ordinary pharmacy. You want to buy this stuff here? In the corner, Xiao Tiance had produced a prescription and written out the bill without anyone noticing. A flicker of secret delight had just appeared in Zhao Lei's eyes, but his brows suddenly furrowed. The herbs Xiao Tiance mentioned were rarely seen even in ordinary times. Even Baichao Hall might not be able to procure them promptly. What are you staring at? Go get the herbs. If your 100 herbs hall can't even stock these few herbs, what's the point of staying open? Just shut it down today. Chapter 21, Who's More Insane? As the big boss of Baichao Hall, Zhao Lei's main responsibility was to forcefully buy and sell, amassing wealth. As for what ailments the customers suffered from or whether they were even truly ill, Zhao Lei certainly couldn't tell. But when Xiao Tiance appeared, Zhao Lei realized this guy before him was definitely sick. What did you just say? With every step forward, the floor creaked and groaned. Surrounding patients turned to stare at Xiao Tiance, their expressions filled with astonishment. Even Wang Rohan was momentarily taken aback. Even a Taekwondo champion would be split clean in two by Zhao Lei's hands. The bloody scene was so gruesome even children were too terrified to cry. But how could he remain so calm? I'm telling you, Bai Keatang, if you don't even have this basic herb, you might as well shut down. He repeated the words. This time, his words rang out with greater clarity. The chained blades whirled in Zhao Lei's hands, clattering loudly, as if the next second would see this stranger split clean in two. But the instant he raised the chained blades, Xiao Tiance slowly pinched the weapon between two fingers. I'll give you 10 seconds to prepare the herbs. If you can't do it, bring your boss over. His words carried an air of self-righteousness. Zhao Lei's face twisted in anger. Just as he prepared to exert force, a sharp crack echoed. The weapon, forged from superalloy, snapped clean in two. The scene fell deathly silent. Zhao Lei felt a thunderous roar in his head. What the hell? Snapping an alloy weapon with just 2 fingers? Zhao Lei of the martial arts guild might not be the strongest member of his team, but his chained blades were undoubtedly the fastest. Especially this particular weapon in his hands. Over the years of battle, it had shattered countless divine blades and sharp instruments. Yet now it snapped right before his eyes and it was broken by nothing more than 2 fingers. Where's the medicine? Anyone with eyes could see that Xiao Tiance had come looking for trouble. But what good would trouble do? Power speaks louder than words. Ever since Luo Qingyang took over by Xiatang, its collusion with the martial arts guilds had fueled its audacity. Especially Zhao Lei, who ran the place. The word restraint simply didn't exist in his vocabulary. But that's only because he hadn't yet encountered someone more brazen than himself. Time seems to be up. Zhao Lei, who had been conversing with Xiao Tiance, had not uttered another word since that weapon shattered. Next, Xiao Tiance's right fist slammed down with a thud. Without even rising to his feet, he simply drove his fist straight into Zhao Lei's chest. Simultaneously, a violent gale erupted through the air. With a single strike that struck the ox from across the mountain, the closed door collapsed. Hurry up and leave. Something big is bound to happen at Bai Qiatang tonight. The doors open, run for your life. Not a single bodyguard would pay attention to an escaping patient at this moment. Everyone except Wang Rohan stared fixedly at the scene before them. Zhao Lei, who had been utterly arrogant moments ago, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Only he knew all too well the sheer force behind Xiao Tiance's single punch. With just that one punch, every rib shattered. Hold on, sir. The medicine you requested is extremely rare. I'll notify the boss immediately. Faced with such a formidable figure, the clerk dared not say more and hurriedly picked up the phone. Meanwhile, at a nightclub, Luo Qingyang was wrapped around 2 beauties, lost in the heat of passion. After taking control of Bai Qiatang, Luo Qingyang rarely made public appearances. His father had given him free rein to do as he pleased. Rather than running Bai Qiatang night after night, he preferred revelry and song. Just as they were preparing for another round of passion, the bedside phone suddenly rang urgently. What brings you here so late, Mr. Zhao? It's about the pharmacy. Zhao Lei served as Bai Qiatang's manager, and calls at this hour usually concerned the pharmacy. Though Luo Qingyang didn't know martial arts, he'd spent a fortune hiring Zhao Lei. Therefore, she didn't mince words. But today, before she could finish her sentence, a furious shout erupted from the other end of the line. Boss, get to the store immediately. Something's happened. If you don't come now, you'll die too. The vicious words instantly sobered Luo Qingyang, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. Even now, beneath the star-studded night sky, even though Luo Qingyang was drunk and indulgent, never returning home day or night, he felt as though he'd been injected with adrenaline. What do you mean something happened at Bai Qiatang? Is it someone from the 4 great families? But as soon as the words left his lips, Luo Qingyang dismissed the thought. It seemed unlikely. If it truly involved the 4 great families, Zhao Lei would never have had the chance to call her. After all, their methods were far too ruthless. Got it. I'll notify the Martial Arts Alliance immediately. Whoever causes trouble at Bai Qiatang tonight won't leave alive. Bai Qiatang was destined for a sleepless night. Meanwhile, Baiyun Mountain was destined for a day of blazing lights. Amidst the swirling smoke and fire, Zhang Xia covered her nose with her gloves, each breath carrying searing heat. The raging inferno ahead was simply too fierce. Just as Captain Yi had said, it was indeed an impassable direction. At that very moment, rows of dark green jeeps slowly arrived halfway up the mountain. A man in military uniform opened the door and scanned the scene ahead. Though nearing 60, his eyes burned with intensity. Behind him, the firefighting team stood fully equipped. Deng Yue. Colonel Deng. If there was one man in Jiangdu whom the 4 great families dared not cross, it was undoubtedly Deng Yue. Deng Yue was neither a businessman nor had any ties to underground syndicates. His very presence here carried weight, for his name alone commanded respect. He was the commander of Jiangdu's Guard Legion. Every city in Xia Nation maintains its own Guard Legion to uphold local public order. With the raging inferno now engulfing Baiyun Mountain, there was simply no reason for Commander Deng not to personally arrive at the scene. Captain Zhang, I hear you're the deputy captain of the local security bureau. You've been working hard. The flames are raging fiercely. This is beyond the bureau's capabilities. You should return first. Watching the guard regiment don their protective gear, Zhang Xia made her own decision. I wish to join the advance. I intend to set an example for Captain Yi. Zhang Xia had always been deeply dissatisfied with Captain Yi's actions, and precisely because of this, she wanted to prove everything through her own actions. Deng Yue found no reason to refuse an ambitious young soldier. Minutes later, a 100-strong firefighting team, including Zhang Xia, marched deep into the flames. Several security guards nearby hurriedly flattered them. Commander Deng, whether it's the fire god or the thunder god, with you here, any challenge will be easily overcome. The blaze will surely be extinguished in no time. But before the flattery could reach its peak, Deng Youwei's expression turned grim. Fire God Alan is indeed formidable, but our border defense team can still handle him. What we fear most isn't the fire god, it's that man. Chapter 22, Night Ghost Grinds the Mill. The Martial Arts Guild meeting had 113 attendees. For either a corporate conglomerate or an underground syndicate, this number was actually quite modest. Yet the Martial Arts Guild is guaranteed to cause immense headaches, for every single one of these 100+ members possesses martial arts skills. Thus, Bai Keatang's lavish purchase of the Martial Arts Guild and their oppression of Jiangdu's citizens was inherently a major headache. Under the cover of night, the streets of Bai Keatang lay deserted. An extra-long coach bus stood parked before the town. Dozens of individuals slowly emerged from the bus, each dressed differently and wielding a bizarre array of weapons. From conventional blades and spears to esoteric weapons like the Judge's Brush and the Divine Calculator, the array was comprehensive and complete. Yet the man leading the group stood barehanded, clad in a golden-yellow robe that perfectly matched the color of his cursed hair. "I hear you're the one causing trouble at my Bai Keatang." As Luo Qingyang spoke, a toothpick fell from his mouth. He eyed Xiao Tiance sideways. The Martial Arts Association's elite stood in formation before him. "The 100 Herbs Hall belongs to Luo Qingya." Xiao Tiance uttered only these words. It was enough for everyone to understand. Luo Qingyan's expression shifted from initial shock to uncontrollable laughter. Crouching low, she seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. "Xiao Tiance? The good-for-nothing of the Luo family? I thought some blind fool dared offend the 100 Herbs Hall. Turns out it was you dog." Back when Xiao Tiance was in trouble, the Luo family rallied to his aid. Yet across the entire Luo family, from the patriarch down to Luo Qingya's eldest uncle and uncles, not a single one raised objections. Especially Luo Qingyan. In his eyes, Xiao Tiance back then was nothing more than a cripple lying in bed, covered in injuries, and dependent on Luo Qingya's care. Even after learning Xiao Tiance hailed from Longcheng, it made no difference. A man expelled from Longcheng by the Xiao family held a status often lower than that of a local thug from Jiangdu. How dare you! When the 4 great families searched all of Jiangdu for you, you ran. Fine, become a rat scurrying through the streets, forever hiding in your hole. Maybe you could have saved your life. Yet here you are, daring to return today. Speak! How do you intend to settle the matter with Bai Keatang? As Luo Qingyan's question hung in the air, Xiao Tiance merely stroked the dagger in his hand. He never once lifted his head. "You should know how your father required the 100 Grass Hall. I know you hold no real power in this matter. Return and tell your father, surrender the 100 Herbs Hall to Luo Qingya, and go to your uncle's grave to kowtow and confess your sins." If the same joke is repeated over and over, it becomes utterly unfunny. The smile had vanished from Luo Qingyan's face. Even the surrounding martial arts masters began to wonder if this man before them had lost his mind. Though not all members of the Martial Arts Alliance had arrived, the dozens of masters present could crush this outcast from Longcheng as easily as squashing an ant. Yet Xiao Tiance before them showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he sat cross-legged before the 100 Herbs Hall, as if perched high above them all. As if he were the true master of the 100 Herbs Hall. While Luo Qingyan couldn't muster a smile at Xiao Tiance's response, the surrounding masters laughed until tears nearly streamed down their faces. A few chatty fellows gripped their spears, pointing them forward. "You know, Jack. Bai Keatang is under young Master Gui's control because it's under the orders of the 4 great families. And even if the boss wanted to hand it over to you, he'd have to ask the 4 great families for their approval. You're nothing but a worthless outcast kicked out of Dragon City. What trump card do you have to brag about here?" As he spoke these words, Xiao Tiance slowly rose to his feet. He clapped his hands lightly. Simultaneously, 2 Qinglong warriors emerged from within Bai Keatang. Clad in armor, their steps were light and agile. Yet the killing intent radiating from their bodies engulfed the entire space. The crowd that had been mocking him moments ago froze, their smiles frozen on their faces. Among masters, victory is often decided the moment they engage. Yet facing these 2 guards, every martial artist felt only a chill run down their spine. That aura alone was enough to make anyone pale. Watching the 2 guards, Luo Qingyang suddenly burst into applause. "Interesting. No wonder you managed to make a comeback, so you hired masters from outside. But you're not bad at math, are you? You only have 2 people by your side. Can you really afford this deal? 2 people?" Xiao Tiance shook his head lightly, replying only, "I can't see them." Luo Qingyan, lacking martial arts training, couldn't sense the aura radiating from the Green Dragon Warrior. Behind them, several elite martial artists from the Martial Arts Alliance began looking around nervously. When the Azure Dragon Warrior appeared, not a single expert present had sensed his presence. Who knows how many more lurk in the shadows? If 10 or 8 such monsters suddenly appeared, even the Martial Arts Alliance would likely be overwhelmed. "You little brat. Back then, I was being polite when I called you brother-in-law. You really took my kindness for granted. Looks like after getting kicked out of the Longcheng family, you came begging my sister for handouts, but didn't realize her family has been ruined for good. So what if you have a little money? You come causing trouble at my Baichao Hall, and today I'll fight you to the bitter end. Show me all your cards. As Luo Qingyang shouted, Xiao Tiance remained unhurried. Suddenly, he extended his right finger toward a man beside Luo Qingyang. The man held a long sword. Clearly, he practiced the clear wind sword technique. Though his skill wasn't exceptional, it proved remarkably effective in combat. Kick him twice first. As Xiao Tiance uttered these words, the surrounding crowd instantly exchanged bewildered glances. The man wielding the long sword was named Zhang Chang. He was a member of the martial arts guild. But the problem was the martial arts guild was Luo Qingyang's own men. Ordering Luo Qingyang's own men to attack her, if that's not madness, what else could it be? Several skilled fighters even began to question whether attacking a fool might tarnish the reputation of the martial arts guild. But in the next instant, a Qinglong warrior slowly opened the black leather case. Inside the case lay neither swords nor spears. Nor were they various thermal weapons. But it was indeed something extremely effective. It was filled to the brim with cash, at least several million yuan. To be clear, the martial arts guild may have a noble-sounding name, but in reality, it's nothing more than a local group of martial artists who practice in the community. They run amok when someone pays them. In reality, these nighttime thugs shouting threats and violence might be office workers by day, or even construction laborers. For ordinary families, where would they ever see a million yuan? Chapter 23, Late Night Betrayal. Beneath the starry sky, moonlight glinted off the crimson bills, making every heart race. Luo Qingyang had indeed spent a considerable sum on the Martial Arts Association. But if divided among every member, it was hardly a large sum. At most, it amounted to a few thousand per month. Yet for these Martial Arts Alliance members, why not? They could train in martial arts and earn money at the same time. Consider the office workers here, the construction laborers, even the janitors enduring constant scolding from bosses and forced overtime, yet earning no more than this monthly sum. Helping out at Baichao Hall, on the other hand, required little more than putting up a good front to earn wages equivalent to their regular pay. There was simply no reason to refuse. But now, everything has changed. That black box contained millions in funds. For ordinary people, it was a sum they might never earn in a lifetime of labor. And Xiao Tiance had more than just one black box behind him. Shouldn't martial artists channel their skills toward righteous pursuits? This moralizing remark left some scratching their heads. But the moment Xiao Tiance casually pulled out a wad of cash and tossed it before Zhang Chang, Zhang Chang suddenly became as obedient as a model student, nodding eagerly. I think this gentleman makes a valid point. Those who practice martial arts should primarily focus on strengthening their bodies or eliminating evil and suppressing violence. They shouldn't glorify fighting and killing. Luo Qingyang watched the two men exchange their views with wide eyes. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd fixated on the wad of cash in Zhang Chang's hand, their eyes gleaming with envy and greed. If standing before him were a group of assassins, Xiao Tiance would have struck without hesitation. But most of them were martial arts enthusiasts, even ordinary citizens, who had been deceived by Luo Qingyang while using their skills to make a little money. Xiao Tiance saw no need to exterminate them all. The four great families needed pruning and trimming. But the Luo family must be uprooted entirely. With Luo Qingyang the root removed, the martial arts guilds the leaves would naturally wither away. Next, Xiao Tiance casually produced another wad of cash and tossed it toward the other burly men. Then, something quite fascinating unfolded in the darkness. The once menacing masters now wore remarkably softened expressions. They even clasped their hands together in greeting, as if a group of old professors were discussing research. Though young, this gentleman possesses vision and foresight. He truly understands Xia Kingdom martial arts. Our Xia Kingdom needs men like him to elevate martial arts to new heights. That he could defeat Zhao Lei proves his martial talent is peerless. Gazing at the scattered cash on the ground, martial arts masters who usually held grudges against each other now engaged in mutual flattery. One elderly master, leaning on his cane, even tapped the ground lightly. Everyone, quiet down. Since this gentleman is so magnanimous, our martial arts guild happens to be in need of a leader. I hereby nominate him as our new leader. Money talks. The old man's words carried significant weight. The surrounding crowd immediately nodded in agreement. They were practically ready to carry him on their shoulders. Only Luo Qingyang, standing amidst the crowd, was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? I brought you here to fight, so why are you suddenly electing a martial arts alliance leader? And even if you must nominate someone, why the hell are you nominating the enemy? Shut up, all of you. You idiots. I invited you here to get things done. Luo Qingyang roared furiously into the night. The old man beside him covered his ears and shook his head silently. Young master, you did indeed hire us for a job, but the meager payment from Baichao Hall hardly motivates us to work. Besides, that gentleman already said martial artists can't just start fighting. Before the old man could finish, Xiao Tiance abruptly interrupted him again. Shaking his head, he approached on foot. Old man, I must take issue with that statement. Martial artists aren't forbidden from fighting. They must know when to eliminate tyranny and protect the innocent, just like the heroes of Water Margin. When action is needed, they must act. Take this scoundrel, for instance, preying on others' misfortune to seize my wife's family estate. He's the very embodiment of someone who needs to be stopped. To reward your heroic spirit, whoever punches him gets 20,000. A kick earns 30,000. If blood is drawn, it's 100,000, but he must survive. As Xiao Tiance finished speaking, the green dragon warriors behind him slowly opened the black leather briefcase. The other 6 or 7 boxes were all filled to the brim with cash. For the Dark Emperor, money was never in short supply. Such a mere drop in the bucket was enough to leave everyone utterly stunned. As the martial arts group emblem turned to look, Luo Qingyan's expression began to shift. From the initial boss, he had become a restricted young man. The moment Xiao Tiance pushed one of the black boxes toward the crowd, Luo Qingyan's perception of him shifted again from young man to treacherous villain. As the proprietor of Baichao Hall, you've been conducting such schemes behind closed doors. You are unworthy of selling medicine. Today, I'm here to uphold justice. What followed needed no further explanation. The so-called martial arts sects surrounding them launched a coordinated assault on Luo Qingyang. Even in his worst nightmare, Luo Qingyang could never have imagined that after leading his grand procession and inexplicably promoting Xiao Tiance to martial arts alliance leader, he would end up suffering such misfortune. The surrounding crowd scrambled forward, as if terrified of being a step too late. With dozens attacking one man, martial arts techniques were forgotten. It was pure brawling. In an instant, Luo Qingyang was pinned beneath the crowd. Behind him, an old man wielding a cane seized a gap in the throng to deliver a couple more kicks. 2 men claiming to practice Tai Chi even picked up bricks from the ground. After 10 minutes, Xiao Tiance clapped his hands lightly. All right, everyone. I trust the owner of Baikayatang has learned his lesson. Martial artists win respect through virtue. Let's all take a step back. With a clatter, dozens of masters pushed aside. What a display of winning hearts through virtue. But it did leave Luo Qingyang thoroughly convinced. Stop it, brother-in-law. I know I was wrong. Stop hitting me. Pain is often the most effective way to extinguish the flames of arrogance. Luo Qingyang's demeanor had completely transformed, his entire body almost twisted into a ball. Though not seriously injured, she bore countless superficial wounds, lying coldly on the concrete ground amidst the falling leaves and autumn wind. This also fulfilled Xiao Tiance's promise. He would never lay a hand on her. And indeed, throughout the entire process, Xiao Tiance never lifted a finger. As for whether others would strike Luo Qingyang, that was none of his concern. Chapter 24, The Ultimate Expert. You know you're wrong? That wasn't what you were saying earlier. Xiao Tiance, who had never once raised a hand, now spoke with the chilling authority of the Grim Reaper. Luo Qingyang trembled uncontrollably from head to toe. The night air was cold, but her heart was colder still. Brother-in-law, this matter truly isn't up to me. Baikayatang Enterprises was entrusted to me by my father to manage as store owner. He said I was young and needed proper training. Luo Qingyang's father and Luo Qingya's uncle. His name was Luo Zhenhai. Since it's your old man's decision, I'll give you 10 minutes to bring him here. Otherwise, I'll assume you're unrepentant and let these martial arts experts teach you another lesson. Luo Qingyang had no desire whatsoever to experience that bone-piercing agony again. Therefore, he grabbed his phone at lightning speed. At the same time, in a luxurious villa complex, Luo Zhenhai, who had long since fallen asleep, suddenly received his son's call. Half opening his eyes, he spoke with a hint of grogginess. Son, calling me this late at night. You're not causing trouble at the bar again, are you? Luo Zhenhai knew his son's character all too well. Though he claimed it was gaining social experience, it was nothing more than a life of debauchery. Getting into trouble was nothing new. I'm not at the bar. I'm at Baikayatang. Hurry over. If you don't come soon, Baikayatang is finished. The martial arts group I hired has turned against me. Luo Zhenhai, who had been half asleep, instantly sobered up. If this had happened in a bar, it could be dismissed as a minor skirmish. At worst, it would be his son's personal affair. But if Baichao Hall was involved, that was an entirely different matter. Besides, the martial arts guild, though a loose collection of miscellaneous individuals, had never been known to turn against their own. Got it. I'm heading there immediately. After saying this, Luo Zhenhai dialed another number. A few minutes later, a man stood before the mansion, clad entirely in black. He appeared without a sound, his entire being devoid of emotion. If the martial arts guild was merely a gathering of martial arts practitioners, then the man before him was undoubtedly a professional assassin. He was a completely different breed from the others. Let's get to work. Luo Zhenhai uttered these words before driving away in a black sedan, slowly heading toward the direction of Baikayatang. Meanwhile, the situation on Baiyun Mountain was extremely grim. Deng Yue glanced at his watch. Over half an hour had passed. Yet the firefighting team that had rushed in remained completely silent. Second squad, third squad. Where are you? Respond immediately. While Deng Yue waited, several figures suddenly burst out of the flames. Engulfed in flames, they rolled and crawled toward safety. Surrounding employees quickly helped the fire team extinguish the deep flames. Yet what was more horrifying than the raging fire were the wounds that cut deep to the bone. Such injuries wouldn't occur if they were merely fighting a fire. Did you see fire god Alan? I said before, the moment you spot Alan, temporarily halt firefighting and tackle the crisis first. Deng Yue couldn't possibly be unaware of the principle, to catch the thief, first catch the king. His longtime subordinates understood it just as well. Yet several young men revealed utter terror in their eyes, their hands trembling slightly. Reporting to Commander Deng, Baiyun Mountain seems haunted. Shortly after we entered, we suddenly felt a breeze brush past us, and then one after another, our brothers fell to the ground, never to rise again. It was as if a scythe in the gale had invisibly cut us all down. Several brothers were even dismembered on the spot, slain by demons. Hearing this, Zhang Caixia froze in shock. As a member of the security bureau, she absolutely refused to believe in any demons or ghosts. Yet Deng Yue's men were elite soldiers, far beyond anything the security bureau could muster. What on earth could possibly lurk within Baiyun Mountain to instill such terror even in them? Deng Yue's face suddenly drained of color upon hearing this news. Even the captain of the guard unit had to focus his full attention on the matter. Inform all soldiers to immediately return to the base camp and temporarily abandon the firefighting operation. If even Deng Yue abandoned the rescue, then those on the mountain were likely truly beyond saving. Zhang Caixia refused to do this. She wouldn't allow herself to do so either. Just 2 days ago, I saw the news reports about a great figure arriving in our Jiangdu, the female goddess of war from Xia. I believe that if the goddess of war were here, any demons or monsters on the mountain would be easily vanquished. Please, Colonel Deng. A tremor of tears edged Zhang Caixia's voice. As a champion of justice, she absolutely could not face failure or despair. Tonight's events were far too bizarre. Only by entrusting them to the goddess of war could we ensure absolute safety. Yet after making this plea, Deng Yue's expression remained serene. She still shook her head slightly. No. White Cloud Mountain is far too dangerous now, no matter who it is. Deng Yue paused, his gaze drifting into the distance as a figure suddenly flashed through his mind. That figure had been glimpsed 3 years prior during an overseas military exercise involving Deng Yue and his security team. That time, in the vast ocean, they had accidentally stumbled into a pirate zone. Hundreds upon hundreds of pirate ships formed a tight, impenetrable ring around them in the vast ocean. It was hard to imagine any chance of survival. At the time, the military contingent consisted only of Deng Yue and another regiment commander, with a mere handful of men under their command. They fired every bullet and shell they had, yet made no dent in the enemy's ranks. Just as death seemed inevitable, they witnessed a man striding effortlessly across the water's surface toward the coastline, as if a god had descended. That man from Xia truly lived up to his divine reputation. With every gesture, he utterly annihilated every last pirate. But dreams or sweet reality is always cruel. Faced with this predicament, Deng Yue could only let out a long sigh. Good fortune could not last forever. If only he were here. If only it were him. A sigh echoed across the river, followed by a surge of murderous intent. A woman in fiery red armor emerged from behind, striding forward. A glimmer of hope flickered in Zhang Caixia's despairing eyes. War god of Xia Nation. Xia Shengnan. A forest fire in Jiangdu was a sight rarely seen in a century. Such flames would inevitably draw Xia Shengnan's attention. The moment she arrived at the scene, a voluptuous woman beside her glanced at Deng Yue and snorted coldly. The esteemed commander of the Jiangdu Guard Corps can't even extinguish a fire? Does it require my family's war god to personally intervene? Chapter 25, Barred from Entry. Though Xia Shengnan harbored deep hatred toward Xiao Tiance in her daily life, she remained courteous and pleasant toward others. Seeing the cold remarks under the tree, she grabbed the other person's arm. Captain Deng, who'd always worked tirelessly for the nation and its people, why spew such cold-hearted remarks? Come with me inside. Let's get this over with quickly. With the goddess of war's single command, everything seemed settled. Zhang Caixia saw a hero in the firelight. Tears welled in her eyes as she hurried forward. Reporting to the goddess of war, I am Zhang Caixia, deputy captain of the security bureau. I volunteer to fight alongside you. After graduating, Zhang Caixia joined the security bureau not for money, but to fulfill her childhood dream of becoming a hero. Her father had made the ultimate sacrifice in a struggle against criminals. As his daughter, she too must shoulder this responsibility. And Xia Shengnan, the legendary female warrior of Huaxia, was Zhang Caixia's idol. To fight alongside her idol there could be no greater honor in the world. But before she could finish speaking, Deng Yue grabbed Zhang Caixia and pulled her behind him. Caixia, you can't act on your own. That's no place for you to go. Your father fought bravely and became a hero. You can follow in his footsteps as a hero, but you must not walk the path of death. Facing Deng Yue's urgent plea, Xia Shengnan silently nodded in agreement beside him. Miss Caixia, Mr. Deng is absolutely right. Fire God Alan is inside. This is no ordinary matter for security bureau agents to handle. Leave it to me. Just because Xia Shengnan can go doesn't mean others can follow. But just as Xia Shengnan finished speaking and prepared to step into the inferno, Deng Yue stepped forward. Ms. Xia, as the legendary female warrior of Xia Nation, your courage commands immense respect. But you cannot go to Baiyun Mountain. Ha! 5-star war goddess. Can't go? The power possessed by a 5-star war god transcends mere words. Across the entire Xia kingdom, there are very few places even a 5-star god of war cannot go. Such places are either perilous, mysterious realms or sites guarding Xia Nation's most closely held secrets. But such places simply couldn't exist in Jiangdu. Commander Deng, could it be that age has clouded your judgment? Xia Shengnan's voice carried a hint of doubt as she instantly plunged into the sea of flames. Both Zhang Caixia and the team members behind her maintained an absolute silence in response to Deng Yue's recent words. As the commander of the escort unit, Deng Yue had never faltered in his duty to protect the citizens of Jiangdu over the years. So why had he just uttered such an insulting remark? If even the goddess of war couldn't go there, who else could? Father, save me! A wail echoed before the gates of Baicaotang. Luo Qingyang, blood streaming from 7 orifices, crawled desperately across the ground. Then he clung tightly to his father's leg, like a wronged child. Luo Zhenhai, clad in a black suit, gently patted Luo Qingyang's shoulder. I told you back then that this good-for-nothing couldn't be saved, but my second brother refused to listen. Had I known you'd cause trouble today, I'd have eliminated you myself back then. No need for the 4 great families to intervene. Applause erupted in the darkness. The applause came from Xiao Tiance. If you want to do something like that, it's not too late now. The martial arts guild's experts, having taken their money, naturally spoke on their behalf. Hearing someone insult Xiao Tiance, they all stood up immediately. Your clan forcibly seized another's enterprise, an unforgivable crime. Today's inferno will deliver divine retribution. How dare you speak to our martial alliance leader like that? Aren't you afraid of twisting your tongue? Their faces radiated righteous indignation until the very next moment, when all the curses abruptly fell silent. A man stepped out from behind Luo Zhenhai. For the martial arts alliance members, this was merely a side gig to earn pocket money, so the identity of Baicaotang's owner held little significance. But for this man, it was entirely different. If anyone within the martial arts guild was the most terrifying figure, it was undoubtedly Nightbat. Nightbat wasn't an actual bat, but a codename. His name came from his blinding speed, especially in the night, allowing him to kill silently. Even a fool would recognize Nightbat as a professional assassin. Every so-called master present was merely a martial arts enthusiast. Compared to a professional assassin, they were no match. Thus, the moment Nightbat stepped forward, everyone obediently chose to keep their mouths shut. Sir, I'm terribly sorry, but I'm feeling under the weather today. We'll have to postpone this matter until another day. Mom called me home for dinner. Gotta go. My dog's having puppies, and my wife wants me to come home and take over the shoveling. The martial arts alliance came swiftly and departed just as quickly. In the blink of an eye, the area before the 100 Grass Hall was once again completely deserted. Only Xiao Tiance remained, standing alone before the door. With every step Nightbat took forward, the killing intent grew heavier. It's not too late now. Speak. Any last words? As Nightbat questioned him, Xiao Tiance adopted a solemn expression and glanced back at the 100 Herbs Hall. First off, the background behind the Baichao Hall signboard should be replaced with red. Vibrant red symbolizes celebration. Get it redone soon. Additionally, a red carpet must be laid at the entrance. While cost saving is essential in business, maintaining a respectable appearance is equally vital. Most crucially, as a place dedicated to healing and saving lives, Baicaotang absolutely must not tolerate price gouging or exploitation of the common folk. This must be rectified. These words caused Nightbat and Luo Zhenhai beside him to pause in slight surprise. Was this a last will and testament? But it sounded more like the head of Baicaotang was discussing plans to rebuild the enterprise. Moreover, after Xiao Tiance finished speaking, he deliberately glanced back over his shoulder. Nightbat asked with feigned seriousness. Judging by your aura, you must be a professional assassin, no doubt well-traveled and experienced. What do you think of my decor style? How was anyone supposed to answer that? Though he neither shouted nor cursed. Every word Xiao Tiance uttered felt like a barbed dart, clearly mocking the Taoist. Any true master would find this unbearable, let alone a professional assassin like Nightbat. Tonight, the moon was full. The night was deep. Both timing and terrain favored Nightbat. The next instant, Nightbat vanished before Luo Zhenhai's eyes. Like a bat in the air. His body was nearly invisible. In the blink of an eye, it leapt beside Xiao Tiance, extending its right hand armed with an iron hook. With a black tiger heart-piercing strike, it lunged fiercely toward his chest. The superalloy iron hook in its hand was the Nightbat's most formidable weapon. This iron hook had ripped out countless hearts. Old and young, beating and shattered. Hearts of every kind, in the very instant they were hooked out, lost their lives forever. Yet the Nightbat could never have imagined. In the instant the iron hook extended. What it hooked out was none other than its own heart. Chapter 26, Hidden Control. Nightbat couldn't comprehend the situation unfolding before him. His right arm, which he had just extended, had been cleanly severed at the wrist. He didn't even know when it had happened. Xiao Tiance now held his severed arm still attached to the iron hook as he opened his own chest cavity to extract his heart. Nightbat's terror stemmed from his unique method of killing. He forced victims to witness their own hearts being dug out, then watched as the enemy mercilessly destroyed them. Even if one wished to beg for mercy, they could only open their mouth, the words stuck in their throat. Now, the Nightbat's thumping heart lay in Xiao Tiance's hand. With a light flick of the iron hook, the entire heart splits cleanly in two. Luo Xinhai had never wanted the Nightbat to act because its methods were simply too brutal. But witnessing Xiao Tiance's methods now, Luo Xinhai felt his legs go weak. He finally understood why his son had been so terrified. Son, run. Stumbling over to Luo Qingyang's side, he grabbed his son and pulled him up, running in the opposite direction. How could the speed of a father and son possibly match Xiao Tiance? The moment Luo Xinhai's right hand reached for the car door handle, his other hand clenched his arm just as tightly. Next, Luo Xinhai felt a piercing, excruciating pain. Xiao Tiance clenched Luo Xinhai's hand with brutal force, his right hand balled into a tight fist. Luo Xinhai's arm felt like a limp, useless mass. The scene had nearly robbed Luo Xinhai of his courage to fear, leaving him paralyzed and collapsed on the ground. If you kill my 4 great families, I won't let you off. If you want Bai Keatang, I can give it to you, but it will be nothing more than an empty shell. If you don't believe me, go inside Baichao Hall and look at our business license. Without another word, Xiao Tiance seized the man's arm and dragged him forcefully into the depths of the 100 Grass Hall. The entrance to the 100 Herbs Hall father and son had passed through it countless times. Especially after seizing it from Luo Qingya's family, it had become their daily pilgrimage for nearly months on end. Countless times, the thought of the long-coveted Baichao Hall soon becoming their own property had them grinning from ear to ear. But today was entirely different. The moment the Hall of 100 Herbs doors swung open, father and son scrambled into the main hall, scrambling like stray dogs. Luo Qingyang swiftly placed the business license before Xiao Tiance, nearly weeping in frustration. Look at this business license. Though it bears my name, the shareholder has absolutely no connection to our family. Originally, the 4 major families in Jiangdu competed and interfered with each other, maintaining some balance. But since they united, they've swallowed up countless businesses, big and small, including our Bai Keatang. Currently, all family shares of Bai Keatang are controlled by the Lin family of the 4 great families. Moreover, in 2 days, the Lin family will hold a share auction. They call it an auction, but it's nothing more than handing these shares over for free straight into the hands of Miss Morone. What a cousin indeed. She really has swallowed it all whole. Xiao Tiance held the share documentation silently. The document was indeed crystal clear. Bai Keatang had long been a shell company in name only. On the surface, father and son managed it, but in reality, they held no controlling stake whatsoever. Brother-in-law, this is the location of the equity auction. Luo Qingyang acted on impulse, hastily pulling out a flyer and placing it before Xiao Tiance. Xiao Tiance merely gave it a cursory glance. Jiangdu venue. Then he let out a cold laugh. Prepare to welcome the new chairman in 2 days. With that, Xiao Tiance swept the flyer under his arm and strode away. Watching him depart, Luo Qingyang urgently grabbed her father's arm. Father, what should we do now? We can't just hand Bai Keatang back. If Baichao Hall stays in our hands, even without shares, we'll at least have an income. If it falls into that S hands, we'll have nothing left. As soon as Luo Qingyang finished speaking, her father beside her grabbed the other person by the hair and shoved them forward with brutal force. His laughter then turned into a truly hideous cackle. Son, how could you be so foolish? What should we do? Notify the Lin family immediately. That good-for-nothing is likely trying to snatch the tiger's teeth if he dares to target the 4 great families. It's pure suicide. All we need to do is welcome the 4 great families. Xiao Tiance, leaving Bai Keatang, felt refreshed in the dead of night. But as soon as he stepped onto the street, he saw the greedy wolf war god, who had been waiting there for quite some time. Hand over the tape. Xiao Tiance extended his right hand, but Qinglong beside him remained silent. Ha! Qinglong was clearly empty-handed. A 9-star war god operating within Xia Nation actually made a mistake. This piqued Xiao Tiance's interest. But just as he was about to inquire, the greedy wolf war god suddenly dropped to one knee. Reporting to your majesty, I proceeded to the Jiangdu Security Bureau, but that footage is in the possession of a deputy captain named Zhang Saixia. Zhang Saixia received an emergency call late at night to extinguish a fire at White Cloud Mountain and is currently missing. This subordinate will immediately lead the Qinglong squadron to conduct a thorough search of Baiyun Mountain. Baiyun Mountain? The night air carried a faint scent of smoke. Xiao Tiance had noticed this long ago, though he hadn't paid it much mind. Now, with Qinglong's report, it seems necessary to go personally. Alright, I'll handle this matter. Also, prepare a suit for me. In 2 days, we're heading to the Jiangdu venue. White Cloud Mountain, Blazing Fire Division. Zhang Xixia held a weapon in one hand, while the other shoulder bore the very same Xia nation's goddess of war. Who knows how things got this way? Zhang Xixia stubbornly followed Xia Shengnan, eager to witness the war goddess's prowess firsthand. And indeed, Xia Shengnan, the war goddess of Huaxia, lived up to every expectation. In just 2 rounds, he had defeated the fire god Alan, and the flames were already beginning to die down. The next step was naturally to escort the internationally wanted criminal back to his cell. But the problem was that from the burning, ruined forest emerged a stranger. His appearance was nearly identical to Alan's, save for hair tinged with a hint of snow white. The goddess of war could defeat one Alan, and she could certainly defeat a second. After all, Xia Shengnan was a 5-star goddess of war. Across the entire Xia nation, those who could stand on equal footing with her could be counted on one hand. Yet Zhang Xixia could never have imagined that the man emerging from the depths of the forest, beyond his outward appearance, was entirely different from the fire god Alan. He was simply too powerful. After more than a dozen exchanges, not only was he unscathed, but he had severely wounded Xia Shengnan. God of war, please hold on a little longer. I'll get you down the mountain immediately. That creature is absolutely a demon. Chapter 27, The Devil Descends. As deputy captain of the Anfang Bureau, Zhang Xixia should never have uttered such an unrealistic word as demon. Yet at this moment, she could find no more fitting description. The man emerging from the flames was terrifying beyond belief. Though sharing the same face as Alan, he had managed to block Xia Shengnan's attack and, after over a dozen exchanges, seized the perfect moment to counterattack successfully. Captain Zhang, follow this path down the mountain. Once you reach the base, inform Deng Yue to activate the war god token. Xia Shengnan clutched her wounded right hand, her eyes filled with resentment, unwillingness, and reluctance. The war god token was an emblem exclusively reserved for the war gods of Xia Nation. Each individual possesses only one, to be used in life-threatening emergencies to summon war gods from other regions for assistance. Such a precious item could only be activated once per war god. If possible, Xia Shengnan would have preferred not to say this, but she truly couldn't think of a better solution. God of war, Zhang Xixia hesitated, listening to the command. After all, Xia Shengnan was her idol. Fighting alongside her idol was a dream come true. Now that she finally had this chance, would she have to leave after barely a few minutes together? That hesitation was shattered the next second by Xia Shengnan's furious shout. I said go, so you go. This concerns the fate of the entire Jiangdu region, even the entire Xia nation. A violent gust of wind swept in from behind Xia. Xia Shengnan struck her opponent's back with a palm strike. Zhang Xixia stumbled, losing her footing, and instantly tumbled headlong down the cliff. Though her descent was chaotic, it saved her life. Amidst the smoke and fire, Xia Shengnan reclaimed her war goddess aura. Her eyes blazed like rainbows as she charged forward, her long sword dancing with the wind. Whoever you are, fight. At this very moment, Deng Yue watched the flames gradually die out, still unwilling to lead his soldiers up the mountain. Moreover, witnessing Xia's stumbling return only reinforced his suspicions. Captain Deng, hurry! A monster has appeared on White Cloud Mountain and trapped the goddess of war. Zhang Xixia scrambled up the slope, finally reaching mid-mountain. The moment she encountered Deng Yue, she delivered Xia Shengnan's message verbatim without pause. Several soldiers who had been itching for action felt their scalps tingle upon hearing that even the goddess of war couldn't handle it. Commander Deng, might you know something about this? Fire god Alan may have left, but surely he wouldn't have left us helpless against the goddess of war. Facing the collective stares of those around him, Deng Yue finally sighed. He had intended to inform Xia Shengnan of this matter, but her temperament was too impatient, and she had departed too swiftly. Just as he was about to warn her, she took a single stride and plunged directly into the sea of fire. Only a war god can defeat a war god. Our Xia nation's border defenses are formidable. Do you really think an arsonist, no matter how powerful, could breach them? Deng Yue's words plunged the surrounding crowd into silence. Everyone had been focused solely on putting out the fire, but this question forced them to reconsider. Alan himself, aside from arson, possessed no skills worthy of being compared to a war god. But Alan had an older brother, the so-called Nordic demon god, Annul. In a place like Northern Europe, although the war gods aren't specifically ranked by Xia's standards, he's at least a 7-star war god. A 7-star war god. 2 ranks higher than Xia Shengnan, a 5-star god. Everything suddenly made perfect sense. Why he could block the goddess of war's attack, why he could counterattack so smoothly, it all fell into place. Yes, the god of war's command. Activate the war god now. Zhang Xixia had barely finished her sentence. A stranger's voice cut in beside her. Excuse me, are you Captain Zhan? Could you please hand me the videotape? I believe your chief commander has already made arrangements. Xiao Tiance's voice carried a hint of politeness, a smile spreading across his face. Xixia turned to look at the gentle, scholarly-looking man and froze for a moment. Regarding the 100 Flowers Garden videotape, Captain Yi had given instructions, but Xia Shengnan's situation had quickly pushed the matter from Xia's mind. Compared to the war god's predicament, it was truly insignificant. Oh, I left it in. Fierce flames raged in the distance. Zhang Saixia instinctively reached for her backpack, only to find her waistband empty. Gone. She had heard Captain Ye's instructions. The black backpack contained the original video. But during the battle with Annul, it had accidentally fallen deep into the mountains. I'm sorry, sir, the recording was accidentally left behind in the mountains. Please return first, we'll deliver it to you once we locate it. Lost? Lost in the mountains? The thing was practically within reach. Why turn back now? Ah, then I won't trouble you. I'll go up myself. Kai Xia was about to nod when she suddenly froze. Go up and get it myself? Do I have too much time on my hands? Absolutely not. Baiyun Mountain is extremely dangerous. As Kai Xia finished speaking, she saw Xiao Tiance already striding swiftly toward the peak. Hey, did you even hear me? If you're playing deaf, I won't hold back. Zhang Saixia couldn't stand by and watch someone throw their life away. She had to stop him, even if it meant using force. She grabbed Xiao Tiance's shoulder and executed a shoulder throw. Practice makes perfect. Zhang Saixia might never match the female war goddess in combat, but within the Anfang Bureau, she was a true heroine. Her grappling skills were particularly formidable. Countless criminals had been brought to justice within 3 moves. Now, the same technique came effortlessly. Just as she was about to grip his shoulder, a gust of wind swept by, and Xiao Tiance vanished before her eyes. You know martial arts? No matter whether you do or not, you absolutely cannot go up White Cloud Mountain. Having received the news, Xiao Tiance had no reason to linger. Once he'd made up his mind, there was no turning back. Behind him, Kai Xia unleashed the full spectrum of her 18 seizing techniques, yet still failed to halt Xiao Tiance's stride toward the mountain. Each grab missed its mark, without exception. Ha! What was this man's secret? What kind of martial arts is this? 2 minutes later, Kai Xia was nearly out of breath. Fortunately, they had reached the mid-slopes of Baiyun Mountain, where Deng Yue had already sealed off the entire peak airtight, as they say. Commander Deng, a civilian, forced his way into the mountain. Stop him immediately. From afar, Deng Yue, who had been about to activate the war god token, suddenly froze in place. Shock flashed in his eyes, followed by a gleam of excitement as if a child had just spotted a coveted toy. Mr. Xiao, the Nordic demon god is currently wreaking havoc on the mountain. I implore you to intervene personally. Chapter 28, The Norse Evil God. Zhang Saixia was utterly dumbfounded. Back then, when Xia Shengnan tried to enter Baiyun Mountain, Deng Yue had gone to great lengths to block her. But what on earth was she saying now? Had her ears deceived her? Under the night sky, Saixia tapped her ears. If it wasn't her ears playing tricks, then it must be her brain. A place even the goddess of war couldn't reach, and now he was telling an ordinary person to go up there. Mr. Deng. What are you doing? Zhang Saixia's cry bordered on a shriek, but Deng Yue had no time to heed her now. His entire focus was fixed on Xiao Tiance. Facing Deng Yue in his military uniform, Xiao Tiance also halted his steps. Who are you? As he asked, Deng Yue suddenly crouched down. Just as he was about to kneel on one knee, Xiao Tiance grabbed his arm. Mr. Xiao, I am the commander of the Jiangdu Guard Regiment, responsible for the city's security. Foreign forces have invaded Baiyun Mountain, setting fires and trapping people. Even the goddess of war is trapped inside. I implore you, Mr. Xiao, no, I implore the Dark Emperor to lead the rescue. People might not know who Mr. Xiao is, but they absolutely must know who the Dark Emperor is. Especially for Deng Yue, that name held extraordinary significance. Back then, during overseas operations, when he had exhausted all ammunition and faced certain doom, a man crossed the sea, annihilated major pirate gangs, and rescued Deng Yue from peril. That man was the Dark Emperor Xiao Tiance. That scene emerging from the sea, floating amidst white clouds, remained etched in his memory forever. For years afterward, Deng Yue had relentlessly pursued Xiao Tiance's whereabouts using military resources, desperate to repay the debt of gratitude personally. Now, Deng Yue even rubbed his eyes, doubting whether it had all been a dream. Miss Xia has also ascended the mountain? You should retreat. The fire on the mountain is raging fiercely. Staying here is futile. I'll escort Miss Xia back once this is over. If Xiao Tiance said it was useless, then it truly was useless. Deng Yue relented, waving his hand to signal the soldiers scattered across the slopes. Everyone, retreat. Soldiers might not understand, but they couldn't disobey orders. Yet now, the soldiers who had been grim-faced moments ago on the mountain looked perplexed. Only Deng Yue let out a long sigh, feeling an immense sense of relief. As the crowd began to disperse, Zhang Saixia stared wide-eyed, her gaze fixed intently on Deng Yue. As the captain of the guard, how could he just leave like this when the matter was still unresolved? Zhang Saixia absolutely could not accept this. Earlier, their conversation had been muffled by the late-night wind, and their words were vague. Who knew what had made Commander Deng change his mind? Stop right there. As a member of the Jiangdu Guard, you stood by and watched people die without lifting a finger. Activate the war god order immediately. The war god order was something even Deng Yue had to report up the chain of command for approval before executing unless the war god himself contacted him directly. As for the local security bureau, they had no authority whatsoever. If Deng Yue ignored this, it would be no different from watching Xia Shengnan die with his own eyes. As Xia Shengnan's idol, Kai Xia would never tolerate such an outcome. Throughout the entire tug of war, Deng Yue remained impassive as he stated, "The matter has been resolved. There's no need to continue waiting here and risking unnecessary casualties." This was indeed the truth. Amidst the roar of artillery on the battlefield, there was no point in organizing a cold weapon squad to charge in and offer themselves up as easy targets. Yet Kai Xia witnessed it all. How was this any different from irresponsibility? Resolved? How is it resolved? The goddess of war hasn't returned yet, and you're abandoning her? If you try to send me away, I'll file a complaint against you right now. From start to finish, only that man had gone to rescue her. Expecting someone with a little martial arts to take on a Norse god? That's the biggest joke in the world. Seeing Kai Xia's unreasonable outburst, Deng Yue couldn't reveal the Dark Emperor's identity without permission. After much deliberation, faced with her persistence, he decided the best course of action was to make a clean getaway. With a sharp click, the car door slammed shut. A roar of the engine followed as it sped away. He's leaving? Zhang Saixia watched as everyone descended the mountain, feeling rather helpless herself. She wanted to rush after them, but found that although the flames in the forest had nearly died out, thick smoke still billowed, making it impossible to take even a single step inside. She could only glare fiercely at the departing convoy and shout, "You wait! I'm going to report you! I'm going to report you right now!" Amidst the thick fog drifting through White Cloud Mountain, Enel stood clad in a white robe. He held up a mirror to examine the bloodstains on his face, shaking his head slightly. "Truly worthy of the title goddess of war, you've wounded me." To Xia Shengnan's ears, this compliment sounded almost entirely like mockery. Xia Shengnan now bore multiple wounds, her armor shattered. Compared to Enel, she resembled a warrior bathed in blood and scorched by flames. 7-star god of war. Jiang Du, why would such a creature appear here? Xia Shengnan didn't know, nor did she want to know. Just moments ago, she had mustered every ounce of strength to slay Alan, yet now, facing Enel, she was utterly powerless. Compounded by the smoke's interference and lung injuries, even breathing had become a struggle. No, if this continues, I'll be defeated in a protracted battle. All she could hope for was one final, all-out strike. Xia Shengnan took a step back, channeling all her strength into her right hand. One strike to finish him. The earth beneath her feet began to crumble. The full might of the 5-star war god erupted, unleashing a gale that swept through the charred, blackened trees. As if infected by this force, the trees toppled one after another. The deep craters gouged into the earth bore witness to the full might of Xia Nation's female war goddess. In the blink of an eye, her foot missed the ground. Xia Shengnan's body shot through the air like a cannonball, streaking across the sky like a meteor, racing toward the moon. Here we go. Enel couldn't help but take notice. This move truly carried enough weight. Dig your own grave. Just as Xia Shengnan launched her full-force attack, a familiar voice echoed from behind. We keep running into him everywhere. What's that good-for-nothing doing here? Xiao Tiance's voice filled Xia Shengnan with resentment, especially since the scene at Jiangdu Airport was still fresh in her mind. Yet that single remark suddenly distracted Xia Shengnan, sending a sharp pain through her chest. Enel's fist, carrying the force of thunder, slammed viciously into Xia Shengnan's chest. A fierce force seemed to pierce right through her front and back. Her body fell to the ground like a "You fool!" Xia Shengnan collapsed unconscious on the ground. Enel shook out his arm, his eyes fixed on Xiao Tiance. The man wore neither armor nor carried any distinctive weapon. After staring for a long while, he finally shook his head. The goddess of war was right, you really are an idiot. Coming here alone, unarmed, there's no other word for it but fool. Chapter 29, the 7-star god of war. One who could be called a Norse dark god possessed combat prowess sufficient to be known as a 7-star war god. Such a figure appearing in Dragon City would certainly warrant intervention from Xia Nation's top-tier war gods. But precisely because of this, Enel's appearance was confined to the obscure Jiangdu. Even if those big shots from Dragon City personally intervened, the journey alone from Dragon City to Jiangdu would be enough for Enel to unleash a tidal wave of chaos. I don't think you should have come to Jiangdu. The Nordic god of war, an internationally wanted criminal, has committed heinous crimes across more than 20 nations. Not for revenge, not for plunder, but for the sheer pleasure of killing. Xiao Tiance stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He listed each of the man's crimes one by one. Enel paused, slightly taken aback. He truly hadn't expected some obscure nobody to even remember his name, and to have his every deed laid out in such stark detail. But this shock lasted only a moment. Seems I underestimated you. Who'd have thought my reputation even reached Xia Kingdom? Since you remembered my name, I'll grant you the courtesy of revealing yours before you die. Facing the inquiry, Xiao Tiance remained as calm as ever. My name should be a bit more renowned than yours. Even bigger? Annul was completely stumped. Before arriving in Jiangdu, he had investigated the prominent figures of Xia Kingdom. Across the entire Xia Kingdom, there were 27 war gods. Figures like Xia Shengnan were negligible, while the other top-tier leaders were now far removed from Jiangdu. It was precisely because Annul possessed this intelligence that he dared to wield such power at White Cloud Mountain. And among those war god leaders, Xiao Tiance's name was definitely not present. This statement left Annul utterly dumbfounded. But he quickly snapped back to reality, a savage grin spreading across his face. Interesting. I didn't expect you to possess not only audacity but also foresight. Knowing full well you're heading for certain death, yet you dare to flaunt some baseless titles to save face. Whether you truly have the skill or not, it'll be exposed the moment you make your move. Thunder Fist. His right hand shot into the air, crackling like lightning. From the day Annul was born, he possessed unique abilities that set him apart from others, qualities worthy of a Norse god. For instance, the power to command thunder and lightning. Though not a superhuman, when his fists were enveloped in thunder's might, it was enough to strike terror into any opponent. Amidst flashes of lightning and sparks, Thunderfist had already closed in on Xiao Tiance. The surrounding air seemed to crackle with tension. The sleeves scorched by the lightning carried a faint scent of gunpowder. This punch wasn't Annul's full power. Yet it was more than sufficient to defeat the goddess of war. Yet in the very next instant, Annul felt the overwhelming force of a raging flood, plunging him into a bottomless abyss within the void. Like a sea of minced beef, it vanished without a trace. As they closed in on each other, Annul looked up and met Xiao Tiance's gaze. Behind those eyes lay a veritable hellish sea of blood. Even Annul felt a chill run down his spine at that moment, instinctively retreating 100 meters away at breakneck speed. Who the hell are you? Annul naturally didn't believe Xiao Tiance's words. But while words could deceive, the murderous intent radiating from those eyes held no trace of falsehood. Others call me the Dark Emperor. Here, Xiao Tiance saw no need to continue hiding. The consequence of this revelation was that the right hand of a 7-star war god trembled slightly, his eyes revealing a look of utter despair. If he could, Annul wished only for time to rewind. Wait, don't come any closer. I'm the Grand Taoist's disciple. If I die, the Grand Taoist will never let you off the hook. Even he wasn't entirely certain if his master could avenge him. He only remembered that upon first mastering his cultivation, the Grand Taoist had warned him, no matter where he went in the future, he must never offend a man named Dark Gentleman. Unfortunately, Annul hadn't consulted the almanac before setting out. Besides, who could have known he'd encounter such a formidable opponent in this small town? Setting fire to the mountain, slaughtering the people, I have absolutely no reason to spare you. Xiao Tiance stared at the charred corpse, now nothing but a blackened husk within the raging flames. Veins bulged on his temples as his eyebrows twitched. Annul had no chance left now. His only option was to give it his all. Thus, the instant Xiao Tiance spoke, all his power coalesced into a single point, crackling like lightning and thunder. In the blink of an eye, he was upon his target. Annul was certain this attack possessed perfect power and speed. It was vastly more powerful than any previous strike. Yet within the crackling lightning, he saw the man with the piercing eyes casually wave his hand in midair. It was as if a contemptuous force had gently sliced through the air. Then, both arms slowly fell to the ground. He was the 7-star war god. Yet he never dreamed he could be so utterly defeated. Though he'd heard tales of the Dark Angel from his master, he now realized legends were utterly unreliable. 2 minutes later, Annul lay across from the blood-red expanse, vanishing into the flames as well. As his life drew to a close, a bitter smile touched his lips. Legends, indeed, were nothing more than legends. The Dark Emperor was far stronger than he had ever imagined. Having accomplished all this, Xiao Tiance paid no heed to the smoke billowing through the forest. Amidst the scorched earth, he finally found a black backpack. Inside lay the very tape recording of the Luo family's massacre all those years ago. Unfortunately, the tape appeared damaged amidst the boundless inferno. Inside the security bureau at the foot of Baiyun Mountain, Zhang Saixia had been pounding on the office door for 2 hours. Captain Deng, as the head of the security detail, has failed to act. This matter absolutely must be reported to higher-ups. Captain Yi, are you even listening to me? Inside the room, the captain lay as if dead to the world. Not a single word had been uttered until now. Left alone, Zhang Saixia paced back and forth in the corridor. She even regretted encountering so many strange occurrences today. Deng Yue was always extremely responsible, yet today he inexplicably abandoned his post. And that guy, knowing full well the mountain harbors tigers, yet charging straight toward them. Who does he think he is? Acting like some female warrior goddess? Isn't that just courting death? Frustrated, Zhang Saixia stomped her feet in place, but she couldn't think of a better solution. After all, as a deputy captain, her authority was severely limited. In the end, she could only stomp her leather-shod foot hard against the security bureau's door. The moment the door swung open, a familiar figure appeared outside. What do you want with Xia Shengnan? Ah, right, I'll leave the person here. I've got other business to attend to, so I'll be heading out first. Chapter 30, The Missing Person. In the dimly lit room, Xiao Tiance turned on the old-fashioned VCR. Xiao Tiance and Luo Qingya faced each other, their eyes locked in an unbreakable stare. Luo Qingya, if you don't want to watch this, then don't. The footage on the tape showed, without a doubt, the Luo family tragedy from years ago. 5 years had passed, yet this event remained a shadow in Luo Qingya's heart. If he could, Xiao Tiance wouldn't want to reopen that wound, to relive it before Luo Qingya. No, I must see it through to the end. As a descendant of the Luo family, I cannot bow my head. 2 years ago, Luo Qingya would never have uttered such words. Yet after spending even this brief time with Xiao Tiance, Luo Qingya found her own perspective gradually shifting. The videotape wasn't particularly clear. Amidst the raging flames, the colors distorted the image, causing it to gradually blur. Still, it was barely watchable. The scene depicted dusk on the day of the incident. Luo Qingya had gone out to gather herbs and had not returned home. As the sun dipped below the horizon, faint footsteps echoed near the gates of the 100 Flowers garden. A group of masked figures slowly emerged from the surrounding corners. They were definitely not from the Xiao family. With Xiao Tiance's current cultivation level, he could tell at a glance that these assassins were not from Longcheng. As the scene shifted, one masked man stepped forward. Several other assassins followed closely behind. Though his features remained hidden, his movements unmistakably matched those of the masked assassin Xiao Tiance had eliminated not long ago. Soon, the assassins entered the room, followed by waves of agonized screams. Luo Qingya's eyes, fixed on the television screen, slowly welled up with 2 clear streams of tears. Unconsciously, she leaned against Xiao Tiance's side. He became her sole support. Soon, her uncle and aunt, their bodies covered in blood and scorched, escaped through the villa's window. Her aunt, in particular, clutched Luo Qingya's younger sister in her arms. Her uncle, however, was dragging a young man slightly older than himself, Luo Qingya's older brother, Luo Xuanji. Back then, Luo Xuanji and Xiao Tiance hit it off like brothers. Alas, the present could never recapture the past. The family of 4 escaped the assassins surrounding the 100 Flowers garden, but their pursuers refused to relent. Amidst the chaos of blades, Uncle sacrificed himself to shield his eldest brother, Luo Xuanji, using his own blood-afflicted body to brace against the enemy's blades. His mother placed his younger sister in Luo Xuanji's arms. Stumbling and falling, they finally broke through the railing of the 100 Flower garden and fled westward at full speed. The video abruptly ended there. Xiao Tiance placed the handkerchief before Luo Qingya. Luo Qingya, from the footage, your eldest brother risked everything to save your sister. Where did they go afterward? Luo Qingya wiped away her tears and shook her head softly. My brother is dead, and my sister remains missing to this day. When I returned, the 100 Flowers garden was engulfed in raging flames. My parents' bodies had been decapitated and hung on the doorframe. My brother had gone to the hospital for treatment, but ultimately succumbed to a fatal stab wound to the chest. By the time I managed to contact my brother, he was already dead. As for my sister, her whereabouts remain unknown to this day. A once happy family of 5 is now torn apart. All thanks to the 4 great families. Rest assured, your family is my family. This debt will be repaid. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. Luo Qingya hurriedly opened the old door. Standing outside was an elderly man well into his 60s. The old man placed a gray bag before Luo Qingya. Young lady, I'm too old and useless now. Please accept this small token of my gratitude. The old man sported a goatee. As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced toward Xiao Tiance inside the doorway. He noticed Luo Qingya, who was slightly frowning at the presence of another person in the house. Luo Qingya, have you found yourself a boyfriend? Why bring someone home so late at night? In this day and age, you have to keep your eyes wide open when looking for a boyfriend. You should have waited for him to return, but I know you're young. When your family faced hardship, I wasn't in a position to help. The old man rambled on, but then Xiao Tiance walked to the doorway and smiled faintly. Master's son, Master's son. The words, Master's Sunday. The old man felt as if his brain had exploded. He then scrutinized Xiao Tiance from head to toe. Within mere seconds, tears streamed down his aged face. Without even pausing to take off his shoes, he stepped straight into the room and embraced Xiao Tiance tightly. You little rascal! Why did you take so long to come back? Old man, I'm going to beat you up. The old gentleman's name was Sun Honhai. If Baikiatang was the most renowned pharmacy in Jiangdu, then old Master Sun's traditional Chinese medicine clinic was the famed Hall of Salvation. Sadly, Sun Honhai was a long-standing client of Baikiatang, bound by years of contractual agreements. Each year, Baichao Hall supplied Sun Honhai's enterprise group with corresponding precious medicines. His uncle, in particular, was exceptionally generous. Over time, the 2 men became close friends who shared everything. When Xiao Tiance faced hardship years ago, old Master Sun often rose to care for him, personally treating many of his severe injuries. Alas, there was one thing he could not help. You little rascal, just being back is enough, just being alive is enough. I've spent my entire life as a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, yet I still couldn't cure the poison you were given back then. Xiao Tiance had been secretly poisoned by the Xiao family, suffering from a deeply entrenched, highly unusual toxin. Even old Master Sun, hailed as the foremost authority in Jiangdu, could do nothing to help. That moment in Xiao Tiance's heart became an eternal knot within him. Soon after, the Luo family faced calamity. Outnumbered and outmatched against the four great families, the old patriarch could only watch helplessly as Baichao Hall changed hands and all ties were severed. Worse still, their aid to Xiao Tiance's Chinese medicine clinic drew severe retaliation, making them a target for the four great families. In recent years, they could only scrape together meager funds from their family businesses to help Luo Qingya weather the storm. Master Sun, it's been years, I hope you're well. Still got that fishing skill of yours? Xiao Tiance flashed a hearty smile. The old master had always loved fishing. After Xiao Tiance's injuries improved, he often accompanied him. During that period, Xiao Tiance was nearly withdrawn and silent due to the Xiao family's persecution. It was the old master who taught him fishing to lift his spirits and bring joy to his heart. Fundamentally speaking, though he only taught him the skill of fishing, Sun Honghai was still, in a way, Xiao Tiance's half-master. Now that you're back, you little rascal, we've got double the good fortune today. My daughter's engagement is the day after tomorrow. I was planning to invite Miss Guo to the wedding banquet. Since you're here too, why not add another pair of chopsticks? Sun Honghai's daughter, whom he cherished like the apple of his eye. He cherished her like the apple of his eye. Back when they used to fish together, that little girl would always be by his side. Never imagined that in the blink of an eye, she'd already reached marriageable age. Xiao Tiance immediately stiffened at this happy news. Rest assured, old Master Sun, I'll be there without fail. Chapter 31, The Wound Doesn't Add Up. Xiao Tiance saw old Master Sun off at the door. Overnight, he found himself filled with a newfound sense of melancholy. The Luo family was practically a mirror image of the Xiao family, a tiger fallen from grace, abandoned by all when the wall crumbled. After the incident involving his uncle and aunt, Bai Keatang underwent a generational shift. Not only outsiders, but even their own kin had turned their backs. Now, the one most concerned about Luo Qingya was none other than the former elder's son. Setting aside personal feelings, elder's son had merely been a business partner back in the day. He had long ceased collaborating with Baichao Hall. Yet, he still showed such concern for the fallen Luo Qingya. Such a heart was truly rare. Revenge for wrongs, gratitude for favors, this had always been Xiao Tiance's way. Returning to the sofa, the night had grown deep. Bai Keatang belonged to his family, and he would reclaim it. Since the shares were no longer in his hands, he would go straight to the Lin family to reclaim them and see what became of that so-called good sister. The Luo family tragedy played on endlessly in the television. Though the tape had ended, the broadcast had selected a loop of the case footage. Xiao Tiance truly didn't want to watch it again. Just as he was about to turn it off, he suddenly paused. What he saw on the screen compelled his attention. Wounds to the abdomen, waist, and right leg inflicted by a machete and a spear. Xiao Tiance stared at the screen, muttering to himself as if reciting a familiar list. Luo Qingya, standing beside him, froze slightly. Though her heart ached, she peered through the gaps between her fingers toward the screen. What's wrong? Are you scared? What happened? Xiao Tiance paid her no mind, continuing to watch the screen intently. Minutes later, his expression twisted into a savage grimace. I'm asking you, what was the cause of Big Brother Qin Xuanji's death? Which hospital did he go to? Xuanji's death was already an accepted fact. Even now, the death certificate was still kept at home. Soon, Luo Qingya opened the Polonia wood cabinet and pulled out a black notebook. My brother died at Tianlong Hospital. It's a Western medicine facility, especially renowned for its surgical expertise in obstetrics and pediatrics. Absolutely professional, yet even they couldn't save him. During the exchange, Xiao Tiance silently committed the name to memory. Tianlong Hospital. It had to be them. In the video footage of Luo Xuanji, though he was severely wounded, Xiao Tiance had seen clearly that there were no injuries to his chest. It was impossible for him to have died from cardiac rupture and excessive blood loss. In other words, Luo Xuanji's fatal wound appeared after he escaped the pursuit of the four great families. Luo Qingya, I'm heading out. Also, regarding tomorrow's Lin family auction, I'll personally reclaim every single share belonging to our Baichao Hall. Heading to the venue? Luo Qingya froze. Has he lost his mind? Going to the four great families' venue. Xiao Tiance had already uncovered the truth. The Lin family was merely climbing upward, scheming to connect with the Longqing clan and ascend step by step. After the Luo family's downfall, they seized control of Bai Keatang's shares only to hand them over to Morong Shui. This so-called auction was nothing more than a mere formality. Since he was going in person, naturally, he had to make some preparations. In the dead of night, Xia Shengnan inside the Enfang Bureau slowly awoke as a cool breeze swept through. Before she could push open the restroom door, the persistent clamor outside had already reached her ears. We must report Deng Yue. That bastard stood by and did nothing to save him. Inside the Anfang Bureau now, no one paid Kai Xia any mind. Turning to look at the female warrior, his face flushed with excitement as he hurried off at a jog. Reporting to the goddess of war, after you entered Baiyun Mountain, Deng Yue. Xia Shengnan had already heard everything clearly from inside the room. Enough. There's no need to dwell on this matter. How did I get back? During the questioning, the staff members at the door also looked utterly perplexed. Then, gesturing wildly, he spoke in vague terms. A young man brought you here. He looked to be in his early 20s. His face? A bit fatter than this chopstick, but much thinner than this plate. After talking for ages, the few guys still hadn't made themselves clear. Just then, Captain Yi returned from his office with a sigh. I recall when Deng Yue contacted me, he mentioned that fellow's name was Xiao Tiance. He also asked me to pass on a message. Someone under Mr. Deng's command had been seriously injured on White Cloud Mountain and taken to the hospital, so he hadn't had time to say goodbye to the war god. He apologized. Upon being reminded, Zhang Saixia exclaimed excitedly, that's right, his name is Xiao Tiance. It's strange, ever since the demon god appeared on White Cloud Mountain, Deng Yue forbade anyone from approaching. But when that man went there, not only was he not stopped, it seemed like they deliberately let him in. What's going on here? Xia Shengnan suffered a complete defeat in the Battle of White Cloud Mountain. But according to everyone's accounts, there were only a handful of people on the mountain. And since she was carried down by Xiao Tiance, could it be that he was the one who defeated the demon god? Only a fool would believe such nonsense. Now, Kai Xia paced alone in her room, her voice slow and measured. Commander Deng has always been meticulous in his actions. Could it be that man named Xiao Tiance is no ordinary fish in the pond? Crash! The desk and chairs inside the Anfang Bureau shattered instantly under Xia Shengnan's furious pounding. Impossible. If Xiao Tiance really did it, then it must be the work of the greedy wolf war god, a top-tier 9-star war god who could easily defeat a demon god. That's the only possibility. There were simply too many unexplained elements. At that moment, Xia Shengnan suddenly received a phone call. She nodded slightly beside him. Tomorrow marks the day of the Lin family and Morong Shui's auction. Morong must be from Dragon City. His superiors have assigned him the task of safeguarding the venue's internal security. As the morning sun rose, the owner of a funeral attire shop quietly locked the storefront door. The shop's name, Funeral Parlor, carried an ominous ring, yet it stood on Jiangdu's bustling business street. Some celebrated weddings and housewarmings, while others prepared for burials. Wherever there was need, there was business. But not today. The old man shook his head, about to close the room, when a man suddenly pushed his way in. Seeing the young man, the owner sighed. It seemed someone in his family had passed away. What terrible timing. Amidst the sigh, Xiao Tiance paused in surprise. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are natural processes. Why should there be such a thing as inopportune timing? The shopkeeper showed no intention of doing business, instead closing the door tightly. Hold on, boss, that's an interesting point. Even if someone has passed away, coming to buy items is perfectly normal. Are you giving up on your business? The shopkeeper, nearing 70, sighed and shook his head hastily. No, I dare not. Today is the day Miss Morong and the Lin family convened their meeting. They're taking over a Jiangdu enterprise group. On this auspicious occasion, the Lin family has ordered that no funeral arrangements be sold. I beg your indulgence for a few more days, sir. Chapter 32, A Generous Gift. No funeral services? The world holds many strange occurrences, but even Xiao Tiance had never heard of such a thing before. What a pair of the four great families. They control conglomerates and underground societies. Now they even dictate others' births, deaths, and illnesses? The Lin family's methods were truly ruthless. And those who go too far often meet their end sooner. Xiao Tiance let out a cold laugh before opening the black case, revealing its contents filled with cash. Old man, I need to make several tokens. Is this enough? It's urgent. Money talks, and the owner of this funeral parlor isn't exactly a saint either. Since opening the shop, I've never seen such a pile of cash. He glanced around cautiously. Young man, if you're in a hurry, it's not impossible. But don't let anyone from the four great families find out. Come take a look at the goods. As the shopkeeper spoke, he opened the warehouse door, revealing a complete array of funeral goods. Several black spirit tablets were of decent quality. Xiao Tiance picked one up casually and nodded silently. Just these. Pack them up for me. It was quite unusual for someone to want to sell off all the spirit tablets in the shop first thing in the morning. But given the price Xiao Tiance offered, it wouldn't have been unreasonable to buy not just a few spirit tablets, but the entire shop. The shopkeeper's head bobbed like a chick pecking at grain, beaming with delight. All right, sir. I'll pack them up for you right away, though I'm not sure what to write on the spirit tablets. Before he could finish, a loud bang echoed. A burly man wielding a cleaver smashed through the door in an instant. Spotting a box of cash and the spirit tablets scattered on the floor, he snorted coldly. You old fool. Didn't you hear the Lin family's orders today? On this joyous occasion, the sale of funeral goods is strictly prohibited, didn't you hear? The four great families never lack men to do their bidding. Clearly, the man before him was one of those hired by the four great families. The shopkeeper instantly dropped to his knees, trembling all over. Mr. Ma, it's my fault, but my family can barely scrape by. We can't survive without doing business. Could you please show mercy? Before he could finish, the man named Ma kicked him hard. For today's grand event, the Lin family had made thorough preparations and cultivated a festive atmosphere. They'd also spent a pretty penny hiring a group of guards to maintain order at the scene. Captain Ma was one of them. Cut him some slack? Who do you think you are? Captain Ma swung a nearby stool, smashing it down with a thud right in front of the boss. But at that moment, a cold voice emerged slowly from behind. You work for the Lin family? Xiao Tiance seemed oblivious to the commotion within the room, his left hand clutching the spirit tablet as he remained utterly silent. For someone like Captain Ma, working for the Lin family was an honor in itself. Even without being asked, he would have declared his allegiance. Of course. Besides the Lin family, who else do you think has the capability? Looks like you're loaded, kid. Consider today a gift to me. These weren't guards at all, they were clearly a band of bandits. But that seemed to matter little. Xiao Tiance pretended not to notice, continuing to clasp the spirit tablet tightly in his hand as he questioned. Money you can have. What's your name? Captain Ma heard the offer of money and found no reason to refuse. After all, no one turns down money. I'm Ma Gu. You're showing some sense. Rest assured, once you pay up, this street is mine to run. The Lin family is too big to handle such trifles. From now on, if you need anything, come straight to me. Ma Ghost wasn't afraid to offend businessmen, but he certainly didn't want to cross a wealthy patron like Xiao Tiance. If possible, the more wealthy friends he had by his side, the better. But just as Ma Ghost finished speaking, Xiao Tiance's right hand flicked swiftly across the spirit tablet. The motion was eerily swift, like the yin-yang finger technique, a martial skill of extraordinary peculiarity. Ma Gu favored the wealthy, but faced with martial arts masters, he had to be cautious. Maintaining an air of curiosity, he leaned closer to Xiao Tiance's position and peered at the spirit tablet. The words etched upon the pitch-black spirit tablet were crystal clear. Damn it! Would the spirit tablet bear one's own name? No one would be pleased to see their name on this plaque. Just as Ma Gu was about to speak, the spirit tablet in his hand snapped with a crack, instantly being pressed into his chest. You could even see the ribs pierce through. What's your name? Killing a horse demon seemed easier than killing a dog. Though Ma Ghost had several thugs trailing behind him, these ruffians were merely tagging along with Captain Ma for easy gains. They were always the first to flee when trouble arose. And this man before them was terrifying beyond belief. As street thugs who fought daily, they were no strangers to blades and guns, yet they'd never seen a spirit tablet kill a man. You'll pay for this. You've offended the Lin family. You're finished. The thugs spat out threats, yet fled faster than rats scurrying down the street. Only the shopkeeper remained deeply troubled. This is trouble. You've offended the Lin family. I fear. The shopkeeper's words were cut short as his eyes widened to the size of copper bells. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Tiance seemed to have inscribed names upon every spirit tablet. His gaze returned to the spirit tablets. With a sharp crack, the shopkeeper felt his entire body go numb, paralyzed. What on earth are you doing? These are the two young masters of the Lin family, this is the steward of the Yu family, and what's this? The patriarch of the Chu family is here too. The key figures of the four major families had long been thoroughly investigated by Xiao Tiance. Now, seeing these names one after another, no matter how he looked at them, they were utterly shocking. I don't know you. We've never met. The shopkeeper forcefully pushed Xiao Tiance out the door. With the spirit tablet completed, a faint smile touched Xiao Tiance's lips. Every single person on that memorial tablet was a sworn enemy. Meanwhile, inside the Lin family's banquet hall, Jiandu's massive sports arena served as the temporary venue. Outside, a red carpet stretched out in a festive display. Luxury cars of every make lined the stadium entrance, too numerous to count. Major business tycoons gathered at the entrance, mingling and networking. This time, word had it that the Lin family patriarch himself had come to meet Miss Morong, who had arrived from Longcheng. Though called an auction, it was essentially a free giveaway of Bai Keatang's shares to Morong Shui. With this ironclad deal, which entrepreneur would dare to bid against it? Numerous reporters and auction house representatives were present, but the so-called fairness and impartiality were nothing but a joke. Just as one man voiced his complaint, a black sedan pulled up before them. Spotting the Lin family vehicle, he instantly fell silent, but alas, he was already too late. The window rolled down, revealing a man surrounded by women. At such a crucial event, the women in the car remained completely naked. Only Lin Xiu of the Lin family could pull off such extravagance. Chapter 33, The Soul-Snatching Impermanence. The loose-lipped middle-aged man, upon seeing the Lin family patriarch, hastily covered his mouth. He desperately hoped his earlier words hadn't been overheard, his face flushing crimson with rage. Lin Xiu remained silent. watching the vehicle before him slowly glide past the man's side. With a sharp swish, a steel hook, chained to an iron lock, shot out through the car window. Then, the steel chain drew an arc through the air. In full view of everyone, the man's head rolled to the ground. Comrades from the same group unit who witnessed the scene first let out a gasp. Then they saw the driver's face half black, half white, looking utterly bizarre. Good heavens! How could you speak so carelessly in front of him? That man is the Grim Reaper. He's the Lin family's top bodyguard, a first-rate assassin. He's ranked on the Heaven and Earth Assassin list. The Heaven and Earth rankings were a peculiar list rarely heard of by respectable families. It was the World Assassin Organization's list of fame and fortune. Though it contained only a mere 100 names, everyone who made it onto it ranked among the top 100 assassins globally. The Reaper may no longer be on the list, but anyone fortunate enough to have been ranked there is undoubtedly a master among masters. The surrounding businessmen watched their companion's head tumble across the ground, then glanced at the Reaper. Their expressions instantly turned grim. That kid really had no filter when he spoke. He deserved this calamity. He deserved to die. Today was the Lin family's turf. To dare insult members of the four great families was pure suicide. Soon, Lin Xiao's car glided into the venue, finally easing the tension in the surrounding crowd. At the same time, another red Ferrari pulled up at the venue entrance. To the surrounding crowd, though Lin Xiao was the star of this auction, the woman emerging from the Ferrari drew even more attention. She wore armor and her face was expressionless. The surrounding crowd parted to make way. After all, one must give the Chinese female warrior her due respect. Why would the Chinese female warrior deity attend this auction? How could matters within Jiangdu possibly warrant the presence of such a formidable figure? The daily dealings of the four great families hardly seemed worthy of the goddess of war's attention. Amidst the murmuring crowd, the star of this spectacle had already taken her place inside. Luo Qingya wore a sleek black tailcoat today, looking exceptionally stunning. Xiao Tiance gently held her white arm, like a young couple. Inside the venue, ordinary entrepreneurs could only occupy seats along the outer perimeter of the gymnasium, gazing toward the front from afar. Only the top-tier entrepreneurs earned seats at the inner roundtables. Jiangdu was a rising star, its major enterprises boasting extraordinary prosperity. Entrepreneurs were countless, and even those without the privilege of acquiring shares in the Baikatang Group sought to network at such an event. Xiao Tiance, this auction is clearly a gift from the Lin family to Miss Morong. Is it really okay for us to participate directly? And shouldn't we move to the back? Everyone seated here is a major corporate figure. Luo Qingya couldn't shake the feeling that this seating arrangement was utterly inappropriate. The surrounding crowd was dressed in suits and ties, chatting animatedly. Only Xiao Tiance wore a tracksuit, leaning against the seat and cracking sunflower seeds non-stop. He seemed oblivious to the crowd around him. The emerging business groups in Jiangdu naturally had no idea who Xiao Tiance was. At first, they thought he was just some carefree young master. But just 2 minutes later, one of the men strode over, a peach blossom fan clutched in his hand. My friend, you look familiar. If I'm not mistaken, you're Xiao Tiance, the one who was kicked out of Jiangdu 5 years ago. And you, young lady Baikatang, is one of our own enterprises, isn't it? How does it feel to see your company's stock now being toyed with in someone else's hands? The young master before them was engaged in electronics marketing locally in Jiangdu. Thanks to the Lin family's patronage, his business has flourished tremendously in recent years. As for the Baikatang affair, the young master learned the truth from the Lin family. That's right, we're the ones. We've come here today to reclaim everything that belongs to us, and to deliver a gift to the four great families while we're at it. The surrounding businessmen burst into laughter upon hearing Xiao Tiance's words. Reclaiming what was lost, quite the bold claim. The four great families sparing your lives, you two scoundrels, is already a favor. If you don't keep your tail between your legs now, how dare you show up at the venue in person? Who gave you the guts? The surrounding entrepreneurs, seeing the young master's attitude, followed suit with their own hypocritical compliance. Though he was merely a minor marketer, he'd become quite the rising star in the Lin family's inner circle in recent years. At a time like this, it was crystal clear which side to align with. Ignoring the taunts, Xiao Tiance poured himself a cup of clear tea. Before he could take a sip, the young master beside him snatched the teacup and slammed it hard onto the floor. Everyone, take note. The dog that was driven from its home 5 years ago dares to return today. Seems the Lin family won't be the ones taking action today. Before the young master could finish his sentence, Xiao Tiance silently retrieved several more teacups. But this time, the cup wasn't for tea. With a sharp crack, he shoved the entire vessel into the young master's mouth. His front teeth shattered instantly. Blood gushed from his mouth and down his neck. Xiao Tiance grabbed the young master's hair, slamming his head hard against the table while simultaneously snatching the steaming kettle beside him. With blinding speed, he forced the scalding water down the other's throat. The young master struggled frantically, his face already flushed crimson. But under Xiao Tiance's pinning grip, he had no strength left to resist. In full view of the crowd, the scalding water seared through his throat, causing him to die instantly. Dead. The auction hadn't even begun, yet a man had already died. The onlookers dared not utter a single word in Xiao Tiance's presence, scattering like startled birds in an instant. Xiao Tiance kicked the corpse dozens of meters away in a single swift motion. It slammed onto the stage with a thud. In the blink of an eye, the table where Xiao Tiance had been seated was empty. Who would dare share a table with this man? Killing without hesitation in plain sight. As the crowd stared wide-eyed, Xiao Tiance righted the table, then personally peeled a lychee, placing the snow-white flesh beside Luo Qingya. Wife, try some fruit. Chapter 34, Visitors from Afar. Young Master Lin, someone's committing murder at the venue. Lin Xiao, who had just entered the inner hall, heard this urgent report. Even the Soul Reaper beside him paused in surprise. Murder and robbery were commonplace occurrences to Lin Xiao. But today's venue belonged to the Lin family. Killing within the Lin family's domain. This was the first time he'd ever heard of such a thing. Lin Xiao, this is truly amusing. Committing violence before the four great families will likely not end well. The Reaper, weapon in hand, quickly scanned the venue. Though packed to the rafters, a single seat remained empty at the very center. The corpse on the stage had already been removed. The moment Lin Xiao appeared, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone waited. Waiting to see what punishment Xiao Tiance would receive, what outcome awaited him. It seemed this bloodshed held more fascination for those around than the auction itself. You look somewhat familiar? Lin Xiao had never met Xiao Tiance, but he had met Luo Qingya. After all, by the time the four great families began searching for Xiao Tiance, he had already departed Jiangzhou. Only a select few had seen his face in photographs. Yet photographs were easily forgotten. Xiao Tiance gently tugged Luo Qingya's right hand, imparting boundless courage. Luo Qingya, who was usually timid, finally took a deep breath at that moment and spoke slowly. 5 years ago, Baichao Hall was my father's company. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao paused in surprise before suddenly bursting into laughter. Ah, so that's it. My dear, that's truly unfortunate. The tragedy from years ago remains unforgettable to this day. But your timing couldn't be better. Today happens to be the equity auction. Back then, Baikatang had no owner, and my Lin family happened to acquire it. We're all business people here, I certainly won't just hand it over for free. But if you have the guts, young lady, you can always buy back those shares. Every word dripped with sarcasm and stung like a knife. Lin Xiao would never let Luo Qingya go. Keeping such a woman alive all this time was merely to witness the Luo family's utter despair. Like a cat toying with a mouse. Even if she never intends to devour it, he would watch her sink deeper and deeper into despair. Lin Xiao could spare Luo Qingya, but his attitude toward Xiao Tiance was entirely different. The marketing agent just killed, even if he was merely a runner, was murdered in front of the four great families. That was an unmistakable provocation. Young Master Lin demands blood for blood. Since this young lady has come to participate in the equity auction, we shall look forward to her performance. As for this fellow here, it seems we need to have a proper chat. The Reaper of Souls gently raised his right hand, the silk thread already clenched tightly within his palm. The iron hook beside the thread glowed with a deathly aura under the light. It seemed as though a single flick could sever the man's head. Xiao Tiance had killed someone inside the Lin family's venue, he would have to answer for it. But at that very moment, the surrounding crowd simultaneously rose to their feet, their gaze fixed on the rear entrance of the hall. Xia Shengnan, clad in fiery red armor, stood as radiant and heroic as ever. Beside her, a voluptuous woman followed closely, gazing ahead. This is the war goddess of China. I've been informed that the four great families are holding an auction today. I've been ordered by my superiors to maintain order at this venue. Mind your own business. Xia Shengnan's orders were to maintain order, so she made her intentions clear the moment she entered. At that moment, the Soul Reaper's raised right hand slowly lowered once more. Sometimes timing is more important than being early. The instant Xia Shengnan stepped inside, she first spotted Xiao Tiance standing nearby. A cold smile suddenly flashed across her face. Perhaps their relationship wasn't particularly close, but looking around, Xia Shengnan didn't recognize a single person from the so-called four great families. The only person she recognized inside the venue was Xiao Tiance. So instinctively, she sat down quietly beside him. How was she supposed to kill anyone like this? Lin Xiao could guarantee he'd never experienced anything this awkward in his entire life. Anyone the Lin family targeted for elimination had never survived. But now, how could he possibly make his move? He'd long heard that the four great families always kept their word. What are your thoughts on this, young Master Lin? Xiao Tiance wore a smile, but each one carried endless scorn. It even twisted Lin Xiao's expression. The female warrior goddess had just finished speaking about maintaining order. Xiao Tiance rushed to the venue and killed someone right in front of the Lin family. But would the Lin family dare to resort to violence in front of the goddess of war? The atmosphere grew unbearably tense. The smell of gunpowder spread through the air. At that moment, a deep voice boomed from behind. Lin Xiao, what are you doing over there? Hurry up and come over, Chen Long is about to arrive. The man calling out wore a traditional Chinese suit. He was slightly overweight, surrounded by a group of entrepreneurs who were showering him with compliments. The man was none other than Lin Xiao's father, Lin Zhuiying. He was also the host of today's event. Though shares in Baikiatang weren't particularly crucial to the four great families. But since today's meeting involved Moron, he couldn't just send his son alone. Hearing his father's call, Lin Xiao fiercely followed Xiao Tiance, grabbing the Soul Reaper beside him. Father, that boy is the very one expelled from the Xiao family of Longqing 5 years ago. His presence at the inner meeting today is clearly an attempt to cause trouble. Lin Zhuiying observed the direction Xiao Tiance was heading. Setting Luo Qingya aside, they'd crossed paths years ago. Xiao Tiance did indeed surprise Lin Zhuiying. For a good-for-nothing from years past to return now, that took some nerve. The only crucial issue was the goddess of war. Lin Zhuiying narrowed her eyes. Finally, she let out a cold laugh. If he dared to come, he wouldn't be allowed to leave. But now is not the time to act. The goddess of war is here to maintain order. We should give her the respect she deserves. But whatever happens outside the venue is your responsibility to handle. Lin Xiao understood his father's meaning upon hearing these words. He gave a slight smile. He promptly ignored Xiao Tiance and the others, striding back to the front of the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the auction of the Lin family's stake in Baikiatang. The rules remain unchanged, the highest bidder wins. Additionally, we have the honor of welcoming a special guest today, Mr. Chen. Originally, Miss Moron was to co-host this event, but she encountered a delay en route. For the time being, Mr. Chen Xing will step in to organize proceedings on her behalf. On the surface, Chen Xing is Miss Moron's man. Yet he was a mere 20-something. He possesses a certain handsomeness. He was clearly a freeloader, or more accurately, Miss Moron's toy. Chapter 35, Rising Tide. On stage, Chen Xing, clad in a white suit, still wore a smile. As the saying goes, when the tide rises, all boats float. Though merely a freeloader, he commanded considerable respect under Miss Moron's reputation. Chen Xing deliberately adjusted his sunglasses, his words echoing Lin Xiao's almost perfectly. We truly owe our gratitude to Mr. Lin for organizing this auction. I wonder how the ranking price for Baikiatang will turn out. Hero, watching from behind, paused in surprise. This auction was originally meant to be handed over without a fight. It was merely a formality. The contract explicitly stated a price of 1 cent. Other entrepreneurs might hesitate to bid freely, but who knows if Luo Qingya might suddenly raise the stakes. Hero could only offer a vague response. Baikiatang is quite renowned in our Jiangdu. Based on market value, it's estimated at 300,000. At this figure, the surrounding crowd erupted in a thunderous roar. Whispers spread through the crowd. In this awkward moment, though the price had risen, it was still but a drop in the bucket compared to Bai Xiaotang's total value. While Baikiatang wasn't among Jiangzhou's top-tier enterprises, this single share alone was worth tens of millions. Now being pushed down to this price was practically no different from giving it away for free. Mr. Lin, this doesn't seem quite right compared to what we agreed on earlier, does it? This amount of money was nothing to Chen Xing. But given the collusion between both parties earlier, it was essentially a free giveaway. Now, having to give up hundreds of thousands of dollars has left Chen Xing feeling slightly displeased. The transaction between the two was blatantly obvious in their words. What did this auction have to do with money anymore? Lin Xiao witnessed this scene and plastered on a smile. He hurriedly stepped onto the stage. Mr. Chen, Miss Moron, and we are old friends. This price is truly modest. And since Miss Moron holds Mr. Chang in such high regard, you can certainly make the decision. Just a couple of flattering remarks. Chen Xing nodded silently, clearly thoroughly pleased. He even picked up the contract in his hand. He then made a show of generosity on the spot. In that case, I hereby announce that the shares of Baikiatang will be auctioned off starting at 300,000. The Lin family members wore satisfied expressions. For Moron, this price was far too low. But for Luo Qingya, it was definitely beyond her means. And this was precisely the outcome the Lin family sought. Sure enough, after the price was announced, Luo Qingya bit her lip lightly, her heart churning with a complex mix of emotions. Millions in equity assets were now being auctioned off for mere hundreds of thousands. For Baikiatang, it was an immense humiliation. The most crucial point was that even at this price, Luo Qingya couldn't afford it. Once upon a time, Luo Qingya had been the young mistress of Baikiatang. Now she was reduced to such destitution. It was a profoundly indescribable sorrow. As anticipated, the other entrepreneurs at the scene remained completely silent. As if the matter never existed. Mr. Chen wore a smile, seal in hand. Since there are no other bidders, the auction is settled. I'll express my gratitude on behalf of Miss Moron. Before he could finish, Xiao Tiance suddenly raised his hand. I bid 5 million. The unexpected declaration instantly caused the surrounding crowd to widen their eyes in shock. Even Chen Xing frowned. Everyone knew this auction was merely a formality, so none of the major entrepreneurs dared to bid. Especially with the Reaper present. Whether the young man who just killed someone in public would even survive to see the auction through was anyone's guess. And now he was actually making a bid. Reporters instantly trained their cameras on the spot Xiao Tiance had indicated. Before Lin Xiu could utter a word, Xia Shengnan beside him frowned. Over $1 million? Let me make this clear, I'm here today to ensure security for the auction. Don't try to pull a fast one on me. Can you even afford that? Hearing Xia Shengnan's outburst, Lin Xiu acted on the situation. Thank you, Goddess of War, for standing up. President, this $1 million fund does indeed comply with the rules. But if you can't produce it, this is clearly disrupting the venue. The Lin family members had long since clenched their fists, seething with rage, wanting nothing more than to tear Xiao Tiance limb from limb. He then approached Xiao Tiance, gently placing a black card before Xia Shengnan. Since the auction must be fair, once the capital verification concludes, it will prove I've earned the right to bid, correct? By the rules, that was indeed the case. Xia Shengnan narrowed her eyes and snorted. With your attitude, you sure know how to put on a show. I'm acting on company business today. If there's no money in this card, don't blame me. Watching someone court trouble right in front of the female warrior, why not enjoy the show? A female secretary nearby slowly approached and retrieved Xiao Tiance's black card. Only Luo Qingye showed concern, gently tugging at Xiao Tiance's sleeve. But when she entered the card number, the secretary's expression shifted slightly, nearly dropping the laptop she held. This wasn't about whether there was money or not. That string of numbers represented an astronomical sum. Even as a secretary for one of the four great families, she had scarcely ever witnessed such figures. But capital verification could only confirm the amount matching the auction item, nothing else could be disclosed. The secretary looked at the Lin family, and everyone else could only grit their teeth and nod silently. Forget buying a single share of Baichao Hall. Even if they bought all of the Lin family's shares, it would still be more than enough. This was a problem. Money wasn't the issue, nor was the price. There was truly no reason not to sell. Lin Xiu glared fiercely at Xiao Tiance, grinding out the words through clenched teeth. Are you sure you want to buy? Why won't you sell? The two traded words back and forth, each uttering a single sentence. The matter was now set in stone. The entrepreneurs trailing behind them, observing the situation, each acted according to their own judgment. I'll offer 8 million. Originally, the entrepreneurs dared not approach the four great families for antiques, but snatching them from Xiao Tiance was still no problem. Regardless of where Xiao Tiance got the money, buying the shares now and gifting them to the four major families would be a simple exchange, even if it meant losing money rather than making a profit, but it would definitely secure a favor. Xiao Tiance, forget it. We can't outmaneuver them, we won't get our hands on those shares. Luo Qingye's face clouded with sorrow, but that was the reality. If Xiao Tiance had the money, Xia Shengnan had little more to say. As the bidding war escalated, Xiao Tiance suddenly held up a single finger. Sir, bids can only go up, not down. The current bid had already surpassed the total value of all 100 Grass Hall shares. Xiao Tiance's single finger waved lightly in the air. 100 million. At this point, the crowd fell silent in shock. If the price skyrocketed to this level, no matter how valuable Baicaotong's shares were, whoever bought them would be taking a loss. No one would throw their corporate group's money down the drain. Even if it were to curry favor, it would likely be unaffordable. Xia Shengnan had just launched into a tirade when, before she could even stand up, the female secretary beside her nodded gently once more. The implication was crystal clear. Even hundreds of millions of dollars, this card holds it all. Chapter 36, Money Galore. If Xiao Tiance's bank card held 1 million yuan, Xia Shengnan could still understand. After all, Baicaotong had once belonged to Luo Qingye. The fact that the two of them were sitting here together already spoke volumes about their relationship. Even if Xia Shengnan harbored resentment, her mission was merely to maintain order at the event, not to interrogate Xiao Tiance and Luo Qingye about their relationship. Therefore, Luo Qingye presenting 1 million yuan as a congratulatory gift wasn't entirely implausible. But hundreds of millions? Even Jiangdu's top enterprises couldn't just pull that kind of money out of thin air. Mr. Xiao, I hope you can explain the source of the funds on this card. Xiao Tiance stretched lazily, appearing utterly unconcerned. He even took a sip of the black tea before him. Is there that much money here? Inside Qin Tian prison. Compared to the lavish gifts sent by the bigwigs from all corners, this black card was truly a drop in the bucket. Yet when Xiao Tiance mentioned it, he made it sound like mere pocket money for daily expenses so insignificant it sent shivers down the spines of the surrounding entrepreneurs. Miss Xia, how I acquired my wealth is none of your concern. If I recall correctly, our engagement has been dissolved. I only ask you all, is this sum sufficient to secure the shares? Of course, if any entrepreneurs still wish to drive down the price through bidding, feel free to step forward. But a stake worth tens of millions, now inflated to hundreds of millions, which entrepreneur would be so bored they'd keep bidding? But none of that mattered anymore. What mattered was Xiao Tiance's declaration that their engagement was off. Even Lin Xiao and Lin Zhuiying felt their scalps tingle at the sight. Is this even possible? An engagement with Xia Nation's current female war goddess? As members of the four great families, no matter how much they wanted to kill Xiao Tiance, they couldn't possibly make a move in front of the warrior woman. As the host, Xin Xing could only steel himself and step forward to respond. Since this gentleman is willing to pay this price, the Lin family certainly has no objections. His words jolted everyone awake. Lin Xiao had been glaring fiercely at Xiao Tiance just a moment ago. Now, Xin Xing's words snapped him back to reality. Although the shares hadn't been successfully transferred to Miss Morong, overall, the Lin family wasn't losing out. Selling shares worth tens of millions for over 100 million, one could even say they made a killing. Of course, our Lin family's auction follows the principle of the highest bidder wins. Since this gentleman has offered such a price, we have no reason not to sell. Then let's finalize the transaction right here. Watching the family business shares return to their possession, Luo Qingya couldn't help but feel a quiet thrill of joy. Yet she gently tugged at Xiao Tiance's sleeve, her beautiful eyes flickering with a hint of reluctance. Why? And on what grounds? Baikatang was indeed the corporate group belonging to her uncle. Later, it was forcibly seized by enemies through illegal means. And now, even if it could be reclaimed, it required Xiao Tiance to spend a fortune. Why must he pay to buy back something that clearly belonged to his own family? Yet Luo Qingya knew full well that without Xiao Tiance today, she wouldn't even have the privilege of stepping foot inside the auction hall. Amidst her inner turmoil, Xiao Tiance extended his right hand, performing a gesture of materialization. The black card, which had been resting beside his secretary, flew invisibly into his hand. Simultaneously, he retrieved two black leather briefcases from behind him and placed them gently on the table. Since the Lin family speaks so plainly, our transaction will naturally proceed smoothly. Click. The black briefcases opened, revealing their interiors filled to the brim with cash. This scene first stunned everyone present. Then, including the Lin family, every face wore an utterly priceless expression. Those black briefcases? Far from being traps upon closer inspection, they were both completely filled to the brim with joss paper. The Buddha's wrath is threefold. Lin Zhuiying descended from the stage with her son, the Soul Reaper following closely behind. The venue fell deathly silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. What kind of move was this? It was clear the four great families had already endured beyond endurance, yet now the other side was pushing their advantage. Xia Shengnan, standing nearby, looked at Xiao Tiance with utter contempt. She even cleared her throat deliberately, breaking the heavy silence. Xiao Tiance, let's be clear, though my duty is to maintain order here, if anyone incites trouble, I'll treat them equally. Our betrothal has long since vanished into thin air. I won't show any favoritism based on personal feelings. Xia Shengnan slapped the table with her right hand. The tabletop shattered instantly into pieces. Then, a jet-black armor glowed with a cold light under the sunlight. When the war god roars, the eight corners of the world tremble. Even members of the four great clans instinctively took a step back. Since you've gone so far as to invoke the war god, I demand you retract your earlier words and apologize to everyone present. Our four great families' auction hall has always been strictly solemn and dignified. Your earlier words were nothing short of provocation. Lin Zhuiying, acting as the spokesperson, spoke grandly from above. Xiao Tiance slowly set down his teacup. The moment he looked up, his face flashed with murderous intent. What if I refuse? One sentence. The pent-up anger among the crowd had reached its peak. Xia Shengnan's expression instantly turned icy, as if Xiao Tiance had ignored the murderous intent that had just filled the air. Fine. Today I'll make it clear, don't think you can run amok just because I'm here. Using my name to challenge the four great families? Your Jiangdu affairs, you handle them yourselves. Xia Shengnan shot him a look of contempt before striding toward the outer perimeter of the auction hall. Luo Qingya saw this and hurriedly stood up. But before she could speak, Xiao Tiance gently pulled her arm and sat her back down. This scene even drew sighs of dismay from the surrounding entrepreneurs. This kid brought his wife along today to commit suicide. If he'd followed the war god out just now, he might have had a sliver of hope. After angering the war god, who could possibly back him now? As Xia Shengnan departed, the palpable tension in the room thickened. Only Lin Xiao's face betrayed a hint of defiance. Lin Zhuiying, standing beside him, gave Lin Xiao a gentle pat on the shoulder. Her son must show the goddess of war some respect. He couldn't kill him today, but he couldn't let him walk away unscathed either. Lin Xiao understood immediately. He turned and glared at Xiao Tiance. You little brat heard that, didn't you? You rushed over to cause trouble in front of the four major families. I'll give you credit for your guts. How do you want to settle this? Speak up. No sooner had Lin Xiao finished speaking than a shadow suddenly flickered through the air. Next, Lin Xiao felt a sharp pain in his throat. A sharp pain shot through his neck. Then Xiao Tiance moved swiftly, like a god descending from the heavens. In a single stride, he reached the highest point of the stage, gripping the other man's throat with one hand and hoisting him high like an eagle carrying a chick. How do you propose to settle this? I'd like to ask you four great families, how did you resolve the grudge against the Luo family back then? Chapter 37, Kill One First. In Jiangdu, countless entrepreneurs lived lives of constant competition and rivalry. Business is a battlefield. Though no bullets fly, the slaughter never ceases. The defeated are forever lost in the dust, while the victors write the future chapters of corporate history. Everyone remembers the Baikiatang incident and the tragedy wrought by the four great families. That they can now gather peacefully under one roof is precisely because Baikiatang belongs to the past, while the four great families govern the present and future. Thus, this matter has never been brought up openly. Now, with Xiao Tiance's words, it was as if memories buried deep beneath the dust had been stirred. Each chose to look away, to avoid the subject. I remember now. You were that stray dog who ran away from the Luo family back then. Baikiatang's downfall is entirely your doing. Had you died in Longcheng, it might have ended all this. The Luo family wouldn't be suffering so terribly today. But you dragged your crippled body all the way to Jiangdu, harming others. Let me make this clear today, release my son immediately. Otherwise, not only will you suffer, but Luo Qingya's future will be even more wretched. The tyranny of the four great families has become commonplace. Even now, they wear expressions of utter entitlement. And this very moment, Xiao Tiance wanted to hear those words. Though he had witnessed everything on the videotape, hearing it spoken directly by the four great families provided irrefutable proof. My return today is to settle the grudges of the past. With these 2 boxes of joss paper, I hope young Master Lin can live freely and comfortably in the afterlife, never wanting for money. Xiao Tiance's words were utterly matter-of-fact, yet beneath that calm surface lay an endless threat. Lin Zhuiying sensed something terribly wrong. She glared fiercely at the Reaper. If you don't act now, are you waiting until my son is dead? The next second, a single silk thread in his hand was casually flicked. It shot toward Xiao Tiance's face at blinding speed. The deadly, invisible art was displayed to its fullest extent. Yet just as Xiao Tiance was about to be ensnared by the wire, he suddenly flicked it aside with his dagger. The invisible steel wire instantly traced an arc through the air. Shen Xing, who had been holding the microphone on stage just moments ago, boasting and bragging, didn't even have time to comprehend what was happening before he felt a faint chill on his neck. The steel wire, which had been aimed directly at Xiao Tiance, instantly shifted in midair to target Shen Xing's neck. Xiao Tiance's dagger made a light slash through the air. The wire, no longer under the control of the Reaper, instantly severed Shen Xing's neck. His head swung through the air, leaving the Lin family of the four great clans staring in stunned silence. Shen Xing was Miss Moron's man. Regardless of whether he was kept as a pet, even a dog couldn't be killed without its master's consent, could it? How would they explain this to Miss Moron when she returned? But soon, the crowd ceased to care about that. Their attention shifted to Xiao Tiance's right hand, which steadily tightened its grip. Lin Xiao, his eyes bloodshot, writhed helplessly on the ground. His legs spread wide. His throat was already constricted, unable to breathe. Save him. Quick, save him. And you little bastard. I don't care who you are, if my son comes to any harm, you're dead. Lin Zhuiying roared with fury, while the ancient Soul Reaper now moved. As Lin Xiao's personal assassin, he had always been ruthless in his actions. Both his character and methods bore a striking resemblance to Lin Xiao. Yet in this very moment of action, the Soul Reaper suddenly realized, though he had taken countless lives, he was powerless to save a single one. Flawless, those four characters seemed tailor-made for Xiao Tiance. Those two invisible hooks, no matter the angle of attack, were effortlessly parried by the dagger. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Xiao, the eldest son, grew weaker with each breath, his struggles fading into nothingness. Meanwhile, outside the guild hall, the borrowed entrance stood wide open. A white Rolls-Royce was parked before it. The woman who stepped out of the car commanded the attention of all who saw her. She wore a snow-white tailcoat, her long hair flowing like drifting snow. Her brow held a touch of heroic spirit, while her flawless skin and slender figure made countless men drool. Yet even the most lecherous men dared not meet her gaze directly, for she was Morong of Dragon City. Rumors swirled around Morong. Some claimed she was from the Xiao family, having come to Jiangdu merely to unite major corporations and expand the Xiao enterprise. Others whispered of even greater powers backing this woman. Legends abound, but her alliance with Jiangdu's four major families remains an indisputable fact. Morong Shui had already arrived at the door. Each time she appeared, the four major families would extend a warm welcome. Regardless of the chairman's rank, red carpets were rolled out, countless servants attended, and even the head of the family personally greeted her. Yet today, the hall was eerily silent, every gaze fixed on the depths of the stage. No one paid her any mind. Especially when Morong Shui pushed open the door, she saw a stranger on the stage, his back turned to her. His right hand held Lin Xiao aloft. As his face turned ashen, the surrounding guards stood frozen in place. What a sight to behold! Put him down! Morong Shui's voice carried an air of authority. Regardless of who this man was, or his ties to the four great families. But often, a single word from her was enough. No one in Jiangdu dared disobey. Such was the authority of Morong Shui, proven time and again throughout history. Yet today, the moment she uttered those words, they became Lin Xiu's death sentence. Snap! The sound of a brittle stem snapping echoed through the hall. Crystal clear. Lin Xiu's entire body, limp as a rag, was tossed lightly across the room by the man. After several tumbles, he landed precisely. Landed directly before Morong Shui. His final spurt of blood splattered onto the snow-white leg of her trousers, starkly visible. Son! Xiao, I'll tear you limb from limb. Kill him. No matter the cost, kill him. Lin Zhuiying descended into madness, while these words sent Morong Shui reeling in shock. Since arriving in Jiangdu, how many years had it been since she'd felt this way? That single word alone. It plucked at the strings of her heart. Simultaneously, over a dozen guards wielding cleavers surged toward Xiao Tiance. Yet a faint smile played upon his lips. Seems like quite a few people are eager to meet their maker today. Chapter 38, The Beginning of the Cataclysm. Everyone, stop right there. Several guards immediately rushed toward Xiao Tiance. Just as they were about to reach him, a spear suddenly struck from behind. Like the sound of tearing through the wind. The whistling never ceased. It instantly pinned a guard's broadsword to the wall. Then, another woman with an extremely voluptuous figure swayed her hips before the door, her brows deeply furrowed. Xia Shengnan, the female warrior goddess, had just stormed off in a huff, but duty called. And this voluptuous woman, as everyone had witnessed, was none other than the deputy general who had followed Xia Shengnan. In Xia Shengnan's presence, the voluptuous woman's radiance was usually overshadowed and unremarkable. Yet when viewed alone, a woman capable of standing beside the war god could hardly be ordinary. This was none other than Manhwa, the female commander who had once fought in the border wars. As the war god's longtime deputy, her words often carried the weight of Xia Shengnan's own. By order of our war god, no fighting is permitted within this hall today. The war god's command was to maintain order. If a bloodbath erupted within the venue, it would be utterly unacceptable. Though standing outside the door, Manhwa kept her ears open, listening intently to the commotion within. The moment blades and axes were drawn, she sensed trouble and rushed in. General Ma, you know this little bastard killed my son. As the head of one of the four great families, am I to stand by and watch my son die before my very eyes? As Lin Zhuiying looked up in grief, she paused, her expression momentarily frozen. She saw a ripple flicker across Miss Morom's previously expressionless face. Such an expression had never been seen before by the four great families. And that expression appeared only because of the man standing before her. Xiao Tiance. Cousin, it's been a long time. You've really made a name for yourself in Jiangdu these past few years. When Xiao Tiance saw the source of it all, he didn't get angry. That calmness felt like the calm before the storm. A storm is brewing. So it was you who caused such a ruckus at the banquet, my cousin. How many years has it been? Seeing you safe and sound, your little sister can finally relax. Your visit to Jiangdu must mean you're here to enjoy the excitement. Morong Shui was no longer the same person. As the head of one of the four great families and a key liaison, she was no longer the naive little girl of the Xiao family. Though brother and sister reunited, everything had changed beyond recognition. The last shred of kindness lingering in my heart gradually faded away in the breeze. My cousin certainly deserves to make a grand scene. I'm sure my father's spirit in heaven would want me to make a scene too. Since we've met today, as your cousin, I'll give you a gift. Xiao Tiance spoke these words before swiftly producing another black leather suitcase and opening it slowly. Inside, however, lay no gold or silver treasures. Instead, row upon row of black spirit tablets were arranged within. In Jiangdu, countless people have come to offer gifts since ancient times. Especially the offerings presented to the four great families, which were often of immense value. But presenting spirit tablets? That was likely a first in all of history. This gift, I'm sure, will be most pleasing to my cousin. At this point, over 100 tokens were laid out before them. Each spirit tablet bore the names of the four great families and their respective contacts. Among them hung a pink spirit tablet, bearing the engraved name of Morong Shui. Even more distinctive was the fact that behind each spirit tablet was inscribed a corresponding date, all of them set in the future. I've prepared these spirit tablets for the four great families, a labor of love. I hope my cousin will accept them. Your time is running out. I hope you can make the most of what remains and truly enjoy life. As for the shares of Baikayatang, I'm taking them back for now. Lin Zhuiying's deceased son's shares she had willingly given to Morong Shui were now being snatched away? How could such an outrage be tolerated? Then, accompanied by the Soul Reaper, he stumbled and hurried to the door. You think you can just walk away, trying to pull a fast one? The Reaper beside him had already lost face. As an assassin, if the target were to walk out scot-free like this, even if the four great families remained silent, such failure would constitute dereliction of duty for an assassin. Especially when the target was an assassin who had once graced the heaven and earth rankings. If he failed to stop Xiao Tiance today, he might as well consider changing professions. Today, I challenge you to a duel in my own name. This has nothing to do with the four great families. I hope General Ma will not interfere. The Reaper glanced back at Ma Lanhua. Though the four great families brimmed with elite fighters, at least within this arena, as long as Ma Lanhua remained uninvolved, the Reaper was utterly confident he could defeat his opponent with all his might. Lin Zhuiying remained silent. Ma Lanhua merely frowned. The Soul Reaper, who was waiting for approval, hadn't even made his move when Xiao Tiance turned back and added one more sentence. Oh, I nearly forgot to set up a spirit tablet for you. As he spoke, he produced a jet-black spirit tablet, his right hand gliding lightly through the air. The Soul Reaper's name appeared on the tablet before everyone's eyes. And the time of death inscribed upon it was now. The moment Xiao Tiance completed the ritual, the dagger in his hand pierced straight through the other's chest. The Soul Reaper, who had descended from the heaven and earth rankings, didn't even have time to react. He could only watch helplessly as his heart stopped beating. He then became a corpse, slowly collapsing to the ground. Who still wants that stake in Baichao Hall? The surrounding entrepreneurs fell instantly silent. Had Xiao Tiance merely killed an ordinary guard, this uproar would never have erupted. But the Reaper's identity was entirely different. Who dared step forward to say no? Regardless of whether Xiao Tiance would face retribution, no one present today wished to meet their end before him. Since my cousin is such a splendid gift for our reunion, let him have this share. I only hope he can hold on to it. Morong Shui remained utterly unflappable. Though she spoke to Xiao Tiance on the surface, her eyes never left the distance ahead. Moreover, Morong Shui's words had already made their respective stances clear. Though her eldest son was now dead, Lin Zhuiying was certain this debt would soon be repaid in blood. Very well, then I hope you can hold on to it. A contract was promptly tossed before Xiao Tiance. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, the black ink swiftly inscribed Luo Qingya's name upon the white paper. Then, before the eyes of all present, he pushed open the door and walked out. Gazing at the direction he departed, Lin Zhuiying's face had long since contorted. Miss Morong, when Lin Fei mentioned this brat's return, we didn't take it seriously. Who would have thought he'd actually pull something like this? From this moment onward, my Lin family stands in irreconcilable opposition to him. In the flickering gaze of Morong Shui's beautiful eyes, no one could discern her thoughts. But it was destined that from this day forward, a storm would rage across Jiangdu. Chapter 39, Night of Triumph. Luo Qingya sat in the carriage, gazing at the star-filled sky, silently shedding two streams of tears. Never in her wildest dreams had she imagined that after enduring so many years of injustice, she would one day be vindicated. Upon seeing the equity contract for Baikatang, her heart surged with emotion beyond words. Dad, so we've finally gotten our family's things back. Luo Qingya clutched the contract tightly in both hands, nearly weeping with joy. Xiao Tiance nodded gently beside her, wrapping an arm around her shoulder in quiet reassurance. Tomorrow morning, we'll return to Baichao Hall. Now that we have the shareholding contract, we'll reclaim everything that belongs to us. And those old enemies are settling scores, one by one. Having spoken these words, Xiao Tiance swiftly arrived at the parking lot surrounding the old residential district. The moment he stepped out of the car, he spotted the greedy wolf war god, who had been waiting there for quite some time. Little wolf, you've arrived just in time. I have a task to entrust to you. Investigate two things for me. First, which hospital did Luo Qingya's older brother go to back then? Who was the attending physician? The other is Qingya's cousin. Find her at all costs. Although my cousin died in the hospital back then, the wounds clearly didn't match the cause of death listed on the hospital's death certificate. As for that cousin, her whereabouts and fate remain unknown to this day. She's always been on Luo Qingya's mind. Upon receiving the news, the greedy wolf war god departed immediately without another word. Luo Qingya, standing nearby, froze in surprise. Who exactly is he? And where exactly have you been all these years since you vanished? To have the audacity to confront the four great families. Add to that his ambiguous relationship with the female war goddess. Xiao Tiance was now shrouded in mystery from head to toe. But if he were to tell the whole story, it would likely keep him up all night. After all, Xiao Tiance has experienced far too much over the years. Oh, I joined the military, honed my skills, and now I'm back to back you up. That guy earlier? My comrade in arms. A dismissive remark. Luo Qingya believed it wholeheartedly. The moment the two parked their vehicle in the lot, a sudden crash echoed. Outside the old residential complex, a luxury car suddenly slammed into the back of theirs with a hard acceleration. Xiao Tiance was in an exceptionally good mood today. There was really no need to make a fuss over a fender bender. He rolled down his window, about to speak, when he saw a young man in a black suit. The man first eyed Xiao Tiance's luxury car, then immediately started yelling. Are you blind? How could you park here? Look at my Ferrari, brand new, paid for in full. This was getting interesting. Xiao Tiance had clearly parked his car safely by the roadside. This rear-end collision was clearly the Ferrari's fault, no matter how you looked at it. These days, you really do meet people who speak without thinking. Sir, you must be mistaken. You're probably a novice driver yourself. My car had already stalled. The young man seemed utterly unapologetic. He even spat on the spot. Do you have any idea how important my business is today? If I hadn't stopped to buy a pack of cigarettes, I wouldn't have ended up in your slum neighborhood. I'm from Shengtian Group, the future chairman. People like this, incidents like this utterly pointless. Xiao Tiance was in a slightly better mood tonight and genuinely had no desire to drag things out. He was about to offer compensation to settle the matter, but before he could say another word, Luo Qingya had already stood up from the passenger seat. Sir, my car has a dashcam installed. Your baseless accusations won't hold up. You were the one who rear-ended us, you should be the one compensating us. Luo Qingya remained polite throughout her speech. The young man beside her, however, was slightly tipsy as he slowly approached the vehicle. Since he was keeping a low profile on this trip back, Xiao Tiance was driving a car worth just over 200,000 yuan. The young man squinted at the dashcam footage. Then he stood still. Luo Qingya deliberately added from behind. See? That's why I think we should discuss compensation. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. After spending time with Xiao Tiance, Luo Qingya had decided she wouldn't tolerate certain things anymore. But no sooner had she finished speaking than a loud crack echoed. The young man had kicked the rear dashcam to smithereens. Without another word, he strode toward the car door. Seeing his chance, Luo Qingya immediately grabbed his arm. What are you doing? Are you trying to destroy evidence? But before she could finish speaking, the young man shoved Luo Qingya away, sending her crashing to the floor. Simultaneously, he reached inside and ripped the dashcam unit from its mount. He slammed it hard onto the floor and stomped on it repeatedly. It shattered instantly. What dashcam? I don't know anything about it. There are no cameras around here. Blame yourself for living in this rundown neighborhood with no security. Luo Qingya, pushed to the ground, stared wide-eyed. How could anyone be so unreasonable? The next moment, Xiao Tiance grabbed Luo Qingya from behind and smiled faintly. If that's how she wanted to play it, then it was indeed necessary. Jiangdu Tea House. Xia Shengnan sipped tea in the evening cool while the gymnasium stood at the southwest corner of the street. Watching the lights inside the stadium slowly fade, Manhwa approached with a grave expression. So, did that kid get a good thrashing? Xia Shengnan could imagine the dire straits Xiao Tiance would face without her. But as the goddess of war, she couldn't truly stand idly by. So she had her subordinate Manhwa monitor the entire process, ensuring no lives were lost. Reporting to the goddess of war, the Lin family has transferred all shares of Baikayatang to Xiao Tiance. He has departed safely. A transfer of shares, and he left safely? Though the four great families couldn't compare to the goddess of war, they were clearly the local powerhouses. After what Xiao Tiance said and did back then, he actually managed to leave unharmed. This outcome was entirely different from what Xia Shengnan had envisioned. Greedy wolf war god, even if your rank outranks mine, you cannot shield him like this. Such actions utterly dishonor the war god's reputation. How could Xia Shengnan possibly know what transpired within the arena? She was pinning all the blame squarely on the greedy wolf war god. Manhwa tried desperately to explain beside him, but was immediately cut off. Enough. No need to say more. Jiangdu truly is a place of auspicious feng shui. I never realized it before. Just now, higher-ups notified us that the 7-star war god is taking over Jiangdu to ensure security. They ordered me to exchange positions with them and leave Jiangdu tonight. Xia Shengnan was always impulsive in her actions. Before Manhwa could elaborate on the specifics, the helicopter was already ready to go. That very night, the two vanished together into the darkness. Meanwhile, along the riverbank, a massive steamship lay anchored. Flying the 7-star war god's flag, it had already slowed to a stop. Chapter 40, White Horse, Parting Hearts. Congratulations, White Horse War God. This journey to Jiangdu will surely bring prosperity to the local area. It is said that the 4 major families are the most influential in Jiangdu. Shall we proceed? Several subordinates had already lined up along the riverbank. A spear plunged from the deck, hurtling toward the ground. Then a man clad in armor descended from the heavens. Though barely over 30, he sported a full beard, giving him a surprisingly mature demeanor. No need to notify them. This man was none other than the 7 Stars War God, the White Horse War God. A deputy general beside him wore a look of confusion. Should we notify the military commander Deng Yue? The White Horse War God shook his head slowly, gently patting the deputy commander on the shoulder. After years of battle, it's time to rest properly in the Jiangdu region. We're here on business. Hand over the map of Jiangdu. The White Horse War God glanced at it briefly. Suddenly, he extended his right hand and drew a circle in the northwest direction. That group of South Asian companies has reportedly already moved in. Assign this area to the corresponding manager. His subordinate glanced at the villa district labeled 100 Flower Garden and nodded lightly. Meanwhile, a group of local entrepreneurs privately washed away the dust for the White Horse God of War. Within Jiangdu, the heavens shifted in an instant. Xiao Tiance held his phone and replied to the man before him. You want compensation, huh? Name your price. I'll transfer it to your card right now, give me your card number. It was clearly the man's fault, yet Xiao Tiance was offering to pay compensation. Luo Qingya, watching the scene unfold beside him, felt a surge of indignation. This can't be right, it's clearly his fault. Before she could finish, the man beside her snorted. They say women are short-sighted because of their long hair, and it's absolutely true. Just pay up and get it over with. I've got places to be. Why are you dragging this out? Look how magnanimous he is. This Ferrari of mine is worth over 3 million, but seeing how reasonable you are, I'll settle for 3 or 50,000. After all, a dent like this can be fixed. But just as the man finished speaking, his phone chimed with a ding. He picked it up and glanced at the screen, only to be slightly startled by what appeared before his eyes. Far from the mere hundreds of thousands he'd mentioned, Xiao Tiance had transferred over 5 million yuan. The man was utterly bewildered. Bro, you're being way too generous. You really didn't have to pay that much. Let's exchange contact info. If anything comes up later, we can. People living in old, impoverished neighborhoods were always looked down upon by the man. But Xiao Tiance's actions had clearly shattered that rigid impression. No one in the world would turn down money. Yet the man's sudden change of expression looked extremely ugly in Xiao Tiance's eyes. You seem to have misunderstood. I bought this car myself. Is this money enough? Even if I were to compensate the other party for the vehicle, it would still be more than enough. The man nodded, of course. The next second, Xiao Tiance stepped forward and punched the car, instantly smashing it to pieces. Waves rippled through the air. The man, who had been brimming with arrogance moments ago, suddenly felt his scalp tingle. What kind of monster was this? Why provoke such a monster in the dead of night? Had he known Xiao Tiance possessed such power, the man would have slapped himself a few more times. But now it seemed a little too late. Now that the car issue is settled, how about we settle the matter of you pushing my wife down? My wife is precious as gold. Without 10 million in funds, you won't be leaving here today. The man's face drained of color in an instant. He nearly collapsed by the roadside. 10 million? Even as a company chairman, paying that sum wouldn't be a simple matter. But seeing Xiao Tiance's knuckles crackling as he clenched his fist, and the Ferrari already smashed to pieces by a single punch, he could only suck in a sharp breath. You're clearly extorting me. Don't you dare do anything rash. I'll call the police. Xiao Tiance pointed at the bare, empty street. Then there was the smashed dashcam in his own car and the Ferrari reduced to scrap metal. Got any proof? In a godforsaken place like this, there aren't even any street cameras. If you die here, no one might even be able to figure out what happened. As he spoke, Xiao Tiance took a step forward. The man beside him was genuinely terrified. No one could casually joke with a man who could shatter a Ferrari with a single punch. 10 million yuan is a hefty sum, but life is priceless. I'll give it to you, don't touch me. I'll hand it over immediately. It was truly a case of losing both the wife and the army. The young man could only pay the full amount, then slunk away with his tail between his legs. That's what you get for being a jerk. People this arrogant are bound to get their comeuppance sooner or later. After the incident, Xiao Tiance muttered a few casual complaints under his breath. Standing behind him, Luo Qingya looked utterly bewildered. What did he mean by sooner or later? Haven't I already suffered a loss just by seeing you? Just as the two were about to enter the old residential area, Luo Qingya suddenly stopped in her tracks. Oh dear, I forgot something. Grandpa Sun's child has an engagement banquet tonight we absolutely must attend. Grandpa Sun had been helping Luo Qingya all these years, and the invitation to this banquet was simply impossible to decline. Xiao Tiance, who had been preparing to return home, got back into the car, started the engine, and sped toward the banquet location. Minutes later, the lights shone brightly outside the riverside pavilion. The Wanjiang Pavilion, unlike the former Shangshi Dynasty Hotel, couldn't quite be called a five-star establishment, but it was built right by the river. As night fell, gazing into the distance, the myriad stars were a sight to behold. Returning to see the old man this time, he hadn't prepared any gifts, it was all too rushed. As Xiao Tiance shook his head in frustration, Luo Qingya hurriedly pulled out the ancient painting titled Mating Birds. Truthfully, I'm not particularly knowledgeable about ancient calligraphy and paintings, he admitted. You mentioned this piece holds some historical value, could it be? This painting must be a gift for myself. If I were to give it away, I'd certainly ask Xiao Tiance's opinion first. Uncle Sun is truly Luo Qingya's benefactor, what harm could one painting do? No problem, this is the perfect gift for the old gentleman. Fearing it was getting too late, the two spurred their horses onward at full speed. Upon arrival, they discovered the old gentleman and the others hadn't arrived yet. Luo Qingya decided to enter first. But just as Luo Qingya passed through, Xiao Tiance, about to follow closely behind, was stopped on the spot by a security guard. No entry for those dressed inappropriately. What did improper attire mean? Xiao Tiance's attire, while not extravagant, was certainly proper. At the very least, it was athletic wear, far superior and neater than the security guard's uniform. That remark was rather inappropriate. Talk about judging a book by its cover. The security guards saw Xiao Tiance as unremarkable. They even brandished their batons. Enough with the nonsense. Anyone who can get into Wangjiang Tower, doesn't their outfit cost at least 30 to 50,000 yuan? Your tracksuit is worth maybe 3 to 5,000. You don't meet the minimum standard, so you're not coming in. Chapter 41, Wangjiang Beihai. What are you doing? We're here for the banquet. Watching the two security guards block the entrance, Luo Qingya frowned slightly. While she explained, two young security guards stood behind their captain, watching coldly and whistling. Miss, if you say you're a VIP, we'll believe you. You can come and go as you please. But this guy? No way. Just look at his outfit, it's completely out of place with Wangjiang Pavilion standards. What if he upsets other guests? That's just nonsense. The security captain nodded silently in agreement. Exactly. Little Wang's words may be harsh, but every bit of it is true. What kind of place is Wangjianglu? Exactly. We can't just let any punk walk in. Hey, sweetheart, if you want to come in, we're just security guys, but trust us, the boss isn't here, so we call the shots. The security captain's eyes gleamed with lust as he extended his right hand, preparing to grope forward. Xiao Tiance suddenly seized the man's wrist. Like an iron clamp. The security chief strained with all his might, yet couldn't budge an inch. Well done, security chief. Are you here to provide security, or to chase away customers? You're acting like a dog and still think you're superior. Snap. The security chief's right hand snapped clean off. Wailing, he knelt on the ground, bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Xiao Tiance. As if he wanted to devour him alive. You dare touch me? You think you can come cause trouble at Wangjiang Tower, huh? Tell the brothers to come out. Today, I'll make this brat crawl out on his hands and knees. Amidst the chaos, Luo Qingya frantically grabbed Xiao Tiance's arm, pushing him into an empty corner. She whispered softly in his ear. Don't do this. Today is old master son's joyous occasion, his daughter's engagement. This kind of commotion isn't appropriate. If it's really too much, maybe we shouldn't go in. We could wait outside for a bit? As she spoke, a strange gleam flickered in Xiao Tiance's eyes. Of course we'll go in, it just seems we'll need a different approach. As it happens, the old master showed our family such kindness back then. On this joyous occasion, we ought to add to the celebration. With that, Xiao Tiance pulled out his phone and dialed the number for the greedy wolf war god. No one could hear what Xiao Tiance said on the call. Within mere minutes, security personnel surrounding the entire Wangjiang Tower instantly rushed outside. They surrounded Xiao Tiance so tightly there wasn't an inch of space. That brat actually dared to break my hand. Today, I'll make sure he can't walk out of here. Go ahead, guys. Whatever happens, it's on me. At that very moment, at Jiangdu People's Hospital, a man in a white suit applied a simple bandage. His mouth still spewed curses. You little bastard. Today really started off on the wrong foot. This engagement is nothing but bull, got beaten up the moment I stepped out. The young man was none other than Su Zetian, the young master of the Su family. In Jiangdu, he was involved in the electronics industry, owning over a dozen chain stores. He was also among the top e-commerce players in Jiangdu. Su Zetian's head was wrapped in a row of bandages. If Xiao Tiance were here, he'd instantly recognize him as the guy who got beaten up in the parking lot. Son, though our Sun family has little to boast about, we must show some respect when marrying into another family, right? Did you bring the gift? A wealthy woman adorned in gold and silver stood before the door. Though it was an engagement ceremony, the Su family clearly couldn't care less. In fact, if it weren't for their son Su Zetian's infatuation with Miss Sun's beauty, Su Jia might not have given the event a second glance. Don't worry, I brought it. If we're talking a few years back, the Sun family's hospital was still somewhat thriving, and Sun Honghai was a respectable figure. But alas, he insisted on aiding the Luo family, only to set himself on fire in the end, facing blows from all sides. That the four great families spared the Sun family's life was nothing more than a desperate clinging to existence. Facing Su Zetian's taunts, the mother didn't even attempt to intervene. Instead, she beamed with pride. Though it was an engagement ceremony, the Su family showed utter disregard by sending only their son alone. Son, you're absolutely right. If we don't keep them in line now, what if that girl becomes unruly after they marry? Still, it was thanks to his son's skill. With just a few sweet words, he could wrap that girl around his finger. Time passed as the black BMW slowly made its way toward Wangjiang Tower. Little did they know, the air inside Wangjiang Tower was already thick with the stench of gunpowder. Brothers, charge! Those who serve as security at the Riverside Pavilion are no slouches. It wasn't just about being physically strong. The young man charging at the forefront wielded his nunchucks with fierce, powerful swings. As the whistling sound of impact approached, Xiao Tiance raised his leg. Before the young man could even deliver his line, he was already flying through the air, upside down. A warning shot across the bow. What the hell is going on? Captain, this kid's got some serious skills. The security captain's broken arm throbbed faintly. He stared fixedly at the man knocked down by his own men. You useless bunch. Do we keep you around just to drink tea? Get moving, or I'll fire every last one of you. Facing the prospect of losing their jobs, the young men steeled themselves and charged forward. Xiao Tiance still kept his hands behind his back. He kicked each one like a soccer ball. Though the Riverside Pavilion was a highly luxurious hotel, its security guards looked down on people like dogs. Passers-by who dared to glance at the hotel were met with vicious verbal abuse. Now that Xiao Tiance had intervened, a crowd instantly gathered, erupting in applause. This young man has truly avenged us locals. But this kid might be asking for trouble. The strongest enforcer of the Riverside Pavilion hasn't shown up yet. That guy is in a completely different league from these puny security guards. A few minutes later, dozens of security guards writhed in agony, wailing in pain. The security captain, visibly frustrated, kicked several of his men hard. You lot are a bunch of useless trash. Kid, if you've got the guts, don't you dare leave, stay right here. After uttering these words, the captain pulled out his phone. His face, which had been grim and menacing moments ago, suddenly broke into a broad smile. Brother Wolf, there's trouble at the Riverside Pavilion. Could you come over? We just can't handle this, and it wouldn't look good if the big boss heard about it, you know? The man called Wolf Brother was already at the Riverside Pavilion. The call had barely ended. The surrounding crowd instantly grew uneasy. He called Wolf over. That guy's a professional boxer. We're in deep trouble now. Chapter 42, The New Boss. Jiangdu was home to numerous hotels. But each one had its own top enforcer stationed inside. Wolf Brother is the professional enforcer for the Wangjiang Pavilion. Compared to the top fighters at other inns, he was even more ferocious. A knife scar ran across his face. Though bare-chested and not particularly large, his physique was solidly muscular. His gait clearly marked him as a professional boxer. Wolf Brother was the one who knocked all my brothers to the ground. Brother Wolf narrowed his eyes, the sun glinting off his scar to make his face look even more menacing. His fists whipped through the air, cutting through the silence with a series of sharp whistles. Kid, martial artists are a dime a dozen in this world, but plenty of masters have ended up on their knees before me. You're in for a world of hurt today. The surrounding crowd parted. On either side, Luo Qingya gently tugged at Xiao Tiance's arm, her face filled with worry. Wolf Brother flexed his muscles. He slapped on boxing gloves and aimed straight for Xiao Tiance's face. Since you've got the guts, don't back down today. I'll let you land the first punch. If you've got the guts, shoot right here. Wolf pointed to his forehead as he spoke. As a professional boxer, he learned to take a punch before he could throw one. Brother Wolf ranked among the best in professional matches, and his ability to take a beating was second to none. Even skilled martial artists who landed blows on him often found them barely noticeable. The more Wolf Brother taunted, the more arrogant he became. Xiao Tiance shook his head with a faint smile. Hitting you in the head would be too boring. Making someone pay for their words is never as simple as knocking them unconscious. If it were the four great families, Xiao Tiance would show no mercy. But facing a bunch of security guards? A lesson would suffice. Xiao Tiance extended a single finger lightly, pointing toward the opponent's abdomen as if plucking cotton. For a boxer, the abdominal muscles are typically the most well-developed. Even a punch landing there wouldn't inflict significant damage. Seeing this, Brother Wolf's expression grew even more ferocious. I'm letting you throw one punch, just one. If you hit my head, you might have a chance. Are you sure you don't want to change your mind? I'm telling you, if you want to beat me, this is your only chance. A savage expression spread across Wolf Brother's face, but in the next instant, it froze solid like ice. Xiao Tiance flicked his right hand lightly. Brother Wolf felt as if he'd been struck by a train. His entire body crashed with a thunderous boom. Had the door of the Wangjiang Pavilion not swung open, it would have been smashed to pieces. Even so, Wolf Brother was sent flying backward nearly 100 meters. With that single flick, he sailed across the hall and crashed straight into the women's restroom on the first floor. A piercing scream echoed. By the time Wolf Brother stumbled out, some female customer had casually stuck a sanitary pad onto his face. The sight was too gruesome to look at. Today it's either you die or I live. Wolf Brother couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed a kitchen knife from the front desk on his way out. He didn't look like he was boxing anymore, he was in full-on fight to the death mode. Just as he was swinging his weapon, his phone kept ringing. He didn't want to answer, but seeing his boss's number, he could only grunt. Just wait, I'll take this call, then we'll settle this properly. The security chief gathered his men, their faces twisted with grim determination. Letting you get the upper hand earlier was just Brother Wolf testing the waters. If you think you've won, you couldn't be more wrong. The security chief's voice boomed fiercely. Within seconds, Brother Wolf beside him had already hung up the call. Yet the look in his eyes as he watched Xiao Tiance had subtly shifted. The security captain beside him watched Brother Wolf retaliate, gripping the kitchen knife with fierce intensity, and continued to suck up. Boss, you already showed mercy by letting him off once. No need to keep giving in to scum like him. Just finish him off now and show him there's always someone better out there. The moment the captain finished speaking, a sharp slap echoed. Brother Wolf's palm slammed hard against the security captain's face. The security chief and the surrounding crowd froze in shock. What the hell just happened? I haven't done anything to you. Why is this such a mess? Boss, did you hit the wrong guy? We've never had any beef, have we? No sooner had he spoken. Brother Wolf came online and delivered another kick, leaving the other guy bleeding from the head. His face twisted into an even more hideous grimace. You little bastard, I'm targeting you. Don't you know this gentleman is our new big boss? Just now, the Riverside Pavilion was sold. Brother Wolf knew when to be pragmatic. The surrounding crowd stared at Xiao Tiance with eyes wide as copper bells. Still in that plain tracksuit, who knows how someone like him could possibly afford to buy the Riverside Pavilion? Did the boss get this wrong? No sooner had the words left their lips than a black SUV pulled up before the entrance. A portly boss hurried over with a spring in his step. The security guards might not recognize everyone, but they certainly knew the owner of the Riverside Pavilion. The boss arrived, but today, for some reason, Old Wolf insisted that this kid. The security captain stepped forward to flatter him, only to be abruptly shoved aside by the boss. Instead, he stood before Xiao Tiance with utmost respect and propriety. The sum of money the greedy wolf war god had previously transferred was by no means small. Not just one Wangjiangli, he could easily afford to buy 2 or 3 more hotels of the same scale. Money talks. The big boss who received this sum had absolutely no reason not to be exceedingly gracious. Ah, sir, you mentioned it on the phone earlier. I came here today specifically to sign the contract. The Riverside Pavilion's business has suddenly boomed. Congratulations on your success, sir. If Wolf Brothers' earlier words had left people half believing, half doubting, the big boss's current attitude had become undeniable proof. Luo Qingya's eyes widened as she turned to stare at Xiao Tiance in astonishment. She was about to speak. But then she recalled the auction at the Four Great Families estate. He'd even pulled out over 100 million to buy a hotel, so this was certainly within his means. Don't list me as the owner, please register it under my mentor, Sun Honghai. As Xiao Tiance spoke, he deliberately glanced at Luo Qingya. He recalled how the Sun family had endured so much hardship to help him. They nearly lost their hospital. This modest congratulatory gift was hardly excessive compensation. Following Xiao Tiance's instructions, the owner hastily wrote down Old Master Sun's name. Brother Wolf beside him quickly stepped forward. Oh my, boss. I truly didn't recognize your stature earlier. Just call me Little Wolf from now on. If there's anything needed at Wangjianglu. Before he could finish, Xiao Tiance narrowed his eyes at the security guards. Brother Wolf was just trying to make a quick buck, so he was going through the motions. But these guards actually dared to lay a hand on his wife? That would be a whole different story. Chapter 43, The Teacher Makes an Appearance. All these security guards are fired effective immediately. The icy words struck like a bolt of lightning. The security chief's eyes widened instantly. Wujiang Tower's wages were more than double those of other hotels. And it was extremely prestigious. Once dismissed from Wangjianglu, these guards would struggle to find employment elsewhere. Boss, I made a mistake. Please forgive me and spare me a way out. I just took out a loan to buy a car. If you fire me, how will I make the payments? The security guards were practically on their knees, begging for mercy. Xiao Tiance narrowed his eyes. A smile curved his lips. Right, Little Wolf, I've got another task for you. Throw these security guards out. Wolf Brother had been waiting for those exact words. The boxing champion's skill was instantly laid bare. Fists flying, whistling through the air. In less than 2 minutes, the crowd at the entrance was nearly bloodied and battered, some tumbling and crawling down the steps. Alright, Little Wolf, from this moment onward, Wangjiang Pavilion is open to all. Regardless of status or rank, every guest shall be welcomed. Beyond that, Old Master Sun is the true owner of the Riverside Pavilion. From now on, you'll follow his lead. Wolf had been rolling around in the underworld for years. Though I don't know Old Master Sun personally, the big boss's words have already proven their relationship. Rest assured, I'll make it happen. Xiao Tiance gave a slight nod. As for Wangjianglu's security staff, they would naturally need to be rehired. Wolf Brother had just returned when a taxi pulled up outside. He went to see an elderly gentleman wearing a black vest. Though frail and aged, he still possessed remarkable vigor. This elder was none other than Sun Honghai. Beside him stood another woman, dressed in the utmost simplicity, who continued to offer instructions even as she stepped out of the cab. When you meet Mr. Su later, you must be polite. If you ever join a prominent family, you can't act like a wild child. The woman speaking was Zhang Xiumei. By relationship, Xiao Tiance should address her as his master's wife. Though she taught only life skills, respect was due to any teacher. The girl standing behind them caused Xiao Tiance to pause in surprise. She was completely different from the past. Back then, Sun Honghai had devoted himself entirely to mastering medicine, with no thoughts of marriage or children. It wasn't until middle age that he married and had a daughter. Sun Mingyue was the apple of Sun Honghai's eye. Back when Xiao Tiance and the old master had their reunion, Sun Mingyue was just a mischievous little girl, always trailing behind them with giggles and laughter. In the blink of an eye, she had blossomed into a graceful young woman. Dressed in a black tailcoat with her hair neatly pinned up, she exuded a dignified aura, radiating the poise of a mature woman. Old master's son, it's been ages. The old man, who had been speaking moments ago, froze in place. The moment he saw Xiao Tiance, he scrutinized him from head to toe. His expression, previously calm, suddenly transformed into one of overwhelming emotion. He took a step forward and gripped Xiao Tiance's shoulders firmly with both hands. My goodness, it's Tiance. I'm so sorry I couldn't help you all these years. Sun Honghai had always harbored deep regret over the events of that year. Though he had done his utmost to assist Xiao Tiance and the Luo family, his abilities were ultimately limited, and he had even suffered repercussions as a result. Zhang Xiumei, who had just been giving Mingyue instructions, immediately turned her head. She suddenly slapped her thigh. Oh my! Isn't this your apprentice? All these years, people outside have been saying you were dead. It's good you're back, so good you're back. Zhang Xiumei was kind-hearted, and her concern for Xiao Tiance was genuine. Yet amidst her heartfelt emotion, a sudden icy voice poured a bucket of cold water over her. Are you certain this is something to celebrate? The Luo family's downfall was precisely because they faced the combined hostility of the four great families. Brother Xiao, I know your relationship with my father. But our family's business has suffered these past years. It was at your request. I'm truly grateful you attended my engagement banquet. Could I ask? How much did Sun Mingyue's words chill Xiao Tiance's heart? Where had that innocent little girl of yesteryear gone? Though harsh, every word was true. Had Xiao Tiance not returned back then, none of this would have unfolded. And our family fortune wouldn't have suffered such a blow. What are you saying, child? No matter what, he's still your brother. How dare you speak so disrespectfully? Now that he's back, our family should celebrate properly. Old master's son shot Mingyue a fierce glare. Besides, today, it was the old master who invited Xiao Tiance here. If you've nothing to hide, you've nothing to fear. Since he's here, he's family. Come on, it's been ages since we two old men spent time together. Let's have a proper chat. Though it was Sun Mingyue's engagement. But the old man wanted to make a grand gesture, so he paid for the hotel himself. He quickly ushered Xiao Tiance into an ordinary private room. The old man placed great importance on this engagement, reserving the entire room with over a dozen tables. Yet aside from some distant relatives, not a single member of the groom's family seemed to have shown up. Judging by the time, that kid should be arriving soon, right? Why hasn't anyone from his family shown up? Mingyue, call him immediately and ask where he is. Go pick him up. Sun Mingyue gave a slight nod. She smiled and deliberately glanced at Xiao Tiance beside her. I'll go check right now, but don't worry. You know your future son-in-law, he's got what it takes to be chairman. He must be swamped with work right now. Probably working late at the company, caught in traffic. I'll go meet him at the gate. Speaking of which, cousin, since you've returned to Jiangdu, it seems you're not afraid of the four great families. Where might you be working now? Flattery and criticism in equal measure. Sun Honghai's face flashed a hint of displeasure. Work? What kind of job would Xiao Tiance need? As the Dark Emperor himself, his conglomerate already owns countless international enterprises. But strictly speaking, Xiao Tiance rarely got personally involved. Which specific conglomerate he controlled, or which top international enterprises bore his name, was he really clueless about all that? No work. A boss doesn't work for others. Sun Mingyue's expression shifted almost visibly. You and my fiancée are close in age. Now that you're back, you really should find a job. Forget it. Let's not bring this up now. It's good enough that the four great families aren't making things difficult for you. Sun Honghai slammed his hand on the table. What's gotten into you? Why bring up such things on such a joyous occasion? It's enough that he came back today to see this old man. Hurry and go pick them up. Don't keep the Su family waiting. No sooner had Sun Mingyue left than the old man beside him grabbed Xiao Tiance's arm with a warm, restrained grip. After so many years apart, there seemed to be an endless stream of things to say. Oh, and old man, it's been ages since we last met. Today, Qingya and I, on this joyous occasion, we'd like to present you with a gift. Chapter 44, That Anticipation. Honey, where are you? Why haven't you arrived yet? My parents are already waiting impatiently. Outside the Wangjiang pavilion, Sun Mingyue held her phone, a hint of anxiety on her face. The moment she answered the call, discontented grumbling filled the air. Just wait a little longer. Your family isn't going to die from waiting a few more minutes. Do you have any idea what I've been doing? I just closed $1 million contract for the group today. A contract like this, when will your family, running a hospital, ever turn one like this? As the future heir of the group, Su Zetian fully demonstrated his capabilities, especially when dealing with the Sun family. He spoke while driving his luxury car, a contract in hand. But that contract wasn't freshly negotiated. His father had finalized it a full 2 weeks prior. He was simply passing it off as his own to impress the Sun family. As they spoke, the luxury car outside Wangjiang Tower drew ever closer. 100 meters away, Xu Zetian flashed a smile, waving his arms repeatedly. 2 minutes later, the luxury car pulled up in front of the Wangjiang pavilion. The door opened, revealing only Xu Zetian stepping out alone. "Didn't your parents come? Is it just you from your family?" Earlier, Old Master Sun had hosted a grand banquet, setting up over a dozen tables. Yet only Xu Zetian had come from the Xu family. This couldn't help but leave Sun Mingyue feeling a bit disappointed. The words had barely left her mouth. Xu Zetian immediately frowned and brushed the dust off his suit. "You're engaged to me, not to my family. Isn't it enough that I'm here? Besides, you know what kind of business our family runs. With how busy my parents are, they wouldn't have time for something like this." Ever since Old Master Sun became a target of the four great families, life had been extremely difficult. The hospital's profits had steadily declined, and disturbances had become frequent occurrences. The blows of recent years had transformed Sun Mingyue from an innocent girl into an exceptionally mature young woman, teaching her the ways of the world. Looking around, Xu Zetian's family business was still thriving. If they could unite, it would only benefit her father. So even when faced with endless obstacles, she had no choice but to swallow her pride. All right, I got it, my busy bee. My dad's been waiting forever, hurry up. Oh, and my cousin's in there too." Cousin? Xu Zetian had heard of him. Sun Mingyue did indeed have a cousin. But later, he seemed to have vanished from Jiangdu, perhaps because he'd offended the four great families or for some other reason. At this thought, Xu Zetian couldn't help but beam with delight. "What position does your cousin hold?" Sun Mingyue lowered her head slightly. She replied discreetly, "I don't think he has a job. He just returned to Jiangdu, and I only met him recently." "No job?" Xu Zetian's expression instantly changed. "He dares to come back without a job? Looks to me like he's just here to live off his family's savings. Let's be clear, marrying me means I'll only help you personally. Your family's affairs? I won't lift a finger. Your father really brings just anyone into the family. A place like Wangjianglu, is that even somewhere he should be coming? Once we marry, you'd better cut ties with your birth family. Who knows what debts they might drag you into." Xu Zetian's words cut deep with every sentence. But Sun Mingyue had chosen this path herself. It seemed she'd just have to swallow the bitterness alone. Inside Wangjianglu at that moment, a contract lay before Old Master Sun. The elderly couple's eyes widened like copper bells. The three characters Wangjiang Pavilion stood out prominently. "Master, this is a token of appreciation from your disciple. You once mentioned how delicious the cuisine at the Riverside Pavilion was. Now, we present this establishment to you as a gift, wishing you daily blessings and endless culinary delights." Within Jiangdu, the Riverside Pavilion was truly renowned. Ordinary families had to book reservations more than 3 months in advance. Even today's standard private room was secured by Old Master Sun only after half a year of waiting and paying a hefty sum, all for the sake of family prestige. "And you're giving it away with just that one line? Come on, Master, you're getting old, don't tease me like this. I know our bond runs deep. Just having you here today means everything to me." Sun Honghai had barely finished his sentence. Xiao Tiance smiled without a word, clapping lightly. Clatter! The door swung open. Rows of men in suits formed a circle. Simultaneously, the hotel's 3 managers gathered together. The elderly couple stared blankly at the crowd. The surrounding waitstaff could only imagine, let alone know, that the 3 managers primarily in charge at Wangjianglu held such prominent status. Outside of the 4 great families and the top-tier corporations, meeting them was exceedingly difficult. And now they'd come of their own accord? "Good day, Mr. Sun," they shouted in unison, their voices ringing out in perfect harmony. The sound was deafening. Xiao Tiance smiled as he pointed to the contract before them. "Old man, I'm not joking. It's written in black and white from now on, it's all yours. Over the years, I've earned a little money on the side. It's nothing grand, but I offer it as a token of my respect. May you live a long and prosperous life." Unbelievable. It's hard to believe. This is Wangjianglu. Even if I sold my own hospital at a premium price, I couldn't afford 2 rooms here under normal circumstances. And now this entire grand restaurant is ours? Zhang Xiumei scrambled to her feet, her voice trembling with disbelief. "Good heavens, old man, your apprentice has really made something of himself. Such valuable items we could never." Xiao Tiance's expression instantly turned cold as he deliberately interrupted with feigned formality. "I returned today solely to repay your kindness. If you refuse to accept this, it truly wounds our bond. Also, old master, you cherish ancient calligraphy and paintings. I have a piece here depicting 2 birds flying side by side. Qingya and I are here before you 2 elders as witnesses. Consider it a keepsake. A painting of 2 cranes flying side by side. 2 cranes soar amidst white clouds." The old gentleman truly cherished these antique paintings and calligraphy from the bottom of his heart. He leapt from his seat in excitement, examining it closely. A priceless treasure. The Wanjiang Pavilion is valuable but has a price. This painting, however, is truly priceless. Well, this is a gift of immense value and deep sentiment. This old man will gladly accept it. What began as an engagement turned into an unexpected delight. For a moment, the old man couldn't put it down. At that very moment, a phone rang urgently. Seeing it was greedy wolf war god Xiao Tiance, he immediately stood up and walked to an unoccupied corner. Reporting to your majesty, Captain Deng Yue of the Guard Regiment has a wounded subordinate on White Cloud Mountain. He is receiving urgent treatment and has invited renowned physicians from Jiangdu. What kind of news is this? He's treating his own illness. Why report it to me? Just as Xiao Tiance was puzzled, the next sentence revealed the crux of the matter. That renowned physician is none other than the very doctor who once treated brother Luo Xuanji. Chapter 45, The Physician's Indifference. Back then, when my elder brother was hunted down and stabbed multiple times, he fought desperately and barely survived. Yet when he was rushed to the hospital, the resuscitation efforts failed. Moreover, an additional wound appeared where his chest should have been. This was clearly a setup. The thought sent Xiao Tiance's blood boiling. At that very moment, footsteps echoed slowly from below the Wanjiang Pavilion. Su Zetian stood tall and straight. He cleared his throat deliberately. The elderly couple from the Sun family also stood up simultaneously. Xiao Su's here? Why are you alone? Come sit down. The waitstaff had already stepped away to prepare the dishes. Su Zetian casually opened his briefcase and placed the signed contract on the table. Uncle and aunt, I'm terribly sorry, work's been hectic. I just closed $1 million deal. Frankly, a place like Wangjianglu isn't really within your budget, you know? Getting into debt over a single meal just isn't worth it. If you really want to come, since we're family now anyway, I happen to have a bronze membership card. Take it gets you discounts. The elderly couple exchanged bewildered glances. A membership card for their own restaurant. Giving it to them? And a bronze card at that. In Su Zetian's mind, a place like Wangjianglu was absolutely beyond the reach of two elderly couples. A bronze card would surely make the two seniors ecstatic. But when he pulled out the card, he suddenly noticed why were their expressions so utterly unremarkable. Mr. Sun, is the bronze card not sufficient? You must understand that this restaurant only has 3 membership tiers. Though bronze is the lowest level, even across the entire Jiangdu region, this card is extremely valuable. The White Cloud membership is only accessible to top-tier enterprises, and as for the gold membership, fear not, only the 4 great families dare to hold it. Su Zetian deliberately emphasized the words "for great families" as he spoke. Sun Mingyue chimed in from the side, anxious to avoid displeasing Su Zetian, and hurriedly helped her father take the card from his hand. Dad, say something. I closed $1 million contract tonight, and this membership card is way out of our league. Even his own daughter was speaking this way. The old father's face instantly lost all color. Su Zetian deliberately mentioned the $1 million contract in passing. Mingyue, your parents just run a hospital. It's only natural they've never seen such a large-scale project before. Once you marry into our family, you'll rise with the tide. Even if we gave this $1 million contract to the old couple as a gift, we could take them traveling to broaden their horizons. Just don't embarrass the Su family when the time comes. How could a younger generation speak like this? The couple's faces darkened to the point of ugliness. How could they possibly feel even a shred of goodwill toward this so-called son-in-law? Su Zetian seemed oblivious to it all. He turned his head and suddenly spotted Luo Qingya. Luo Qingya had been silent until now, but upon closer observation, standing beside his wife Mingyue, the difference was like night and day. This was the true beauty. The two had actually just met not long ago in the old city district. But with Xiao Tiance's overwhelming presence and the dim lighting at the time, he hadn't even registered Luo Qingya's features. Now, seeing her radiant beauty, Su Zetian instantly forgot everything that had just transpired. My dear, I must ask your name. I never imagined the Sun family could boast such a stunning beauty. Su Zetian slowly stepped forward in front of his fiancée. He was about to sit down beside Luo Qingya. Sun Mingyue hurriedly interjected from the side. Oh dear, you've misunderstood. This is my cousin's fiancée. She's not part of our family. Cousin? The guy who just said he doesn't have a job. An unemployed guy managed to snag such a gorgeous fiancée even prettier than his own wife? Out of politeness, Luo Qingya stood up to shake hands. Su Zetian, however, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, wearing a bitter smile. Oh dear, this young lady is as beautiful as a fairy, but it's a shame to see such a flower planted in cow dung. I've heard all about it. Your fiancé doesn't even have a job. Beautiful women, you know, they're all pretty, but their eyes aren't so sharp. Truth is, a man needs someone like me to be truly successful. Seeing you're about Mingyue's age, don't go down the wrong path. Let's exchange numbers. I'll mentor you properly when I have time. Su Zetian's condescending demeanor was almost unbearable. And that lecherous grin on his face. The elderly couple watched coldly from the sidelines. Even Zhang Xiumei, who was usually exceptionally polite, couldn't hold back any longer and interjected. Mr. Su, she said, you came here today to discuss an engagement with my daughter, correct? We should be discussing marriage matters, not constantly mentioning Miss Luo. Su Zetian snapped back to his senses. He cleared his throat, but quickly regained his composure, his aloofness returning as he realized the implications for his family's standing. Aunt, you speak too harshly. I merely wish to have a proper conversation as someone who has been through it. Besides, throughout history, what powerful family hasn't had multiple wives and concubines? Many claim to be monogamous, but in reality, they're just poor. Talking about having multiple wives before you're even married? In front of the bride's parents? Sun Honghai immediately snorted. Daughter, you mustn't marry someone like this. You'll suffer after the wedding. I don't think we should have come to Wangjianglu for this match today. I've never been in favor of it. Su Zetian paid no heed whatsoever to the words of this future uncle-in-law. His tone grew even colder. Old man, you're overthinking things. Without our family's backing, your fortune would likely vanish before long. You'd truly fall from grace. Our family maintains close ties with the 4 great families and holds considerable influence. Without that backing, how long do you think you could possibly last? Sun Mingyue clung stubbornly to her deeply ingrained beliefs. Instead, she immediately clung tightly to Su Zetian. She stood firmly against her father. Father, I think the young master is right. Honestly, all he needs to do is treat me well. Besides, in today's world, few men don't stray. We need to change our mindset. These words made the old man's face turn red with fury. Who would have thought his own daughter would turn out like this? Su Zetian, hearing Mingyue's words, grew even more emboldened. He grinned at Luo Qingya. Miss, why don't you give your useless fiancé a call? Bring him over so we can have a proper talk. You're wasting your life with a good-for-nothing. You'll suffer endlessly. Though I already have Mingyue and can't offer you a proper status, I can easily arrange a job for you. If that doesn't work, I can get your fiancé a security guard position. Our company happens to need someone to watch the gate. Su Zetian's laughter grew increasingly maniacal. At that very moment, a cold voice echoed from behind. Gatekeeper? That actually sounds like a decent gig. I could even intern there. Just wonder if your family can afford to hire me. Su Zetian felt the voice sounded vaguely familiar. Instinctively, he turned to look. Crash! The stool slipped from his grasp, and he landed flat on his backside. Who was that? It was none other than the very person who had just dealt him a crushing blow. Chapter 46, Déjà Vu. If there was anything Su Zetian regretted, it was this very moment. Su Zetian had witnessed Xiao Tiance's abilities firsthand. Especially at the gates of the old city district. With a mere flick of his wrist, he could snap your arm clean off. There was simply no reasoning with such a brute. What did you just say to my wife? Your Su family really is a big and powerful one, huh? Not even married yet and already planning to hire a concubine? After finishing his call, Xiao Tiance returned and sat silently beside Su Zetian. The atmosphere was palpably tense. Su Zetian's sweat poured down his nose and forehead. Every nerve was taut with fear, his speech becoming stuttered and disjointed. I was just joking earlier. We're family, no need for formalities. Surely old master's son wouldn't be so uptight he can't take a joke? Sun Honghai remained silent beside them. Whether it was a joke or not, the old man knew full well. Zhang Xiaomei, standing nearby, finally breathed a sigh of relief, hoping to ease the awkwardness. But this joke was ill-timed. Today is the day you and my daughter become engaged. We should be discussing serious matters. With a few words, the earlier incident was temporarily put to rest. But Su Zetian's thoughts turned elsewhere. Xiao Tiance was the one expelled from Longqing back then. Now he was even hunted by the 4 great families. Sure, he's grown somewhat in stature, but compared to the 4 great families, what does that amount to? The Sun family had connections with the 4 great families. While not particularly close, their relationship was undoubtedly far superior to Xiao Tiance. Just as Su Zetian was about to continue speaking in a low voice, Xiao Tiance suddenly slammed his hand down on the equity contract resting on the table. Sun Mingyue noticed Xiao Tiance scrutinizing a contract and deliberately prompted him from the side. Cousin, this is the $1 million contract my fiancé just negotiated tonight. Let me introduce my fiancé's family business. Just as Shin Mingyue was about to speak, Xiao Tiance suddenly extended his right hand slowly. Frowning, he gently rubbed his thumb toward the date on the contract. Su Zetian frowned, slammed his hand on the table, and shouted on the spot. What the hell are you doing? If you ruin this contract, it'll cost us millions. Can you even afford to cover that loss? Let me tell you, don't think your fighting skills give you free rein to act recklessly in Jiangdu. The shout had barely reached its destination when Xiao Tiance shot a glance to the side. That single glance alone felt like gazing into a sea of blood. Su Zetian felt a chill run from head to toe. Could such a gaze truly belong to a human? Any rebuttal he might have had was forced back down his throat. Then, following the direction of Xiao Tiance's moving thumb, the previously signed contract and date began to blur and change. Mr. Su, this contract doesn't appear to have been signed by you, Su Jiangwo? The proof was straightforward, as if from a man of the 20th century. And judging by the date, this contract had been signed a full half-month ago. Xiao Tiance could ignore who Su Jiangwo truly was, but Old Master Sun knew all too well. Su Jiangwo was Su Zetian's father. This contract was originally signed by the old man of the Su family, but Su Zetian had tampered with it to make it appear as if it belonged to him. Sun Honghai glanced at Su Zetian and smiled faintly. He pushed the contract back toward Su Zetian. Young man, if you don't understand something, you can learn gradually. But if you resort to deceitful tactics, you'll never be able to hold your head high again. Su Zetian, publicly humiliated, stiffened and stood up abruptly. Sun Mingyue still gently held Su Zetian's arm, speaking on his behalf. Oh, come on. It's our own company. Who signed the contract doesn't matter. After all, my future husband is the chairman's heir apparent. Let's not nitpick over details. Now, cousin, undermining him like this is downright rude. You'd be better off finding a proper job instead of wasting time here. Though Mingyue and Xiao Tiance weren't childhood sweethearts, they'd once been inseparable confidants. It was hard to imagine how that innocent little girl skipping stones by the water had turned into this person. The old man had long since reached his limit, watching his daughter constantly stray from the family path. What do you mean, find a job? Never mind that Wangjiang Tower belongs to someone else. That painting alone is priceless. Why would someone destined to be a great leader deliberately go looking for a job? Mingyue, have I spoiled you too much all these years? How dare you speak to my apprentice like that? Xiao Tiance has just returned. We should have gathered together as one family, yet you insist on competing and showing off at every turn. And have your husband return that bronze membership card. From this day forward, Wangjiang Tower is property of the Sun family. What Sun family property? What Wangjiang Pavilion? Su Zetian stared wide-eyed at the old man spouting nonsense. Suddenly, he burst into hearty laughter. But before the mocking words could escape his lips, waitstaff had already filled the table with delicacies. 3 general managers followed closely behind. Such an elaborate display was unprecedented, even for Su Zetian. What was going on? Why would the general manager come to an ordinary VIP room? The manager of Wang Jianglu is notoriously selective. I've heard he only graces VIP rooms. Even I've only had the privilege of seeing him when dining with bigwigs. While Su Zetian was pondering this, the general manager personally arranged the dishes on the table and inquired warmly. Sir, could you offer your thoughts on our restaurant's dishes? Also, we have VIP rooms upstairs. Why didn't you request to be seated there? Sun Honghai was always an exceptionally kind man. He always treated others with courtesy. Though now the owner of Wang Jianglu, he responded politely. No need. We run businesses and restaurants to make money. Let's save the VIP rooms for those customers. These delicacies are truly excellent. I'm no chef, so I can't really offer any guidance. You all go back to work. The owner? Both Su Zetian and Shin Mingyue turned to stare at Xiao Tiance in unison. In that moment, the world seemed to spin. Just the Wangjiang Pavilion alone was an immense enterprise. It was tens of millions of times more valuable than Su Zetian's electronics conglomerate. Sun Mingyue had been determined to find a handle to climb higher, but never imagined that Xiao Tiance himself was already the most powerful backer. This was no man hunted to extinction by the 4 great families. He was clearly a wealthy tycoon making a spectacular comeback. Recalling her earlier harshness toward Xiao Tiance, she was overcome with regret. Brother, what just happened? Sun Mingyue could scarcely find the words. The old man stood up and patted Xiao Tiance on the shoulder. You and I, let's step outside for a stroll. I'm not used to this 5-star hotel fare. Streetside barbecue is far more satisfying. Chapter 47, Old Scenes Repeated. Under the night sky, the aroma wafted from the street grills. Though it couldn't compare to a 5-star hotel. They brought old man Sun immense comfort. Due to time constraints, Xiao Tiance couldn't linger long, and since he needed to drive, they only chatted briefly. I've got other things to attend to today. This really isn't the right time. I'll treat you to drinks another day, old man. Sun Honghai wore a smile, yet suddenly let out a sigh. Next time you have the chance, come with me to the hospital. Now that you're back, let's revisit the places we once walked. As Luo Qingya's business partner, and shared a unique bond with Xiao Tiance, he frequently visited the hospital. Though modest in size, the hospital radiates warmth like spring sunshine in the depths of winter. It frequently provided free treatment to impoverished families, earning an excellent reputation. Of course. I hope the old man's hospital thrives more and more. Little did I know, as soon as I finished speaking, Sun Honghai shook his head and sighed. My hospital will likely have to close this week. To be honest, our family has been in debt for a long time, and we're using the hospital to settle the debt. Moreover, that hospital has fallen into the hands of the Lin family. Unfortunately, they lack medical expertise and have decided to auction it off this week. I hear it's going to another deep-sea pharmaceutical group. The Lin family again. The 4 great families have managed to offend absolutely everyone around Xiao Tiance. And another auction. Do they just love replaying old dramas? But it doesn't matter. By then, I'll likely be the big boss of Wangjianglu. Why would I care about a single hospital? But I do have one unreasonable request. I hope to sell Wangjianglu. After all, the restaurant business isn't my field. If possible, I'd still prefer to stay in the medical industry. Having spent his entire life as a hospital director, the old man naturally wouldn't want to switch careers in his twilight years. And he holds a deep, heartfelt passion for the medical field. Hearing this, Xiao Tiance smiled faintly and interrupted immediately. Master, rest assured. The pavilion will remain open. If you're not interested in the food business, you can transfer it to your wife. As for the private hospital, I guarantee it will never fall into anyone else's hands. Having made his pledge, Xiao Tiance picked up the phone and called the greedy wolf war god. Investigate the Deep Sea Group pharmaceutical company for me. With his instructions given, he and the old man parted ways without further discussion. Only as they were leaving, Sun Mingyue stood at the upstairs window, watching Xiao Tiance and the old man bid farewell on the street below. All that remained in her heart was endless regret. Why did I speak to my brother that way? After all these years, is there truly no going back? Sun Mingyue's question remained unanswered. On this same moonlit night, within the heart of Jiangdu, atop a premier commercial tower. Standing on the top floor, Morong Shui gazed at the scattered stars beyond the window, silent. The female secretary at her side frowned. Miss Morong, how should we handle Xiao Tiance? The secretary had served Miss Morong for years, and throughout that time, no enterprise group in Jiangdu had ever dared to oppose her. Meanwhile, at the Lin family auction venue, they had offended them to the utmost. Even now, a memorial plaque still hung in Morong's commercial building, bearing the exact date of Morong Shui's death. My cousin is quite amusing. They certainly won't be able to hold on to Bai Keatang. Do you think hundreds of millions is a lot? For ordinary businesses, 100 million is indeed a colossal sum. But for the four great families, it's merely the tip of the iceberg. Especially for the Lin family. The 100 Herbs Hall, originally intended for Morong Shui, has now been snatched away mid-transaction. With all the shares up for grabs, how could they possibly swallow their pride? Moreover, the Lin family's eldest son died because of this. Even if Morong hadn't acted, the Lin family couldn't possibly hold back. The female secretary beside her smiled without comment, watching as Morong Shui gently lit a lady's cigarette. She exhaled a smoke ring and continued gazing into the distant darkness. Among the four major families, the Lin family ranked last, primarily engaged in commercial consortiums. Their very presence in this circle was solely due to their wealth. They possessed unique tactics in the stock market, and a mere stake in Bai Keatang was insignificant to the entire Jiangdu region. On the contrary, with the overseas conglomerate about to establish itself in Jiangdu, it was high time to make a move on the real estate front. Deep into the night. North of Jiangdu, at the military camp, Xiao Tiance pulled back the dark green tent flap to find a man lying on the bed, vomiting and suffering from diarrhea. His eyes were bloodshot, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. The man was none other than Zhang Xiaofan, deputy commander of the Jiangdu Guard Regiment. He was also the person Deng Yue trusted most in his daily work. Deng Yue was currently away on a mission and hadn't been able to stay behind. He had only instructed his men to summon a skilled physician and ensure the man was well cared for. Before Xiao Tiance could speak upon entering the camp, he saw a young man dressed in a white coat. The man stood before the sick bed, speaking with great eloquence. Mr. Zhang's condition is quite straightforward. He suffered smoke inhalation poisoning after breathing excessive fumes on White Cloud Mountain. I have a dose of Chinese medicine here that can counteract the poison with poison. Once administered, within 3 days, Mr. Zhang's condition will fully improve. The young man promptly produced a packet of herbs and displayed it before several soldiers. Several young soldiers immediately gave him thumbs up and showered him with praise. Truly worthy of being called Mr. Qian, a young prodigy and one of the top 10 renowned physicians of our time. His top ranking among renowned physicians is well deserved. He diagnosed the condition with just a glance. The man before them was named Qian Duo. Though his name might suggest a business tycoon, he was indeed one of Jiangdu's top 10 outstanding young physicians. Yet behind the scenes, Qian Duo had one particular trait. He never treats ordinary people. He had served the four great families, major conglomerates, and even the military, yet he only treated the wealthy and powerful, using medicine as a stepping stone to climb higher. Now, word reached him that someone in the military camp was gravely ill, a case that practically came knocking on his door. Truly worthy of being the renowned physician invited by Colonel Deng, his methods are extraordinary. Our deputy commander Zhang has served Jiangdu with unwavering dedication. Please do whatever it takes to cure his illness. Zhang Xiaofan lay on the hospital bed, his face deathly pale as he endured excruciating discomfort. Beside him, Chen Duo froze slightly upon hearing the soldiers' conversation. What? Deng Yue personally invited him? Chen Duo had casually learned that the deputy commander was ill within the military barracks. Naturally, he couldn't pass up this opportunity to build connections. Thus, he came in person. He hadn't anticipated that Deng Yue had already consulted a renowned physician long before this. Now that he was already here, Chen Duo decided to see his lie through to the end. Dang, and I go way back, old friends, you know. When he needs help, I'm there. Chapter 48, The Depths of the Ocean. Chen Duo had already placed the brewed medicine before Zhang Xiaofan. 2 soldiers were about to help him take it. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from behind them. Countering poison with poison requires having the poison ready beforehand. If that dose is swallowed, death will come within half an hour. The abrupt remark instantly drew the attention of the surrounding crowd. Xian Duo's expression changed. Several soldiers nearby looked utterly confused. What does that mean? Who sent you here, sir? The soldiers exchanged bewildered glances. Undoubtedly, what astonished the crowd even more was that Xiao Tiance had apparently been present for some time without anyone noticing. As members of the Guard Regiment, they not only underwent rigorous training year-round, but the barracks also harbored their share of skilled fighters. To be approached so silently was astonishing enough. Perhaps one of the soldiers, worried about the deputy commander, had summoned a doctor. But one shouldn't seek help recklessly. He certainly didn't look like a doctor. Xiao Tiance arrived still clad in his athletic gear. His appearance and attire certainly didn't suggest he was a doctor. The surrounding soldiers naturally assumed he was a last-minute, makeshift doctor pulled from some clinic for emergency treatment. But with Qian Yu Duo present now, other doctors were naturally unnecessary. They immediately began persuading everyone. With Dr. Yu Qian here, our patient is in the best possible hands. We're terribly sorry for making you come all this way for nothing. Please accept this small token of appreciation as a house call fee. One of the men pulled out several hundred yuan, preparing to slip it to Xiao Tiance. Xiao Tiance ignored him and fixed his gaze on the hospital bed. Money was irrelevant. If Mr. Zhang actually drank that concoction, even a divine healer couldn't save him. So young, yet relying on a bought and paid for reputation, he dares to prescribe recklessly without even understanding the illness, treating patients like guinea pigs. What a fine example of a great physician. Xiao Tiance had come to treat the illness, but he had also come to stir up trouble. According to intelligence from the greedy wolf war god, back when Luo Xuanji was dying, it was a doctor with discerning eyes who personally examined and treated him. However, Chen Duo appeared younger than expected. If he were 5 years younger, it wouldn't match the facts. Therefore, he chose not to act hastily but instead opted to observe and wait. Questioning my medical skills? How amusing. In Jiangdu, someone actually dares to question my medical skills. Which backstreet clinic do you work for? Do you even have a medical license? Xian Duo frowned. Xiao Tiance raised an eyebrow. I don't actually have a medical license. I'm here to save lives, not to be interrogated. Xiao Tiance's voice grew colder, his gaze sharper. The battle-hardened soldiers surrounding him suddenly felt an ominous foreboding, many even drawing their weapons. Sir, please step outside. This is a warning. An unidentified man appearing at the military camp in the dead of night was indeed cause for caution. Xiao Tiance merely smiled without a word. One soldier grabbed his shoulder, preparing to push him out forcefully, only to find him as steady as a mountain, not budging an inch. A flicker of astonishment flashed in the soldier's eyes. Clearly, only someone with training could achieve such stability. Subsequently, he unconsciously increased his strength. Yet he found himself unable to budge Xiao Tiance even an inch. Who exactly are you? Several nearby soldiers sensed something was amiss and took a step forward. A young man suddenly shouted from behind. Hold on, there seems to be some misunderstanding. I also saw him while carrying out a mission on Baiyun Mountain. Moreover, he entered the depths of Baiyun Mountain with the approval of Colonel Deng. The young man speaking had stood by Deng Youwei's side throughout the blaze, attending to his every need. Though I'm unaware of the nature of their relationship. But the Baiyun Mountain inferno occurred just 2 days prior. Amidst such flames, even ordinary soldiers could scarcely advance an inch. Moreover, gaining permission from Deng Youwei to ascend the mountain often signified a person's unique status and exceptional circumstances. Since this gentleman mentioned that our deputy regiment commander Zhang's illness has other causes, might he offer some insight? Xiao Tiance did not respond to the soldier's words. Instead, he fixed a cold stare on Xian Duo. Knowing both oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Xiao Tiance always preferred to be thoroughly prepared for any undertaking. Xian Duo, if my memory serves me correctly, you failed every single subject when you graduated from medical school. Over the years, you've treated hundreds of patients under your master's name, but your success rate has been pitifully low. The only reason you're still practicing medicine is because of your master's reputation. Xian Duo froze. He hadn't expected this mysterious man to know his background so thoroughly. Xian Duo possessed no medical genius whatsoever. His entire career was built on family connections. His master, meanwhile, was a luminary in the field. Merely bearing the master's name was enough to command respect. His so-called practice of medicine was nothing more than a means to constantly elevate his reputation and seize opportunities to amass wealth. This is utter nonsense. You're slandering my reputation. Do you realize? What you're doing is illegal. I must treat Commander Zhang now. Get him out of here immediately. Amidst the loud outburst, the surrounding soldiers turned their gaze back to Xiao Tiance, momentarily hesitating. Commander Zhang lay on the hospital bed, his complexion growing increasingly grim. Drawing on years of experience in Qingtian prison, Xiao Tiance didn't even need to take his pulse. He merely scanned Zhang Xiaofan from head to toe. Mr. Zhang's illness likely has little to do with the recent Baiyun mountain fog. Over the past 2 months, has Mr. Zhang frequently experienced abdominal pain and a sharp decline in appetite? Has he even experienced bouts of spleen coldness at night? Listening to Xiao Tiance's words, Zhang Xiaofan nodded slightly from his hospital bed. Though his physique was extremely frail, every word was true. The attendants nearby, witnessing this scene, dared not interrupt casually, waiting for Xiao Tiance to continue. Chen Duo, standing nearby, watched everything unfold with a slightly twisted expression. Slowly, he began to lose his nerve. No way. This guy can diagnose someone's condition without even taking their pulse? Could he really be some renowned physician unknown to me? Not just in Jiangdu, Qian Duo was mind raced, mentally reviewing every renowned physician he knew, every notable figure in the field. He had never seen this man before. And Xiao Tiance's next words left him utterly dumbfounded. It seems there's a demon inside Captain Zhang's body. This absurdity beckons absurdity, absurdity incarnate? Chapter 49, The Demon Red Worm. If Chen Duo were to take Xiao Tiance's words at face value, he'd believe them. Since ancient times, masters have emerged from the common folk. Who could guarantee that this stranger who boldly barged into the military camp wasn't a master? But the word demon made Chen Duo's heart, which had been suspended mid-air, slowly settle back down. This was clearly pure nonsense. Even a con artist wouldn't come up with such an absurd excuse. Chen Duo instantly felt reassured. I see through you now. You're here purely to cause trouble, and to rob and kill. Demons, huh? Are you going to perform some shamanistic ritual next? Then help exorcise the ghosts? Seize him immediately. This scoundrel is plotting murder for profit, not only delaying treatment, he deserves summary execution. Chen Duo shouted from the room. The surrounding soldiers looked at Xiao Tiance, their expressions clearly displeased. In a military camp like this, shouting about demons and monsters offered little concrete explanation. Xiao Tiance, however, remained unhurried as he leaned against the bedside. I'll make you a bet. If I can't cure Mr. Zhang's illness by tonight, subject me to military law. Hearing this, Chen Duo's face lit up with delight. He had been in such a hurry before. But court-martial could very well mean the death penalty. Chen Duo never passed up an opportunity to trap his opponent in a life-or-death situation. Alright, everyone hear that clearly. He said it himself. This matter is now set in stone. To the surrounding soldiers, the nature of the wager between the two men was irrelevant. What mattered was that Colonel Zhang's illness would be cured. Thus, no one at the scene voiced any objection. Xiao Tiance then added a postscript. But if I cure your illness, you must sever your own hands to prevent you from harming others through medicine. A doctor's hands are their lifeline. Chen Duo hadn't expected such a ruthless wager. Just as he hesitated to protest, Xiao Tiance snorted coldly. You want my life, and I want your hands. That's already a concession. This deal isn't exactly a loss, is it? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a gruff voice boomed from behind. I accept this wager. Go check on Deng Yue. When will he be back? A single word from Colonel Deng carried the weight of the entire military camp's supreme authority. Is agreement now established? Xiao Tiance merely gave Deng Yue a slight nod. Then he turned to Zhang Xiaofan and asked, Brother Zhang, have you been on any missions lately? Zhang Xiaofan, racked by illness and pain, could barely respond. Deng Yue stepped in to defuse the situation. That's correct. I did carry out a mission earlier. We discovered some historical remnants, shell casings and debris in the sea. To prevent secondary damage, I ordered the recovery operation. If you're implying he contracted his illness at sea, then besides Zhang Xiaofan, many others went down with him at the time. Could it be that everyone has been infected? Deng Yue had indeed met this Dark Emperor. But the Dark Emperor operates with extreme secrecy. Even in front of a crowd, he wouldn't dare reveal his identity, instead discussing matters in the tone of an ordinary friend. And Xiao Tiance seemed to relish this delicate dynamic. His next words painted a vivid picture, as if he'd witnessed it firsthand. Rest assured, no one else has these symptoms. Otherwise, it would have already erupted. If I'm not mistaken, Zhang Xiaofan didn't wear protective gear when he went underwater. As deputy battalion commander, Zhang Xiaofan was well versed in land, sea, and air combat operations. He was especially skilled in aquatic combat. Having grown up in a coastal city, he often went into the sea for salvage operations. To work faster, he didn't follow regulations and wear protective gear, instead diving in completely naked. Seeing Xiao Tiance growing more animated by the minute, Chen Duo hurriedly interrupted him mid-sentence. Colonel Deng, this man actually claims demons exist. Whether as a doctor or as a soldier, this outcome is surely unacceptable to both of you. If we don't clarify this today, it's unlikely to end well. Xianduoduo's eyes locked onto Xiao Tiance, searching for any cracks in his words. The surrounding soldiers had heard it all clearly. They were deeply skeptical of this claim. Indeed, this gentleman did mention demons. But what connection could our Commander Zhang possibly have with demons? Faced with a barrage of questions, it was difficult to offer a reasonable explanation except for Deng Yue, who remained perfectly composed. As the commander of the security unit tasked with protecting the peaceful lives of ordinary citizens, Deng Yue frequently studied news from the society pages. Indeed, there were numerous negative rumors surrounding Xianduoduo. Deng Yue had always looked down upon those who used money to climb the social ladder, and naturally, he would not speak in Xianduoduo's defense now. Facing such a question, Xiao Tiance remained unhurried. Suddenly, he extended his right hand and lightly tapped Zhang Xiaofan's abdomen. Simultaneously, he swiftly pressed several vital acupoints. Soldiers might be excused for not knowing, but you, a doctor, an internist at that, actually don't know what a demon is? In the deep sea, there exists a human parasite known as the demonic redworm that is its scientific name. Infection by the demon redworm is extremely rare, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. This parasite infiltrates the skin through seawater and concentrates in the stomach, feeding on gastric acid. This creates a false sense of fullness, causing loss of appetite, all to produce more gastric acid as sustenance for the parasite. This disease is indeed extremely rare. And Xianduoduo had never heard of it either. Watching Xiao Tiance explain it so convincingly, an uneasy feeling immediately washed over him. He hurried forward and shouted loudly. Hold on, what demonic red worms? You didn't just make this illness up, did you? Just as the ink dried on the inscription, Zhang Xiaofan suddenly doubled over the bedside and began vomiting violently. Xiao Tiance pressed several major acupoints on the back of the person. Piece after piece of crimson flesh was vomited onto the floor. Though the scene looked disgusting, there was no strange smell. Deng Yue frowned and asked. Zhang Xiaofan, you haven't eaten anything these past few days. How could you vomit up so many residues? As soon as the question was asked, the crowd squinted at the red chunks of flesh on the ground. At first glance, they saw nothing unusual. Then, as they looked closer, the chunks began to separate automatically, one by one, transforming into countless tiny worms crawling across the ground like earthworms. Even the most seasoned soldiers covered their mouths at the sight, feeling a chill run down their spines. Good heavens, such a strange affliction truly exists. How could this be treated? Xiao Tiance gently patted the other man's back. Fortunately, most of the worms had already been purged through vomiting. The remaining ones could be fully eradicated with a course of deworming medicine. Thankfully, that herbal remedy contained no toxic components. Otherwise, the poison could have triggered a parasitic uprising within his body, potentially even perforating his stomach and intestines. Chapter 50, A Price Paid. Can you boil me a packet of instant noodles? I'm kinda hungry. Zhang Xiaofan, who hadn't eaten for a week straight, speaking now proved the medicine had worked. Deng Yue watched his subordinate recover, feeling immensely satisfied. He burst into laughter on the spot. Just instant noodles? Get some proper food and drink ready. We need to make up for all the nutrients lost these past few days. Just as the scene was filled with joy and harmony, Xiao Tiance suddenly grabbed Xianduoduo's arm beside him. It was clear the other party was preparing to slip away. Hold on, we agreed to abide by the stakes. Now that the patient's recovery is in full swing, how can you just walk away? This is the time to celebrate with everyone. A setback. Xianduoduo had no idea the other was a genuine master physician. His expression twisted into a grimace. Commander Deng, it was just a joke earlier. How could you seriously threaten violence? I admit your medical skills are truly exceptional, but as a doctor, your duty is to save lives. How could you possibly kill? Xiao Tiance was never a doctor to begin with. Seeing the solemn expression on the other's face, Xianduoduo could only plead with Deng Yue. But who was the Dark Emperor? How could Deng Yue possibly incur a debt of gratitude to the Dark Emperor over a mere physician? Accepting the consequences of a wager is only natural, but shouting threats of violence in front of so many people is truly inappropriate. As Xianduoduo listened to Deng Yue's words, a glimmer of hope finally flickered in his heart. She thought that with Deng Yue standing by her side. But who could have guessed that in his next sentence, Commander Deng would pat Zhang Xiaofan on the shoulder. We're all starving after so long without a meal. Let's celebrate tonight. Head out to the wilderness for a bonfire party. With a rustle, Deng Yue pulled back the tent flap and strode out with the surrounding soldiers. As if to echo his earlier words, shouting threats of violence in front of so many soldiers was simply inappropriate. But now, every soldier in the tent was gone. Xianduoduo, do you choose to disable your own hands, or shall I do it for you? With a clatter, Xianduoduo stared at Xiao Tiance's earnest expression and scrambled frantically toward the exit. He even shouted for help at the top of his lungs. Alas, Deng Yue had already led his legion away long ago. Outside the tent in the dead of night, there was no one in sight. Before he could flee, he felt his hands being seized tightly by Xiao Tiance. With a sharp crack, both arms were torn off as though they were made of paper. Blood instantly splattered across the tent. "How dare you harm me? My master won't let you off. He's the foremost authority in his field. He's the most renowned figure in the medical world, and I am his disciple." Blood flowed unceasingly. Qian Duo could barely speak anymore. Xiao Tiance pulled up a stool and sat before him, calm and unhurried. "Your master? Back in the day, did you two ever treat a patient named Luo Xuanji? Tell me what happened during the treatment." Under the relentless pursuit of the four great families, Luo Xuanji barely escaped. He overcame countless obstacles to preserve his life, yet in the end, he died in the hospital and it was an accident. Especially that fatal wound to his chest explain it clearly to me. Only then did Qian Duo realize the true nature of the person before him. It was closely tied to the Qin family tragedy of years past. In an instant, all hope seemed to vanish. Wait, I didn't know about this. I was just assisting back then. It was my master who pushed Luo Xuanji into the operating room. When the doors opened after the surgery, the patient had already been pronounced dead. As for what actually happened inside the operating room, I have absolutely no idea. Xiao Tiance clicked his tongue. Like master, like apprentice. Even if Qian Duo was unaware, his corruption and abuse of power to persecute patients were enough to warrant 100 deaths. Xiao Tiance instantly shattered the man's kneecap with a single kick. Xinglong warrior. At the command, two warriors materialized in the void, one on each side, seizing the victim's shattered shoulders. Qian Duo, who had thought escape was possible, now stared with utter despair in his eyes. "I truly know nothing about this hero. Go find my master. He's always flying all over the place. Even if you capture me, I won't know where he is." Xiao Tiance couldn't be bothered with further nonsense. "I'll make your master come find you himself. Since he's such a luminary in the medical world, I'm sure he'll be able to mend every bone in your body." The moment the words left his mouth, the Qinglong warrior understood. In an instant, a flurry of punches sent Qian Duo crashing to the ground, barely clinging to life. Not a single bone in his entire body remained intact, nearly everyone was shattered. "Why? I was merely assisting my master at the time. I had no idea what happened. This has nothing to do with me, why drag me into it?" His voice grew hoarse with the shouting. Xiao Tiance, however, continued to watch with cold indifference. "Nothing to do with you? The four great families seek revenge against me. What does that have to do with Luo Qingya's family? What connection could the deaths of my uncle and aunt possibly have to any of this? Back when assassins stormed the 100 Flowers Garden, they never showed mercy. They were slaughtered in the most brutal ways. What Xiao Tiance is doing now is merely repeating what they did back then." Xiao Tiance took the spirit tablet from a soldier's hands and placed it before Qian Duo's eyes. "If your master doesn't appear within 3 days, this will be your spirit tablet." After Qian Duo was escorted away, Deng Yue's bonfire gathering returned at just the right moment. Only this time, Deng Yue entered alone. "The royal bonfire gathering is ready. Care to join the festivities?" Xiao Tiance smiled faintly. "No need for festivities, I have matters to attend to. Today's matter is settled, my thanks." Even a fool could tell that Yue had just deliberately turned a blind eye. Now that Xiao Tiance had stepped out of the military camp, the tent maker followed closely behind. "First, congratulations to the Luo family for reclaiming their shares in the 100 Herbs Hall. Even so, our local guard unit is in urgent need of a batch of emergency medicinal herbs. We hope to procure them from Baikatang. The Guard Corps purchases a batch of medicinal herbs annually for stockpiling. Over the years, as Baikatang's influence grew, all cooperation ceased long ago. Now that Baikatang is returning to its rightful owners, resuming our partnership would be a pure win-win." "Very well. I shall entrust this matter to my wife. The ownership of Baichao Hall is now firmly in our hands once more. It was time to return the Baichaotang Enterprise Group to Luo Qingya's control." That night, Xiao Tiance returned home a bit late, but Luo Qingya, having awakened, had already grasped the gist of the situation. "My dear, I'll return to Baikatang tomorrow to reclaim what rightfully belongs to you." Luo Qingya's beautiful eyes brimmed with tears as she gently tugged at Xiao Tiance's arm. "You did it. We finally did it." Xiao Tiance shook his head. This was clearly just the tip of the iceberg. "Honey, this is merely the first step of a 1,000-mile journey. Soon we'll bid farewell to this old residential area, and our original 100 Flowers Garden villa will be ours too." Chapter 51, Return to Baichao. Inside a sauna room. Steam swirled through the air. A woman stood nearly half naked, her purple twin ponytails swaying. Her fox-like eyes glowed with a golden light. Her smile was fox-like, but what was even more eerie was the presence of a frail old man, holding several silver needles. He stood before the woman and gently pressed them into her skin. Her skin began to radiate an unusual glow, making her fox-like eyes appear even more bewitching. "Yu Guing, this array I've devised can beautify the complexion, prolong life, and works for both men and women. Look at me at my age, I'm still as vigorous as ever." Yu Gushan was the eldest daughter of the Yu family, one of the 4 great clans. Her physique appeared as petite as a little girl's. Some even suspected she was underage. Yet she has long passed 30. Under the elder's acupuncture, she maintains an eternally youthful beauty. Vigorous in old age? Not that it shows. Care to test it out? Yu Gushan flashed a seductive smile, then draped her right leg lightly over the old man's shoulder. Just as Yu Guing had said, though frail in appearance, the old man was still robust and full of vigor. This elder was none other than Qian Duoduo's master, a towering figure in the medical world. Though beyond his medical practice, he occasionally extended special favors to the 8 great families. The old man's eyes gleamed with lecherous intent. As the saying goes, old age doesn't mean an old heart. But just as he was about to embrace her, his phone suddenly began ringing incessantly. Initially, he dismissed it, but after several rounds of ringing, his interest waned completely. "Miss, I'll step out to take this call." The old man answered the call. His expression shifted from calm to grave. "What's wrong, sir? What could be so urgent?" The old man gripped the receiver tightly in his right hand, his eyes flashing with ferocity. "My apprentice has been kidnapped. It's connected to the affairs of the 4 great families from years ago." The return of Xiao Tiance to Jiangdu had reached the ears of all 4 major families. But aside from the Lin family, none of the others had truly interacted with him yet. Upon hearing this news, Yu Guing gently furrowed her brows, then broke into a coy smile. "The Lin family is truly amusing. They let Baichao Hall's shares be snatched away without batting an eyelid. Now that's what I call composure. Old master, fear not. Should you desire your disciple, simply send him forth. I shall present you with 2 masters." No sooner had Yu Gushan spoken these words than a man and a woman suddenly materialized from the air, both wearing masks. Their yin-yang masks radiated an icy chill. "Allow me to introduce them, the black and white duo. They've been my bodyguards all along, utterly different from ordinary assassins. Since Xiao Tiance enjoys playing games so much, let's play them properly. I'll see just how accurate the spirit tablet prepared for our family truly is." A breeze swept through the air. Amidst swirling autumn leaves, Xiao Tiance and Luo Qingya arrived at the headquarters of Baichao Hall early that morning. In his hand, he held the shareholding contract. He now held over half of Baicaotang's shares. With this single contract, he could undoubtedly seize control of the entire enterprise once more. Gazing at the towering skyscrapers with a sense of triumph, Luo Qingya felt a mix of emotions welling up inside her. Just as she was lost in thought, she noticed the welcome sign already displayed at Baicaotang's entrance. "Welcome the 4 great families. And Miss Morong to our tour." Xiao Tiance snorted coldly at the billboard before him. "Seems your uncle's intel is truly lacking. He probably still thinks yesterday's auction handed the shares over to Morong." Throughout history, no one in Jiangdu dared to antagonize the 4 great families. Since it was known long ago that these shares would pass into Morong's hands, there would absolutely be no exceptions. Thus, early this morning, the board handover ceremony was already prepared, with welcome banners hanging everywhere at the entrance. The 2 had just stepped into the group to inquire when suddenly, a coquettish woman in a red cheapao swayed her slender waist before the elevator doors. Her right arm was linked with a stout man. Her smile radiated allure. She even brushed her body against the man's bulky frame. "Aya, Li Wenba, congratulations on becoming general manager. I hear a major change is coming soon. The Morong family will be taking over. Do you think we'll ever meet someone like Miss Morong?" The man called Li Wenba was the current general manager of Baichao Hall. He shook his head at the woman's words beside him. "Who are the Morong? Are they people we could ever meet? They'll probably send some subordinate to take over Baicaotang. But don't worry, as long as I'm here, whoever becomes chairman will be just more of the same. The moment you join, you'll become vice president." The woman beside him leaned closer. Li Wenba's smile grew even broader. Just as Xiao Tiance and the others were about to reach the elevator, the woman suddenly turned around and spotted Luo Qingya. "Oh my, isn't this an old classmate? Long time no see. I recall Baicaotang used to belong to your family. Why have you returned? Could it be you're back to work for your family business?" Luo Qingya paused in surprise, not expecting to run into an old classmate here. That said, their relationship hadn't exactly been strained. They had shared the same dorm room during their university days. But whether it was her academic achievements or her beauty, Luo Qingya always drew admiration and praise from countless people. This woman, Zhang Hongyan, had spent her school days studying nothing but how to flaunt her body. Among the rich second-generation crowd, she was notorious as a social butterfly. Unfortunately, she fell far short of Luo Qingya in both looks and intellect, harboring deep jealousy. Even on graduation day, she nearly threw Luo Qingya's diploma into the toilet. "So it's you, Zhang. It really has been ages." Out of politeness, Luo Qingya gave a perfunctory reply. Little did they know, before they could step into the elevator, Zhang Hongyan spun around and blocked their path. "Oh my, you're not actually here to apply for a job at Baicaotang, are you? You know Baicaotang is now owned by the 4 great families. If they find out you're working here, they'll make your life miserable. Have you hit rock bottom? Oh, I heard your family fell into ruin and moved to the old district. How did the young miss end up in such a state? Out of nowhere came a barrage of scorn. Xiao Tiance abruptly interrupted their conversation. The four great families? Xiaotang belongs to the Luo family. Could the four great families even afford it? Hearing Xiao Tiance's words, Zhang Hongyan's face twisted with displeasure. She immediately pushed Li Wenba forward. Whether the four great families can directly handle it, I don't know, but allow me to introduce him. This is my boyfriend, Li Wenba, who also happens to be the general manager of Xiaotang. If you want to return to work at Xiaotang, you'd better think twice about how you speak. Chapter 52, Awaiting Dismissal. The way you speak? Hearing Zhang Hongyan's praise, Li Wenba stood even straighter, his chest puffed out, a smile spreading across his face. I'm nothing special, just the general manager here. Today happens to be the day we're recruiting new staff at Xiaotang. So, it all depends on how you all perform. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhang Hongyan suddenly clutched her mouth in a feigned gesture. She then took 2 quick steps backward. Her eyes locked onto Xiao Tiance, her expression shifting to one of sudden realization. Wenba, this is trouble. Look who this man is. Luo Qingya, coming alone to look for work would have been one thing, but why did you bring this man along? Don't you remember why your family fell apart? It was because you saved this man. Though such matters were never publicly acknowledged. Many people have long known the truth. Luo Qingya's face paled instantly. Yet at the same time, she grew strangely calm. No matter what, I believe in Xiao Tiance. At the very least, it proves our family is not ungrateful. On the contrary, I recall your college tuition and living expenses were all covered by your boyfriend, right? Yet the moment you graduated, you dumped him and seamlessly hooked up with another rich kid. Your track record is quite impressive. In the past, Luo Qingya might have remained silent. But as the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Xiao Tiance's actions seemed to be gradually changing Luo Qingya. Now she retaliates tooth for tooth against mockery. Exposed to her past, Zhang Yanhan's face flushed instantly. Leaning against the general manager, she even managed to look convincing with tears welling in her eyes. You saw it all. My classmate spoke with such insolence, making baseless accusations. She's completely slandering my reputation. I never even held a guy's hand during college. I think you're just jealous of me after your family fell apart. Under the spell of this beauty, Li Wenba cared little for right or wrong. Right or wrong no longer mattered. What mattered was the woman clinging tightly beside him. He cleared his throat. Our conglomerate detests such hypocrisy. You're Luo Qingya, right? I see you possess natural beauty, and since this is your family's company anyway, working here is perfectly acceptable. But the man beside you absolutely cannot join us unless he apologizes to my wife. The two weren't actually married, yet he habitually called her wife in everyday conversation. Luo Qingya stared at her classmate beside her and merely snorted. Sir, I'm merely stating the truth. Believe it or not, that's entirely up to you. And I absolutely will not apologize to you. Zhang Hongyan kicked over the nearby trash can with a loud thud. She laughed so hard she was shaking like a leaf. You won't apologize, huh? My husband gave you a chance. He even let your useless husband try his hand at cleaning toilets. But now it's clear he's not even worthy of that. Honey, say something. This still thinks she's some top student from college days. Smack! A slap instantly struck Zhang Hongyan's face. Bitch was the one word Xiao Tiance hated hearing most. If you don't know how to speak properly, I can teach you. If you can't learn, you can lose this mouth. Stunned. Assault within by Xiaotang? Not just Zhang Hongyan, even Li Wenba beside her stared wide-eyed. Security, get out here. Throw those two out. The 2 security guards at the entrance had just rushed over. The general manager's call demanded immediate obedience. But the instant Xiao Tiance turned around, a single glance from him felt like plunging into a frozen abyss. Ordinary security guards had never encountered such murderous intent. They froze in place instantly. Li Wenba seemed to feel profoundly insulted. Pointing a finger at Xiao Tiance's forehead, he ground out a few words through clenched teeth. You wait, he spat. I'm putting this out there today, not one of you will set foot in Xiaotang. And you lot, security guards, just you wait. I'll have every last one of you fired, not a single one spared. His shouts carried a hint of fury as Li Wenba boarded the elevator, slowly ascending to the upper floors. Luo Qingya looked at Xiao Tiance. Within mere seconds, Xiao Tiance flashed a faint smile. He pointed upward. Honey, it's been a while since you've been home, hasn't it? We won't ride the elevator with people like that. Let's take the stairs. As Xiao Tiance pulled Luo Qingya's arm and slowly walked deeper into the stairwell, Zhang Hongyan immediately rose from behind. You two will probably get kicked out if you go up anyway. Originally, if you two had been respectful, my boyfriend might have given you a job. But now it seems you're not even fit to clean the toilets. Inside the highest council chamber of Xiaotang, a tiger skin chair sat at the core position of the office, originally belonging to Luo Qingyang. However, since Bai Keatang was to be transferred to the four great families today, Luo Qingyang voluntarily vacated the seat. Beyond that, the company group's senior managers had already gathered. Soon, General Manager Li Wenbo pushed open the door. The four great families haven't arrived yet? Luo Qingyang shot a questioning glance at Li Wenbo standing outside the door. Li Wenbo remained extremely deferential in the chairman's presence, bowing his head and offering a humble smile. My apologies, colleague. The representatives from the four great families may be running a bit late. We still haven't been able to reach them. We wouldn't dare call Miss Morone, but you know how the four great families operate. Some things are better left unsaid. Compared to Bai Keatang, the four great families always held themselves aloft. Never mind arriving late. Even if the four great families chose to show up in the dead of night, Bai Keatang would have no choice but to wait silently. Some lit cigarettes, others chatted. As time passed, a man in a black suit slowly approached. Luo Qingyang and those around him shook hands with the man one after another. The man was not a member of the four major families. However, he held absolute authority over corporate contract transfers. Whether in Jiangdu or across the nation, notary offices are the most authoritative bodies in corporate transfers. The man before us, known as Mr. Lu, is also an official, the highest-ranking authority at the notary office. Mr. Lu, the members of the four great families are accustomed to acting arrogantly and tyrannically. They haven't arrived yet, so please don't take offense. Your presence at Bai Keatang truly graces our humble establishment. Managers around him rose one after another, shaking hands repeatedly with Mr. Lu. The four great families? When did I ever say this corporate transfer contract had anything to do with the four great families? With a rustle, the surrounding crowd fell silent. Luo Qingyang frowned as well. Ah, right, it was the four great families who transferred our Bai Keatang to Miss Morone. As soon as Luo Qingyang finished speaking, Mr. Lu countered once more. This has nothing to do with Miss Morone either. Chapter 53, Who will take charge? None of it matters. In Jiangdu, could such a thing really go wrong? Or could some conglomerate from another provincial capital have intercepted the shares mid-transaction? Mr. Lu, who exactly is our new chairman? This equity auction sold over 70% of the shares. For our Bai Keatang, this is also a tremendous investment. Luo Qingyang stood dressed in full attire, clearly caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events. After all, the sign welcoming the four great families still hung at the entrance. Now that the situation had taken an unexpected turn, whoever became the future chairman would first have to curry favor. Amidst the surrounding crowd's discussions, the door suddenly swung open. Xiao Tiance pulled Luo Qingyang along as they stepped forward. Inside the conference room, under everyone's gaze, Xiao Tiance strode confidently to the center of the room. That was the seat reserved for the chairman. A tiger skin swivel chair. What the hell are you doing here? What do you mean by this, cousin? Bringing your useless husband here? Are you trying to make a spectacle of our group? Today marks the arrival of our Bai Keatang group's new chairman. If you wish to cause trouble, feel free to do so any other day, but not today. Luo Qingyang pointed at Luo Qingyang and spoke sharply, while Xiao Tiance had already seated himself with graceful composure. He swiveled the chair, frowned, then tossed the tiger skin aside. In this sweltering heat, what's with the tiger skin sofa? Tell the finance manager our group has no need for extravagant waste like this. Every word Xiao Tiance uttered carried the weight of a chairman. Li Wenbo, present at the scene, stared wide-eyed. Is this guy out of his mind? He failed his interview downstairs, and now he's sitting in the chairman's seat? This is clearly looking for trouble. I wonder who dares to take that seat. Chairman, this guy came to apply for a job at our Bai Keatang. I saw he was good for nothing but causing trouble, so I didn't even give him a toilet cleaning position. Until a new chairman was appointed, the chairman Li Wenbo referred to was naturally Luo Qingyang. Hearing this, Xiao Tiance froze for a moment before hastily standing up to help Luo Qingyang back into her seat. Sorry, I almost forgot the chairman isn't me, it's my wife. How about it, honey? Is this seat comfortable? It's more than just comfort. All these years, the loss of Bai Keatang to others had forever cast a shadow over Luo Qingyang's heart. This seat was originally meant for her father, but the succession had fallen to her. Though she had returned today, everything seemed transformed. That excitement had instead turned into a kind of calm. Beneath that calm lay sorrow. Xiao Tiance gently patted Luo Qingyang's shoulder, and soon a corporate planning contract was placed before her. Ever since Luo Qingyang took over Bai Keatang, it had practically rotted to its core. With Luo Qingyang back in charge, the most urgent task was to overturn all the old rules. From now on, Bai Keatang's medicines must prioritize saving lives. Compared to market prices, they can only be lower, never higher. For urgent requests from the military, government agencies, or impoverished mountain regions, Bai Keatang will open dedicated channels for special supply, with fees waived or reduced based on circumstances. Second, Bai Keatang must recruit knowledgeable herbalists internally, rejecting unqualified individuals. We will restore our hall's tarnished reputation and launch a door-to-door herbal distribution campaign, providing free health maintenance medicines to elderly residents in neighborhoods. These words first bewildered Xiao Tiance. Now back in Jiangdu, Luo Qingya seemed to Xiao Tiance like a fragile woman. She even wept frequently over perceived injustices. Yet the moment she sat in the chairman's seat, all traces of fragility vanished. This series of measures revealed a seasoned veteran in corporate warfare. Even some board members found themselves nodding in agreement. Our Baikayatang Group's performance has been declining year after year, and our reputation has suffered. Indeed, the first thing we must restore is our dignity. We cannot let people think the conglomerate has forgotten its roots after making money. These 3 proposals will truly turn the tide. As one capable individual after another boasted eloquently, Li Wenba suddenly slammed his teacup onto the floor. He deliberately stood in front of Luo Qingyang to boast. All just empty talk on paper, utter nonsense. Besides, what gives this woman the right to point fingers at our Baikayatang? The plans may be sound, but she holds no standing whatsoever. Luo Qingyang responded with a cold laugh. Cousin, even though you've been expelled from Baichao Hall, you've been dreaming of becoming chairman all these years. I never imagined you'd scheme up so many plans. But let me make this clear, neither I nor the current chairman will tolerate your meddling. And rest assured, none of these proposals will ever be adopted. As soon as Luo Qingyang finished speaking, Xiao Tiance's lips curled slightly upward. If they won't be adopted, you can leave immediately. Surrounding general managers, including Luo Qingyang, wore stunned expressions. Li Wenba's eyes widened. He grabbed a nearby stool and charged straight at him. Let me remind you, this is a society governed by law. And Mr. Lu is right here. I'll beat you senseless for spouting such nonsense. Before the chair could swing down, Xiao Tiance seized his wrist with one hand and twisted it gently. A sharp crack echoed, the sensation of pain piercing his heart. Li Wenba immediately dropped to one knee. Bone protruded almost through his arm. Several executives nearby tried to seize the moment to curry favor, but upon witnessing this shocking scene, they all froze as if doused with cold water. Who dared approach now? Luo Qingyang slowly turned toward Mr. Lu's direction. Mr. Lu, you saw that, didn't you? This guy is causing trouble right here. He's clearly disrupting the meeting. The man called Mr. Lu promptly displayed a contract before everyone. Internal planning within your group is beyond the oversight of our supervisory committee. Whether or not to execute the chairman's orders is beyond my oversight authority. I am here today solely to announce the new chairman of the Baikayatang shareholding group. Congratulations to Miss Luo Qingya on becoming the future successor of Baikayatang. Luo Qingya. I even began to doubt whether my ears had deceived me. Why was the new chairman not our main team's leader, nor Miss Moron's subordinate? But Luo Qingya. Luo Qingyang's eyes widened like copper bells. Li Wenba even forgot the pain in his arm. Before the doubts in people's minds could be voiced, Xiao Tiance seemed to have found the answer first. You saw correctly. My wife is the chairwoman of Baikayatang, not newly appointed, but merely returning to her rightful place. Have you all forgotten Luo Qingya's existence after just a few years apart? Have you forgotten that Baichao Hall was built by Luo Qingya's family with their own hands? Chapter 54, Immediate Dismissal. Back then, Baikayatang was founded entirely by the Luo family. It is only fair that the items be returned to their rightful owner. The managers around him all looked extremely grim. But now that the facts are laid bare, whether they agree or not, they have no choice but to acknowledge them. Miss Luo, I believe it would be far more reassuring to leave Baikayatang in your hands. You handle matters with the utmost prudence, more so than anyone else in our family. Baikayatang was founded for healing and medical practice. While our corporate group primarily seeks profit, a gentleman loves wealth but acquires it through proper means. The surrounding crowd instantly shifted allegiance like grass swaying in the wind. Li Wenba watched this unfold, still unable to shake off his numbness. Xiao Tiance looked at Luo Qingya and asked softly, My dear, there are some matters I've long wished to disclose. I wonder if you, as chairwoman, would permit it? Luo Qingya, too, remained lost in her joy. Hearing Xiao Tiance's words, she immediately broke into a smile and hastily gestured for him to proceed. Are you kidding? If Xiao Tiance hadn't returned today, how could Baikayatang possibly be restored? Not just a few words, even an all-night conversation would be entirely appropriate. Xiao Tiance nodded lightly, then tapped the tabletop with his right hand. What Baikayatang needs is genuine expertise, not empty talk. If you wish to continue working here, there is only one condition: you must possess a pharmaceutical qualification certificate. I'm sure the 4 great families have sent plenty of people to the group over the years, but we don't need freeloaders here. All of them are fired. In an instant, more than half the people present froze in shock. Whoever heard of needing a pharmaceutical license at Baikayatang? Most managers just want to keep their jobs for another day to collect another paycheck. You're completely out of your mind. If you do this, nearly half of us will leave. Without staff, how could Baikayatang sustain its operations? But the silence lasted only a moment. If we lose employees, we'll simply hire new ones. Our group needs fresh blood. Li Wenba, head of HR, effective immediately. You are no longer an employee of this group. The moment Luo Qingya took charge, Li Wenba seemed to have anticipated this outcome. His eyes bloodshot, he leapt to his feet, pointing at Xiao Tiance and the others as he launched into a tirade. Firing me will bring Baikatang to its knees. It won't be long before it collapses. You worthless woman have no right to manage Baikatang. As Li Wenba turned to storm out, a powerful hand suddenly seized his shoulder. A sharp pain shot through his shoulder. Xiao Tiance seized the man's body like an eagle snatching a chick, lifting him high in an instant. I expect you to show my wife some respect. Only upon close inspection did Li Wenba realize why the security guards downstairs dared not approach. The murderous intent radiating from Xiao Tiance's eyes was like a blood-red abyss. Even the worldly wise Li Wenba could only force a nod at this life or death moment. I'm sorry, I wasn't being thoughtless just now. Rest assured, I'll never set foot in Baikatang again. Being able to reclaim the family business. It was the happiest day of Luo Qingya's life. She certainly didn't want to see bloodshed within this company. She then gently tugged at Xiao Tiance's arm and shook her head silently. Since what belongs to us has been reclaimed, let him go. Luo Qingya's words caused the son of slaughter to abandon his murderous intent. Li Wenba dared not utter a word, scrambling down the stairs in a panic. By the time he reached the hall, his earlier air of self-importance had vanished. He looked like a rat scurrying through the streets. Everyone wanted to beat him. Oh dear, how's my husband? The new chairman has arrived, right? What position did you arrange for me? I thought about it earlier. While the vice president role is decent, I still want to be the finance manager. I heard that in a conglomerate, only the finance manager holds the reins of the company's finances. Zhang Hongyan was still basking in her daydream when, the very next second, a sharp slap echoed through the room. Li Wenba delivered a vicious slap across her face. You little! I gave you 3 inches, but you took a mile. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this mess today. Get out! Li Wenba didn't even know Xiao Tiance personally. He'd only picked a fight because of Zhang Hongyan. Now, he dumped all his resentment onto Zhang Hongyan. After a barrage of insults and curses, he left her alone in the wind, reeling in disarray. That night, after work, Luo Qingya drove back to the old residential area. It had been ages since she'd felt this kind of exhaustion, and Luo Qingya's heart was filled with a sense of peace and fulfillment. I don't even know how to thank you. Luo Qingya's heartfelt words were met with a simple shake of the head from Xiao Tiance. As I said before, this is merely the first step of a 1,000-mile journey. Now that you're the chairman, there's no need to keep living in this old neighborhood. It's time to return to 100 Flower Garden. Baihua Garden, as formal as Baichao Hall, was originally the villa where Luo Qingya resided. But after the family's downfall, the 100 Flowers Garden villas were forcibly repossessed, forcing her to relocate to this dilapidated neighborhood. As these words left her lips, a rare flicker of resentment flickered in Luo Qingya's eyes. The situation with 100 Flowers Garden differs from 100 Grass Hall. I truly should reclaim it. Especially the real estate conglomerate that was the final straw that broke the camel's back. That rare atmosphere made Xiao Tiance feel a slight sense of dependence. For Luo Qingya to be this upset meant this matter was no ordinary affair. A few minutes later, 2 cups of tea were placed on a square table. Luo Qingya recounted the family's circumstances once more, but this time her eyes burned with fury instead of tears. Yang Kai-tao. Back when Baichao Hall was at its peak, a friend of my father's named Yang Kai-tai returned from another province. His business had failed, and he sought help from my father. Without hesitation, my father not only provided financial support and business guidance but also helped establish the most powerful real estate conglomerate in Jiangdu, the Phoenix Group. Even now, Xiao Tiance recognized the Phoenix Group name plastered across highway billboards. Whenever a new development project emerged within Jiangdu, Phoenix Group was invariably involved in its construction. But who could have imagined that this very Phoenix Group would become entangled with Luo Qingya? After my father was hunted down and killed by the 4 great families, our corporate empire was swept away and plundered. Back then, I was left penniless, struggling even to afford food. My only option was to sell the 100 Flower Garden, using the proceeds as seed money to rebuild my fortune. Yet Yang Kai-tai crushed my last hope. Chapter 55, Betraying a Benefactor. Back then, when Yang Kai-tao learned Luo Qingya intended to sell the 100 Flowers Garden, he personally intervened. He even verbally guaranteed he could sell it at a premium price. Naive and unaware of the world's treacheries, the young Luo Qingya transferred ownership of the 100 Flowers Garden to Yang Kai-tao for management. But after waiting a long time with no news, when she inquired about the Garden of 100 Flowers again, to her utter shock, Yang Kai-tai had already completed the property transfer behind her back, registering it under his own company's name. As for the money, not only did he not pay a single cent, but he also responded with cold words. He severed her last shred of hope. Had it not been for old Master Sun's repeated assistance, the current Luo Qingya might never have endured long enough to meet Xiao Tiance. Crack! The teacup in Xiao Tiance's hand cracked with a series of crevices. Yang Kaitao of the 100 Flowers Garden, is it? Rest assured, everything that belongs to us will soon be returned in full. First, restore Baichao Hall to its former state. I believe under your guidance, Baichao Hall will flourish. Having spoken these words, Xiao Tiance had already etched Yang Kaitao's name onto the spirit tablet. Meanwhile, footsteps echoed down the residential corridor. Xiao Tiance was extremely alert and sensed someone at the door. Just as he stood up, he saw a red slip of paper being shoved through the crack in the door. Probably just another flyer. In old apartment buildings like this, advertisers plaster all sorts of junk everywhere. As Luo Qingya spoke, just as she was about to open the door, Xiao Tiance grabbed her arm from behind. He simultaneously took the red slip into his hand. Written in bold black brushstrokes were the words: "The Yu family of the 4 great clans, in collaboration with the medical luminary, invites you to a dinner gathering. We hope you will arrive punctually as promised." The leading authority in the medical field. Within Jiangdu, the only physician worthy of being called a luminary was Xia Pahong, the venerable Master Xia. He was also the last physician my elder brother saw before his passing. Just as Xiao Tiance tucked away the envelope, bursts of laughter suddenly echoed from outside the building. A masked man appeared, wielding an iron hook. "Didn't expect this, did you, kid? Eagle Hook Sailboat. This banquet was personally invited by the 4 great families. Too bad you probably won't get the chance to attend." The man narrowed his eyes. He glared fiercely at Xiao Tiance, boasting loudly. "Let me tell you, this envelope contains my deadly poison. Touch it with your skin, and within a minute, you'll collapse. No antidote can save you. A stray dog like you has no right to return to Jiangdu, let alone attend the banquet of the 4 great families." Xiao Tiance's right hand clenched the crimson bedsheet with deadly force. The Lin family matter wasn't resolved, and now the Yu family has emerged. He shook his head with a hint of regret, letting out a soft sigh. "I will settle accounts with each of the 4 great families one by one. Are you people getting a bit too impatient? The order and timing of deaths were already laid out clearly, yet some in this world insist on cutting in line." By the time Xiao Tiance finished speaking, over a minute had passed. The assassin at the door frowned. Looking at Xiao Tiance's vibrant demeanor, there wasn't a trace of poisoning to be seen. Little did they know that during his training in Qingtian prison, Xiao Tiance had long since become immune to all poisons. This toxin was child's play to him. "I will keep my promise tomorrow." No sooner had Xiao Tiance finished speaking. The flyer in his hand instantly flew toward the other person's eyes. The assassin's eyes flashed as he hooked the air, tearing the leaflet clean in two. Simultaneously, a cloud of white powder burst forth from the leaflet and drifted toward his face. "What is this?" When the assassin applied the toxin, he only coated the surface of the bedsheet. As for this white powder, it was not the assassin's doing. But now, his drunken eyes clouded his judgment, catching the assassin off guard. He flung it away. "One more thing, if you have any business, come find me. But if you disturb my wife's rest again, I'll kill you on the spot." Xiao Tiance slammed the door shut with a bang. The assassin outside was thrown off balance by the gust of wind. What's going on? Just like that, he was shut out? The assassin had been sent to eliminate Xiao Tiance, but seeing this display, he suddenly felt uneasy. He shook his head and walked alone outside the building, about to notify his clan, when a sudden, excruciating pain struck his face. He grabbed a handful, and suddenly a piece of skin peeled away like broken jelly, easily covering his palm. Blood and flesh seemed to separate of their own accord. Impossible. This is 7-star camellia. A venom so potent even my master hadn't mastered it. How could a stray dog possess such a thing? The assassin couldn't comprehend it, but it was already too late. Soon, the skin began peeling away continuously. The entire body resembled a blood-soaked gourd, eventually lying motionless on the ground, reduced to nothing but spasms. Even in death, he barely retained human form. Having completed his task, Xiao Tiance returned to his room as if nothing had happened. Nothing to worry about. It was just someone handing out flyers outside. I told him not to come back. Xiao Tiance's actions were so swift it all happened in an instant that Luo Qingya genuinely believed it. Those flyer distributors are just workers too. Let them hand out flyers if they want. Don't be too hard on them. I still need to visit the group tomorrow. Bai Keatang has just gotten back on track and we need to rehire staff. There's a lot I have to handle personally. After saying this, Luo Qingya lay down on the bed and soon drifted off to sleep. Xiao Tiance gently pulled the blanket over himself. Yet while some slept peacefully in the dead of night, others found sleep elusive. Xia Pahong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, already consumed by anxiety within his own villa. That bastard is nothing but a stray dog, yet he dared to come after me and kill Chen Duoduo. My disciple was the most outstanding among my students. Several young men in white robes now surrounded Xia Pahong within the villa. Each was a disciple of a renowned master. But Chen Duoduo was undoubtedly Xia Pahong's most cherished disciple. To make Xiao Tiance pay for his crimes with blood, they sent an invitation in the name of the 4 great families, smearing it with venom. Yet the assassin dispatched had still not returned, an unspoken unease settling over them. Amidst the waiting, a gentle breeze swept through the courtyard and opened the door, revealing a woman strolling in. This was none other than Yu Guang, the one who had massaged the old master earlier. She wore a kimono that was almost translucent, and her fox-like eyes radiated an endless allure. Yu Gushan was the youngest of the Yu family and also the most extravagant. Every time he saw the woman before him, he was overcome by an indescribable feeling. Chapter 56, Playing Pretend. My, miss, what brings you here so late? The old man immediately wore a lecherous grin. Yu Gushan, half smiling as she surveyed the young men around her, suddenly halted in her tracks. Though not exceptionally beautiful, Yu Gushan possessed an innate allure. As she spoke, she even took a fan's handkerchief and pressed it lightly in the air. Old man, why bother with formalities about meeting times? You've always been as vigorous as ever. This remark sparked endless speculation among the crowd. Among them, a young man had long been captivated by Yu Gushan's beauty, staring at her with wide eyes. But in the very next instant, two silver needles suddenly shot out from the handkerchief, piercing straight through the young man's eyes. A cry of agony erupted as he tumbled blindly across the floor. Yu Gushan's voice remained as enchanting as ever, yet now it sent a chill down the spine of anyone who heard it. Where do you think you're looking? Not everyone can gaze upon this lady. Old master, you agree, right? Though Xia Pahong was a towering figure in the medical world, before the four great families, he had no choice but to bow his head. Even on his own turf, after blinding his own disciple, he could only join in the sycophantic flattery. Miss, you have a point. My apprentices are useless. I'll give them a proper scolding another day. This isn't the place for such talk. Shall we move inside? As Xia Pahong finished speaking and gestured for them to enter, he saw assassins clad in black swarming the eaves in every corner of the building, both upstairs and down. Xia Pahong's expression abruptly changed, but Yu Guang merely waved her hand lightly. The assassins who had been standing outside the courtyard instantly formed a neat line. Old man, do not worry. I came here today to present you with a gift, so you may have some peace of mind. As soon as Yu Guang finished speaking, two assassins carried a stretcher forward, placing a blood-soaked gourd before the door. The old man stared upward intently. Several disciples nearby retched violently. That wasn't a person, it was clearly a mass of flesh and blood. 7-star Hawthorne? Xia Pahong, a towering figure in the medical world, truly possessed vast experience and knowledge. But as he uttered these words, he hastily retreated several steps. That 7-star begonia was truly the Dragon King of poisons. Many more medicines. Who exactly is this person, and why would they suffer such inhumane retaliation? Before she could finish her sentence, a smile returned to Yu Gushan's face. Old man, you truly have a short memory. Isn't this the very person sent to deliver the letter to Xiao Tiance? Too bad your poison didn't work. Xia Pahong dared not meet Xiao Tiance personally. Tonight, he merely delivered this letter under the guise of the four great families, and seized the opportunity to administer the poison, putting Xiao Tiance in mortal danger. But not only did Xiao Tiance survive, he returned with an even more terrifying poison. How could he possibly endure such a thing? Miss, isn't Xiao Tiance just a stray dog? His return has caused such a stir. Just how powerful is he? Miss Morong still hasn't made her stance clear. I fear this brat has returned stronger than ever, a far different man from before. Suddenly, Yu Gushan burst into a radiant smile, slowly shaking her head. Why fear a worthless fool? Miss Morong hasn't acted because she simply doesn't need to. Since the invitation has reached his hands, should the old master attend the gathering tomorrow? Under these circumstances, should he still attend? What difference does it make between life and death? Just as the old master shook his head, Yu Gushan abruptly seized his shoulder. Don't forget you delivered that letter in the name of the four great families. If you fail to honor the agreement, it will be a disgrace to all four of us. Those few words sent a chill through the old man, penetrating deep into his heart. His entire body went limp. Had he not been seated on the stool, he would have collapsed to the floor. But Yu Gushan's expression quickly shifted. Don't worry so much. Let me introduce you. The people behind me are shadow assassins. They're nothing like those useless fools from the Lin family. Tomorrow, they will absolutely execute Xiao Tiance on the spot. And even if something unexpected happens, I have a plan to ensure your safety forever. With that, Yu Gushan waved her hand lightly. A man stepped forward, his posture slightly hunched. His entire body was covered in pus-filled boils, making him look utterly bizarre. But the moment Xia Pahong saw him, he recoiled in terror, stumbling back several steps. Your poison hand. A master of the heaven and earth rankings. The heaven and earth rankings were the nation's assassin rankings. The man now known as Poison Hand, though ranked only 81st, would be a notorious figure anywhere in Jiangdu. Especially in the art of poisoning, he was masterful, killing silently and invisibly. Beside Poison Hand stood another elder. The moment Xia Pahong saw this old man, he felt utterly stunned. For this elder bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. Tomorrow, Xiao Tiance will die no matter what, and I am fully prepared. At Jiangdu's tower beyond tower, nothing surpassed the beggar chicken in its fragrant, mouth-watering deliciousness. Noon. Xiao Tiance, dressed in casual attire, and the greedy wolf war god standing beside him, appeared like two tourists as they casually approached the entrance of Luelu. Yet atop Luelu's ancient architecture, an elder sat with a smile in his eyes, his fingers lightly caressing the strings of his zither. Since you've arrived, sir, please come up and take a seat. Lunch has been prepared for you. As the old man spoke, within the private room, Yu Gushan sat quietly, taking everything in. Within the family, Yu Gushan was the most playful and extravagant. Precisely because of this, the patriarch of the family held her in the lowest regard. Today, through her unique methods, she would prove to everyone that those the Lin family couldn't kill, she would kill herself. She also intended to use this opportunity to elevate her standing within the clan. Here they come, these two are quite interesting. Xiao Tiance and the greedy wolf war god stepped onto the wooden staircase, slowly making their way to the top floor. Xia Pahong wore a smile as he rose to his feet. I've long heard of your origins in Dragon City. Today, I've arranged a special welcome. The delicacies at Luai Lu are truly exquisite. Don't disturb us, we're indulging in a refined pastime. That's why I've reserved the entire place today. Standing behind Xia Pahong was yesterday's poisonous hand. Xiao Tiance and Xinglong sat down with unflappable composure. Surveying the table laden with fine wine and exquisite dishes, he picked up a piece of plum-glazed chicken without a second thought. Placed in his mouth, it melted instantly, truly a heavenly delicacy. Indeed, old gentleman, you've done us a great service. I've heard you're the Tyson of the medical world, the North Star of healing. Truly, seeing is believing. Especially your miraculous healing touch, leaving a wound on a living person, even turning the living into the dead. Truly, you live up to your reputation as a physician with a killer instinct. Chapter 57, Fatal Scar. Xiao Tiance's words made the atmosphere grow even more awkward. Xia Pahong paused mid-sip. His right hand froze mid-air as he narrowed his eyes at Xiao Tiance. I wonder what prompted you to say that, sir? During the exchange, Xiao Tiance returned the stare with equal intensity. His gaze was like the vastness of the ocean, yet also like a black hole that could not be seen at all. After mere seconds, Xia Pahong found himself forced to avert his gaze. What does this mean? The old gentleman didn't invite me here today just for tea, did he? Xia Pahong placed his teacup back on the table. He cut straight to the point. I heard recently that you made quite a show of your skills, even detaining my disciple Chen Duoduo. I'd like to know exactly where my apprentice crossed you. That's why I've arranged this banquet to offer my apologies first. Though he spoke of apology, not a trace of contrition flickered in Xia Pahong's eyes. The atmosphere in the room grew intensely tense. Xiao Tiance's right hand tapped lightly on the tabletop. Since you brought this up, old master, I'd like to ask about the past. When my elder brother Luo Xuanji was hunted down by the four great families and severely wounded, he sought refuge in your territory for medical treatment. I've heard your medical skills are renowned as the pinnacle of excellence. How exactly did you manage to save his life? At these words, Yu Guiying, hiding within the incense chamber, furrowed her brow slightly. But soon, Xia Pahong's eyes narrowed. Then he blurted out. We physicians are not gods. Every patient is different, some live, some die. We deeply regret what happened to your elder brother, but his injuries were simply too severe. There was nothing we could do to save him. Beyond our control? Crack! The wine glass in Xiao Tiance's hand shattered instantly, a murderous aura rippling through the air. If it truly was beyond saving, I wouldn't utter a single word of complaint. Luo Xuanji did indeed suffer multiple stab wounds, but while numerous, they were not fatal. Yet after he was admitted to your hospital, he returned with a new, fatal wound on his chest. I demand to know, is your hospital here to save lives, or to deliver the coup de grace? Old man, I have video evidence of this incident. I suggest you refrain from making unnecessary remarks. Tension filled the air, reaching a breaking point. Though Xiao Tiance remained silent, his quietness radiated an endless aura of lethal intent that spread through the air. Xia Pahong was momentarily at a loss for words. At the same time, the earpiece in his ear transmitted a series of whispers. Yu Guiying relayed a message through the earpiece. I came here today to see just how much Xiao Tiance is worth. If there's anything to say, speak plainly, no need for deliberate concealment. Listening to Yu Guiying's words, Xia Pahong felt a weight lift from his heart, his demeanor once again becoming supremely aloof. He looked at Xiao Tiance and smiled faintly. Since you've put it that way, sir, I'll be completely honest. When Luo Xuanji arrived at our hospital, he was indeed critically injured, bleeding profusely. But with all possible medical efforts, his life could have been saved after all. His major meridians remained intact. Alas, Miss Morong had already issued her decree. Anyone aiding him would face the execution of their entire family. Killing only your elder brother's household was already showing mercy. With the four great families' decree in place, this old man was powerless to intervene. Still, at this banquet, I offer you one piece of earnest advice: depart Jiangzhou swiftly. Avoid repeating the tragedy of years past. Xia Pahong blurted out everything he had to say in one breath. Beside him, poison hand was poised to strike. But unexpectedly, Xiao Tiance remained unhurried, still sipping his hot tea alone. He even replied with remarkable composure. Rest assured, the tragedy of the past will never be repeated. With that, Xia Pahong burst into laughter. Young man, recognizing the times makes you a true hero. They say you're a stray dog from Longcheng, but I see you have some wit after all. At least you know when it's time to back off. Xia Pahong mistakenly believed Xiao Tiance was preparing to withdraw from Jiangdu. A smile spread across his face as well. Little did he know that the next second, Xiao Tiance would peel open half a clove of garlic, eating it while shaking his head? When did I ever say I was leaving Jiangdu? The assassin standing behind the old man froze in surprise. You mean you won't leave Zhangzhou, yet you expect the four great families to abandon Jiangdu? Are you delusional? The retort was only halfway out. Xiao Tiance slowly shook his head again. I won't leave the four great families, nor can I. This pause even drew a look of surprise from Yu Gaiying, who was listening in the next room. Xiao Tiance then added another sentence. Members of the four great families must die in Jiangdu. Didn't Miss Morone give you spirit tablets and memorial altars? Yu Gushan had indeed received them, but dismissed them as insignificant. She dismissed it as nothing more than a petty trick born of rage. Like a 3-year-old knocking on someone's door and running away, a trivial farce. But now, Xiao Tiance's words carried a completely different weight, not a shred of jest in them. Xia Pahong remained silent for a long while before letting out a sigh. I take back what I just said. If you had left, Chen Duoduo's matter could have been overlooked. But now it seems you're not just unwise, you're downright foolish. You knew this was a trap, yet you dared to walk right into it. That takes guts, but it's guts without brains. What else would you like to eat? Order freely. After all, one should eat their fill at a last meal. With that, Xiao Tiance actually brought over the menu. This move caught the surrounding crowd completely off guard. Xiao Tiance then narrowed his eyes as he studied the menu, selecting several signature dishes with deliberate precision. Since the old gentleman insists on treating me, I'll gladly accept. The onlookers narrowed their eyes, utterly baffled by what he was really up to. Fully aware this was a trap, he still managed to savor every bite. Knowing full well this was a last meal before execution, yet he carried on as if no one else existed. Within minutes, Lu Wailu's kitchen delivered dishes with remarkable speed. The table was laden with several courses of delicacies from land and sea. Xiao Tiance, oblivious to the tension, turned to look at the greedy wolf war god, picked up his chopsticks, and pointed forward. You should eat more too. After all, Xia Pahong represents the warm hospitality of the four great families. Xinglong remained silent throughout, merely tasting the food beside him with his chopsticks. The scene fell completely silent, broken only by the sounds of Xiao Tiance and Xinglong eating. Not only Xia Pahong, but even the assassins nearby began to grow impatient. After several minutes, Xia Pahong finally couldn't hold back any longer. Chapter 58, Someone Behind. His right hand slammed hard onto the table, sending the teacup on the surface clattering wildly back and forth. Clink, clank, the noise wouldn't stop. Young man, don't stuff yourself silly. Is this short-haired girl particularly tasty? Have you even grasped the situation? One word from me, and you'll be decapitated on the spot. Xia Pahong glared with bloodshot eyes. Xiao Tiance's silence and composure only made Xia Pahong struggle to maintain his own calm. Hearing the other's words, Xiao Tiance slowly lowered his chopsticks. He narrowed his eyes, observing the northwest wind. In the northwest corner of the grand hall stood a folding screen, its landscape painting vividly lifelike. Though the area behind the screen had remained utterly silent since their arrival, Xiao Tiance seemed to possess an uncanny ability to discern hidden dangers. I know there are at least a dozen elite assassins hiding behind that screen. Every single one is a professional assassin. The moment you speak, they'll instantly surge in from all directions to strike, right? Hearing Xiao Tiance's words, Xia Pahong froze again, while the poison hand beside him furrowed his brow. What was going on? This was indeed the scenario orchestrated by the four great families Yu Gaiying. But these masters had long been concealed in the rear courtyard of Lu Wailu. With years of experience and skill, concealing their presence was no challenge. The question was, how did Xiao Tiance know all this? From start to finish, he'd done nothing but eat and drink tea, yet the entire situation seemed to be under his control. The calmness radiating from his every move sent a bad feeling through Xia Pahong's heart. He even found himself unable to remain seated, rising abruptly and speaking urgently. Young man, you truly possess some skill. No wonder you dared to challenge the four great families and even snatch Bai Keatang from their grasp. But what assurance do you have you'll walk away alive? Even if you know all this, what good will it do? Just as Xia Pahong had said, those dozen assassins wielding cleavers would be killed instantly in the first strike. No one could escape such blade work. It was precisely because Yu Gushan wanted to ensure absolute certainty that she had set this inescapable trap. Faced with this statement, Xiao Tiance offered no reply, merely offering a faint smile. My escape is just talk, some things are better seen than heard. Old man, feel free to try it yourself. This feeling was deeply unsettling. It was like having a gun pressed against someone's temple. Yet the one being held feels no pressure, while the gunman finds himself unable to move an inch. As if pulling the trigger would kill not the other person, but oneself. In the silence, a bead of sweat formed on the old man's forehead. But soon, a cold laugh echoed. Then I'd love to see how you managed to escape. Xia Pahong suddenly rang the bell on the table originally meant to summon the waitstaff. But this bell clearly served another purpose. The moment the bronze bell rang out, every corner of the entire Lu Wai Lu could hear it loud and clear. A savage expression flashed across Xia Pahong's face, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Instead, a look of confusion slowly replaced it as he gazed toward the scene behind the screen. Beside him, Poison Hand clearly displayed the same state of confusion. What was going on? Where had the agreed-upon person gone? Just as Xiao Tiance had predicted, behind that screen, a dozen assassins lay in wait, ready to spring into action at the slightest signal. Arranged by the four great families, such matters were absolutely foolproof. At least, in all of history, there had never been a mistake. Yet today, according to the prior plan, the bell had clearly been rung. Anyone within earshot unless trapped in a cage should have heard the signal. So why hasn't a single person come out? Old master, are your men being a bit uncooperative? The bell should always be rung twice. Having said this, Xiao Tiance stepped forward and pressed the bronze bell lightly. It rang once more, and this time, movement finally stirred slowly behind the screen. Xia Pahong's command went unheeded, but Xiao Tiance's action elicited a response. A sense of foreboding welled up within him, expanding endlessly, as the landscape painting slowly began to collapse. The scene that followed left everyone wide-eyed. Behind the screen, the hidden assassins lay one by one on the ground, each struck down with a single fatal blow. The blade's speed was so swift that not a single drop of blood stained the wounds. Behind each assassin stood a warrior clad in black armor. Each warrior hailed from the Qinglong squad. These Qinglong warriors struck swiftly and silently, leaving no trace of their actions. Even Yu Gushan had no idea when these hired killers had been disposed of. This couldn't be possible. What kind of force was this? Where on earth did he get them? The four great families had believed their assassins could run rampant in Jiangdu, unstoppable and invincible. But the moment these Qinglong warriors appeared, they learned what it meant to be dwarfed by a greater force. Xia Pahong was truly panicking this time. These weren't some stray dogs from Longchang. Even among the four great families, none possessed such formidable strength. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and poison him. Xia Pahong frantically yelled at Prisho beside him. But the expression on Poison Hand's face grew even more puzzled than Xia Pahong's. His tone grew dark and ominous. I already poisoned it. From the moment they entered until now, I've released 48 different toxic gases in the ceiling, in the wine glasses, in the food, even in the air. Any one of them could kill an elephant. But unfortunately, he neutralized every single one. Who knows when Poison Hand actually administered the poison? But if Poison Hand could rank among the heaven and earth list's elite, he absolutely couldn't be lying. This time, it was Xiao Tiance who slowly rose to his feet, while Poison Hand beside him suddenly took several steps back. My apologies, I had no intention of interfering. The moment Poison Hand uttered these words, his entire form blazed like a streak of light as he sprinted toward the rear of the Lu Wai Lu. He fled. A master skilled enough to make the heaven and earth rankings fled without hesitation at this very moment. With his departure, everything collapsed. And at that very moment, a wardrobe inside the room slowly opened, its door creaking as it swung back. An old man who looked exactly like Xia Pahong crawled out, panting heavily. Young miss, we must leave immediately. This fellow is far more troublesome than we anticipated. Escape is our top priority now. It seems our plan has backfired. Chapter 59, The Decoy Operation. Yu Gushan's expression remained unsettled for a long time. Whether it was the hidden expert behind the screen or the poisonous hand from the heaven and earth rankings, everything had been meticulously prepared. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it all turned to ashes. Even the four great families would never have suffered such a crushing defeat. As the young mistress, Yu Gushan had always been fiercely competitive, yet now she could only silently nod in acknowledgement. With all her plans now shattered, waiting any longer would bring no benefit whatsoever. Let's go. As she spoke, Yu Gushan suddenly moved to the edge of the wall and pressed a button lightly. Soon, the wall opened a small crack. Beyond that crack lay a hidden door, leading directly to the rear courtyard of the Lu Wai Lu. Meanwhile, in the main hall, the moment Xiao Tiance stood up, the old man before him was so startled he instantly sat back down on the floor. In his panic, he grabbed his own face and forcibly ripped off his skin in full view of everyone. After that horrifying scene, it became clear that the face that had once belonged to Xia Pahong was now utterly ruined. Beneath it was an ordinary old man sporting a goatee. Don't kill me. I'm not the Xia Pahong you're looking for. I'm just a vegetable seller. Someone paid me to disguise myself. Everything I said earlier was just orders from someone else. As the boss spoke, he frantically grabbed his ear and violently smashed a surveillance device onto the floor. The real Xia Pahong was clearly not here. Just as greedy wolf war god reached for his weapon, Xiao Tiance intercepted him. Xiao Tiance could see clearly that the old man's fingernails were indeed stained with mud, proof of years spent planting vegetables and digging in the earth. Xiao Tiance found no reason to trouble an elderly vegetable seller. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the hall. At the same time, in the courtyard's rear garden, Yu Guiying, dragging the real Xia Pahong, had just pushed open the door, panting heavily. A black sports car had been waiting there for quite some time. This was Yu Guxian's contingency plan. Though intended merely as a precaution, Yu Guxian never imagined it would actually prove necessary at this critical moment. Xia Pahong stumbled along behind them. Despite his mastery of medicine, his body was still frail and aged. He watched as Yu Guxian opened the car door, just a step away from escaping. At that very moment, a flying dagger whistled through the air, heading straight for him. The old man never imagined that in the very moment he glimpsed the western sky, despair would once again engulf him. The dagger pierced through his chest with a sharp crack, shattering his heart. Bright red blood splattered beside the luxury car. An ordinary girl would have screamed in terror, but Yu Guxian of the four great families forced herself to remain calm. She pushed aside Xia Pahong's lifeless body. With a roar of the engine, she sped away. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? The four great families' judgment was completely unreliable. Morong Shui, and you didn't kill him back then. Now that he's returned, I'll see how you plan to play this out. Xia Pahong had believed that with the replacing the prince with a cat scheme and the meticulously laid trap, Xiao Tiance was as good as dead. Yet even as his last breath left him, he never imagined this banquet of treachery would end with his own death. Yu Guiying gripped the steering wheel tightly as she sped straight ahead. All she wanted now was to floor the accelerator and flee as far as possible. One of the subordinates frowned and asked in a low voice, "Young miss, I don't think this kid is someone we can handle on our own. Should we report this to the family patriarch? Word is he's already set his sights on the Lin family. Who knows when it might be our turn." Xiao Tiance's strength far exceeded the four great families' predictions, making it only natural to report this to higher-ups. But Yu Guxian would never think that way. As soon as the subordinate finished speaking, a smile spread across Yu Guiying's face. "I have a plan. Step closer." The confused subordinate frowned and leaned forward slightly. But in the next instant, Yu Guiying drew the dagger in her hand and instantly slit the man's throat. Taking advantage of the empty surroundings, she kicked the cart away. "Report to the clan elders? What exactly would you say in the report? Surely you wouldn't want to tell the entire clan that I, Yu Guxian, am incompetent. Those old fools in the clan only communicate with my eldest brother. If they find out I used clan resources only to fail, my status would plummet. I absolutely cannot allow that." Perhaps Yu Guxian's report would have led to a different outcome for the entire clan. At the very least, it might preserve a sliver of hope for escape. Alas, that hope was utterly crushed by Yu Guxian's selfishness. Inside Luwelu, Xiao Tiance and the greedy wolf war god approached Xia Pahong's corpse. "Clean this place up." With just that single command, the Qinglong squadron and the Speed of Opportunity teams scattered in different directions. After completing their tasks, Greedy Wolf narrowed his eyes and suddenly reported, "I hear you intend to reclaim the 100 Flower Garden, but according to my intelligence, the real estate sector there is currently under overseas control. Shall we deploy forces for a preemptive strike?" Hearing this, Xiao Tiance patted the man on the shoulder. "Why do you spend all day thinking about fighting and killing? I've said it before, I'll reclaim what's mine by my own hand. If the four great families want to play games, I'll gladly play along with them. Now that Luo Xuanji's vengeance is served, it's merely a superficial resolution. Moreover, my wife's younger sister, still a child, was reportedly separated from us during the clan's crackdown. Use this time to find her. A young girl, alone and helpless, wandering the streets, it's impossible not to worry." Upon receiving this order, Greedy Wolf War God dared not delay. "Rest assured, Your Majesty. I shall begin the search immediately." Shortly after the war god in Qinglong departed, Luo Qingya's call unexpectedly rang through. Seeing the call, Xiao Tiance's face betrayed a hint of confusion. "At this hour, my wife should be working in the office. Could something unexpected have happened since she took over by Kaitang?" With that thought, Xiao Tiance answered the call. Soon, an anxious voice rang out. "Sorry to bother you, but remember those Bai Chaotang shares we bought recently? For some reason, they're suddenly under constant pressure. Many of our partners are now expressing concerns about Bai Kaitang's stock and have decided to terminate their contracts with us." Hearing this, Xiao Tiance hurriedly opened his phone to check today's stock market performance. Stock fluctuations were the most natural thing in the world. But when he saw the current situation, Xiao Tiance froze slightly. This was absolutely abnormal. Since yesterday, Bai Kaitang had been back on the market for less than a day, yet its stock price had plummeted repeatedly. To claim no one was pulling strings behind the scenes would be utterly ridiculous. Chapter 60, Stock Market Turmoil. Bai Kaitang's Executive Boardroom. Following the previous financial crisis, fewer than 10 managers and executives remained within by Xiao Tang. To date, Bai Qiatang has been working tirelessly to rebuild the corporate group and steer it back onto a stable course. After a thorough corporate shakeout, most of those remaining were genuinely skilled and dedicated employees. Unfortunately, before Bai Qiatang could restore its corporate standing, new troubles began to surface. As Xiao Tiance pushed open the door, he saw Luo Qingya, who had just returned from a government meeting, already looking deeply troubled. Several executives around her also wore frowns. Our stock has plummeted more than twofold in a single day. If this continues, it will be worthless. There's clearly manipulation behind the scenes in the stock market. Look at these companies, they're obviously targeting us for retaliation. One executive walked over and pointed at the computer screen displaying several pharmaceutical companies whose stock prices were skyrocketing. These companies were also in the pharmaceutical industry, but they were typically unremarkable and virtually unknown throughout Jiangdu. Compared to Bai Qiatang, they held no competitive edge whatsoever. Yet after Luo Qingya became Bai Qiatang's chairman, these companies, despite having no foreign trade transactions, saw their stock prices skyrocket. Conversely, Bai Qiatang's trade volume plummeted. A stark inverse relationship had formed. The four great families were behind this, only they possessed such capability. To date, our overseas pharmaceutical distribution channels and sales networks have been deliberately blocked by relevant personnel. Both logistics and drug production are severely disrupted. The drug supply chain has broken down, and the stock market continues to plummet. If this continues, Bai Qiatang's stock market will completely collapse within 3 days. The scene was filled with palpable anxiety. Xiao Tiance narrowed his eyes, watching the stocks fluctuate between red and green in stark contrast, and simply replied, "Honey, don't worry. After your uncle took over Bai Qiatang, its reputation became synonymous with the Xia family. Although it has now returned to its former status, there will inevitably be a transition period. Trust me, this adjustment period won't last long. I expect everything to return to normal by tonight." While Bai Qiatang did need a transition period, Luo Qingya, as an entrepreneur, could tell whether this decline was normal or not. Just as she was about to speak, she saw a fiery gleam in Xiao Tiance's eyes. Whenever that look appeared, no matter the difficulty, it seemed he was determined to overcome it, cutting through obstacles effortlessly. Luo Qingya's lingering doubts dissolved with his reassuring words. She also observed the senior executives following suit. "Everyone, rest assured. Bai Qiatang has only recently taken over, and a longer adjustment period is indeed expected. This situation won't persist for long. We must have faith in our enterprise. Bai Qiatang is a century-old brand, its reputation won't be shattered so easily." Luo Qingya continued reassuring everyone, but when she turned around, she noticed that Xiao Tiance, who had been standing beside her moments ago, had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, at the equity trading market, a man in a black suit sat cross-legged on a leather sofa, sipping coffee as he watched the stock market gains. Several scantily clad women lounged beside him, fanning him and massaging his shoulders. The entire scene transformed the equity trading floor into a nightclub. What the hell is this guy doing? Where'd this boss come from, acting so arrogant? Does he think the equity trading market is his personal playground? Don't talk nonsense. That guy clearly has powerful connections. I saw him drive in earlier. His license plate belongs to one of the four great families." At the mention of the four great families, the surrounding crowd fell silent in an instant. The man remained utterly oblivious to the astonished expressions and murmurs of the onlookers. Deep Sea Group's drugs are solid, pouring 1 million shares in immediately. No sooner had he spoken than Deep Sea Group's stock, which had been in freefall, began skyrocketing. Simultaneously, Bai Qiatang Group's stock plummeted further. Witnessing this, people's eyes widened in disbelief. They realized that simply following the man's buy and sell signals meant they could practically sit back and win effortlessly. "Wait a minute, I know who this guy is. He's our very own Jiangdu stock guru, Lu Fengyun." Turns out it was Mr. Lu. Word is Fengyun has created miracles in the stock market. Any stock he buys is guaranteed to win. If we just follow his lead today, we'll win every time. Shouts of excitement soon filled the air. The crowd didn't mind Lu Fengyun's arrogant attitude. One by one, they rushed to his side, hoping for his guidance. But at that very moment, with a creak, Xiao Tiance stepped through the doorway. In stark contrast, Xiao Tiance wore a pristine white tracksuit. Having just finished eating, he still held a toothpick in his mouth as he plopped down casually on the bench. At that moment, Lu Fengyun shouted out, "Next up is Tianmen Pharmacy. The stock price of this pharmacy will keep rising, absolutely no loss." Most present were stock investors with deep knowledge of pharmaceuticals. One pharmacy after another saw its stock soar. It seemed as though the pharmaceutical stock market had gone mad today. The surrounding crowd began shaking their heads, frantically dumping their other stock holdings. "I heard Bai Qiatang just changed its chairman, and I thought things might be different now. But it seems it's still the same old story. In my opinion, we should dump all Bai Qiatang shares and invest the remaining funds elsewhere. Bai Qiatang is probably finished. But no sooner had the words left his mouth than Xiao Tiance abruptly dropped his crossed legs to the floor. The thud echoed through the already noisy room, drawing attention. Now, with this single statement, thunder seemed to crackle. This Tianmen pharmacy is probably going bankrupt. Whatever you invest just keeps losing value. You'd be better off putting your money into Baikatang. The unexpected remark drew the attention of the surrounding crowd, who all turned to look at Xiao Tiance. Xiao Tiance was a complete stranger in the stock market. Combined with his exaggerated remark, it instantly drew mockery. Young man, you must be new to the stock game. Stocks go up and down, but bankruptcy? That's just ridiculous. Tianmen Pharmaceuticals may not be a top-tier pharmaceutical company, but it has over a decade of history. Bankruptcy just like that? Besides, let me tell you, Tianmen Pharmaceutical Group is the stock company personally designated by Mr. Lu Fengyun himself. That man is nothing less than our Jiangdu's stock god. Mr. Lu is a frequent guest at the Lin family's gatherings. Even the four great families have their eyes on him. If you don't want to invest, that's your choice, but why spout such cold-hearted remarks here? Chapter 61, Ups and Downs. The clamor of the stock trading crowd forced Lu Fengyun to pay attention. He observed Xiao Tiance's unflappable expression. Lu Fengyun merely smiled faintly. It's perfectly normal for this young man's stocks to fluctuate wildly. It's only natural that someone just starting out wouldn't understand. Why be so hard on him? Everyone has to start somewhere. Paying a little tuition to learn the ropes is only natural. No sooner had he finished speaking, Lu Fengyun turned his attention away from Xiao Tiance. After all, today's mission was to secure all equity holdings of Baikatang on behalf of the four great families. But with a thud, Xiao Tiance slammed a dark-skinned man to the ground. The box opened to reveal it was stuffed full of cash, at least 100,000 or more. Mr. Lu, how about we make a wager? To be fair, if you win, this entire box of cash is yours. If you lose, you pay me double. Lu Fengyun's behind-the-scenes manipulation of shares was also orchestrated by the four great families. It was a sure thing, a foolproof plan. Now that he saw this box of cash, which was clearly no small sum, why not take it himself? The onlookers turned their gaze to Xiao Tiance, each one spreading rumors and stirring trouble. Mr. Lu, go ahead and take the bet. This kid looks like a spoiled rich boy. Too bad he's just out in the world and doesn't know anything about its treacherous ways. But today's lesson might cost him dearly. Just don't regret it later, kid. Xiao Tiance shook his head, once more gently patting the black leather briefcase. A gentleman's word is as good as gold. I certainly won't regret it. Lu Fengyun pondered for only a few seconds before suddenly bursting into a loud, hearty laugh. He grabbed the black briefcase and pulled it close. Young man, this thing was just handed to me for free today. Mark my words, Tianmen Pharmaceuticals will definitely outperform Baichao Hall. And it won't take long, the stock will move in 3 minutes. Lu Fengyun narrowed his eyes, staring intently ahead. A few minutes later, the stock market had indeed shifted, but the change was unexpected. Not only did Baikatang's stock show no sign of decline, it began to rise steadily. Tianmen Pharmaceutical, on the other hand, remained stagnant. Within the blink of an eye, 5 minutes passed, and the stock prices of the two conglomerates had actually reached parity. Mr. Lu didn't seem to be on our side. This round ended in a draw, Xiao Tiance casually remarked. The surrounding crowd glanced at Xiao Tiance, a fleeting look of confusion crossing their faces. Mr. Lu, undoubtedly dubbed the stock king, enjoyed overwhelming fame. The crowd continued to shower him with flattery. That kid's got some luck, he actually held out for 5 minutes. Look, Tianmen Pharmaceuticals has already overtaken Baikatang. If he'd held on just a few seconds longer, he'd have lost. Following Mr. Lu's lead was definitely the right move. If there were no time limit, this entire crate of cash would have been transferred long ago. Lu Fengyun stared intently at the stock screen. According to the rules of backroom manipulation, Tianmen Pharmaceuticals should have far surpassed Baichao Hall by now. Yet clearly, things weren't going as planned. Xiao Tiance's words didn't give the other party time to ponder further. A draw is no fun at all. Shall we play one more round? Lu Fengyun narrowed his eyes as the surrounding crowd continued to cheer. Mr. Lu, no matter which stock you bet on, we'll all follow you. Interesting. They say a newborn calf fears no tigers, but this little calf seems stubborn today. Looks like he won't rest until he loses every last penny. Amidst the clamor, Lu Fengyun narrowed his eyes and casually pointed to another pharmaceutical company. Heroic Pharmacy, I guarantee its stock will surge within half an hour. Which stock does this young brother fancy betting on? Within Jiangdu's borders, most pharmaceutical companies have already been bought out by the four major families. Which stock will rise with just an extra investment? It's that easy. Throughout the arc welding process, Xiao Tiance kept his eyes fixed on Baichao Hall. I'm still buying Baichao Hall, its shares will rise. Lu Fengyun frowned. The surrounding crowd also wore puzzled expressions. Young man, you've been fixated on this Baikatang. You saw it yourself. If not for the time limit, Baikatang would have been crushed long ago. Betting on Baikatang under these circumstances, how is that any different from throwing money away? Xiao Tiance remained utterly composed. Baichao Hall and I share a connection, I once worked there myself. He stopped mid-sentence. The surrounding crowd suddenly understood. Ah, I see. Judging by your youthful appearance, you must have been a manager there. It must be said, back when Baikatang was founded, they truly treated their people well. Whether for patients or employees, it felt like coming home. But those were different times. The marketplace is a battlefield. A nostalgic soul can never achieve greatness. Mr. Liu, if that's the case, you should teach that youngster a lesson. Making him suffer today might just snap him out of it sooner. That would be a good deed on your part. Sometimes what people can't handle is being praised to death. Everyone understands the principle that the higher you fly, the harder you fall. Yet when you actually stand in that position, it becomes less clear. A smile spread across Lu Fengyun's face as his gaze returned to Xiao Tiance's briefcase. Hero Pharmaceuticals and Baikatang Pharmaceutical Group, let's wager again. Half an hour slipped away unnoticed, and this time, everything seemed to unfold exactly as everyone had anticipated. Hero Pharmaceuticals' stock showed clear signs of rising, while Baikatang's continued to fall. The black leather briefcase in his hand would naturally be claimed by Lu Fengyun. You've learned your lesson this time, young man. They don't call me the stock god for nothing. Let me tell you straight, you stand no chance of victory against me. These stocks before us, whichever one I want to rise, will immediately follow my command. People always like to boast when they're winning. Xiao Tiance, however, remained unhurried and composed. He then placed a bank card on the table. Sorry, I've never been one to admit defeat. Let's wager again. This card holds 10 million in funds. A black card was placed before him. Everyone understood clearly, only those with assets exceeding 10 million were eligible for this card. Absolutely no exaggeration. A young master like this, offering himself up like a gift, was bound to catch the attention of every single spectator. What kind of background does this kid have to casually pull out a black card? Chapter 62, The Final Gamble. Lu Fengyun couldn't help but take notice. Xiao Tiance, not yet 30 years old, carried himself with effortless ease and wit. Especially after just losing 1 million in funds, yet he remained completely unfazed. In any other city, encountering such a man would make Lu Fengyun reconsider his approach. But this was Jiangdu, the realm ruled by the 4 great families. Moreover, the share manipulation was orchestrated by agents of the Lin family. The other 3 major families, while unlikely to offer support, certainly wouldn't intervene to stop it. Looking around, even Xiao Tiance, a noble from any family, could never be compared to the 4 great families. Should any trouble arise, simply invoking the prestige of the 4 great families would resolve it effortlessly. In all my years navigating the stock market storms, I've never met a more stubborn bastard than you. Since you insist on betting against me, what else do you want to wager? Xiao Tiance narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, he pointed at the other man's forehead. I'll bet your life. After hearing those words, Lu Fengyun froze for a moment. But the surrounding crowd quickly erupted into loud jeers. This kid must be out of his mind, betting his life. Even if I put my head right in front of you, would you dare to strike? Several spectators even deliberately gestured with their right hands, measuring the distance to their own throats. Xiao Tiance paid them no mind, mere bystanders. He kept his eyes narrowed, fixed on the front. I'm asking you, bet or not? If you win, this card is yours. It's unregistered. No one would refuse a black card. This card represents not only the money it holds, but also the status and prestige that come with it. Only Zhangzhou's top entrepreneurs could possess this black card. Though the 4 great families rule the world, forging connections with top-tier enterprises can only be advantageous. Interesting. You want to take me down? Well, I'd love to see if you've got what it takes. Let me tell you straight, every stock here is under my control. Which company dominates? That's entirely up to me. Lu Fengyun began to get drunk with power, like a man intoxicated. Xiao Tiance remained steadfast in his bet on Baikatang's shares. Same as before, I'm betting on Baikatang to win. The moment those words left his mouth, Lu Fengyun frowned, while the surrounding crowd burst into uncontrollable laughter. Mr. Lu, I'm going to congratulate you in advance today. You found yourself a youngster who doesn't know his place. Someone coming to hand over money for free, truly a cause for celebration. As the saying goes, rising tides lift all boats. Amidst the flattery, Lu Fengyun narrowed his eyes and suddenly pointed his finger toward the stock trading hall. Within the Jiangdu region, only a dozen or so pharmaceutical groups could truly be considered top tier. All other small and medium-sized enterprises were disregarded. Lu Fengyun waved his hand decisively. To avoid accusations of favoritism, among these leading pharmaceutical conglomerates excluding Baikatang, every single group must see their stock rise. If even one group's stock falls, I'll admit defeat. All the groups Lu Fengyun mentioned were under the control of the 4 great families. Everything unfolded like a script, without a single unexpected twist. The surrounding crowds silently widened their eyes. But before anyone could praise him, Xiao Tiance spoke up, his words flowing effortlessly. That's not a fair comparison. The groups you mentioned will inevitably collapse completely within the next incense stick's worth of time. Stock surges and market crashes are entirely different concepts. A crash only occurs when there's widespread bankruptcy. Such occurrences aren't unheard of in the stock market, but they are extremely rare. For over a dozen pharmaceutical conglomerates to collapse within a single day? Unheard of. And to compress it into the span of a single incense stick? That's beyond even the wildest dreams. Young man, if you're offering me money for no reason, just ask why all the modesty? Alright, since this is such an intriguing proposition, I'll take the wager. I'm eager to see what you'll use to take my life. And to all my friends here, since things are so lively today, why not join in? Most who appear in the equity market are business people. They come here specifically to trade stocks. Now that Lu Fengyun, hailed as the stock god, is offering guidance, why should the onlookers agonize over it? The smart ones have already quietly followed Lu Fengyun's advice to buy shares and made a small profit earlier. Mr. Lu, I've been following your every move. With you, our god of wealth, here to vouch for us, it'd be hard not to make money. Hearing this, some of the more gullible finally snapped out of their daze. Not only did they blindly follow the trend, but they even called in friends and family. Some even sold off their possessions, pouring everything into the stock. All for the sake of chasing a get-rich-quick dream. Just then, a crisp voice suddenly rang out from behind. It sounded somewhat out of place. I'm purchasing shares in the Baikatang group. Though it's only a few tens of thousands of yuan, it's a token of my support. A sweet-looking girl slowly approached Xiao Tiance's side. At the stock exchange, she exchanged her cash on the spot and invested it immediately. Xiao Tiance was momentarily startled by the girl's arrival. She had met this young lady once before. Wang Rohan, the internet celebrity she'd encountered at Baikatang. Sir, your righteous deeds and miraculous healing at Baikatang have earned my trust in your choices. As an internet celebrity, Wang Rohan enjoyed considerable fame, and her income naturally reflected that status. In her spare time, she also made small investments. Today, passing by the stock market, she saw a huge crowd gathered at the entrance and decided to drop by for a look. Unexpectedly, Zheng Chang witnessed Xiao Tiance and Lu Fengyun, the so-called stock god, engaged in high-stakes gambling. This piqued his interest, compelling him to step in. It was a way of choosing sides and offering quiet encouragement. Xiao Tiance gave a slight nod without saying much. He casually took out a stick of incense, lit it slowly, and placed it before the stock screen. Spectators around them cracked sunflower seeds and chatted idly. They already looked utterly confident, as if all that remained was to grab sacks and collect the winnings. At first, everything was utterly quiet. Xiao Tiance, bored out of his mind, exchanged a few casual words with Wang Rohan. As the incense stick neared its end, Wang Rohan shook her head slightly. It seemed that tens of thousands of yuan would now go down the drain. Though this thought crossed her mind, she didn't blame Xiao Tiance. As she tried to continue the conversation, she noticed Xiao Tiance, who had been sitting beside her, had picked up his phone. He walked to a deserted corner and spoke casually for a few moments. The entire exchange lasted only a few seconds. Then, a wail erupted in the hall. Mr. Lu, what's going on? Have we seen a ghost? Just moments ago, the major pharmaceutical conglomerate stocks were soaring. How did they suddenly plunge off a cliff? Hearing the crowd's cries, Wang Rohan instinctively turned to the screen. Except for Baikatang, which was thriving with a radiant glow, every other pharmaceutical group had plummeted. Chapter 63, A Word as Good as Gold. This can't be right. Even if we were haunted, this wouldn't happen. In less than 2 minutes, all the company's shares were sold off? Baikatang Group had practically swallowed up all the other pharmaceutical companies. How could this be possible? Chaotic voices echoed throughout the lobby. Lu Fengyun stared intently at Xiao Tiance, urgently grabbing his phone. Commissioned by the four great families to bring down Baikatang, they had invested billions into major corporations this time, solely to squeeze out their shares. Logically, with such formidable financial backing, Baikatang might not have been able to withstand the pressure even at its peak. Yet now, the companies controlled by the four great families were clearly in utter disarray. Mr. Lin, what on earth is happening? I've followed your plan to the letter, yet why are our shares still plummeting? The capital we've invested is astronomical. No single conglomerate could possibly challenge it. Could it be that the other three families are secretly meddling, trying to get a piece of the pie? Lu Fengyun's heart raced with anxiety, while the Lin family was already in a state of frantic urgency. To suppress Baikatang and demonstrate the authority of the four major families. It's far more than just 100 million. Jiangdu's pharmaceutical industry lagged behind other cities. Moreover, the Lin family had already poured over 1 billion yuan into this battle for control of the shares. This sum alone was enough to establish dominance in the pharmaceutical industry. Yet just minutes after the figures were verified, Lin Xiao, the mastermind behind the operation, clutched his phone in disbelief. We've lost the battle for control. This is all Miss Moron's fault. We should have eliminated the threat completely back then. Just moments ago, someone had secretly injected hundreds of billions into the stock market to disrupt trading, forcibly acquiring shares from other pharmaceutical groups and transferring them to Bai Qiatang. Despite his extensive experience, Lu Fengyun had never encountered such a scheme. His entire body went limp, all strength draining from him as he slumped against the sofa. Mr. Lin, surely you're mistaken? We're talking about 10 billion yuan here. Which family possesses that kind of firepower? Even if the 4 major families pooled their resources, it might be a stretch. How could a mere Bai Qiatang pull off something like this? Lin Xiu could never have imagined it either. In the eyes of the 4 great families, Bai Qiatang was merely a minor pharmaceutical enterprise. What merit could it possibly have to occupy its current position? That's why I say we should have nipped it in the bud back then. Word is Bai Qiatang isn't just connected domestically, it's got foreign companies backing it up behind the scenes. It even claims to promote the vigorous development of traditional Chinese medicine and lobby overseas. It's highly likely that the chairman of Bai Qiatang, who had previously moved funds overseas, now finds it unbearable to witness the company's demise and is therefore providing behind-the-scenes support. Lin Xiu would never accept this outcome. For a company that was once trampled underfoot or used as a stepping stone, it's simply impossible for an ordinary enterprise to stand up to the 4 great families. Such a thing simply cannot exist. Thus, that self-comforting notion had become the only plausible explanation. Regardless, perhaps that was the only way. As the phone hung up, Lu Fengyun remained unsettled for a long time. Meanwhile, the crowd around him finally came to their senses. They had just sold everything they owned. Listening to Boss Lu's words, they'd practically poured every last penny into this venture, only to end up with nothing to show for it. Mr. Lu, we've been your loyal followers all this time. How can you just abandon us like this? Our families were counting on this money to get by. Following your investment advice has always been a sure thing. Why did this happen? The crowd around him shouted one after another. In the face of money, so-called honor meant nothing. Fists clenched, they yearned to strike out at the front. At that moment, Lu Fengyun fixed his gaze on Xiao Tiance, his mind swirling with 100 questions. If overseas companies were truly backing Bai Qiatang, what connection could this young man possibly have to the matter? He didn't look like he came from any major overseas corporate family. The most perplexing figure of all was Wang Rohan, who supported Xiao Tiance. She'd made a killing. Though she wasn't entirely sure what had transpired, she'd certainly made a tidy profit. Wang Rohan never expected to win. She'd only invested a few thousand yuan to show support for Xiao Tiance. Yet now, while other stocks plummeted, Bai Qiatang's shares soared to unprecedented heights. Seeing this, her initial investment multiplied instantly, not just a few times over. Wow, you're my lucky charm. This trip today made me way more than I ever do streaming. I'm sticking with you from now on. Xiao Tiance laughed heartily. His expression quickly shifted as he turned to look in Lu Fengyun's direction. He didn't elaborate much to Wang Rohan, only replying casually. Since we've met twice now, I suppose it's fate. As for making money, help us promote Bai Qiatang, and we'll collaborate in the future. But right now, we've got some business to handle. Miss Wang, we'll have to leave it at that for now. Until next time. As a seasoned streamer, Wang Rohan had seen it all. After 2 encounters, she had gained some insight into Xiao Tiance's character and began to back down. In that case, we'll meet again someday. Watching Wang Rohan exit the room, Xiao Tiance suddenly realized he hadn't even exchanged contact information. But since she'd be promoting Bai Qiatang, they were bound to meet again after this. Wang Rohan departed to join the commotion ahead, which had already reached its peak. The crowd had seized Lu Fengyun, screaming and shouting as if they wanted to devour him alive. At that very moment, Lu Fengyun suddenly drew a pistol and fired 3 shots into the air. Stock trading carries inherent risks. It's your own fault for not thinking things through. If this keeps up, don't blame me for being ruthless. Anyone who wants to die, come over here now. Facing the black muzzle, the surrounding crowd instantly fell silent. The security guards at the stock exchange also backed away. This was clearly no longer a joke. Money matters, but staying alive matters more. Soon, the crowd began to retreat in waves. In the blink of an eye, only Xiao Tiance remained at the scene. Lu Fengyun glared at Xiao Tiance. He pointed the gun directly at the other man's face. You little bastard, who the hell are you? How could you control these stocks? If this question remained unanswered, Lu Fengyun would be unable to sleep a wink all night. Mr. Lu, I must apologize. The so-called overseas companies never existed. That $100 billion investment was entirely my own doing. Lu Fengyun wasn't a 3-year-old child. He wouldn't believe such nonsense. And it was simply unacceptable. Chapter 64, Turning the Tables. Mr. Lu, I must apologize. The so-called overseas company never existed. That 100 billion yuan investment was entirely my own doing. Of course, Lu Fengyun wasn't a 3-year-old child. He wouldn't believe such a thing. Moreover, it was hard to swallow. After hearing Xiao Tiance's words, there was a pause of several seconds, followed by a burst of maniacal laughter. You having 100 billion yuan? That's pure fantasy. Even if the four major families pooled their resources, they wouldn't come close to that. If you truly controlled the shares and equity, how could you have lost our wager? The earlier best of three rule was indeed factual. Xiao Tiance was well aware of this reality. You call yourself a stock god, so of course you have your pride. I chose to play the first game with you precisely to pique your interest. You'd surely assume this bet was just a fluke win for me, and that I'd deliberately lose the second one to put your mind at ease. These words were spoken casually, yet they cut deep. Lu Fengyun had confirmed Xiao Tiance's identity in the second wager, nothing more than a rich second-generation heir. Yet every subsequent move Xiao Tiance made seemed utterly incomprehensible. Having confirmed the other party was a rich kid, Lin Fengyun simply assumed he'd been blinded by the stakes of the wager. That's why he made such a bold claim. Are you saying this was all part of your plan? How could someone like this exist in Jiangdu? Masterful strategizing. These four words perfectly described Xiao Tiance at that moment. Xiao Tiance narrowed his eyes. He casually replied. It seems the four great families aren't handling things properly either. Didn't you receive the corresponding spirit tablet? Lu Fengyun's disruption of the Jiangdu stock market wasn't something he'd pulled off overnight. Xiao Tiance had long since investigated this matter thoroughly. Regarding the spirit tablets, who didn't know the truth revealed at that auction? At first glance, Lu Fengyun saw Xiao Tiance as nothing more than an unremarkable young upstart. Even among the local rich kids, he was hardly noteworthy. But now, with the audacity to challenge the four great families, Lu Fengyun could only stand in awe. Otherwise, Fengyun wouldn't have spent all these years acting as the lackeys of the four great families. So it was you. I've long admired your reputation. What happened today was my fault. As Lu Fengyun finished speaking and turned to leave, Xiao Tiance suddenly smiled faintly, his tone growing intensely solemn. Hold on, there's one thing about accepting the consequences of a wager, you can't just walk away like that. Now that the matter is settled, shouldn't we keep you around? Lu Fengyun's eyes widened. I'd heard of Xiao Tiance's style before, but never imagined he'd actually kill without hesitation. What are you doing? Do you really intend to start something here? I advise you to leave immediately. I lost this bet, but your Baikatang enterprise hasn't lost out financially. In fact, through this incident, you've certainly not suffered any losses. Profits are profits. But some matters must be settled one by one. Xiao Tiance slowly rose to his feet and began walking toward Lu Fengyun's position. Facing this scene, Lu Fengyun felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. He never imagined such an incident would occur at the equity trading conference, so he hadn't even brought bodyguards with him. Now, he hastily drew the gun in his hand and pointed it directly at Xiao Tiance. If you take one more step forward, don't blame me for being ruthless. You're nothing but a discarded pawn of Dragon City. You can't stir up trouble in front of the four great families, you'd better think twice. As he finished speaking, Xiao Tiance continued advancing step by step. Witnessing this, Lu Fengyun showed no mercy. He pulled the trigger. A bullet instantly streaked through the air. But the instant the trigger was pulled, Xiao Tiance's head merely shifted slightly to the side. The bullet whizzed harmlessly past. Lu Fengyun frowned, raising his pistol to fire several rounds in rapid succession. Xiao Tiance's movements weren't particularly large, yet each time he dodged perfectly, completely evading the shots. Only a trail of bullet marks remained behind him. The trigger continued to click, but eventually, only the sound of empty clicks remained. All the bullets had been fired. Xiao Tiance seized the pistol in one swift motion, slowly tightening his grip. Lu Fengyun's fingers kept twitching, the bones creaking as the pistol in his hand twisted almost into a single mass. You can't kill me. If you do, the four great families will never let you off. If you dare touch me. The last man who threatened Xiao Tiance like this now lies forever in his coffin. Xiao Tiance merely smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth as his right hand shot out. With a thud, it pierced clean through his chest. At that moment, Lu Fengyun stared at his shattered ribs, his legs slowly buckling until he knelt on the ground, his life finally extinguished. The stock market storm subsided, and Baikatang's operations returned to normal. Yet the executives of Baikatang remained utterly unaware, having won this battle in utter silence. Stepping out of the stock exchange, Deng Yue heard the gunshot and swiftly arrived at the scene with local troops. Upon spotting Xiao Tiance, Yue immediately dismissed all surrounding guards. Congratulations on Baikatang Group resuming operations. We've discussed matters these past few days. Here is the list of medicines required by our guard regiment. Xiao Tiance glanced over the list. The Qingtan local guard unit's annual drug purchases were certainly substantial. However, now that Baikatang Enterprises is led by my wife as chairwoman, I prefer not to interfere excessively. Send the relevant list directly to Baikatang for my wife to handle. Regarding pricing, I'll make it clear, business matters must be handled strictly by the book. Deng Yue set out to carry out Xiao Tiance's instructions. Just as he was about to leave, Xiao Tiance casually asked another question. What has the Lin family been up to lately? They seem to have gone quiet. The stock market incident, though orchestrated by the four major families, was ultimately just a scapegoat to be eliminated. Since the last incident, they seem utterly indifferent. Even the Yu family is growing restless. Deng Yue immediately frowned. My family just lost a son. We're swamped. We'll be heading to Heroes Mountain in a week. Hearing this, Xiao Tiance smiled faintly. What a fitting name, Heroes Mountain. South of Jiangdu lay a mountain peak known as the Burial Ground, an area also called Heroes Mountain. However, since ancient times, only past martyrs had been permitted burial in this sacred place. Now, members of the four great families, who had committed countless evils, dared to seek burial on Hero Mountain after death. Were they worthy? Seeing Xiao Tiance's expression, Deng Yue understood immediately and hastily explained. In recent years, the Heroes Hill Cemetery has also engaged in some business activities. Even with legitimate matters, it's difficult for us to intervene. Mid-explanation, Xiao Tiance raised his hand to interrupt. I understand. I won't make things difficult for you. Just let me know the exact date of their burial. I'll come pay my respects. Chapter 65, Top-Tier Client. Early that morning, at the Baichao Hall Enterprise Group headquarters, a security guard arrived at the entrance holding the relevant medication receipts as instructed by Deng Yue. Inside the Grand Hall, Luo Qingyan watched her father with a worried frown. Although Luo Qingya had now become the chairman and was reshuffling most of the corporate staff, Luo Qingyang was still her cousin. Coupled with the pressure from the matriarch of the Luo family, he hadn't been fired. Father, now that Baichao Hall has become that little S enterprise group, our position in the Luo family is no longer secure. We must find a solution to this matter immediately. Luo Xinhai narrowed his eyes, pacing back and forth. Yet all that remained were sighs. Now that Baicaotang had returned to Luo Qingya's hands, its stock had surged in less than 3 days. This meant all shareholders in the Baicaotang conglomerate would receive corresponding dividends, including your eldest uncle and the old patriarch Luo. When it comes to profit, they couldn't care less who controls Baicaotang. Trying to unite others to oust her would be as hard as climbing to the moon. As she responded, the group elevator descended slowly. Upon hearing the security team's procurement plan, Luo Qingya would certainly greet them personally. The father-son conversation abruptly halted. Dressed in a black suit, Luo Qingya bore none of her usual demure demeanor within the corporate group. She walked forward with grace and poise. Hello, Mr. Wang. We're delighted you've chosen our group for your procurement needs. The man before her, Wang Gang, who specialized in logistics procurement, paused slightly at her words. Miss Luo Qingya, do you know me? Wang Gang had indeed never met Luo Qingya before. Before he could even reach for his business card, he hurried forward to shake her hand. No, Mr. Wang, this is our first meeting. However, I've studied the procurement practices of major corporations. It's truly an honor for our group to collaborate with your guard unit. You protect Jiangdu with immense dedication. Whatever medicines you require that our group can provide, we'll supply at cost. This was Luo Qingya's true strength. Even after 5 years away from the position, her heart remained with the cause. She had proactively researched major pharmaceutical groups and potential partners. After his initial surprise, Wang Gang quickly replied, as expected of the chairwoman. I have full confidence in entrusting matters to Baicaotang. However, pricing based solely on cost is simply not feasible. Market rates must be adhered to. This was personally instructed by our commander Deng. We kindly ask for your understanding. Luo Qingya smiled and took the medicine list in her hand. The local housing bureau was remarkably generous. The list included everything from small items like guanidine to rare medicinal herbs, reflecting immense demand. After all, every guard regiment has its own hospital, so bulk purchases are commonplace. Most of these medicines are readily available here, and even the more unusual ones can be procured in advance. Perfect, no problem. So, Mr. Wang, are you here today to sign the contract? Wang Gang smiled faintly. Today is just a preliminary discussion. If the chairman has no objections, I'll bring the contract first thing tomorrow morning for us to sign directly. Then we'll meet at the same time tomorrow, without fail? The Guard Corps always preferred straightforward communication. After finalizing the arrangements, they departed immediately. Luo Qingyan, who had been watching from behind, immediately furrowed her brows. Look, the stock price keeps climbing, and now the Guard Corps is here to sign a contract. If this keeps up, we're in trouble. That woman's position will be solidified. If we don't act now, there won't be any room left for us in the Luo family. Luo Xinhai hadn't been concerned before, since the group had always been managed by the eldest brother, with Luo Qingya merely serving as an assistant. But now that the eldest brother was dead and Luo Qingya had taken over, good news kept pouring in within just a few days. If this management model became entrenched, displacing her later would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. The only solution is to seize this contract and claim it as your own. After all, the other party is liaising with Baicaotang. Who handles the deal doesn't matter. Wang Gang's contract signing was set for tomorrow, and Luo Qingya might not relinquish it. Time was extremely tight. Easier said than done, but opportunities were scarce. Luo Xinhai paced restlessly in the room. A few minutes later, his expression shifted slightly. I do have a solution, though it's a bit troublesome. Have you heard of the legendary figure who crossed the river to make his fortune in Jiangdu years ago? Luo Qingyang, standing beside the words dragon crossing the river, didn't immediately grasp the reference. But within seconds, his expression shifted. Then his eyes suddenly widened. I've heard of the dragon crossing the river. In the neighboring coastal city, there was once a human trafficking ring. After he cracked down on them from all sides, it vanished completely. But that person died years ago, didn't he? I recall he jumped off a cliff during a joint operation by the Security Bureau and the Guard Corps. What does this have to do with our Baikayatang? It sounds like apples and oranges. Yet Luo Xinhai narrowed his eyes, scanning the surroundings. Seeing no one nearby, he pulled his son into a secluded corner. That man never died at all. He changed his identity afterward and continued in the same line of work. Not only that, but he even built his own team, shifting his kidnapping targets from ordinary citizens to wealthy young ladies. Back when they were down in the dumps, I stepped in to lend a hand that counts as a favor owed. If they'd asked Zheng Long for help. Luo Qingyang might be greedy as usual, but he's definitely no fool. Hearing his father's words, he froze slightly. You mean kidnap Luo Qingya? If we do that, Luo Qingya will never return. Luo Xinhai narrowed his eyes and cleared his throat. Son, there's an old saying, no poison, no man. While this method is indeed a bit harsh, it's unavoidable for the sake of our family's grand cause. The two had been plotting this for quite some time. Luo Qingyang narrowed his eyes, hesitated for a moment, then gave a cold laugh. Father, you're right. That little doesn't know a good thing when she sees it. They've forced our hand. That night, Luo Qingya had been busy with work all day. She was now driving slowly toward her home. Just as she approached an intersection, a truck suddenly cut across her path. Despite the green light ahead, it paid no heed whatsoever. Several taxi drivers, visibly annoyed, immediately shouted out. Hey, you! This is a city, road trucks aren't allowed here. Didn't you hear that? Why aren't you using the highway? It's rush hour now, and what you're doing is against the rules. Chapter 66, Twilight Abduction. Taxis on Runping Street honked their horns frantically and incessantly. Yet the truck remained utterly unmoved, seemingly oblivious. Suddenly, a black van slammed into it. With a violent collision, Luo Qingya's car nearly rolled over. Fortunately, the impact was relatively smooth, lacking overwhelming force. Even so, she was instantly jolted into a daze. Damn it, how the hell is this driver operating? Right in broad daylight, just plowing into people like this? Get out of the car right now. Just as several drivers approached, the van's door suddenly slammed open with a bang. Only to reveal a squad of gunmen clad uniformly in black bulletproof vests. Faced with a row of machine guns, the crowd's anger vanished instantly. Luo Qingya, still unconscious, hadn't even had time to figure out what was happening when she was violently dragged out of the car amid several gunshots. Take her away. And I don't want anyone interfering. A mechanical voice came from the mouth of a captain. A gentle breeze brushed past Luo Qingya, whose cries echoed down the street. But alas, in the face of live ammunition, the onlookers dared not approach. At that very moment, inside an ice cream shop, Zhang Saixia, the deputy captain of the Security Bureau, was savoring a delicious treat. Today happened to be her day off. Before she could take a bite of her snow-white ice cream, the glass trembled violently. Simultaneously, she received a live feed of the intersection, seeing everything crystal clear. What was happening? A daylight kidnapping? Zhang Saixia smashed through the glass at lightning speed. Watching the van and the massive truck speeding southwest, Zhang Saixia, driven by her sense of justice, leapt onto her motorcycle. Gripping the throttle tightly, she raced after them. Inside the van at that very moment, the captain who had just carried out the abduction removed his mask, revealing a prominent scar that sliced across his face, nearly splitting it entirely. Though the wound had long since healed, the scar remained a chilling sight. I don't want to hear your nonsense. If you cooperate, I won't make things difficult for you. The captain was a trusted lieutenant of the Over-River Dragon Gang. His menacing aura silenced Luo Qingya's mounting questions, freezing her in her tracks. Behind him, several assassins were armed to the teeth, peering through the windows toward the rear. Captain, looks like some nosy bastard followed us. No sooner had he spoken than several team members beside him drew pistols and fired wildly through the window toward the rear. A street gunfight erupted instantly. The crowd driving on the street scattered in panic amid shrieks. Zhang Saixia, with her superhuman driving skills, weaved in and out of the hail of bullets. Even as both tires smoked from the intense pursuit, she refused to give up. That stubborn little brat behind us seems determined to chase us down. Haven't seen someone this persistent in ages. Should I send Squid down to handle her? The River Dragon Gang itself was a top-tier criminal organization lurking in coastal cities in Jiangdu. His modus operandi was exceptionally brutal, striking like lightning across multiple cities, leaving security agencies helpless. His henchmen were particularly formidable, each possessing unique skills and exceptional prowess. The man called Squid was slender and incredibly agile, his twin pistols whistling through the air. Seeing the machine gun fire still miss its mark, the target couldn't help but feel a flicker of anxiety. Then let's finish this quickly. We're moving out first. Hearing this, Squid wasted no time, instantly leaping from the van. In full view of the crowd, he flipped off the van and landed on his feet. He stood boldly in the middle of the road. Zhang Xixia hadn't expected anyone to confront her directly. After all, this was about stopping a crime in progress, not committing murder in broad daylight, so her emotions hit the brakes abruptly. The model, mid-ride, was thrown into the air. The moment Zhang Xixia collided with the ground, ignoring her own wounds, she spun and stood up immediately. But the instant she looked up, she saw the assassin who had clearly been over 10 meters away now standing right before her, a gun pressed against her forehead. Girl, your spirit is admirable, but unfortunately, some things aren't within your power to control. Sweat trickled down Zhang Xixia's forehead. After all, as the youngest deputy captain of Jiangdu's security bureau, she was the first to charge forward whenever trouble arose. With the gun pressed against her forehead, there was no time left to call for backup. Just then, applause erupted from nearby. A taxi pulled over to the roadside. As Xiao Tiance stepped out, the driver beside him frantically floored the gas pedal and sped away. None of that mattered now. What mattered was that in the middle of this open street, amidst the gunfire, a man suddenly appeared, laughing and chatting as if nothing was happening. Anyone witnessing such a scene would be utterly astonished. A gunfight in broad daylight? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd think you were filming a movie. When did Jiangdu become such a chaotic mess? Squid narrowed his eyes, sizing up Xiao Tiance from head to toe. Xiao Tiance happened to be heading out on business at that very moment. Unfortunately, he hailed a cab from the residential area earlier and was just passing by when he saw the chaos unfolding above the road. This forced Xiao Tiance to pull over and take a look. When did Jiangdu get so many meddlers? It was always such a headache. Zhang Xixia and Xiao Tiance had met briefly before at the foot of Baiyun Mountain. Seeing this scene, her eyes widened in shock. Why is it always you? Last time you ignored warnings and forced your way into White Cloud Mountain. Now, facing these merciless bandits, how dare you show up again? Facing the accusation, Xiao Tiance adopted an ambiguous stance, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. How do you know I went to White Cloud Mountain to cause trouble, not to save people? My purpose for getting off the car today is the same. Save people? Xiao Tiance always wore a white tracksuit, his leisurely demeanor as if he were out shopping, utterly carefree. Witnessing this image once more, it seemed as if he hadn't changed in 10,000 years. The most crucial point was that every time Xiao Tiance made an appearance, he was completely unarmed. The squid didn't want to waste too much time. Especially in a situation where someone was about to be killed, yet someone else was casually chatting as if no one else existed. In a way, it felt like a personal insult. Without hesitation, the squid pulled the trigger, and the gunshot echoed. Its echoes reverberated through the deserted street. Meanwhile, Wu Zhe and Zhang Xixia stared wide-eyed as another man suddenly appeared between them. Chapter 67, an interlude. The greedy wolf war god appeared clad in armor, as if materializing out of thin air. Unlike Xiao Tiance, he never uttered a word. Squid stared at the man beside him. A single glance felt like his entire body had been steeped in a sea of blood. Though Squid was a professional assassin who'd committed countless brutal acts, facing this man suddenly made him feel like a mere novice. Who exactly are you? The greedy wolf war god remained silent, but Zhang Xixia beside him had already seen through him at a glance. The greedy wolf war god, one of our nation's 4 great war gods. How could someone of your stature appear here? The squid, whose expression had been cold and indifferent moments ago, slowly widened its eyes. Over the years, following the over-river dragon, traveling far and wide, committing countless evil deeds. Security bureaus and guard regiments had relentlessly hunted him down. But I never thought I'd ever cross paths with the legendary greedy wolf war god. No way, my luck must be. Before the squid could finish his sentence, the greedy wolf war god's blade struck. A legendary assassin, cleaved in two in an instant. Zhang Xixia ignored the bloody scene, her eyes filled entirely with admiration. Big brother Qinglong never expected to meet you here. Zhang Xixia wished she had her notebook and pen, hoping the greedy wolf war god would come sign it. But the motorcycle had long since overturned. By the time she finished searching, Xiao Tiance had already strolled up before her. Captain Zhang, what exactly is going on here? I'd heard Jiangdu's public safety was questionable, but I never imagined someone would actually shoot in broad daylight. This is more thrilling than any gunfight movie. Xiao Tiance's sarcastic remark snapped Zhang Xixia back to her senses. In her haste, she slapped her forehead. You remind me, I almost forgot. The over-the-river dragon has arrived in Jiangdu. Never mind, you wouldn't understand anyway. All you ever do is try to take advantage of every little opportunity. If it weren't for big brother Qinglong here, today's incident might have ended with both of you getting taken out. Zhang Xixia angrily helped upright the fallen motorcycle beside her. Just as she was about to hit the gas, Xiao Tiance's right hand yanked her back violently. The pitch-black motorcycle twisted violently in midair, billowing clouds of dust from its rear wheel. Miss Shang, you're already struggling to handle one assassin. Even if they have accomplices, isn't it unwise for you to go in alone? I suggest you report this matter directly to headquarters. Hearing Xiao Tiance's advice, Zheng Caixia clutched her waist. She opened her mouth to retort, but her eyes darted around sheepishly. He had a point. The Over-River Dragon is a top priority for security bureaus everywhere. They've evaded capture for over 2 decades, and now it's said every member of their organization is highly skilled. Just one assassin codenamed Squid has thrown us into chaos. If danger lurks ahead, wouldn't we be throwing our lives away for nothing? As if I need your reminder who said I have to go after the killer? Brother Qinglong, it's truly fate we meet today, but I have urgent matters to attend to. Farewell for now. Zhang Caixia finished speaking and immediately spun the tires. She sped away toward the security bureau headquarters. The quiet hallway was finally broken by the commotion. Xiao Tiance glanced back at the greedy wolf war god, raising an eyebrow slightly. Little wolf, why did you suddenly show up here? Didn't I ask you to track down my sister-in-law? According to Luo Qingya, the so-called youngest son was only 5 or 6 years old. But there was nothing to be done, seniority came first. The greedy wolf war god shook his head regretfully. Reporting to your majesty, the Azure Dragon Squadron is currently conducting a citywide search, yet there is still no news. I dared to come today to report something. I've heard the 4 great families are convening a meeting. And they plan to contact underground organizations specifically to target you. Xiao Tiance's return to Jiangcheng had caused a huge stir in just 3 days. The Lin family, one of the 4 great families, has been particularly hard hit. Their once indifferent attitude has gradually shifted, and they now view Xiao Tiance as a thorn in their side. No need to rush. My goal is to keep the 4 great families perpetually clinging to hope, only to face utter despair in the end. I'd much rather they exhaust every connection in Jiangdu, forcing every black sheep among them to step forward one by one. Then I'll take them down one by one. For years, the 4 great families have persecuted Luo Qingya. Though wiping them out all at once would be supremely satisfying. Xiao Tiance would never let them die so easily. The pain inflicted over the years must be repaid, bit by bit. Like tearing flesh from bone. You may go about your business for now. Should anything arise, inform me immediately. Tonight, I have an old friend to meet. After Xiao Tiance left, he called Luo Qingya, but the phone didn't connect. He had intended to inform her that he wouldn't be returning home tonight. But at that moment, Xiao Tiance simply assumed Luo Qingya was busy with work and didn't think much of it. He continued heading north of Jiangbei. Meanwhile, Wang Rohan, who had already agreed to assist Xiao Tiance, arrived at the vicinity of Baikayatang with a camera in hand, preparing to conduct a special interview. She also planned to help promote Baikayatang. As the saying goes, unintended actions sometimes yield unexpected results. Just as Wang Rohan was about to approach with her camera, a sudden commotion erupted from an old city alleyway, the sound of shouting and scolding. You little brat! I told you to wash the dishes, why aren't they clean? I told you to serve the guests, yet you won't even speak. Are you mute? Mark my words, you've been eating and drinking off me all this time. If you dare run away, I'll skin you alive. A middle-aged woman wielded a stick, striking relentlessly. Curiosity drawing her closer, Wang Rohan edged toward the alley's edge, peering ahead with her camera. She saw a little girl, only 5 or 6 years old, dressed in filthy clothes, standing in a corner. Another middle-aged woman swung her stick, beating and cursing without mercy. She showed no mercy. The little girl didn't cry or fuss, just stood quietly in the corner, looking utterly heartbreaking. Ma'am, how could you hit your own daughter like that? What you're doing is illegal. Wang Rohan shouted. The middle-aged woman froze for a moment. Perhaps she hadn't expected anyone else to be in this narrow alleyway. What business is it of yours if I hit my own daughter? This is my family affair. That clumsy little brat is useless. She was born to be beaten. The little girl remained silent, her calm expression concealing endless sorrow. As the middle-aged woman raised the stick in her hand, Wang Rohan shouted immediately. You run a restaurant, right? If you keep hitting her in public, I'll expose this. Chapter 68, The Power of an Internet Celebrity. Though Wang Rohan was an internet celebrity, she always acted with justice in mind. Even during her live streams, most of her content was uplifting and positive. She was also quite well known locally in Jiangdu. Upon closer inspection, the middle-aged woman finally came to her senses. She slowly lowered the stick in her hand. I thought it was someone else, turns out it's today's big influencer. If you're looking for live stream material, don't come to me, I just run a restaurant. We're not in each other's business. The middle-aged woman grabbed the little girl's hand and slammed the back door shut with a loud thud. A little girl of this age should be happily attending kindergarten, yet here she was doing heavy, exhausting labor. Wang Rohan thought about this. Although she blurred the faces of the middle-aged woman and the little girl to protect their privacy, she couldn't bear to see their plight and ultimately decided to abandon her interview with Baikayatang. That afternoon, a live stream centered on contemporary children's survival education aired across major local influencer channels. At this moment, south of Jiangdu, in Wangjian district, a redevelopment zone, though outwardly appearing rather dilapidated. After Luo Qingyao was brought here, she found a room that still looked somewhat decent and was immediately pushed inside. The door was locked from the outside right then and there. After completing their task, several professional assassins entered a detached small building in the plaza area. After several knocks on the wind door, a one-eyed man emerged. This man was the legendary figure who had crossed the river on Jiangyang Avenue over 20 years ago. Big brother, the goods provided by Baikatang this time are truly excellent. They have the grace of a wealthy young lady. But I wouldn't underestimate this woman. Originally the daughter of Baikatang's chairman, she vanished without a trace for a long time after her family's downfall. Yet within just a few short days, she reclaimed Baikatang and turned it into a thriving enterprise. From what I've heard, there's likely more to this than meets the eye. Overhearing his subordinate's report, the dragon whistled sharply. Instantly, dozens of armed assassins lined up in formation across the hall. If this were 20-odd years ago, I might have given it some thought. But now, I'm not just in Jiangdu, I've long since made my mark overseas. Do you really think these foreign assassins could hold a candle to me? Even if the four great families sent their own men, they'd have to think twice. Overseas mercenaries, emotionless, merciless killers. Seeing this, his men felt slightly reassured. If the boss says so, then I'm at ease. Besides, we've already made arrangements. The overseas buyer will arrive in 2 days to personally take the person. And they've seen Miss Luo Qingya's photo, they're very satisfied. Over the river dragon roared with laughter. These overseas types like to play fancy games. Per their demands, no one is to touch that woman during this period. Should anything happen to the cargo, don't blame me for being ruthless. The surrounding men obeyed the order and maintained round-the-clock vigilance. Meanwhile, at Jiangdu Dock, dusk was falling. A towering skyscraper faced the river, offering distant views of the deep sea. The building's facade displayed the real estate company's name. Just as several foreign investors prepared to enter, Xiao Tiance stepped forward to intercept them. Gentlemen, our apologies. Yang family real estate is closed for business tonight. This simple statement caused the surrounding guests to pause in surprise. Impossible. Yang family real estate is at its peak in Jiangdu. We were specially invited from overseas. We've traveled thousands of miles to be here. Not only are we not being accommodated, but this entire conglomerate is shutting down? Several foreign men in brown suits spoke fluently. But before they could finish their question, Xiao Tiance grew visibly impatient, swinging his arm dismissively. When I say it's closed, it's closed. From this day forward, there will be no Yang family real estate in Jiangdu. Observing Xiao Tiance's icy demeanor, a burly man standing over 2 meters tall beside him clenched his fists, making them crackle. Clearly, they were the personal bodyguards of the overseas bosses. Kid, I don't care what your relationship with Boss Yang is, but making such a statement is disrespectful to our overseas group. Have your boss come see me personally? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Xiao Tiance suddenly extended his right hand, lightly patting the burly man's shoulder. A powerful aura instantly disrupted the man's meridians. Before he could react, the burly man bled from 7 orifices and collapsed to one knee with a crack. The burly man was a professional wrestler overseas, undefeated throughout his career until retirement. Now, he was being slowly pinned to the ground by a single hand, leaving the surrounding bosses staring in astonishment. Who the hell are you? One boss cautiously asked, while Xiao Tiance beside him pressed down firmly on the burly man's shoulder, continuing to pin him down. The burly man, weighing over 100 pounds, couldn't lift his head at all. Then, with a thud, his shoulder blades shattered instantly. With a wail of agony, he rolled convulsively across the floor. You overseas conglomerates attempting to acquire 100 Flowers Garden at rock-bottom prices, such monopolistic, illegal transactions will never be tolerated in our nation. From this day forward, the Yang Group ceases to exist. The 100 Flowers Garden is now mine. If any of you wish to stay, feel free, you can accompany me in some practice. The sight of that burly man's pitiful state sent a chill down the spines of the surrounding overseas bosses. Who dared utter a word of protest? Alright, I'll personally contact Boss Yang about this matter. The Yang family group must give me a proper explanation for today's events. Though his words rang with defiance, the businessmen had already fled in disarray. At the very top of the Yang group, a man with a goatee, dressed in a black suit, sipped Longjing tea. The table was already laden with premium fruits, while a group of scantily clad beauties stood nearby, introducing themselves as meeting attendants. This man with the goatee was none other than Yang Kaitao, a former friend of Luo Qingya's father. However, with the downfall of the Luo family, he not only deceived Luo Qingya but also pulled off a sweet deal, annexing the original Baiweiyuan Villa district under his control. He now planned to illegally sell this land to overseas elements. Today, the overseas negotiation experts were about to arrive, and the price they offered was extremely satisfying to Yang Kaitai. Old Luo, I always told you people must move forward. You stubbornly clung to 100 Flower Garden, refusing to sell it to me. In the end, it still belongs to me. Besides, we're now the strongest real estate powerhouse in Jiangdu. Who could possibly rival us? Even the four great families can't interfere with this deal. Yang Kaitai shook his head and sighed, lost in reminiscence, when suddenly an urgent call came through. The moment he answered, his smile vanished in an instant. Chapter 69, The Return of the 100 Flowers. Mr. Yang, I'm afraid our collaboration will have to be postponed this time. Moreover, it seems your group isn't exactly welcoming us. Before we even stepped through the front door, you gave us a taste of your power. Seems like your 100 Flowers Garden isn't all that eager to do business after all. What's going on? A video call came through immediately, leaving Yang Kaitai beside him utterly bewildered. Why would overseas corporations, who should be scrambling to welcome us, suddenly kick us out for no apparent reason? But just as he was about to ask, he noticed the burly Jack beside him was already a bloody mess. His entire body was wrapped in bandages, his injuries severe. Faced with this scene, he was momentarily speechless. Mr. Yang, let's leave it at that for now. Once your company's internal matters are resolved, I'll come back. As the partner hung up, Yang Kaitao felt a chill run down his spine. What did this mean? The acquisition of 100 Flower Garden wasn't just being pursued by overseas companies, there was an even more mysterious figure orchestrating things behind the scenes. If they offended this powerful figure, forget about the deal, the company might not even survive leaving Jiangcheng. Gather everyone here immediately. Someone's causing trouble downstairs and drove away my client. Yang Kaita roared angrily. Then, a white-haired man appeared, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Hearing of the disturbance only heightened his excitement. Mr. Yang, in this day and age, for someone to cause trouble at your real estate company, how utterly fascinating. Though the man served as Yang Kaitai's bodyguard, his tone held not a shred of deference. This was because the man himself was provided by an overseas company and was a top-tier expert. The disruption only heightened the white-haired man's excitement, as if he'd been waiting impatiently for this moment. Minutes later, over 100 men armed with iron rods gathered in the rear courtyard of the Yang Group. Each was broad-shouldered and muscular, radiating ferocity. Yet every single one of them was a foreigner. Everyone, after being with the Yang Group for so long, we finally have work to do. Don't let Boss Yang down. The white-haired man stepped into the crowd, his eyes half closed in a faint, unsettling smile. Surrounded by this menacing crowd, even Yang Kaitao dared not utter a word. To sell the 100 Flowers Garden at a premium price and maintain business connections both domestically and internationally, Yang Kaitai had no choice but to spend a fortune hiring these mercenary bodyguards from overseas. Though these men were older, mostly retired mercenary squad members, they were still 100 times more capable than ordinary security guards. As the saying goes, train soldiers for a lifetime, use them for a moment. Facing the overwhelmingly hostile crowd, Yang Kaitao issued his orders on the spot. I'd like to see who has the audacity to touch our people and disrupt the business of the Yang family real estate. This operation is straightforward. I'll have logistics review the surveillance footage. Whoever dares to cause trouble at my doorstep won't die peacefully. To acquire the 100 Flowers Garden, Yang Kaitao has been a villain to the very end these past years. Now that he'd finally found a buyer willing to pay a hefty sum, the deal was within reach only to be brutally disrupted. No one could remain calm in such a situation. With a single command, the leader of this group of professional assassins gave Boss Yang a light pat on the shoulder. Rest assured, you know my style, Ripper. I'm renowned across the heaven and earth rankings. My men's skills in tracking and counter-tracking have long reached the pinnacle. Before long, we'll have the troublemakers at your door thoroughly exposed. No sooner had the Ripper finished speaking than a thunderous crash echoed near the lobby entrance. The company's front door shattered instantly, several security guards left bloodied and battered. Before they could crawl away to report, a vicious voice barked from behind. No need for all this trouble. I'm right here, why bother searching? The surrounding crowd turned in unison toward Xiao Tiance. The two security guards were kicked like soccer balls, each sent flying over 10 meters away. The man known as the Ripper flashed a smile. Bring out all your men and show yourselves. Yang Kaitao narrowed his eyes, sizing up Xiao Tiance from head to toe. Yet he found the man before him utterly unfamiliar. Xiao Tiance shifted his stance slightly, only to find nothing behind him but shattered glass. Show off? There's only me here. Who else do you expect to see? If you're hoping to see a beauty, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Just one person? Those who dare to come alone and cause trouble at the company usually fall into two categories. One has extremely powerful connections. The other type possesses formidable strength. Yang Kaitao observed for a moment and saw that Xiao Tiance was alone. He appeared gentle and scholarly, looking more like an office worker than someone capable of fighting. Within Jiangdu's sphere of influence, only the four great families and Miss Moron could wield such absolute power. However, Yang Kaitao had previously made his intentions clear, and the four great families understood the interests of overseas enterprises. They wouldn't casually interfere. Clearly, neither side held the moral high ground. After a moment's thought, Yang Kaitao suddenly let out a cold laugh. There was another type of person who would come alone, a complete fool. I wonder why this fellow has come to cause trouble at the Yang group. Sometimes young people act on impulse, but the consequences may be too heavy to bear. Gazing at the battered door, Yang Kaitao offered only a faint smile. Behind him, numerous skilled fighters had already formed a line, clubs raised. It felt as though a major battle could erupt at any moment. Facing the interrogation, Xiao Tiance sat casually on the living room sofa, even picking up a piece of premium fruit he'd prepared earlier and popping it into his mouth. These grapes are pretty fresh. Why target your conglomerate? Since ancient times, repaying debts has been a matter of course. When dealing with scoundrels, one must naturally employ scoundrelly tactics. Rogue? In recent years, the Yang family's real estate enterprise had long been thriving and dominating the market. When did they become scoundrels in others' eyes? The Ripper beside him seemed unable to wait, instantly drawing his twin blades. Just as he was about to step forward, Yang Kaitao silently shook his head beside him. Hold on, sir. As the saying goes, even those facing death deserve clarity. Before we proceed, there are some things we should ask first. Young man, since when did the word rogue ever apply to me? The words had barely left his lips. Xiao Tiance snapped his fingers. It's a long story, but how did the 100 Flowers Garden come to be part of your corporate group? You know full well my wife entrusted you with its sale back then. Now you've appropriated it under your name? Your logic is truly remarkable. The solution is simple, either compensate me in full at the current market value of the 100 Flowers Garden, or return it to its rightful owner. Chapter 70, Negotiations Break Down. Yang Kaiti's expression froze for a few seconds before he suddenly burst into laughter. Not only that, but the surrounding crowd broke into identical laughter, each glaring fiercely ahead. When did Luo Qingya become your wife? Wait, I remember now. Years ago, a down-and-out man stayed at Luo Qingya's home. It was supposed to be a minor incident, but it ended up bringing down a colossal disaster. And now you have the nerve to return? You do have some guts. Xiao Tiance gently set aside the fruit he had been eating. What does any of this have to do with you seizing the 100 Flower Garden? The smiles on the surrounding crowd gradually faded. Yang Kaitao paced back and forth in the hall, his hands clasped behind his back. Whether it matters or not is irrelevant. What matters is that the 100 Flowers Garden is now under my company's ownership. It is mine. If you want to wrest it back from me, you'll have to prove you have the ability. Besides, the 100 Flowers Garden was sold to an overseas conglomerate long ago. If you have any regrets, blame yourself for not exercising your buyback option. Forcibly seizing it, yet now he speaks with such righteous indignation. But power often speaks with such arrogance. All these words are merely excuses to absolve yourself. Xiao Tiance slowly rose from the sofa. Since Mr. Yang has spoken so bluntly, there's truly nothing left to discuss. My uncle once showed you immense kindness, yet you repay that kindness with enmity. I truly cannot fathom what reason someone like you has to exist in this world. Just as he spoke these words, one of the assassins beside him advanced, club in hand. The Ripper, who had been poised to strike, lost interest upon witnessing this. He gave Yang Kaita a cold snort. I thought some master had come to cause trouble, but it turns out it's just that stinking brat from a few years back. Making me handle this personally is an insult. You lot deal with him yourselves. Kill him and dump the body in the sea. The Ripper and Yang Kaita turned away from each other, about to return to the office, when suddenly a loud thud echoed. The young man who had been swinging his club moments ago was suddenly hurled like a soccer ball, slamming hard against the elevator doors. Yang Kaitao froze momentarily, only to find Xiao Tiance still standing where he was, as if nothing had ever happened. What just happened? Yang Kaitao looked utterly bewildered. The Ripper beside him hadn't witnessed it either. The surrounding henchmen, however, stared wide-eyed. Didn't you hear what I just said? Get rid of this brat immediately and toss him into the sea to feed the sharks. As soon as the Ripper spoke, several assassins twisted the clubs in their hands, instantly transforming them into sharp blades. Yet they advanced cautiously, as if facing a fierce tiger, none daring to take another step forward. I'll say it again, move now, or I'll join you in the fight. No one wanted to cross paths with an elite overseas assassin. As the words left his mouth, the two young men at the front buckled under the pressure, their twin blades thrusting forward in an instant. Meanwhile, Xiao Tiance casually flipped their wrists. Just like before, he followed up with a kick. This time, the two men slammed into the ceiling like cannonballs. The chandelier in the hall shattered. Both assassins lay sprawled on the floor, blood streaming down their faces. A man who had vanished 5 years ago had returned, already advancing to this level. It remained incomprehensible. Yang Kaitao frowned deeply, his gaze fixed on the Ripper beside him. After a moment of stunned silence, the Ripper burst into laughter. No wonder he came alone, turns out he'd been training for years. Too bad you're not the hero in a movie. You might take down one or two, but I've got 100 brothers. These men practice boxing, taekwondo, karate, all manner of martial arts. Each discipline builds upon the others. Since you're so fond of fighting, I'll make sure you get your fill. As the Ripper spoke, his eyes flashed with savagery before sweeping over every assassin present. The meaning behind that gaze was unmistakable. Though the surrounding assassins witnessed their comrades beating, they were now in too deep to back out. Would they rather face off against this unknown man than challenge the masters of the heaven and earth rankings? In an instant, over 100 figures wielding every weapon imaginable surrounded Xiao Tiance, circling him in a whirlwind of motion. During this, the Ripper gently patted young Kaitao's shoulder and gestured toward the upper floor. Since these youngsters of Mr. Yang's enjoy playing so much, let them play down here. We continued upstairs for tea, and besides, we must figure out a way to give that overseas group an explanation. Soon, young Kaitao returned to the conference room, escorted by the butcher. No sooner had he sat down than Boss Yang beside him frowned. This time, the overseas group was willing to pay a hefty price for the 100-flower garden. While businesspeople never ask about the cause and effect, it was indeed intriguing. Moreover, rumor had it that the White Horse God of War had brought these two in. People of that caliber were the kind we business owners might never encounter in a lifetime. Facing the inquiry, the Ripper narrowed his eyes, fixing Yang Kaitai with an intense stare. After just one glance, Yang Kaitao immediately cleared his throat. My apologies, I've asked too much. The two men locked eyes. After an awkwardly long pause, the Ripper suddenly relaxed his guard and leaned back. As long as you understand, Boss Yang. Money's money, why ask more? But since you're a Shenzhen partner, I suppose I can tell you. That overseas group is called Deep Sea Group. The words Deep Sea Group were etched deeply into Yang Kaitao's mind. He hurriedly pulled out his phone to verify the information. The information displayed on the screen sent a chill down Kaita's spine. So that's the kind of company it is. They never mentioned that before. A toxic gas research company planning to build an 100-flower garden would indeed cause major trouble after all, that was prime downtown real estate. Yang Kaitai had barely finished his complaint when the Ripper beside him abruptly placed two items on the table. A short knife and a box brimming with cash. Mr. Yang, this is precisely why I said some matters shouldn't be over-investigated. Though I'm also part of the overseas group, being here counts as doing you a favor. Which path you choose for this deal I'm sure you know best in your heart. Yang Kaitao was inherently indecisive, and when faced with money, his choice had already become abundantly clear. Without hesitation, he pushed the knife toward his counterpart while gathering his black leather shoes. I'm in the real estate business. For business people, profit always comes first. As for how to proceed, I'll follow the arrangements made by the bosses at Deep Sea Group. Chapter 71, The Wrathful Ghost Demands Payment. The Ripper laughed heartily. Young Kaitao joined in, clutching his sides in laughter. But just as the two were caught up in their glee, one of the butlers stumbled through the door, his entire body drenched in blood. Seeing the pristine floor stained with blood, the Ripper beside him rose and kicked the servant aside. Don't pollute the floor with your filthy blood. Though, speaking of which, you've always been as cowardly as a mouse in my crew. How come you're charging ahead today? Seems that wild dog bit you pretty hard before it died. In the butcher's eyes, Xiao Tiance was already as good as dead. The butler before him must have stepped forward to claim credit, willing to be the first to act. But before he could finish speaking, the butler's eyes widened in terror. Sir, that dog isn't dead, it's not even injured. Hearing this, young Kaita stared intently at the Ripper, his expression clouded with confusion. But in an instant, the Ripper let out a cold laugh. Some of his men were twisted, enjoying torturing people to death slowly. Those who needed to be dealt with should be dealt with promptly, they weren't delicate maidens to be toyed with. The document matter is urgent. Yet after speaking, the butler remained kneeling before him, utterly motionless, merely shaking his head repeatedly. Something was terribly wrong downstairs. That man was definitely not right. Out of over 100 men this time, we had more than 30 boxers, over 50 Sanda masters, and the rest were all taekwondo experts, yet they were all wiped out. And that wild dog you mentioned, boss? Still alive and well. What kind of situation is this? Throughout history, there have indeed been many formidable fighters. But downstairs, every single one of those 100 men was no pushover. From the moment they started climbing the stairs to the end of the negotiations, it all took no more than 5 or 6 minutes. Now you're reporting that over 100 elite fighters were wiped out? The Ripper slammed his fist on the table. He immediately grabbed 2 pairs of double blades. If you dare lie to me, you're dead. How amusing. I'd love to see what kind of monster could wipe out all my men. Watching the Ripper's frenzied rage, young Kaitao beside him abruptly stood up, knocking over the nearby tea table. From the highest conference room, one could look down and see everything in the hall. Mr. Ripper crouched at the edge of the glass, his eyes fixed intently on the scene below. All of this left young Kaitao as nothing more than an insignificant background. Mr. Yang was utterly bewildered. The top assassin who had been joking and laughing moments ago now seemed drained of energy, yet he hurriedly followed a few steps to the glass. Both men looked down simultaneously. Simultaneously, a deathly silence fell. If there was such a thing as a hell on earth, it was right before their eyes. The marble-clad lobby of the Yang group was now smeared with bloodstains. It resembled a leaking water pipe, except the fluid seeping out was entirely crimson. Over 100 masters thrashed about in the pool, some barely clinging to life, others wailing in agony. Some had already turned deathly pale, clearly lifeless. Who could have imagined such a scene without witnessing it firsthand? Was this man named Xiao Tiance truly just a worthless reject expelled from Longcheng? It took the Ripper a long while to utter those words. But Yang Kaitao could offer no answer. Rumors in the martial world were just rumors. Now, witnessing it firsthand, he could only think the man once universally called a worthless good-for-nothing had now, single-handedly, crushed over 100 masters. I think we should leave first. The situation has spiraled beyond our control. Let's get out of here first. Hurry and notify the overseas group. Yang Kaitao snapped back to his senses and hurriedly pulled the Ripper back into the office. At the edge of the office wall, a fiery red button came into view. As Boss Yang pressed it, the surrounding walls suddenly began to tremble. A massive machine slowly emerged from within the walls. From the outside, the device resembled an incredibly comfortable recliner. Before the Ripper could grasp what it was, he saw Boss Yang instantly seated within it. Simultaneously, a protective membrane rapidly enveloped his body. Mr. Yang, what is this? It was clearly an escape passage. But it could only accommodate one person. Seated inside, Yang Kaita finally exhaled in relief, his face softening with a touch of apology. My deepest apologies. You're a master ranked on the Celestial Emperor's list, while I'm merely an office-bound boss. In combat, I'm no match for any of you. But you, sir, are different. You're an assassin who crossed oceans to come here. With your skills, facing Xiao Tiance should be more than manageable. The nickname Ripper spoke volumes about his brutality. Overseas, those he executed often met their end with their bellies ripped open. Though Xiao Tiance below has defeated hundreds, piling on 100 more ants doesn't mean he can slay a single tiger. Yet Boss Yang's actions were undeniably, though I cannot swallow this humiliation. Mr. Yang, as an assassin, what I despise most isn't the target, it's you backroom bosses who think standing behind the scenes lets you control everything. Before I finish that worthless piece of trash, you should be the first to go. The Ripper's twin blades flickered through the air, transforming into streaks of light. Speed reached its peak. Yet as the blades plunged in, only sparks danced upon the protective membrane. The protective membrane looked like a fragile sheet of glass, yet when the twin blades crossed over it, they left not a single mark. Yang Kaitao recoiled in surprise as the blades danced toward him. Yet reality soon proved that even this high-tech protective membrane could render super-alloy weapons utterly powerless. Brother, this is all in vain. Unless you have rocket launchers, this thing won't show a single crack. Seeing himself in a position of complete safety, Yang Kaitao's expression turned arrogant once more. Ripper, consumed by rage, drew a pistol and fired several shots toward the boss's location. Unfortunately, after unleashing a barrage of bullets, all that resulted were bursts of sparks and shards of metal in the air. Beyond that, the structure remained as pristine and undamaged as ever. Mr. Ripper, you'd better find another way out. My Ultra-Tech protective coating is absolutely impenetrable by any weapon, at least not by yours right now. A smile spread across Yang Kaitao's face, a repulsive grin that forced one to accept the undeniable reality before them. Just as Ripper's face twisted with rage, a loud bang echoed as the door downstairs was kicked open. Chapter 72, Unbreakable. Mr. Yang, have you considered my offer? A snow-white tracksuit fluttered gently in the breeze. Xiao Tiance stood there like a negotiator, seemingly untouched by the chaos unfolding below. Inside the protective barrier, Boss Yang witnessed this moment and deliberately tapped lightly on the glass. Have you considered it? Then let me make this clear today, you'll never get the 100 Flowers Garden. Before long, this territory will change hands. Yang Kaitao, despite his age, wore a savage grin as he pressed himself against the protective film. Like a mischievous old child, he deliberately raised his middle finger and made a face at Xiao Tiance. I see. It seems Mr. Yang has given me his answer, though it won't save you. As he spoke, Xiao Tiance pulled open his tracksuit and abruptly drew out a spirit tablet. With a flick of his right hand, the spirit tablet displayed Yang Kaitai's name. Only the date of death was set for 3 days hence. I've always been a merciful man, so I'm giving you 3 days, enough time to savor the last 3 days of your life. The spirit tablet slammed down with a thud. It slammed onto the desk with a thud. Simultaneously, the base beneath the tablet sank deep into the desk. The Ripper, unable to pierce the protective barrier, now unleashed nearly all his pent-up fury. 2 twin blades pointed toward Xiao Tiance's location. Before you two bosses chat, may I have a word? How should I put this? You two stop talking, you're both going down today. As a professional assassin, Jack the Ripper had completed at least a dozen overseas missions. Each time, he'd collected a hefty bounty. Yet at this very moment, even without orders, Jack the Ripper resolved to send both men to meet their maker by his own will. Xiao Tiance turned to face the cold weapon before him and let out a sigh. I never prepared a memorial tablet for you, but if you're determined to cut in line, I can arrange a special spot for you. Yes, in corporate terms, it's called the fast track. The very next second after Xiao Tiance finished speaking, the Ripper kicked a table over. The entire table spun wildly, hurtling straight toward his face. Simultaneously, Xiao Tiance's right foot snapped down with a crack. The entire desk split cleanly in two. The moment the desk shattered, the butcher's hand vanished from where his eyes had been fixed. As a chill breeze swept past, the Ripper's twin blades materialized behind him. I said I'd kill you first before dealing with Boss Yang. You two really are getting on my nerves more and more. The twin blades gleamed like rainbows, with the force of a bamboo-splitting wind. Both blades aimed for Xiao Tiance's waist, piercing through with pinpoint accuracy. Just as the Ripper's face twisted into a savage grin, his eyes slowly widened. He watched helplessly as the blades pierced through Xiao Tiance's waist, and that hollow sensation spread throughout his very being. In that instant, the Ripper felt as though every cell in his body was being chilled to the bone. Impossible. My blades struck. Two blades sliced through the air before his eyes. What he had believed to be piercing his opponent's body was merely an afterimage left behind. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the sparrow behind. By the time the Ripper regained his senses, only a wave of pain surged from his abdomen. He looked down. A blade had pierced his abdomen at some point, severing his internal organs. The gleaming white blade tip looked eerily familiar. He looked down at the weapons in his hands and discovered that the steel blade in his right hand had been split cleanly in two at some point. The broken half had returned to its rightful owner. Unfortunately, it had returned to the core of his abdomen. Interesting. The four great families, you've truly provoked someone quite intriguing this time. Even on our heaven and earth rankings, his prowess would undoubtedly secure a top position. These words became the Ripper's final testament. The moment his body hit the ground, his breath ceased. The nurturing master inside the protective membrane witnessed it all. Were it not for the high-tech equipment shielding him, he would have wet his pants in terror long ago. But despite that, his earlier arrogance had vanished without a trace. Brother, we can discuss this calmly. Besides, the 100-flower garden isn't solely under my control. Mr. Yang kept explaining as if talking to himself, while Xiao Tiance gently stroked his right hand, gazing at the glass enclosure before him. Then he fell silent. Thud. His other hand clenched into a tight fist and slammed against the protective barrier. Who knows what kind of force that was? It felt as though the walls throughout the entire building trembled in waves. The protective membrane, which had shown no cracks even when struck by super ally weapons, suddenly emitted a white glow. Instead of fading, the light spread outward in all directions. Boss Yang's mouth gaped wide enough to swallow an egg. A genuine crack appeared on the surface of that supposedly foolproof high-tech product. Brother, please don't act rashly. Let's discuss this calmly. Regarding the 100-flower garden. Xiao Tiance seemed unwilling to give the other party much leeway. The moment his second punch landed, the crack spread like a spiderweb, covering every corner of the protective membrane. Hold on, stop fighting. I can give you the 100-flower garden. But there are some things you need to explain to me. Clearly, Boss Yang's words couldn't make Xiao Tiance pause for even a moment. As the final punch landed, the supposedly invincible protective membrane shattered like glass into countless fragments. The instant it touched the outside air, young Kaitao felt an indescribable despair. Simultaneously, Xiao Tiance seized his opponent's chest and yanked him out of the machine. The matter of the 100-flower garden can wait. As I've said before, your uncle saved your life back then, yet you repay kindness with betrayal. For that reason alone, you won't walk away unscathed. The moment the protective membrane shattered, Xiao Tiance landed another punch. This time, however, the blow struck young Kaitao squarely in the chest. The sternum connected to the ribs below, and the successive snaps of breaking bones echoed crystal clear throughout the room. From bone to marrow, it seemed to flow down to his feet, snapping like broken machinery, shattering into fragments. Blood flowed continuously down his chest as young Kaita lay twisted on the floor. Mr. Yang, Xiao Tiance said, that punch was the consequence of your treachery. I assume you're not dead yet. Perhaps it's time we discuss business? Talk? How could young Kaitao possibly talk? Every breath he took now brought excruciating pain that felt unbearable. Mr. Yang, why the silence? My uncle was assassinated by the four great families, yet you seized the 100 flowers garden. This act of exploiting someone's misfortune is what truly cuts to the bone. Chapter 73, 3-Day Delivery. How could young Kaitao hear a single word Xiao Tiance was saying? Nothing but agony. Heart-wrenching agony. As if every ounce of sorrow and resentment had erupted at once. Wait a moment, it was I who failed to recognize Mount Tai. I shall return the 100 flowers garden to its rightful owner at once. The contract in my drawer is the agreement I made with Luo Qingya back then. If you destroy what happened before, it can be null and void. Hearing the other party's words, Xiao Tiance walked to the drawer and instantly smashed it with a single punch. Sure enough, he retrieved a contract from within. Luo Qingya's signature from back then was indeed on it. However, after Mr. Yang took the contract back, he secretly altered it. Luo Qingya had believed she was merely entrusting her father's friend to manage the contract, but the black and white terms had been changed to outright transfer. Xiao Tiance casually picked up the lighter beside him. In the faint glow of the flame, the contract burned to ashes. In that case, we'll take the 100-flower garden. My wife and I will be moving in. Shouldn't you hand over the keys and property deed? Yang Kaitao trembled as he hurriedly retrieved the keys from another drawer and handed them to Xiao Tiance. But he hesitated to produce the corresponding contract for the 100-flower garden. Mr. Yang, the 100 flowers garden was completed years ago. Without the property deed, this seems rather implausible, wouldn't you agree? Are you planning to reclaim the property in the future? It seems some people never learn unless you uproot them completely. Mr. Yang had no idea what status Xiao Tiance, who hadn't returned for years, held now. But his recent actions made it abundantly clear, when Xiao Tiance intended to kill someone, he showed no mercy whatsoever. Yang Kaitao clutched his head, drenched in sweat, writhing grotesquely on the ground. It's not that I won't give it to you. Truth be told, I've already transferred the entire 100 Flowers Garden Villa complex to a foreign enterprise. While no formal contract has been signed, the property-related documents have already been handed over. But it's no problem. Give me another half-month, and I'll retrieve all the contracts. Half a month. Xiao Tiance sat back down on the sofa and picked up the fruit knife he'd just used. He shook his head silently. My wife was driven out of 100 Flower Garden by you lot. She's been stuck in that old, dilapidated, cramped neighborhood far too long. 2 weeks won't be enough. Within 3 days, all paperwork concerning the 100 Flower Garden Villa area must be prepared and delivered to me personally. Yang Kaitao's eyes widened. Just as he opened his mouth to bargain, the fruit knife plunged into his right leg in an instant. Another agonized cry rang out. In desperation, Yang Kaitai could only prostrate himself and beg for mercy. Rest assured, 3 days is 3 days. I will personally visit your doorstep and present everything with both hands. I won't take a single cent of your family's land, and I'll kneel before the old man's grave to confess my sins. Xiao Tiance had no idea which overseas conglomerate the other party had handed it over to. But none of that mattered. Rather than hunting him down like searching for a needle in the ocean, it was far more practical to have Mr. Yang serve as a liaison. After setting a specific deadline, he didn't leave the Young Family Real Estate Group. Xiao Tiance had 2 primary objectives for coming to the coastal region tonight. Besides reclaiming what rightfully belonged to his family, he also intended to present Qingya with a gift. Years ago, Luo Qingya had mentioned her fondness for the diverse shells found in the deep sea. North of Jiangdu lay a coastal zone teeming with goods, especially the bustling morning market along the seafront, which thrived with activity by midday. Unfortunately, it was already late afternoon. Fortunately, Xiao Tiance decided to stay the night here, purchase some local specialties tomorrow, and then return. Early this morning. Inside the Baikayatang Group headquarters, Luo Zhenhai and Luo Qingyang had already arrived in the lobby, dressed in black suits. Today marked a crucial occasion: the formal signing of the pharmaceutical contract with Deng Yue. Upon arriving at the group, Luo Zhenhai headed straight to the secretary's office. Today is the day the security team signs the contract. Bring out the contract draft prepared by the chairman yesterday. It was already getting late. Deng Yue and his team would likely arrive in half an hour. This contract was invaluable to Baikayatang. We couldn't afford any mishaps. As Luo Zhenhai spoke these words, the female secretary beside him froze in surprise. Wait a moment, today is indeed the contract negotiation day, but I recall the chairman was personally handling the negotiations. With the chairman absent, retrieving the contract now seems rather inappropriate. Besides, the office door key is still with the chairman. We don't have permission to open it, nor do we have a spare key. Luo Zhenhai, having anticipated this, had already prepared a solution. He slapped his thigh, his face now tinged with exasperation. What on earth is Luo Qingya thinking? How careless can she be? The keys and access card aren't even with me. Last night, Luo Qingya called me saying she had to go on a business trip today to research drug pricing in Linhai City, so she entrusted this matter to me. She only explained the task over the phone, but failed to hand over the crucial contract. Why does she always leave things to the last minute? Luo Zhenhai pretended to dial Luo Qingya's number on his phone. But clearly, Luo Qingya, who had obviously been kidnapped, couldn't answer. After 2 or 3 failed calls, Luo Zhenhai immediately began stamping his feet in feigned impatience, leaving Luo Qingya utterly perplexed. My cousin, how careless can she be? She won't even answer her phone. The more urgent things get, the more problems arise. The security team will be here soon. We can't show up without the contract. If all else fails, we'll have to break down the door. The female secretary at Baikayatang naturally worked for Luo Qingya. Seeing Luo Qingyang storming toward the chairman's office, she hurried to intercept her. Wait. You can't do this. Even though you're close to the chairman, company procedures must still be followed. Without the chairman's approval, the chairman would never agree. He's already been kidnapped. Even if you called 100 times, no one would answer. Luo Zhenhai seized the moment, his tone growing harsh and even drawing attention. It's just a door. If it gets broken, we'll just fix it. If we lose the bigger picture over this minor issue, can you really take responsibility for that? Moreover, this matter was personally assigned to me by the chairman today. Do you, as his secretary, really need to interfere? Since Baikatang's founding, we've never once conducted business with government entities. If our progress is hindered because of you, I expect you to provide a reasonable explanation to the entire company. Chapter 74, The Contract Dispute. Luo Xinhai deliberately raised his voice. Soon, senior executives from Baixaotan's corporate group gathered upon hearing the commotion. In a few words, Luo Qingyang and Luo Xinhai explained the situation amidst their stubborn and unreasonable behavior. The surrounding executives looked at each other in disbelief. With the chairman currently unreachable, and no other suitable proxy available within the Baikatang group, it was both reasonable and appropriate for Luo Xinhai to step in as a temporary replacement. After all, Luo Xinhai was Luo Qingyang's senior. Moreover, missing this opportunity wouldn't merely mean losing the contract, it could even give the impression that we didn't take this matter seriously. Baikatang Group's reputation would likely suffer as a result. The surrounding executives' analysis, both in principle and in practice, was precisely this. The female secretary beside him dared not say much more. Luo Qingyang seized the moment to press his advantage. Did you hear that? All the executives have spoken. Are you suggesting a group should be controlled by a mere secretary? With the chairman absent, you're clearly seizing the chance to seize power. How dare you, with just one sentence, try to dash everyone's hopes on such a crucial matter? The female secretary before them was Luo Qingya, a recent college graduate with limited experience who had been hired only recently. Amidst the barrage of arguments, she simply couldn't turn the tide. I absolutely did not mean that. I was merely considering the chairman's interests. Since all the executives insist so strongly, then so be it. As the secretary stepped aside, Luo Qingyang, who had been waiting impatiently beside her, kicked open the chairman's office door. Simultaneously, he retrieved the contract signed by Luo Qingya and all related documents. Father and son entered the reception room. Before Deng Yue and the others arrived, they reported today's good news to the old man, inevitably adding a few embellishments. I told you, Grandpa. Luo Qingya is far too young to take on the role of chairman. Today was supposed to be the meeting with the security team, but that girl Luo Qingya didn't even show up. My father had to step in as her proxy. But rest assured, once this contract is finalized, our Baikatang Enterprise Group will flourish and become highly prominent throughout Jiangdu. A loud response echoed. The Luo family patriarch had long since withdrawn from corporate affairs, but upon hearing about the potential partnership with the local guard corps, he now seemed extremely invested. On the other end of the line, a stern warning was issued. Very well. Have your father prioritize this matter above all else for our family? When the time comes, I will convene a family gathering to formally commend him. If this matter is handled properly, I will reconsider my stance regarding the Baikatang Group. Everything was ready, all that was needed was the right opportunity. The task is complete. The appointed hour had arrived. A dark green jeep pulled up before the entrance. As the head of the security detail, Deng Yue was perpetually swamped with work, so naturally, he delegated the contract signing to his subordinate, Wang Gang. Upon seeing Wang Gang in his dark green military uniform, Luo Xinhai and Luo Qingyang both rose to their feet with a soft sway. Their faces lit up with satisfaction. Mr. Wang, our Baikatang Group staff have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Allow me to introduce my father, who also serves as the acting chairman of Baikatang Group. Wang Gang greeted Luo Qingyang's first statement with a smile. But when she reached the latter part, he abruptly halted in his tracks. What does acting chairman mean? Could it be that Miss Luo hasn't arrived? Deng Yue had personally instructed Wang Gang that the contract must be signed by Luo Qingya herself. Moreover, all credit for Baikatang Group's achievements should be attributed to Luo Qingya. Though Wang Gang was unaware of the peculiar circumstances, orders were orders. With Luo Qingya nowhere to be found, the contract about to be finalized was abruptly withdrawn. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward. Luo Xinhai's outstretched right hand, poised for a handshake, froze mid-air in the conference room. Several executives nearby, sensing the awkwardness, quickly interjected with advice. Captain Wang, it doesn't matter who signs the contract. Luo Xinhai is Luo Qingya's uncle and the former chairman of Baikatang. Luo Qingya left last night on urgent business and has yet to return. With no way to contact her, the acting chairman will fulfill her duties. As the captain of the security team, Wang Gang was highly sensitive to many matters. The contract signing scheduled for today had been met with great enthusiasm yesterday, only to be abruptly cancelled. This was far from normal. Gentlemen, apologies, but per Commander Deng's orders, this contract is to be signed solely with Miss Luo. Without the presence of your chairman, this contract is temporarily suspended. With a sharp intake of breath, the surrounding crowd turned ashen. They had assumed Deng Yue was signing the contract out of respect for the Baikatang Group. Little did they know the entire foundation rested solely on Luo Qingya herself. But Luo Qingya had already been betrayed by Luo Xinhai. Where could they find her now? Captain, we really need to reconsider. Before the chairman left, he specifically instructed me that if the matter couldn't be resolved, everyone should be too fixated on it, it's pointless. Wang Gang tapped the table lightly. Further discussion is futile. Under military orders, there's no room for compromise. As the regiment commander demanded, we must meet with Luo Qingyao personally. Moreover, the herbal procurement task is extremely urgent. If Luo Qingyao refuses to come out, then we have no choice but to consider signing contracts with other companies. Wang Gang casually slung his briefcase over his arm and strode purposefully toward the group's exit. The surrounding executives were already in complete disarray. Before anyone could reach the door, 2 fully armed soldiers intercepted them at the entrance. The situation was now clearly set in stone. Back in the car, Wang Gang promptly reported the incident to Deng Yue. Deng Yue, who was handling official business, sensed something was amiss upon hearing the news. He issued an extraordinary order. It seemed that Luo Qingya's so-called uncle was completely unreliable, trying to claim credit for himself. No matter what methods they use, notify them explicitly. If Luo Qingya is not found by tomorrow, we will cancel this contract. Deng Yue had long heard of Luo Zhenhai's reputation in Jiangdu. Luo Qingya's sudden disappearance and Luo Zhenhai's replacement were clearly unreasonable. Moreover, how could the Dark Emperor's personal instructions be casually altered? Not even the slightest oversight could be tolerated. Soon, the Guard Corps' notice reached the inner circles of Baikatang Enterprises, casting a pall of gloom over everyone. Father, what should we do next? If Deng Yue and his people insist on signing the contract with another company, the old man will likely blame us for everything. And if this deal goes through, it benefits everyone without harm. If it's uncovered that we sabotaged it, we'll be in serious trouble. Chapter 75, 3 Factions. Inside the Jiangdu Security Bureau. Zhang Xixia didn't head to the hospital. Instead, she stormed through the security bureau's doors. Though uninjured, she was covered in grime and dust from the struggle, her disheveled appearance immediately drawing everyone's attention. Where is Captain Yi? Jiangdu is in trouble. Yi Fan, in his office, received the notification and quickly made his way to the lobby. In just a few words, Zhang Xixia had already explained the entire situation. With this happening internally in Jiangdu, we have to handle it, Captain Yi. I'm here to report today. If you don't take action, then I'll investigate on my own. Seeing the resolute look in Zhang Xiaoxia's eyes, Yi Fan slapped his forehead. At just 30 years old, Yi Fan had taken the captain position merely to collect his salary and bide his time until retirement. He usually operated by the principle of avoiding trouble whenever possible. Now, as Zhang Xiaoxia finished her report, he initially rushed forward, clutching his electric baton, ready to storm out the door. Before she reached the doorway, Yi Fan grabbed her shoulder. Zhang Xiaoxia, where do you think you're going? Are you planning to charge in alone and get yourself killed? You're far too impulsive in your actions. Haven't I told you to mind your own business? Zhang Xixia never expected Captain Yi, who rarely even showed up for duty, to say such a thing. Just as a look of confusion flashed across her face, Yi Fan snorted. Remember the Baiyun Mountain incident? That was an internationally wanted criminal. Going there was pointless. You insisted on going anyway, risking your life for nothing. And if it's just a bunch of bandits like you claim, why would the Jiangdu Security Bureau stand idly by? We must act, but we must understand what it means to exercise discretion. Besides, do you even know who those bandits kidnapped or where they took them? Under Captain Yi's barrage of criticism, Zhang Xixia beside him froze momentarily. So much time had passed since the kidnapping, and they still had no clue where the hostages were. Yi Fan quickly approached the computer and activated the full surveillance footage. After investigating, he discovered that the section of road Zhang Xixia had mentioned did indeed have a group of robbers. Moreover, their destination was a cluster of abandoned residential buildings. These buildings had been abandoned years ago due to construction being halted midway. If an organized kidnapping gang was holed up in this area, we had to be extremely cautious. Someone is disguising themselves. Avoid direct confrontation if possible. Proceed immediately to the southern suburbs. Remember, preserving your own life takes priority over delivering justice. Hearing Captain Ye's words, Zhang Xixia's face lit up with delight. She then led over a dozen team members to prepare their disguises. Inside the changing room, one team member stood by, puzzled. You saw it yourself when Captain Yi was checking the surveillance footage. A mysterious man helped Zhang Xixia. Otherwise, that girl probably wouldn't have made it back alive. Who exactly is this person? The figure illuminated beneath the camera was none other than the greedy wolf war god. Yi Fan had heard rumors about the greedy wolf war god, a name that had long been legendary. Yet whenever the greedy wolf war god was mentioned, Yi Fan's mind always drifted back to that night, to that mysterious man. He had single-handedly supported the goddess of war down from White Cloud Mountain in triumph. Though the mysterious man claimed he was merely a passerby, Yi Fan, having served as captain for so many years, could hardly believe such a story so easily. I am aware of this matter and have been observing it covertly. Furthermore, if you discover this man, report it to me immediately. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow across the evening sky. Within the Baikayatang group, the old man made over a dozen phone calls. Each call was filled with nothing but curses and relentless blame. If today's Baikayatang contract falls through, you'll all be held personally responsible. Furthermore, find Luo Qingya no matter what. At such a critical moment, her disappearance defies all logic. I know you harbor resentment toward Baikayatang group, but our family has always prioritized the greater good. If you can't handle it, Luo Qingya stepping in is perfectly acceptable. As the old man hung up, father and son were already wearing worried frowns. Luo Qingyang finally murmured in response. If all else fails, we'll have to seek out that outsider and demand he return her. But someone like him won't be swayed by empty words, will likely have to pay a hefty sum as compensation. Losing both the wife and the army, this is the very definition of such a situation. With no other options left, Luo Zhenhai could only sigh. He then withdrew tens of thousands from the bank, took his son, and rushed headlong toward the southern district. Unnoticed, a steady drizzle had begun to fall from the sky. The two arrived at a half-finished building complex to see a man holding a long spear. Bloodstains clung to the tip of the spear. "Excuse me, sir," said Luo Zhenhai of Baikayatang, "I'm an old acquaintance of your boss, over the river dragon. I have matters to discuss." Luo Zhenhai emphasized his identity while placing a black box before them. After a brief announcement, Over River Dragon emerged slowly from the unfinished building, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. "What? Since the deal's done, why are you here?" As Over the River Dragon spoke, his heavily armed crew had already formed a line behind him, facing real guns and ammunition. Luo Zhenhai and Luo Qingyan were already drenched in sweat from head to toe. "I'm terribly sorry, but I need to discuss the matter concerning Miss Luo Qingya. Luo Qingya must be related to me by blood. Moreover, it's highly inappropriate for Baichao Hall to suddenly lack a chairman. So, I wonder if you could." Before he could finish, Gu Jianglong snorted coldly. "That's the funniest joke I've ever heard. Since when did you care about family ties? If you were truly so loyal and principled, you wouldn't have seized the opportunity to usurp power when Baikayatang faced crisis." Wei Jianglong's words cut straight to the heart of the matter. Luo Zhenhai beside him flashed an awkward smile. He nodded repeatedly beside him. "Well, some of those matters. I admit my judgment was flawed. This small token of compensation is merely a gesture of goodwill. Additionally, I implore you to release the hostages." A maniacal laugh echoed through the air. Wei Jianglong narrowed his eyes, glaring intently at Luo Zhenhai as he advanced step by step. With each step forward, his heart trembled violently. Within 3 strides, he stood before him. Over River Dragon placed a hand on the other's shoulder, then tilted his chin slightly upward. "You know my way of doing things, Over the River Dragon. Did you come here today to treat me like a beggar?" Chapter 76, Street Gunfight. Luo Zhenhai nearly collapsed to his knees from Gu Jianglong's light tap. A thunderous roar echoed in his head. His entire body trembled as a bitter expression flickered across his face. "That wasn't my intention. I handled things poorly. But boss, what should we do about this?" Though Luo Zhenhai was older than Gui Jianglong, he now had no choice but to address him as brother repeatedly. Gui Jianglong hummed disapprovingly, his hands clasped behind his back. "This is going back on your word. I, Gui Jianglong, came to your Jiangdu with my own rules. Hand over the shares of Baikayatang, and we can talk." For Luo Zhenhai, this was an utterly impossible demand. Luo Qingyang beside him also wore an awkward expression. "Baikayatang is no longer under our control. Handing over the shares to you is inappropriate, and we simply don't have the authority to do so. Can we discuss this?" Luo Qingyang was cut off mid-sentence as Guo Jianglong kicked her to the ground. "I'm speaking with your father. What business is it of yours to butt in? Other conditions? My word is final. No other terms are up for discussion. Will you leave on your own today, or shall I escort you out?" Over the River Dragon drew his pistol and fired several shots into the air. Luo Zhenhai instantly looked like a beaten dog. Coming here today to find Luo Qingya was merely to secure the corporate contract it was worth discussing. But I absolutely cannot lose the forest for the trees and throw away my life here. Since negotiations had broken down and the other side had drawn their weapon, Luo Zhenhai hurriedly grabbed his son and rushed back to the car. "Father, what should we do? We truly have no way to account for this. My cousin is imprisoned right here. I don't even know if she's alive or dead." Luo Zhenhai paused, then suddenly felt a rush of heat to his forehead. "I remember every time I contacted Over the River Dragon, we used a secure phone number. Even the security bureau couldn't trace it. On the contrary, if I destroyed the phone, no one would ever know about my connection to Over the River Dragon. If Over the River Dragon were to die in the chaos of battle, that would be the most convenient outcome." With that thought, Luo Zhenhai wasted no time in delivering a final blow. He dialed the security bureau. At that very moment, the security bureau had just pinpointed the location where Luo Qingya had been abducted. Combined with Luo Zhenhai's wild accusations, the operation commenced in the late hours of that night. Early the next morning, the area around the unfinished building saw an influx of farmers from the village. Carrying large bundles and small packages filled with various local agricultural products, they set up makeshift stalls along a road not far from the unfinished building. Even more astonishingly, Yifan had managed to build a breakfast shop by the highway in just one night. The fried dough sticks, soy milk, and wonton shop filled the air with the enticing aroma of stir-fried vegetables from the crack of dawn. Everyone was ready. We still didn't know the situation inside the unfinished building. If we charged in blindly, we could all be wiped out. The over-river dragons are notorious human traffickers overseas. They can't hide forever. Inside that unfinished building, the moment they emerge will be our prime opportunity. Tonight, everyone will have to push through. Tomorrow could very well be the decisive moment. At dawn, everyone waited in silence. Soon, the aroma from the breakfast shop began drifting through the air, carried by gentle breezes. The scent of real food had already whetted the appetites of the assassins inside the unfinished building. In a godforsaken place like this, when did a morning market appear? But the aroma is truly delightful. Far better than the rations we carry. A group of assassins certainly didn't know how to cook, they only had some dry bread. Word of the matter quickly spread through their subordinates and reached the dragon's ears. The aroma is indeed tempting, send a few men to sample it. Minutes later, as the first rays of dawn touched the breakfast shop, 13 or 15 assassins were already seated inside. An old man with a beard, called Little Pig, bustled about with his cane. His son and daughter assisted him nearby. It was hard to imagine that the old man was actually Yifan, thoroughly disguised. The so-called son was actually one of his subordinates, and the daughter was none other than Zhang Xia. The disguise from the security bureau was quite convincing. The assassins quickly devoured a hearty breakfast inside the shop. Zhang Xia watched the crowd stroll away, her heart tightening with frustration. Why not just take them out themselves? Captain Yi shook his head. Not now. The Dragon Crossing is their leader. If we can't capture him, stirring up a hornet's nest might cost the hostages their lives. But you saw those henchmen fully armed and equipped. This is more complicated than we anticipated. Yifan made a preliminary assessment of his team. Although the security bureau carried some firearms, they were no match for the criminals' machine guns. If they really went in for a frontal assault, heavy casualties would be inevitable. Yifan pondered for a long time. He could only let out a sigh. Everyone, it seems we have no choice but to retreat. Back in the day, the River Dragon Gang were just a bunch of bandits. With our strength, we could have easily captured them. But now they've returned from overseas armed with a large quantity of illegal weapons. And just from the few who were eating earlier, every single one of them is a skilled fighter. Under these circumstances, our dozen or so men stand no chance against them. Even if we try to pressure them out with hostages or ambush them en route, victory is virtually impossible. The only option now is to notify the security bureau and have them deploy forces to suppress them. Zhang Xia wanted to protest, but after reflecting on their previous lessons, she took a deep breath and adjusted her mindset. I understand. Let's retreat now. After planning all night, we'd barely met Ding when we realized the gap was too vast. For now, retreat was the only option. Yifan shook his head gently. If we're going to play this game, we might as well see it through. Abruptly pulling out would only draw their attention. Go notify Deng Yue first, we'll hold the line here. The decision had just been made. With a creak, the breakfast shop door swung open once more. From start to finish, the crowd had been fixated on the unfinished building, noticing no one moving about. At this hour, the only ones likely to come for breakfast were genuine customers. As they say, play the part to the end. Though Zhang Xia was displeased, she still approached the customer with the menu. What would you like to order, sir? Before she could finish speaking, the man in front of her held up one finger. He ordered a bowl of small wontons. But that wasn't the issue. What mattered was that the moment Zhang Xia locked eyes with the man before her, she froze in place. How could it be you? The exclamation immediately caught Captain Ye's attention. The surrounding crowd turned their gaze toward the man. Yifan suddenly recalled the man he'd seen on the surveillance footage. Sir, are you Xiao Tiance? Yifan had never met Xiao Tiance personally, only hearing about him through Zhang Xia's descriptions. Beyond that, his only reference was the footage captured by the surveillance camera. Yet Xiao Tiance's sudden appearance seemed to startle people even more than bandits bursting onto the scene. Chapter 77, An Unexpected Guest. At this moment, Xiao Tiance should have been resting in a 5-star hotel. In fact, he had indeed booked a hotel room. But just as he was about to drift off to sleep, he realized Luo Qingya had conveniently missed a call. Under normal circumstances, Luo Qingya wouldn't need to maintain constant contact. But today was the day Baikatang Group and the Guard Corps were collaborating. On such an occasion, there was simply no reason for her not to call and share in the joy. Therefore, Xiao Tiance deliberately picked up his phone and called Luo Qingya back. Only now, her phone was completely turned off. Since his return, Luo Qingya's phone had never been turned off. A sense of foreboding welled up within him. Soon after, he spurred his horse at full gallop back to the group headquarters in the dead of night. He then gained a general understanding of the situation. Under the watchful eyes of the greedy wolf war god, this newcomer had nowhere to hide. The explanation for all this was straightforward enough, but the relentless pace of it all was something only Xiao Tiance himself could truly understand. From last night until dawn, he had scarcely had time to rest along the way. Only after arriving at the dilapidated, unfinished building to bathe did he finally find a moment to catch his breath. "I didn't expect you to show up here. Could it be you know who's being held captive inside?" Yifan didn't give Xiao Tiance the cold shoulder. Several employees nearby formed a loose circle around them. Yet as he listened to the other man's words, Xiao Tiance found it rather laughable. "I'm still young, my mind is sharp, I wouldn't forget my wife's face." The mention of Xiao Tiance's wife undoubtedly referred to the chairwoman of Baikayatang. Zhang Caixia paused slightly. The surrounding crowd opened their mouths wide, eager to chime in with their own opinions as if conducting a special interview. "Do you know who actually controls this area of unfinished buildings? Have you ever heard of the code name Over the River Dragon? Has your wife or the Baikayatang group ever had any beef with Over the River Dragon?" Captain Yifan stood nearby, ready to conduct a thorough investigation. But Xiao Tiance's expression clearly signaled he had no desire to answer any more questions. "If there are no dumplings to eat, then there's no need to trouble yourself." Xiao Tiance stood up after speaking and headed toward the dilapidated residential building. But as soon as he reached the doorway, Yifan and Zhang Caixia intercepted him, flanking him on either side. "Sir, I understand you must be feeling extremely agitated right now, but we cannot allow you to act recklessly. The Over-River Dragon's strength has exceeded our expectations. We're coordinating with the security team to assemble personnel. As soon as they arrive, they'll execute the mission to ensure your wife's safety." Over 100 fully armed hostile operatives were simply beyond the Security Bureau's capabilities to handle. But the Security Bureau certainly won't let Xiao Tiance act recklessly alone. By any measure, it's impossible to take on over 100 armed militants unarmed. This isn't just the Security Bureau's concern, even a 3-year-old child could see that. "Did you even hear me?" Xiao Tiance spun around and strode out the door of the breakfast shop. Yifan witnessed this and instantly reached out with his right hand, grabbing Xiao Tiance's arm. But in that instant, Yifan felt a surge of energy spreading through his right hand, instantly rupturing his veins. Yifan stumbled back 2 steps. The team members behind him started to rush forward, but the captain grabbed them by the collar. "Hold on, don't chase him. That guy knows martial arts." Xiao Tiance knew martial arts. Zhang Caixia had known this long ago. Hearing Captain Yi say this made it hard for anyone to feel at ease. "Captain, we know he's skilled, but even so, we can't just send him to his death. We've got over a dozen officers from the Security Bureau and we can't handle him. He's a force to be reckoned with. What good will it do for him to go alone?" Zhang Caixia shouted loudly, while several nearby employees exchanged equally puzzled glances. Yet despite this, Yifan remained unmoved. He merely clenched his right hand. He slowly walked out of the breakfast shop and lit a cigarette. "Forget about that guy. Notify me if anything happens. I'm heading back to headquarters to contact the security team. The rest of you listen to my orders. Until I give the next directive, everyone stays put." After Yifan spoke these words, Zhang Caixia beside him was furious but powerless to do anything. She could only watch as Captain Yi returned to his vehicle and drove slowly away toward headquarters. Only after disappearing from view did Yifan pull over to the curb, clutching his right hand. Though Yifan often took a laid-back approach to tasks, his skills as a squad leader were undeniably genuine. Not only was his thinking meticulously cautious, but he was also a skilled martial artist. Before leaving the military, he had even won championships in military competitions. Yet now, in this deserted corner, the right hand Xiao Tiance had pushed away still trembled uncontrollably. Unconsciously, he recalled the words his drill instructor had once spoken. "Xiao Fan, I made you captain because you were the top performer in this entire unit. You handle tasks with extreme caution, unlike brutes who rely solely on brawn without strategy. But remember, there are always those more skilled than you. Some martial arts aren't forged through physical training alone, they harness the energy within. If you ever face someone like that, run for your life." Recalling those words, Yifan slammed his fist hard against the steering wheel. "A small place like Jiangdu. After graduation, I came to this place to serve, seeking a quiet life and the chance to care for my family. Why, in the end, does this tiny place keep spawning such ruthless figures?" Inside the unfinished building, Gui Jianglong sat with his legs crossed, still watching the breakfast shop outside the window from within a room. Soon, a man emerged from the breakfast shop, approaching step by step toward his location. A subordinate whispered a warning in his ear. "Boss, looks like you were right about everything. That's not a breakfast shop, it's probably a front for the local security bureau." Gui Jianglong was extremely cautious in his dealings. This inexplicably appearing breakfast shop couldn't help but arouse suspicion. Gui Jianglong narrowed his eyes, staring out the window. His expression remained grave. Just one person? As far as I know, the captain in charge of Jiangdu Security Bureau is Yifan. He even ranked first during training back then. Could it be that the security bureau's people are so arrogant, thinking that just because they ranked at the top, they could take on our entire unit with a single person? The subordinate beside him gave a faint smile. Don't worry, boss. There are at least 3 snipers in the courtyard and over 50 fully armed machine gunners. Even if their entire squad comes at us, they'll be wiped out in an instant. Chapter 78, Black Blade's Mercilessness. Halt! One more step forward, and you die. Inside the unfinished building plaza, a squad leader commanded over 50 professional assassins, all aiming their machine guns at Xiao Tiance. Yet the moment the loudspeaker blared the warning, the captain's expression abruptly changed. Xiao Tiance's stride didn't falter. Instead, a black blade materialized in his right hand. This black blade was Xiao Tiance's favorite and most reliable weapon during his time in Qingtian prison. Now, for the first time since his return to society, it made its public debut amidst a crowd. The enemies, now without machine guns, formed a circle, ensuring they could instantly kill Xiao Tiance from any direction. Bullets were already chambered. Simultaneously, 3 snipers positioned at 3 corners of the building were equally prepared. A simple flick of the finger would send the man before them lying motionless on the ground forever. Captain Yi, our boss over the River Dragon, said he's sorry to cause you trouble. But we hope everyone can keep to their own business. First thing tomorrow morning, everyone will leave Jiangdu immediately. During this time, we hope you'll turn a blind eye. A generous gift will be delivered afterward. It seemed the surrounding crowd had mistaken Xiao Tiance for Yifan. After all, in all of Jiangdu, few possessed such audacity. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Xiao Tiance's face softened into a faint smile. His right hand weighed the black blade in his grasp. Isn't the gift I desire right here? Why go through the trouble of anything else? The crowd exchanged glances. Originally, they had hoped to bribe their way through this predicament. Yet aside from machine guns and murderous intent, there was nothing else to be found. Before the captain up ahead could react, Xiao Tiance's next words rang out. The best gift you can give me is your heads, including that of the dragon himself. Xiao Tiance, who had been standing before the Zhongyan group, vanished the instant he uttered those words. Hundreds of eyes witnessed it all, each one seeing it clearly. Yet not a single mind could comprehend how a person could vanish into thin air on solid ground. By the time the crowd reacted, Xiao Tiance had already arrived before the armed militants. No flashy tricks. Just the simplest of blade strikes. Instantly, heads rolled across the entire armed group. Those standing at the very edge could only see heads vanishing into thin air at the core of the chaos. It was hard to believe this was real. Even witnessing it firsthand made it difficult to accept. Fingers hovered over machine gun triggers, yet they never got the chance to pull. Too fast. It was beyond description, like trying to catch a bat in the night with the naked eye. You barely register a cool breeze sweeping past before your body can even savor its comfort. The head had already fallen limp from the shoulders. The 3 snipers on the rooftop watched as a dark line darted through the crowd. Within minutes, one by one, they turned into terracotta warriors. The sniper's forearm began to tremble uncontrollably. Despite having committed countless crimes overseas, they had never felt such profound fear as they did today. One of the men took a deep breath. This man must die today. Otherwise, wherever he ends up, he'll remain a massive threat to us. The sniper's eyes locked onto Xiao Tiance, the muzzle now perfectly aligned with his forehead. They were separated by nearly a kilometer. Yet at the very moment of perfect alignment, witnessing the impending kill, the ruthless man began to lift his head slightly. Separated by over a kilometer, they stared at each other from afar. Impossible. Had he been spotted? This couldn't be happening. The sniper forced himself to stay calm, but when Xiao Tiance pointed his weapon at him, no matter how unbelievable it seemed, he had to admit it was true. To describe him as a monster would be an insult to the man standing before him. All the fundamentals a sniper must consider: wind direction, angle, everything vanished from his mind. The trigger snapped back instantly. Simultaneously, just before that, Xiao Tiance's black knife seemed to flick lightly through the air. Next, a flash of light erupted in the air. Then, visible to the naked eye, a spark vanished in an instant. From start to finish, Xiao Tiance remained perfectly still. But only the sniper knew that bullet had been cleaved clean through the middle the instant the blade swung. Hey, guys, we should retreat. This guy is some kind of demon. You guys, say something. What the hell just happened? The sniper leaned back against the wall. He simply couldn't muster the courage to face the demon downstairs again. But there was no response over the walkie-talkie. Within seconds, a bead of sweat trickled down the sniper's forehead. No way. What the hell are those 2 bastards doing? No sooner had he cursed under his breath than a loud clang echoed through the air. Then, from the building across the street, a man clad in black plummeted from the rooftop like a projectile. His entire body streaked like a meteor, crashing violently into the ground. That was his partner's body, the other sniper. When did he get there? The sniper rifle in his hands felt like a useless piece of scrap metal at that moment. Just moments ago, he had been down below, yet in the blink of an eye, he had already reached the roof of the opposite building. How on earth had he gotten there? His mind froze mid-air, just as another crackling static filled the walkie-talkie. "Rhino, are you there? My partner's been taken out. That guy's heading straight for my position. Get over to Jianglong immediately and report this guy definitely isn't from Jiangdu. The problem is..." The rest of his words were forever lost as the walkie-talkie filled with agonized screams. The sniper nicknamed Rhino was genuinely terrified this time. As a professional sniper, he was always able to grasp the entire battlefield situation from behind the lines. But today, it felt like an invisible giant hand could seize anyone's life at any moment, leaving no place to hide. At the top floor of the unfinished building, over the river dragon lay in a room that still resembled a decent dwelling, his eyes half closed. Not a sound had been heard so far. It seemed Captain Yi had already returned. Jiangdu wasn't all that impressive after all. With nothing better to do, Zhang Long stretched lazily as he spoke. He then slowly made his way to the door of the adjacent room. That room held Luo Qingya captive. As the most valuable cargo, no one dared touch Luo Qingya, yet the door remained tightly shut, restricting her freedom. Just as he was about to add a touch of despair to his words, hurried footsteps echoed from downstairs. Chapter 79. Who did I provoke? Rhino stumbled in, hair disheveled. The moment he reached the cross-river dragon, his feet faltered, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud. "Boss, we gotta get out of here. Those downstairs aren't security agents, they're monsters. The brothers are all done for." Wei Jianglong struggled to comprehend the words. He frowned, trying to recall. "If I recall correctly, we sent down over 50 machine gunners and at least 3 snipers. What do you mean by we're done for? With this team, even a direct assault by the security bureau would result in countless casualties. Yet so far, it's only been a single we're done for. How can that be explained?" Faced with the boss's questioning, Rhino truly struggled to explain. A single man wielding a knife, acting alone, rampaging without mercy. How could such a thing be possible? Facing the interrogation, Rhino could only tremble as he pointed toward the flat surface, his words already stumbling in his throat as he spoke. Over the river dragon flung open the window with a loud clatter. What unfolded before his eyes was a scene he would never forget. Fully armed, not a single shot fired. Yet every single person had their head severed. Who could it be? In Gui Jianglong's mind, every skilled fighter he knew flashed by at lightning speed. In this world, there were indeed many who could appear and vanish like ghosts. Some even instilled fear in him. Yet among those figures, not a single one could silently eliminate these people without leaving a trace. Turning around, the river dragon discovered a man had appeared behind Rhino, seemingly out of nowhere. Well, a notorious bandit. I wonder what kind of storm this river dragon can still stir up. Still, the gift you sent me was decent though far too meager. The moment he saw Xiao Tiance, over river dragon's scalp tingled. No sound. Not even a flicker of response. You must understand that throughout the entire unfinished building, layers upon layers of security had been deployed below. These overseas operating bandits had crossed paths with agents from various nations. Therefore, even the most elite agents couldn't arrive without making a sound. Over river dragon didn't answer Xiao Tiance's question. Instead, he pulled out his walkie-talkie, now seeking only one thing, verification. Though over 50 machine gunners were positioned in the courtyard, even more were concealed throughout the entire building. If all these men were to die, then over the river dragon would have to consider whether he had encountered ghosts today. Fortunately, the moment the walkie-talkie crackled to life, over river dragon finally relaxed slightly. "Listen up, get everyone to the rooftop." As he uttered these words, over river dragon simultaneously drew a long rifle. The rifle gleamed like a dragon, its jet black finish catching the sunlight. This was the weapon Gui Jianglong wielded most skillfully. As the saying goes, when two warriors meet on the battlefield, the brave one prevails. Now, no further words were needed. Gui Jianglong took a step back, his hands gripping the spear emitting wisps of smoke. A palpable aura of inner strength pulsed along the spear's shaft. His subordinate, Rhino, stared wide-eyed, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it might burst. They had long heard of the dragon crossing the rivers, dragon emerging from water technique, the most formidable finishing move. It was this very technique that had eliminated countless pursuing agents overseas. Yet for some reason, though the dragon emerges from water was invincible in any other circumstance, Rhino suddenly felt a gut-wrenching sense of unease. Xiao Tiance still gripped the black blade in his hand, weighing it lightly. When it came to dealing with enemies, there was nothing more to say. Die. Kidnapping Luo Qingya was, no matter how you looked at it, something that could never be settled with a single word of endurance. As the words left his lips, the over-river dragon's spear transformed into a blinding streak of light, instantly closing in on Xiao Tiance. Then, a black light appeared before his eyes. Like a crescent moon, it flickered lightly, cleaving the spear clean in two. A flicker of shock crossed Gui Jianglong's face as excruciating pain shot through his right arm. The spear crashed to the ground, severing his arm along with it. Clutching his wound, Gu Jianlong glared fiercely at Xiao Tiance. You are indeed a master I've never encountered before, he growled, but I still have at least 100 warriors rushing here. If you think you'll walk out of here alive with that woman, you're sorely mistaken. Your men are already blocking the street outside. I'd be willing to strike a deal. I'll return that woman to you, but you must pretend nothing happened today. Xiao Tiance had indeed come to rescue someone today, but he had also come to kill. Facing this offer, Xiao Tiance's expression remained unchanged. Beyond those 2 words spoken earlier, no further words were exchanged. I know you don't believe me, but you'll soon see my words proven true. Over the river dragon shouted into the walkie-talkie with his remaining hand. Yet just moments ago, there had been voices on the radio. By the time this exchange occurred, the connection had already been lost. His heart sank instantly. Wei Jianlong whipped around, his gaze locking onto Rhino. Didn't you say he was coming alone? What the hell is going on now? Xiao Tiance's martial arts were formidable and his speed unmatched, this Wei Jianlong could concede. But his men had just responded over the walkie-talkie moments ago. Yet now Xiao Tiance stood right before him. No matter how fast he was, one man couldn't possibly be in 2 places at once. Why had his men suddenly stopped responding? The boss really was alone, brothers. We all saw it with our own eyes. Xinyo called out to his brothers, then glanced around to find only himself and the boss remained. At that moment, footsteps echoed from all directions. Over the river dragon, who had been stunned moments ago, finally let out a sigh of relief. Seems walkie-talkies like to play tricks on me sometimes. Alright, my men have already. Over river dragon recognized the familiar voice and just exhaled in relief when the words abruptly cut off mid-sentence. For the figures approaching from every direction were clad in pitch black armor, their faces devoid of expression. Each of these figures not only shared identical attire, but also held a long sword in their left hand and a severed head in their right. The owners of those heads were all his former subordinates. Faced with this hellish scene, Rhino collapsed to his knees, too terrified to even cry. Big brother, I swear I didn't see anyone. I have no idea where they came from. What the hell are you? You're not some starving ghost, are you? As a bandit force, we've never encountered anything this bizarre. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a supernatural legend. Xiao Tiance fiddled with the black blade in his hand, wiping away the bloodstains. Evil spirit? If that's what you believe, then so be it. Wei Jianlong stared intently at the black armor. Suddenly, his mind jolted. A wave of terrifying memories surged through his mind. Chapter 80, Tales of the Dao Path. Back in the day, Gu Jianlong ruled the seas. He once attended a pirate convention. That gathering brought together the world's most notorious pirates and internationally wanted criminals. Though Dragon had a certain reputation, his fame paled in comparison to others at that gathering. He could only sit quietly at the back, listening to others speak. Among them, a master known as the Pirate Dragon King uttered these words. Whether on land or sea, if you ever encounter those grim reapers clad in black armor wielding long blades, never confront them head-on. Run for your life. These creatures, known as the Sea Reapers or the Blue Dragon Squad, their origins remain a mystery. But they will undoubtedly fill you with dread. Back in the day, the man nearly hailed as Pirate King was already considered a top-tier leader among captains. Words spoken by such a formidable figure carry undeniable weight. Thus, over River Dragon etched these words deep into his mind. Yet over the years, he never encountered the so-called black armor. He imagined only international thieves worthy of the Grim Reaper's attention, making his own life seem far easier by comparison. Yet today, as all these memories surged back, watching the soldiers march toward him one by one, over River Dragon felt his mind go completely blank. The Sea Reaper Qinglong Squad? If it's the Blue Dragon Squad, even the Over River Dragon would understand why his men died under mysterious circumstances. Even the world's most notorious pirates tremble before them. Why would he dare defy such monsters? As this thought surfaced in Gui Jianglong's mind, an even more terrifying realization took hold. For the entire Blue Dragon Squadron stood in perfect formation, every member positioned behind Xiao Tiance. Who the hell are you? If the Qinglong Squad itself was a source of profound dread, then who was this man standing before them? After narrowing his eyes for a long moment, Gu Jianlong suddenly began to tremble slightly. The one who could command the Qinglong Squadron, there was likely only one such person under heaven, the greedy wolf war god. Xiao Tiance nodded lightly, then waved his hand. The greedy wolf war god is indeed a possibility, but your guess could actually be even bolder. As they spoke, Xiao Tiance and his opponent had already passed each other. Only one name remained etched in Gu Jianglong's mind. That name was like a black hole, capable of swallowing everything in its path. Impossible. The greedy wolf war god is a 9-star war god of the present age. The only one who could command him is the legendary Dark Emperor. But how could such a figure possibly exist? Xiao Tiance's smile grew eerily twisted. Wei Jianglong's expression shifted from terror to acceptance, finally settling into a faint smile of his own. Then, at his throat, a black blade had already been lightly drawn across. No one knew when it had begun. In his final moments, Wei Jianglong wore a satisfied smile. To die by the hand of the Dark Emperor, this life had been lived without compromise. With that settled, Wei Jianglong swiftly opened every room. Unfortunately, when he found Luo Qingya, she had already fallen unconscious. After all, no woman could remain composed upon seeing a group of men clad in black armor, each holding a severed head. Fortunately, Luo Qingya was unharmed. Xiao Tiance tended to her and ordered the Qinglong squad to temporarily return to base. Xiao Tiance carried Luo Qingya to the rear courtyard of an abandoned residential building. He then placed her in the passenger seat and started the vehicle. Zhang Saixia had been waiting for a long time. Unable to enter the abandoned area, she could only patrol the outskirts with her men. Coincidentally, she arrived at the backyard just as the vehicle started, prompting her to draw her pistol. It seemed a lone bandit had escaped. Taking down one would be a piece of cake. Zhang Saixia led her team forward. Just as they reached the vehicle, Xiao Tiance rolled down the window and leaned out. "What are you doing now?" Seeing it was Xiao Tiance, both he and the team members behind him froze in surprise. Captain Zhang actually made it out alive? How did he manage that? Security here is supposed to be ironclad, it shouldn't be possible. Confusion spread across every face. Zhang Saixia hurried to Xiao Tiance's car window. She leaned in to look inside. Her watery eyes widened like copper bells. Seeing Luo Qingya asleep in the passenger seat, her mind raced. Why was Luo Qingya in his car? Hearing this, Xiao Tiance frowned. Luo Qingya is my wife, isn't it perfectly normal for her to be in my car? It would be strange if she were in someone else's car. You guys at the security bureau sure do things in a strange way. Two young men crouched beside the car door, their eyes locked in mutual scrutiny. A voice chimed in from behind. Over the river dragon, you came to Jiangdu specifically to kidnap Luo Qingya. So by your own admission, you rescued her? And you did it alone? It wasn't just doubt, it was utterly unbelievable from start to finish. Luo Qingya was still shaken and needed to rest at home. Xiao Tiance waved her off without another word, then floored the gas pedal and sped away. Zhang Saixia tried to chase after them for a few steps, but alas, they were already long gone. Left panting by the roadside, two of her men rushed to her side. Captain Zhang, this whole thing feels fishy, but that woman was definitely Luo Qingya. There's no way he could have survived alone against the over-the-river dragon's men. Hearing these familiar words, Zhang Saixia fell silent for a long moment. Another team member made an even more startling suggestion. Captain Zhang, could it be possible that the brat is actually over-the-river dragon's friend? That they're in cahoots all along? Even if we take a step back, they must at least know each other, that's why over-the-river dragon let him go. Hearing this possibility, Zhang Saixia made a decisive choice. Forget it. Let's sneak in and check the situation ourselves. Don't tell the captain about this, just a quick look shouldn't be a problem. Even if Captain Yi had given orders. But given Zhang Saixia's temperament, how could she possibly follow orders obediently? Soon, she and two subordinates slipped quietly through the backyard into the abandoned residential area. But just then, the roar of engines echoed from the front courtyard. Combined with their cautious, step-by-step approach, their progress was painfully slow. Just as they were about to uncover the truth, a squad of light blue-clad guards had already formed a line. You're from the Security Bureau. This matter is beyond our jurisdiction. Our commander Deng has personally intervened and sealed off the scene. The criminals inside have been neutralized. All non-essential personnel must leave immediately. The criminals have been killed? Given the chaos, Xiao Tiance naturally had to notify Deng Yue to handle the aftermath. Under the complete lockdown, Zhang Saixia couldn't see the truth with her own eyes. Just as she was about to speak, a team member beside her grabbed her arm. Sister Saixia, don't speak recklessly in front of these guards without evidence. Let's wait until we have irrefutable proof before drawing conclusions. Chapter 81, Request for Return. Inside the Jiangdu Security Bureau. In the office, Zhang Saixia vividly recounted the entire over-the-river dragon incident from start to finish. According to the final leads obtained by the security team, over-the-river dragon and all his surrounding henchmen perished inside the abandoned building. Truly, the Jiangdu Security Squadron outshines the Security Bureau in both weaponry and operational capabilities. It seems that bomb disposal and public security matters can only be handled by the guard squad. However, we absolutely cannot afford to slack off. I propose intensifying our training. Zhang Saixia, driven by a sense of justice, presented new demands for the Security Bureau. Upon hearing this, the team members groaned in unison. Deputy Captain Zhang, can't we just take a break? Honestly, what we fear most in the Security Bureau isn't failing to catch criminals, it's you voicing opinions during meetings. Frankly, someone as capable as you shouldn't be stuck in security, you belong in the guard squad. At the meeting, Zhang Saixia's proposal was swiftly met with opposition. Yet Yi Fan, the Security Bureau's chief, merely shook his head gently. Saixia, even though you were on the scene, you don't know the full picture. Deng Yue did lead his team into the abandoned building, and the enemy forces were indeed wiped out. But did you hear the gunfire during the engagement? The offhand question caught Zhang Saixia off guard. Back then, the intervention of the escort team had prevented them from investigating, forcing them to return without results. But now, recalling the incident, something felt off. Wei Jianglong's men were fully armed. Even if the security team was formidable, wouldn't a head-on confrontation still result in gunfire? Moreover, if Over River Dragon's men had surrendered completely, there wouldn't have been a battlefield littered with corpses. After all, surrender your weapons and you won't be harmed was a fundamental principle in military combat. As Jiangdu's guardians, the security squad wouldn't violate such a principle. Surrounding onlookers wore expressions of astonishment as Yifan shook his head softly. Let me share a piece of information. When the security team arrived at the scene, they found nothing but a field of corpses. This single revelation nearly caused an explosion within the security bureau's internal meeting room. One by one, their eyes widened in utter shock. This couldn't be possible. Had someone already eliminated the newcomer before the escort team arrived? Who on earth could have pulled this off so silently? I recall that before the escort arrived, only one young man had ventured in alone, but he was just a single person. The idea of single-handedly suppressing the Over River Dragon was unimaginable. The name Xiao Tiance was all too familiar to Zhang Xixia. By the time she reached this part, her eyes were wide as saucers. Captain Yi, you don't seriously believe that kid could pull this off alone, do you? Yifan and Xiao Tiance had only met once, and both had witnessed the other's strength. But annihilating over 100 fully armed soldiers? That was beyond imagination. I doubt it either. Back at White Cloud Mountain, I heard the greedy wolf war god had appeared. It's highly probable the greedy wolf war god is right here in Jiangdu, and the blue dragon squad he commands might very well have reached this level. If it's the 9-star war god Azure Dragon, the very squad he commands is already legendary. Hearing this, everyone finally relaxed and accepted the reality. This explanation seemed the only plausible one. Otherwise, not even Deng Yue in Jiangdu possessed such power. It's just a pity that only that kid knows what really happened back then, and now he's gotten away. The kid everyone spoke of had already carried Luo Qingya back to the old residential district. The car had stopped beneath the residential buildings, and Luo Qingya slowly regained consciousness. Opening her sleepy eyes to see Xiao Tiance, the seer nearly gasped in shock before quickly regaining her composure. I'm back? Did you save me? To avoid overwhelming Luo Qingya, Xiao Tiance downplayed the situation. You should hire some bodyguards to follow you from now on. You encountered some human traffickers on your way home and were almost kidnapped. Fortunately, the security bureau arrived in time. Luo Qingya heard the news and nodded slowly. Everything that had happened over the past 2 days felt like a nightmare. He had assumed that stationing the Qinglong squadron to guard the old residential area would be foolproof. Xiao Tiance hadn't anticipated Luo Qingya facing danger during her commute. Just as he lifted his phone to instruct the greedy wolf war god, Luo Qingya hurriedly contacted the Baikayatang group instead. I'm sorry to disturb you so late. Please allocate funds from the company to help me hire a personal bodyguard. Faced with such an incident, even Luo Qingya couldn't help but feel afraid. It seemed Luo Qingya intended to hire her own bodyguard. Since that was the case, Xiao Tiance saw no need to insist further. But just as he finished giving that order, his secretary rushed in and hurriedly relayed everything that had happened during the day. Luo Qingya's expression changed upon hearing this. You mean my uncle broke into my office while I was away? And to top it all off, he ended up angering the security team? Didn't I explicitly order that all contracts with the security team must be signed by me personally? No one else is authorized to act on my behalf. The secretary on the other end of the line was nearly in tears. But Luo Qingya didn't press the matter further. Alright, I'll handle this matter tomorrow when I come to work. This isn't your fault. Get some rest tonight. Luo Qingya and Xiao Tiance returned to their room. In less than a day, they were already overwhelmed. Seeing Luo Qingya's troubled expression, Xiao Tiance offered a gentle smile and placed a doorstep into her hands. Honey, you say you've grown attached to this place, but as the esteemed chairwoman, you can't stay in this old, run-down neighborhood forever. So I'd like to give you a gift. The moment Luo Qingya touched the doorframe, her face flushed instantly, turning as red as an apple. Gazing up at the star-studded sky, she deliberately avoided Xiao Tiance's gaze. What's gotten into you? So late at night, still out renting a room? Luo Qingya clearly misunderstood Xiao Tiance's intentions, but the next second, upon seeing the door card in her hand, her eyes widened like copper bells. Isn't this the room key for the 100 Flowers Villa? The 100 Flowers Villa was a place my father's friend had swindled me out of. But why is this key card in your possession now? Amidst her agitation, Xiao Tiance offered a faint smile. I see you're swamped with work, always looking so stressed. So I thought I'd give you a gift to help you unwind. Chapter 82, Midnight Burglar. Luo Qingya clutched the room key card tightly in her hand, her eyes brimming with tears. This feeling of loving and being loved was indescribable. You're wasting money again. After the 100 Flowers garden was seized, prices will surely skyrocket. Why spend so much? Just as Luo Qingya was about to complain, Xiao Tiance beside her shook his head slightly. Don't worry. I haven't spent a single penny. I told you what belongs to me, I will reclaim entirely. Not buy it. Whenever Xiao Tiance uttered those words, his gaze grew profoundly intense, leaving Luo Qingya uncertain whether she felt unease or happiness. Unfortunately, this was merely the first step. The corresponding contract and property rights still required further waiting. But it won't be long before the 100 Flowers Garden contract is officially transferred to your name. Even without the contract in hand, we can move in right now. Returning to 100 Flower Garden was truly a dream come true. Luo Qingya had long cherished this wish. Yet the moment her hands grasped the threshold, hesitation suddenly washed over her. Moving takes quite a bit of time, and I still have many important items displayed in the rooms that I must pack up myself. Plus, our family business, Ikeatang, is just starting to pick up. Moving is inevitable, but we'll have to wait a little longer. Once the company matters are settled, then we'll handle it. Xiao Tiance naturally agreed with Luo Qingya's reasoning. Luo Qingya also briefly summarized the events of the day. Unfortunately, the over-the-river dragon was nothing more than a tough guy even at death's door. He never revealed anything about Luo Xinhai. In the eyes of the couple, he was nothing more than an opportunist trying to take advantage of the situation. Luo Xinhai may be your uncle, but he repeatedly committed such outrageous acts without a shred of remorse. He should have been expelled from the group long ago. By my principle of settling scores, he deserved every bit of his fate. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingya shook her head urgently. I know this uncle of mine is completely unreliable, but even on his deathbed, my father still regarded them as brothers. We absolutely cannot defy father's wishes. Let's just drop it. Seeing Luo Qingya's gentle demeanor, how could Xiao Tiance simply let it go? Since he couldn't kill him and firing him was inconvenient, he simply called Deng Yue in the dead of night. After the call, he casually set the phone aside. Honey, don't rush back to the company tomorrow. Your uncle absolutely must give you an explanation. He'll be kneeling before you to apologize. The idea of Luo Xinhai kowtowing to apologize was beyond her wildest imagination. Luo Qingya froze for a moment, wondering what underhanded tactics Xiao Tiance had pulled this time. Before she could ask, Xiao Tiance had already stepped out of the room and tucked a blanket around Luo Qingya. Alright, get some rest. We'll deal with matters tomorrow. For the past few days, Xiao Tiance had been resting in the main hall, but tonight, he lay awake deep into the night. The moment he closed the door, a message arrived. It came from one of the Qinglong operatives. Reporting to your majesty, 3 suspicious individuals have appeared downstairs in the old residential district. Should we eliminate them immediately? Upon his return, Xiao Tiance had already sensed something amiss in the old residential district. At least 3 skilled individuals had already entered the courtyard. Looks like they came prepared. Ignore them for now, just pretend you didn't see anything. Xiao Tiance remarked casually. Several guards chose to stand by and watch quietly. Meanwhile, 3 skilled individuals had already leaped over the surrounding trees. Climbing rapidly, they reached the rooftops of the old residential area. The 3 experts appeared highly skilled at climbing. Within a dozen seconds, they had already scaled 5 or 6 stories. One of the men wore black knight attire and carried a weapon. This guy lives down below. If he dares to cause trouble for Boss Yang, we'll make sure he vanishes completely into the night sky. After the assassin leader uttered these words, the 3 men slowly climbed over the rooftop railing into the corridor. But the instant their feet touched the ground, a shadow stood before them, as if waiting there for ages. What brings these 3 late-night visitors here? Xiao Tiance's sudden question caused 2 of the assassins to pause momentarily before charging forward at lightning speed. The outcome was inevitable. Before the 2 assassins could react, an indescribable agony erupted through their bodies. 2 fists then struck their chests, shattering them on impact. Only the assassin captain remained. Facing this situation, he swiftly drew a pistol. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, Xiao Tiance gently raised his right hand and seized the man's wrist. Snap! His palm shattered, twisting together with the pistol into a twisted mass. Speak! Who sent you here? If your answer satisfies me, I'll spare your life. As Xiao Tiance questioned him, the man violently twisted his head. Then, in an extremely bizarre posture, collapsed across from him. Only after cutting open their mouths did he discover that every assassin had a capsule inside, containing an antidote. The moment they were captured, they crushed the capsules, swallowed the poison, and died instantly. Xiao Tiance frowned as he watched the corpses twitching on the ground. These men were clearly more than just professional assassins. The resolve to die immediately upon mission failure was something ordinary killers could never possess. As he spoke, Xiao Tiance gently lifted the assassin's veil. Beneath the veil, he discovered a foreigner with white hair. Foreign assassins? Xiao Tiance frowned, then tried to access the agent's information, only to find no corresponding identity details. At this realization, he sighed. What a bunch of unexpected guests. Xinglong squad, assemble immediately. As he spoke, 3 guards stood before Xiao Tiance, gazing down at the ground where 3 cold corpses lay. What do you think of these men's skill level? Facing this scene, the Azure Dragon squad, who usually appeared expressionless, let out a cold snort. Overseas assassins, professionally trained. If I had to take them down, it would probably take me 10 seconds to eliminate them all. Hearing this, Xiao Tiance nodded silently and began issuing orders. I need to know their identities. These men seem to have come here with a death wish. And this was merely the first wave of attacks. The surprises to come appear even more formidable. As for how to counter them, I trust you all know the answer. The greedy wolf war god is hailed as a 9-star war god. The subordinates he has cultivated are certainly no slouches. Nod in immediate response. Rest assured, the mission will be accomplished. We'll make them spill every last bit of information. Chapter 83, Bearing the Consequences. Late at night. Overseas Villa District. A man in a black suit gazed at the stars, occasionally checking the watch on his wrist. Mr. Yang, it seems you were absolutely right. Who would have thought this old residential area could be such a den of hidden talents? Who would dare snatch the 100 Flowers Garden right from your grasp? The speaker was clearly Mr. Miyamoto from Sakura Country overseas. Mr. Yang Kaitao, had left the Shanghai group after taking over the 100 Flowers Garden area. Mr. Miyamoto, meanwhile, was a vice president of the Deep Sea Group. Mr. Miyamoto held a katana, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination. Behind him stood row upon row of assassins, no different from those who had previously come to their deaths. If Mr. Miyamoto isn't dealt with, even if the 100 Flower Garden were sold to you, you'd likely find no peace. Of course, Jiangdu isn't a big place for you lot. Our resources are limited. If we could handle it, we'd gladly take care of things for you. But unfortunately, I'm truly powerless to help. With that, Miyamoto flung his watch onto the table. So the 3 overseas assassins I dispatched were only capable of this much. Fortunately, my men are numerous. No sooner had Mr. Miyamoto finished speaking than another man emerged from below. The man was broad-shouldered and sturdy. His entire body seemed composed almost entirely of muscle. He lit a massive cigar, sat down beside him, and exhaled a smoke ring. Mr. Miyamoto, you've provided no small amount of support to our martial arts association over the years. Would you like our martial arts association to handle it personally? The man before him was named Wang Hu. Though based in Jiangdu, he was the deputy grandmaster of the National Martial Arts Association. Whether it be Luohan Fist or Tiger Subduing Fist, he had long since mastered them to perfection. Mr. Miyamoto's business venture here has been thoroughly arranged for the Martial Arts Association. Thus, he serves as the most formidable backing. At this point, Mr. Miyamoto shook his head slightly. It's unnecessary, Mr. Wang. A formidable territory like yours is reserved for critical moments only. Throughout our history, the Miyamoto Group has faced many rivals trying to steal our business. But we usually handle it ourselves. If 3 men aren't enough, then we simply send more. No sooner had he spoken than Mr. Miyamoto gave a slight wave of his hand. Over 20 assassins behind him stepped forward simultaneously. You lot, move out together. I want to see how many rounds of attacks he can withstand. Let him know that stealing my business isn't so easily done. Early that morning, Xiao Tiance drove Luo Qingya to the company building. From a distance, several SUVs were already parked in front of the Baikatang Group headquarters. This time, it wasn't Wang Gang who came for negotiations, but Deng Yue himself. Luo Qingya froze upon seeing this, then hurried even more. I didn't expect the commander to come personally today. Why didn't our group company notify us beforehand? With a hint of reproach, Luo Qingya was about to step out of the car when Xiao Tiance suddenly grabbed her arm. Honey, I'm just passing by Baikatang today. My real destination is the amusement park. The words barely left his mouth before shock washed over Luo Qingya's face. The amusement park? Today was clearly the day for contract negotiations. Going to an amusement park? Has he lost his mind? As she spoke, Luo Qingya tried to force her way out of the car, but Xiao Tiance held her arm even tighter, continuing his explanation. Don't worry. This contract is yours for the taking. Besides, your uncle has gone too far. He'll only become more demanding if we don't show him who's boss. If we don't give him a taste of his own medicine now, future negotiations will be impossible. Luo Qingya sighed. Luo Xinhai's actions were indeed outrageous. Xiao Tiance's words weren't entirely without merit. Yet Luo Qingya remained impatient. Luo Xinhai's matter could be addressed later. Delaying business with Deng Yue would be disastrous, especially since the regiment commander himself had come. Despite her evident urgency, Xiao Tiance maintained a faint smile. Rest assured, Deng Yue is a man of his word. If he doesn't see you, he absolutely won't do business with Baikatang. But once an agreement is made, he won't change his mind. Luo Qingya couldn't understand. A big shot like Deng Yue would be treated with utmost care by any corporate group. Now that he's already arrived at the group, Xiao Tiance actually intends to leave him waiting. Such audacity would be unheard of anywhere else. As this thought crossed her mind, Luo Qingya was about to speak up. Yet, for some reason, she saw a sense of calm in Xiao Tiance's eyes instead. Xiao Tiance cleared his throat. Truth be told, Deng Yue and I go back a long way. We were comrades in arms from the same class. After so many years of absence, Xiao Tiance's martial arts had grown remarkably. This alone astonished Luo Qingya immensely, leaving her constantly yearning to uncover the truth. Luo Qingya was utterly satisfied with Xiao Tiance's answer. So all these years you were gone because you joined the military. Deng Yue could be called a battalion commander. He went through hellish training back then. I never imagined you endured so much hardship too. Xiao Tiance knew nothing about this hellish training, but since she'd brought it up, he might as well play along. The training was indeed grueling, he admitted. Too bad I never made it to battalion commander. I just wasn't cut out for it, always stuck doing manual labor in the field. The fact that they could be considered old comrades in arms eased Luo Qingya's mind slightly. I've heard that comradeship runs deep, but it shouldn't be exploited. I'll make an exception this once. The vehicle that had originally approached the company entrance now turned and headed toward the amusement park. Meanwhile, news of Luo Qingya's rescue had already reached Bai Qiatang. Deng Yue pushed open the door and entered. Luo Xinhai and Luo Qingyang knew that the over-the-river dragon hadn't leaked the information, but their hearts, still trembling with fear, hadn't had time to settle before another wave of trouble hit. The moment they stepped out to greet visitors, they saw Deng Yue and Wang Gang arriving in person. Before they could speak, Deng Yue slammed a contract onto the table. The sole reason I contacted your group was for Bai Qiatang Group. Previously, under the Luo Qingya family's management, it was thriving. You know full well what Bai Qiatang has been up to these past years. Under your direction, both pricing and customer service have been utterly unsatisfactory. Now that Luo Qingya has returned, we've carefully weighed our options and are giving you one last chance. Understand that we have over a dozen candidate procurement groups to choose from, spanning even other provinces. Seeing Deng Yue's expression, all the flattering words were forcibly swallowed back. Luo Qingyang could only shake his head silently beside him. I'm calling the chairman right now. Chapter 84, Fire on the Brow. Due to Zhou Shun's presence today, the Jiangdu amusement park wasn't particularly crowded. Xiao Tiance took Luo Qingya around to enjoy the rides, and the various attractions delighted her immensely. In that moment, it felt like they'd returned to their student days, savoring peaceful life beneath blue skies and white clouds. Putting aside the chairman and the sorrows of the past, her face was filled with smiles. It had been years since she had felt such pure joy and delight. Xiao Tiance, thank you. To be honest, I never imagined I could be this happy again. As Luo Qingya snuggled close to him. Suddenly, a phone call disrupted their thoughts. Seeing the caller ID display Luo Xinhai's number, Luo Qingya frowned slightly. It seemed Bai Qiatang Group couldn't wait any longer. What should she do now? Before she could finish her thought, Xiao Tiance snatched Luo Qingya's phone and hung up immediately. If they couldn't wait, let them fret a little longer. After all, the pressure was now squarely on his shoulders. Just as Xiao Tiance had anticipated, Deng Yue had already issued his final ultimatum. If the person wasn't found within the next 2 hours, the contract would be null and void. Meanwhile, the patriarch of the family, upon receiving this news, was so furious he was grinding his teeth and stomping his feet. Luo Xinhai, you claim to be the acting chairman now. If this matter destroys the contract, you will bear full responsibility. I don't care where Luo Qingya is, find her. Her deliberate avoidance of you is clearly your fault. Every relative in the family holds shares in Bai Qiatang Enterprises. Watching such a lucrative opportunity slip away inexplicably, they must find someone to take the fall. And that person is none other than Luo Xinhai. Upon hearing the news, Luo Xinhai paced back and forth in his room. He was nearly at his wits' end. The old man had made it crystal clear, if this matter wasn't handled properly, Bai Qiatang might just kick us out of the company altogether. To this day, I still don't know where that damn girl has gone. Keep changing phones, make calls back and forth. Professor, have your staff conduct a full-scale search. Find her, no matter what. Just as his anxiety reached its peak, Xiao Tiance took Luo Qingya's arm and led her to the Ferris wheel. Honey, let's ride the Ferris wheel. Don't worry about the contract, we'll handle it after the ride. After saying this, Xiao Tiance took Luo Qingya's phone and sent a text message to Luo Xinhai. The message clearly demanded a public apology at the conference venue. Father and son knelt simultaneously. Luo Qingya, witnessing this scene, wore an expression of utter shock. Kneeling? That's not quite right, is it? I'm already very satisfied that I could get them to apologize. And after all, Luo Xinhai is my senior. Hearing this, Xiao Tiance put away his phone and shook his head silently. As your senior, kneeling is indeed inappropriate. But Luo Xinhai isn't apologizing to you, he's apologizing to the entire Bai Qiatang Group. Attempting to seize your position as chairman without any authority was improper to begin with. And if not for my connection with Deng Yuan, this contract would have been settled once and for all by now. Is it really too much to demand he apologize? After Xiao Tiance's persuasion, Luo Qingya gradually found his reasoning compelling. Though still hesitant, Xiao Tiance already gestured toward the Ferris wheel. Let's ride the Ferris wheel first. I expect they'll give us an answer soon after we get off. Some responsibilities simply can't be avoided. After discussing it, the two looked up. At that very moment, the door of a pink cabin at the very top of the Ferris wheel suddenly swung open inexplicably. Simultaneously, a woman screamed and plummeted downward. Her descent accelerated rapidly. The surrounding crowd instinctively dodged the scene, while another man, dressed in casual attire, sprinted forward at breakneck speed. Don't jump! Falling from this height will break your hands even if you catch her. The crowd around him shouted frantically, but the lone man seemed oblivious. But the woman's descent was too swift. Though the man was still over 10 meters above the ground, it was already too late. Just as the crowd watched helplessly, anticipating the impending tragedy, Xiao Tiance speed shot through the air like a meteor. He spun around mid-air, using the momentum to catch the woman securely. Clearly a female student, her weight wasn't excessive, but had it been anyone else, the outcome would likely have been fatal. The terrified student, though caught, fainted from the shock. When Xiao Tiance turned to look at the other man rushing to rescue her, he recognized a familiar face. Yi Fan? Captain Yi, what a coincidence. Never expected to see you here. But let's stop right there. If you're here to ask about Over the River Dragon, I'm afraid that's off the table today. Xiao Tiance had no intention of letting the other man ruin his mood. Yi Fan was even more surprised. But Xiao Tiance had intervened to save someone that alone counted as an act of bravery. Though the matter of the Over the River Dragon still required much consideration, it would have to wait. Besides, standing beside Yi Fan was a little girl in a white dress. Clearly, Yi Fan had taken the day off to bring his daughter to the amusement park. Let bygones be bygones, but the Ferris wheel was definitely out of the question today. With the amusement ride malfunctioning, continuing the ride was out of the question. The pink Ferris wheel slowly descended to the ground. As the doors opened, a young man stepped out. His face was deathly pale. He was clearly a college student too. Spotting his unconscious girlfriend beside him, he scooped her up in his arms, his voice nearly breaking. Are you okay, Xiaomei? You scared the life out of me. I never expected such an accident at the amusement park. I shouldn't have let go. Soon, onlookers and amusement park staff rushed to the scene. The young man vividly recounted everything that had just happened. The girl, originally called Xiaomei, leaned against the door and asked the man to take a photo of her. But just as he raised the camera, the door's safety lock suddenly disengaged, and Xiaomei plummeted from the height without warning. Staff briefly inspected the door lock and found no major malfunction, but they had to temporarily suspend operations after such an incident. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. We will conduct a comprehensive inspection of all amusement park equipment. We have conducted a thorough review of this incident and guarantee the safety of every visitor. The amusement park owner personally stepped forward, following standard procedure by first offering an apology and then conducting a comprehensive inspection. Since it was an ordinary accident and Xiaomei was now completely unharmed, Yi Fan announced on the spot. You two should leave first and take this young lady to the hospital. Though she seems mostly fine, it's best to get her checked out. Little did he know that as soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao Tiance let out a cold laugh. If we take this girl to the hospital, trouble might just find her even if there's none to begin with. Chapter 85, Revealing the Mystery. Xiao Tiance's sudden remark carried an air of ambiguity. Yi Fan sensed the hidden meaning behind his words. What could he possibly mean by that? Xiao Tiance merely shook his head with a faint smile, his expression growing more serious. If the matter at hand isn't resolved now, making amends later won't be so easy. Mr. Yi, you don't seriously believe this was an accident, do you? As the team leader, Yi Fan usually took things as they came. But that didn't mean he lacked the necessary competence. Hearing Xiao Tiance's words, he snapped back to reality and glanced again at the male student beside him. Sure enough, the boy's expression shifted slightly. Xiao Tiance seized the moment to press his advantage. What a couple! You made it into college, so you must have some talent. Who'd have thought you'd use all your intelligence on this? From what I can tell, this should be your ex-girlfriend. Coming to the amusement park today probably wasn't for romance at all, it was to discuss breaking up. But when you couldn't agree, you deliberately pushed her down. That's what you call an accident. This sudden explanation left Yi Fan momentarily stunned. After all, there was no evidence here, it was all just speculation. Before he could respond, Mr. Xiao Tiance stepped forward to address the university student. Confess now and you might get leniency. There are cameras inside the Ferris wheel, every detail is recorded. Before we review the footage, you still have a chance to make amends by telling the truth yourself. Otherwise, it's a shame to waste your youth rotting in prison. The young man's expression had already shifted subtly, but now, after Xiao Tiance's words, he instantly dropped to his knees. I'm so sorry, please spare me. Don't sentence me to death. Xiaomei was indeed the girlfriend I'd secretly admired for 3 years. Today I finally gathered the courage to confess, but I never imagined she already had a boyfriend. Why didn't she tell me? It's not uncommon for people suffering such psychological trauma to commit such extreme acts. After learning the truth, Yifan glanced at Xiao Tiance. Perhaps it was admiration, perhaps shock, but now the job at hand demanded action. Take him away. Interrogation will proceed at the station. Yifan flashed his badge, and several staff members from the park cooperated to apprehend the young man. Meanwhile, Xiaomei was promptly rushed to the hospital. Luo Qingya, standing nearby, smiled faintly and gently slipped her arm through Xiao Tiance. I didn't know you brought other girls to the amusement park. Don't tell me you actually enjoy riding the Ferris wheel alone. Girls' thoughts always caught him off guard, leaving Xiao Tiance momentarily stunned. What are you talking about? I just returned to Jiangdu not long ago, and this amusement park? I only saw it on a map. This is my first time here. Luo Qingya placed her hands on her hips and immediately pointed ahead. That sounds a bit fishy. If it's your first time here, how would you know there are surveillance cameras inside if we haven't even boarded the Ferris wheel yet? Before she could finish, a nearby staff member froze in surprise. I'm sorry, miss, but we actually don't have surveillance cameras inside the Ferris wheel. But you've given us an idea. Installing cameras might be a good way to prevent this from happening again. No surveillance footage. Luo Qingya's eyes widened in disbelief. Xiao Tiance suddenly broke into a hearty laugh. Whether they came here or not, they're all visitors enjoying the ride. No one would be caught on camera. Cases like this probably won't be cleared up until the girl wakes up, but that little punk has likely already fled. So I blew it up. Consider it helping the security bureau save a lot of trouble. So it was just a bluff? That was unexpected. Luo Qingya stared wide-eyed, searching for answers in her confusion. What if it was fake? Your earlier words even fooled me. How could Xiao Tiance possibly make such a claim without proof? The moment the girl fell, Xiao Tiance had already noticed a footprint on her clothes. Though blurred in the urgency of the moment, Xiao Tiance's keen observation had registered it. Thus, from a single footprint, he deduced everything above. Coupled with a bit of bluffing, he successfully extracted the truth. With a few casual words, he clarified the situation and earned Luo Qingya's newfound respect. I hear you're currently unemployed. Why not join me as an assistant? Frankly, you'd make a far more brilliant chairman than I ever could. I never expected you to be so meticulous in your work. Amidst the praise, another shift occurred. This time, however, it came from Luo Qingya's female secretary. Their conversation was interrupted as the secretary quietly responded beside them. Chairman, Luo Zhenhai has agreed. Should we consider your suggestion? Xiao Tiance, standing nearby and hearing everything clearly, couldn't help but smile. Since they're offering an apology, we'll return to listen attentively. Having been so engrossed in her leisure activities, Luo Qingya had nearly forgotten about the contract matter. Now, abruptly pulled back to reality, a sense of urgency welled up within her. The two said no more. As they made their way forward, they soon arrived at the entrance of Baikayatang Group. The moment they stepped into the conference room, they saw Luo Zhenhai and Luo Qingyang standing side by side, their faces etched with profound embarrassment. The chairman is truly embarrassed. Earlier, due to his haste, he made some. Luo Zhenhai lowered his head, but before he could finish, Xiao Tiance abruptly interrupted. Hold on, this apology approach is all wrong. Why are only a few of us in the conference room? You owe your apology not to the chairman, but to the collective efforts of every single employee at Baikayatang. Honey, what's your take on this? As the saying goes, business is business. The matter had already been discussed earlier. Luo Qingya could only take a deep breath. Exactly. Acting as the chairman's proxy without authorization completely crossed the company's red line. We uphold fairness and justice precisely to show everyone that this isn't just an ordinary family-run group. Anyone has the chance to build something great. Yet you've destroyed the image we've built by acting out of familial loyalty. You truly owe every employee an apology. Convene the board immediately. Luo Qingyang's eyes widened. Her lips trembled as she glared at Xiao Tiance, about to unleash a torrent of curses, when a sharp crack echoed. Xiao Tiance casually crushed the corner of the conference table with his fingers. This scene left all the pent-up resentment bottled up inside. Regarding this incident, Baikayatang Group issued a company-wide notice. Within moments, nearly 100 people crowded into the main conference room. Hundreds of eyes fixed on the father and son. Chapter 86, Admitting Mistakes. Luo Zhenhai surveyed the packed room. His expression darkened considerably. Apologizing to Qingya alone, or even apologizing to Xiao Tiance, would have been acceptable. But facing the executives and countless employees before him, his resolve began to waver. Luo Qingya, no matter what, I'm still your uncle. Don't you think we could just let this matter slide? Seeing the troubled look on her uncle's face, Luo Qingya did feel a twinge of pity. But recalling Xiao Tiance's words, she forced herself to hold her breath. Back when she was hunted down by the four great families, not only did Luo Zhenhai refuse to lend a hand, he swiftly distanced himself from the situation. He even seized the opportunity to seize control of Baikayatang. If it were anyone else, they would likely have become sworn enemies for generations. But now, out of respect for this face, he had already backed down time and again. If this continued, the other party would likely take advantage of his leniency. But as this thought crossed his mind, his expression hardened once more, growing intensely stern. He turned and fixed his gaze on the uncle beside him. Company rules are company rules, and what you've done crosses our line. Had Deng Yue not been so careless, this deal would have fallen through. Remember, offending the guard corps means not only losing profits but also seeing your reputation plummet. Even if I can endure this repeatedly, I ask you all, could you endure it? The top executives within the Baikatang group had long undergone a reshuffle. For the company's progress, I've heard about the family affairs within Baikatang, particularly concerning the four major families. Though many harbored anger, none dared confront them directly. Now that Baikatang has risen again, we must avenge past humiliations and transform our former state. I know you share a familial connection with the chairman, but we established this corporate group for mutual growth, not to seek personal gain. We place our trust in Luo Qingya, not you. If you refuse to apologize for this matter, then there will be no further business dealings. The cries rose one after another, each more piercing than the last. Luo Qingyang's expression darkened considerably. Why should father listen to them? Baikatang is our family's enterprise. Why should we tolerate an outsider dictating terms? Luo Xinhai listened to his son's words, feeling his pride was at stake. And at that very moment, another urgent call suddenly rang out. The moment Luo Qingya's phone rang, a kindly, aged voice spoke from the other end. My dear Luo Qingya, I'm truly sorry that my son has caused you so much trouble. Though I've long since retired, there are matters I simply must intervene in. I cannot stand by and watch our family business plummet just as it's been restored. Hand the phone to Luo Xinhai. The caller was none other than the patriarch of the family. Upon hearing the voice on the other end, Luo Qingya's face broke into a smile. Though the patriarch wasn't exactly fair and impartial, when it came to interests, he knew how to weigh things. Deng Yue came for Luo Qingya. Regardless of his motives, without Luo Qingya, this deal would have been dead in the water. In the face of immense profit, so-called family ties sometimes held little value in certain people's eyes. Following the old man's orders, Luo Qingya swiftly placed the phone into Luo Xinhai's hand. She couldn't hear their conversation, but Luo Xinhai's expression darkened noticeably. Even as Luo Xinhai reluctantly hung up, the old man's furious shouts could still be heard on the other end. Mark my words, if you don't apologize today, then the head of Baikatang Group won't be staying in their position much longer. Though the old man hadn't been seen in public for years, his authority remained absolute. As the call ended, Luo Xinhai turned to the surrounding crowd and bowed deeply to Luo Qingya. Chairman, I am truly sorry. This is all my fault. I acted recklessly. I guarantee this will never happen again. In that instant of bowing, Luo Xinhai appeared utterly sincere. Whether it worked or not, he had to put on a show. After all, with the old man's status looming over them, no one dared show even a shred of disrespect. Luo Qingyang, watching her father like this, felt utterly humiliated. She glared at her cousin with fierce anger. Fine. We're family, yet you humiliate my father like this. He's your elder. Mark my words, this isn't over. No sooner had Luo Qingyang finished speaking than she was grabbed by the hair and slammed hard onto the table with a thud. Luo Xinhai was trying to find a way to keep them from leaving, but he hadn't expected his stubborn son to keep spouting useless words at a time like this. Without another word, he delivered a brutal beating right then and there. You little bastard, are you looking for death? Get down on your knees and apologize. Seizing the moment, Luo Xinhai kicked Luo Qingyang to the ground, staging a dramatic act of self-sacrifice. He then grabbed Luo Qingyang's head and slammed it repeatedly against the ground. Blood spread relentlessly. The sight was horrifying. The purpose of today's meeting was to apologize, not to kill someone. Witnessing this, Luo Qingya urgently intervened. Alright, personally speaking, we're all family. There's no need to dwell on this from the company's perspective. The mistake has been acknowledged and rectified. Additionally, the finance manager will replace my door tomorrow. Remember, this kind of thing must never happen again. Luo Qingya understood what it meant to know when to stop. As the crowd slowly dispersed, she turned to thank Xiao Tiance, only to discover he had slipped away from the venue at some point. Where did Xiao Tiance go? Did any of you see him? Luo Qingya had intended to use this meeting to promote Xiao Tiance to vice president of the company. But the meeting had barely reached its halfway point when he suddenly vanished without a trace. Xiao Tiance glanced at his watch. The other auction of the four great families was about to begin. Back then, Master Sun Honhai's medical group had been seized by the four major families acting in concert. Now it was being auctioned off again. Naturally, he must reclaim it all. Yingbin Tower. Bathed in the blazing sun, the scene carried a touch of ancient charm. This was Jiangdu's most distinctive restaurant, and also the venue for the Jiyuan auction. Even the patriarch of the Lin family, Lin Zhuiying, had personally attended. According to Lin family tradition, with the second son now deceased, Lin Zhuiying should have held the funeral first. However, the last time, the property intended for Morong was intercepted midway by Xiao Tiance. To prevent complications arising from delay, the matter must be brought forward on the agenda. Today's auction, however, was entirely different from the last. Lin Zhuiying, accompanied by his son, had already taken his seat inside the welcome pavilion. At that moment, a black sedan pulled up before the entrance. A slightly plump man was the true protagonist of today's auction. Chapter 87, The Assassin Organization. As the car door opened, the man emerged wearing a suit. His attire appeared remarkably understated, yet the suit alone was worth hundreds of thousands. The watch on his right wrist was even more remarkable, a luxury brand worth tens of millions. The man's line of work in Jiangdu was exceptionally unique. Chairman of Universal Group. Universal Group produced no tangible goods, instead specializing in information warfare. The bulk of its transactions involved buying and selling intelligence. In today's business world, intelligence is often crucial and commands exorbitant prices. The commercial spies under Universal Group's command alone were sufficient to sustain Jiangdu's largest information industry. Moreover, Chairman Ma Wangtian, the mastermind behind the group, is renowned throughout Jiangdu. Although its business model differs from other conglomerates, no player in the commercial arena can evade the necessity of intelligence. Therefore, no company wishes to antagonize Mr. Ma. Mr. Ma, you're here. I hear you've suddenly decided to switch careers and enter the medical industry. This is truly unprecedented. But congratulations in advance, this auction is being hosted by the Lin family. Given your relationship with them, there should be no issues whatsoever. Amidst the surrounding flattery, Ma Wangtian merely nodded slightly, remaining silent. Such scenes had long since become commonplace. But this auction, well, it's a bitter pill to swallow. In others' eyes, Ma Wangtian stood high above them all. When it came to business matters, every company approached him with reverence. But just a few years ago, the four major families that emerged from Jiangdu had already outclassed Universal Group with their extraordinary capabilities. Moreover, with the support of Miss Morong from Lancheng, the four great families utterly disregarded the impending intelligence. This devastating blow struck deep into Ma Wangtian's core, leaving him with a profound sense of crisis. Just 2 days prior, Lin Qiu had suddenly made a phone call. He intended to force the sale of a medical enterprise to Ma. To maintain fairness and impartiality, he was required to deposit over 200 million yuan at the auction. Such tactics were commonplace among the four great families, a habitual maneuver. Even though Ma Wangtian had no involvement in the medical industry, under Lin Qiu's coercion, he had no choice but to scrape together hundreds of millions and grit his teeth to participate in the auction. What's more, none of the groups present today were even in the medical field. The outcome was as certain as iron plates nailed down. Though surrounded by flattery, Ma Wangtian felt no trace of satisfaction. Just as he was about to step into the reception hall, he suddenly heard the security guards behind him shouting, "Hold on! You're not allowed inside. Manhwa Medical Group? I've never even heard of this small-time outfit. Look at your state, do you even have the qualifications to enter the auction hall?" For a top-tier industry group to suddenly cause such a commotion inevitably drew attention. The crowd turned to look. They saw an elderly man, hunched over and leaning on a cane, walking step by step ahead. He held the corresponding Manhwa Group corporate contract in his hand. Yet this group wouldn't show up on any website in Jiangdu, because it was nothing but a shell company. Beside the old man stood a man dressed in plain clothes. He looked like a sturdy countryman. One of the security guards shoved the old man. In an instant, the guard felt a tremendous force that forced him to stumble back several steps. That old man was none other than Xiao Tiance in disguise. "Your Majesty, could you please act the part? Your white beard is falling off." The instant the guard shoved him, Xiao Tiance felt no threat whatsoever, yet a sudden gust of wind swept through, causing the white beard on his face to flutter almost uncontrollably. Despite his disguise, the results were less than ideal. After all, he was the Dark Emperor. He always acted alone. Disguises were something he had scarcely ever encountered within Xintian prison. The burly man offering advice beside him was undoubtedly the greedy wolf war god. "Cramming at the last minute won't help me stick around any longer. Also, where is the black tortoise war god?" Hearing the king's words, light as the war god, I hurriedly took advantage of him turning his face away to reattach the white beard. He responded simultaneously. "Xuanwu war god, following your orders, is currently searching the Dragon City area for clues related to the Xiao family from years past. He is also repelling external threats." Hearing this, Xiao Tiance nodded silently. It was time to recall the Xuanwu war god. The borderlands had remained relatively peaceful these past years, and disguise was something he excelled at. Among the four great war gods by Xiao Tiance's side, the most unique was Xuanwu. Legend holds his disguise skills are unmatched under heaven. There was simply no equal under heaven. In fact, when conducting affairs in Jiangdu, having the Xuanwu war god present was often more suitable than the Qinglong. Unfortunately, Xuanwu possessed a rather peculiar disposition, and certain personal preferences of his were simply unacceptable to Xiao Tiance. "Rest assured, I'll issue the order immediately. They'll be back here shortly." No sooner had the greedy wolf war god spoken than the security guard beside him was shoved to the ground in plain sight. A surge of anger welled up within him. He sprang to his feet, glaring coldly. "You damn old man, you're in pretty good shape for your age. Guys, come on out. I'll show you what the Manhwa group is made of. You won't set foot here today." The moment the security captain finished speaking, several guards nearby immediately charged out wielding clubs. One of them, clearly trained in martial arts, wielded a solid iron rod. But as he approached, the greedy wolf war god wore a smirk on his face, turning to Xiao Tiance beside him and delivering a cutting remark. "Well now, the people here are quite the characters, aren't they? An auction, and they still have to play king and queen. Otherwise, they wouldn't be wielding clubs to drive you away." Despite his complaint, a faint smile also appeared on Xiao Tiance's face. After all, this corporate contract matter belonged to the Sun family. If Xiao Tiance appeared in his original identity, the four great families would surely be on high alert. Better to go with the flow. After some careful disguise, he would play along with them slowly. Watching the security guard extend his iron rod, Xiao Tiance flicked it away with a smile. The next moment, the iron rod appeared in his own hand. "I'm getting old, my eyesight failing me. Is this thing really a metal rod? Why does it look like they're using a metal ring?" As he spoke, Xiao Tiance bent his fingers slightly, and the entire iron rod crumpled in his grasp, transforming into a ring. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding crowd sucked in a collective gasp. What immense power! Greedy wolf war god then observed Xiao Tiance's narrowed eyes and instantly understood his intent. "Boss, I don't think this is a ring, it looks more like a disc." Chapter 88, Divine Transformation. The greedy wolf war god took the iron ring he had already shaped and brought it over. Finally, he clapped his hands together. A solid iron ring transformed right in his palms into a flat iron disc. Merely witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding onlookers had long since widened their eyes in astonishment. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Were they members of the Martial Arts Association? I've heard many Martial Arts Association members disguise themselves as prominent businessmen to travel around. Just that skill alone, ordinary martial artists could never achieve that. During the questioning, Ma Wangtian, who had been about to enter the room, halted in his tracks. He found Xiao Tiance and his group deeply intriguing. But then Xiao Tiance picked up the iron disc and, right before everyone's eyes, crumpled it back into a ball. The perfectly smooth sphere gleamed jet black under the sunlight, leaving everyone utterly speechless. The two of them giggled and joked, completely lacking any semblance of seriousness. Finally, Xiao Tiance held the iron sphere in his hand and examined it for a moment, but this time he didn't give it to the greedy wolf war god. "Alright, we're here for the auction. That was just a little acrobatic show for everyone. Security, come here. Since this weapon belongs to you, I'll return it now." Next, Xiao Tiance pinched the snowball between both hands and pulled it fiercely, stretching it up and down. After a series of shape-shifting transformations, the iron rod changed form repeatedly in their hands. Most astonishingly, the final move restored it directly to its original iron rod form. Seeing this, the security guard dared not approach. As if he'd seen a ghost, he let out a yelp, dropped the stick instantly, and bolted away in his uniform. "Captain, I'm sorry, but I need to get home to my kids. I quit. This place is way too risky." The young people nearby watched the security guard who'd just been scared off, and they too were momentarily stunned. But upon reflection, a place like this reception area attracts big shots from all corners of the country. Who knows what kind of dangerous people you might run into? And just half a month ago, a young security guard got dragged into the ocean and chopped up to feed the fish after messing with someone connected to an underground gang. Who would dare work in such a high-risk job for a few thousand yuan a month? Even Comrade Captain and the surrounding guards scattered in an instant. Yet at that very moment, a smile spread across Ma Wangtian's face. This gentleman, which conglomerate might he represent? Even though he claimed to be from Manhwa Group, such claims were commonplace. Now, Ma Wangtian of Universal Group certainly wouldn't take it at face value. Moreover, the man before him, Ma Wangtian, had pondered for quite some time. In all the intelligence he possessed, there was simply no record of this individual. For someone engaged in information warfare, such a gap was almost intolerable. Facing the inquiry, Xiao Tiance merely smiled faintly, tapping his walking stick lightly on the ground. "Mr. Ma, I've just established a small enterprise. As it happens, I'm precisely in need of a hospital. I heard the items up for auction here perfectly match my needs, so I took the liberty of coming." Ma Wangtian's face broke into a smile. The four great families were merely seizing this opportunity to amass wealth. As the saying goes, rising tides lift all boats. Mr. Ma offered 200 million yuan, some ordinary people could never afford. Even if this little old man before me were a real tycoon who could actually afford it, the four great families would only feel deeply satisfied at receiving more money. Not only would they bear no responsibility, they would actually receive commendations. This deal was a surefire win, no matter how you looked at it. But who could have known? Xiao Tiance's next words were nothing short of astonishing. "For this auction, I'll bid 20,000 yuan. We country folk don't have much money, but that should be enough. I hope Mr. Ma will be magnanimous and not compete with me. Ma Wangtian's bloodshot eyes widened as he scanned the surrounding crowd. Everyone knew that Mr. Ma had long since coordinated with the 4 major families to attend this event merely to show support. Once Mr. Ma named his price, no one else dared to say a word. But now someone had offered a mere 20,000 yuan for a hospital. No matter how you looked at it, it was laughable. As the surrounding crowd stood dumbfounded, Ma Wangtian immediately signaled to his men with a glance. Old gentleman, your words seem to carry a veiled threat. I'm afraid that's rather inappropriate. No sooner had he finished speaking than a man stepped forward from behind Mr. Ma. He resembled a pirate, with only one eye, yet was robust and muscular. The iron hook in his hand gleamed coldly under the sunlight. Kid, your moves look sharp. Care to spar? The crowd gasped at the sight of this bizarrely shaped man. Captain Ironhook. Ranked 67th on the Heaven and Earth leaderboard. With a man like that as his bodyguard, no wonder no one in Jiangdu dares to cross him. As expected of Boss Ma to actually recruit someone from the Heaven and Earth rankings. Just this alone puts us in the dust. Congratulations. With Boss Ma's strength, it won't be long before he dominates Jiangdu. The first compliment was satisfying enough, but the next remark would send Ma Wangtian into a state of utter shock. He turned to glare at the chairman beside him, letting out a cold snort. You truly know how to flatter me to death. Captain Ironhook does have some skill. I hired him at great expense. But the 3 top-tier assassins from the Heaven and Earth rankings, all superior to Captain Ironhook, are now under the Lin family's command. Though they weren't present today, the 4 great families' status remains undeniable. Your words are clearly sowing discord. Deal with him immediately. With just those words, Ironhook's blade sliced through the air in a sweeping arc. A nearby chairman's eyes widened in shock. As the saying goes, trouble comes from the mouth. Who would have thought he'd meet such an inexplicable end? Just as the iron hook was about to strike its target, Xiao Tiance tapped his cane lightly in front of him. The iron hook instantly struck the wooden cane. What appeared to be an ordinary dragon-headed cane now proved as solid as a fortress, halting the iron hook mid-air with sheer force. Captain Ironhook froze momentarily, while Xiao Tiance beside him maintained his smile. We're here for the auction, not to fight. This doesn't seem quite right. Besides, if you don't like these few words of flattery, that's your loss. The 4 great families are nothing but a bunch of bull anyway. There's no fault in what I said. The air fell silent once more. Captain Ironhook's attack being intercepted mid-strike was an insult in itself, and his rage erupted instantly. Regarding Boss Ma's affairs, Xiao Tiance had naturally conducted a thorough investigation. Though Global Enterprises Group controlled Jiangdu's intelligence network. But compared to the 4 great war gods, it was like a minor sorcerer meeting a grand wizard. While the Vermilion Bird War God was widely regarded as the most skilled in intelligence among the 4 war gods, the Greedy Wolf War God was no slouch either. Chapter 89, Preserving Goodwill. Regarding the matter of Mr. Ma, Xiao Tiance had naturally investigated the case. Although it was the Global Enterprise Group which controlled intelligence in Jiangdu. But compared to the 4 great war gods, it's like comparing a minor sorcerer to a grand magician. Who says the Vermilion Bird War God is the most skilled in intelligence among the 4 great war gods? The Greedy Wolf War God isn't half bad either. While Global Group frequently peddled intelligence and ethically questionable yet technically legal practice. In recent years, it had only crossed the line under pressure from the 4 great families. Mr. Ma, however, seemed to harbor a benevolent heart, frequently donating illicit gains to schools and orphanages in impoverished mountainous regions. Sometimes he even did so completely anonymously. Of course, none of this escaped Xiao Tiance's keen eye. Thus, when Captain Ironhook flew into a rage, Xiao Tiance did not confront Ma Boss. Instead, he merely flicked his cane with a smile. Captain Ironhook, who had intended to flex his muscles, froze in place like a wooden chicken. The cane pierced Captain Hook's chest like a giant nail. From start to finish, no one witnessed what had transpired. All they saw was Captain Ironhook flying backward through the air. Then, rising from the air, he was hammered into the doorframe. I told you, young man, don't be so impulsive. Fighting and killing only brings ruin upon yourself in the end. You agree, don't you, Boss Ma? Mr. Ma stared wide-eyed, his face numb. A single cane. Merciless annihilation. Who exactly was this man before him? As Xiao Tiance spoke, the white beard began to fall off again, only slowly reattaching itself in front of Boss Ma. The movement was subtle, discernible only to Ma Wangtian. In Boss Ma's memory, the only one capable of killing silently with a single staff was likely the man ranked 7th on the Heaven and Earth ranking Staff of Heaven. Are you a professional assassin? Why would someone of your stature appear in? Xiao Tiance certainly wasn't the so-called one strike to heaven. He'd never even heard that name before. However, a powerhouse ranked so high on the Heaven and Earth rankings was certainly not someone a small city like Zhangcheng could accommodate. Clearly, Boss Ma had misunderstood the situation. Should we reconsider what Mr. Ma just proposed? Ma Wangtian was under threat, yet sweat poured down his face. caught between a rock and a hard place. Offending a master ranked within the top 10 of the heaven and earth rankings would almost certainly mean certain death. But if he didn't heed everyone's advice, today would likely be extremely painful. As he weighed his options, Xiao Tiance turned to look at the greedy wolf war god. Bring out the list. I need to examine it thoroughly. Jiangdu has repeatedly held illegal auctions, and now they're doing it so brazenly. It seems some businesses need to be dealt with. Xinglong produced a black notebook. Mr. Ma glanced at it and found every entrepreneur present listed inside. Even the entire hotel staff was included. Not only were basic details like age recorded, but even distant relatives like aunts and cousins were listed with crystal clarity. Worst of all, Ma Boss sought his own name listed at the very top. Jiangdu Global Group had earned its reputation as the most enigmatic conglomerate not only through its formidable intelligence capabilities but also its exceptionally robust defensive systems. Only when Mr. Ma investigated other companies' information did he score points, yet no company has ever managed to steal Global Group's secrets. Thus, identity and family organization members have always been deeply engrossed. But now, Wan Tian sees it all crystal clear. Not only are his own family members laid bare, but even the whereabouts of his long-lost second uncle who vanished during the Shao era are spelled out in plain text. This godlike figure, I'm truly sorry I was blind. Please, spare my life? As Ma Wangtian uttered these words, his skin crawled with goosebumps. Xiao Tiance offered no reply, instead poring intently over the corporate roster in his hands. His primary goal was to investigate which other criminals were present at this meeting. The longer Xiao Tiance remained silent, the more sweat poured down Boss Ma's face. This was absolutely a matter of life and death. In all of Jiangdu, only the 4 great families possessed the capability to investigate his clan with such thoroughness. And now, this man before him clearly intended to confront the 4 great families head-on, having even gone to the trouble of disguising himself. His heart had sunk to the depths. Rest assured, this list merely tracks today's transactions. It has little to do with you. Xiao Tiance noticed that Boss Ma dared not act recklessly. He promptly returned the notebook to the greedy wolf war god. Though it was a trivial gesture, Mr. Ma absolutely should not have left. Big brother, I'm just a peddler of intelligence. I'm truly sorry for what happened earlier. We don't have any grudges, do we? From now on, our universal group is willing to serve you faithfully. Whatever you need, just give the word, I'll make it happen. Now that's interesting. Xiao Tiance's intention was to prevent the other party from abandoning the auction. Who'd have thought this guy would willingly comply? He's even scared out of his wits. But consider this, across the entire Jiangdu region, even with the greedy wolf war god by his side, he remains far from the emperor's reach. To truly blend into ordinary households, one still needs local connections. Yet since arriving in Jiangdu, the only person who truly held sway over the city was Deng Yue. As for Luo Qingya and old master Sun, one is my wife, the other my master. They absolutely cannot be treated as subordinates to handle matters. If he could cultivate an intelligence network, why not seize the opportunity? With that thought, Xiao Tiance decided to go with the flow. In that case, I'll judge you by your future performance. And then, the atmosphere grew intensely awkward. The once obscure Mingyue group now strode confidently ahead of Ma Wangtian, pushing open the door. And Ma Wangtian, the intelligence mogul, willingly followed behind. As the door swung open to the auction hall, the surrounding entrepreneurs had already erupted into applause. Yet the moment they caught sight of Xiao Tiance, they all froze in surprise. They had all come to welcome Boss Ma, not some little old man. One entrepreneur, true to form, immediately started cursing. Who the hell do you think you are, walking ahead like that? Get the hell out of here in 3 seconds, or else. Before the entrepreneur could finish his sentence, Ma, standing behind him, suddenly snorted. As chairman of a third-rate company in Jiangdu, he's already infected with these deep-rooted ideas. I say your group might as well shut down altogether. That single remark proved this third-rate enterprise would soon be swallowed up by other conglomerates. With confidential information leaking constantly, bankruptcy was just around the corner. The boss never imagined such a thing would happen. He immediately wanted to kneel, but Xiao Tiance and Mr. Ma walked past the crowd without even looking up. Though unaware of the relationship between this diminutive old man and Ma Boss, the surrounding chairman began to show Xiao Tiance the utmost deference. Chapter 90, Tides of Fortune. Inside the venue, following Ma Wangtian's actions, countless entrepreneurs could only bow respectfully to Xiao Tiance. Upon entering the hall, the host stood ready on stage. Despite the packed audience, the formal auction had yet to commence. Clearly, all this had been orchestrated to await Mr. Ma's arrival. Now that the main guest had arrived, there was no need for further ado. The auction commenced immediately. At that moment, deep within the second floor, Lin Zhuiying sipped her tea with narrowed eyes, observing the newly arrived Mr. Ma. Standing beside her, clad in a white robe, was Lin Xiao, the eldest son of the Lin family. The Lin family, one of the 4 great families, had no genuine interest in the auction industry. They had forcibly seized the event from the Sun family and were now conducting a high-priced auction. It was a 2-for-1 move, effectively suppressing both major conglomerates in Jiangdu. Father, are you satisfied with the figure they've offered this time? Lin Xiao held up 2 fingers toward Lin Zhuiying. Facing this moment, Lin Zhuiying's face broke into a smile. Your brother is dead. The future of the Lin family now rests on your shoulders. Do not disappoint me. Moreover, after this matter is settled, this achievement alone will secure your place in the family's history. I will present this matter as a point of honor at your brother's funeral. Time is short. Lin Zhuiying took everything that happened today for granted. As she narrowed her eyes to observe the gathering, she noticed 2 figures beside Boss Ma, a stooped old man and a sun-darkened, burly man. These 2 remained constantly by Boss Ma's side, revered by everyone present. Lin Zhuiying was utterly perplexed. Furrowing her brow, she asked, who are these 2? Judging by their demeanor, they seem to be on equal footing with Ma Wantian. Are they top-tier figures in our Jiangdu? As she asked, Lin Xiao also frowned, his gaze fixed ahead. At that moment, Xiao Tiance seemed to sense the gaze upon him. The greedy wolf war god beside him stepped aside, just making a gesture of invitation, when Xiao Tiance suddenly halted and smiled faintly. Since Boss Ma is the guest of honor today, please take your seat. Mr. Ma dared not sit. Every step he'd taken alongside Xiao Tiance had been nerve-wracking. Hearing those words felt like a death sentence, sending a chill down his spine. No need please, you must sit. Before he could finish, the greedy wolf war god let out a sudden, cold laugh. He added over his shoulder. Mr. Ma, my lord invites you to take a seat. Please don't be so ungrateful. At that moment, he had no choice but to sit. Xiao Tiance and Xinglong then took their places on either side of him. From above, it still appeared that Mr. Ma occupied the seat of honor. Watching this unfold from upstairs, Lin Xiao and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Though the Environmental Information Group controlled intelligence across regions, few knew its internal workings. Thus, to outsiders, the situation appeared entirely different. Those 2 men were likely relatives of Boss Ma. Their presence here was probably just for show. They were insignificant. As long as they didn't interfere with our business, everything would be fine. The Lin family members relaxed. Lin Xiao, cradling 2 beauties, wore an even more contented expression. Ma wouldn't dare make any unnecessary moves, especially since I brought in a pro to keep watch nearby. Amidst the smiles, the woman he was holding suddenly spun around. Instantly clad in black, she held steel wire in her hands. Father, this is no ordinary courtesan, she's the 66th ranked assassin on the hit list. Should Mr. Ma dare to make a move, she'll eliminate him on the spot. The woman flashed a seductive smile as she settled beside Lin Xiao. Her gaze was utterly tender, yet those hands had long been stained with countless bloodshed. At that moment, the auction officially commenced. As the saying goes, make quick work of it. The host walked at the front, smiling as he first presented the relevant contract and introduced it to the crowd. Then he announced publicly. Ladies and gentlemen, although Jiangdu Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital is located in the suburbs, it is the most renowned hospital in our city. Due to certain circumstances, it has remained closed for many years, causing significant losses to Jiangdu. However, after today's auction, Jiangdu Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital will soon rise again. Once acquired, we will restore it to its former glory. The host continued his enthusiastic speech from the side. Simultaneously, another announcement was made. This time, not only within Jiangdu, but many entrepreneurs from the provincial capital have also shown great interest in the Jiangdu Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital area. They have decided to build a sanatorium, and soon the northern part of Jiangdu will become a leisure and resort destination. Major enterprises from outside the province will also center their substantial investments around Jiangdu Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. As things stand, this hospital truly holds boundless potential for the future. With the introduction complete, the auction segment commenced. Everyone had come along with Mr. Ma, and if anyone dared to bid at this moment, it would be courting trouble with Ma Wangtian. Therefore, logically speaking, the auction proceedings should have been extremely straightforward. The moment the gavel fell, Xiao Tiance suddenly raised his right hand. 20,000 yuan. The sudden bid left countless corporate representatives staring at the elderly man before them, utterly bewildered. Had he lost his mind? 20,000? That wouldn't even buy a hospital railing. Though this was a no-reserve auction, bidding this low was unthinkable. Stealing a company from the Lin family, one of the 4 great clans, would surely invite disaster. Wasn't this old man a friend of Boss Ma? Was there some internal conflict? Wasn't this clearly making Ma Wangtian look bad? As everyone stood perplexed, Lin Xiao also frowned. But it didn't matter. With Boss Ma present and the price already secured beforehand, this was merely a minor hiccup. Yet. Silence. After Xiao Tiance called out his bid, the room was met with nothing but silence. Ma Wangtian's face darkened. With Xiao Tiance standing right beside him, who dared bid further? Even Lin Zhuiying suddenly stood up, glaring fiercely at Ma Wangtian below. What does this mean? You're not bidding? Although the major corporations had long been aware of the auction, the supervisory committee was present, and it was impossible to withdraw the companies at this point. Ma Wantian felt a searing gaze pierce him from behind. He could only lower his head and remain silent. Lin Zhuiying slammed her hand down on the table with a crack, shattering the surface. Ladies and gentlemen, are there any further bids? The auctioneer glared around, but Mr. Ma pretended to close his eyes, ignoring the question. Xiao Tiance glanced at the time and snorted coldly. Listen, auctioneer. Since no one else is bidding, can we just bring the hammer down? This has dragged on long enough. If you can afford it, sell it. If you can't, don't bring it to auction. Hearing Xiao Tiance's voice, the auctioneer looked toward the Lin family in the upper gallery. Selling Jiangdu's finest traditional Chinese medicine hospital for 20,000? This is more than just a windfall. Chapter 91, that's the price. Ladies and gentlemen, our Lin Family Central Hospital not only treats the common people but also attracts top-tier enterprises from the provincial capital. By any measure of reason or fairness, this price is far too low. While the auction has no restrictions, shouldn't we consider the circumstances? Faced with this inquiry, the surrounding enterprises began to waver. As sellers, we shouldn't interfere with the auction's fairness, but now that we hold the title of the four great families, we wield absolute authority. Just as several entrepreneurs were about to waver, the auction hall doors swung open midway. Bathed in sunlight, Deng Yue personally led his entourage onto the scene. The crowd reacted with astonishment at Deng Yue's sudden appearance. Yet, as the commander of the guard regiment and a figure deeply beloved by the people, no one dared to show him disrespect. Oh, Commander Deng. We're terribly sorry for not greeting you properly. What brings you here? Could it be you're also interested in this hospital? If so, just give us a heads up. The four great families would surely give you face. Why bother coming in person? Facing their flattery, Deng Yue's expression remained stern. He certainly wasn't falling for such tactics. He responded with a cold smile. I'm here on official business. There have been reports of illegal transactions and unfair practices at the auction. I've come to investigate. Whether it involves the four great families is irrelevant. I come in the name of the law. Deng Yue opened with official rhetoric. The four great families wouldn't dare openly defy the authorities. The subtle pressure that had been building was instantly crushed. Of course, Deng Yue had been summoned by Xiao Tiance and his timing couldn't have been more perfect. He couldn't have asked for a better way to secure the auction without bloodshed. Seeing the moment had arrived, Xiao Tiance cleared his throat and said, with Commander Deng here, I feel much more at ease. Earlier, when I auctioned off the items, I sensed the Lin family seemed rather reluctant. The bidding had been going on for ages, yet no final price was set. What exactly was the Lin family playing at? During the inquiry, Lin Zhuiying nearly choked on her own fury. Yet she could do nothing but voice her frustration openly. Our Lin family would never break the rules. Are there any other companies bidding? If not, we'll finalize the price now. Who knows what tricks the Lin family has up their sleeves? Businesses around us were eager to bid. Setting aside other factors, this hospital alone had attracted genuine interest from many competitors. But who dared speak up now? If they accidentally meddle in the affairs of the four great families, they risk having their families destroyed. At this moment, silence reigned supreme. No one dared be the first to speak up. Even with enormous profits dangling before them, they had to forcefully suppress their impulses. As 3 minutes passed without response, Deng Yue spoke up, Lin family, I'm not well versed in auctions, but based on the time, does this mean we can finalize it now? Facing Deng Yue, Lin Zhuiying seethed with fury but had no choice but to grit her teeth and endure. Correct. Congratulations, today's bid goes to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. The elderly man before them slowly made his way to the stage, while the Lin family members gritted their teeth in fury. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd began whispering among themselves. Has this old man lost his mind? Even if he managed to secure the contract today, whether he could leave the venue was another matter entirely. Deng Yue couldn't keep his eyes glued to him forever. The crowd stared at the old man as if he were already dead. Then, before everyone's eyes, the old man paid the money and signed the contract. All went smoothly. Finally, he declared forcefully from the stage, the four great families, their tyranny and arrogance shall crumble, like dust stirred by the wind. This debt has finally been repaid, truly cause for celebration. After the old man finished speaking, he slowly shed his disguise. The moment Xiao Tiance's face appeared, everyone's eyes widened and they leapt to their feet. It's you! The man before them was all too familiar. It was Xiao Tiance who had caused such a commotion at the Morone gathering last time. He had left an indelible mark on the Lin family. Now, to prevent delays that could lead to complications, the Lin family had rushed the auction ahead of schedule, disregarding Lin Fei's funeral. Yet now, it all amounted to nothing. Their hatred now could only be described as seething. Xiao! The Lin family and you are sworn enemies. Fine. Let's see if you can hold on to that contract. The roar of fury echoed throughout the entire space. Watching the chaos unfold, Deng Yue fired a warning shot into the air. Quiet down, all of you. Mr. Xiao earned this legally. What do you think you're doing? Do the four great families truly believe they can establish their own fiefdoms and disregard me, their commander? At that moment, members of the security detail began approaching from behind. Their fully armed presence forcibly suppressed the anger simmering within the crowd. The commander is right. I've acquired this legally. No one restricted me from buying it. Since that's the case, shall we call it a day? Xiao Tiance, protected by the guard unit, stepped down from the stage one step at a time, leaving the crowd seething with frustration. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes at the scene and snorted coldly. Let him go. But I'm curious to see just how far he can go. The auction hammer fell decisively. As one of the four great families, the Lin family could only watch helplessly as Xiao Tiance secured the contract. Though they gritted their teeth in frustration, there was nothing they could do. Their entire bodies flushed crimson. After securing the contract, Xiao Tiance made no lingering stay, exiting through the back door. Ma Wangtian followed closely behind. Now, he was truly bound to Xiao Tiance like a sacred grasshopper. Originally, the contract was supposed to be worth hundreds of millions. Instead, it cost only 20,000 yuan, a devastating blow. Stay right here. Xiao Tiance's sudden statement sounded like a death sentence. Mr. Ma froze in place, utterly dumbfounded. Now that Xiao Tiance was gone, Boss Ma would inevitably become the target of the four great families. The outcome was all too predictable. But just as he tried to explain, Xiao Tiance turned back with a faint smile. Stay close to the four great families, he instructed. Keep a watchful eye on their movements. Rest assured, they won't kill you. Hearing Xiao Tiance's words, Ma Wangtian could only resign himself to the situation. He watched helplessly as Xiao Tiance and his companions drove away. At the same moment, a butler approached from behind. His expression was almost savage. Hello, Mr. Ma. The head of the Lin family invites you to come over for a chat. Surely you won't refuse? Hearing these words, Ma Wangtian took a deep breath. With the heaven and earth rankings assassin already dealt with by Xiao Tiance, and now completely alone. Even if he made a sudden dash now, it would likely be too late. He could only offer a wry smile as he followed the butler step by step up the stairs. Inside the second-floor private room, the beautiful assassin had long since been sent away, leaving only Lin Xiao and Lin Zhuiying behind. Chapter 92, Driving Tigers to Devour Wolves. Inside the second-floor private room, the beautiful assassin had long since been escorted out, leaving only Lin Xiao and Lin Zhuiying behind. Yet despite this, as members of the four great families, they still commanded formidable authority. They sat casually. Was enough to make Boss Ma feel suffocated. He forced a smile, but it looked utterly awkward amidst the crowd. Mr. Ma, let's talk. Today's developments have truly exceeded my expectations. The asking price for Central Hospital is likely unprecedented not just in Jiangdu, but across the entire nation. Listening to Lin Zhuiying get straight to the point, Mr. Ma froze for a moment. But soon, a mournful expression spread across his face. This wasn't my intention. To be honest, it was like a knife to my throat. I had no choice. That rotten kid is a killer himself. He's even taken out experts from the heaven and earth rankings. If I dared to speak up, my head would have been severed on the spot. And he threatened that if we didn't secure this contract today, he'd unleash a bloodbath right here in the auction hall. Since this event is organized by your four major families, any mishap would send your reputations plummeting. Left with no choice, I weighed every option and agreed to this method to defuse the crisis. Listening to the other party's words, Lin Zhuiying took a sip of tea and let out a cold laugh. Beside her, Lin Xiao instantly drew a curved blade and charged forward. So by your logic, you've actually done the four great families a favor today? You bastard. I'll kill you first. Mr. Ma, after all, was the chairman of the Global Enterprise Group. Having a young man brandish a blade menacingly at his brow left his face ashen. In that instant, he knew the four great families were no pushovers. Regarding the team's direction, all he could do was stand beside Xiao Tiance and pray for a chance to fight back. As the knife-wielding figure charged toward them, Lin Zhuiying suddenly grabbed her son's shoulder and yanked him violently beside her. How many times have I told you not to act on impulse? I never imagined that useless good-for-nothing who returned from Longchang would turn out to be part of an assassin organization. No wonder we suffered those consecutive failures. He'd been resentful that we never truly understood his capabilities. Initially, everyone assumed Xiao Tiance was merely a useless returnee. Now it seems his true identity and standing are entirely different from what we imagined. In the blink of an eye, Lin Zhuiying glanced at Ma Wangtian beside her and suddenly changed her mind. Mr. Ma, I have a task that could redeem your past mistakes. The fact they didn't kill you means there's still room for negotiation. That brat likely still has hidden cards up his sleeve. Only by knowing both sides can we win every battle. You'll be responsible for digging up more intel on them and reporting back to me at all times. Ma Wangtian had narrowly escaped with his life. In the rush, he agreed without hesitation. Lin Xiao furrowed her brow and approached her father to ask, If he truly is an assassin, should we recall our Black Rose operative? Black Rose was the assassin ranked on the Heaven and Earth leaderboard, the very woman who had been hiding within the family all along. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhuiying fell silent for a few seconds. There's no need for that. I'm actually curious, even if he is an assassin, how much of a threat is he really? Perhaps Black Rose could handle it too. As the saying goes, Lin Zhuiying struggles with the beauty test. The black market car raced toward the family residence. The greedy wolf war god began canceling orders and soon received a call. Reporting to your majesty, during your busy period, several waves of assassins have arrived. These scoundrels have been dealt with by our advance team. However, another group is currently heading toward the old residential district. Ever since Xiao Tiance returned from the Yangjia group, these assassins have been appearing one after another. Moreover, he had already warned young Kaitao to immediately return the entire 100-flower garden. Yet now, the deadline has passed, and Yang Kaitao remains silent instead. Wave after wave of assassins keep arriving. It's obvious where these men are coming from. After the greedy wolf war god finished his report, he narrowed his eyes and glanced behind him. A red Ferrari had been tailing them closely ever since they left the venue. It was clearly someone from the four great families. Before the report could be made, Xiao Tiance had already grasped the situation, a faint smile playing on his lips. Wolves ahead, tigers behind, how amusing. Jiangdu truly is no place for the faint of heart. The greedy wolf war god hurriedly replied. Rest assured, with the Azure Dragon squadron guarding the old residential district, they won't dare to act recklessly. As for that assassin behind us, I'll handle him. While receiving the report, Xiao Tiance shook his head slightly, seemingly harboring other plans. No need for that. Let them live a little longer. I'm in a good mood today, perfect timing to stage a dog-eat-dog spectacle. With that, Xiao Tiance narrowed his eyes. The greedy wolf war god said no more. Minutes later, Xiao Tiance spurred his horse onward, swiftly arriving at the old residential district. The area surrounding the old residential district was already swarming with assassins. Residents fled in a disorganized mass. They had already encircled Luo Qingyao's location in layers. Yet the assassins remained motionless, for several elite fighters who had ventured toward the residential buildings had already been cut down, their blood splattered 3 feet high. Several elite fighters huddled around a captain, frowning as they scanned the interior of the residential building. Captain, there are elite fighters guarding inside the building. Our men will be as good as dead if they go in. We should reconsider our plan. Every member of the Qinglong squad was among the elite ranks. Ordinary assassins within Jiangdu were practically like eggs hitting a stone. Though the assassin organization had mobilized a large force this time, facing such a hellish situation demanded careful consideration. While they deliberated, Xiao Tiance's black vehicle pulled up before the entrance. Simultaneously, the door behind him slowly opened, revealing a woman clad in black, walking alone. Luo Qingya's call simultaneously reached Xiao Tiance's hand. Something's happened inside the compound. I don't know how it happened, but so many experts seem to be heading our way. Fortunately, the local Legion's guards are here. You should lie low for now. Hearing his wife's voice, Xiao Tiance felt a wave of warmth wash over him. No matter the circumstances, even when facing danger, Luo Qingya would always put him first. That single gesture of devotion alone left him almost speechless. Don't worry, my dear. I've already enlisted a master to handle this. Everything will be resolved. By the time Xiao Tiance finished speaking with the greedy wolf war god, they had already reached the door. With their light footsteps, they moved through the courtyard filled with over 100 assassins without making a sound. Black Rose followed closely behind, watching helplessly as the target entered the old residential area and then vanished. Chapter 93, Chaos. This can't be. Black Rose stood frozen in place. How could someone right under her nose just vanish? Completely bewildered, she slowly stepped into the courtyard. The surrounding assassins, already enraged by the loss of several comrades. As Black Rose radiated a murderous aura, 2 assassins caught sight of her. Rescue? But it didn't matter. A flash of light shot out in an instant. Facing this scene, Black Rose held her hands aloft, dancing through the air like a butterfly. The 2 assassins were instantly sliced to pieces the moment they reached her. Black Rose's technique was exceptionally unique. As her hands swept through the air, she wove an invisible iron net invisible to the naked eye. Those delicate wires cut with merciless precision. Wherever they passed, they severed flesh from flesh. The assassin captain watched his 2 men instantly transformed into this gruesome state and flew into a rage on the spot. If we don't bring back some results today, we won't be able to face the boss. Everyone, charge with me. As the order echoed, the assassins behind him fixed Black Rose with glances that seemed to see an enemy. Weapons flashed in their hands. They wove through the air, forming a dazzling spectacle. Meanwhile, Xiao Tiance and the greedy wolf war god had already returned to the room's interior, relying on their superb lightness skills. Luo Qingya watched Xiao Tiance return, and the weight on her heart finally began to lift. She took 2 quick steps forward. They embraced each other. What on earth was happening outside? The neighborhood was in an uproar. Neighbors were all saying that chaos kept erupting in this area. Hearing this news, Xiao Tiance frowned. He already knew exactly who was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Don't worry, dear. I'll handle this soon. I came back today to tell you something. We have time, let's pay a visit to Old Master Sunday. Back then, Old Master Xian sacrificed so much to help us, even losing his family business. Now, what was lost has been recovered. As Xiao Tiance spoke, he presented a contract before her. Luo Qingya's eyes lit up with joy the moment she saw it. She even forgot about the danger lurking below. This was the enterprise group Old Master's son had always cherished. Though he now possessed Shengshi dynasty, he could never let go of his hospital. If it could be reclaimed, it would be nothing short of perfect, a double blessing. Seeing Luo Qingya's ecstatic expression, Xiao Tiance had already made up his mind. Simply reclaiming it wouldn't suffice. There was a saying, principle and interest. Considering all the sacrifices the old man made for our group, even returning the hospital would merely cover the principal. Honey, over the years I've accumulated some capital. I plan to purchase the nursing homes surrounding the hospital and present them to the old man as well. However, the nursing homes are still in the bidding process. I hope you'll join me in observing the situation. Before that, let's share this good news with the old man so he can prepare himself mentally. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingya gently took Xiao Tiance's arm, feeling profound gratitude. Amidst their discussion, downstairs, the battle had already erupted with fierce intensity. Black Rose frowned, utterly unprepared for how formidable this target would prove. It took nearly half an hour to barely manage to eliminate them all. But by now, Black Rose was already staggering, feeling her strength steadily drain away. It felt as though she might collapse at any moment. Gazing at the corpses strewn across the floor, Black Rose didn't rush upstairs. Instead, she suddenly bit her finger, drawing a strange skull pattern on the plane. Xiao Tiance peered down from the window and noticed Black Rose's movements were extremely peculiar. This woman certainly possessed some skill, but what on earth was she up to? During the inquiry, the greedy wolf war god looked down, but soon let out a cold laugh. True to her status on the heaven and earth rankings, she actually knows such unorthodox methods. This is an array capable of creating illusions. Compared to this woman, who seems incapable of direct confrontation and resorts to underhanded tactics to compensate, if I'm not mistaken, she'll soon set the building ablaze. Then she'll force us out. The moment our feet step into the courtyard, we'll fall into her trap. Set the building on fire? Most residents in these old neighborhoods are ordinary citizens. Many even call this their only home. Once the flames consume it, who knows how many will be left homeless. Forget about setting the mountain ablaze. Since they're so eager to see us, I'll go down personally to say hello. Having spoken these words, Xiao Tiance, clad in a leather jacket, slowly stepped out from the inner corridor. Two team members attempted to intercept him, but were swiftly restrained by the greedy wolf war god. There's no need to stop him. This illusion is nothing compared to what he's capable of. No sooner had the words left his mouth, Xiao Tiance emerged from the room and scanned the surroundings. All signs of labor had vanished, replaced by a vast expanse of mist stretching for miles. Amidst the white haze, the sounds of soldiers and horses echoed ceaselessly from all directions. Clearly, it was all an illusion. Meanwhile, to outsiders, Xiao Tiance appeared frozen in place before the door. As the Black Rose approached, the dagger in her hand tightened in her grasp. No matter how formidable he may be, under my illusion, he can only meet his doom. Black Rose remained confident. After all, Xiao Tiance now seemed as immobile as a piece of wood. Killing him appeared to be a simple task. Her footsteps steadily drew nearer, yet in the very next instant, her expression froze in shock. Before her eyes, Xiao Tiance seemed to melt away, replaced by a colossal, monstrous figure. Like a monster straight out of a movie, surrounded by zombies crawling in from every direction. This couldn't be real. This scene had to be an illusion. Why did I fall victim to my own illusion? Black Rose couldn't make sense of it. Still, as the illusion's creator, she managed to remain relatively composed. Yet even so, when she saw her own feet and hands gradually rotting away, with countless insects crawling over them, she finally couldn't hold back. She flailed her arms wildly in the air, spinning them back and forth. Her entire body felt like an ant on a hot pan. To outsiders, she must have looked like a madwoman, utterly lost and disoriented. See? This is the Dark Emperor. Such illusions are utterly unworthy of a sovereign. Chapter 94, A Whiff of Incense. Black Rose's weapon flailed wildly through the air. But it was all just flailing and lashing out, hacking wildly at thin air. After several minutes, she was completely spent, panting heavily. Only then did the surrounding scene slowly dissipate. Then, a shadow stood behind her. Xiao Tiance extended his right hand and gave her a light pat. Black Rose, already drained of energy, collapsed to her knees instantly. This can't be. How did you do that? Not only did you break my illusion, but you actually turned it against me? Xiao Tiance didn't answer her question, merely pressing his right hand against her shoulder. In that instant, Black Rose felt an indescribable chill. As an assassin ranked on the heaven and earth list, she had seen much in her time, yet never had she encountered such a gaze. Scenes like today's weren't unfamiliar to Rose, yet in this instant, it felt as though she glimpsed an army of thousands and a barrage of cannon fire through Xiao Tiance's eyes. Beneath the setting sun lay mountains of corpses, stretching as far as the eye could see. At that moment, Xiao Tiance exerted no force whatsoever, yet the weapon in Black Rose's hand fell to the ground of its own accord. Go back and tell Lin Juiying, on the day your son is laid to rest, I shall personally pay my respects. With those words spoken, Xiao Tiance returned to the old residential district. What appeared to be a casual gesture left Black Rose with an endless sense of dread. At that moment, Rose knew she had lost and lost utterly. The four great families, I'd actually like to know what kind of monster you've offended? As the assassin departed. After returning, Xiao Tiance and Luo Qingya finalized the specific schedule. Meanwhile, another matter demanded urgent attention. The assassins in the old residential district kept coming in waves. This couldn't go on forever. Especially in the 100 Flowers Garden district, it seemed unsettling unless blood was spilled. Luo Qingya, before meeting the old man, I need to handle some matters first. If you're not too busy these next couple of days, you can take some time off. Work is demanding, but take care of yourself. At this point, Luo Qingya gently shook her head. The company is thriving right now, I can't just walk away. I know you're concerned for my safety, but your bodyguards are exceptionally capable, I'm confident in them. Additionally, a foreign-funded enterprise is preparing to invest in our Baikayatang. I must personally oversee this matter. As she spoke, she suddenly recalled Wang Rohan's situation. Xiao Tiance casually replied. Are journalists from Jiangdu planning to interview Baikayatang soon? I haven't seen any related news lately. Luo Qingya paused slightly. Though her work schedule was hectic, she would have been notified if any journalists were scheduled to visit. But there really hasn't been any word. Did you invite the reporters over for an interview? I haven't received any notification about that. Earlier, Wang Rohan had already agreed to interview Baikayatang Group. Now, so much time has passed, and there's still no word. It really doesn't seem like Wang Rohan's character. But since it's Xiao Tiance who initiated the invitation, it wouldn't be appropriate to press too hard. Got it. Wang Rohan must be busy. Someone will come for the interview soon. After Xiao Tiance finished giving these instructions, he promptly headed straight for the port. By now, the sun had set, casting a golden glow over the evening sky. A gentle breeze swept through the air. Mr. Miyamoto frowned, watching his dwindling number of men, and glared fiercely at young Kaitao. 2 days had already passed, yet that little bastard still hadn't shown his face. And the assassins I sent? They've been dying in batches. Are you absolutely certain the information you provided was accurate? Mr. Miyamoto was utterly frustrated. As the vice president of Deep Sea Group, he had originally planned to purchase the 100 Flower Garden area. But he'd encountered a minor setback along the way. In the end, it nearly backfired spectacularly. That young Mr. Miyamoto certainly has some skills, I warned you about him before. But after all this harassment, he probably won't last much longer. The other party hasn't shown up at the 100 Flower Garden yet, they've likely been scared off by your reputation. Young Kaitao continued to butter him up. Just then, as dusk fell, a faint figure appeared in the distance. Xiao Tiance wore a leather jacket, his hands tucked into his pockets. He looked like a casual traveler. Mr. Miyamoto paid Xiao Tiance no mind whatsoever, but young Kaitai's eyes widened in shock. Mr. Miyamoto, this is the very man who tried to seize the 100 Flowers Garden. Young Kaitai felt as if a demon were screaming beside him. The mere sight of Xiao Tiance was enough to drench him in sweat from head to toe. Mr. Miyamoto frowned, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Tiance. Mr. Yang, I hope you're not joking. This punk has you in such a bind? Enough. I'll kill him today. If we still can't secure the 100 Flower Garden project after he's dead, you'll be the one to answer for it. As Mr. Miyamoto spoke, another man clad in golden robes stood beside him. The man was well over 60. Yet he remained vigorous in his old age. He was none other than the vice president of the local martial arts association. As mentioned earlier, Mr. Miyamoto's Deep Sea Group had been investing in the local martial arts association for years. Moreover, the so-called association had long since become sycophantic toward foreign powers. Young man, I advise you not to meddle in this matter. After all, a person only has one life. Some things can be managed, but others simply cannot. The vice president finished speaking with a smile on his face. Although his presence today was meant to intimidate the opposition, it was clear the other side had only one person, no need for him to step in personally. No sooner had he finished speaking. Mr. Miyamoto lit a cigarette. Simultaneously, he beckoned softly from the darkness. Several ninjas had already been lurking in the shadows, their daggers aimed at Xiao Tiance's location. It seemed that at the slightest command, heads would roll. Mr. Yang, what you couldn't handle, I can. Remember to owe me a favor today. Alright, clear the obstacle quickly. Our project has already been delayed far too long. Amidst a few grumbles, Several ninjas emerged from all directions. Their weapons glinted coldly in the moonlight. Xiao Tiance merely smiled faintly. Suddenly, a high kick. Sand swirled up in a cloud across the beach area, dazing the vision of those caught in its haze. The hidden figures around them, caught off guard, found their vision blurred by the sudden cloud of dust. Then, to the outsider's eyes, ripples of blood began to spread through the dust. Several bodies lay motionless beside him. Mr. Miyamoto's expression froze in slight shock. He truly hadn't expected Xiao Tiance to live up to Boss Yang's description, dispatching all the ninjas with a single strike. Yet Mr. Miyamoto remained unhurried. After all, what had just unfolded was merely an appetizer. Chapter 95, Multiple Deadly Threats. Watching the ninjas on the ground die one after another, Mr. Miyamoto remained utterly composed. He felt no urgency. The elite warriors he'd brought back from the land of cherry blossoms weren't limited to these few. If the earlier events were merely appetizers, then what followed would be the main course of this entire story. Mr. Yang, I was wrong to doubt you earlier. This kid truly has some skill. It seems you locals really couldn't handle him. But this time, no one will be able to shake our deal so easily. As he responded, Yang Kaitao beside him wore a smile and nodded slightly. With Mr. Miyamoto present, nothing posed a problem. He had complete faith in Mr. Miyamoto's abilities. Within mere minutes, Xiao Tiance spotted 3 elite warriors approaching, all ninjas, but clad in crimson robes. Compared to the previous ones, they were clearly not on the same level. The instant one of the experts charged forward, Xiao Tiance braced for battle. Yet the figure vanished into thin air. Next, a chill swept over him from behind. As the killing intent struck, Xiao Tiance turned his head with a light flick of his wrist, narrowly evading the fatal blow. Mr. Miyamoto, witnessing this, smiled from the sidelines. I never imagined he could evade even their attacks. But I wonder how long you can keep this up. These ninjas before him were clearly more advanced than the previous ones. Each time they attacked the central region, they vanished before his eyes. The moment he sensed danger, the long sword in his hand had already descended before his eyes. Xiao Tiance's final move, then he simply narrowed his eyes and remained motionless. Mr. Miyamoto watched the scene unfold, his smile growing even more maniacal. Boy, I must admire your courage choosing death over surrender. It seems you've closed your eyes, waiting to be slaughtered by us. However, I'm very impressed by the fighting spirit you just displayed. If you agree to become my subordinate, I can spare your life. Mr. Miyamoto possessed ample confidence. Having crossed oceans to arrive here, the Miyamoto phenomenon indeed possessed ample capital to justify such confidence. After all, the illusory killing array deployed by the surrounding masters. Such formations were unheard of locally. Even in actual combat, while it might not guarantee victory every time, it came remarkably close. Yet in the very next instant, Xiao Tiance, eyes closed, suddenly moved in midair. A black blade materialized in his hand, casually swinging through the air. Then, one of the ninjas, who had been preparing to conceal himself, ultimately let out a wail of agony before collapsing to the ground, his entire body drenched in blood. Mr. Miyamoto's expression began to lose its smile at that moment. One of the ninja captains also began to frown. Impossible. Our concealment was flawless. That last strike must have been pure luck. Continue. There's no way he's leaving here alive today. Shouts echoed relentlessly as the crowd glared fiercely at Xiao Tiance. Initially, Mr. Miyamoto had merely adopted a half-joking attitude, but now Xiao Tiance was gradually forcing Miyamoto to take him seriously. Yet the facts proved Mr. Miyamoto's suspicions entirely correct. Xiao Tiance continued, eyes still closed, dispatching one after another. Whether using illusions to appear on the ground, among the trees, or in the depths of the sea. None of it mattered before Xiao Tiance. Each time he raised his black blade, another figure would collapse, drenched in blood from head to toe. If anyone could still call this a coincidence, then these ninjas were nothing short of fools. In truth, the ninja captain had long sensed something amiss and fled northwest at top speed. Fleeing when outmatched was the most basic principle. But Xiao Tiance seemed to despise those who fled the battlefield without a fight. He stomped his foot on the ground, sending a stone flying like a paper dart, and charged madly toward the northwest himself. The ninja captain had barely exhaled in relief when an excruciating pain erupted from his back, piercing straight through his chest. Every single ninja under Mr. Miyamoto had been wiped out by now. A katana was instantly drawn from behind. Mr. Yang, if Jiangdu has such skilled warriors, why didn't you inform me sooner? Yang Kaitao was completely dumbfounded. Mr. Miyamoto had initially dismissed them as insignificant. Now he was suddenly being called a master, and blame was even being placed on him. The atmosphere grew tense. Amidst this, the deeply experienced vice president of the Martial Arts Association offered a faint smile. This lad clearly has martial arts training. Mr. Miyamoto, you must understand he's always been extremely considerate toward our Martial Arts Association, constantly troubling this old man. Of course I couldn't just stand by and watch. With that, the elder stepped forward. A cloud of dust swirled up, and cracks began to form in the stone beneath his feet. The Martial Arts Association's vice president hailed from the provincial capital. A place like Jiangdu was hardly worth his attention. I am Jin Yueluan, vice president of the Martial Arts Association. Since we are all martial artists, I ask you to grant me this favor today. The Martial Arts Association is entirely distinct from the former Martial Arts Alliance. Whereas the former was merely a loose association of martial practitioners, the Martial Arts Association comprises formal martial arts sects. Though they have long since gone into hiding, no one has ever doubted their prowess. Indeed, all martial artists fall under the association's jurisdiction save for those self-taught prodigies. Get out of here! After Jin Yueluan finished his self-introduction, he could never have imagined Xiao Tiance would respond with such a demand. To dare shout "get lost" in the presence of the Martial Arts Alliance's deputy leader. Chairman Jin's face instantly turned crimson with humiliation, and his massive golden fist began radiating waves of scorching heat. Mr. Miyamoto merely sneered at this sight. Deputy Chairman, he remarked, before arriving here, I had long established the Martial Arts Association as an untouchable entity. Everyone in the martial world treated it with utmost reverence. Yet, judging by the facts, reality seems quite different from my expectations. Mr. Miyamoto's words, though not particularly loud, cut straight to the heart. Chairman Jin never imagined he'd face such humiliation. I'm afraid I've made a fool of myself before you, Mr. Miyamoto. In that case, my mighty Vajra palm can no longer hold back. The chairman's palms shot forward in an instant, simultaneously toppling several distant trees. Yang Kaitao was utterly stunned. His eyes widened as he took a step back. With such a master present, a weight lifted from his heart. What had just transpired was merely a warm-up. Clearly, the main event had only just begun. Chapter 96, Mighty Vajra. Ever since he was 7, Chairman Jin had cultivated the mighty Vajra palm, and now he had reached the pinnacle of its mastery. Not only could he strike a bull across a mountain, but everything in his path was utterly annihilated. Jin Huizhang gave his arm a light shake. Xiao Tiance turned to look at the swath of trees he had just uprooted. Actually, I think I have a job here that would suit you perfectly. Jiangdu is undergoing urban renewal in many areas lately. Your mighty Vajra palm would be perfect for demolition work. It could save a lot of manpower and resources. If you're interested in applying for this position, I can put in a good word for you. With skills like yours, you might even get double pay. Chairman Jin hadn't launched an attack just now, he merely wanted to intimidate the other party. But now, every word Xiao Tiance uttered was enough to make anyone's blood boil. Sending the Martial Arts Association's vice president to work as a laborer. Such a thing was unheard of. Chairman Jin narrowed his eyes, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists. Fine. Since you refuse to take the wine offered and insist on drinking the punishment instead, it's a pity you'll likely die without understanding why. Chairman Jin's palms shot forward like thunderclouds rolling across the sky. Xiao Tiance remained motionless, hands clasped behind his back. The instant he sensed that force bearing down, Xiao Tiance's right hand swept lightly through the air. Simultaneously, an indescribable tearing sound ripped through the air. Clearly, the aura emanating from the mighty Vajra had been forcibly torn apart in midair. Such a formidable display caused Chairman Jin to take a slight step back. Who exactly are you? Sir, this is a collaboration between us and a foreign enterprise. There's no enmity between us, you have no reason to unleash such carnage. Chairman Jin's attitude toward Xiao Tiance had shifted repeatedly. Yet Xiao Tiance's response was even more decisive. In the blink of an eye, he was already before his opponent once more. At that moment, Chairman Jin unleashed his mighty golden fist palm, channeling every ounce of his power into the strike. Xiao Tiance seemed to have little inclination to speak from start to finish. From his initial defensive stance, he now gradually shifted into an offensive posture. Yet this seemingly mundane shift proved nearly fatal for the vice president. He watched helplessly as the opponent's right hand slammed toward his chest. Simultaneously, the mighty Vajra palm and Xiao Tiance's palm clashed directly. Chairman Jin possessed absolute confidence in his technique. Over the years, countless had fallen to the might of the mighty Vajra palm. He believed today's events would unfold no differently than before. Yet, it was precisely in that moment of complacency that change often struck. Xiao Tiance's palm continued its forward thrust, meeting the mighty Vajra palm head-on in midair. Next, Chairman Jin's prideful palm technique visibly shattered at a speed visible to the eye. From the aura enveloping his palm, to every bone, joint and inch of skin in his body, everything began to shatter mid-air. It all happened in an instant. That palm, once the source of his pride, was utterly shattered. Hold on, I'm with the Martial Arts Association. If you kill me, our leader won't let you off. I admit your skill is impressive. If you join the Martial Arts Association, you could stand on equal footing with me or even rise to become second only to the leader. Many practice martial arts, but few are worthy of joining the Martial Arts Association. Moreover, such an offer coming from Chairman Jin himself would move anyone to take notice. But unfortunately, he was facing Xiao Tiance. Martial Arts Association? In the presence of the Dark Emperor, such titles seemed as trivial as children playing house. Xiao Tiance's response was equally straightforward. A single palm strike instantly pierced through the man's chest. The once unmatched vice president now lay stiff and lifeless on the ground. At that moment, Yang Kaitao truly regretted his actions, just as Miyamoto-sensei had. A profound dread welled up within him. Mr. Miyamoto could afford to donate vast sums annually to the Martial Arts Association precisely because they possessed absolute power. They could even carve out a new realm for themselves on this foreign soil. Yet, the man standing before them had clearly surpassed everyone's expectations. Sir, it seems you've gotten yourself into serious trouble. If this matter ends here, I can discuss it with the Martial Arts Association's chairman. Mr. Miyamoto glanced at Xiao Tiance as he responded, shaking his arm. Then, with a clean and tidy handkerchief, he slowly wiped away the bloodstains. As if it were not warm blood, but some filthy substance. Mr. Miyamoto's gaze sharpened at this sight. Rather than sitting idly waiting for death, it was more like striking first. The katana in his hand materialized out of thin air. This blade had been with Mr. Miyamoto for many years. Over the years, it had become as inseparable from him as his own life. As the saying goes, sword and master are one. When the sword perishes, so does the master. And indeed, this blade had severed countless heads. Mr. Miyamoto's most favored performance. Since you refuse to adapt, death is your only fate. The piercing wind-slitting sound came rushing toward him, the blade plunging downward with a frenzied vibration. The instant the katana descended, Xiao Tiance's black blade met it head-on. The two blades met mid-air, clashing together. Simultaneously, a sharp crack echoed. The katana was now severed cleanly in two. Were it not for Mr. Miyamoto's super-alloy armor, he too would have been cleaved in two by that black blade. The armor proved exceptionally sturdy. It even allowed Mr. Miyamoto to narrowly escape death. His sternum was shattered, but he wasn't split in two. But that was beside the point. What mattered was that Xiao Tiance clearly had no intention of sparing a single soul here. I'm not one to refuse leniency. But some people simply don't deserve it. Your deep-sea group is nothing more than a group conducting toxic gas and poison experiments here. No one would tolerate such actions. Therefore, you must die. As Xiao Tiance uttered these words, Boss Yang beside him had already bolted for his life. In this situation, nothing could protect him. He could only hope to buy enough time while Xiao Tiance was facing off against Mr. Shandongbai. He could only hope his legs would carry him faster. But just as he'd sprinted over a dozen meters away, Yang Kaitao found a man standing before him. The man's appearance was utterly bizarre. He possessed only one arm. With the remaining limb, he wielded a massive blade over 2 meters long, swinging it viciously through the air. And so, the ungrateful Yang Kaitao was cleaved in two by that great blade. Even now, he still didn't know whose hand had ended his life. After dispatching Yang Kaitao, the man strolled nonchalantly over to Xiao Tiance. I've already killed Mr. Miyamoto for you, Yang Kaitai. Leave him to us. Chapter 97, The War God's Shoulder. The man was remarkably young. With short hair, he wielded the 100-pound broadsword as if it were a toy. Forgot to introduce myself. I'm Qiu Wangchuan, known in the underworld as the one-armed hero, though it's just a trivial name. Xiao Tiance didn't even glance up. His eyes remained fixed on Mr. Miyamoto before him. Even if I don't know you, get lost. The man called Qiu Wangchuan clearly possessed an aura and perspective entirely distinct from the others. Hearing Xiao Tiance's words, he paused slightly, but quickly resumed his usual smile. Sir, your martial prowess truly commands respect. My master, the White Horse War God, would certainly take a great liking to you. Mr. Miyamoto is an overseas entrepreneur personally invited by His Excellency the War God. If he were to die here, it would surely cause trouble. Moreover, the White Horse War God's invitation signifies. Zhang He's words were cut short mid-sentence as Xiao Tiance extended his right hand, holding up a single finger and slowly shaking it in the air. The White Horse War God speaks only for himself. Inviting foreign enterprises to our country surely comes with its perks. Such a war god can only represent combat prowess, nothing more. Among all the war gods across the nation, not every war god, not every single one, could earn Xiao Tiance's approval. But some are the complete opposite. Take the female war goddess who has already departed. While her strength may not have reached the pinnacle, her conduct and demeanor were consistently righteous. Even with their many grievances, Xiao Tiance would never push them too far. Yet some so-called war gods merely sell themselves to curry favor with certain individuals. Sir, are you suggesting you won't even heed the White Horse God of War's words? Whoever mentions the war god would bow their heads in submission. Xiao Tiance's response caused Qiu Wangchuan to pause in slight surprise. The White Horse War God is a 7-star war god. Soon he will oversee the entire Jiangdu region. He is the new head here. The consequences of opposing him, I believe, require no further explanation. If Deng Yue is the head of Jiangdu, then the war god is the head of the entire province. Jiangdu was located in Jiangbei province. It comprised 7 major cities. Jiangdu ranks second among them, and the overall authority for the entire Jiangbei province is the White Horse War God. Listening to the other's words, Xiao Tiance fell deep in thought. During the wait, Xiao Wangchuan beside him offered a faint smile. Sir, Mr. Miyamoto's suggestion for leniency isn't without merit. Settling this matter today once and for all would be best for everyone. We're here to do business, not stir trouble. I can propose to Mr. Miyamoto that we reach a perfect resolution. Besides, you've already offended the chairman. The Martial Arts Association chairman alone is enough to give you a run for your money. Xiao Wangchuan's words weren't pleasant to hear, but every sentence was the truth. Every move was fraught with peril. The uproar over Xiao Tiance's conflict with the four great families had long spread throughout Jiangdu. But dealing with the White Horse War God and those bigwigs from the provincial capital would be far trickier than the four great families. Xiao Wangchuan thought Xiao Tiance had finally learned to let things go. Little did he know that the next words would make Xiao Wangchuan's eyes widen in shock. I believe Jiangdu indeed, the entire Jiangbei province would be best served by having the former female war god take charge. This so-called White Horse War God, I don't know him. Even if he were here, the outcome wouldn't change. As Xiao Tiance finished speaking, the weapon in his hand swept through the air once more. The moment Mr. Miyamoto saw Xiao Wangchuan, he thought victory was within reach. At the very least, preserving his own life should be no problem after all. Xiao Wangchuan represented not himself, but the White Horse God of War. Yet the instant Xiao Tiance swung his blade, Mr. Miyamoto realized he was wrong, utterly and completely wrong. Xiao Tiance would never alter his convictions for anyone, so the moment he swung his weapon, Miyamoto was cleaved in two. Watching the blood flow from his chest, he couldn't believe this was actually happening. Xiao Wangchuan glared with bloodshot eyes. His right hand gripped the massive cleaver so tightly it nearly sparked, his gaze fixed on Xiao Tiance until the very end. Do you even realize what you just did? This was a guest invited by the White Horse War God. Xiao Wangchuan couldn't believe this man would do such a thing, yet the evidence was staring him in the face. He'd been following the White Horse War God's orders to push the project forward, but never expected to encounter something like this. With Mr. Miyamoto's death, it was clear that foreign companies would no longer continue their investments. Even the White Horse War God himself would face corresponding troubles. Very well, you've done a splendid job. But you must also pay the price for today's actions. Xiao Wangchuan could have killed Xiao Tiance, but after committing such an act, Xiao Tiance must face the consequences. And one can only account for their actions while alive. Thus, Xiao Wangchuan could only sever the man's arm for now, leaving the rest to be dealt with later. The weapon in his hand was raised high. Yet in the very next instant, the black blade collided with this massive sword. The massive blade in Xiao Wangchuan's hand was forged from a meteorite, its hardness exceptionally rare in Jiangdu. This formidable blade struck fear into the hearts of all who encountered it, wherever it went. If Jiangdu lacked such prowess, he would be unworthy of serving as the right-hand man of the White Horse War God. The black blade and the massive cleaver clashed, and in the next instant, the black blade sliced through the cleaver as easily as cutting tofu, cleaving it cleanly in two. A gentle breeze swept over Xiao Wangchuan's body. What kind of weapon is that? The moment his weapon shattered, Xiao Wangchuan knew things had taken an unexpected turn. Xiao Tiance merely sheathed his black blade. This weapon is called belief. You wouldn't understand. Having spoken these words, Xiao Tiance reclaimed the weapon into his hand. As if nothing had ever happened. Watching Xiao Tiance's retreating figure, Xiao Wangchuan snorted coldly beside him. Very well. I will report this matter to the White Horse War God. If you have the guts, deal with the Martial Arts Association yourself. With that, Xiao Wangchuan turned and walked away. That very night, within the provincial capital of Jiangbei province, Xiao Wangchuan spurred his horse onward, racing toward the White Horse War God's location. As he neared the entrance, he spotted a man dressed in hip-hop attire lying before the gate, looking decidedly out of place. Despite this, Xiao Wangchuan dismounted and addressed him with respect. Big brother is in trouble. Mr. Miyamoto has been killed in Jiangdu. This must be reported to the White Horse God of War. The man appeared indifferent, yet he was indeed the other arm of the White Horse Warrior. He was also Xiao Wangchuan's own elder brother. Chapter 98, Mid-Route Interception. To outsiders, Black Bat was merely a nickname. Yet anyone who had set foot in Jiangbei province knew this moniker represented none other than the White Horse God of War. Compared to Xiao Wangchuan, Black Bat was clearly more formidable and far more cunning in his dealings. Upon hearing of Mr. Miyamoto's death, Black Bat paused in surprise. Anyone daring to intercept the White Horse God of War was astonishing enough. Who would have thought that Xiao Wangchuan could stir up such hidden dangers? The White Horse God of War is currently resting, and besides you, who else knows about Mr. Miyamoto's situation? Xiao Wangchuan pondered. Indeed, in all of Jiangdu, only he knew after all, everyone else close to him was long dead. Moreover, Xiao Tiance's slaughter was exceptionally ruthless. He hadn't spared a single survivor from the very beginning. Xiao Wangchuan shook his head. A sinister smile then spread across Black Bat's face. In that case, everything becomes straightforward. Reporting this to the White Horse God of War would only expose your incompetence. You failed to stop that brat? Or has he truly grown so powerful that he surpasses you? Black Bat had already noticed the severed greatsword in his cousin's grasp. But Xiao Wangchuan would never concede defeat lightly. Though his weapon was indeed broken, that alone didn't guarantee Xiao Tiance could defeat him. A sinister grin spread across Xiao Wangchuan's face as he snorted coldly. Indeed, it's not certain. But that brat wields a peerless treasure blade, otherwise I would have slain him already. Besides, I wanted to give White Horse an explanation, so I didn't finish him off on the spot. Hearing his words, Black Bat merely smiled and shook his head lightly. Had you slain him and presented his head to the White Horse War God, that would have been the perfect conclusion. The White Horse War God is far too busy with his duties to concern himself with such matters. If you're staying in Jiangdu together, you should handle it in Jiangdu. Hearing the Black Bat's words, he felt somewhat confused. But soon, Black Bat gave a cold laugh. What I mean is, you're being far too cautious. Whoever killed Mr. Miyamoto is already as good as dead. Acting first and reporting later poses no problem. In fact, failing to do so would only make the White Horse God question your decisiveness. So treat Mr. Miyamoto's death as if you knew nothing about it. Before the overseas group comes demanding answers, eliminate the killer. That way, all responsibility will be settled once and for all. Just push it all onto him. As he listened to his cousin's words, Xiao Wangchuan's face lit up with sudden understanding. But just as he was about to draw his blade and charge back, Black Bat grabbed him by the arm. There's no need for you to return now. Since the killer has already offended the Martial Arts Association, the association will naturally handle this matter. Besides, their victim was the vice president. I expect the Martial Arts Association's president will make his move soon. Let them fight amongst themselves, we'll reap the benefits. For now, let this matter rest. We'll wait for good news. After deliberation between the White Horse God of War's right and left hands, the matter was effectively shelved for the time being. Meanwhile, Xiao Tiance had finally secured full residency rights to the 100 Flowers Garden along with the corresponding contract. With the collapse of the Young family's real estate empire, the corresponding feud also drew to a close. Soon after, Xiao Tiance returned home and recounted the 100 Flowers Garden real estate matter to Luo Qingya. As expected, Luo Qingya's eyes welled with tears, her spirit soaring. What belongs to our family can finally be reclaimed. Seeing Luo Qingya's joy, Xiao Tiance smiled gently and wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Honey, since that's the case, shall we pick an auspicious day and move in? The 100 Flowers Garden is practically ready for us to move in any time now. Luo Qingya pondered for a moment. She nodded silently. Then I'll handle this matter. Since we've reclaimed all the property, it truly is time to return home. But recently, our pharmaceutical group is in talks with a foreign company, and there's also the matter of Old Master Sunday. Let's make the decision after we're done with these things. Listening to his wife's words, Xiao Tiance silently nodded. Meanwhile, at the pinnacle of Jiangdu's tallest skyscraper, Morong Shui frowned. She studied the latest local news. If the Lin family of the four great clans had colluded with Xiao Tiance before, Morong Shui wouldn't have cared. After all, the major clans possessed formidable strength now, and her cousin's return was merely a light drizzle. But the news before her eyes sent waves crashing through Morong Shui's heart. This was far from a mere drizzle. Chief, the Yang family of the real estate conglomerate Mr. Yang is dead. Does this mean the Yang family's real estate empire is collapsing? Morong Shui frowned. You must understand that all enterprises in Jiangdu are controlled by the four major families. Under no circumstances would they cross this line of demarcation. But the Yang family is the sole exception. This is because the Yang family's business interests are intertwined with overseas conglomerates through mutual agreements, and they have the White Horse War God backing them. Even if it's merely a rumor, it's enough to send shockwaves through the community. Thus, the four great families would never dare to meddle in matters involving the War God. And now, the Yang group has collapsed, and the 100 Flowers Garden has returned to Luo Qingya's hands. It was unimaginable that all this was connected to that cousin. He dared to target the White Horse War God's people and succeeded. Morning Shui gazed into the night, a fear she hadn't felt in years welling up within her. It felt like a storm was brewing. This time, the so-called useless waste everyone had written off had returned, and he might just unleash an unprecedented upheaval across the entire Jiangdu. The thought made Morong Shui grab her phone urgently. You've seen the Lin and Yang family real estate deal, right? I suspect my cousin is behind this. If we don't strike first, trouble is coming. Ever since he arrived in Jiangdu, nothing has gone smoothly. We can't let him continue like this. At this moment, the Lin family truly harbored a deep-seated hatred for Xiao Tiance. But a more crucial matter was about to unfold. Miss Morong, you know my second son has passed. With my heart in such turmoil, I've resolved to bury him and give him peace. I believe we should discuss this matter at a later time. After the Lin family patriarch spoke these words, Morong Shui could only nod slightly. This matter is not entirely unrelated to me. Rest assured, I will attend your son's funeral punctually. Please try to find peace in your grief. He was indeed at his wit's end, having had 2 consecutive auctions ruined by Xiao Tiance. His resentment had reached its peak. But the most devastating blow was the death of his son, Yunfei, which had shattered the patriarch. It seems we can only make further plans after the funeral. After hanging up the phone, Morong Shui sat alone in her room. The present was nothing like the past. Perhaps she sometimes recalled the happy days spent at the Xiao residence, but alas, everything had changed beyond recognition. Chapter 99, Plagued by Illness. Early morning sunlight spilled across the front of a small clinic. This was precisely where Sun Honghai worked. Ever since the traditional Chinese medicine hospital was seized by the four great families, the old man had never forgotten his original aspiration, continuing his mission to save lives and treat the sick. However, the clinic was far more modest compared to the former hospital. The clinic usually looked rather desolate, with many patients too afraid to come for treatment because of the four great families. But this morning was entirely different. A middle-aged woman could be seen writhing on the ground. Clutching her stomach, she wailed incessantly. "Old man's son. No wonder they took your hospital back, you're nothing but a quack. I'm in agony, and you insist I'm not even sick. This hospital's sign? I say we smash it to pieces right now." The woman continued to writhe on the floor. Old man Sun and several staff members nearby watched the scene with grim expressions. For nearly 3 days straight, this woman had come to the hospital every time, screaming and shouting, insisting she was in excruciating pain. But after the old doctor's examination, she was found to be in perfect health. Yet the woman persisted relentlessly, her shrieks piercingly sharp, quickly drawing the attention of onlookers. "Madam, if you were truly ill, I would have diagnosed it long ago. I suggest you." Sun Honghai tried to reason with her kindly. But no sooner had the words left his mouth than the woman began rolling around on the ground even more violently. Sweat poured down her face. "I'm in agony, yet you say I'm not sick. I shouldn't have come here. Quacks are quacks, it's only fitting they've fallen to this disgraceful state." Amidst a flurry of frantic shouts, the onlookers around them frowned. "Old man, I think your medical skills are the problem here. This woman's in such agony, how can you not tell if she's sick? I say she's sick, you just can't see it." Amidst the crowd's pleas, the woman grew even more agitated. Meanwhile, Xiao Tiance drove the car with Luo Qingya aboard, arriving right in front of the clinic. Seeing the middle-aged woman jumping around wildly at the entrance, Xiao Tiance merely gave a cold laugh. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he approached the old man and clasped his hands together. "Master, I've come to see you." Although Sun Honghai was Xiao Tiance's master, he had only learned fishing from him back then. In terms of medical skill, Xiao Tiance had long surpassed Sun Honghai. Yet now, addressing him as master before everyone, Xiao Tiance instantly sparked waves of misunderstanding. "Young man, you're learning medicine from him? I suggest you quickly change your master. He's nothing but a quack. If you study under him, you'll likely learn nothing, all your efforts will be wasted." Chaos erupted on the scene. Old Master Sun, spotting Xiao Tiance, hurriedly pulled him aside, intending to retreat to the room. After all, Xiao Tiance always greeted him with such joy whenever he came to visit. But this time, Xiao Tiance merely smiled faintly, turning to face the crowd. "Truth be told, I'm the least accomplished disciple of Old Master Sun. As the saying goes, doctors can't cure themselves. Since the old master isn't feeling well today, there's bound to be some inaccuracy in his diagnosis. If you don't mind, may I examine you, madam?" The middle-aged woman shot him a glance. Then she snorted coldly. "What could you possibly diagnose? If the master can't handle it, how could the apprentice?" The surrounding crowd also wore expressions of disdain. Sun Honghai, standing nearby, pulled Xiao Tiance close and whispered in his ear. "This woman's just being unreasonable. I've examined her 3 times and found no symptoms. She's clearly trying to discredit us on purpose. Ignore her. Let's go inside and talk." With that, Old Master's son began pulling Xiao Tiance toward the room. Xiao Tiance, however, smiled faintly and shook his head slowly. In the past, he might have ignored these troublemakers. But now, kindness invites abuse, and a gentle horse gets ridden. Someone was stirring trouble at the doorstep, and someone behind the scenes was orchestrating it. Xiao Tiance narrowed his eyes and turned to look at the middle-aged woman before him. "My master is a leading authority in the medical field. How could there be an illness he couldn't diagnose? And there's no need for pulse diagnosis. Even I, his apprentice, can tell something's wrong with you." The middle-aged woman froze slightly at these words. Yet deep inside, she felt an immense sense of secret delight. The woman before her truly had no illness whatsoever. She was merely here to cause trouble at someone else's behest. If the old doctor couldn't diagnose her condition, the situation would only escalate further. But if he could, that would only prove there was something wrong. Thus, from the very beginning, she had set this trap, aiming to keep pushing him down. "Sister, to be perfectly honest, do you find it difficult to fall asleep every night? And just looking at your complexion, it's clear your liver and gallbladder issues are no ordinary matter. You wake up every morning feeling utterly drained." The middle-aged woman was about to retort, but Xiao Tiance's words caught her off guard. The crucial point was that every word he spoke was spot on. That's why the middle-aged woman had deliberately undergone a Western medical examination, only to be told there was nothing wrong, which is why she rushed over. Yet after Xiao Tiance spoke, why did every symptom match? Amidst her confusion, even Sun Honhai now frowned deeply. Wasn't this just nonsense? Xiao Tiance smiled at old Master Sun and waved his hand gently, signaling him to hold his tongue for now. It's not hard to see these things. To be doing such disgusting work, plus the middle-aged woman standing before me tall and stout. She looked like she'd been married for years, worn down by endless toil. Dark circles under her eyes. It suggested she often stayed up late and rose early, so her physical discomfort was hardly surprising, just a reasonable assumption. But Xiao Tiance's few words left the middle-aged woman completely stunned. He then pressed his advantage. Press your right hand over your liver and gallbladder area. Does it hurt? And the symptoms on the right side of your liver and gallbladder aren't minor. Try lifting your leg high and then lowering it. Does it make your entire side go numb? Xiao Tiance narrowed his eyes as the middle-aged woman beside him grew increasingly anxious. Following his instructions, she slowly pressed the area where her liver and gallbladder were located. A sharp pain surged through her. The middle-aged woman felt a chill run down her spine. Following Xiao Tiance's instructions, she lifted her right leg high and stomped it down forcefully onto the ground. The entire left side of his body went numb. He stumbled forward a step before collapsing onto the ground. The surrounding crowd, unable to see clearly what was happening, began to scatter in different directions. Wait a minute, could we have truly misunderstood old Master Sun? It seems even his worst disciple possesses considerable skill. And that patient can barely walk. He must be seriously ill. Watching Xiao Tiance put on this performance, if it weren't for old Master Sun's advanced age allowing him to feign composure, he would have burst out laughing by now. Chapter 100, Illness Without Illness. The middle-aged woman was already scared out of her wits. Everything unfolded exactly as Xiao Tiance had described. Her entire body felt utterly uncomfortable. What on earth is going on? What illness have I contracted? Please, Master Xiao, save me. I was just talking nonsense earlier. In truth, Xiao Tiance hadn't arrived yet, and he hadn't been directly informed. After all, the other party was indeed lively and energetic. At this moment, Xiao Tiance narrowed his eyes and feigned a slight sigh. As the saying goes, it's not the smiling face of a Chinese doctor you should fear, but the lowered brows. This seemingly unremarkable sigh nearly caused the middle-aged woman before him to explode on the spot. Please, esteemed doctor, it was all my fault before I underestimated your hospital. You must understand my predicament, please save me. Xiao Tiance played along convincingly, slapping his thigh and sighing softly. Your internal organs are already riddled with cancer. Treating this will be exceedingly difficult. But all is not lost. My master possesses a miraculous elixir. Taking it guarantees your safety. The problem is, being a miraculous elixir, its price is anything but modest. Prepare yourself mentally. This single pill costs at least $1 million. The middle-aged woman didn't want to die without understanding why. Just as she was about to ask the price, Xiao Tiance's words cut her off completely. What kind of price is that? $1 million medicine? Even if an ordinary family sold everything they owned, they couldn't possibly afford it. The woman nearly slapped her thigh in despair, on the verge of tears. Just as she was about to cry out, Xiao Tiance suddenly leaned close to her ear. How ironic, you're gravely ill yourself yet remain utterly unaware, still trying to help others. Didn't you consider the consequences of such actions? Who exactly instructed you to do this? If you can explain clearly, I'll give you this medicine for free. Otherwise, it's beyond cure. After Xiao Tiance's so-called persuasion, the middle-aged woman was already completely convinced. Coming here to cause trouble today was indeed on someone else's behalf. Such matters were never meant to be revealed, but when faced with life or death stakes, such considerations became utterly insignificant. As the woman looked around nervously, Xiao Tiance motioned for her to follow him back to the clinic. A few minutes later, the woman recounted the entire incident clearly. It's actually the happy clinic next door on that street. They paid me to do this. The old man cured his illness with their medicine, and the clinic across the street couldn't stand seeing that, so they resorted to this desperate measure. And we have the call records to prove it. The woman explained it cleanly and thoroughly. She had recorded the entire transaction with the owner of the happy clinic across the street on her phone, explaining it all clearly. Though this middle-aged woman looked like a shrew, she was anything but careless when it came to making money. It seemed she had prepared the recording in advance to prevent the other owner from defaulting on payment. I understand. Out of respect for your sincere repentance, I'll save you today. But remember, this is a one-time exception. If you do this again, you'll reap what you sow. The middle-aged woman was practically sobbing uncontrollably. Even without Xiao Tiance saying anything, she knew exactly what to do. Xiao Tiance then produced a yellow pill and placed it beside the middle-aged woman. Take this, and your ailment will vanish. Remember, you must never do this again. Xiao Tiance certainly had no reason to torment a woman. She was merely resorting to underhanded methods to make a quick buck. As he spoke, he gently patted her shoulder. Soon, the woman felt a warm current surge through her body, spreading steadily throughout her entire being. Her spirits lifted instantly. She felt radiant and full of life. This was harmless enough, but in that instant of contact, Xiao Tiance had infused a surge of internal energy into her body. At the same time, the woman swallowed the pill without hesitation. "Alright, you may leave now. Remember what I said earlier." The woman who felt this warm current flowing through her had no face to linger here any longer. She then scurried away from the clinic like a rat crossing the street. Watching her retreating figure, old master's son frowned beside him. "What on earth did you give her to eat just now?" Xiao Tiance stood with his hands behind his back, a faint smile on his lips. "It was just laxative. He'll have diarrhea for a few days when he gets home. Consider it a small punishment. What should be done about the happiness clinic?" The old man was kind-hearted. Hearing Xiao Tiance's words, he took a deep breath. What they did was indeed highly inappropriate, but let it go. Where there's room to spare someone, spare them. "Now then, what brings you here this time? You youngster never comes empty-handed." Hearing the old man's words, Xiao Tiance burst into laughter. Then he got down to business. "Old man, did you know that soon your original hospital will be transformed into the city's largest convalescent home? And this time, many bigwigs will be participating in the bidding process." Of course old master's son knew about this. After all, that hospital had once belonged to him. Amidst his sighs, Xiao Tiance suddenly produced the invitation to the bidding event. "Mr. Sun, we kindly request your presence at the venue on the final day of the bidding event. A pleasant surprise awaits you then." Xiao Tiance phrased these two sentences with great subtlety. After all, Xiao Tiance intended to present the entire nursing home to him on a silver platter. There was no need for the old gentleman to accompany him during the bidding process. Moreover, the scenic surroundings of the nursing home provided the perfect opportunity to take Luo Qingya on a leisurely tour during this period. Old Master Sun frowned, about to question Xiao Tiance, then patted his shoulder. Certain matters. Xiao Tiance needed no one's refusal. After leaving Old Master Sun, Xiao Tiance's next destination was naturally the happiness clinic. Some things Old Master Sun could let slide, but Xiao Tiance couldn't. Endless tolerance of such bullying would only embolden the aggressor. As Xiao Tiance approached the entrance of the happiness clinic, he suddenly bent over slowly, as if seized by stomach pain. Xiao Tiance naturally felt no pain whatsoever. He had learned from the greedy wolf war god just minutes earlier that this so-called happy number did not actually bring genuine happiness. Just as was evident on the scene. Everyone emerging from the clinic wore a look of utter despair. Xiao Tiance observed their expressions no major illnesses, but their mental strain had reached its limit. "Old gentleman, what's wrong with you? You just came out of the hospital, yet you look like you've been struck by a serious illness?" The questioned old man sighed. "Never mind. I just have a cold. I thought I could save some money by coming to this clinic for a few pills, but they insisted on doing all these tests. They wouldn't let me leave without them." Chapter 101, Forced Sale. As the old man spoke, the surrounding crowd began to frown one by one. Men, women, young, and old all were different, yet everyone emerging from the happiness clinic shared the same expression. The information provided by the greedy wolf war god proved to be absolutely accurate. Forced buying and selling were common in markets, but who would have thought such practices would now infiltrate the medical field? Xiao Tiance remained silent, continuing to walk deeper into the clinic. The surrounding crowd stared wide-eyed, trying to dissuade him. "Young man, why are you still going in? We're all living examples of what happens. If you end up wasting your money, don't blame me for not warning you." The shouts echoed incessantly in his ears. Xiao Tiance was looking for trouble to begin with. For someone seeking trouble, such warnings naturally held no weight. He quickly pulled open the clinic door, only to find a rather portly-looking owner. He was dressed in a white lab coat. Happiness Clinic was significantly larger than the one where his master worked. Moreover, several burly doctors stood guard at the entrance, looking more like enforcers than medical professionals. Xiao Tiance glanced around. The moment he stepped inside, the owner and several burly men swarmed around him. "Oh my, sir. I see your condition is quite serious. This location suggests cholecystitis, but to be certain, it's best to run a full battery of tests. You're from that place, you know? Our clinic has an excellent reputation. Don't let the small size fool you, every doctor here is renowned." As the owner spoke, he hurriedly filled out a form beside him. Xiao Tiance glanced at it casually. He noticed the list included over a dozen medical imaging tests. The total cost listed was even higher than what a regular hospital would charge. Faced with this bizarre situation, Xiao Tiance flicked the paper aside. "I don't see the need for this," he remarked. "Since we already know it's cholecystitis, why bother with all these unnecessary tests? I'd like to ask, even if a systematic examination were truly needed, why would gallbladder pain require testing heart function or even bone density?" The list of tests on the form was practically exhaustive. Faced with the inquiry, the boss frowned. "You're the patient, not the doctor. What do you know? How can I prescribe medication without these tests?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Tiance stood up immediately. He retorted casually. I know my own condition better than anyone. I only need medication for cholecystitis, nothing else is necessary. If you won't sell it to me, I'll just go to another clinic. No sooner had he finished speaking. The owner already produced a bottle of medication. It only costs a dozen or so yuan on the market. Just as Xiao Tiance opened his wallet, a burly man beside him spoke up. If you just want to buy the medicine, that's fine too. 30,000 yuan. 30,000 yuan? A product that costs only a dozen or so yuan could be sold for tens of thousands? Seeing this, Xiao Tiance felt there was no need to keep up appearances. He glanced at the medicine in his hand and casually tossed it onto the table. The crowd around him seemed oblivious to Xiao Tiance's shift in demeanor, their eyes fixed solely on the lure of profit. Then, Xiao Tiance's right hand began tapping lightly on the tabletop. Interesting. Does the Drug Administration know about this price? I suggest you keep it for yourselves. As Xiao Tiance turned to leave, he was swiftly blocked by a row of burly men at the doorway. A menacing look flashed across the fat boss's face. Don't think you can just come and go as you please. Several burly men nearby drew clubs from their hands, clearly adopting a forced sale stance. Xiao Tiance turned to look at each of them. A smile spread across his face. He then slowly pulled out a bank card and placed it on the table. If you want to buy medicine, that's fine. But isn't 100,000 or so a bit too cheap? This card holds at least 10 million. Why not buy more? The surrounding crowd stared at Xiao Tiance, assuming he was joking. The shopkeeper's mouth twisted in disbelief. You little punk, you're making fun of me? 10 million? Who do you think you are? This joke isn't funny at all around here. Amidst the taunts, a card reader happened to be beside the counter. Xiao Tiance casually swiped his bank card through the machine. The figure of tens of millions quickly appeared on the screen. The crowd that had just been mocking him froze in stunned silence. Though the happiness clinic frequently handled such illicit transactions, a client of this magnitude was unprecedented. Even the boss's demeanor softened slightly. Who'd have thought we'd run into a young master like you? Since you're so generous, I can throw in some extra medicine. It all depends on how much you're willing to spend. During the inquiry, Xiao Tiance had already transferred 1 million yuan, enough to cover several years of the happiness clinic's revenue. Though the clinic had always forced sales, its notorious reputation had long driven away customers. Customers who came here were always from out of town. To avoid trouble, the owner never bothered local big businesses. Xiao Tiance, however, was not from Jiangdu, making him appear quite unfamiliar. Just as the crowd thought they'd landed a big fish, Xiao Tiance wore a smile on his face. He tapped the bank card beside him lightly. Forget the medicine, I'm perfectly healthy. But that million I just transferred? Consider it your medical bill. The surrounding crowd froze slightly at his words. The boss beside him frowned. The smile on his face began to twist into something more sinister. You mean to say you're here to cause trouble? As the boss spoke, one of the burly men, broad-shouldered, imposing, and standing closest with the most menacing look. Clearly, he intended to exert some pressure on the other party. But the moment he took a step forward, Xiao Tiance grabbed his forehead and slammed it hard against his knee. With a crack, the burly man instantly became paralyzed from head to toe. Foaming at the mouth, he appeared to be on the verge of death. The sight of blood pouring from his 7 orifices left the surrounding crowd utterly stunned. You dare to lay a hand on someone? The boss had certainly done his share of overbearing things before, but he never imagined Xiao Tiance would strike with such brutal force. What he never imagined was that this was merely the appetizer. Xiao Tiance picked up the bank card again, then flicked it lightly through the air, sending it arcing through the air. The 2 burly men who had charged forward felt a sudden, searing pain in their throats. Simultaneously, both knees buckled, forcing them to the ground. Blood bubbles welled up from his throat, flowing continuously onto the ground. This boss actually dares to kill people. He's nothing like the usual guys. Boss, I'm just a worker here. I can't take responsibility for something this serious. 2 employees, witnessing the bloody scene, had already gone weak in the knees and stumbled out the door. The pharmacy owner's eyes widened. The calm he'd felt moments ago had vanished completely. Chapter 102, Closing for Good. I'm telling you, don't you dare do anything rash. This is a society governed by law. You've just committed murder. I'm calling the police right now. That's a laughable statement. The pharmacy owner was praised for selfless law enforcement, yet now he's forcing sales. Who'd have thought he'd start threatening to report it at this critical moment? Even Xiao Tiance nearly burst out laughing upon hearing it. Shopkeeper, you've likely committed no end of misdeeds in your daily life. Why suddenly invoke the law now? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? And you've repeatedly caused trouble at the clinic across the street. These illegal suppression tactics never cease. If we're settling accounts, let's settle them all at once. The boss stared at Xiao Tiance's relentless glare, every hair on his body standing on end. Especially the look in Xiao Tiance's eyes. As if he saw nothing but a vast sea of blood. Just you wait. I'm calling the authorities right now. If you've got the guts, don't leave. The boss, shouting and gesticulating wildly, grabbed the phone beside him and quickly dialed the security bureau. This area falls under Captain Ye's jurisdiction at the security bureau. Let's see how you escape now. The shop owner still clung to a sliver of hope. Xiao Tiance sat calmly before the pharmacy entrance. He said casually, "No one will come to help you today. If you want to make a call, go ahead. If you've got the guts, call the 4 great families." For a top-tier enterprise like the 4 great families, a small clinic was completely out of reach for the owner. He could only conclude the stranger before him was utterly insane. A complete lunatic. But who would have guessed that mere seconds after the call ended, the security bureau had already responded? The owner's face lit up with excitement as he hurriedly grabbed his phone. Security bureau? Someone's vandalizing our clinic and committing murder in broad daylight. Get someone over here immediately. The boss's anxious expression gradually shifted under the sunlight. Initial excitement gave way to coldness, then finally turned to fear. Impossible, the security bureau is actually surrounded by the local guard unit? Shouldn't we stay out of this? The pharmacy owner felt as if he'd heard the most absurd joke in the world. But laughter was the last thing on his mind now. As confusion gripped him, every pane of glass surrounding the pharmacy shattered. A line of men clad in armor emerged, advancing slowly. At the very front was none other than the greedy wolf war god. A 9-star war god of this caliber was unheard of in Jiangdu. Facing the war god, the owner felt as insignificant as an ant. Yet, clinging to a sliver of hope, he suddenly lunged forward, confronting the greedy wolf war god. "Great General, I beg you. This man must be executed immediately for murdering someone in broad daylight. As long as such a man remains in Jiangdu, the common folk will never know peace." It was truly a case of the thief crying thief. The boss, who had been so domineering moments ago, was now weeping uncontrollably. He was putting on a show, playing the innocent victim, more wrong than Doi herself. Xinlong too didn't even turn his head. In an instant, he shook off the man's grasp and stepped before Xiao Tiance. His expression remained as cool and unflinching as ever. To the boss, this was hope. "General, please cut him down." The greedy wolf war god's blade had already struck, yet after the blow landed, the boss felt a sharp, searing pain shoot through his shoulder. His right hand slowly fell to the ground. Watching the blood spurt forth, he never dreamed his own blood would be spilled today. "Your Majesty, should we kill such a man? The king?" A mere apothecary from Jiangdu had never heard such a title. But one who could command such reverence from a 9-star war god, what manner of person was that? At this moment, even a fool could discern Xiao Tiance's identity. The owner's eyes widened, his body trembling slightly. Finally, he dropped to his knees. "Your Excellency, I'm sorry, I was blind. I'll close this pharmacy immediately. And from this day forward, I absolutely will not." Xiao Tiance shook his head gently. Watching the funds being transferred away, he offered a faint smile as grim as death itself. "I said that money was your medical fees. When will you ever pay enough?" Facing such small fry, Xiao Tiance saw no need to waste his breath. He slowly walked out of the happiness clinic. Then, the screams began to echo. They echoed the anguish within the clinic. Outside the pharmacy, Xiao Tiance, bored, flipped through his phone. All the while, he kept a watchful eye on the movements of the 4 great families. Soon, a news story caught his eye. The news itself wasn't particularly significant, mainly urging people to pay attention to child protection laws. But the author of this article was Wang Rohan. So that girl wasn't interviewing Bai Kaitang after all, she was doing charity work. As Xiao Tiance frowned, he glanced at the relevant news content. He quickly spotted a photograph. The background showed an unremarkable alleyway, where a middle-aged woman was either hitting or scolding a young girl. Though the photo wasn't very clear, the girl's silhouette looked incredibly familiar. Luo Qingyun. Back then, Luo Qingya had a younger sister. Her name was Luo Qingyun. Though years had passed and the little girl's appearance had changed, Xiao Tiance would always recognize her instantly in that setting. Even now, she could only be around 7 or 8 years old. Ever since she moved into Luo Qingya's home years ago, tragedy struck the family, and the sisters were separated, never to be found again. So Luo Qingyun had been in Jiangdu all along. The evening breeze gently caressed the streets. Downstairs at the Jiangdu newspaper office, Wang Rohan worked late again due to today's workload. As a veteran employee at the Jiangdu News, Wang Rohan had spent years as a junior reporter without promotion opportunities. In terms of both ability and journalistic skill, Wang Rohan was undoubtedly the best. Unfortunately, the unspoken rules within the Jiangdu News were deeply entrenched. Those who joined the paper straight out of university, especially those from families lacking connections, influence, or resources, often faced severe marginalization. Wang Rohan, you've been with us for a long time. You know the pressure at Jiangdu News is immense. Promotion openings are extremely limited lately, but considering how hard you've worked, I think we should have a serious talk. Whenever she recalled that obese boss uttering those words, Wang Rohan felt waves of nausea wash over her. As a journalist, one must always expose society's dark underbelly to every citizen, to present the truest picture to everyone. Yet as a reporter within the newspaper, she found herself caught in a whirlpool because of the boss. This disgusting feeling was like swallowing a fly. Wang Rohan certainly wasn't that kind of person, so whenever her boss made demands, she pretended not to know and avoided the topic. The extra workload invariably fell on Wang Rohan's shoulders, and overtime had become a daily routine. Chapter 103, Missing Person Notice. Oh my, Miss Wang, why are you leaving work so late again today? Though I haven't been at the company long, I know far more about workplace politics than you do. Just listen to my advice: promotion and raises aren't out of reach. Why be so stubborn? Wang Rohan hadn't even hailed a cab after leaving the newspaper office when that sickening voice reached her from behind. But this voice wasn't the newspaper's boss. Only Zhang Xiaomei could deliver such sarcasm with such a twisted tone. In terms of age, Zhang Xiaomei was only 2 years younger than Wang Rohan. But in terms of looks, though Zhang Xiaomei was slender and graceful, she dressed in a garish, flashy manner, heavily made up like a woman of the night. In contrast, Wang Rohan's natural, unadorned look possessed an indescribable, effortless beauty. Even without makeup, she outshone her rival in every way. Therefore, within the corporate group, Zhang Xiaomei always harbored an innate jealousy toward Wang Rohan. But none of that mattered now. After all, Zhang Xiaomei had become the newspaper owner's woman, and this time her promotion came much faster than Wang Rohan's. Miss Shang, you have your own way of life, but it's not for me. So if there's nothing else, it's quitting time now. We have nothing left to discuss. With that said, Wang Rohan quickened her pace across the street. The newspaper office wasn't in the city center, and especially during the evening rush hour, hailing a cab was next to impossible. Wang Rohan really didn't want to get entangled with this woman any further. She'd rather walk home than walk side by side with her. Oh dear, Miss Wang, did I hit a nerve? Besides, you don't have a boyfriend, and being with your boss won't hurt you. Our boss specifically asked me to persuade you sometimes. Hard work alone isn't enough if you want to advance. Wang Rohan walked ahead, and Zhang Xiaomei followed behind. Back and forth they went, like a tug of war. Sis Wang, if you don't find a boyfriend at your age, it might be too late. Truth is, women need to learn how to wield their own weapons. Even though I'm with the boss, I have a boyfriend. Sometimes, while you're still young, you have to know how to use that weapon. Zhang Xiaomei was truly getting on her nerves. So much so that Wang Rohan wanted to cover her ears. In desperation, she could only roar out. Will you ever shut up? Who said I don't have a boyfriend? I just don't want my boyfriend showing up at the group company. After all, I always keep my personal and professional lives separate. Hearing Wang Rohan's outburst, Zhang Xiaomei paused for a moment. But she quickly switched back to mocking mode. The words on the tip of her tongue were about to spill out. A roar of engines echoed through the streets. The distant rumble of a Rolls-Royce shattered the night's tranquility. As she watched the black, imposing vehicle, Zhang Xiaomei's eyes practically shot sparks. See? That's the kind of car rich people drive. Someone as clueless as you would probably end up with some boring, down-to-earth guy even if you had a boyfriend. Being with someone like that would only ruin your whole life. Wang Rohan glanced at the Rolls-Royce. It was undeniably luxurious, and apparently a limited edition model. But as she watched, something felt off. The Rolls-Royce suddenly made a sharp turn and came to a stop right in front of her. The door swung open. Xiao Tiance's figure materialized before her eyes. You? Wang Rohan never imagined Xiao Tiance was this wealthy. Tonight's events were simply too much to process all at once. Miss Rohan, I need to speak with you. I'm afraid I'll have to keep you a little longer. With that, Xiao Tiance grabbed Wang Rohan's hand and began pulling her toward the car. Ever since learning about Luo Qingyun's situation, Xiao Tiance had been racing against time. Arranged by the greedy wolf war god, he switched to a high-speed sports car. He sped to the newspaper office at top speed. But this sudden action left Zhang Xiaomei, watching nearby, feeling as if something had lodged in her throat. Is that your boyfriend? Zhang Xiaomei, who thrived on her youth, would go to great lengths to leverage her physical advantages, cozying up to different men. Yet despite her efforts, she had never encountered a big boss driving a Rolls-Royce. And why was such a boss by Wang Rohan's side? As she stared wide-eyed, Wang Rohan beside her took decisive action, gently slipping her arm through Xiao Tiance. That's right, he's my boyfriend. I told you before, but none of you believed me. And I don't like people prying into my personal affairs. This was an urgent matter. Seeing Wang Rohan's actions, Xiao Tiance froze for a moment before quickly catching on. Once you've started something, see it through to the end. This time, Xiao Tiance didn't argue. Instead, he gestured toward the passenger seat. Oh, you two, don't be so impatient. Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhang Xiaomei, Wang Rohan's best friend. Miss Wang always speaks highly of you at the office, but since none of us had ever met you, we thought she might be exaggerating. That's how this misunderstanding started. So where are you two headed? I know several fun spots around Jiangdu. Want to take a spin together? Who is this person? Zhang Xiaomei's performance left Wang Rohan almost speechless. Just moments ago, she was speaking with such sarcasm. Now she's transformed. She's become the ultimate green tea queen. Sorry, I have business with Miss Wang tonight. Xiao Tiance genuinely had business. And it was obvious their relationship wasn't exactly rosy. Therefore, Xiao Tiance had no intention of wasting more words on Zhang Xiaomei. As the engine roared to life, a sharp crack echoed. Zhang Xiaomei, in her high heels, hurriedly quickened her pace. She clung to the car doorframe. Come on, I'm extending a genuine invitation, why shut me out? Besides, we're all good friends. Why not get to know each other? Or add each other on social media? Zhang Xiaomei flashed a charming smile. Just as she was about to force the door open to see Xiao Tiance. Completely ignoring Zhang Xiaomei's words, he immediately threw her to the ground. Then he sped off into the night. With a sharp crack, her high heel snapped clean off. Unsurprisingly, Zhang Xiaomei tumbled head over heels. By the time she scrambled back to her feet, the luxury car had vanished into the distance. Just you wait. So what if she has a boyfriend? No matter what it takes, I'll steal him away. Inside the car, Xiao Tiance had no patience for such trivial matters. Instead, he placed a news article directly in front of Wang Rohan. Miss Wang, I'm terribly sorry to disturb you after work. This girl is my sister. Where exactly did you see her? Though in terms of family ties, Luo Qingyun before him should be Xiao Tiance's sister-in-law. But when he was with Wang Rohan, they weren't married yet, so he referred to Luo Qingyun as his sister. And indeed, this was precisely how Xiao Tiance felt. Chapter 104, The Cloud's Clue. Gazing at the petite silhouette in the newspaper, Wang Rohan's eyebrows arched slightly. The reason Wang Rohan hadn't pursued the interview with Bai Keatang was precisely because this young girl had disrupted her plans. More accurately, it was something called conscience that forced Wang Rohan to alter her course. Back then, she had merely passed by unintentionally and witnessed the petite girl enduring verbal abuse and physical blows in this dilapidated neighborhood. Wang Yuehan had been powerless to intervene, which was why she had published that news story calling for the protection of minors. Who could have imagined this child was Xiao Tiance's sister? It turned out to be a blessing in disguise. This is good news, I'll take you there immediately. Why is your sister working in a small restaurant? This is clearly child labor exploitation. Wang Rohan's understanding of Xiao Tiance was, after all, extremely limited. Faced with such questioning, Xiao Tiance offered a brief explanation, though he didn't delve into the intricate feuds between the four great families as he had with Wang Rohan. He only let her know that Luo Qingyun had gone missing within the family years ago. My sister hasn't seen me in years. Even if we met now, she might not recognize me. But I must inform Luo Qingya of this matter. While en route to the location, Xiao Tiance made a call to Luo Qingya. Upon hearing the news, Luo Qingya was overcome with restlessness. She immediately began sprinting toward the destination at full speed. A few minutes later, moonlight shone overhead, mingling with the stench of recycled cooking oil wafting from the surrounding small eateries. Several dark green trash bins nearby emitted an unbearable stench of decay. When the two arrived at the scene, Luo Qingya had already been waiting for quite some time. In the moonlight, tears glistened at the corners of Luo Qingya's eyes. For years, her sister had vanished without a trace, her fate unknown. Now, suddenly receiving news, how could one not be overjoyed? Luo Qingya gently tugged at Xiao Tiance's arm. She could feel the trembling emanating from the woman's body. My sister is here? After hearing about the Luo family's situation, Wang Ruhan's heart was far from at ease. The three exchanged nods before striding into the alley. Inside a restaurant at that moment, the last customer, reeking of alcohol, staggered out the restaurant door. A plump woman watched his retreating figure and muttered under her breath. Damn drunks. Who knows when one of them will get run over on the road? Drinking this late? Dad says he hasn't eaten yet. And you good-for-nothing brat, get over here and clean up. Luo Qingyun, clad in thin garments, shivered in the autumn wind amidst falling leaves. Yet at the plump woman's shouts, she had no choice but to approach the dining room door. After the family's misfortune, Luo Qingyun had been tricked into coming here, working as unpaid labor for the small restaurant. Those lonely days of being beaten seemed to have become routine. Luo Qingyun extended her small hands. At such a young age, these hands should have been holding her parents or playing with other children. Yet now they were covered in scars. Washed countless times in cold water and detergent, they bore the marks of hardship. With a sharp crack, the wine bottle slipped from her grasp and fell to the floor. Shards scattered around her. Luo Qingyun, who had been expressionless, watched the scene unfold. In a moment of terror, she immediately clasped her hands over her head. She instantly crouched in the corner. Sure enough, the plump woman next to her immediately grabbed a stick and rushed over. You useless little thing can't even handle this much. I'll beat you to death today. I'm already in a foul mood, consider yourself unlucky. With a creak. Just as the plump woman was about to bring the stick down, the door swung open. The moment she saw Xiao Tiance, the plump woman smiled faintly. Oh dear, my apologies, sir. Our shop is closed for the day. We hope you'll come back another day to try our food. No one paid any attention to the plump woman's words. All eyes were fixed on Luo Qingyun. The young Luo Qingyun, observing the looks exchanged between Xiao Tiance and Wang Rohan, wore a look of confusion on her face. But in the very next moment, the moment Luo Qingya stepped into the room, all the grievances and sorrow Luo Qingyun had endured over the years seemed to erupt completely in that instant. The girl who never cried before clung tightly to Luo Qingya's shoulders and began to wail uncontrollably. Lu Qingya, dressed in a light gauze gown, gently stroked her younger sister's forehead. It was almost impossible to believe that in the blink of an eye, her sister had grown so much. Sister, I'm the one who's wronged you. All these years I've been searching for you, never realizing you were right under my nose. Let's go home. Let's go home. The scene unfolded so abruptly that even the plump woman at the restaurant looked utterly bewildered. But Luo Qingya's features were strikingly similar to Luo Qingyun's. In comparison, Luo Qingyun looked like a miniature version. The sisters' relationship was obvious at a glance. Wait a minute. You can't just take her away like this. All these years, that girl has been eating and drinking at my expense, even the clothes on her back were bought by me. Now you just want to take her away without a word? Isn't that a bit much? Luo Qingya's eyes locked onto her younger sister. Every scar on Luo Qingyun's body pierced Luo Qingya's heart with unbearable pain. The plump woman wore a face of pure malice. She hurried over, reaching to grab Luo Qingya's shoulder, only to be stopped mid-motion by Xiao Tiance stepping between them. If you want money, let's settle up. Hearing the mention of money, the expression on the plump woman's face softened slightly. Without even calculating, she blurted out. That little girl lived with us for years, always eating well. $1 million should cover it. Besides, all these years, I've had no daughter of my own. I've treated this girl like my own flesh and blood. Now you want to take her away? You'll need to compensate me for emotional distress too. Money truly does make people's eyes light up. Xiao Tiance kept his eyes narrowed. $1 million in funds? Luo Qingya, take the child back. I'll handle the money. Hearing Xiao Tiance's words, the plump woman beside him urgently shouted. You can take the child, but the money must be paid. If you think you can pull any shenanigans, you won't get away with it here. Seeing her sister's battered and bruised state, Luo Qingya's heart was already filled with sorrow. If things were truly as the plump woman claimed, that she'd been treated well all these years, how could she be so thin and pale? Though her features were delicate, her frail frame seemed poised to collapse at any moment, even standing still. Chapter 105, Full Seizure. Miss Qingya, please take your sister back first. I'm sure your husband will handle whatever needs to be done. The oppressive atmosphere in the air made Wang Rohan sense something was terribly wrong. As a journalist, she could always sense when something was amiss. No matter who's to blame, seeing my sister abused like this, I can't bear it any longer. Seeing Luo Qingya hesitating to speak, Wang Rohan quickly grabbed her arm and continued pleading. Let's go back first. The child looks malnourished, she hasn't had proper food all these years. Let's take her to the hospital first for a checkup. We need to make sure there's nothing seriously wrong, the child's health comes first. Under Wang Rohan's gentle tugging, Luo Qingya slowly stepped out of the small restaurant. The plump woman watched her. Just as she was about to call out, the air in the small space suddenly felt bitterly cold. Xiao Tiance sat sprawled in front of the door, blocking the plump woman's path. He sneered coldly. $1 million in funding? Over the years, my sister has done more than her share for you. Not just a waitress, even a dog eats better than my sister did. Where do you get the nerve to ask me for money? The neighbors all knew about the young girl's situation. But the fat woman on this street isn't someone to mess with, so everyone just kept their mouths shut. Seeing Xiao Tiance's refusal to pay, the plump woman turned and grabbed a kitchen knife. You little punk, you think you can play the fool? Let me make this clear, if I cut you down today, I'd be completely in the clear. If you don't pay up, you won't walk off this street alive today. The cleaver suddenly came down before Xiao Tiance's eyes. But in the next instant, mid-air, Xiao Tiance's right hand seized the knife's blade. The moment he clenched it in his single hand, the entire knife seemed to twist and contort, watching helplessly as it turned into a flat sheet of metal. Get out of here! If not for the fact that she was a woman, a river of blood would likely have flowed by now. With Xiao Tiance's slap, the woman spun several times in place. With a thud, her bulky frame smashed through the surrounding tables and chairs. The blood-soaked, overweight woman slowly rose to her feet, shouting and cursing. How dare you lay a hand on me? I'll have you ruined. My husband is Wang Gang, a member of the local guard regiment. Why don't you ask around this street and see what happens when you mess with me? Xiao Tiance, who had been about to leave, halted upon hearing these words. If it were just some overbearing middle-aged woman, a good lesson would suffice. But involving the Guard Corps? That's a different story entirely. The Guard Corps exists to protect Jiangdu. Now they were colluding with each other, how could that be tolerated? So it was the Guard Corps after all, no wonder they've been acting so brazenly here. but I won't pay a single penny today. Do whatever you want with the rest. The plump boss's face twisted with rage at these words. He then grabbed his phone. He glared fiercely at Xiao Tiance, pointing an accusing finger. If you've got the guts, don't you dare leave. Wait right here. I'm calling my husband over this instant. I'll see just how long you can keep up this arrogance. Xiao Tiance naturally chose to wait it out. As the saying goes, follow the trail to find the source. Meanwhile, the plump woman paced around the room, her face beaming with a smile, yet her mouth never stopped chattering. A few minutes later, a dark green Jeep pulled up in front of the restaurant. Then a man broad-shouldered and thick-waisted pushed open the door and stepped inside. With a sharp crack, Wang Gang frowned, surveying the mess inside the room before glaring fiercely at Xiao Tiance. The plump woman looked as if she'd been wronged. Hurried over to Wang Gang and grabbed his arm. Is there no justice in this world? That bastard snatched our employee and trashed our restaurant. You're part of the guard corps, execute him right here and now. Wang Gang stood tall. He'd seen plenty of this sort of thing in the comments section. He gave Xiao Tiance a thorough once-over before sitting down quietly across from him. He even casually pulled out a plate of melon seeds. As if the conversation just now hadn't been about him at all. Speak up, kid. How do you want to handle this? Are you planning to pay compensation or have both legs broken? Xiao Tiance set down the fruit tray. You must already know what happened to your wife. Where did that child come from? No need to dwell on it. It was an illegal transaction to begin with. And you, as a member of the Guard Corps, knowingly broke the law. Your crime is compounded. I advise you to resign from the Guard Corps first thing tomorrow morning. Serving as a guard, given your actions, you're unworthy of the role. As he spoke, Wang Gang glared at him. To serve in the Guard, one must possess the requisite skills. His fist slammed forward, shattering the tabletop into splinters. Interesting. Since when do commoners get to meddle in the affairs of our Guard Corps? Enough of this nonsense. I'll ask you one thing, are you paying for the damage? Xiao Tiance slowly raised his head, meeting the other man's gaze with a faint smile. I'd like to ask you the same, are you going to plead guilty or not? The counter-question only fueled the fire further in the plump woman beside him. Wang Gang, you're part of the Guard Corps. If you can't handle even this minor issue today, we might as well quit our jobs. I've been running this operation for so long and made a fortune. Seeing you've got some potential, I'll let you marry into the family and hand over the estate. If you're just wearing the uniform without doing any real work, then I'll have to seriously reconsider our partnership. The plump woman certainly wasn't a looker. But after running a restaurant on this street for so many years, she's certainly saved up a decent amount of money. As an ordinary member of the security unit, his monthly salary was extremely limited. Wang Gang had no real reason to refuse this demand. The moment he heard about the money, it was clear both men were cut from the same cloth. Kid, you heard my wife. Pay up now, or get a beating first before paying? The outcome will be the same either way. Amidst the threats, Xiao Tiance merely smiled faintly. What if I choose the latter? Wang Gang had assumed the other would pay up, but upon reflection, choosing the latter would mean getting beaten first, wouldn't it? His brow furrowed instantly as he stared at Xiao Tiance, as if looking at a sick person. I see it now, you're here to cause trouble today. With a swish, a series of military-style punches erupted before Xiao Tiance in an instant. The punches were fierce and powerful, cutting through the air. But just as the fist neared his face, Xiao Tiance suddenly seized the opponent's right hand and snapped it backward. You choose to resign voluntarily, or be forced into retirement after being crippled? Chapter 106, Dismissal of the Battle Corps. The instant Xiao Tiance twisted his right hand, Wang Gang felt an unprecedented agony. It felt as though it penetrated his very organs. With a cracking sound from his arm, he rolled twice on the spot. You know martial arts? I'll kill you today. Wang Gang gritted his teeth against the pain in his right hand, then threw another punch. But the outcome remained unchanged. Military boxing was merely the simplest form of combat in the army, something Xiao Tiance had mastered long ago. Within a mere 2 minutes, Wang Gang suffered multiple fractures and lay nearly paralyzed at the doorstep. Yet before the plump woman, Wang Gang refused to concede defeat. He immediately pulled out his phone. I've been able to run this street like a king, and it's not just because I can throw a punch. What era do you think this is? Do you really believe a little skill lets you control everything? I'll call my brothers over right now. Let's see how many you can actually take on. Wang Gang spat contemptuously. He slowly pushed himself up against the wall, pulling out his walkie-talkie and starting to babble again. Guys, are you there? I'm at my wife's restaurant. Some troublemakers are causing a scene. Come help out. This guy actually looks down on our security team? I'll make him learn what real power means. Bring the captain too. I won't make you guys run an empty errand in the future. Things were getting more and more complicated. Watching the other party hang up, Xiao Tiance found it rather interesting. He pulled out his own phone. The security squad, huh? If you only send one captain, I doubt you'll be able to handle it. Why don't I just help you find some more people? Xiao Tiance sent a text message from his phone. Wang Gang sneered at the other man's unflappable composure. No wonder you're putting on such an act, turns out you've got connections in the security squad. But let me tell you, the captain I know has some seriously powerful connections. If you're determined to go all out against me today, then I'll gladly play along. As if to demonstrate his own manly spirit, Wang Gang crossed his legs in a similarly cocky manner. He slammed his hand on the table with a determined look. Just wait half an hour. Once my brothers show up, we'll see what tricks you've got left up your sleeve. Wang Gang lit a cigarette as he spoke. But just as the smoke began to rise slowly, a row of jeeps pulled up outside the small restaurant. The already narrow alley now looked completely packed, with no room to move. Seeing this scene, Wang Gang was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't heard about this, though he usually had a few good friends to help him vent his anger, parading around under the banner of the Guard Legion. But being able to muster a single truckload of people was already impressive. Where on earth did this entire row of people come from? Our squad, including the captain, could probably only muster 2 vehicles. Could it be that tonight, my luck was just good enough to stumble upon everyone gathering? Wang Gang's eyes widened as he heard the sound of a helicopter circling overhead. As he approached the door, he sensed something was off. If it were just vehicles on the road, that would be one thing, but what was the helicopter doing up there? He'd heard only squad leaders could authorize helicopter deployments. But they wouldn't make such a big deal over a team member just for some trivial family matter. Completely bewildered, Wang Gang finally pushed open the door. Guys, what the hell is going on here? This minor issue? I don't think it warrants all this fuss. Before Wang Gang could finish his sentence, he froze in his tracks the moment he pushed open the door. If it had been his own captain standing outside, everything would have been manageable. But the problem was that standing at the door was Deng Yue, the commander-in-chief of the Guard Regiment. A figure of Deng Yue's stature was someone you'd only ever encounter during major military competitions within the ranks. So what was going on? The commander-in-chief arriving in the dead of night? Commander, why have you come? This is just a trivial matter, it hardly warrants such a grand display. Beyond the rage boiling in Wang Gang's heart was utter bewilderment. He even gritted his teeth in resentment toward those brothers. Calling Deng Yue over would blow any minor incident out of proportion. Especially since Deng Yue himself despised using the Guard Corps' name to make a show of force outside. Wasn't this clearly meant to make him look bad? But Wang Gang's confusion didn't last long. Deng Yue paid Wang Gang no mind. Instead, he strode purposefully into the room and approached Xiao Tiance. Your Majesty, I must apologize. This incident occurred due to my failure to properly manage my subordinates. Your Majesty? Who knows why the title Your Majesty still exists in modern society? But witnessing Deng Yue's deference toward Xiao Tiance left Wang Gang utterly dumbfounded. In all his years serving in the military, he had never witnessed a regiment commander show such profound deference to a single individual. Especially since Deng Yue himself was a man of uncompromising integrity, never bowing to any form of power or influence. Colonel Deng, your Guard Legion exists to protect Jiangdu's security. When did you become so corrupt? This seemingly casual remark made Deng Yue break out in a cold sweat. He whipped his head around and glared fiercely at Wang Gang. I never imagined such a thing would happen under my watch. Wang Gang, you know the law, yet broke it. Your crimes of embezzlement and bribery are aggravated offenses. Arrest him immediately. Soldiers who had been waiting outside for some time now rushed in with a thunderous clamor, instantly pinning Wang Gang to the ground. The plump woman in the corner, witnessing this scene, dared not utter a word. Her eyes darted around in terror, desperate to flee through the back. This plump woman might be quite notorious on this street. But compared to Deng Yue, she was a mere minor figure. Pinned to the cold pavement, Wang Gang still managed to utter a pleading tone. No, this is all a misunderstanding. I didn't do anything. In his terror, Wang Gang had almost forgotten the pain in his body. Deng Yue watched him coldly. Take him back for military disciplinary action. With those simple words, Wang Gang's life would no longer be that of a team member. He might well become a prisoner, languishing in a deep dungeon. His face contorted as he glared fiercely at the plump woman beside him. It's all your fault, you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Go to hell, you pig-like creature. The plump woman was already struggling to save herself. She couldn't care less about Wang Gang's curses. After running a restaurant in Jiangdu for years, she never imagined the sky would fall today. And it all seemed like just the beginning. Deng Yue shot a glance at the plump woman beside him. With a loud crash, the wooden bench, seemingly unable to bear the woman's weight, shattered into pieces on the spot. Chapter 107, Journey of Lights. As Wang Gang was dragged away, Xiao Tiance narrowed his eyes at the plump woman beside him. As the owner of this restaurant, you've mismanaged operations, employed child labor, and oppressed customers. Your actions have long crossed the legal line. Considering you're not part of the Guard Corps, we might have shown leniency. But a few years behind bars is unavoidable. The plump woman was already weeping uncontrollably. But no one noticed her feigned pleas for mercy. As vehicle after vehicle roared past, Deng Yue approached Xiao Tiance. Is there anything else you require, benefactor? Xiao Tiance held a uniquely significant status for Deng Yue. Not only was he the Dark Emperor, but also his benefactor from years past. Watching the vehicle depart, Xiao Tiance frowned. Tomorrow would surely be the day the Lin family of the four great clans held the funeral. Since ancient times, Baiyun Mountain has been the dwelling place of heroic martyrs. The four great families are hardly worthy of it. I shall pay my respects personally tomorrow. I hope Commander Deng will refrain from interfering. One could only imagine the bloodbath that would unfold tomorrow. Hearing this, Deng Yue nodded silently. Rest assured, I would never interfere with the sovereign's affairs. Besides, had the four great families not been entangled in such complex intrigues, they should have been uprooted long ago. Then I shall not disturb you further. That night, Xiao Tiance returned home. Though it was still the old, dilapidated district. The room was now filled with warmth and joy. Luo Qingya had prepared a feast of artistic delicacies, and the two sisters seemed to have endless topics to discuss. Watching the two reunited, Wang Rohan felt she had rediscovered the meaning of her work as a journalist. It's truly wonderful to see you sisters reunited. Since Luo Qingya had prepared such a feast, Wang Rohan was naturally included. In a way, Wang Rohan was more than just a guest, she was a benefactor to the Luo family. Miss Wang, I truly don't know how to thank you. If not for you, my sister and I might never have been able to meet again. Let's have dinner together so I can properly thank you. A smile spread across Wang Rohan's face, she wouldn't refuse. But just then, a phone call suddenly rang nearby. Wang Rohan's expression shifted slightly upon answering. She had been seated at the table but now hurriedly stood up. Everyone, I'm terribly sorry. Let's reschedule our dinner for another day. Something has come up at the office and I need to head back. Seeing Wang Rohan's troubled expression, Xiao Tiance frowned. Is there anything I can help with? Wang Rohan shook her head. She didn't want others meddling in work matters. But calling him out this late at night, who knew what shady business was brewing now? Your family has just reunited, you should be celebrating. I won't disturb you further, it's just some trivial work matters. With that, Wang Rohan hurriedly departed. The other party had declined Xiao Tiance, so he wouldn't dwell on it. As she departed, Xiao Tiance returned to the dining table. Luo Qingyun, we've been searching for you all these years. Today we're finally reunited. From now on, there's no need for us to gather again. From now on, there's no need for you to live in fear or worry. We are all your family. What would you like to eat? I'll go buy it for you right now. Luo Qingyun gazed at her sister beside her and gently tugged at her arm. During their conversation, she had already devoured her food voraciously. The little girl seemed to have never had a proper meal in all these years. This sight only made Luo Qingya feel an overwhelming pang of heartache. Her resolve to protect her sister surged within her. I want to attend the Lantern Festival. As Luo Qingyun spoke these words, Luo Qingya beside her was filled with 1,000 emotions. When they were very young, Luo Qingyun and Luo Qingya had attended the Jiangdu Lantern Festival. Jiangdu had a custom. Every year, they held a lantern festival. Colorful lanterns filled the night sky, creating a breathtaking sight. Yet since Luo Qingyun's disappearance, Luo Qingya had never attended such a festival again. Checking the calendar, this year's Lantern Festival was just a week away. A smile spread across Luo Qingya's face as she pulled Luo Qingyun into her arms. Don't worry, she said. This year, the three of us will go together, okay? Xiao Tiance nodded with a smile beside them. They raised their cups and drank heartily. Seeing Luo Qingyun return to his usual self filled Luo Qingya with immense joy. With one more person, the room felt slightly cramped. Luo Qingya thought for a moment. Xiao Tiance, now that we have an extra person in the family, that earlier talk about moving isn't so urgent after all. Now that I think about it, it does feel a bit cramped. I have an investment opportunity with a foreign company. Once I wrap up this project, we'll move immediately. The 100-flower garden was now under Xiao Tiance's stewardship. It was time for corresponding changes. No problem, just give me a day's notice. Then take our whole family to live in a big house. The family of three chatted and laughed together. Wang Rohan had already been summoned back to her room by the newspaper's president. Stepping into the inner office, she found Zhang Xiaomei seated there as well. Oh my, Miss Wang has finally arrived. Seeing Xiaomei's smug expression, Wang Rohan's face turned icy cold. The president finally finished. Wonder what urgent business requires overtime. The newspaper president narrowed his eyes. After a few seconds of silence, he spoke slowly. I called you here today for serious business. As you know, our paper hasn't had any promising news lately. So in the Jiangdu region, we've been stuck in this awkward middle ground. I've been thinking about it these past few days, we can't keep going like this. Fortunately, with Xiaomei's assistance, Zhang Yi has secured a major client who's decided to invest in us. The investor is a renowned entertainment news outlet and film director. This kind of thing is not only unheard of, it's unprecedented. Wang Ruhan frowned. How could a news organization like ours, which prides itself on factual reporting, possibly be linked to entertainment? Especially since it wasn't about sales figures, there was absolutely no mutual benefit in such a partnership. Seeing Wang Ruhan's confused expression, the newspaper's president smiled faintly. He slid a newspaper across the table toward her. With the help of this renowned director and Xiao Mei's cooperation, we've finally seen some progress lately. And this is exactly the kind of news we need. The newspaper and its affiliated TV station have seen a recent uptick in ratings. Wang Ruhan noticed this too. Though the increase wasn't huge, it was still cause for celebration. However, she'd been too busy lately to pay attention to other reports. Now, upon seeing it, she frowned. Editor-in-chief, as journalists, are we really supposed to cover this kind of thing? And isn't this straying from our core mission? The newspaper's content was indeed eye-catching. But it was truly nothing to praise. Chapter 108, Hiding Under the Heavens. In the dead of night, a ghostly apparition was spotted in a certain residential complex. Do psychic abilities truly exist? A woman is seen talking to thin air at a crossroads every midnight. But what is the truth behind this? Jiangdu News originally focused on reporting local social events or publishing positive stories. But now, seeing one sensational headline after another, Wang Ruhan found herself both amused and exasperated. While the headlines themselves were undeniably eye-catching, this approach was unsustainable in the long run. After all, the content itself reads as utterly mundane, nothing more than sensationalist clickbait. I can't endorse this approach. How is it any different from those entertainment tabloids? It's all about grabbing attention for the sake of grabbing attention. While this approach might yield short-term gains, it will inevitably cause significant long-term damage. At the very least, after seeing this, the public will likely stop buying our newspapers altogether. As Wang Ruhan voiced her concerns, Xiao Mei beside her suddenly let out a cold laugh. That's still 100 times better than you, some clueless reporter running around outside. That Care for Children piece you published recently was nothing but empty platitudes, just like some public service announcement. Who do you think actually reads that kind of stuff? Just as the two were about to erupt into an argument, the boss beside them gently tapped the table. Enough. Let's not discuss this matter further. Besides, Miss Wang does have a point. This approach only ensures our temporary cash flow, but the consequences it leaves behind are severe. The newspaper's president, Fugue, frowned. Though he showed particular favor towards Xiao Mei at work, he had to be pragmatic for the sake of profit. Listening to Fugue's words, Xiao Mei frowned and remained silent. Fugue then placed a file on the table before them. This is our investor, Linghu Young Master Linghu Chuan. He hopes to collaborate with us to generate more news. The headline and content of the recent news story were Mr. Linghu's idea. Furthermore, Linghu has been hoping to meet with you. As a director, Linghu had met Xiao Mei at a bar. They had several illicit encounters, with Xiao Mei using him to try and secure her own financial gain. After several physical entanglements, Linghu Chuan finally agreed. However, while reporting the loss, he happened to see Wang Ruhan's photo. That innocent, pure face deeply captivated Linghu Chuan's attention. Thus, he began scheming about Wang Ruhan once more. Meeting up isn't a problem, but what specific instructions do you have for me tonight? As he inquired. Fugue narrowed his eyes and suddenly made a startling remark. In 3 days, the trade tower will be engulfed in flames. As a frontline reporter, I expect you to document and report on every moment of it. As a newspaper, covering disasters is part of our essential work, and these high-risk assignments are usually handled by Wang Ruhan. Thus, within the newspaper office, she was considered a formidable woman who charged into the front lines. But today, Fugue's words left her utterly bewildered. The commercial building is a prominent landmark in our Jiangdu business district, a towering structure with over a dozen floors housing nearly 100 businesses. A fire there would undoubtedly be major news. But the question was, why would a fire happen 3 days later? Doesn't that seem odd to you? This kind of future news sounded utterly astonishing, but when confronted with the question, Fugue didn't give a direct answer. Instead, a sly smile spread across her face. This is a notice from Mr. Linghu. Based on what we heard from him earlier, he has indeed provided us with corresponding benefits. From here on, we just need to follow his instructions. I don't know the specifics myself. Faced with such news from the future, anyone would feel astonished. Wang Ruhan frowned. Any further questions were nipped in the bud. Alright, you'll handle the interview when the time comes. This matter is settled. You must arrive at the scene ahead of time. This interview must beat out the other media outlets. Only then will we have a chance to stand out. It's getting late. You should go now. Fugue, arm in arm with Zhang Xiaomei, strode confidently out of the elevator. Wang Ruhan was left standing there, utterly dumbfounded. At the same time, a terrifying thought began to take shape in her mind. Could they be trying to create a news story? Whether it's the investors or the dorm director, have you all lost your minds? White mist swirled around Baiyun Mountain. From early morning, a steady stream of mourners had arrived for the funeral. Lin Zhuiying walked silently at the front, with a black coffin placed behind her. Inside lay Lin Zhuiying's son. Today in Jiangdu, virtually every major entrepreneur with ties to the four great families had gathered. However, Lin Zhuiying had not invited the other three major families to this funeral. After all, upon his return, Xiao Tiance had first incurred the wrath of the Lin family. Unable to resolve matters concerning his own family, he feared being ridiculed by the other three major families. The other business tycoons, drawn by his reputation, had merely come to curry favor. The condolence money they offered was beyond count. The grass was lush and green, yet the path was silent. Lin Zhuiying and her eldest son, leading the procession, wore expressions of utter coldness. Yet as dusk fell over Baiyun Mountain, a woman in a black gauze dress stood before the gate, seemingly having waited for quite some time. "Miss Morong, thank you for attending our funeral. Your cousin, well, it was about time he met his end." Morong Shui first offered her condolences, then nodded silently. "He is not my cousin, and of course he must die. To aid the Lin family, I have specially summoned 3 elite assassins today. I hope you will graciously accept them." Behind Morong Shui, 3 assassins ranked on the heaven and earth list stood in a row. These 3 possessed extremely peculiar appearances. One was a fat man who appeared entirely made of flesh, yet when he ran, he moved like cotton candy, drifting with the wind. Another gaunt figure, though appearing frail and talentless, stood so solidly that 8 horses might struggle to pull him. Then there was a pale-faced scholar, dressed in plain white robes and holding a peach blossom fan, appearing gentle and refined. Yet he never walked through doors. His formidable hard qigong was so formidable that even if he collided with a copper wall or iron barrier, it would shatter into pieces. Individually, none of these 3 masters might rank among the top tier. But standing together, the intangible pressure and sheer power they commanded far exceeded the sum of their individual strengths. "Thank you for your kindness, Miss Morong. Old Fu has already contacted Old Master Bai of the Underground Society. After the funeral, action will be taken." Chapter 109, Uninvited Guest. A worthless nobody from Longcheng to have the 4 great families so terrified? How amusing. Suddenly, an ominous voice echoed repeatedly from the distance. Lin Qiu whipped his head around, eyes wide. To utter such words before the 4 great families was an unforgivable offense. Yet upon recognizing the man before him, Lin Qiu merely sneered coldly and fell silent. The speaker was a man clad in a white robe, observing from a distant hillside. Though his voice wasn't particularly loud, it carried with crystal clarity. The man's name was Lu Leiming, representing what could be considered the 5th major family within the entire Jiangdu region. The reason he wasn't ranked was because he was an outsider from another province, and his family's business was exceptionally peculiar. Behind Lu Leiming stood another man clad in a black traditional Chinese robe. This man was thin and frail, sporting a goatee. He was Lu Leiming's father, Lu Chongqing. Though his son's words were hardly appropriate, Lu Chongqing remained silent. He merely wore a smile. "Those freaks from the Lu family." Lin Qiu snorted. Lin Zhuiying glanced back but said nothing more. Lu Chongqing had come from outside the province, and the 4 major families would never meddle in the undertakings of his enterprise. The funeral industry. To outsiders, this line of work was considered utterly unlucky. No one of standing would ever touch it. Yet Lu Chongqing, arriving from outside the province, had chosen precisely this funeral business and not merely entered it, but thrived spectacularly. He had even established a monopoly in Jiangdu. Whenever life's inevitable partings occur in Jiangdu, Lu Chongqing handles them. This alone speaks volumes about the staggering profits involved. Moreover, he had extended his reach into related industries outside the province. Even today's Lin family affair felt like it was orchestrated by his hand. With no competition within the industry, the 4 major families were unwilling to provoke excessive conflict with such an enterprise operating beyond provincial borders. Ignore the cold remarks. Preparations were already complete on White Cloud Mountain. Next, distinguished guests would arrive to pay their respects. At this very moment, a taxi came to a stop above White Cloud Mountain. Those present were all prominent figures. Luxury vehicles lined the area, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a grand banquet. In stark contrast, a drab yellow taxi quickly drew the crowd's attention. And when the taxi doors opened and the person stepping out was revealed, every single person present stared wide-eyed. At this funeral, the arrival of anyone else would have been unsurprising. But Xiao Tiance's presence alone made every eye widen. It was as if they had seen the devil himself. The once serene scene instantly erupted like a thunderclap had struck. My God, how did this guy show up here? Where did he get the nerve? The murderer dared to show his face? He must be here to meet his end. Not only was Lin Zhuiying present, but Morong Shui had also come. Why on earth would he show up unprovoked? Surely he wasn't here to grovel for mercy? Even if he did, forgiveness was unlikely. This was practically walking into a trap. Xiao Tiance's appearance made Lin Zhuiying's eyes widen in shock. Standing nearby, Lin Qiu witnessed the scene and swiftly drew a weapon. He charged forward, but Lin Zhuiying grabbed his son's shoulder and pulled him back. Son, don't get so worked up. Today is your brother's funeral. I don't want to see blood spattered everywhere here. Calling for violence at a funeral was an act of profound disrespect. Facing Xiao Tiance's arrival, Lin Zhuiying stepped forward. At that moment, all was still and silent. If you wish to die, choose another day. Lin Zhuiying saw her enemy. How could she speak politely? Another woman beside her immediately began cursing. You murderer! Your entire family deserves to die. How dare you attend my son's funeral? The woman, who had once been adorned in gold and exuded an air of nobility, now resembled a shrew. This woman was none other than Lin Zhuiying's wife, Zhao Caixia. No matter how composed one might be, encountering the murderer at their son's funeral would shatter any semblance of calm. Facing the furious scene, Xiao Tiance wore only a smile. I'm merely here to offer incense today. At least your son didn't die in vain. As he spoke, the crowd parted to let him through. Mourning Xue frowned silently from a distance. The events unfolding at the Lin family these past days were nothing short of earth-shattering. Everyone said Xiao Tiance was no longer the man he once was, but Morong Xue had yet to witness it firsthand. Before taking action, the wisest course was to understand the situation clearly. A gentle breeze swept across the summit of White Cloud Mountain, rustling the surrounding trees. And then, before everyone's eyes, Xiao Tiance truly stepped forward one step at a time, taking out 3 incense sticks. With a casual flick of his wrist, the 3 incense sticks landed precisely, standing upright at the very edge of the grave. Though the coffin had yet to be lowered, Xiao Tiance shook his head silently. Lin Fei, you fat bastard, committed countless evils. You truly deserve to die. I once thought that given your status, you weren't even worthy of burial beneath White Cloud Mountain. But then I thought, someone as wicked as you will likely be reincarnated as a dog in your next life. Serving as a watchdog for the heroes of White Cloud Mountain wouldn't be so bad. What kind of talk is this? Who could tolerate such words spoken at someone else's funeral? Lin Xiu's eyes blazed crimson. If not for his father's presence, he would have lunged forward already. From afar, Lu Laming witnessed the scene and froze momentarily. Lu Chongqing, disregarding the tense atmosphere, offered a faint smile. This son of his must be Xiao Tiance from Longcheng. 100 hearsay accounts don't compare to seeing it firsthand. Truly fascinating. To come alone and cause trouble now, that's something I've never heard of. Lu Laming glared as he heard his father's praise. As the future 5th major family of Jiangdu, they tolerated no sand in their eyes. And they certainly couldn't tolerate their father praising others. Among his brothers, Lu Laming stood first. As the most outstanding among them, all honors under heaven were meant for him alone. Yet he still shook his head at his father's praise. This was what they called brave but foolish. He could come here. Even a beggar could make it to this scene. Even pushing a wheelchair could get him further up. But what difference would it make? He'd still die here. As the air hung heavy with silence, a man suddenly stepped forward from the crowd. The man was bare-chested. His body was covered in tattoos, and several thugs stood in a line behind him. Seeing the man step forward, this time Lin Zhuiying did not intervene. His name was Lin Chang. Within the entire Lin family, he was merely a distant relative, yet he had no shortage of misdeeds to his name. With someone stepping forward, Lin Zhuiying could watch from behind. Chapter 110, Instant Kill. Lin Chang glared with eyes wide, his temper fiercely volatile, nothing like Lin Xiu's composure. Yet ironically, he was the perfect choice to step forward in this situation. After all, the opponent was merely a distant relative. Even if he lost a fight, it wouldn't reflect on the family's honor. Zhao Caixia, having been ignored until now, finally had someone standing before her. This moment unleashed her true shrewish nature. Lin Chang, kill him for me right now. Avenge your elder brother. The entire clan stands by and does nothing? It's utterly disgraceful. If you can handle this, I'll personally arrange for you to join our main family line. For a lowlife like him to join the main branch? It'd be nothing short of a miracle. Hearing this, Lin Chang grew even more arrogant. You little brat. Get down on your knees and kowtow 3 times to my elder brother today. I'll make sure you die painlessly. You've come knocking on our door when we couldn't find you even if we searched high and low. If you don't die, it'll defy the laws of heaven. Facing the threats, Xiao Tiance's face remained unruffled, still wearing a smile. He paid no heed to the thugs accompanying his opponent, instead turning his attention to Lin Zhuiying. Today I'm merely escorting your son on his final journey. As the saying goes, see the Buddha all the way to the west. Today is merely a funeral. I haven't even brought a coffin. Why the rush? Lin Zhuiying said nothing, but shot Lin Chang a death glare. Lin Chang waved his hand. Without a word, several thugs nearby grabbed clubs and charged straight toward Xiao Tiance. Within moments, a dozen thugs formed a tight circle. Not a single trace of the fight inside could be seen. A sly gleam flashed in Lin Xiu's eyes. Even if he was skilled, 2 fists couldn't fight 4 hands. That kid Lin Chang was usually pretty brave. If this attempt succeeded, granting him a proper title wouldn't be unreasonable. The words had barely left his mouth. The dozen assassins, clubs raised, suddenly froze in place. At first, the situation was unclear, but within mere seconds, like dominoes falling, row after row collapsed to the ground. This scene drew the Lin family members' eyes to the scene. Xiao Tiance wasn't just skilled in martial arts, he was undeniably formidable. Though these dozen thugs had never trained in martial arts, they were no slouches in street brawls. Yet now, they all fell silent and motionless to the ground. I'll say it again, I'm not here to kill today. But if anyone tries to kill me, I won't hold back. His words were delivered with casual nonchalance. Yet they delivered the greatest insult to the Lin family. Lin Chang felt a chill run down his spine at that moment, but with his back against the wall, he had no choice but to confront the situation head-on. He tossed aside his club, swiftly drew a cleaver, and charged forward. That's not for you to decide. While each fought alone, this time everyone saw it all clearly. Xiao Tiance's right hand shot out faster than his opponent's, slapping against the chest. Then he caught it. Lin Chang stood frozen in place. Blood gushed from his 7 orifices as he collapsed to the ground. The little old man behind Morong Shui snorted coldly. His heart meridian had been shattered beyond saving. Even without saying it, the naked eye could clearly see the truth. Several medical personnel rushed to Lin Chang's side, then silently shook their heads. The entire scene fell silent. Instant kill. Though Lin Chang was merely a gang leader, he was still a member of the Lin family. Lin Zhuying frowned at the sight, while Lin Xiao beside her clenched her fists. Lin Xiao gritted her teeth, desperate to charge forward. Meanwhile, their mother was already sobbing uncontrollably. Lin Zhuying, did you see that? He killed someone right here at our son's funeral, he killed one of our own. If you were a real man, you'd do something about this. What the hell are you doing? How could Lin Zhuying not feel hatred? Lin Xiao, standing nearby, was already poised to act. But Lin Xiao was no martial arts master. If Lin Chang could die, Lin Xiao would inevitably meet the same fate. In contrast, Lin Chang was practically insignificant within the entire family, while Lin Xiao was the future heir. How could Lin Zhuying possibly let the heir go and throw his life away? After disrupting 2 consecutive auctions and now attempting to crash the event, who could guarantee such people would show any courtesy? Lu Changqing slipped his hands into his pockets. Though several masters stood behind him, their role this time was to watch the fire burn from across the river. Son, what do you think of this kid's skills? Lu Laming narrowed his eyes. Seems he's learned quite a bit during his time in Longchang. He must have mastered his skills to return like this. But he's still no match for our family. Besides, the 3 experts behind Miss Morone won't just stand by and watch. Lu Changqing's silent, smiling expression filled Lu Laming with discontent. Yet no one else dared utter a word. For the burly men sprawled on the ground, though they'd been helped up, had all met their end in the brief interval. In other words, when Xiao Tiance strikes, death follows. I've already said it, I haven't prepared enough coffins for today. Gentlemen, must you insist on fighting to the death here? Besides conceding a victory to young Master Lin, there's another person here today I'd like to meet. After all, we didn't get much chance to talk at the last auction. Besides, after all these years apart, I'm a bit of a nostalgic soul myself. Wouldn't you agree, little sister? With that word sister, Xiao Tiance turned his gaze to Morong Shui beside him. She is Jiangdu's most enigmatic woman, a woman capable of uniting the 4 great families. Though everyone knew of the relationship between Morong Shui and Xiao Tiance, the word sister still caused a slight stir among the surrounding crowd. It really has been ages, brother. They say 3 days apart demands a fresh look. Now, after years apart, you've truly been transformed. That we should meet again in Jiangdu, of all places, is truly fate. There were 100 things to say from back then. But Xiao Tiance seemed to leave them unsaid. In public, we only exchanged casual pleasantries, just like the unchanging brother and sister we once were. When we get the chance, we must catch up properly. There's so much left unsaid over the years. Morong Shui merely nodded slightly, still as beautiful as ever. Her smile held an unshakable composure. Of course, if there's ever another chance. As Morong Shui spoke, another skilled individual slowly approached from behind. Urged on by his wife, Lin Zhuying now had no choice but to act. Of course, the one taking action was the strongest guard of the Lin family. If possible, Lin Zhuying had already prepared to spare his own men as much as possible. He had already entrusted matters to the underground syndicate. But now that Xiao Tiance had come personally, he couldn't stand by and watch his own men die in vain. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and confront him head-on. Chapter 111, At the End of the Road. Lin Zhuying gave a slight wave, and a man stepped forward from the crowd. The Lin family of the 4 great clans. Spectators around them sucked in their breath, and even Lu Laming froze slightly. The man who emerged had a reddish-hued complexion. He was none other than the strongest bodyguard of the Lin family, one of the 4 great families. Fire Phoenix. Fire Phoenix was merely a codename, but as a bodyguard and assassin, one didn't always need a real name. Though merely a codename, it was etched into everyone's memory. Even Lu Laming had heard the legends surrounding him. The Fire Phoenix's blazing palm was truly unmatched, no one could withstand it. Father, I fear the Lin family has truly been pushed to the brink this time. If the Fire Phoenix dies, the other three major families will have no choice but to act. This man is the benchmark. Though Xiao Tiance had offended the four great families, the other three clans remained passive. Behind the scenes, they merely observed in the shadows. After all, in everyone's eyes, crushing Xiao Tiance was as easy as crushing an ant. No one would make a move over a mere insect. Fire Phoenix narrowed her eyes, striking the air with one palm. Flames surged between her hands. The crowd gasped in awe. Even the three elite warriors behind Morong wore expressions of admiration. Though this Fire Phoenix wasn't ranked on the heaven and earth list, with her current prowess, if she switched to being an assassin, she'd surely climb the ranks. A small place like Jiangdu truly harbors hidden talents. This kid is doomed today. The three masters watched from the sidelines with understated composure. Fire Phoenix charged forward in an instant. As the strongest guard in his clan, he always acted decisively. If he was going to kill, he would strike with his most powerful blow, aiming straight for Xiao Tiance's heart. The blazing flames in her hands were about to make direct contact with Xiao Tiance's skin. This blazing palm could penetrate his internal organs upon contact. This technique relied heavily on internal energy. It was no trivial skill. With the flaming palm alone, even those ranked on the heaven and earth list dare not engage head-on. As the palm slammed forward, Xiao Tiance offered a faint smile, stepping forward to meet the attack. The palm slammed against Xiao Tiance's chest. The surrounding crowd stared wide-eyed, as if witnessing the final curtain. This time it's over. He's been hit hard. The gap between a master and an ordinary person cannot be expressed in words. Only witnessing it firsthand could convey the sheer awe. Several martial artists nearby boasted loudly. But their conversation was cut short. They noticed the Fire Phoenix's expression gradually shifting. He could clearly see the solid impact of the kick landing squarely, yet Xiao Tiance remained utterly unmoved. Could the Fire Phoenix gauge whether the blazing internal energy could pierce through his opponent? Yet upon striking, she discovered Xiao Tiance's invulnerable core as if an invisible vortex continuously absorbed the force. In an instant, a chill surged from his chest. Xiao Tiance seized the opponent's shoulders with both hands. Truly the strongest bodyguard, he had mastered the art of transforming internal energy. His unflinching confidence truly stemmed from extraordinary skill. Xiao Tiance offered praise, but the Fire Phoenix couldn't care less about such compliments. Next, she felt the coldness in her arms seep through her meridians and into her heart. Fire Phoenix's expression, calm at first, instantly twisted into terror. She tried to pull her hands back, only to find them trapped as if in a black hole. She couldn't retreat even an inch. The onlookers around her couldn't make sense of it. All they could see was Xiao Tiance standing there, hands clasped behind his back, utterly unmoved. To bolster his bravado, he even resorted to spouting nonsense. See? That brat doesn't stand a chance. To dare use his bare flesh against the Fire Phoenix palm technique, this is nothing short of courting humiliation. This blazing palm technique can scorch a person's meridians to the point of rupture. Though he stands here now, he's already a dead man. Amidst the discussions, Lu Laming did demonstrate some skill. He let out a cold laugh before the crowd. You've kicked a steel plate today, and you don't even realize it. The actions of the four great families are truly laughable. Do they only know how to deceive themselves? Every word from Lu Laming cut to the bone. Lin Qiu blared with bloodshot eyes. Lu Changqing pretended to pat his son's shoulder. Enough. Today is someone's funeral, and we're guests. Keep your words in check. Lin Qiu couldn't tell who had the upper hand. Yet a lingering doubt remained in his mind. After all, Xiao Tiance's composure was simply too unshakable. Only the expert behind Morong Shui let out a cold laugh, breaking the silence. Looks like the Fire Phoenix has lost. Miss Morong, I believe the three of us must take action. If anyone else had said this, no one would have believed it. But those around Miss Morong had no choice but to heed her words. A woman from Dragon City who could sway the four great families. Here, she holds absolute authority. Lin Zhuiying's expression shifted from confusion to shock, and then she watched as the Fire Phoenix stumbled back several steps. Where her hair had been jet black moments ago, now her face bore the weight of a lifetime's weariness. As if she had aged a decade in that instant. With the inner energy draining from her body, such desolation was only natural. Head of the Lin family, this matter is beyond my control. The Fire Phoenix turned and walked away. Lin Qiu was stunned by the scene. Especially Zhao Caixia. She had been so confident and hopeful, yet why did it end in failure time and again? The enemy was right before her eyes. Why couldn't they be killed? This bitter frustration could only be truly felt by Miss Xiao herself. She rushed to the foot of the mountain. You can't leave. You're the strongest guardian in our clan. Why would you abandon us at a time like this? Our clan has never skimped on your pay. Fire Phoenix gave a bitter laugh. Madam Zhao, I have indeed received your generosity, but I will repay every penny in due time. Besides, staying here would be useless. I'm nothing but a cripple now. A cripple. Just moments ago, all of Fire Phoenix's power vanished. Even her formidable martial arts skills had been utterly nullified. At this moment, though they still had many skilled fighters, if even their strongest guard met such a tragic end, who would dare step forward? Moreover, those who serve as bodyguards for the four great families inevitably make enemies in their daily duties. Now that his martial prowess was gone, he no longer had the qualifications to hold this position. He could only resign, preserving his last shred of dignity. Everyone understood the fate awaiting such bodyguards. Once cast out from the four great families, enemies would soon hunt them down. Though still alive, their existence was scarcely different from death. Such a fate was enough to send a chill through everyone's heart. Head of the Lin family, shall we proceed with the funeral as planned, or change the location? Chapter 112, The Three Great Masters. Lin Zhuiying was utterly stunned. She had never intended to fight here, yet circumstances had forced her hand. And in the moment of confrontation, the strongest guard had been so easily incapacitated. Xiao Tiance's power exceeded all expectations, leaving even Morong Shue's expression grim. How could this be? Where had he been all this time? Miss Morong had always believed this brother had merely learned some martial arts to seek revenge. It was like trying to crack a nut with a hammer. Today, she would seize this chance to gauge his true capabilities. Yet the defeat of her strongest guard had already surpassed Morong's wildest expectations. Miss Morong, this man cannot be spared. If we don't deal with him today, he may well become a threat to the other three great families in the future. From observer to participant. Such a shift often occurs in the blink of an eye. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xiao Tiance approached the black coffin. Not a single person around Lin Zhuiying dared to move. Never had the Lin family of the four great clans suffered such humiliation. Lin Zhuiying could only turn to look at Morong Shue. Her eyes held a hint of pleading. As the liaison for the four great families, Morong understood the meaning behind it. She merely waved her hand lightly. At the same time, she looked at Xiao Tiance with profound regret. Brother, though I dearly wish we could catch up, it seems heaven won't grant you that chance. Truth be told, it would be better if you were dead. As Morong spoke, three elite warriors approached from three directions, their movements fluid and effortless. The once clear sky now churned with rolling thunderclouds, darkening the land. Facing this scene, Lu Chongqing frowned. Son, I sense this man possesses remarkable abilities. If we could recruit him to our cause, he might prove invaluable to our family. The four great families are destined to rise above the rest. To gain such a formidable warrior, why not seize the opportunity? The Lu family had always been eyeing them covetously. Though their business dealings held no direct connection to the four great families, the very fact that he stood here uttering such taunts was proof enough of his standing and status. Lu Laming listened to his father's words, his fists clenched tightly. That won't work. He may be talented, but the three masters of the heaven and earth rankings aren't pushovers. Recruiting him now would mean declaring war on the four great families. Talent is valuable, but if it's not meant to be ours, why invite trouble? The head of the Lu family pondered for a moment before silently nodding in agreement. It must be said, Lu Laming's words held some truth. Rescuing this man would mean declaring open war against the four great families. If it were only the Lin family, we could strike while they're vulnerable and take them down in one fell swoop. But the other three families? They were no pushovers. Moreover, with Miss Morong present, the very heart of the four great families taking action now would bring far too many consequences. It would be a pity. As Lu Changqing finished speaking, Xiao Tiance stood before the three masters and spoke. Fatso, your lightness skills are impressive, but your foundational training is lacking. The pale-faced scholar, though appearing frail and delicate, possesses formidable hard qigong skills that have reached the pinnacle. Weird old man, you've cultivated immense charisma your entire life, but you don't know how to wield it. Xiao Tiance listed each of their strengths and weaknesses as if telling a story. The expressions of the three masters shifted from initial smugness to utter shock. Assassins on the heaven and earth rankings may have weaknesses, but those who make the list certainly don't reveal them easily. Yet Xiao Tiance could pierce through their secrets with a single sentence, or even a glance. This left the three masters stunned. The three exchanged glances. Morong Shue frowned. The three knew there was no time left for idle chatter, and such people absolutely couldn't be kept around. With a whoosh. The next instant, the three vanished from the ground as if they had never been there, leaving only 3 pits behind. To force 3 great masters into a joint attack was an extremely rare occurrence under heaven. But what followed was even more extraordinary, and it had only just begun. Had you retreated in the face of adversity just now, you might still have had a chance to make up for your shortcomings. But alas, you chose to abandon that chance. Before Xiao Tiance could lie, the gentleman approached the fat man. It sounded simple, but the fat man possessed extraordinary lightness skills. He leapt upward, soaring 10 meters high. But Xiao Tiance was faster. As the fat man looked up, he felt a shadow descend from behind. Then, a black blade in his hand sliced the fat man clean in half. Before the body could even hit the ground, the pale-faced scholar charged upward at breakneck speed. Let's see how you dodge mid-air. The remaining 2 masters had no time to spare. Especially when the pale-faced scholar collided head-on with his stiff bow. Xiao Tiance, however, sheathed his weapon and advanced with bare fists. A brutal clash erupted mid-air. Xiao Tiance landed safely on the ground, his legs unscathed. Meanwhile, mid-air, the pale-faced scholar who had been attacking him was sent flying backward like a stream. His dantian shattered by a single punch. He died mid-air. Damn it! Only that gaunt, strange old man, the instant Xiao Tiance landed, aimed at his back and slammed both palms forward with brutal force. His strike landed squarely on Xiao Tiance's back. The strange old man was the highest ranked among the 3 great assassins. But even so, there was no time left to ponder why he was so powerful. The instant the palm struck his back, Xiao Tiance instantly redirected his energy. A powerful shockwave surged through his body. The strange old man spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Tiance dodged the spattered blood in an instant. And the air returned to its usual stillness. From the start of the slaughter to now, only a dozen minutes had passed. A cataclysmic shift had indeed occurred upon White Cloud Mountain. Lin Xiu had been about to act, but witnessing this scene extinguished all such thoughts. He opened his mouth to ask his father about their next move, but hesitated mid-sentence. For Lin Zhuiying's expression was even more grim than his own. What plans? All the damned ones were already dead. Even the 3 elite warriors brought by Miss Morong had not escaped unscathed. What plans could there possibly be now? After slaying the 3 masters, Xiao Tiance merely glanced back. Morong Shui still wore her usual faint smile. Sister, I promised I'd visit you another day to catch up properly. If I were to die today, that wish would remain unfulfilled. I hope our agreement still stands. As he spoke, a flash of coldness flickered in Xiao Tiance's eyes, causing Morong to pause in surprise. Morong Shui sensed it was fear. Since arriving in Jiangdu, she hadn't felt fear in years. And now, that brother she had always looked down upon could radiate such a terrifying aura. Chapter 113, A Grand Funeral. In the distance, Lu Laming fell silent. When all 3 masters of the heavenly rankings had perished, there was nothing left to say. Lu Laming had always believed himself to be the most outstanding among the younger generation. Yet now, this man before him evoked a sense of unattainable grandeur. This feeling was deeply unsettling. Yet he could do nothing about it. When he turned back, he saw his father had already walked over to Xiao Tiance's side. This young man's martial prowess is truly world-class. It's opened our eyes. Perhaps the Lin family truly harbors many wrongdoings. Indeed, White Cloud Mountain should not bear the burden of such a tainted body. Lu Changqing was highly adept at seizing opportunities. He had originally intended to recruit Xiao Tiance under his banner. But unwilling to antagonize the 4 great families, he held his tongue. Now, within 3 moves, 3 great masters have all perished. In Lu Changqing's eyes, the status and standing of such individuals had suddenly diminished. His approach shifted entirely from attempting to recruit Xiao Tiance to treating him as an equal and cultivating a friendly relationship. This gentleman speaks with great insight. As the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling face. Back when the 4 great families joined forces, the Lu family was not included. Combined with his recent words, Xiao Tiance truly had no reason to antagonize him. At the very least, they should maintain a clear distinction between gratitude and grievance for now. As the 2 men conversed, the heavens turned against them. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky, hitting Lin Fei's coffin squarely. Fierce flames instantly engulfed the coffin. The few masters standing closest to the coffin were instantly reduced to ashes. This divine retribution proved the most formidable force of all. The crowd surrounding the Lin family, no longer concerned with the funeral procession, recoiled in terror at the sight of the forest fire about to engulf them. Amidst the raging flames, Morong Shui vanished into the billowing smoke. Who knew when this cousin might change his mind? Now that the 3 elite warriors by his side were gone, even Morong Shui wouldn't dare confront him alone. As for the Lin family's affairs, it was best to let them fend for themselves. The flames consumed the inkstone. Along with the offerings surrounding the coffin, everything was reduced to ashes. Lin Zhuiying and Lin Xiu rushed forward with wide eyes, desperately trying every means to extinguish the flames. But alas, it was all too late. Heaven's fiery wrath had long since reduced the corpse within to ashes. Though a hollow had been carved out atop White Cloud Mountain, there was no coffin left to bury. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Tiance's objective was achieved. This congratulatory gift truly exceeded his expectations. It seemed even the heavens refused to accept those who had committed so many evil deeds. Since they were so busy today, there was no need for him to linger any longer. He would take his leave. Xiao Tiance turned to leave. Zhao Caixia, witnessing all this, had long since broken down inside. Why won't you die? Why won't you just die? I'll kill you today, no matter what. To bury my son. As Zhao Caixia screamed, she grabbed a pistol nearby. Gritting her teeth, she aimed it fiercely at Xiao Tiance. Facing this murderous intent, Xiao Tiance, who had been preparing to leave, turned his back to her. His voice turned icy once more. I see you're just a woman. I don't want to fight. But if you point that gun at me, that's a different story. A blatant threat. Seeing his wife like this, Lin Zhuiying stumbled back, forgetting to put out the fire, rushing to her side. A man 3 masters couldn't defeat. What could a woman possibly do? But Zhao Caisha's hatred had long since consumed all reason. She pulled the trigger on the spot. Die! An explosion erupted in the air. Xiao Tiance remained with his back to his opponent, walking step by step down the mountain. Zhao Caisha's pistol exploded mid-air, instantly blowing her head off. She collapsed instantly, never to rise again. After all, the instant she drew her pistol, Xiao Tiance had already flung a stone like a dart into the barrel of her gun. The moment she pulled the trigger, she only claimed her own life. Truly, he who sows the wind shall reap the whirlwind. No one knew if Zhao Caisha died with regret, for her entire head was now a bloody mess. At that moment, amidst the downpour, the flames gradually died out. The arriving and departing guests scattered one by one, slinking away like scared rabbits, terrified of incurring the Lin family's wrath. Only Lin Zhuiying remained, clutching his wife's corpse and howling to the heavens. This funeral. Not only had he lost his son, but also his wife. And all of this was caused by offending someone he had once thought he could kill at will. At this moment, Morong Shui had vanished without a trace. The patriarch of a clan now bore a head of white hair. His face was etched with the weight of a lifetime in an instant. Not even a single person remained to continue the discussion. Underground Dragon King, call the Underground Dragon King immediately and notify every underground organization in Jiangsu. By any means necessary, by any method, he must be eliminated along with his wife and the entire Luo family, utterly eradicated. I am willing to offer my fortune to entice the Dragon King to emerge from seclusion. Beneath White Cloud Mountain. Amidst a stretch of lotus ponds. A man in his 30s gripped a massive blade weighing 100 pounds. Though he possessed only one arm, the blade weighing over 100 kilograms moved through the air with fluid grace. Several dragonflies that had arrived with spring were sliced clean in two by his sweeping strokes, each strike precise beyond measure. Yet the man's formidable skill drew no gasps from the surrounding crowd. Nearby, in a pavilion, a crowd watched 2 men playing chess. One was a local farmer, utterly absorbed in the game, while the other wore a white Tang-style robe adorned with a golden dragon. It seemed the unfolding battle on the chessboard held more fascination than the man's martial prowess. In truth, the one-armed man had initially drawn the villagers' curiosity upon his arrival. Yet, as the 2 men frequently gathered here to practice their dance during their leisure hours, the locals gradually grew accustomed to their presence. Conversely, the white-robed man's chess skills were ever-changing and unpredictable, drawing the crowd's attention. Looks like I've lost again this time. I'm the best at chess in our village. Wait till noon, go home, eat your fill, then come back and play with me. The old farmer grumbled as he walked home step by step, hoe in hand. The man in white, a smile lingering on his face, waited until the other had gradually disappeared from sight before casually glancing at his phone. Young people these days have no sense of honor. Just look at what Lin Zhuiying sent. The text message's contents were crystal clear. Eliminate Xiao Tiance at all costs, or else the 4 major families will unite to crack down on the underground organizations. This was a blatant threat. The one-armed man remained composed, his right hand gripping a knife as a palpable aura of killing intent radiated from him. The man in white, however, waved his hand lightly. Rein in your bloodlust. Don't think everything can be solved with violence. When doing business in Jiangdu, you have to consider the 4 great families. But this Xiao Tiance is quite the character to have actually provoked Lin Zhuiying into such fury. He's certainly stirred up quite a storm. Chapter 114, Coincidence writes the book. The man playing chess earlier was Bai Dedian. He was precisely the man the 4 great families had been searching for. He controlled the entire Jiangdu underworld and was known as the Dragon King of the Underground. The Dragon King of the Underworld received the call in a most unpleasant mood. After all, every word spoken on the phone amounted to a threat. Dragon King, these 4 major families, it would be better to wipe them out one by one. As the one-armed man shouted, he glared fiercely at Bai Dedian. Eliminating them sounded simple enough. But the underground society ultimately lived under the 4 major families. They run gambling dens and various illicit trades in Ping'anli. As long as they maintain cordial relations with the 4 great families, they can use them as a protective umbrella. Wanlixing, I know your martial arts are formidable, but some matters aren't decided by who packs the biggest punch. If we offend the 4 great families, our future will be bleak. Where would our thousands of men go to beg for food? I hold the Lin family in no regard, but provoke them, and you'll face the united might of the 4 great families, especially the Nan family. Their backing comes from Dragon City. Even if we pooled all of Jiangdu's strength, I doubt it would be enough. Wanlixing, as Bai Dishan's strongest bodyguard. He's been by his side for years, silent and unassuming. Whether it's the 4 great families or Xiao Tiance, none of them matter to the wanderer. After all, as an orphan adopted by Bai Dedian, he had become the sharpest blade in Bai Dishan's arsenal. As the 2 conversed, a gentle breeze began to stir. Then they spotted a man approaching, his face radiating a gentle, scholarly grace. His footsteps were so light they made no sound as he walked. Wan Lixing had been chatting moments before, but the instant he spotted Xiao Tiance, his instincts kicked in and he turned to observe. They did not know each other's names. In fact, this was their very first encounter. Yet between masters, there exists an unspoken understanding that defies words. Minutes later, Wan Lixing and Xiao Tiance locked eyes. Neither spoke a word. Begins. With those words, Wan Lixing drew the single blade in his hand. With a light swing, a distant tree was cleaved in two. Such a display already attested to his formidable skill. Between masters, words are often unnecessary. As Wan Lixing uttered the word clear, he was already preparing to settle the score with Xiao Tiance. Identian watched the two with keen interest. Half an hour passed slowly. Xiao Tiance, still wearing a smile, walked step by step to Wan Lixing's side. Then he raised the single blade in his hand. A fierce gust of wind howled past. Xiao Tiance's movements became utterly bizarre, and in the blink of an eye, he brushed past Wan Lixing like a phantom. Without a backward glance, he strolled leisurely toward the foot of the mountain. Watching the departing figure, a smile spread across Bai Dishan's face. Wan Lixing, who could possibly capture your interest so completely? In all of Jiangdu, there are likely few who could capture your interest. Wan Lixing finally snapped back to reality. He glanced at his empty right hand and gave it a light flick. An interesting fellow indeed, one who could evade my attack. Identian gazed into the distance. His reply was laden with meaning. As the saying goes, beyond every mountain lies another. Therefore, one should always think twice before acting, rather than charging ahead recklessly. Jiangdu may not be large, but it is undoubtedly a place where hidden talents abound. After watching the figure disappear, Wan Lixing turned to ask, Lord Bai, how shall we handle the matter concerning Xiao Tiance? Should we take matters into our own hands? Identian shook his head. Our underground society has its own methods. Force and violence could certainly resolve this, but why make such a fuss? I've already made arrangements. The Lantern Festival is in 2 days. We'll give him a surprise then. Sunlight bathed Xiao Tiance's face. Having awakened at dawn, Xiao Tiance glanced at the time. It was nearly the appointed hour. The bidding for Master Sun's retirement home was about to begin. Early in the morning, he set off with Luo Qingya. The black vehicle slowly set off toward the northwest, enjoying the morning breeze along the way. Just then, a phone call abruptly interrupted the journey. Xiao Tiance glanced at his phone, surprised to see it was Wang Rohan calling. Luo Qingya glanced at the unfamiliar woman, gave a deliberate little smile, and moved closer. Who knew my big hero would have someone else looking for you? Looks like a girl's name. Seeing Luo Qingya's jealous expression, her face flushed slightly. Xiao Tiance then gently stroked her silky hair. A female reporter I met by chance. We'd already arranged an interview with Bai Chaohal, and it's also part of our unfinished business. He's the one who found your sister. Hearing this, Luo Qingya finally recalled. At the same time, Xiao Tiance answered the call. Wang Rohan was on the other end, getting straight to the point. My apologies for the interruption. Our Jiangdu newspaper's editor-in-chief has assigned me a task, which will delay the Bai Keitang interview. Xiao Tiance was never one to force his will on others. He exchanged a few polite words over the phone. No problem, Miss Wang. If you have work to attend to, go ahead. But then Wang Rohan frowned. She then reported the details of the fire incident in full. Hearing this, Xiao Tiance's eyebrows arched slightly. Disaster news and about the future? I've never heard of such reporting unless someone has ulterior motives. Xiao Tiance's words trailed off mid-sentence. A chill ran through his heart. If someone deliberately broke the law to attract public attention, such scenarios do exist. But it crosses the line of morality. Wang Rohan, send me the specific location and time of your interview to my phone. I'll arrive ahead of time. True justice lies in preventing crime, not in remedying it after the fact. Though this matter doesn't directly involve me, now that the company has been made aware, it can no longer stand idly by. Soon, all the relevant details and specific timing were received. As they continued on their way, the two had already arrived at the vicinity of the nursing home. A gentle breeze swept through. Green trees provided shade. Though it was the height of summer, the gentle breeze brought a refreshing coolness. An old-fashioned hospital came into view. Behind it stood a newly constructed convalescent home, connected to the hospital. The owner of this convalescent home was a decent person, but unfortunately, the business was poorly managed. During its operation, excessive investment drained its operational funds, leaving it ultimately helpless and resigned to its fate. Chapter 115, Student Council President. Jiangdu Sanatorium was one of the rare enterprises untouched by the four great families. Back then, the four great families seized this hospital from old Master Sun as retaliation against the Sun family. They then auctioned it off to a local businessman at an extremely low price. After all, the Lin family among the four great families had no involvement in healthcare, rendering the hospital utterly useless to them. The new owner, however, proved to be a case of greed. During his inspection of the hospital, he discovered that despite its remote location, it had a large base of loyal patients. Moreover, the surrounding scenery was exceptionally beautiful. He decided to invest heavily, transforming it into a sanatorium. Unfortunately, his grand vision proved too ambitious. By the time the sanatorium was completed, no funds were available for its operation. He had no choice but to invite major corporate groups to bid on purchasing it. Xiao Tiance had just stepped out of his car. Before him, the entrance to the sanatorium was already lined with a variety of luxury vehicles. The number of companies attending this bidding event was truly countless. Among them, a young heir dressed in a black suit boasted loudly amidst the crowd. "Thank you all for coming today, distinguished chairman. My name is Sun Pang, and I serve as the general manager of this sanatorium, overseeing its entire operation. As you can see, this nursing home boasts exceptionally beautiful scenery. Whoever purchases it is guaranteed to make a profit. I, Sun Pang, am currently authorized by the owner to act as the representative for this facility. Please feel free to contact me directly with any inquiries." Sun Pang, a young man with a smile on his face, was shaking hands with representatives from various major corporations. The entire resort is now poised for a major transformation. Regardless of which investor acquires this property, Sun Pang aims to establish strong relationships in advance. This will ensure his position remains unshakable. Let's go introduce ourselves. As the host, we should make the first move. As Luo Qingye spoke, she pulled Xiao Tiance forward. But just a few meters away from Sun Pang, Luo Qingye suddenly halted. Sun Pang and Luo Qingye locked eyes, both momentarily startled. "Honey, do you two know each other?" Xiao Tiance observed their expressions and asked. At the same time, Luo Qingye gave a slight nod, but the awkwardness was evident despite her composed demeanor. She wanted to escape, but Sun Pang had already noticed her and strode purposefully over to Luo Qingye. "Long time no see, Qingye. We lost touch after graduation. Looks like you've made it big now. You didn't even give your old student council president the time of day." Sun Pang's words were clearly half joking. Yet the awkwardness on Luo Qingye's face only grew more pronounced. Back in their university days, Luo Qingye and Sun Pang had originally met through the school, and Sun Pang was the student council president. Soon after, during a student event, Sun Pang met Luo Qingye and launched an intense pursuit. But Luo Qingye had no interest at the time and flatly rejected him. As student council president, Sun Pang felt deeply humiliated and deliberately made things difficult for her on several occasions. Fortunately, Luo Qingye possessed exceptional integrity and, with the help of classmates, managed to resolve each situation. As Shin Peng's longtime crush, Luo Qingye remained deeply affected by this rejection even years after graduation. "This is my classmate and the former student council president," Luo Qingye interjected from the side. Xiao Tiance smiled and stepped forward to shake hands. Little did he know that the hand he extended froze mid-air beside him, his face now etched with a line of black. He then gave her a thorough once-over. He never imagined that after so many years since graduation, he'd now be married and settled down. This must be Luo Qingye's husband. Miss Luo Qingye was the campus beauty back in the day. Being with her is truly enviable. "I wonder where you hold your position. Where do you work?" Although Xiao Tiance oversaw the Baikatang Enterprise Group, he had never declared his intention to enter the workforce. Thus, his response remained unchanged. "Not working for now." Every word was true. But in an instant, Sun Peng's expression shifted slightly. He even shook his head slowly, a hint of regret visible. "Back in college, Luo Qingye, so many people talked about whether you'd marry a wealthy man after graduation. A girl like you, as beautiful as a fairy, deserved nothing less than the happiest ending. Yet now, to think you're marrying someone without a job, it's truly astonishing. How could she say such a thing? Who says things like that to someone they've just met?" Back when he was student council president, Sun Pang always had the upper hand. He especially enjoyed using his position to bully classmates. His reputation at school was abysmal. "Though I've graduated now, it seems old habits die hard." Upon hearing Xiao Tiance was unemployed, she instantly changed her tune. "Ah, Mr. Sun, marriage is really about shared values. Material things don't matter. Additionally, this time we're looking to purchase a nursing home and discuss the bidding process." The bidding session would commence the following morning. Many entrepreneurs had already arrived 2 or 3 days in advance. Fortunately, the nursing home's on-site hotel offered leisure and entertainment facilities all under one roof. Many people were staying there in advance, taking the opportunity to experience the surrounding environment. As they spoke, the two entered the sanatorium's hotel. Sun Pang, leading the way at the front, smiled faintly. "I never imagined my old classmate would almost become my superior in the blink of an eye. But to be blunt, Baikatang has only just revived, and there are so many entrepreneurs competing here. Even though we're old classmates, I'd like to help, but the bidding process itself is fair and impartial. It's going to be tough. But if you're interested, I call the shots here. We can talk privately." As Sun Pang spoke, a lecherous gleam appeared in his eyes. Xiao Tiance immediately interrupted. "Bidding is all about fairness and impartiality. As a general manager, disregarding the boss's orders and making decisions privately, isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Of course, this is your company's internal matter. I'm merely offering a well-intentioned reminder. A simple statement. Sun Peng's smile vanished completely. He scrutinized Xiao Tiance from head to toe once more. Luo Qingya, when it comes to marriage, they say it's all about matching social standing. You're right about one thing: only when worldviews align can two people tie the knot. In today's society, who doesn't leverage their connections to get things done? Where's all this talk of fairness and justice coming from? This gentleman is truly a frog in a well. Besides, I'm the boss's most trusted person. I know the ins and outs of the nursing home like the back of my hand. Manipulating things behind the scenes is no problem at all. Their sharp exchange continued as they reached the lobby. After a few more words, Luo Qingya's expression darkened slightly. Chapter 116, Worldviews Collide. I believe my husband's words are entirely correct. Fairness and impartiality are paramount in bidding processes. If a corporate group engages in under-the-table dealings from the very start of the bidding process, then such power dynamics signify tacit approval from the outset. I believe fairness and impartiality are paramount. Every word Luo Qingya spoke hit the nail on the head. Yet to Sun Peng, each of those words rang like nails on a chalkboard. Originally boasting loudly at the doorstep, he'd intended to show off. But he never imagined that the sense of justice within him would turn a blind eye to all this. As he listened to Luo Qingya's words, the smile vanished completely from Sun Peng's face. Sometimes justice doesn't prevail over everything, and society isn't as smooth as imagined. Gentlemen, if you insist on a fair and impartial bidding process, I can guarantee you won't secure this contract. Sun Peng was the head of this bidding session. His words now were clearly a threat. Luo Qingya hadn't expected the former student council president to remain unchanged. Old habits die hard. Before she could retort, Xiao Tiance intervened. Whether we win or not isn't up to you. The final outcome will decide. Waiter, please prepare 2 rooms for us. Though Xiao Tiance and Luo Qingya looked like a married couple, they hadn't yet consummated their relationship. When traveling, they still instinctively booked 2 separate rooms. Xiao Tiance, who quickly obtained the keycards, flashed a faint smile at Sun Peng before gently linking arms with Luo Qingya and stepping into the elevator. Watching them depart, Sun Peng gritted his teeth in frustration. He strode up to the elevator doors, about to force his way inside. His mouth still chattered incessantly. I dare you to bet me this bidding is just a formality. In the nursing home district, I'll be the one deciding who wins in the end. Sun Peng, who had just stepped 1 foot into the elevator, continued cursing while trying to squeeze inside. Xiao Tiance spun around inside the elevator. He feigned a casual bump against Sun Peng, sending him flying backward. His shoe got caught in the elevator door, leaving him barefoot. He hopped angrily, glaring up at the ascending elevator. What, does every toad think it can eat swan meat? You're way too green to mess with me. His former dream lover stood within arm's reach. Sun Peng felt this was fate's decree. He absolutely couldn't let this chance slip away. Fine. You chose to be with that loser instead of me back, then I'll make you regret it. With that thought, Sun Peng turned and headed straight for the front desk. He addressed the front desk manager without hesitation. Which room was that woman staying in? Get me a spare key to that room. This was blatant, open defiance of the law. The front desk manager looked up, slightly startled. Before he could speak, Sun Peng slammed his hand hard on the desk. Did you even hear a word I said? Do you even want to work here? Although the nursing home was about to relocate, the former owner remained extremely generous to his staff. The pay is several times higher than the industry standard. At this thought, the front desk manager remained silent, placing the spare key into Sun Peng's hand. Sun Peng, having received all this, glared with wide eyes. A sinister expression spread across his face. Since you refuse to follow me back, then I'll just consider this a free gift now. After the exchange, Xiao Tiance and Luo Qingya had already arrived at the room. You must be exhausted. Let's rest in our rooms first. We'll attend the bidding early tomorrow morning. Xiao Tiance finished speaking and was about to push open the door. Luo Qingya gently wrapped her arms around his waist. Do you think we can win tomorrow's bidding? Sun Peng isn't someone to mess with. Back in school, anyone who crossed him had a tough time graduating. He's already made it clear he's targeting us, and with his reputation, it'll be tough. Seeing Luo Qingya's worried expression, Xiao Tiance reached out his right hand to gently caress her cheek. Rest assured, the nursing home will be ours and it will definitely belong to old Master Sun. I've said it before, returning everything to its rightful owner is only fair. Seeing Xiao Tiance's confident expression, Luo Qingya had 1,000 words on her lips, but in the end, she nodded gently in reassurance before returning to her room. It seemed that since Xiao Tiance's arrival, many things had been destined to unfold as they did. After returning to their room, Xiao Tiance and Luo Qingya slept for 2 solid hours. By the time they awoke, evening had fallen. A soft knock sounded at the door. When Xiao Tiance opened it, he saw Bao He dressed in a pink dress, looking like a celestial being descended from heaven, her beauty unmatched. You're awake. That was a long sleep. I'm starting to feel a bit hungry. I just looked at the nursing home's brochure. There's a Western restaurant downstairs. Shall we go try it out? Since we're buying the entire nursing home, we should conduct a thorough assessment. Besides, Xiao Tiance did feel a bit hungry. He nodded gently with a smile. Well, why not? Let's head straight over. And just as the two of them left, one of the waitstaff followed them suspiciously close behind. Watching the elevator descend slowly, a sinister smile spread across the attendant's face. Simultaneously, he pulled out a black walkie-talkie. Mr. Sun and his group have already gone to the Western restaurant downstairs. As you instructed, I've maintained surveillance the entire time. Meanwhile, inside the Western restaurant downstairs, Sun Peng pushed open the kitchen door furtively. As soon as he stepped inside, a chef followed closely behind. What are you doing here? This is the kitchen. How dare you just walk in? Facing the chef's shout, Sun Peng narrowed his eyes and turned back. The moment their eyes met, the chef froze for a second before quickly looking down. Mr. Sun. My apologies, what brings you here? This is the back kitchen, a place for us working staff. It's not appropriate for you to be here. Just as the chef was about to admonish Xiao Tiance, a bedsheet was flung before him with a sharp slap. I recall our restaurant's signature dish is the filet mignon. Mark my words, every single guest present tonight gets one. The price of a filet mignon at a 5-star Western restaurant. The chef was momentarily taken aback. Since the nursing home is located in the suburbs, and today saw an exceptionally high number of corporate clients, most diners would opt for the nursing home's 5-star restaurant. Serving a filet mignon to every single person would incur a significant cost. Should we inform the owner about this, young master? After all, the number of complimentary meals is truly excessive. I'm buried in the accounts. The nursing home owner is holding an auction precisely because of insufficient funds. They simply couldn't afford such a large entertainment expense. But just as he finished asking, a sharp slap echoed. Sun Peng slapped the chef across the face. Do exactly as I say. When the owner isn't here, you answer to me, including the power of life and death over this place. Chapter 117, Poisoning in Secret. The owner of Jiangdu Sanatorium resided permanently in the hospital due to financial losses. His temper flared. Furthermore, Sun Peng was a long-time employee of the sanatorium, so the auction affairs had always been entrusted entirely to him. Moreover, before the owner's departure, he had personally convened a meeting to issue instructions to all staff members. Thus, in Sun Peng's absence, the owner effectively delegated his authority to him. The chef dared not continue resisting and could only nod hurriedly. But the real show was yet to come. As Sun Peng gave his instructions, he took out a fillet steak and slowly opened a bottle he carried with him. The bottle contained a peculiar pink liquid. Once opened, it was colorless and odorless. Without any hesitation, Sun Peng poured the liquid over the steak right in front of the chef. Witnessing this, the chef beside him frowned. Young Master Sun, what exactly are you adding? A chef working at a 5-star establishment possessed unquestionable expertise. Even without Sun Peng explaining, it was clear this was no ordinary substance. Asking the question now was merely a formality. What it is has nothing to do with you. But remember, a man and a woman will be coming down shortly. Once they enter the restaurant, the complimentary items will be distributed. During the distribution, however, only this steak laced with the potion is to be given to that couple. The blunt words stunned the chef standing nearby. Young Master Sun, what you're doing is illegal. This doesn't seem quite right. Sun Peng narrowed his eyes. He remained silent. This silence weighed heavily on the chef. After just a few seconds, the chef could only take a deep breath and give up resisting. Understood. I'll follow Mr. Sun's instructions. Hearing this promise, Sun Peng finally nodded slowly. Remember, there can be no mistakes tonight, a grand spectacle is about to unfold. Evil slowly took root in the darkness. At this moment, Xiao Tiance and Luo Qingya had arrived together at the 5-star Western restaurant. Sure enough, the interior of the Western restaurant was nearly packed to capacity. The two quickly found an unoccupied corner. Just as they sat down, the sound of a roaring crowd came through the speakers. Thank you all for coming to the sanatorium to participate in this auction bidding event. To express our gratitude, we are offering each of you a complimentary filet mignon steak tonight. While the prominent entrepreneurs present likely didn't care much about a single steak, but offering one to each person was indeed a grand gesture. Combined with the gesture of goodwill, cheers soon filled the restaurant. Simultaneously, a server, guided by the chef, placed the steak slowly beside Xiao Tiance and Luo Qingya. The server offered a slight smile, sometimes words were unnecessary. With every guest receiving the same steak, no one questioned the gesture. Wasn't the owner here nearly bankrupt? Who would have thought he'd be so generous? Tonight's expenses were certainly no small matter. As Luo Qingya spoke, she gently sliced off a piece of steak. She placed it in her mouth, and it melted instantly. At the same moment, Xiao Tiance did the same. But the instant the steak touched his lips, an imperceptible scent surged into Xiao Tiance's nostrils. A love potion? As Xiao Tiance muttered to himself, Luo Qingya beside him froze slightly. Perhaps due to the noisy surroundings, she hadn't heard clearly. Were you just talking to me? Regaining his composure, Xiao Tiance smiled faintly and placed the steak into his mouth. This is pretty good, he remarked. Melts in your mouth, truly worthy of a star-rated steak. At that moment, several cameras inside the Western restaurant were entirely under Sun Peng's control. Watching the two share the steak, Sun Peng could barely contain his excitement. His hand clenched the door key tightly, his eyes gleaming with greed. You little. If you hadn't refused me back then, I'd have made sure you died a miserable death. Once I'm done playing with you, your reputation will be utterly ruined. The two sharing dinner inside the restaurant seemed utterly oblivious to it all. Due to her demanding work schedule, Luo Qingya was perpetually busy and rarely enjoyed such leisurely moments as today. The two shared a home-cooked meal in the Western restaurant, a warm and intimate dinner. But at that very moment, a sudden, unsettling scene made Luo Qingya feel waves of nausea. Xiao Tiance, how could such a person exist in this world? Quick, look toward the southwest corner. Luo Qingya, who had been perfectly content moments ago, suddenly became intensely tense. But Xiao Tiance sensed no trace of hostility. Puzzled, he glanced toward the direction Luo Qingya had indicated. What met his eyes next was a scene of utter despair. Even Xiao Tiance found this scene hard to explain. Several burly men from abroad, bare-chested and displaying their impressive muscles. Broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, they lived together yet began embracing each other. And their manner clearly went beyond mere friendship. One of them was even dressed in women's attire, his bizarre appearance making one feel nauseous. Ironically, the other muscle-bound men beside him watched with expressions of envy, even finding beauty in the grotesque spectacle. Wow, baby, your muscles are so strong. Let me touch them. Don't be like that, you'll get your fill once we're in the room tonight. I bet you guys are just as excited. Luo Qingya covered her mouth, nearly unable to eat her dinner. Xiao Tiance found the scene utterly revolting and had nothing more to say. Those foreigners might look disgusting, but they certainly weren't breaking any laws. Besides, they were merely hiding in their own corner. Even Xiao Tiance hadn't found the right moment to interrupt. Never mind. We're almost done eating anyway. Let's take advantage of the moonlight and stroll around the area. The two of them really had no appetite left. After saying this, they settled the bill and left together. But they had barely stepped into the restaurant. Luo Qingya halted beside him, clutching her forehead as she leaned lightly against the wall. This is strange. I definitely didn't drink any alcohol, so why do I feel dizzy? This sensation was unmistakable, the effect of a mind-altering drug. But since this drug posed no harm to people, Xiao Tiance didn't intervene. After all, tit for tat was Xiao Tiance's specialty. As Luo Qingya grew drowsy, Xiao Tiance gently supported her. It must be the heat causing heatstroke. We should get some rest early. We have the bidding tomorrow. The drowsy Luo Qingya nodded faintly. Then they returned to their room. Under the moonlight, Xiao Tiance gazed at the sleeping Luo Qingya, then looked out the window. Mr. Sun, if you want to play this game, then I'll play it with you to the very end. Chapter 118, Unclear and Uncertain. The moonlight deepened. The jingle of keys in the VIP suite corridor echoed faintly in the distance. Sun Peng's eyes were filled with a greedy expression. All along the way, his mind was filled with scenes from his student days when he confessed his feelings to Luo Qingya. Whether it was private confessions, love letters, or even publicly presenting flowers. Sun Peng, the student council president, had been publicly rejected time and time again. Back then, with so many girls at school, I couldn't be bothered with any of them, yet you, Luo Qingya, refused to give me the time of day. Tonight, you'll pay for your arrogance. Tonight, this once privileged young lady will likely see her reputation ruined. A vicious expression hardened on Sun Peng's face as he clutched a camera in his hand. The plan was flawless. The moment Sun Peng saw these two people in separate rooms, the plan took shape in his mind. First, he would make Luo Qingya inhale a large dose of the tranquilizer. Then sneak into the room late at night. Finally, after committing the act, he would secretly take explicit photographs. By then, Luo Qingya would be completely at his mercy. Every time this thought crossed his mind, Sun Peng's smile grew more sinister. At the end of the corridor, two attendants stood waiting on either side. They immediately bowed and scraped upon seeing Sun Peng. Everything is ready, Mr. Sunday. We've both gone back to our rooms to sleep. Not a sound had been heard since then, they must be fast asleep. Sun Peng nodded with satisfaction. Although the potion's effectiveness was unexpectedly potent, Sun Peng couldn't guarantee they wouldn't suddenly wake up during the act. Therefore, he resolved to take decisive action. You two have worked hard tonight. You don't need to stand watch, go rest. Also, I tend to talk in my sleep, so whatever noises you hear don't come checking on me. As he spoke, Sun Peng placed a wad of cash before the two waiters. Money talks. The waitstaff who witnessed the scene couldn't help but let their lips curve upward. Rest assured, Mr. Sun, we won't budge an inch. And we wish you a blissful night. Ever since the boss abandoned the nursing home, Sun Peng had become all-powerful. He hung out only with his cronies, conspiring and scheming together. Sun Peng cursed under his breath before ignoring the two. Following instructions, he had the two waiters turn off the surveillance footage immediately after they left. Even if, by some chance, someone did discover it, there would be absolutely no witnesses to testify. Watching as midnight passed, Sun Peng quietly approached Luo Qingya's door with a spare key. His ear pressed against the edge of the doorframe. After 2 minutes of complete silence, he finally relaxed. She was indeed fast asleep. Summoning his courage, Sun Peng clicked the lock open. Bathed in moonlight, he saw Luo Qingya lying alone in her pajamas, still as a statue on the plush bed. Sun Peng's mouth watered so much it nearly dripped from the corners of his lips. He lunged forward, ready to rush over, when suddenly a man's voice came from behind him. "Good evening." Being greeted from behind in the dead of night could only mean trouble. Sun Peng, shrouded in darkness, started to turn around. Before he could make out the other's features, a thud echoed. He felt a heavy blow to the head. Stars danced before his eyes, and he was instantly knocked unconscious. Morning sunlight bathed Sun Peng's face. Glancing at the clock on the wall, it was already noon. The bidding session was supposed to be in the morning, but now he'd completely missed it. As the host, it felt like he'd downed a bottle of strong liquor last night. In his panic, Sun Peng recalled everything that had happened the night before, yet somehow it all felt worth it. After all, he had finally gotten his wish, the woman of his dreams. But the problem was, why didn't it feel satisfying at all? All these years, from his school days until now, he had been utterly captivated by Luo Qingya. Now that it was finally real, it felt like a dream. But the moment he woke up, he discovered bloodstains on the sheets, followed by a sharp, throbbing pain in his buttocks. That pain brought back memories of last night. Something's wrong. Last night, it seemed like someone had knocked me unconscious. The rustling sounds made by Sun Peng as he rolled over quickly drew the attention of the crowd in the bathroom. He saw the same foreigners from last night, shirtless and grinning lecherously at him. "My little darling, you sure could take it last night. Didn't expect you'd wake up so fast." The guys were just about to go for round 2? Fear and nightmares instantly descended from the sky. As the manager here, Sun Peng knew exactly which guests had checked in last night. These foreigners weren't here for the auction, and all their real intentions were far from innocent. Since they paid handsomely, Sun Peng turned a blind eye. "Sweetheart, you were acting so proper yesterday. Who knew you were one of us? Enough with the act. Let's have some fun." Seeing their lecherous stares, Sun Peng's heart sank to the bottom. Then he sucked in a sharp breath. He scrambled back a few steps. "You're committing assault if you don't back off. If you dare come any closer, I'm calling the cops. Don't think being foreigners means you're above the law." As Sun Peng shouted his warning, one of the foreigners retrieved the camera and last night's footage. The unbearable scene appeared on the screen. "No problem, all this can be used as evidence. I can help you file a report. And I won't mind seeing your faces plastered across movie screens and major websites." If this material ever surfaces, Sun Peng's life would be over. Seeing this scene, the sorrow in his heart reached its peak. Sun Peng instinctively stepped back, unknowingly retreating into the hallway. Just then, light footsteps approached Xiao Tiance and Luo Qingya, hand in hand as always, returning from the bidding event. The most humiliating moment. Caught by his dream lover. Sun Peng felt his scalp tingle. At the same time, Xiao Tiance gently covered Luo Qingya's eyes and whispered a warning in her ear. "Honey, don't look, it'll burn your eyes." Luo Qingya thought he was joking. She gently pried Xiao Tiance's hand away. She even complained under her breath. "What's so eye-watering about it? Let me see." What Luo Qingya saw next was a scene she would never forget. She saw blood still flowing from Sun Peng's thigh. The two burly men who had been so revolting last night emerged from the room. After rebirth, she slowly embraced Sun Peng. "Baby, we agreed to do this a few more times. Why are you leaving now? Don't spoil the fun for us, big brothers." Though Luo Qingya appeared innocent, she was still an adult and instantly saw through the situation. Her stomach churned violently. "Old classmate, and you were once student council president? Who knew someone like you had such a kink? I don't want to see you, Luo Qingya covered her mouth. She hurried back to her own room. Xiao Tiance smiled, waving lightly. Last night, Xiao Tiance had knocked the guy unconscious and dragged him to the doorstep of a few thugs. The foreigner even smiled gratefully. But Xiao Tiance didn't want to deal with such people any further. He hurried after Luo Qingya's footsteps, leaving behind a despairing Sun Peng, who was dragged back into the room once more. Chapter 119, Ruined Reputation. The faucet in the room gushed water incessantly. When Luo Qingya emerged from the bathroom, traces of tears still clung to her cheeks. After all, the scene she had just witnessed was utterly revolting. It was something one would never forget. "Xiao Tiance, we should leave immediately. I never imagined my classmate would be that kind of person. I thought he was just arrogant, but who knew he had such twisted tastes?" Seeing Luo Qingya's state, Xiao Tiance gently patted her shoulder. He simultaneously pulled out several tissues and handed them over. As the saying goes, you can't judge a book by its cover. Besides, after so many years apart, feelings often shift and change with the passage of time. Xiao Tiance spoke with such conviction. But in truth, every step was his own doing. After all, there's a saying, an eye for an eye. Besides, if it weren't for Sun Peng's scheming, he wouldn't have ended up disgraced and ruined. With that thought, Xiao Tiance took out his phone and had a conversation with old Master Sun. Then he silently shook his head. My wife will likely have to wait a while longer. Old man Sun is on his way. We're doing this to gift the nursing home to old Master Sunday. It wouldn't be right for us to leave before the main guest arrives. Luo Qingya could only patiently endure, continuing to wait in the room. Meanwhile, in another room, wails and howls echoed through the neighborhood, nearly piercing the ears of neighbors near and far. The two attendants stationed beside the monitors had been waiting for nearly a day and night. Though the monitors were completely destroyed, the blood-curdling screams from the room were almost deafening. The young attendant, barely having slept all night, forced himself to stay awake despite the dark circles under his eyes. Hey, bro, is Mr. Sun done yet? And this sound doesn't seem quite right. Why is Mr. Sun still screaming? He was screaming all night last night, skipped the morning bidding session, and started up again. Half asleep, the young man was about to push open the door when the older attendant beside him grabbed his arm. What's the rush? Haven't you noticed the sounds getting fainter? That means he's finally worn himself out. I hear that girl is Mr. Sun's dream lover. Don't let his respectable appearance fool you. He might have some peculiar tastes. If you go up now and ruin their mood, do you want to get fired? Sun Peng was a fairly prominent figure locally. If such a secret gathering were interrupted, the consequences would likely be far more serious than just getting fired. The young waiter felt the older man had a point. Reluctantly, he crawled back to the room to continue his dream interpretation. At that moment, Sun Peng was already half dead from the ordeal. Then came a loud thud. The door burst open, and he was kicked out, clothes askew. Sun Peng was practically in tears. A grown man, crying louder than a child. His gait was erratic and unsteady, his speech slurred and incoherent. Xiao Tiance, I'll kill you. I'll tear you to pieces. What about the bidding? If you win this contract today, I'll write my name backwards. Sun Peng glared into the distance. From the highest room of the restaurant, he could see the bidding site. By now, the sun was high in the sky. By all accounts, the bidding session should have concluded. Yet the venue remained packed to the rafters, with countless people still murmuring among themselves, unable to leave. Not only were major business leaders still present, but for some reason, numerous reporters had also gathered around. It seemed the bidding was still ongoing. As expected, without me present, not even the chairman had convened. Whoever lands this contract, one thing was certain, Xiao Tiance would never get it. Sun Peng, consumed by rage, hurriedly pushed open the door. Gritting his teeth against the physical pain, he quickly changed into a suit, restoring his usual polished appearance. He stepped outside the hotel. Bathed in sunlight, at that very moment, it seemed as though all his confidence had returned. He then cleared his throat softly. He strode briskly toward the venue. Who would have thought this bidding session would treat us to such a spectacle? Truly a lively affair. Today's meeting was a complete waste of time. We didn't win the bid, but it sure opened our eyes. Sun Peng walked forward while listening to the murmurs of the surrounding crowd. He couldn't shake the feeling that the topics of their discussions were odd. But did Sun Peng have time to dwell on such things now? As he approached the venue, he found entrepreneurs had already crowded the stage so tightly there was no room to move. My apologies, everyone, I'm late. Please make way for everyone, the bidding session is about to begin. Sun Peng was beaming with energy. He then dashed toward the stage. But the moment he stepped onto the stage, he was completely dumbfounded. This wasn't a bidding venue at all. What on earth was playing on that massive screen? The incident from last night with those burly men had already been broadcast on the big screen, complete with vivid visuals and audio. No wonder it had drawn so many reporters. Mr. Sun was a well-known figure in the local community. And after today's uproar, he's been utterly destroyed. Meanwhile, the entrepreneurs below were covering their mouths and snickering. Even a few waitstaff in the distance were pointing and whispering about him. Stop watching. This is completely fake footage. No one should be watching it. Whoever played this, shut it off immediately. Or I'll fire every last one of you. Sun Peng, driven to madness, kept shouting, but the administrator below him couldn't do anything no matter how he fiddled with the computer. I don't know. It looks like we've been hacked. The video is autoplaying. Someone must have swapped it out midway. Sun Peng's fury couldn't change reality. He picked up a stone from the stage and hurled it violently at the screen. But unfortunately, the screen, built with massive investment and even made of bulletproof glass. A few bricks barely made a dent. Xiao Tiance, you bastard. I'm coming to kill you right now. I'll cut your head off right now. Stumbling and staggering, Sun Peng rushed deeper into the hotel. Just as he reached the entrance, he happened to see a group of waitstaff standing in a row, silent. As if they were turning a blind eye to the disgraceful scene on the screen. At the same time, footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Xiao Tiance, dragging Luo Qingya, arrived at the first-floor lobby. "Every single one of you take him down. Beat him to death if it takes it. I'll take responsibility for the consequences. I'm the general manager here, I call the shots. Anyone who doesn't act will be fired on the spot." Chapter 120, A Dream of Yellow Millet. Sun Peng's shout carried a hint of hoarseness. Yet the surrounding crowd remained utterly unmoved. 2 rows of waitstaff stood clearly visible in the lobby, yet they seemed to ignore his words entirely. Sun Peng was already boiling with rage. Seeing this scene, he grabbed the security captain's uniform, eyes bloodshot, and erupted in a torrent of curses. "Didn't you hear what I said? Shout it out loud, have you gone deaf?" His shout still drew no response, driving Sun Peng to the brink of madness. Just as he was about to spit blood from rage, the security captain shoved Sun Peng away. "Mr. Sun, please control yourself." Mr. Sun's video from last night had already spread far and wide. The security guards looked at Sun Peng as if he were a fly, their expressions making one feel nauseous. And that look only pushed Sun Peng further into a frenzy. "What's the meaning of this? Why are you looking at me like that? Do you know I was framed? You useless bunch. I'm the general manager, damn it. I could fire every last one of you with a single word." As he shouted these words, Xiao Tiance walked step by step toward him. The 2 figures drew closer and closer. Sun Peng, eyes bloodshot, pointed at his own nose and screamed, "You little bastard. I'll kill you right now." Just as Sun Peng lunged forward, a security captain beside him delivered a flying kick out of nowhere. He didn't even understand what had just happened. Sun Peng felt stars bursting before his eyes as blood gushed everywhere. He never imagined that these men, who usually fawned over him, would dare lay a hand on him now. Before Sun Peng could utter a word, the security captain beside him began lecturing him sternly. "Get out of here. How dare you lay a hand on our chairman?" "What chairman?" This time, Sun Peng was truly dumbfounded. The look of utter bewilderment on his face was unforgettable. Besides the security guards and waitstaff, where on earth was this chairman supposed to be? The security chief beside him, observing Sun Peng's state, offered a cold, curt explanation. "The bidding meeting concluded long before your little storm. Our former boss personally attended and declared Mr. Xiao as our new chairman." Upon hearing this, Xiao Tiance waved his hand lightly while producing a contract. "The chairman isn't me, it's old Master Sunday. I'm merely acting on his behalf." Sun Peng's eyes widened as he snatched the contract from Xiao Tiance's hand and scanned it word by word. The chairman's name and Xiao Tiance's name were written there, crystal clear. In a fit of rage, Sun Peng tore the contract to shreds. "I refuse to acknowledge it. What gives you the right to be the chairman here? Without my consent, how dare you?" Though the contract was destroyed, it didn't matter, it was merely a photocopy. Moreover, Xiao Tiance had anticipated this charade all along. As Sun Peng raged, Luo Qingya, who had remained silent until now, finally stomped her foot in fury. "Old classmate, aren't you being a bit too harsh? Isn't the entire convalescent home district owned by your boss, not you? You may have climbed to the position of general manager, but you're still working for someone else. What right do you have to overstep your bounds? And between us, I never imagined you'd be such a repulsive person both in your tastes and your character." Coming from Luo Qingya, these words were undoubtedly a devastating blow. Sun Peng staggered back several steps. Student council president during his school days. After graduation, his career had been on an upward trajectory. He became the youngest general manager in the company's history. By any measure, his future looked bright. Yet now, with that videotape and today's events, everything vanished like smoke, a fleeting dream. All vanished into the dust. How could this happen? Why did it turn out this way? Why did you two come here? After screaming frantically, Sun Peng finally coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsed on the spot, and lay twitching motionless. Several security guards nearby rushed over to check on him. Soon, the security captain shook his head silently. "He's gone." To have someone literally die of anger, this sort of thing could only be found in novels. The pale-faced security guard snapped into action. "Rest assured, boss, I can vouch for it, this guy literally got himself so worked up he dropped dead. Mr. Sun's health was already poor to begin with, and he had this peculiar hobby. I suspect he got overly excited last night, which caused his heart to stop. That's what you get for digging your own grave." The crowd forcibly dragged Sun Peng's body away. Perhaps none of them ever imagined it would end this way. Meanwhile, outside the nursing home, an unremarkable black sedan was idling. Elder Sun, behind the wheel, squinted at the hospital in the distance. "Truth be told, if it weren't for Xiao Tiance, I'd never have wanted to come here. Back in the day, as the hospital's director, he often saved lives and treated the wounded. But under the oppression of the 4 great families, all that has become a fleeting memory. Returning here now only left a lingering aura of sorrow. Come on, old Sun, stop moping around. If Xiao Tiance could secure the Shangshi dynasty for us, he'll certainly wrest that hospital back from the 4 great families. Besides, our daughter's wedding is just days away, you can't keep wearing that mournful face. At his wife's urging, Sun Honghai pulled out a handkerchief and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Though he was now an old man, the sight of bygone days still stirred his emotions. Though he was reluctant, he gave his apprentice the courtesy of driving the vehicle to the hospital entrance. Though the scenery remained the same. But now, everything had changed beyond recognition. The moment the old man stepped out of the car, he saw the security guards already lined up in front of the entrance. "Excuse me." Upon arriving, Sun Honghai discovered that nursing homes and major corporate complexes had sprung up around the area. Amidst the chaos, he only knew that a bidding session was being held here. He knew nothing of the specifics, having only heard of Xiao Tiance's request and come specifically for that. Little did he expect that the moment he opened his mouth, the 2 rows of security guards standing at the entrance simultaneously bowed deeply. Not just the hospital staff, but even the hotel employees next door rushed out in a flurry. Over 100 employees shouted in unison with resounding voices. "Good day, Mr. Sun." "Mr. Sun?" Sun Honghai frowned, unable to believe his ears. At that very moment, Xiao Tiance and Luo Qingya emerged slowly from the hotel. Xiao Tiance wore his usual smile before clasping his hands together. "Old Master, you remain the most suitable person to oversee Jiangdu Hospital." Chapter 121, Overseas Contract. A man may shed tears, but not lightly, only when his heart is deeply moved. Sun Honghai had spent his entire career as a hospital director. From a vast hospital to a small clinic. It all felt like a dream. If the arrival of the 4 great families had been a nightmare, then Xiao Tiance's return was a beautiful dream. The surrounding waitstaff, security guards, and all employees beamed at Old Master Sun. Even Zhang Xiumei was so overcome with emotion that she grabbed Old Master Sun's arm, almost pulling him off balance. "You heard correctly, Old Master Sunday. From this day forward, this hospital is yours, including all the surrounding nursing homes. The hundreds of employees here now belong to you too." Even at its peak, the entire Jiangdu Hospital never boasted such grandeur. Mr. Sun clutched Xiao Tiance's shoulders tightly. Tears welled up in his old eyes. "The greatest blessing of my life was meeting you. You truly take after your father." Amidst overwhelming gratitude, Xiao Tiance's expression froze in momentary surprise. At the same time, Old Master Sun stared in astonishment. At that moment, Luo Qingya, standing nearby, had no idea why the air had suddenly frozen. A mere few seconds later, Xiao Tiance's eyes suddenly widened. "Old Master, what did you just say? You're my father? You knew my father?" The Xiao family of Longchang. Logically speaking, they should have no connection whatsoever to Jiangdu. Yet today, such words came from Old Master Sun's mouth. Xiao Tiance's expression was filled with shock. He immediately gripped Old Master Sun's shoulders tightly, only realizing he'd hurt him when he saw the other man frown. "Old Master, I need to ask you something." Xiao Tiance's expression was one of desperate urgency as he hurriedly pulled the old man into a private room at the hotel. Seeing Xiao Tiance's state, Sun Honghai sighed. "I did slip up today. To be honest, my willingness to resist the 4 great families back then wasn't solely because of your character or Luo Qingya's. It was because I actually knew your father, though that was over a decade ago. Back then, when Old Master Sun traveled to Zhonghai to practice medicine, he happened to meet Xiao Tiance's father. Xiao Tiance had traveled to Zhonghai for a conference, but fell ill due to the unfamiliar climate. That's how he and the old master crossed paths. As they say, coincidence makes for a good story. After meeting, they discovered they were not merely doctor and patient, but kindred spirits. From then on, Xiao Tiance's father frequently visited Jiangdu to discuss the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting with the elder gentleman, or simply to fish together. But alas, the good times didn't last. After several years of friendship, the Xiao family crisis erupted. From that day onward, all contact ceased. Hearing this chain of events, Xiao Tiance felt deeply moved. "So, the old master had known my true identity all along, yet never revealed it to Luo Qingya." The old master nodded silently beside him. "You didn't want to speak, so I remained silent. I understood your heart. I simply didn't want Luo Qingya to face retaliation from the 4 great families. But I miss your father deeply too, so I've been visiting you regularly as a partner. It's just a pity that with what happened to the Xiao family, there's really nothing I can do to help. There's another matter as well." Sun Honghai frowned as he spoke. Xiao Tiance grew visibly anxious at the mention of his family's affairs. Just as he was about to speak, the old man let out a long sigh. "When your father was murdered in Longchang, did you ever go back to see him?" Xiao Tiance had indeed witnessed his father's murder firsthand. The circumstances bore some resemblance to Luo Qingya's family situation. Hearing this, Xiao Tiance's expression flickered with confusion. But the old man's next words struck him like a heavy blow to the heart. "Though merely rumors, it's said that after your father's death, your mother fled and is still alive today. But where she went exactly, that remains unknown. But these are merely rumors without concrete evidence. Don't get too worked up, lest you end up hurting yourself." Hearing this, Xiao Tiance instead drew a deep breath, calming the turmoil within him. Though Xiao Tiance had witnessed his father's murder with his own eyes, regarding his mother she was truly neither seen alive nor found dead. Clutching his fists tightly, he thought of this. Simultaneously, he dialed the Greedy Wolf War God. Greedy Wolf War God, mobilize every single member of the Azure Dragon Squadron. Begin your investigation from the surrounding area. Any information regarding my mother, no matter how fragmentary, must not be overlooked. Additionally, besides the Black Tortoise War God, summon the Vermilion Bird War God as well to bolster our numbers. Especially the Black Tortoise War God. It's time to put on a show for the four great families. Whenever Xiao Tiance thought of the troubles at home, his rage knew no bounds. Just as Xiao Tiance finished his announcement, Luo Qingya beside him received an urgent message. I must return immediately. As I mentioned earlier, an overseas company intends to form a joint venture with us. It seems their chairman has changed plans and will visit Baichao Hall ahead of schedule. You can continue your conversation with Old Master Sun for now. Luo Qingya couldn't bear to interrupt Xiao Tiance's reunion. But as she stood up, Xiao Tiance rose alongside her. Old Master Sun has just taken over the watchmaking academy and has much work to attend to. I'll accompany you back as well. Also, Miss Mingyue, why haven't I seen her lately? My cousin Sun Mingyue usually stays by her master's side. Lately, whenever I've tried to meet her, she seems to vanish without a trace. This couldn't help but catch Xiao Tiance's attention. At these words, the old man's expression darkened slightly. Zhang Xiumei hurriedly intervened from the side. Isn't that girl about to get married? The little girl is usually so wild and reckless, with no sense of propriety. They say she's worried about causing trouble after the wedding. So she went to the groom's house early to get acquainted. That wealthy family is no easy lot to please. She went to the groom's house before the wedding? Xiao Tiance wasn't particularly pleased with the Xiao family. This particular matter especially made him frown. But today's youth had more progressive ideas. Besides, as he'd always said, if Su Mingyue agreed, Xiao Tiance would offer nothing but blessings. Since Luo Qingya was in a hurry, Xiao Tiance couldn't linger any longer. They both got into the car. Yet the matter concerning the Xia family was deeply etched in Xiao Tiance's mind. Sun Mingyue, that girl, though her words might be a bit sharp, her heart was in the right place. I believe it's necessary to investigate that male-only residence. If Miss Sun is truly willing, I have no objection, but I fear there might be some underhanded dealings involved. After getting in the car, Xiao Tiance headed straight for the Baikayatang group. To care for Luo Qingya's younger sister, the family had recently hired a nanny. The two of them wasted no time, heading straight for the headquarters. Speaking of Baikayatang group, Xiao Tiance, who was driving, suddenly thought of a decision. Chapter 122, A Question. The vehicle slowly approached Baikayatang group under the twilight sky. Ever since Bai Chaotang was returned to Luo Qingya, Xiao Tiance had never interfered. But upon hearing about a potential partnership with a foreign enterprise, Xiao Tiance couldn't help but grow wary. Securing the 100 Flowers Garden had cost Xiao Tiance no small effort. It was precisely because of assassins from overseas companies that countless casualties had occurred. Now that Luo Qingya mentioned foreign investment, Xiao Tiance couldn't help but sharpen his focus. Honey, Baikayatang Group was established in Jiangdu, but as far as I know, even though it has penetrated markets in other cities, its performance hasn't been ideal. There's still a vast untapped segment of our domestic market. Isn't it a bit too hasty to suddenly pursue cooperation with an overseas group? Since ancient times, hasn't every company that managed to partner with overseas groups been among the nation's top enterprises? Baikayatang is renowned throughout Jiangdu, especially within the city itself. Its reputation in other markets is clearly less than satisfactory. Listening to Xiao Tiance's words, Luo Qingya shook her head inside. Isn't this all the doing of the four great families? Previously, the four great families controlled the Baikayatang group. Combined with my cousin's reckless actions, this led to profoundly negative consequences. As the saying goes, good news never travels far, but bad news spreads like wildfire. In many cities, Baikayatang's reputation has been utterly ruined. 2 branch stores in different cities even went bankrupt during this turmoil. Baikayatang Group desperately needs financing now. If an overseas group wants to invest, we really have no reason to refuse. After hearing Luo Qingya's explanation, Xiao Tiance remained silent. The vehicle proceeded in silence for several minutes before arriving at the entrance of Baikayatang Group. The two had barely stepped out of the car and entered the lobby when a secretary in a tailcoat hurried toward them, documents in hand. Chairman, Mr. Luo has been waiting upstairs for quite some time. Please come up now. Luo Qingya led Xiao Tiance to the elevator doors without hesitation. But just as Xiao Tiance was about to step inside, the secretary beside them immediately wore an expression of extreme awkwardness. I'm terribly sorry, but Mr. Luo has requested that this be a private meeting. He wishes to keep the business negotiations confidential until the contract is signed. The implication was clear. Others were to be kept out of sight. After all, this is the headquarters of Baikayatang Group. Special requirements for contract negotiations were perfectly understandable. As Luo Qingya hesitated, Xiao Tiance stepped back proactively. Honey, you go ahead and get back to work. I'll wait for you downstairs. If anything comes up, just give me a call, I'll be there in a flash. The elevator doors slowly closed, and the secretary offered an apologetic look. It was already past quitting time, and most of the staff at Baikatang had long since left, leaving the place nearly deserted. The once bustling lobby now felt noticeably quieter. Xiao Tiance casually plopped down in his seat at the front desk. A sudden surge of inspiration struck him. Online sales. We were already deep into the internet age, yet Baikatang conducted its business using the most antiquated methods. Opening branches in major cities. Physical sales remained the core. Even for the few medicines that could be sold online, they merely relied on third-party platforms, which took their cut of the profits. For online expansion, there is indeed a prime candidate. Under the cover of night, Mr. Ma of Global Group had just undergone a thorough interrogation. Ever since the last auction went awry, the four great families had stationed Ma Wangtian by Xiao Tiance's side. They demanded constant updates on his situation. Ma Wangtian now found himself walking on thin ice. Though he controlled Universal Group and possessed an exceptionally powerful information company, every step he took was fraught with peril. One misstep could mean losing everything. That feeling of walking on eggshells kept him awake night after night. Just as he had cut off negotiations with the Lin family, a familiar number suddenly rang on his phone. Seeing the name Xiao Tiance, Ma Wangtian felt a chill run down his spine. Big boss, what brings you calling at this hour? In Ma Wangtian's eyes, Xiao Tiance was the boss of an assassin organization. To this day, he still believed it without a shred of doubt. That's why he always addressed Xiao Tiance as Big Boss on the phone. Soon, the other end of the line relayed an order. Mr. Ma, I hear you built the Global Group from the ground up, truly a seasoned veteran. The reputation of the four great families has caused extremely negative repercussions, and Baikatang's sales are currently far from optimistic. Although the group headquarters has cleared its name, its reputation remains tarnished in other cities. Many retail spaces refuse to lease to us. Do you think Baikatang has alternative sales channels? Xiao Tiance's barrage of questions was clearly seeking answers rather than posing them. Ma Wangtian's responses satisfied Xiao Tiance. Big boss, I'm familiar with Baikatang's business model, it's always been retail focused. In this day and age, we should shift our sales approach and try leveraging the internet, building our own website. This isn't difficult to arrange. I'll contact the network group to set up a dedicated fast-track solution for Baikatang. However, it still requires the chairman's personal approval. Xiao Tiance was thoroughly satisfied with this solution. That was precisely the purpose of approaching Global Group. Mr. Ma, I'm entrusting this matter to you. Once the online channels are established, you'll certainly receive your share of benefits. No businessman would turn down profit. Even someone as half human, half beast as Ban Juanru would be tempted by money. Though Baikatang's reputation had recently declined, under the leadership of Xiao Tiance and his team, its resurgence was only a matter of time. Securing an equity stake through action is precisely what Ma Wangtian hopes to achieve. Rest assured, boss. I'll handle this matter perfectly. All paperwork will be ready in 2 days. After hearing Ma Wangtian's promise, Xiao Tiance hung up the phone. But just then, another call came in on his phone. The caller was Ying Zhang, the nanny recently hired by his family. Sir, please come to the school immediately, something's happened. Your sister tried to help someone and got beaten up at school. The nanny's words were somewhat slurred. She was clearly injured too. Acted heroically? Upon hearing the news, Xiao Tiance initially felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Luo Qingyun was now old enough for elementary school. After returning home, he had the nanny handle the enrollment paperwork a couple days prior. But it was just elementary school, what kind of heroic act could possibly happen there? Chapter 123, Unusually Busy. Jiangdu Sanatorium. As night fell, Old Master Sun and his wife stood by the window, gazing at the starry night sky, unable to sleep for a long time. Over the years, Old Master Sun had long since found peace. Though the pressure from the four great families prevented him from reopening his hospital, even a small clinic would have sufficed to satisfy his heart. Yet all this changed dramatically with Xiao Tiance's return. The passion that had long since died within him began to stir once more. Xiao Tiance, regarding your father's matter, I truly feel I failed you. There was simply nothing I could do to help. This guilt is beyond words. Zhang Xiumei stood beside him, clutching Old Master Sun's arm. After all, Xiao Tiance's child was only looking out for us. Had we revealed your connection to his father back then, the four great families might have done far worse than just stripping our hospital of its assets. But now, should we return that thing his father left with us to its rightful owner? At these words, the old man's expression abruptly changed. Simultaneously, he urgently pulled Zhang Xiumei closer. His expression grew incredibly grave as he spoke. Remember, this secret must never be spoken of again. The time is not yet right, the situation remains uncertain. One misstep could invite deadly consequences. During their conversation, Below the Jiangdu Sanatorium, a black car pulled up at the entrance. A broad-shouldered man with a full beard gently rolled down the window. He glanced at the sanatorium and smiled faintly. As members of the Martial Arts Association, are you certain this is where we should begin? Is this the chairman's directive? The other man driving ahead was none other than Black Bat, a subordinate of the White Horse War God. Dressed entirely in black, he blended seamlessly into the night, concealing every trace of his presence. Black Bat wore a faint smile, shaking his head slightly. Vice President, your Martial Arts Association has always operated above board. Naturally, you wouldn't resort to such methods. But I'm a different story. That brat disrupted Mr. Miyamoto's business. The White Horse God will find out soon enough. By then, no one will be able to explain it away. If the God of War himself intervenes, that brat won't dare show his face. I hear the person residing here is his master. Targeting this place is the perfect move. At that moment, in the highest conference room of Baichao Hall, Luosen wore a burgundy suit, his blonde hair styled neatly, presenting an impeccably gentlemanly appearance. Though he'd insisted on a private meeting with Luo Qingya, several employees were already standing behind him when he arrived upstairs. Before anyone could greet him, Rosen had already slid a file gently toward Luo Qingya. I wish to partner with Baikatang to launch your pharmaceuticals overseas. Naturally, I shall take a certain percentage of the profits. Rest assured, this fee is extremely reasonable even below market rates. I specialize in pharmaceutical distribution overseas and control dozens of advertising agencies. If we can build Baikatang's reputation, it will soon be a global sensation. Luosen's advertising group held considerable renown overseas. Over a dozen top-tier companies utilize Rosen's advertising services. Luo Qingya opened the other party's proposal and glanced at the commission terms. She nodded with satisfaction. Mr. Luo is truly generous. The funding terms are fair and reasonable, and indeed below market rates. But you truly won't charge any advertising fees? Luosen shook his head, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. In the glare of the fluorescent lights, the frames reflected a brilliant, silvery light. Rest assured, if you were an overseas conglomerate, the advertising fees would be substantial. But Baikatang Group already enjoys a distinguished reputation and excellent word of mouth. Plus, since it's our own company, there's no need to charge. Though Rosen had returned from overseas, he was actually a native of Jiangdu, born and raised there. He had only changed his nationality after doing business overseas. Yet he still carries the local heritage in his blood. Luo Qingya's face lit up with a smile, and the secretary beside her expressed deep gratitude. But just as they were about to sign the contract, Luosen suddenly pressed down on the contract, simultaneously gripping Luo Qingya's arm. His eyes then revealed a lecherous glint. Luo Qingya had seen this look far too many times. Indeed, there's no such thing as a free lunch. What other objections might Mr. Luo have? As he spoke, Luosen suddenly broke into an enigmatic smile. I'd long heard of the new owner of Baikatang said to be peerlessly beautiful. Seeing her today, she truly surpasses the rumors in radiance. Having traveled all this way to sign a contract with you, we can't just wrap things up so quickly. According to our customs, shouldn't we share a few more drinks? The culture of drinking at the table is nothing unusual in the business world. In a way, Luosen's request wasn't unreasonable. Luo Qingya naturally nodded in agreement. Truth be told, I'm no match for alcohol. But if this contract comes to fruition, it would certainly be worth celebrating for the sake of our long-term relationship. No sooner had she spoken than several employees behind Rosen burst into laughter. You have no idea how much our boss can drink. He never stops until he's completely wasted. If you can keep up with him, everything's fine. Too bad our boss has a bottomless pit for a stomach. If you can't hold your liquor, miss, now's the time to reconsider. Once we're at the table, there's no backing out. Luo Qingya wasn't a complete lightweight, but she certainly couldn't outdrink a whole table of people. Without hesitation, she responded. If it's a drinking contest, it's really bad for your health. Besides, I'll need to bring several people with me. I also hope our cooperation this time will be long-lasting. As she spoke, Luo Qingya picked up her phone. Luosen cleared his throat. Just mention alcohol and my craving kicks in. Chairman, stop calling, we're heading out right now. For a conglomerate your size, finding a few drinking buddies shouldn't be a problem. I'm giving you 3 minutes flat. After that, our partnership is off the table. Baikatang treats its employees well. Rarely does anyone stay late after regular hours. At this hour, aside from staff in certain departments, only a few security guards remain at the entrance. Even if we tried to recall other executives now, it would likely be too late. Luo Qingya pondered for a moment, then frowned as she picked up the internal phone to gather the remaining department staff. But just as the notification finished sending, Rosen beside her suddenly changed expression. Chairman, in business, we must prioritize sincerity and respect. I'm sitting here speaking with you because we are both chairmen, and the employees behind me are also executives of our group. The rules at the banquet table are no different. Chapter 124, The Culture of the Banquet Table. Luosen's words were simple yet crystal clear. Since those who frequent this establishment are either chairman or corporate executives, Baikayatang Group must also present figures of corresponding stature. Otherwise, it would be seen as a sign of disrespect. Though Rosen had returned from overseas, he hadn't missed out on learning this culture of shared hardship. Hearing this, Luo Qingya's face clouded with concern. Unfortunately, most of our group's staff are ordinary employees at this point. It's truly unfortunate. Forget internal staff, even those who've already left for the holidays might not be reachable in time. Today happens to be Friday. Company executives are accustomed to driving off each Friday to enjoy their weekends. Now, considering the timing, nearly everyone in the group who could get away has already left with their families for vacation. They likely won't return until after the weekend. Please understand, our company means no disrespect whatsoever. We hope you won't misunderstand. However, the executives of our Baikayatang Group are currently not in the city. Upon hearing this, Rosen leaned back slightly. The smile had clearly vanished from his face. Chairman, I'm not trying to make things difficult for you, but as senior executives, they should always be on standby to assist the chairman whenever needed. Look at you, the boss hasn't even clocked out yet. How could the employees all leave without a trace? In contrast, our group's executives are on standby day and night. A row of executives from the overseas advertising group nodded in quiet agreement beside him. Seeing Luo Qingya's face still showing reluctance, Rosen immediately pressed his advantage. Well, that's just bad luck for Baikayatang. Since none of the executives are available, we'll have to ask the chairman to accompany us. And of course, that female secretary is also qualified. Of course, we always operate on a voluntary basis. If this lady is unwilling, we absolutely won't force the issue. As he spoke, Rosen slowly withdrew the file back to his side. Baikayatang urgently needed to expand its business. Faced with such a golden opportunity, Luo Qingya simply couldn't find a reason to refuse. Luo Qingya could only grit her teeth and nod slowly. No problem. Our Jiangdu liquor is indeed a major specialty. Please proceed, Mr. Luo. As she spoke, Luo Qingya shot a glance toward her female secretary. At this point, the only person she could turn to for drinking was Xiao Tiance downstairs. Though Luo Qingya had no idea how much Xiao Tiance could actually drink, she had no choice but to try this last-ditch effort. Luo Sen's face immediately broke into a smile upon seeing Luo Qingya's immediate agreement. I knew you wouldn't refuse, Chairman. I hope we can enjoy a fruitful collaboration this time. Luo Qingya then led her female secretary downstairs to prepare some hospitality funds. The corridor was deserted at that moment, and a sinister smile spread across Luosen's face. Simultaneously, he opened a black backpack and placed several white pills into the palms of his henchmen. These are hangover pills. Once we get there, make sure she drinks plenty. It won't take long to get that girl drunk. Then we'll all have our fun. The real intent lies elsewhere. Rosen hadn't come to discuss the contract either. His objective from the start was Luo Qingya herself. His henchmen exchanged sinister grins as they swallowed the pills. One of them responded in confusion. What if she refuses to cooperate once she's drunk? I see plenty of bodyguards downstairs. Before he could finish, Rosen casually swung a punch. Across several meters, the window suddenly cracked with a series of shattering sounds. What could those bodyguards possibly do? Have you forgotten where I come from? At this point, several employees looked as if they just had an epiphany. They hurried forward to butter him up. Mr. Luo, I was utterly thoughtless. I forgot you're a taekwondo champion. With your skills, if you force your way in, not even 100 bodyguards could stop you. Tonight, that woman will inevitably surrender beneath you. A lecherous grin spread across the man upstairs, but downstairs, Luo Qingya's face showed no trace of a smile. Now they suddenly wanted to compete in a drinking contest. And it required employees at the executive level or above. Across the entire group, there were hardly any suitable candidates to begin with. Yet upon reaching the lobby, they discovered Xiao Tiance had vanished. The female secretary shook her head in frustration. I've called several times, but no one's picking up. Luo Qingya's face twisted into a wry smile, instantly feeling like she'd been set up. The secretary responded cautiously. Chairwoman, what should we do now? If it comes down to it, maybe we should just cancel the dinner party. The two of us women definitely can't hold our liquor against them. The opportunity is right before us. To give up so easily would be unbearable. Luo Qingya could only grit her teeth. You've been on the phone this whole time. Xiao Tiance must have had to step out for something urgent. Let's head to the hotel we've prepared and sign the contract first. At the entrance of Jiangzhou Elementary School, the nanny beside her was already sobbing uncontrollably, while Luo Qingyun, holding Xiao Shui, stood before a group of young people. Across from Jiangdu Elementary wasn't a middle school, but the Jiangdu University International Student District. Several international students wore peculiar expressions. Besides Luo Qingyun, another female student wearing black-rimmed glasses also looked extremely aggrieved. Just minutes earlier, the nanny had gone to pick up Luo Qingyun from school. Little did she know that just as they crossed the street, she witnessed several international students harassing a female student. The surrounding crowd adopted a better safe than sorry attitude, all avoiding the situation. Only the young Luo Qingyun witnessed the scene. Acting like a vigilante, she picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it with all her might at one of the international students. A little girl's stone didn't pack much force, but it only served to provoke the group's anger. One of the foreign students, sporting fiery yellow hair, charged forward and kicked Luo Qingyun. The nanny tried to intervene but ended up getting beaten herself. Within moments, the nanny was beaten to a pulp by the foreign student's fists and kicks. "You little brat, not even fully teethed yet and already sticking your nose in business that's none of yours. Our young master can have any woman he wants. I'd love to see who dares to stop him." The surrounding students in white uniforms were clearly all members of the Taekwondo club. Their captain, Luo Chang, was a black belt master. Originally studying abroad, he got expelled for beating up a few foreigners and ended up paying to transfer schools back home. Yet now he remains stubbornly unrepentant, his lustful desires impossible to suppress. Spotting a female student passing by from Jiangdu, he forcibly tried to lure her. The result was this scene. Several bystanders witnessed the entire incident. Though they wanted to intervene, they were helpless. Those foreign students were not only physically imposing but also skilled in martial arts, allowing them to watch the spectacle unfold from a safe distance. Chapter 125, What is Justice? You should take your child and leave immediately. These foreign students are notorious troublemakers around here. They're not worth provoking. Your child is incredibly bold, going and provoking university students. The onlookers offered their well-meaning warnings. The nanny tugged at Luo Qingyun from behind, urging them to leave quickly. But at that very moment, Luo Chang and his henchmen approached the female student who had just been involved. He grabbed her school uniform and ripped it to shreds right then and there. You refused the wine I offered, so now you're drinking the punishment wine. It's your good fortune that I even deigned to notice you. We're returnees from studying abroad, nothing like you and your poor family. Serve us well tonight, and I might even waive your tuition for the next few years." Luo Chang clearly wore the arrogant demeanor of a rich second-generation brat. In stark contrast, the female student he had grabbed looked ordinary and had an extremely introverted personality. The moment she was seized, she was utterly bewildered. Her eyes widened in terror as she scanned the room, pleading for help. Sadly, even those choosing to take photos nearby dared not intervene. Just as Luo Chang was dragging the girl toward the car, another rock smacked down on Luo Chang's head with a loud thud. Luo Qingyun stumbled over. "You can't leave. Let go of that, sister. I absolutely won't let you villains get away with this." A small figure stood in front of the group of international students, a scene that left a deep impression on every passerby. Several college students passing by couldn't bear to watch any longer and immediately rushed over. "Release her. I don't care where you're from in Jiangdu, you obey our laws and our rules. You have the nerve to do this in broad daylight." Two of the students had just stepped forward. One of the international students stepped forward and kicked out. A thud echoed through the air. Before the two male students could react, they were already flying toward the railing behind them. In an instant, their ribs were broken. Pain made their bodies tremble, sweat pouring down their faces. The crowd behind them, who had been advancing with fierce momentum, halted upon witnessing this scene. The price paid for acts of bravery can sometimes be enormous. The remaining crowd couldn't help but feel a sense of awe upon seeing the skilled fighters. Luo Chang's face twisted into a wicked grin as he clapped his hands. "Those two brothers who just beat you up have only been studying Taekwondo for less than half a year, and they didn't even use their full strength. You useless bunch tried to interfere. Didn't you know your own limits?" Quiet. A profound silence fell over the university gates. Luo Chang was a formidable black belt master. If two of his underlings were already so formidable, one could only imagine the outcome if Luo Chang himself were to act. As the two male students fell to the ground, Luo Chang narrowed his eyes and turned his gaze back toward the nanny's position. "Can't even control a little brat? Kids are kids, I wouldn't stoop to hitting them. But you, as an adult, can't control them? You deserve a lesson." Just as several international students beside Luo Chang approached, another man suddenly delivered a flying kick that sent them crashing to the ground. The eyes of the beaten male students had been filled with despair, but seeing the man before them, they immediately sprang back to their feet. The president and his crew of international students knew a bit of martial arts and often ruled the roost on campus. Not only did they bully classmates, they also frequently harassed female students, and even the teachers didn't intervene. The man before them sported a crew cut and looked sharp and energetic, none other than the student council president of Jiangdu University. Zhang Chon, the president, also held the title of leader of the traditional Chinese martial arts club. He held both titles simultaneously. Seeing the student council president arrive, Luo Chang still didn't take him seriously. "So it's the student council president. Who knew you liked meddling in other people's business too? You've been opposing me at every turn across this entire campus. Tonight is the perfect night to settle all our scores." Guys, no need to wait, just get to it. Zhang Chong was known for his righteousness within the campus. His Chinese martial arts were pure, unadulterated skill. As several international students approached, he unleashed a flurry of southern fists and northern kicks. Then he unleashed a series of bagua forms. By the end of his display, the foreign students couldn't hold their ground and collapsed one by one. The surrounding crowd erupted in cheers. Impressive. This is our traditional martial arts. Those international students deserved a lesson. Especially that Luo Chang. Last time I saw him snatching money from vendors outside the school gates. Who knew he'd be so brazen even on campus? Feeling the people's admiration, Zhang Chong was brimming with confidence. Luo Chang watched as one after another of his men fell, yet his expression remained unflinching. President, do you think my skill is on par with theirs? You seem to misunderstand the meaning of the black belt. Luo Chang spoke these cryptic words while pointing directly at the president's face. President Zhang, next I'll strike your men, then dislocate your jaw. Finally, I'll break 2 of your ribs. Better brace yourself. Zhang Chong had already assumed a martial arts stance. But in the very next second, Luo Chang vanished before his eyes. The next thing Zhang Chong felt was excruciating pain erupting from his forehead. Simultaneously, his jaw cracked with a sharp snap. The speed was too fast. Though both practiced taekwondo, as a black belt, he was worlds apart from the previous exchange students. In the end, before everyone's eyes, just as Luo Chang had said, 2 of Zhang Chang's ribs were crushed, forcing him to spit out a mouthful of blood as he rolled several times on the ground. As the president of the National Martial Arts Association, his traditional martial arts training allowed him to leverage strengths and compensate for weaknesses, giving him an edge over taekwondo. But against a master like Luo Chang, such strategic advantages simply didn't exist. Though he had studied many martial arts, he lacked depth in any single discipline. Facing a true master, his flaws were laid bare. Chairman, I've trained in taekwondo since childhood. It's nothing like your fancy tricks. You haven't even mastered the fundamentals. What good are those fancy kicks and punches if you're as weak as a woman? Luo Chang cut straight to the heart of the matter. Zhang Chong seethed with resentment, but the pain now rendered him unable to stand. Throughout the entire Jiangdu Academy, Zhang Chong was the undisputed martial arts representative. If even the head of the Classical Studies and Martial Arts Association fell to his opponent, the rest stood no chance. The scene seemed unchanged, everything returning to square one. Luo Chang cracked his knuckles loudly as he walked back toward the female student. Next, another stone landed on Luo Chang's body. The crowd turned to look at Luo Qingyun, their expressions bordering on madness. Where did this little brat get the nerve? Didn't she see none of the adults could beat him just now? Weren't we supposed to just take the little brat away? Now we've provoked her, what are we going to do? The surrounding onlookers all expressed regret. Sure enough, this final stone had already sent Luo Chang into a rage. He narrowed his eyes, glaring in Luo Qingyun's direction. It seemed some bratty kids needed a lesson. Chapter 126, A Lesson. Seeing Luo Chang's menacing expression, everyone held their breath. Even though the bystanders weren't his match, they couldn't suppress the righteous indignation welling up inside them. You're an adult, how is attacking a little girl any different from a beast? What about taekwondo? Did you train in martial arts just to bully others? Neither the shouts nor the rustling of paper reached Luo Chang's ears. All he knew was that this little girl kept stepping in to stop him, time and again. His last shred of patience had long since vanished. Gritting his teeth, Luo Chang advanced toward Luo Qingyun. Just as he raised his right hand to strike, a black sedan abruptly pulled up at the roadside. His right fist slammed into thin air with a thud. His arm struck nothing but air. Luo Qingyun, who had been standing beside him, was yanked by Xiao Tiance's grip on his clothes. They spun around with the car's tail, successfully dodging the attack. Brother, you're here. That foreign student is a big bully, always picking on the sisters. As if someone Luo Qingyun's age didn't know what foreign students represented? But since everyone else called him that, Luo Qingyun followed suit. A smile spread across Xiao Tiance's face as he gently tapped Luo Qingyun's forehead. You did very well, little sister. If it were any other parents, today's incident would undoubtedly have been extremely dangerous. They might even have yelled at their own child and harshly criticized them. But Xiao Tiance truly had no grounds for blame after all. Luo Qingyun's actions were an act of bravery. Such acts of bravery deserve praise wherever they occur. Next time something this exciting happens, remember to call your big brother. Don't you dare sneak over here alone. Luo Qingyun gave Xiao Tiance a thumbs up, but the surrounding crowd sucked in a collective gasp. This scene hardly looked like playful fun, did it? Especially Luo Chang, his veins were already bulging. He stepped forward, and the tiles beneath his fingertips began to crack. Anyone with half a brain could see the limits. Luo Chang had already unleashed his fury to its fullest. By comparison, his earlier attack had been merely a warm-up. Everyone present who disliked Luo Chang was included in his calculations. Yet they had all witnessed Luo Chang in action. Even the martial arts trained student council president couldn't resist him. Now, an ordinary person had suddenly appeared. The outcome would likely mirror the previous incidents. Young man, this guy is seriously dangerous. He's always bullying people with his martial arts. You should report him to the security bureau. We can't handle him ourselves. This guy's skills are the real deal. People were deeply concerned about Xiao Tiance standing before them. Xiao Tiance wore a plain white tracksuit. From any angle, he looked like an ordinary passerby. People like him always end up getting the short end of the stick. Luo Chang watched Xiao Tiance step forward, then narrowed his eyes. You can't hit the little girl, but you're an adult. If I beat you up, no one would accuse me of bullying a kid. As the words left his mouth, Luo Chang's flying kick shot toward Xiao Tiance in an instant. And his strike was aimed squarely at Xiao Tiance's jaw. It was clear Luo Chang meant no mercy. If an ordinary person were kicked in that spot, they might not die, but they'd likely be disfigured. The surrounding crowd squinted their eyes. They truly didn't want to witness Xiao Tiance getting hit. After all, there had been several cautionary examples before. Yet at that very moment, Xiao Tiance casually extended his right hand, seizing the opponent's ankle as effortlessly as swatting a fly mid-air. Luo Chang was certain there had been no relaxation whatsoever in his attack, no holding back. Just as astonishment flashed across his face, Xiao Tiance's right hand exerted a gentle yet firm pressure. A sharp crack echoed through the air. A searing pain shot through Luo Chang, radiating from his heel all the way up to his thigh. The sound of shattering bone and the agony were beyond words. Get the hell back to your country. A simple sentence. Then Luo Chang felt the excruciating pain radiate up through the sole of his foot. He thought his second attack method was completely useless, lying on the ground twitching uncontrollably. Xiao Tiance glanced back at the beaten student council president and the surrounding compatriots. There was simply no reason to let the other side act with impunity. Step by step, he approached. Each step felt like drilling into the other's heart. Don't come any closer, I'm telling you. If you dare touch me, I'll cripple you. My father is a renowned entrepreneur. One call from him, and he can get as many skilled fighters like me as he wants. Luo Chang was genuinely afraid. As an overseas student, he usually strutted around like a fearless bastard. But Luo Chang forgot one thing. Fear is an innate human trait. It doesn't vanish just because someone puts on a tough exterior. Luo Chang's lack of fear stemmed from never having encountered an opponent worthy of his dread. But now he had. Xiao Tiance picked up Luo Chang's right hand as casually as if he were picking up trash from the ground. Then, with a crack like snapping a twig, the sound was deafening, and the surrounding crowd felt an intense rush of satisfaction. Well done. That overseas student dared to bully our compatriot, harassing a female student in broad daylight. And he even tried to hit such a young child. What a beast. From the murmurs of the surrounding crowd, Xiao Tiance could already sense everyone's fury. He could also sense their deep dissatisfaction. Facing this scene, Xiao Tiance gently twisted the other arm of his opponent. Luo Chang was already sobbing uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming down his face. He could only watch in excruciating pain as his arm shattered completely. Bone fragments even protruded through the skin. Surprisingly, the little girl nearby not only showed no fear but actually clapped her hands in delight. Bad guys like this brother absolutely can't be allowed to stay in Jiangdu. It was hard to imagine such a young girl possessing such righteous conviction. A smile spread across Xiao Tiance's face. As Luo Chang writhed on the ground, his henchmen around him instinctively parted to make way. At this moment, Xiao Tiance seemed like a warm, protective older brother to Luo Qingyun. To the common folk, he was divine retribution from the heavens. And to these international students, he was the king of hell himself. Unless one was completely insane, no one would dare block the path of the Lord of Hell. Thus, when Xiao Tiance carried his sister back to the car, the previously ferocious international students now resembled docile lambs, trembling before the big bad wolf. Back in the driver's seat, Xiao Tiance had barely started the engine when he noticed over a dozen missed calls, all from Luo Qingya. Chapter 127, The Drinking Contest. A nightclub. Bathed in moonlight, it glowed with extraordinary brilliance. The club, a place for singing and drinking, was usually bustling with activity. But now, the surrounding crowd had long been cleared out, leaving the area utterly silent. The private room was now filled with beer and wine. To an outsider, this place wouldn't even look like a club. It'd be nothing but a booze factory. Over a dozen cases of beer were stacked in the corner of the room, nearly forming a wall. Luo Qingya and the female secretary beside her felt their hearts race just looking at that wall. At this rate, the chairman might drink himself to death. And I can't shake the feeling that Rosen has ulterior motives. The secretary kept whispering these warnings in Luo Qingya's ear as they walked. In truth, Luo Qingya had anticipated this very scenario. Ordinary hospitality was one thing, but a scene where only alcohol was served without food was clearly an attempt to get him drunk to death. As for what might happen after he was drunk, Luo Qingya dared not even imagine it. I'm a man who keeps his word. If we have a good time drinking tonight, this contract won't be a problem. A smile spread across Rosen's face. He sat down before Luo Qingya, flanked by his men. These so-called men were, of course, heavy drinkers. A dozen burly men dressed in suits and leather, yet they were beasts in human form. Each had already taken an anti-hangover pill before the banquet began. In contrast, Luo Qingya and her female secretary appeared utterly insignificant amidst the crowd. No problem, but please wait a moment, our group has another vice president who will be here shortly. To avoid any complications, Rosen had initially intended not to wait. Yet upon hearing Luo Qingya's words, he felt it was reasonable enough. After all, it was just a vice president. After all, it was just one person. With only a dozen or so skilled fighters who could hold their liquor, one more wouldn't make a difference. At this thought, Rosen smiled faintly. No problem. I can wait another 10 minutes. Tonight, when I say drinking, I mean drinking. My hobbies aren't numerous, this is one of the few I have. Luosen still wore that insincere smile. Meanwhile, Luo Qingya's mind was already preoccupied with another matter. Whether Xiao Tiance could drink or not was irrelevant. Since Rosen's true intentions lay elsewhere, suggesting they wrap up the gathering now would likely meet with unanimous refusal. Rather than burning bridges now, it was better to hold on to this bargaining chip. So thank you, Mr. Luo. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. After saying this, Luo Qingya began dialing numbers on her phone again. Not a single one of the dozen calls went through. Who knows where Xiao Tiance, who was sitting downstairs just moments ago, has gone? If he didn't show up tonight, she'd have no choice but to grit her teeth and endure this bottomless pit of a drinking session. The 10+ minutes dragged on interminably for both parties. Luosen was anxious for the cocktail party to begin, while Luo Qingya was equally anxious. Would anyone come to save the day? After smoking 2 cigarettes during the wait, Rosen slammed his sapphire watch down on the table. Chairman, let's just start drinking. Who knows how long we'll be waiting for that vice president of yours? We came here today to drink ourselves silly, not to wait around for someone. No sooner had Rosen finished speaking than a sudden breeze swept through the room. The club doors slowly swung open, revealing Xiao Tiance standing in the doorway. At the perfect moment, he added. Well said, drink till we're drunk. Let's drink till we're drunk. The moment she saw Xiao Tiance, Luo Qingya instinctively grabbed his arm, not because she felt threatened, but simply out of habit. Like a pair of lovers, they clung to each other, intertwined. Rosen instantly recognized the nature of their relationship. His initial good mood instantly dimmed. But glancing at the people behind him, coupled with the fact that Xiao Tiance was alone, all his doubts dissolved once more. It didn't matter. After all, Xiao Tiance was alone too. One more person joining the drinks wouldn't alter tonight's plans in the slightest. Rosen stood up, exchanging a few polite words with a smile while gesturing behind him with his right hand. The implication was clear: to get to Luo Qingya, they'd first have to get the vice president drunk. As they shook hands, the surrounding crowd raised another round of beers. We hear you're the vice president of Baikayatang. We've been waiting for you. Since you're late, how about 3 shots as a penalty? How strong is your tolerance? Everyone here can hold their liquor like a tank. We're worried you might not make it out of this room if you overdo it. Luo Sen's words carried a double meaning. Xiao Tiance understood perfectly. Precisely because he understood, he wasted no time, pulling out 3 bottles of beer and downing them in one go. He slammed them down on the table. Well, I happen to enjoy a drink myself. As for my drinking capacity, I can see mountains and rivers in a single glance, and swallow the sun and moon whole. After that remark, the surrounding crowd paused in slight surprise. I've seen arrogant people at the drinking table, but never anyone this brazen. After all, Rosen had invited seasoned veterans today, each with a legendary capacity for alcohol. After a moment of stunned silence at these words, Rosen resumed his usual smile. Since this gentleman is so generous, let's talk about the rules. Before we begin, how many of you will be participating? As Rosen asked, Luo Qingya finally noticed a small figure standing behind Xiao Tiance. Luo Qingyun. Who would have thought he'd bring his little sister along too? Witnessing this scene, several burly men nearby nearly burst out laughing. Sir, we've agreed on the terms. If you truly can't get anyone else to come, we can wait a bit longer. But that little girl by your side absolutely cannot drink. We may enjoy our drinks, but we absolutely cannot include children in this. If something happens, who would be held responsible? Luo Qingyun's appearance did indeed cause the surrounding crowd to pause in slight surprise. But soon, Luo Qingyun sat down beside him, perfectly well behaved. She then took out only a cup of milk. She then quietly kept watch beside Xiao Tiance. Is Big Brother going to fight today? Those people over there probably aren't enough, right? How could Luo Qingyun know the situation on the ground? But she knew Xiao Tiance was exceptionally skilled in combat. After all, she had witnessed it firsthand before. Facing such formidable opponents, he defeated them effortlessly with a single move. Thus, when confronted by these menacing, burly figures, he blurted out childhood without taboos, without a second thought. In an instant, the room fell into complete silence. Xiao Tiance broke the silence, raising his wine cup. Let's stick to the rules. Since you're guests from afar, I'll be the host and go around the circle. Clockwise or counterclockwise? I'll follow your lead, honored guests. Passing the cup around? This practice does exist in Chinese drinking culture. But this is downright bullying. Chapter 128, 1000 cups, not a drop spilled. The so-called going around the circle means each person takes turns drinking a cup with Xiao Tiance in either a clockwise or counterclockwise direction. The others can hold off for now. In other words, if a dozen burly men each took a turn drinking with Xiao Tiance, he'd have to down over a dozen cups. That was a truly terrifying number. Luo Qingya beside him also stared wide-eyed. I never expected Xiao Tiance to actually propose such a rule. Luo Sin was already grinning from ear to ear. Fearing Xiao Tiance might change his mind, he sealed the deal on the spot. A gentleman's word is as good as 4 horses pulling a chariot. You said it yourself, brave hero. Counting the chairman and the secretary, there are. Xiao Tiance held up one finger, waving it lightly in the air. I'm afraid you've misunderstood. I'm the only one drinking. Just one person. Even Hai Liang might not be so. Could it be that he truly swallows mountains and rivers? Luo Qingya had never seen Xiao Tiance drink before. But this quantity clearly exceeded human limits. But before she could finish her thought, Xiao Tiance had already summoned the waiter with a decisive wave. Drinking is all about being straightforward. Everyone, stop using those cups. He stopped mid-sentence. Several burly men gave a cold chuckle and nodded in unison. Our friend speaks wisely. Forget the cups, let's go bottle to bottle. One of the burly men had just nodded in agreement when he froze in shock. The waiter, following Xiao Tiance's request, brought out a barrel of liquor. Is that meant for people to drink? A barrel over 5 feet tall. Let's start with 1 barrel per person, going around the circle. The friend on the far left begins. As he spoke, Xiao Tiance hoisted the half-meter tall barrel aloft before plopping down on it. Throughout the entire process, everyone stared with wide, unblinking eyes, frozen in place. Every one of them was a seasoned drunkard at the table. But if they drained this barrel, even a living soul might truly turn into a ghost. For the Dark Emperor's internal energy, evaporating nearly all the moisture from these barrels was no great feat. In an instant, the barrel was drained dry. Only when the barrel was violently hurled to the ground and Xiao Tiance made a gesture of invitation did the crowd begin to relax. The proprietor had never heard of anyone drinking like that in all his days. I can try, but I can't guarantee anything. I'll do my best. The burly man who'd seemed so composed moments ago now backed down. This wasn't drinking. If you called it suicide, people might believe it. While speaking, Rosen shoved a chubby guy forward. That chubby guy, with his beer belly, clearly had a massive drinking capacity. He finally grabbed the keg and slammed it hard into his mouth, but in an instant, less than half of it had already sprayed out. The man was now vomiting and diarrheaing, making for an utterly embarrassing spectacle. Xiao Tiance merely waved his hand, and a nearby waiter promptly dragged the man away. The remaining half-barrel of beer sat on the table. It looked like an ocean deep. No worries, we're all men of temperament. He drank too much. You're next. As time passed, after a round of competitive drinking, Luo Sen's face turned beet red, and the surrounding crowd stared wide-eyed. Though the burly men behind him had already taken hangover pills beforehand. The problem was the sheer volume. Their stomachs simply couldn't handle it. 2 others had already been rushed to the hospital with ruptured stomachs. Boss, your men are done for. As they say, good things come in pairs. Let's try a different approach. As Xiao Tiance spoke, he swiftly placed several bottles of the elixir of life on the table. The water of life is the world's strongest alcoholic beverage. Even a single spark could ignite it instantly. Faced with this situation, even Rosen felt like a knife was pressed against his throat. Hold on, this vice president has me beat, and I admit it wholeheartedly. Though Rosen really didn't want to sign this contract. But he wanted to live even more. If he drank any more, he'd surely lose his life. Luo Qingya seized the moment and swiftly pushed the contract toward him. Mr. Luo, since that's the case, then we'll honor our word. This contract is still. Bang. Disaster always strikes at the most opportune moment. Just as they were about to sign the contract, the door behind them slammed open once more. Several young men in taekwondo uniforms charged in. They carried a stretcher. A man with golden hair lay on the stretcher, his arms and legs twisted at bizarre angles, clearly beyond the limits of human joints. Boss, your son got beaten up at school. It seems like it was someone from the school. Luo Sen had only this one son. He had crossed oceans not only for business, but to secure a future for his son, to build a foundation for him. Seeing his son like this, Rosen froze in shock. He glared at the group of international students and kicked them several times. What the hell are you lot doing bringing my son here? Get him to the hospital immediately. Hurry up. Amidst the furious shouts, one of the students remained utterly unmoved. His face was as dull and lifeless as ever. Seeing the crowd silent, bowed heads, Luo Chang finally spoke from the stretcher. Dad, we already went to the hospital. The doctor said all my limbs are completely shattered. They can never be restored to their original state. Father, you must avenge me no matter what. I will tear my enemies to pieces. Roaring with fury, Luo Chang struggled to sit up. Then came a howl. When he first entered the room, Luo Chang hadn't paid attention to his surroundings. The excruciating pain throughout his body demanded his full attention. Seeing his father finally calmed his terrified heart, but the moment he looked up, he saw a ghost. Perhaps for Luo Chang, seeing Xiao Tiance was more terrifying than seeing a ghost. The pain that should have been fading under the effects of the anesthetic began to return. His eyes bulged like glass marbles before he gently rolled over. He collapsed onto the ground. At that very moment, Xiao Tiance, who had been several meters away, had somehow appeared beside him and swiftly helped Luo Chang to his feet. A smile spread across Xiao Tiance's face as he politely replied. This gentleman must be Mr. Luo's young master. You're badly injured, don't risk falling again. Xiao Tiance raised his right hand behind him. Luo Chang, who would normally require 3 or 4 people to support, now leaned against Xiao Tiance. At the same time, a wave of pain surged through his neck, that bone-piercing sensation returning with a vengeance. Mr. Luo, I am deeply saddened by what happened to your son. But could we please sign the contract first and settle the medical fees for our Baikayatang? Luo Qingya frowned. Though anxious herself, signing a contract under these circumstances would only make matters worse. Chapter 129, Covert Assassination. The contract signed between Luo Qingya and Rosen is a sales contract. Luosen provided the necessary funds to purchase Baikayatang's medicines and sold them overseas to earn commissions. However, according to standard sales practices, payment cannot be made immediately even after signing a contract. Only upon the exchange of goods for payment is the transaction fully completed. For Luo Qingya, securing the contract tonight would already be a stroke of luck. Unfortunately, after all this effort, only to have it disrupted midway by the boss's son. No matter how anxious she felt inside, it was simply impossible to speak up. After all, compared to a contract, the young master's twisted limbs and severe condition were far more pressing. Xiao Tiance's words came at the worst possible moment, revealing an excessive haste. Mr. Luo had already decided to sign the contract, it was merely a matter of time. Seeing the young master beaten into such a state, Luo Qingya tried to persuade him from the side. Simultaneously, Xiao Tiance's right hand began to tighten its grip. That pressure was imperceptible to anyone but Luo Chang himself. It felt as though his very life was now in Xiao Tiance's hands. Father, just sign the contract first. My situation isn't urgent. Hurry up and pay the other party. Luosen, who had been about to explode in anger, froze upon hearing these words. What on earth had gotten into this son of his? As a father, he knew his son's temperament better than anyone. A man who'd always been utterly selfish, how could he suddenly care about someone else's business contract? Son Luo wasn't stupid. As he frowned in confusion, Xiao Tiance offered a faint smile. Since the young master has spoken, the boss should go ahead and make the payment first. Luosen frowned. Of course, he wouldn't simply hand over the money because of Xiao Tiance's words. But his son's words were another matter entirely. Luo Chang leaned against Xiao Tiance, nearly weeping. That invisible blade had nearly pierced his body. It felt as though death's scythe could strike at any moment. Father, I consulted a fortune teller about today's events. He said I'm destined for bloodshed and can only avert it by performing a good deed. I didn't believe it this morning, but then this happened. The fortune teller also said that if the contract isn't signed before sunset, it might be too late to turn things around. Business people often cling to superstitions. Though Rosen was an entrepreneur from overseas, he was exceptionally superstitious. Hearing his son's words, he immediately acted without hesitation. He urgently notified the finance manager to transfer the payment to Baikayatang Group. Pay now. To show our sincerity, consider this payment a donation to Baikayatang. After a flurry of incoherent rambling, Luo Qingya, standing nearby, found it difficult to say much more. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, the full amount had been transferred to the company's account. After confirming the transfer, Xiao Tiance helped Luo Chang to his feet and guided him to sit down. Then he grabbed Luo Qingya by the arm. Honey, now that the contract negotiations are done, let's head back. Luo Qingyun had been waiting impatiently nearby. She certainly found no enjoyment whatsoever in drinking. Brother said we should go back. Besides, tomorrow night is the Lantern Festival. You promised to take me to see it. Watching Luo Qingyun bounce and jump excitedly, Luo Qingya couldn't bring herself to say more. Soon, the trio slowly faded away, looking just like a family of 3. Little did they know, as the door closed, Luo Chang, sprawled on the table, suddenly bellowed. Father, we can't let them leave. That Xiao Tiance guy beat me up like this. Having lost his leverage, Luo Chang no longer held back. Luo Sen's scalp instantly tingled upon hearing those words. What kind of situation is this? His own son was beaten to a pulp, yet he ended up donating a huge sum of money. Such stupidity and foolishness were unheard of anywhere in the world. Earlier, when fate lay in others' hands, the few overseas students dared not speak up. Now that the danger had passed, The room erupted in chaos. "What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and bring them here. Hurry up, before they get too far," Rosen shouted frantically. Hearing his words, the surrounding crowd sprinted toward the direction Xiao Tiance had gone. But just halfway through their dash, Rosen, having heard his son explain the entire situation, suddenly changed his expression. "Wait! Everyone come back here!" Luo Chang, who had just glimpsed a glimmer of hope, was stunned to hear his father order everyone back. His face instantly went blank with confusion. "Why won't father let them go? I've been beaten to the point of disability. And our family paid them a huge sum for no reason. Are we just supposed to swallow this?" Luosen narrowed his eyes. He sighed. "Son, you know exactly what you did at school. Even if we beat them to death right now, it wouldn't ease the hatred in our hearts. And we might end up in court over it. We wouldn't have the moral high ground. I do have a way to leave them speechless." Xiao Tiance stepped out of the room, waiting for Luosen to seek revenge. Yet after a long while, there was still no sign of him. Luo Qingya bounced along the entire way, but fortunately, Luo Qingyun explained the entire situation beside her. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingya frowned and glanced back at the dark path they had come from. "Even though we did nothing wrong, you beat his son like that. Rosen probably won't let it go. But I still haven't seen anyone chasing after us. What's going on?" As the company's chairwoman, Luo Qingya dealt with countless people on a daily basis. Her social experience was correspondingly rich. A man like Luosen simply didn't seem like the type to let things rest. Luo Qingya was curious about this, and so was Xiao Tiance. As he crossed his arms, a sudden thought struck him. "They probably want to play some unconventional games, but don't worry, honey, I'll handle this." Now, in the old residential district, the Green Dragon warrior stood guard beside Luo Qingya. Xiao Tiance wasn't afraid of underhanded attacks. But given Rosen's character, Xiao Tiance already had a rough idea of what was coming next. And now, deep in the night, events unfolded exactly as Xiao Tiance had predicted. Outside Jiangdu University's gates, a traffic department official furtively slipped a videotape into Rosen's hands. Simultaneously, the beaten student council president and several male students were dragged out of the campus gates under the coercion of international students. The male students were bruised and battered, including the student president, whose right hand had even been broken. Luosen, flanked by his henchmen, wore a sly expression. "You know what to do, right? If anyone says the wrong thing, don't blame me for being harsh." Chapter 130, The Evil Neighbor. By the time Xiao Tiance and Luo Qingya returned to the old residential district, the night was deep and the stars were bright. As the ancient aura enveloped them, Luo Qingya stood before the building entrance, hesitating to enter. After a mere moment's pause, she slowly shook her head. "You mentioned earlier when we'd go to the 100-flower garden? Now that the overseas investment matters are settled, and with one more person in our family, let's move tomorrow morning." Listening to Luo Qingya's words, Xiao Tiance silently nodded. It was time to bid farewell to the old district. Just as the two made their decision, a middle-aged woman slowly pulled her newly purchased BMW into the courtyard. In this old residential area, a BMW certainly looked out of place. Her plump figure seemed even less suited to the luxury car. Spotting the woman, Luo Qingya politely inquired. "Hello, Aunt Wu." Aunt Wu was a neighbor of Luo Qingya's in the same residential complex. Originally just a vegetable vendor on the street, she was known for her loose lips and tendency to gossip behind people's backs. Even her husband couldn't stand it, leading to their divorce. Aunt Wu's life wasn't easy, so she often took pleasure in slandering others behind their backs. It seemed as if seeing others suffer brought her the greatest joy. But recently, karma caught up with her. While casually buying a lottery ticket, Aunt Wu won $1 million jackpot. Without hesitation, she splurged on a BMW. "Oh my, isn't this Luo Qingya? I heard you've got a man now. Everyone thought it would be some rich young master. We were all waiting for you to move into a nice place. Turns out you're still living in this run-down neighborhood after all this time. Looks like your man isn't much of a catch." Luo Qingya, who had been polite up until now, was momentarily speechless at this remark. Out of nowhere, this mockery, no grudge, no reason. This situation was hard for Luo Qingya to swallow. But Xiao Tiance beside her merely smiled and casually remarked, "We're moving out tomorrow morning." Aunt Wu froze slightly upon hearing this. The barrage of mocking words she had prepared instantly fell silent. But her thoughts quickly shifted. Vicious words spilled from her lips. "After your Baikayatang group collapsed and with the pressure from the 4 major families, you actually think you're some golden couple. Young people these days just can't see the truth. Moving tomorrow? I'll be watching you all talk and no action." After winning the lottery, Aunt Wu had been living in her own world. Especially with millions in funds for a market vendor, it was simply beyond her comprehension. As for news about Bai Xiaoton's supposed comeback, Auntie Wu was completely oblivious. Seeing Aunt Wu's attitude, Luo Qingya didn't want to dwell on it. Yet she still couldn't stop talking. "Right. Since you say you're moving tomorrow, a man of his word is as good as gold, no turning back. I have a few good girlfriends, we all live in the same neighborhood and we should at least see you off properly. Also, ever since I won the lottery, I bought a 1-bedroom apartment in the Prime District. It's not huge, but the surroundings are absolutely gorgeous. And Wu won $1 million in the lottery, but buying a place in the Prime District was still a stretch. To afford that 1-bedroom apartment, she had to take out a loan after paying for her BMW. Luo Qingya watched the middle-aged woman flaunt her vanity until she could no longer bear it. Well then, we can leave together tomorrow. I'll call the movers first thing in the morning. Luo Qingya paused mid-sentence as Xiao Tiance interrupted. No need. We can just go directly tomorrow. I've already arranged all the furniture for the new place. Moving into a new environment deserves a fresh start. Leave the old furniture behind. Besides, the old apartment is still ours. We have no plans to sell it yet. If needed, we can live in both places. The furniture returned to 100 Flower Garden Street was merely a token gesture. Xiao Tiance was being perfectly honest. But in Aunt Wu's eyes, not a speck of dust could be tolerated. Well now, young man, you've certainly prepared thoroughly. Just hope you drafted your boasts beforehand. We're moving tomorrow morning too. Since that's the case, let's do it together. And we'll get to see just how lavish your new place is. And so, the night passed without further incident. Early the next morning, Aunt Wu had already hired a moving company. To make a grand entrance, 2 trucks were already parked in the courtyard. She was whispering with the driver nearby. When loading the furniture onto the trucks, make sure to cover everything with black cloth. Don't let anyone see it. Given the size of an old residential area, even emptying everything out wouldn't require 2 trucks. But to make a show of it, covering it with black cloth meant outsiders couldn't tell how much furniture was actually there. Though the method seemed somewhat ridiculous, it was actually quite effective. Several neighbors in the same complex were stirred up early in the morning by Aunt Wu's commotion. Old Wu, you've hit the jackpot. Your life from now on will be nothing like ours. I heard that 1-bedroom apartments on that bustling street, though small, are worth their weight in gold. Selling our entire building here might not even buy you a single unit there. Listening to the women around her praise her, Aunt Wu's face lit up with a smile. She felt utterly content. Meanwhile, Xiao Tiance and his family of 3 also stepped outside. This so-called moving was merely a visit to their new home. Aunt Wu spotted the main characters descending the stairs. How could she possibly miss this chance? Oh my, isn't this Xiao Tiance? You mentioned moving last night, and here you are today. But it seems you really don't have much furniture to move. Why didn't you even call a moving company? If you really can't afford it, I can take some of your more valuable items over in my car. As Aunt Wu spoke, the surrounding crowd stifled giggles behind covered mouths. What valuable items could possibly be stored in an old neighborhood like this? Probably nothing at all. Speaking of your Aunt Wu, she always boasts about your hospitality. Wonder if her words match her actions. The crowd chattered noisily on the sidelines. Each pair of eyes gleamed with the anticipation of a good show. Xiao Tiance shrugged it off, walked to the car, and started the engine. He waved to the neighbors. If any of you want to come along, feel free anytime. As it happens, we live right on the bustling street. Chapter 131, The Busy Street. Moving house was supposed to be a joyous occasion. Xiao Tiance saw no need to waste words with the neighbors. He got in the car and started the engine in one fluid motion. He then pulled Luo Qingya along as they made their way step by step toward the bustling street. Aunt Wu's truck wasn't fully loaded yet. Seeing Xiao Tiance about to drive off, she hurried to the door. Where are you going? Don't let him get away. You promised to take us to see the new place properly. You can't just go back on your word, no way. To humiliate him, Aunt Wu deliberately left the moving crew behind. She hurriedly jumped into the BMW. She shouted loudly to the neighbors. Let's go. We're following him. With that car, he won't outrun my BMW. Today, by all rights and reason, I'll expose his lies. Aunt Wu seemed utterly obsessed with this matter. The few ladies who got in the car looked at old Wu. Now that he was so wealthy, of course they were buttering him up. I've never even ridden in a BMW before. You're truly blessed. Truth is, I used to read faces. I knew you'd rise to great heights. This little neighborhood could never hold you back. But back then, we weren't as close as neighbors as we are now, and some things were hard to say. Plus, I was afraid you wouldn't believe me. Aunt Wu, basking in the compliments inside the BMW, smiled faintly. Since we're all neighbors, what's there to believe or not believe? And when it comes to fortune-telling, I truly believe in it from the bottom of my heart. The group of women chattered away, their laughter filling the air. Aunt Wu drove her BMW quietly, her eyes fixed intently on the road ahead. A sudden burst of acceleration from behind. Without a second thought for traffic laws, she accelerated wildly, tailing Xiao Tiance's vehicle. Her smile grew even broader. Thinking you could just slip away without a word? Not so fast. Trying to shake off my BMW? You're way too green. Aunt Wu's face was beaming with smug satisfaction. But Xiao Tiance's car maintained a steady pace. He kept heading straight for the bustling streets. The woman in the passenger seat, with her hair styled in big curls, frowned at his unhurried demeanor. Seeing Xiao Tiance isn't rushing to escape, maybe he really did buy a house on the main street? We should drive a bit slower, don't run any more red lights. Her well-intentioned advice. But to Aunt Wu, it sounded like a harsh rebuke. I reckon they know they can't outrun my BMW, so they've given up already. Probably hatching plans on how to put on a show next. But we sisters all have a keen eye for gold, we can't just let that kid get away. As they chattered away, the BMW stayed glued to the black sedan's tail. A few minutes later, they had officially entered the heart of the bustling district. The affluent district stood as a symbol of wealth here, boasting a unique layout. Property prices skyrocketed the moment one entered the upscale residential area. The heart of the entire district lay in Xinghai Plaza. Xinghai Plaza stood at the very heart of the district, surrounded by the most valuable properties. Even the most ordinary building here can command a price of over 100 million. Of course, such prices are unimaginable for ordinary people. Soon the vehicle pulled up to a cluster of ordinary residential buildings. Aunt Wu excitedly rolled down the window. She addressed the crowd around her. See over there? The top floor of that building, that's my newly purchased apartment. I put down hundreds of thousands just for the down payment. To be honest, this is just the outskirts of the prime district. Drive further in, and that's where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. Ladies, don't get ahead of yourselves. We'll come back to see my place later. First, let's see how that kid really lives. The group of women in the car kept their eyes fixed ahead, clearly aware that Xiao Tiance's vehicle was still moving forward. Though they'd already passed Aunt Wu's house by 100 meters, that mere distance signaled skyrocketing property values. Why is he driving deeper in? Could his place be more valuable than mine, sister? I wouldn't be so sure. He's probably plotting his countermeasures against us. The car kept moving forward. After a while, everyone fell silent. Xiao Tiance's vehicle had now passed through the middle section. Venturing further into the inner districts meant even lottery winners couldn't hope to afford it. The expressions on Aunt Wu and the others' faces shifted from mockery to growing confusion. This couldn't be possible. Property prices further in were astronomical. If Baikiatang were still in their hands, they might have been able to afford it, but now. Aunt Wu muttered to herself beside her. The woman with the hot curlers froze. You don't know? Baikiatang has long since returned to Luo Qingya's ownership. Haven't you been following the news lately? Aunt Wu's smile froze completely. Baikiatang has fully returned. Wasn't it already under the control of the four great families? Though they were mostly companions, each person had their own distinct interests. The woman in the passenger seat was deeply interested in current affairs and loved to boast about them. You wouldn't believe the stir that Xiao Tiance has been causing lately. At the auction, he snatched contracts from the four great families twice in a row. And I heard that Lin Fei's death, the son of the Lin family, is somehow connected to that brat. If the inner circles found out Xiao Tiance caused such a ruckus at the four great families' funeral, I can only imagine their expressions. Too bad the four great families consider it utterly shameful they've sealed off all information. As Aunt Wu listened to this, the car began to slow down gradually. If Baikiatang Enterprises were to return, it certainly wouldn't be something a lottery ticket could compensate for. One of the sisters behind her noticed Aunt Wu's hesitation and quickly urged. Oh, come on, we're already here. Let's just go take a look. Even though Baikiatang has returned, how could the four great families possibly let them off the hook? Doing so would likely be courting disaster and inviting their own demise. Besides, Baikiatang has been driven into chaos by the four great families these past years. Whether they're profitable or operating at a loss is all. Amidst all the empty boasts. Meanwhile, Xiao Tiance's vehicle had already passed the central section of the road, slowly making its way towards Starcy Plaza. The crowd, once filled with curiosity, slowly saw their last shred of hope fade away. The reason was simple. Properties surrounding Starcy Plaza commanded prices in the hundreds of millions, especially those at the plaza's core. Even if Baikiatang returned, it couldn't possibly afford the luxury residences here. The residential area known as 100 Flowers Garden, in particular, was the very heart of the heart. Even the heads of major corporations could only dream of such places. I've finally seen through it, this kid is just putting on airs. Moving here? What a joke. Even if we concede that point, suppose this kid somehow acquired Baikiatang and revived its fortunes, there's no way he could have secured this villa in such a short time. Chapter 132, The True Face of Lushan. The vehicle had come to a stop before the 100 Flowers Garden. Xiao Tiance remained seated. Though called the 100 Flowers Garden, it was divided into distinct sections. Even within this prime location, there were distinct tiers of status. Luo Qingya's original home was situated at the far right of the 100 Flower Garden. Aunt Wu watched with a cold smile in her eyes. Just wait. Soon they'd be kicked out by security. Was the 100 Flower Garden even a place he could afford to live? Long ago, Luo Qingya's family had indeed resided in the front row, a small villa district. But that wasn't due to Luo Qingya's own merits, it was the savings her family had accumulated over the years. Later, because of the 4 great families, the house was sold. This guy still thinks he's living in the past. The surrounding crowd was equally astonished. Who would have thought they'd dare return to 100 Flower Garden? Luo Qingya remained unaware of the thoughts swirling among the onlookers behind her. Yet as she gazed upon the 100 Flower Garden and the places she hadn't seen in years, her eyes began to glisten with tears. Xiao Tiance, thank you for reclaiming all this for me. Back then, our family lived here in perfect harmony. After that catastrophe, we never thought we could return. Xiao Tiance produced the access card in his hand, waved it casually before the gate, and tapped it once. The security guard respectfully opened the door. This was Jiangdu's most luxurious villa district. It also boasted unparalleled service. The moment the gate opened, the vehicles continued forward. This time, it wasn't just Aunt Wu in the back seat, even Luo Qingya in the passenger seat stared wide-eyed. They watched in disbelief as Xiao Tiance's vehicle didn't stop but continued driving deeper into the complex. Xiao Tiance, did you get the wrong place? Our original villa district was supposed to be a left turn. On 100 Flowers Mountain and 100 Flowers Garden stood the supreme villas, only 3 in total. To this day, only one has been built. It's far beyond what locals like us could ever afford. It's the face of the entire Jiangdu district. Xiao Tiance maintained his smile without a word. He pulled the vehicle over to the side of the road. Honey, this time I just wanted to surprise you. Our new home is the Supreme Villa. I did consider reclaiming the 100 Flower Garden and restoring everything to how it was before. But without your help back then, I wouldn't be where I am today. Even money sitting in the bank for so long would earn interest. How much more so this debt of gratitude, which no amount of money could ever repay? Luo Qingya stared with wide, teary eyes. Everything was beyond her wildest expectations. Supreme Villa. Even within the 100 Flowers Garden district, and indeed across all of Jiangdu, it was one of the most exclusive residences. Seeing Luo Qingya's tears about to spill, Xiao Tiance hurriedly handed her a handkerchief. Honey, today is a day for joy, not sorrow. The house is already bought, and the interior furnishings and decorations are complete. Let's go see our new home together. Behind them, Luo Qingyun was already overjoyed, clapping her little hands non-stop. Aunt Wu and the others watched from afar as Xiao Tiance stopped, the car lingering without disembarking. A slight frown appeared at the corners of her mouth. I see. They probably rented this place overnight last night. You know, in the 100 Flower Garden area, everything except the Supreme Villas can be rented. But the daily rental fee is no small sum. Young people these days really are willing to spend money to keep up appearances. But fake is fake, it can't become real. Let's go take a look. As the group of women chatted, the vehicle finally came to a stop. The golden gates within the 100 Flower Garden slammed shut with a thunderous bang the moment Xiao Tiance stepped through. Caught off guard by the sudden event, Aunt Wu froze in surprise. Simultaneously, the woman in the passenger seat let out a startled cry. I told you they were heading to the Supreme Mansion. Unless you're an owner, no one gets in, and they definitely don't rent to outsiders. Aunt Wu had merely intended to take this opportunity to mock Xiao Tiance, but she hadn't anticipated that his business had already soared to great heights. A man who'd once lived in an old residential area had suddenly soared to become a homeowner in Jiangdu's most affluent district. Such a transformation was hard to swallow and impossible to accept. By comparison, the lottery winnings she'd received were mere peanuts. The entire villa was filled with luxury cars like Lamborghinis and Ferraris. Her once proud BMW now looked utterly embarrassing in comparison. How could this be? Why did they suddenly have so much money? We all grew up in the same old neighborhood, what are you playing at? As Aunt Wu shouted loudly, Xiao Tiance, who had entered the luxury estate area, stopped his vehicle under the guidance of security. He glanced back at the group of women and offered a faint smile. Auntie Wu, you've always wanted to visit the 100 Flower Garden. Care to come up with me? The view from the Supreme Villa area is pretty nice. What are you looking at? Aunt Wu was now seething with anger. The other ladies around her found themselves in an awkward position. Truth be told, few in all of Jiangdu could ever hope to reach the pinnacle of the Supreme Villa area in 100 Flowers Garden. How could these ordinary ladies not want to take a look? It was a chance to broaden their horizons. After all, even approaching the place normally was strictly forbidden. But now, with Aunt Wu's persistent clamor having created an adversarial situation, even the most thick-skinned among them couldn't bring themselves to do it. So the crowd could only return home in frustration. So what if he's got a few stinking bucks? What's so great about that? Let's go back. Aunt Wu whipped her head around, then, fueled by rage, floored the gas pedal. A loud bang echoed. The golden iron gate, struck by the BMW, instantly lost a corner. Aunt Wu froze in shock. Several security guards immediately rushed forward and yanked the car door shut. Ma'am, we're sorry, but due to your actions, our property's iron gate has been damaged. We must request compensation for the lost gold at market value. Her so-called best friend and confidant, hearing the word compensation, widened her eyes in shock. Meanwhile, the security chief pulled out a calculator. After some quick calculations, a figure in the millions appeared on the screen. Oh dear, I'm terribly sorry. I need to go home. I haven't picked up the laundry yet. I'll have to head back now. My husband's out drinking again. He's already in poor health, so I need to go call him back. We'll come back another day. In the blink of an eye, the group of besties had vanished without a trace. Only Aunt Wu remained standing there, frozen in shock. Out of nowhere, she found herself saddled with $1 million debt. Some grieve, others rejoice. The Xiao family had already pushed open the gates of the Supreme Villa. The 3-story residence, complete with front and back gardens, looked incredibly spacious. The interior decoration and furnishings had long been completed, with every design choice perfectly aligned with Luo Qingya's aesthetic preferences. This would be their home from now on. Chapter 133, Unexpected Neighbors. Sunlight flooded every corner of the rooms as Luo Qingyun skipped joyfully through the vast courtyard. The family of 3 radiated pure joy, as if everything were a dream. Luo Qingya leaned gently against Xiao Tiance's side. A blissful smile lingered on her lips. Who would have thought all their dreams would come true? But if this truly was a dream, she hoped it would never end. Half-jokingly, Xiao Tiance gave Luo Qingya's arm a gentle pinch. In response to the pain, Luo Qingya deliberately pinched Xiao Tiance's thigh. Why did you pinch me? I was testing if this is a dream. If it is, pinching you should work too. A playful scene unfolded. Especially Luo Qingyun. All these years, she'd endured oppression, bearing too much at such a young age. Though Xiao Tiance had rescued her, their home in the old residential district remained unremarkable. A front and back garden like this, resembling an amusement park, was something Luo Qingyun had only seen when she was very young. All the oppression she'd endured over the years was finally released. Honey, take a look around the room first. If there's anything you're not happy with, just let me know. I'll go check on Luo Qingyun, make sure that girl doesn't get too carried away. We still have to attend the Lantern Festival tonight. With that, Xiao Tiance hurried into the courtyard, watching Luo Qingyun bounce and skip from afar. Just as they were enjoying the sunny summer day, suddenly, the door of the neighboring villa slowly opened. Only then did Xiao Tiance recall he had neighbors. Though the 100-flower garden contained only 3 supreme villas, besides his own, another had already been sold. Maintaining good relations with neighbors was essential. After all, those who could afford to live here were likely individuals of considerable standing. Hearing the door open, Xiao Tiance walked over with a smile and offered a polite greeting. But the moment he saw the woman inside, he froze in place. Wang Rohan? Xiao Tiance never dreamed this neighbor would be none other than journalist Wang Rohan. Are you the new tenant? While Xiao Tiance was stunned, Wang Rohan wore an equally surprised expression. Seeing a familiar face naturally made Xiao Tiance happy, and he stepped forward to offer a light handshake. But Wang Rohan seemed a bit shifty, quickly darting around to the back door. Don't talk at the front door. That annoying guy from our group is bothering me again. Still, I'm glad to have you as a neighbor. I'll leave through the back door. Just pretend I'm not here. Also, tomorrow at noon, as the president mentioned, we've confirmed a fire will break out at Star Moon Tower. We need to prepare in advance and do our best to prevent the tragedy. Wang Rohan finished her hurried explanation and sped off in her car through the back entrance. Shortly after she departed, another Ferrari pulled up in front of the building. Luxury cars like this were practically a dime a dozen in this neighborhood, nothing out of the ordinary. From the moment Faraday sat down, Xiao Tiance recognized the individual, none other than the former Zhang Xiaomei. Zhang Xiaomei clearly hadn't noticed Xiao Tiance's presence, instead walking straight to the door. She began pounding relentlessly on the door. Mr. Wang, come out here. Mr. Ling, who has invited you to dinner several times, why won't you go? You're just being ungrateful. If you don't come out today, I'll break down this door. You only became a renowned journalist in Jiangdu because our editor-in-chief nurtured you. Now that we need you, you keep dodging us. When will this end? Xiao Tiance had heard of this Ling Hu fellow. He's an entrepreneur from the provincial capital and an investor in the Jiangdu news. He'd asked Wang Rohan out several times under the guise of work. Despite repeated rejections, he persisted in his advances. Zhang Xiaomei shouted louder and louder, heedless of whether anyone was home. Who do you think you are, hiding away and thinking that'll make everything okay? Besides, if it weren't for our president's favor, would you even be able to live in this place? By this point, Xiao Tiance knew the accusations were pure slander. Even the editor-in-chief of Jiangdu Daily couldn't possibly afford a place like this. And as for her identity as a female reporter? Even less likely. Though Wang Rohan had been acting suspiciously earlier, Xiao Tiance noticed a jade pendant around her neck as she spoke. That jade pendant was anything but unfamiliar. It was a uniquely crafted dragon and phoenix jade pendant, certainly not something a small city like Zhangcheng could possess. The last time he had seen this very jade pendant was back in Longcheng. Xiao Tiance's mind suddenly cleared a bit. Through this villa, he could glimpse even more behind the scenes. Just as Xiao Tiance was lost in recollection, the shouts from nearby kept interrupting him. She stepped forward. Miss Zhang, isn't it a bit inappropriate to be shouting like this in front of someone else's house? After uttering those words, Zhang Xiaomei turned around and only then noticed Xiao Tiance's presence. Her face immediately softened into a charming smile. Oh my! What a surprise to run into you here. How could you possibly be friends with someone like Wang Rohan? Don't be fooled by her usual tough woman act. She thinks she's pure as snow, but rumors say she's probably been kept by who knows how many men. Otherwise, how could she possibly afford a house here? The woman's words were almost incoherent. Xiao Tiance had reached his limit of disgust. He only replied coldly. Harsh words cut like a June frost. You're a woman yourself, why torment Wang Rohan? I just moved here not long ago and don't want overly noisy neighbors. After all, Xiao Tiance and Wang Rohan were neither family nor friends. He refused her outright with this excuse. Zhang Xiaomei, seeing his decisive stance, flashed an even more vulgar grin as her right hand hooked around Xiao Tiance's arm. But that gentle gesture was abruptly pushed away by Xiao Tiance. She stumbled and fell to the ground. When Zhang Xiaomei got back up, her demeanor had completely changed. Just because I called you young master, you actually think you're someone important? Let me tell you something. As Zhang Xiaomei hurled insults, she raised her head and locked eyes with Xiao Tiance. In that instant, it seemed as though a sea of blood filled the sky. Xiao Tiance's stern expression, cold as frost, instantly silenced the shrewish Xiaomei, leaving her speechless and pale. The depths of that gaze held things beyond words. Zhang Xiaomei suddenly felt as though she stood in a living hell. Even surrounded by the pleasant scenery of the 100-flower garden, she still felt a bone-chilling cold. Then I'll come another day. Zhang Xiaomei scrambled back into her car and sped away. Only then did Luo Qingya emerge from the room, watching the commotion next door with a slight frown. What's all the commotion about? Xiao Tiance shook his head, offering no further explanation. He simply led Luo Qingyun back into the room. Nothing much, just saying hello to the neighbors. Besides, let's take my sister to try on her new dress. She's eager to attend the long-awaited Lantern Festival. Chapter 134, Lantern Festival. Nightfall gradually descended. Tonight was the day Luo Qingyun would attend the festival. Though a gentle, joyful rain had begun to fall outside, it could not dampen the people's enthusiasm. The Lantern Festival was a special annual celebration held every Monday. It was also a cornerstone of local culture. As night fell, colorful lanterns soared skyward along the riverbank. The dazzling array of colors captivated all the guests, making them reluctant to leave. On such a festive occasion, not only the residents of Jiangdu but also many visitors from afar drive here specifically to witness the spectacle. Not only Luo Qingyun, but even Luo Qingya and Xiao Tiance were eagerly anticipating this gala. Yet, just before the festivities began, inside a coffee shop, several figures sat together, plotting a deadly scheme. Baidetian, the Dragon King of the underworld, sat at the center of the table. He picked up a cup of coffee and downed it in one gulp. You all know the four great families keep piling pressure on me. If life gets tough for me as the Dragon King of the underworld, none of you will fare well either. As the Dragon King of Jiangdu's underworld, Baidetian effectively controlled all underground forces across the city. Even a single breath from him could send countless people into a state of profound tension. The oppressive atmosphere within the coffee shop had now reached its peak. The three young men seated directly across from Baidetian wore fierce expressions. Rest assured, Dragon King. We will handle this matter. Your enemies are our enemies. By whatever means necessary, we will drive the Xiao Tiance out of Jiangdu. The three men standing before him had no names. They were orphans raised from childhood by Baidetian. They were ruthless in their methods. Each bore only a single code name, executing every operation with ruthless precision. Though Baidetian was destined to confront Xiao Tiance as the Dragon King of the underworld, his creed was simple: only the outcome mattered, not the means. In the world of underground syndicates, justice and fairness were never part of the equation. By whatever means necessary, achieving the objective was Baidetian's sole concern. I trust what you three have said, and I trust you will deliver the results I demand. The gala is about to begin. You may go about your business. Tonight is the time to settle this once and for all. During the gala, colorful lanterns adorned the bridge's surroundings. Vibrant hues illuminated the night sky, from sparrows to flying dragons. The various paper lanterns showcased the local people's craftsmanship. They also symbolized the local customs. The entire street was similarly packed with vendors, so crowded you couldn't move, with shouts echoing non-stop. A family of three, dressed in casual attire, strolled through the festival alone. Luo Qingyun, in particular, couldn't stop smiling from ear to ear, clapping and skipping along the way. Luo Qingya gently linked arms with Xiao Tiance, strolling leisurely while savoring the nighttime scenery. After nearly an hour of strolling, Xiao Tiance suddenly halted. He pulled Luo Qingya and his younger sister toward a barbecue stall. Honey, this barbecue place smells amazing. You and your sister should dig in first. I happen to have a friend passing by here. I'll go say hello. As Xiao Tiance spoke halfway through his sentence, he gave Luo Qingya a slight nod before departing on his own. Scenes like this were nothing new to Luo Qingya. Shortly after Xiao Tiance departed, he swiftly navigated through the dense crowd until he reached an unoccupied spot, where he halted. "Greedy wolf war god, are you playing hide and seek with me?" No sooner had the words left his lips. A man emerged from a shadowy corner, clasping his hands together in a respectful salute. "Your Majesty, my deepest apologies. I have been following behind you all along, but seeing the crowd, I did not wish to disturb you." The status of figures like the four great war gods was simply too extraordinary. Xiao Tiance had indeed issued such an order before. Whenever the metal beauty was present, no one was to interfere. The greedy wolf war god had thought he'd concealed his aura perfectly along the way, even being extremely cautious. Yet Xiao Tiance had detected him instantly. No one visits the Three Treasures Hall without reason. On a festive occasion like this gala, you suddenly seek me out. Is there something you need? At these words, a sudden smile flashed across the greedy wolf war god's face before he gestured behind him. "Your Majesty, I must confess, I do have matters to report tonight. However, please follow me. This is not the place for such conversation." Intrigued by the greedy wolf war god's words, Xiao Tiance followed him forward. After winding through 7 turns and 8 twists, they finally reached an alleyway where silence reigned. A man dressed in a white robe stood there, holding a peach blossom fan. In his early 20s, his smile was gentle and scholarly. He resembled an ancient scholar. Beside him stood a woman. She was as beautiful as a flower, dressed in a pink-sleeved gown. Her voluptuous figure was enough to captivate most men in the world. "Your Majesty, as we have appeared together, we fear causing confusion at the scene. Therefore, we humbly request an audience here. Your Majesty, as per your command, I have summoned the Xuanwu war god. And the lady beside him is none other than the Xuanwu war god's wife." The pale-faced scholar tucked away his peach blossom fan, clasped his hands before him, and bowed slightly at the waist. "My men have been stationed at the border these past years, studying the enemy's military movements, and were unable to return promptly. I beg your forgiveness, Your Majesty." The 4 great war gods each bear their respective responsibilities. The Dark Emperor would never cast blame lightly. However, as the Black Tortoise war god finished speaking, Xiao Tiance offered a faint smile and turned his gaze instead to the woman beside him. "Your Majesty, this is the lady I met at the frontier. We have already become husband and wife." Xiao Tiance smiled gently at the voluptuous woman before him. "Your wife is indeed beautiful. When did the 2 of you war gods get married? How come I didn't know about it? Why wasn't I informed so I could have shared in the celebration?" As Xiao Tiance finished speaking, he suddenly reached out with his right hand and grabbed the woman's long robe. With a loud rip, he yanked it downward with force. The beautiful woman's robe was torn completely from top to bottom. She let out a startled cry, while Xiao Tiance wore an expression of utter composure. The figure revealed beneath her clothes was indeed stunningly beautiful. But no matter how one looked at it, those were not the curves of a woman, they belonged to a man. Though the beauty's face remained as captivatingly elegant as ever. When did the Xuanwu war god start playing this cross-dressing game? Are you testing me? As Xiao Tiance spoke these words, the greedy wolf war god beside him stared in utter disbelief. Even he hadn't detected Xuanwu's disguise from start to finish. Chapter 135, The 3 Great War Gods. Just as the greedy wolf war god was reeling from the shock, Xiao Tiance slowly turned his head again, fixing his gaze on the pale-faced scholar beside him. "Vermilion bird god of war, shall I tear your clothes off too?" Hearing Xiao Tiance's words, the pale-faced scholar's face flushed slightly. He actually began undoing his clothes in the corner of the room. "If I could earn the Dark Emperor's favor, wouldn't that be an honor?" But before the scholar could finish undressing, Xiao Tiance interrupted him. "Vermilion bird god of war, your presence here is quite unexpected." The 2 figures before them were indeed a man disguised as a woman and a woman disguised as a man. Of course, all this was the work of the Black Tortoise war god. The Black Tortoise war god, known as the shape-shifting Star Lord, possessed 1,000 ever-changing faces. Across the entire world, only the Dark Emperor had ever truly seen the Black Tortoise war god. Even the Xuanwu war god before them was not in his true form. Such is the power of the Xuanwu god. Through clever disguise, he could even slay foes from 1,000 miles away. Beyond that, the other figure disguised as a man is none other than the Vermilion bird god of war. Merely standing there casually was enough to captivate most men. Though hailed as a war god, her beauty is unparalleled, capable of both gentleness and strength, her personality ever-changing. Both enlisted together and served in the military side by side. The relationship between Xuanwu and Zhu was exceptionally close. "Tonight, I'm truly sorry, I was just playing a joke on you after so long apart. I never expected the Dark Emperor to see through my disguise at a glance. Not even Brother Qinglong could manage that." The greedy wolf war god standing behind him snorted coldly upon hearing this. "Of course I wouldn't want to lose face. Who says I don't know your little game? I'm just playing along with your little charade." Hearing Qinglong's words, Xiao Tiance burst into laughter. "So the 3 of you great war gods joined forces to deceive me?" At these words, the 3 great war gods simultaneously clasped their hands and knelt on one knee. Your subjects dare not, your majesty. Who could have imagined that 3 9-star war gods would gather in such an obscure place? If word of this reached the outside world, it would shake the entire realm overnight. Xiao Tiance waved his hand lightly, signaling the 3 brightness war gods to rise. It seemed that aside from the white tiger who had insisted on betraying him years ago, the 3 great war gods were now gathered together. Xuanwu, I summoned you back this time because there is a mission only you can undertake. I need you to put on a show for the 4 great families. Xiao Tiance didn't reveal the entire plan. It was merely a precautionary warning. The black tortoise god of war smiled faintly. His voice no longer carried the gentle feminine tone, but instead revealed its original forceful and resonant quality. Yet the deep, masculine tone clashed jarringly with the woman's cheongsam. Xuanwu obeys. I await your command, your majesty. Xiao Tiance nodded with satisfaction. Now that the man had returned, the charade with the 4 great families must continue. Tonight is a special festival in Jiangdu. You may also enjoy the local culture and customs of this small place. Having said this, Xiao Tiance naturally returned to his wife and sister. But upon arriving at the barbecue stall, chaos reigned. Several nearby servers had already been beaten bloody, and the owner stood there in a daze. Looking around, there was no sign of Luo Qingya or Luo Qingyun anywhere. What on earth happened to the owner? The startled owner stammered. But he managed to piece together the events. A van just came barreling in, plowing through everything. Several pedestrians were killed instantly on the spot. They came to that woman's place, grabbed the child without a word, and shoved them into the van. She was kidnapped. Xiao Tiance's eyes widened. He had thought that with him by her side, the Blue Dragon squad wouldn't be needed. He watched as, in the blink of an eye, his wife and sister were abducted by the criminals. The night's program ended abruptly. Simultaneously, the streets were completely sealed off. Given the situation, as the local security force, they had an even greater responsibility to arrive at the scene promptly. The troops behind him swiftly cleared the streets entirely. I'm truly sorry. I never expected them to be so well prepared, and we all fell for the diversion tactic. While the Lantern Festival was underway, Deng Yue had already arrived with the Hubei unit to maintain order. The festival occupied a vast area, extending far beyond the immediate street. Yet just minutes ago, raging fires had mysteriously erupted in both the southwest and southeast corners. Both the Security Bureau and the Guard Regiment dispatched large numbers of personnel to concentrate on extinguishing the fires. But the gathering point was still far from here, and the scene was incredibly lively, filled with the roar of the crowd. No one would notice the fires breaking out. Upon hearing it was Yi Fei's wife, Deng Yue felt sweat instantly bead on his forehead. Listen carefully. Close all 4 gates on this street. Not a single person leaves here. A thorough investigation must be conducted. Arrest any suspicious individuals on the spot. Huicheng had 4 streets in total. Each has 4 entrance gates. Following Deng Yue's orders, since Luo Qingya had only recently been abducted, sealing off the scene promptly meant everything could still be handled in time. But shortly after the order was issued, a subordinate rushed in to report. Commander Deng, we've discovered an unlicensed, unregistered black van. It's parked near the south gate. Deng Yue immediately drove his jeep, rushing to the scene with Xiao Tiance. The south gate was the first area to be sealed off. No one could possibly escape. Yet upon arrival, they found the surrounding guests had already been detained. After thorough investigation, all were deemed uninvolved. The crowd wore bewildered expressions, and the atmosphere grew intensely tense. This couldn't be possible. Though it wasn't broad daylight, under the security team's lockdown, no one could have escaped. We're conducting a thorough search of the areas outside the venue. Once the kidnappers leave the venue, finding them will be next to impossible. Though every second counts. Everyone's heart began to slowly sink. Only Xiao Tiance gently tapped his right foot beside a nearby manhole cover. He noticed signs that the sewer had been activated. Mr. Deng, your task now is to maintain order at the scene. As for matters concerning my family, I will handle them myself. Xiao Tiance saw through the mystery at a glance, then walked away. Deng Yue, still in the midst of his plans, received new orders. Though confused, he had no choice but to obey. At that very moment, Xiao Tiance, having shaken off the crowd, came to a halt before the 3 great war gods. Gentlemen, what do you make of the situation? The 3 great war gods stared straight ahead. Reporting to your majesty, we have pinpointed the location of the kidnappers. We move out immediately. With that, the 3 war gods vanished completely. A storm of bloodshed was already gathering outside the banquet hall. Chapter 136, Leave Not a Single One. Raven's hands gripped the steering wheel tightly as he drove another white van forward. Luo Qingya and Luo Qingyun were bound hand and foot. They were tossed into the back of the vehicle. During the drive, the kidnapper known as Crow glanced at them several times through the rearview mirror. A hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. How peculiar these 2 women weren't making a single sound. The boss ordered us to kidnap them, but what are their backgrounds? For underground gang members, kidnapping and assassination were routine. The cries and pleas for help from victims were also commonplace. Yet today's events felt utterly bizarre. It wasn't just Luo Qingya. Even the little girl beside her was staring with wide, watery eyes. If they were untied, one wouldn't even recognize them as kidnapping victims. They looked more like girls out for a nighttime car ride. Throughout the crow's questioning, Luo Qingyun neither screamed nor cried. Nor did she weep. Instead, she responded with remarkable composure. My brother will come to rescue me. No one can take me away from him. The Raven had been doing this for years, but such composure was a first. The man in the passenger seat, codenamed Shark, gave a cold laugh. Little girl, how can you be so confident? Do you really think your brother is omnipotent? Mark my words, soon I'll sell you overseas and have you cut into pieces. Scared? Shark watched Raven's visibly tense reaction and deliberately continued to intimidate the child. Luo Qingyun kept her eyes fixed straight ahead. I'm not scared. Not scared at all. Amidst the commotion, another burly man, codenamed Tiger, slammed his fist hard on the table. Are you lot ever going to finish? Talking to the cargo, no less. Get the person to the boss immediately. Don't take this lightly. No sooner had Tiger uttered these words. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed. A rock hurled from afar smashed through the van's window in an instant. Tiger's eyes widened as he saw a group of brats nearby smashing things with rocks. Their attacks were almost indiscriminate. Several of the children were clearly minors, yet they were even riding motorcycles in hot pursuit, hurling stones that flew through the air. Under these circumstances, Tiger had absolutely no reason to pay attention to these brats. But when several stones struck him consecutively on the head, the Tiger could no longer hold back. He kicked open the car door. You guys go ahead. Those damn brats, I'll catch them all later and haul them to the van. First thing I'll do is skin them alive. Tiger leapt down from the van with heavy footsteps. By now, his veins bulged with rage. Tonight's plan had been flawless. Tiger and Shark would abduct Luo Qingya and the others at the scene, then proceed through the sewer system. They would abandon the vehicle in the southwest corner. Raven was tasked with stirring up trouble at 2 other locations to draw Deng Yue's attention. Once everything was done, they would meet up outside. It was all supposed to be flawless. But now, a bunch of bratty kids suddenly show up, making me furious beyond words. Kid, I'll make you run. Tiger was lightning fast, overturning a motorcycle in an instant. The young man riding it was flung through the air, twisting several times. But just as he hit the ground, a strong, powerful hand slowly lifted the child up. Thanks for your cooperation, everyone. After the greedy wolf war god spoke, the surrounding troublemakers scattered in a hurry, vanishing without a trace. Only now did the Tiger realize he'd been tricked. But Tiger didn't care. Throughout the entire alley, there was no one else besides Qinglong. Though both men were burly, their fates often diverged. Tiger worked under by Dedian and trained relentlessly. Given equal physical strength, he could absolutely take the lead. Interesting. Seems you're eager to test your strength against me. As Tiger finished speaking, the greedy wolf war god charging from the front had already closed the distance. Sometimes, combat is just that simple. The greedy wolf war god would never spare those who kidnapped the Dark Emperor. Tiger likewise thrust his fist forward to meet the attack in midair, but the moment their blows connected, he was filled with regret. The entire arm, along with the shoulder bones, snapped with a distinct crack. No pain. No fear. As they passed each other, half of the Tiger's body was obliterated, as if swept away by a violent storm. The remaining half of the corpse was kicked aside by the greedy wolf war god. The entire body tumbled down the sewer, returning whence it came. The crow driving the car continued onward. Several minutes passed without word from the Tiger, and he began to frown. Shark, do you think Tiger might be in trouble? That idiot's always been all brawn and no brains. He hasn't even called yet, something's definitely off. The man called Shark was thin and frail. He smoked a cigarette while gazing out the window, occasionally glancing up and down at Luo Qingya. Who cares? We're working for Mr. Bai to make money. Once this job's done, we'll never have to worry about spending again. If Tiger really meets his end, it'd actually be a blessing for you and me. The same pay, split between 2 instead of 3, that's way more per person. Raven still felt uneasy. But Shark dismissed all his misgivings in one breath. Especially when it came to money, who didn't like the idea of getting more for themselves? So as they drove on, neither mentioned the Tiger again. They watched the car slowly head toward the suburbs. Just then, a sharp crack echoed. With the vehicle's jolt, the van's rear wheels seemed to sink into the mud. No matter how hard Crow pressed the accelerator, the van wouldn't budge an inch. The Shark brothers were stuck. No sooner had the words left his mouth. The rear wheel spun relentlessly, producing nothing but a deafening roar as the vehicle refused to budge forward. Fuming, Shark yanked open the door. Raven, we agreed beforehand I'd push from the outside, but you couldn't bolt like you did with the Tiger. Thud. Raven slammed his fist on the steering wheel. What do you mean by that? Who's Tiger? How long have we been brothers? I'm waiting right here for you today. I won't leave until you do. Hurry up and get moving, better safe than sorry. Shark said nothing more, then walked toward the rear of the car with a flashlight. Fortunately, the wheels weren't sunk too deep. With Shark's powerful shoves, things finally started to improve. Just as he was about to get back in the car, rain suddenly began to fall. He saw a woman approaching from behind. These days, underground gangsters never lack for women, but they rarely have women this beautiful. Chapter 137, Double Kill in the Dead of Night. The woman before him emerged slowly from the darkness, clad in a fiery red qipao. The fragrance emanating from her body was beyond words. Shark was a man of insatiable lust. Even when he made money, he usually spent most of it on women. Now that he had a woman, why should he still care about the money? The qipao beauty glided toward Shark, leaning gently against the car. Her posture, like that of a sleeping beauty, made Shark's eyes widen like copper bells. Simultaneously, her voluptuous figure and the faint, sweet fragrance wafting from her filled his senses. Shark even questioned whether he was seeing a human or a celestial being descended from heaven. Would you like to play for a while, young man? It was hard to imagine such earthy words coming from a woman who seemed untouched by the mundane world. But the shark loved it. He liked it so much he wanted to take her right then and there. So, what's the situation? Finished cleaning up yet? The raven's voice carried a distinct edge of impatience. I had to pull Shark back to reality. If he could, Shark would have dragged the woman right into a hotel room without a second thought. Almost done, the tires stuck pretty deep. Shark replied casually as he approached the woman. He whispered softly beside her. I'm truly sorry, beautiful, but I have something extremely important to do right now. I'm afraid our paths won't cross. But I do have a suggestion. How about joining us in the car? Rest assured, we won't shortchange you on the money. This was the only concession Shark could make at the moment. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the beauty gently wrapped her arms around Shark's shoulders, her pale skin brushing against his chest. The sensation was so pleasurable that the man closed his eyes. But in the very next second, her gentle arms suddenly tightened like steel, clamping down fiercely on Shark's throat. The shift from bliss to terror happened in the blink of an eye. Shark tried to speak, but only a hoarse rasp escaped his throat. To receive the favor of the vermilion bird war god, you should feel honored. The vermilion bird god of war. The sole 9-star female god of war. A member who refused to join a guild could never have imagined meeting such a figure in their wildest dreams. The overwhelming shock within his heart defied expression. It could only be accompanied by Suzaku's gentle twist, followed by a sharp crack. Shark's entire head snapped backward. He spun a full circle. Meanwhile, Crow, who had been tapping the steering wheel impatiently, was already bursting with anticipation. Buddy, are you ever going to finish? Before we leave Jiangdu, I can't guarantee anything will be safe. Luo Qingyun sat in the back. His eyes held unwavering resolve. Bad uncle, you won't make it out of Jiangdu. My brother will come and he'll be here soon. Luo Qingyun's incessant words made Crow feel more irritated than ever. Fuming with rage, he was about to turn around and slap the girl. The passenger door creaked open with a slow thud. Shark slid into the seat. Crow couldn't help but mutter a few complaints. You kid, it takes you forever to fix a car. You always drop the ball when it matters. As Crow grumbled, he slowly started the engine. But barely 100 meters into the journey, he noticed Shark had fallen silent. Having worked together for years, Crow knew his partner's temperament better than anyone. Something felt off now. He turned his head to look again. He saw his companion's face had turned ashen, like a corpse coming back to life. It was like a haunting. And he responded with an icy tone. You do such heinous deeds, don't you fear the king of hell will claim your soul? His head slowly turned toward the crow. The crow was about to hurl a few more curses when it suddenly noticed the shark's head slowly rotating round and round above its neck. Blood poured from all 7 orifices, creating a deeply unsettling sight. Over the years, the crow had committed no shortage of wicked deeds. Witnessing such a scene in the dead of night in the suburbs, he was so terrified he wet himself on the spot. Who the hell are you? The crow screamed frantically. But then he saw his companion slowly grasp the skin of his face and rip it right off. Beneath the shark's skin lay another face, that of a middle-aged man. The man was someone he recognized. Not just recognize him during the last robbery, Crow distinctly remembered slashing the man to death with several consecutive blows. And now, this dead man reappeared before his eyes. The raven slammed on the brakes, grinding to a halt, his chest nearly unable to breathe. You ask who I am? Whoever you think I am, that's who I am. As the mysterious man spoke, he tore off another mask, transforming into a woman. 2 years ago, Crow had harmed a woman in the suburbs. That woman looked exactly like the one before him now. Next, the man in the passenger seat kept changing his face, one after another. Each face belonged to someone who had died at the hands of the raven. In such circumstances. In less than 2 minutes, Crow's legs suddenly stiffened. Blood gushed from his eyes. Finally, amidst a series of convulsions, he breathed his last. Only then did the black tortoise war god in the passenger seat shake his head and sigh. I was hoping to play with you a little longer, but it seems you underground gangsters have such small hearts. The raven was dead. He died very quickly, and his death came as a complete surprise. Soon, the three war gods opened the door to the room, rescuing Luo Qingya and Luo Qingyun. Luo Qingya didn't recognize the other two, but she knew the greedy wolf war god. You're Xiao Tiance's comrade in arms, right? Thank you so much. If not for you, who knows what might have happened? Comrades? The greedy wolf war god dared not equate himself with the Dark Emperor as a comrade in arms. Yet it was clear in Luo Qingya's mind that Qinglong held precisely that status. This perception was undoubtedly shaped by Xiao Tiance, with the other two war gods playing their parts flawlessly. That's right, we're all comrades in arms who serve together. Big sister, are you okay? Luo Qingya shook her head gently. Then, escorted by the three great war gods, she headed toward Xiao Tiance's location. As for the bodies of the three kidnappers, they were simply left piled up at the edge of the outskirts. Following Xiao Tiance's orders, the three great war gods had deliberately left them there. Meanwhile, Bai Dedian, who had been waiting for news, finally received a call from his subordinate. What's the situation? Have they brought the hostage over? During the inquiry, his subordinate stammered over the phone. Boss, there's been a problem. The hostage has been successfully rescued, and all three of your men are dead. All traces of sleep vanished instantly from Bai Dedian's face inside the room. He had long anticipated that Xiao Tiance's return would not be straightforward. But losing all three of his elite fighters was beyond his expectations. Also, boss, Tiger got his ass kicked and ended up in the sewer, and Shark's head got twisted off. The strangest thing at the scene was Crow. He was literally scared to death. Chapter 138, Old Friends. As an underground kingpin, Bai Dedian was no stranger to life and death situations. Yet upon hearing that all three of his men had perished, he still felt a slight shock. Especially Raven, who had literally been scared to death. The atmosphere instantly grew heavy. You mean Crow showed no physical injuries whatsoever? He was literally scared to death for no apparent reason? His subordinate silently nodded in response. We've already sent men to retrieve all three bodies, and indeed, that's exactly what happened. Especially the Crow, no external injuries whatsoever. It was utterly terrified to death on the spot. Upon hearing this, Bai Dedian broke into a rather amused smile. It was unprecedented for a perfectly healthy person to be scared to death, especially someone like Crow, a seasoned criminal who'd seen it all. That such a man could be scared to death was indeed somewhat puzzling. Mr. Bai, what should we do next? Having made a promise to the four great families, Bai Dedian naturally intended to see it through. A faint smile touched his lips at the thought. This matter was indeed not arranged thoroughly enough on my part. If Xiao Tiance has managed to reach this stage, I feel it's necessary to meet him in person. Find Xiao Tiance's number immediately. Bai Dedian personally stepping in? The moment these words left his lips, the surrounding crowd wore expressions of astonishment. Over the years, Bai Dedian had become Jiangdu's underground dragon king. No matter what he undertook, others always took the front line. For him to personally intervene? That was unheard of. As the head of the underworld, he acted with extreme swiftness. Within mere minutes, Xiao Tiance's phone number was quickly obtained. Witnessing this, everyone was filled with excitement. At that moment, Xiao Tiance was busy making arrangements for Luo Qingya. Within Deng You's organization, the scene quickly returned to calm. Deng Yue then escorted Xiao Tiance and Luo Qingya back home. The reason Xiao Tiance hadn't personally handled the matter was that, just as the banquet ended, he encountered a man. An old friend, no less. Mr. Song, it's been ages. At the crossroads of the banquet, he spotted a man in a suit, walking through the late night with a slightly despondent air. Though years had passed, Xiao Tiance still recognized him as Song Chang, his high school classmate. Back in their school days, Song Chang had been an exceptionally optimistic soul, often hanging out with Xiao Tiance, bickering, and joking around. After graduation, they stayed in touch, but when the disaster involving the four great families erupted, Xiao Tiance gradually cut ties with his friends and family to protect them from being dragged into the mess. He never imagined they would cross paths again in Jiangdu. As Xiao Tiance greeted him, Song Chang also paused slightly. His previously somber expression suddenly softened into a faint smile. Yet this smile was entirely different from the one he'd worn during their student days. It seemed to carry a newfound strength. So it really is you. Long time no see. You never showed up for any of the class reunions over the years. Did you change your phone number? Song Chang stepped forward and slapped Xiao Tiance on the shoulder. Greedy Wolf, War God, and the others watched the scene unfold from behind, their hearts filled with a touch of envy. After all, the man standing before them was the legendary Dark Emperor. To be seen arm in arm with the Dark Angel, even the three great war gods wouldn't dare act recklessly. Of course, Song Chang knew nothing of Xiao Tiance's transformation over the years, nor did he understand the meaning behind the title Dark Emperor. The two had not seen each other in a long time, and soon they were reminiscing about their school days. But as they reached the end of the crossroads, Xiao Tiance suddenly stopped. Hey, Song, shouldn't you be in Longcheng? What brought you suddenly to Jiangdu? And are you having any difficulties in your daily life? Song Chang, who had always been extremely optimistic, was now acting decidedly out of character. For most of the journey, it was Xiao Tiance who did most of the talking, with Song Chang merely responding with a few nods. Back when they graduated, they'd often chat about everything under the sun on the phone. Even the most trivial topics represented their brotherly bond. But after so many years apart, their reunion should have been a joyous occasion. Yet seeing Song Chang now, it felt like he had 1,000 unspeakable burdens weighing him down. You know, I'm in the electronics and networking industry. This field sees fortunes shift like the tides. I did have a small business in Longcheng before, but the economy took a turn for the worse and it went under. After my family fell on hard times, I came to Jiangdu hoping to rebuild here. I joined a network group company. In theory, failure isn't the end, one can always start over. Yet Xiao Tiance could sense that Song Chang's story held more than met the eye. Jiangdu wasn't the place for Song Chang to settle down. Soon after joining the company, he discovered it was merely a family-run operation. They frequently withheld wages, made work unbearably difficult, and even targeted him at every turn. Left with no choice, Song Chang resigned voluntarily, only to walk away without even his final paycheck, let alone severance. He now lived in a rented room within Jiangdu, still searching for work. During their school days, Song Chang had helped Xiao Tiance with many matters. Now that his classmate was in trouble, how could he not lend a hand? Hearing this, Xiao Tiance responded coldly. Mr. Song, tell me which company in Jiangdu owes you wages. Song Chang paused slightly, taken aback by Xiao Tiance's unexpected question. Song Chang didn't want this reunion to drag him into this matter. He merely shook his head casually. It's nothing major, no need to trouble you. Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Tiance's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up only to see an unfamiliar number. Instinctively answering the call, he heard only a hoarse voice on the other end. I'm Bai Dedian, the Dragon King of Jiangdu's underworld. Tonight's events are my small gift to you. Xiao Tiance had heard the name Bai Dedian before. As the saying goes, every debt has its debtor. Everything orchestrated tonight had been etched into Xiao Tiance's memory. So it's the Dragon King of Jiangdu calling me. What's on your mind? When the underground kingpins target someone, it's guaranteed to be a devastating blow. But to Xiao Tiance, that mattered little. Everything that happened tonight was nothing more than an accident. From this moment onward, the Qinglong squadron would remain concealed at all times near his wife and sister. Even with Bai Dishan's extraordinary abilities, he couldn't pull off the same trick twice. Let's cut to the chase. Meet me tomorrow afternoon by the riverside. Bai Dedian had made his decision. He would meet Xiao Tiance in person. Yet when the challenge was issued, Xiao Tiance merely gave a cold laugh. You say we'll meet, so we'll meet. Without even asking about my schedule? Chapter 139, Paying Back Debts. I'm unavailable tomorrow. Bai Dedian froze slightly at Xiao Tiance's icy words. This was the underground kingpin of Jiangdu. For him to personally extend an invitation was unprecedented. Now that the invitation had been extended, the response was a blunt no time. Across all of Jiangdu, aside from the four great families, who else could afford to snub the Dragon King of the underworld? Hearing this, Bai Dedian could only force down the surge of rage welling up inside him. His right hand gripped the microphone so tightly it creaked, as if he might explode at any moment. When might you be available, sir? After inquiring, Xiao Tiance jotted down the number and casually added. Just wait. I'll find you when I have time. As the phone hung up, Bai Dedian and the surrounding crowd exchanged bewildered glances. His entire being felt like a constant buzzing in his head. What kind of situation was this? Not only had he refused the underground kingpin's invitation, but he'd also told him to wait. When had Bai Dedian ever endured such humiliation? But at that very moment, the man inside the hall, having reached his limit, strode out alone. Mr. Bai, this fellow Xiao Tiance is far too arrogant. If possible, let us two disciples handle him. The speakers were a man and a woman. As the head of the underground world, Bai Dedian had countless romantic entanglements. The illegitimate children he had sired throughout Jiangdu numbered at least a dozen, if not dozens. However, Bai Dedian usually paid them off with a sum of money. Except for one son and one daughter. Were exceptionally unique. Bai Dedian had recognized their talent at first glance, which was why he had deliberately recruited them. Observing their demeanor, Bai Dedian felt a surge of irritation before responding. In that case, this task shall fall to you too. Consider it a test I'm giving you. I won't interfere with your methods or tactics. Success is all that matters, failure is not an option. The moment the order was given, one of the men smiled faintly and stepped forward. Father, leave this matter to me. I guarantee it will be handled exactly as you envisioned, silently and decisively. Under the night sky. Outside a small group's headquarters. Xiao Tiance stared straight ahead, while Song Chang cautiously advised beside him. Don't underestimate this company just because it's small. They've got a lot of muscle working for them. When I went to collect the debt, I even got beaten up several times. Originally, Song hadn't intended to tell Xiao Tiance about this. But after persistent questioning along the way, he had no choice but to spill everything. Gazing at the company's name before him, Xiao Tiance offered a cold, mocking smile. What a name, Star Moon Group. Sounds grand and imposing, doesn't it? With that thought, Xiao Tiance strode straight inside. Song Chang, filled with worry, hurriedly called out from behind. Old classmate, I think we should reconsider. This group isn't the kind of place where you can just walk in and get money. I think you should think twice before acting. Upon seeing the Star Moon Group, Xiao Tiance had already made up his mind. If it were only about Song Chang's matter, he would only retrieve what rightfully belonged to him today. But not long ago, he had the greedy wolf war god conduct a covert investigation. The results that surfaced were truly shocking. Xingyue Group was merely an intermediary firm, yet it dealt in the blood-soaked trade of human sacrifice. On the surface, they mass recruit staff and offer high salaries. Shortly after starting work, employees were forced to go on overseas trips. What seemed like a good opportunity was actually a human trafficking operation. Domestic workers were being sold abroad and subjected to forced labor. This operation wasn't confined to Jiangdu alone, it had spread to other cities as well. However, in recent years, thanks to the efforts of security bureaus nationwide, it had been largely dismantled and curtailed. It's surprising that remnants still exist in a place like Jiangdu. Rest assured, I have some personal matters to attend to today. I'll be sure to have a thorough chat with them. I asked if, after you joined the company, Xingyue Group required you to go on an overseas trip? Song Chang looked puzzled at this, but it was indeed true. Old classmate, how do you know such details? It's true there was such a requirement. But with all that's happened at home, I simply couldn't bring myself to go on a trip. I flatly refused. Everything unfolded exactly as Xiao Tiance had suspected. At this thought, he narrowed his eyes even further. Shortly after you refused, they started making your work life miserable, forcing you to resign without any compensation? Song Chang's eyes widened in shock. Desperate for money, he hadn't overanalyzed the previous tactics, but now, after Xiao Tiance's explanation, everything seemed to fit perfectly. As Song Chang stood there dumbfounded, Xiao Tiance had already arrived at Star Moon Group, where he delivered a decisive blow. The school's main gate shattered instantly. Several security guards, seeing this, swung their clubs and charged forward. What followed was a scene beyond anything Song Chang had ever witnessed. Xiao Tiance stood with his hands behind his back. With a single kick to each corner, he sent the surrounding security guards tumbling like soccer balls. They had no time to react, rolling back and forth on the ground. Old classmate, when did you become so formidable? This doesn't seem right. Back in high school, Xiao Tiance hadn't yet become a dominant force. He had even exuded a gentle, scholarly demeanor. That aura remains unchanged today, except now his actions are ruthless and his decisions are made with extreme decisiveness. The commotion quickly drew the chairman's attention. A man hurried down the stairs, accompanied by two dark-skinned individuals. The man in the center had a patch of white hair and wore a white suit. The moment he saw the man, Song Chang shouted urgently. That guy is the chairman who runs this place, Gao Qiming. Gao Qiming frowned at the scene of chaos, then spotted a familiar face. He fixed his gaze on Song Chang, his right hand clenched into a tight fist. Song, he growled. Last time you came demanding payment, you got beaten senseless. Was that punishment too light? Today he actually brought backup. Do you think that will change the outcome? As Gao Qiming spoke, his two bodyguards stepped forward, fists pumping through the air with a whistling sound. The moment he saw them, Song Chang's expression shifted repeatedly. Old classmate, we should get out of here fast. The two men beside Boss Gao are both boxing experts, they even won third place overseas. They're also Mr. Gao's personal bodyguards, no one can take either of them on. Seeing Song Chang's worried expression, Gao Qiming's face grew even more vicious. You knew you couldn't win, yet you still dared to call people over? Looks like you're just looking for a way to die. Our group may be incapable of handling other matters, but fulfilling this particular wish of yours? We've got more than enough resources for that. As Gao Qiming spoke, another man approached from behind, none other than the greedy wolf war god. The greedy wolf war god glanced at Song Chang beside him. Then he placed a stack of flyers into Xiao Tiance's hands. It appeared to be a thick stack. Chapter 140, Sins Run Rampant. Report. Xinglong was about to call out Your Majesty, but suddenly paused. After all, there were outsiders present at this moment. Xiao Tiance silently scanned the entire list from top to bottom before flinging it to the floor with a clatter. Gao Qiming frowned, picking up a single receipt. A single glance was enough to change his expression. How did you get this information? Song Chang had no idea what was going on. He could only look at Xiao Tiance with curiosity. The names listed on the flyer were all unfamiliar. Xiao Tiance, standing beside him, spoke up and stunned everyone. This list is crystal clear, every single name belongs to employees of your corporate group. These individuals are easily traceable online as recent missing persons cases, some trafficked overseas, others dead in foreign lands. For the Dark Emperor, investigating this information would be child's play. Yet Gao Qiming had concealed it all flawlessly until a stranger unearthed every detail. As they spoke, one of the boxers, acting on Boss Gao's unspoken command, slowly walked behind him and locked the iron door from the inside. Song Chang listened to their exchange, his eyes narrowing menacingly at Gao Qiming. If Boss Gao says that, then you're nothing but a fraud ring. And you never intended to pay me from the start. Song Chang felt a wave of dread wash over him. If he had blindly followed them back then, he couldn't even imagine what he would have faced overseas. The moment the door locked, Gao Qiming dropped all pretense. His expression turned savage as he fixed his gaze on the two men. Young man, you've investigated this so thoroughly you must be from the security bureau. Too bad there are some things you shouldn't know too much about. Gao Qiming flashed a vicious grin. Two boxers flanked Xiao Tiance, one on each side. Song Chang frowned. Now it was crystal clear. From the moment he stepped through the gate, Boss Gao had never intended to let him leave alive. Then came a sharp crack. He grabbed the stool by the door and swung it wildly at the two boxers. Old classmate, take your friend and get out of here fast. This is my business, you don't need to get dragged into it. I refuse to believe anyone here would dare kill someone. Song Chang was genuinely afraid. Back in school, he wasn't the type to get into fights. In fact, he was a top student back then. Seeing a former top student reduced to this state, Xiao Tiance truly felt a pang of pity. Watching the gesture of offering money, a wave of warmth washed over his heart. Song Chang's legs were trembling. It was a sign of fear. Yet despite this, he still stepped in front of Xiao Tiance, just as he had done in their school days, willing to put himself in harm's way. Mr. Song, my friend here comes from the military and is quite skilled. So there's absolutely no need for any of us to resort to violence today. The old comrade in arms Xiao Tiance referred to was none other than the greedy wolf war god. His broad, sturdy frame did indeed calm Song Chang's nerves. But if he knew that the comrade before him was actually a 9-star war god, who could say how Song Chang would react? Gao Qiming had expected all three to attack together, but unexpectedly, he would have to fight alone. A smile spread across his face as he shook his head. Little Song, he said, I always tell you to make friends with people of higher standing. In a situation like this, you still come one by one to throw yourselves into the fire. With a big guy like you, should I say you're brain dead, or just overly naive? As Gao Qiming spoke, Xinglong suddenly stepped forward. Shall I show you, Mr. Gao, how to spell the word naive? Just one sentence. Xinglong unleashed his aura. The marble floor of the corporate lobby began to crack in waves. Gao Qiming witnessed this scene, and a faint stir arose within his heart. A sense of foreboding welled up within him. Strike now! Two boxers surged forward in an instant, the wind whistling through the air. Just as their fists were about to strike Xinglong, Xinglong steadily seized both their wrists. Boxers excel not only in strength but especially in speed. Especially these two overseas medalists, who prided themselves on their speed. Yet in that moment, everything seemed to slow down in Xinglong's eyes. With effortless ease, he seized both men's wrists, simultaneously snapping them backward. A sharp crack echoed as the bones shattered. Without pausing, Xinglong drove both fists into their chests. Visibly, the chests of the two boxers caved in instantly. Dead as a doornail. There was no room for resistance, instant kills. Faced with this scene, Gao Qiming froze. His two strongest bodyguards lay motionless on the ground, now nothing but corpses. This was clearly a public murder. As Song Chang witnessed this scene, his expression began to shift. Now that blood had been shed, Gao Qiming could no longer guarantee they wouldn't turn on him. True to his reputation as chairman, his tone softened immediately during the conversation. His expression shifted just as quickly. Hold on, Xiaosong, how much do I owe you in back wages? I'll repay you tenfold. We can discuss today's matter properly. There's no need to push things to the point of no return. If someone gets killed, the security bureau will likely. Before he could finish, Xinglong gave a faint smile. What do you mean if someone gets killed? Hasn't someone already been killed? Xinglong's words left Boss Gao speechless. At that very moment, the sealed door was violently forced open from the outside. Inside, the security guards stood in formation, advancing in perfect unison. Seeing the group arrive, Gao Qiming's face finally broke into a smile. Especially when he saw the security team, he saw a glimmer of hope for survival. You've arrived just in time. Members of the security detail, seize him immediately. This man dared to commit murder within my corporation. This absolutely cannot be tolerated. The frenzied outbursts continued unabated. Although Deng Yue hadn't personally come to the scene, a young man named Lu Gang had arrived to take charge. But the intent remained the same. Xiao Tiance's mission was to make Boss Gao understand, on this land, no one can shield you from the consequences of illegal actions. Unfortunately, Gao Qiming remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. He then witnessed two team members stuffing the boxer's body into a burlap sack right before everyone's eyes. Yes, these two men, both my loyal bodyguards, were killed. That brat must answer for this. Mr. Gao stumbled forward, but Lu Gang paid him no mind. Instead, he walked straight up to Xiao Tiance. "Sir, how do you intend to handle these two bodies?" Hearing this, Gao Qiming's eyes widened like copper bells. He was practically losing his mind. What the hell is going on? How to handle them? The question sounded as though it were an ordinary, everyday matter as common as could be. Chapter 141, The Bizarre Blind Date. Gao Qiming was utterly dumbfounded. What followed was even more incomprehensible. Xiao Tiance didn't even glance at them, merely muttering offhandedly. "These two aren't exactly clean themselves, they're even illegal immigrants. Toss them into the sea to feed the fish." Xiao Tiance never showed mercy to such fraud rings. He then watched helplessly as the two corpses were forcibly tossed out the door. At that moment, even the dim-witted boss Gao could see clearly, the guard unit was actually on the same side as Xiao Tiance. Song Chang watched the scene unfold, utterly dumbfounded. His old classmate, whom he hadn't seen in years, had risen to such a position. Gao Qiming immediately knelt on the spot. His act was convincing. "Our group will cease operations entirely starting tomorrow. I beg you to spare my life, I truly didn't recognize the mountain. Rest assured, I will change my ways. From this day forward, I will never again engage in such wicked deeds." Xiao Tiance never trusted the tears of such villains. Had he not witnessed this scene today, he would have continued to unleash his malice as usual. Song was the perfect example. Had he not come today? Song Chang might not have made it back alive. This thought, coupled with the names on the list, caused a hint of icy coldness to flicker across Xiao Tiance's expression. Xinglong understood the ruler's intentions all too well. He gave a faint smile to several subordinates. "Guards, hold your horses, there might be one more corpse to add." As Qinglong finished speaking, a hand blade sliced through the air. Gao Qiming's eyes widened in sheer refusal to accept his fate. Blood streamed from his neck as his body twitched, then grew cold and still. To the members of the guard unit, this seemed like nothing out of the ordinary. Gao Qiming's corpse was no different from the others. Nothing more than two pieces of flesh. They were carried out without a second thought. After the place emptied, Xiao Tiance patted Song Chang on the shoulder as they stepped outside the group's compound. "My apologies, Song. I'm afraid I couldn't help you recover that debt after all. With the chairman already dead, how could they possibly repay the overdue wages?" But Xiao Tiance's act of ridding society of a menace left Song Chang deeply shaken. "Old classmate, what exactly are you doing now? How did you become so powerful?" During the questioning, Xiao Tiance remained evasive, using the same military-style vagueness. He cut in, pressing further. "Old classmates reuniting, of course we'll help each other out. It's been ages since we shared a drink together. Back in our student days, we'd sneak behind people's backs to buy booze at the little shop behind campus. Now we finally don't have to. Tonight we'll drink our hearts out." The two then found a barbecue restaurant. The food wasn't anything special, but when you're drinking with a true friend, 1,000 cups are never enough. They toasted and chatted, wishing they'd met sooner. They recounted stories from their student days, chatting for hours. By the time they set down their cups, empty bottles were piled high all around them. Throughout it all, Xinglong waited in the distance. Seeing the smile on Xiao Tiance's face, he was profoundly moved. That smile radiated unparalleled warmth and sunshine. Even the greedy wolf war god, who had served as his personal guard all these years, had never seen Xiao Tiance display such a smile. As time passed, Song Chang became thoroughly drunk. Throughout the entire process, Xiao Tiance listened to the other man recount his job hunting experiences and the various hardships he had endured over the years. Then, with a light pat on the shoulder, he said, "Old classmate, to be perfectly honest, I do have some business ventures in Jiangdu. If you're not averse to it, why not join me?" Song Chang was naturally eager to accept. He even hesitated several times, fearing he might cause trouble for Xiao Tiance. But in the end, faced with Xiao Tiance's resolute answer, he chose to join forces. After 3 rounds of drinks, just as they were about to leave, a text message suddenly arrived. Song Chang had received dozens of such messages during their drinking session, but he hadn't paid them any mind. This one, however, caught Xiao Tiance's attention. "Hey Song, you haven't been in Jiangdu long, could you already be married? Is your wife worried sick because you're so late getting home?" As he asked, Song Chang hastily waved his hands. "How could I possibly be unmarried? I just did something foolish. At my age, it's about time I got married, but my family's down on their luck and I don't really get to meet girls in my daily life. The other day, I happened to visit a matchmaking website after work. All those beautiful women's photos made my heart race. Then, in a moment of impulse, I paid the membership fee. Next thing I knew, a woman kept calling me, arranging a blind date for tomorrow. Arranged meetings are generally considered a good thing." Xiao Tiance smiled faintly. "Which app did you sign up with? Since she's already called so many times, you better pick up. Between us brothers, there's plenty of time later. Don't let a drink get in the way of important matters." While being polite, Xiao Tiance casually glanced at the other person's phone. Such behavior in broad daylight was hardly unusual. But the problem was it was nearly midnight. What kind of matchmaking agency would be bombarding someone with calls at this hour? At Xiao Tiance's urging, Song Chang answered the call. Soon, a middle-aged woman's voice came through the line. Mr. Song, right? I'll give you an address. Head to the coffee shop tomorrow afternoon. There's a young lady who's taken a liking to you. Also, you'd better make a good impression. This girl is exceptional in every way. Don't miss this chance. That's final. If you back out casually, our matchmaking platform's membership fee is non-refundable, and we won't introduce anyone to you in the future. The other party didn't even give Song Chang a chance to respond. It was as if she was talking to herself, blurting everything out in one breath. The phone hung up at that moment, leaving him to flash a wry smile. Just as he turned to complain, he noticed Xiao Tiance's expression had grown extremely grave. The website displayed on the phone was clearly a temporary setup. After reviewing it, he presented it to Qinglong. Qinglong frowned. This website was clearly a fake, and he'd heard there had been some recent fraud incidents in Jiangdu. Using matchmaking as a pretext to collect money, it seemed Brother Song had fallen into their trap. If anyone else had said this, Song Chang might have been skeptical. But coming from an old classmate, he couldn't help but fall deep in thought. Xiao Tiance casually asked again. Has this agency seen your face? Or uploaded your photo online? Also, would it be possible for me to see exactly how this company conducted their discussions with you? Song Chang didn't hesitate, displaying all the chat records before him. Given the short time frame, the matchmaking website manager didn't waste words. After brief pleasantries, they sent the girl's photo and the corresponding meeting arrangements. Chapter 142, The Agency Meeting. It must be said, the girl in the photo was beautiful. She looked as though she had stepped straight out of a painting. Silky hair cascading down. Cherry lips, willow leaf brows. But when Xiao Tiance saw her, their eyes met. Even Qinglong frowned. Come to think of it, haven't I seen this girl's photo somewhere before? Please wait a moment, both of you. The greedy wolf war god hurriedly searched online after speaking, and the results were soon revealed. A female celebrity from a South Asian country. However, this actress was largely overlooked, remaining virtually unknown outside her home region. Unless one specifically searched online, it would be nearly impossible to uncover any information about her. Song, do you think the woman you're set up with could be a South Asian celebrity? As Xiao Tiance uttered these words, he struggled to suppress his laughter. Song Chang's eyes widened. Hearing my old classmate say that made me realize I'd been completely duped. Talk about adding insult to injury. Why does every misfortune seem to find me? Song Chang felt both anger and sorrow. Xiao Tiance shook his head slightly. You're actually lucky. If it weren't for you, who knows how many more people this blind date show would have harmed. You mentioned earlier that since you never shared photos, no one knows what you look like. If you don't mind, I'll step in tomorrow afternoon and expose them all. Now that it was confirmed to be a scam network, Song Chang was seething with rage. Hearing Xiao Tiance's words, he clenched his fists even tighter. Old classmate, I'm terribly sorry to trouble you with money again this time. When Song Chang tried to protect himself within the group, his actions had deeply moved Xiao Tiance. Such words were entirely unnecessary. That single act alone proved that their decades-long friendship and brotherly bond had never wavered in the slightest. Don't thank me, I should be thanking you. I absolutely can't stand this kind of fraud. This is the perfect chance to clean things up properly. Send me the address shortly. If you don't mind, I'll handle it myself. Xiao Tiance's earlier performance had already fully demonstrated his capabilities. Song Chang had already silently raised a thumbs up in his mind. Song Chang himself was a man of principle. But alas, he was now like a clay Buddha crossing the river, hardly able to save himself. He had 1,000 ideas, yet none could be put into action. Xiao Tiance seemed to get his wish, as Song Chang handed over all the relevant information and the webpage registration URL without a second thought. After drinking for a long time, the brothers finally returned home deep into the night. The three great war gods, having nothing better to do, accompanied Xiao Tiance back to the 100-flower garden. The moment the door opened, Luo Qingya saw Xiao Tiance reeking of alcohol, stumbling drunkenly. She pulled him straight onto the sofa and wrapped her arms around him. Beside them, the vermilion bird war god's face flushed slightly. Qinglong merely shook his head silently. There was a kind of drunkenness that came from wanting to be drunk. Not only the three great war gods, but even Luo Qingya had witnessed Xiao Tiance's legendary drinking capacity. The very notion that someone could get him drunk made one question whether he was truly human. What on earth happened to Xiao Tiance? How much did he drink? She'd never seen him like this before. Luo Qingya's tone carried a hint of reproach, but then Xiao Tiance suddenly wrapped his arms around her and gently collapsed onto the edge of the sofa. The Xuanwu war god smiled faintly beside them. Well then, we comrades won't disturb you any longer. Perhaps it was simply that when you drink with a kindred spirit, 1,000 cups are never enough. They drank to their heart's content. There's no such thing as someone who never gets drunk. Xiao Tiance could neutralize the alcohol in his bottle using his inner energy. Thus he could drink 1,000 cups without falling, 10,000 cups without getting drunk. But when drinking with his own brothers, he never resorts to such tricks. Instead, he lets the alcohol flow freely through his meridians. As the saying goes, it's not the wine that intoxicates, but the person who gets drunk. Just as the vermilion bird war god and others were about to return to the past, Xiao Tiance suddenly reached forward and pulled the vermilion bird war god to his side. His drunken eyes blurred, reeking of alcohol, unable to tell which direction Luo Qingya lay. He simply swept her onto the sofa and fell fast asleep. Luo Qingya's eyes narrowed into slits. Beside her, the vermilion bird god's face flushed crimson. Before any other man, Zhu Ke could remain composed, but in front of the Dark Emperor, she was like a little girl. "Get up, you fool! What kind of behavior is this, hugging someone to sleep like that?" Zhu Ke gave an awkward smile but dared not defy the Dark Emperor. "Sis, should I step aside? Perhaps you should wake him up." By the time they spoke, Xiao Tiance had already closed his eyes tightly, snoring softly. Seeing this scene, Luo Qingya also felt drowsiness wash over her. "Everyone, I'm terribly sorry for letting you witness such an embarrassing display." Xiao Tiance had indeed been working himself to exhaustion lately. Gazing at Xiao Tiance's sleeping form, bathed in moonlight, his handsome face made it impossible for anyone to bear disturbing him. And so it was. Neither the vermilion bird war god nor Luo Qingya uttered a word. A quiet night passed. As sunlight replaced moonlight on Xiao Tiance's face, he slowly awoke. The moment he opened his eyes, he found Luo Qingya nestled beside him, and a look of slight embarrassment flashed across his face. "Sorry, honey. I lost my composure last night. I didn't do anything." Just as Xiao Tiance was about to ask if anything inappropriate had happened, he suddenly felt a warm sensation spreading through his left arm. His eyes widened. He found Zhu Ke, her face slightly flushed, looking at him with a hint of reproach as she hurriedly took a step back. "Tonight, I'm truly sorry. Last night, seeing you sleeping so soundly, we couldn't bear to disturb you, so..." During the chaos, Luo Qingya couldn't care less about royal titles. She'd thought it was just a comrade's nickname. She glared, hands on her hips. She deliberately responded with a touch of jealousy. "Well, my dear young master, did you dream of beauty last night while sleeping with two beauties in your arms?" Though Xiao Tiance had spent years battling on the battlefield, this scene left him momentarily dumbfounded. Right in front of his wife, he embraced another woman in his arms. This was nothing short of a battlefield of demons. The greedy wolf war god in Xuanwu, who had also stayed up all night, exchanged awkward glances at the sight. The air hung with a palpable silence. Luo Qingya finally tapped Xiao Tiance's shoulder lightly. "Last night was just a fluke, of course I don't truly hold it against you. You really are something, drinking so much and losing all sense of restraint. Alright, I'm not blaming you. You should thank your old comrades, otherwise, you might have ended up sleeping on the street last night. I need to head to the office. It's getting late." Watching Luo Qingya return to her room to pack her clothes, Xiao Tiance frowned as he stared at the greedy wolf war god. "What's wrong with you? After what happened last night, why didn't you intervene?" Qinglong and the other two war gods stared wide-eyed. Interfere? Among all the commands, this one thing was absolutely forbidden. "Your Majesty, this is tantamount to suicide. Forget me even if the other two war gods joined forces. If you got angry while drunk, we'd be no match for you even if we were tied together." Chapter 143, News Preview. Xiao Tiance watched the expressions of the three war gods, a wry smile touching his lips. He waved his hand lightly, choosing not to reprimand them harshly. "Alright, you may all leave. Remember to inform me beforehand about such matters in the future. Otherwise, who knows what trouble might arise." As for today's itinerary, Xiao Tiance didn't share it with the others. His purpose was singular. Head straight to the trade tower. According to the news tip provided by Wang Rohan, the trade tower would be engulfed in flames today. Such news was undoubtedly eye-catching, but future-oriented news inevitably carried hidden risks. Rather than allowing this inferno to become a local disaster, it was better to nip the news in the bud. Xiao Tiance drove alone toward the trade center. At that very moment, inside the trade tower, a Mr. Ma sat in the conference room, his brow furrowed with worry. Mr. Ma had been sleepless all night. Late last night, he received a letter containing a thick wad of cash. It was meant as compensation for Mr. Ma. But the contents of the envelope left him utterly horrified. "Tomorrow morning, the trade tower will be engulfed in flames. Mr. Ma hopes you can evacuate everyone." Faced with this situation, Mr. Ma was utterly helpless. He promptly relayed the message to Captain Zhang of the local security bureau. Zhang Saixia arrived at the conference room with her team, and Ma followed shortly after. "Mr. Ma, we need you to close the trade center this morning and announce to the public that it's conducting a fire drill. To prevent casualties, all non-essential personnel must be evacuated immediately." Mr. Ma nodded and had already begun implementing Zhang Saixia's instructions. A morning-long fire drill was no big deal for Mr. Ma. But if the contents of that envelope truly ignited a raging inferno throughout the entire trade center, it would likely bring about irreparable losses. Judging by the letter, this was nothing short of a criminal threat. "Someone is listening to my orders. Starting now, conduct a thorough search of every floor in the commercial building. Not a single corner should be overlooked. Zhang Xiaotiance led a team of 6 or 7 officers, but their numbers were clearly insufficient for the entire commercial complex. The security bureau was already stretched thin lately, and this crime was merely a warning. In a way, even if Boss Ma could request protection, the personnel currently assigned were already stretched to the limit. At that very moment, a bare-chested man in jeans sat with his legs crossed his legs, listening to Zhang Xiaotiance's plan with a dismissive snort. You think you can protect the entire commercial building with just this handful of people? Are you kidding me? The best solution is always to attack. If someone's going to set a fire, just take out the arsonist, problem solved. Hearing the young man's words, Zhang Xiaotiance felt a surge of irritation before turning her gaze forward. Mr. Ma hurriedly bowed his head in apology beside her. My deepest apologies, Captain Zhang. Just to be safe, this is Mr. Jack, a top-tier expert I brought in from overseas. He's lived in our country for decades and is a top-tier bodyguard. He's even thwarted several assassination attempts, internationally a renowned figure. Mr. Ma didn't want things to get too tense between the two sides, so he could only offer a few words of conciliation. Mr. Jack wasn't actually under Mr. Ma's command, it was purely a professional hire and hire arrangement. Moreover, Jack is notoriously arrogant, leaving everyone at a loss. Zhang Xiaotiance kept her composure, but Jack seemed to be persistently pestering her. Captain Zhang, I think you should take those shrimp soldiers and crab generals and leave immediately. They're useless staying here anyway. Just me alone is more than enough. After all, Zhang Xiaotiance and her team were from the security bureau and had received proper training. Hearing Jack's muttered words, they all frowned in displeasure. One man even leapt to his feet, slamming his fist on the table in anger. Mr. Jack, by your own logic, are you saying you're more capable than all of us? As the man shouted, Jack maintained his cold smile. He rose slowly from his seat and stood beside the man. He gave his right hand a light flick. That's exactly what I meant. If you're not convinced, feel free to prove it. We'll see if you have the guts. Mr. Ma, you're something else. Did you really bring these useless guys just to save face? As Jack spoke, the nearby security bureau agent could no longer contain his anger. This was nothing short of an open provocation. The burly man beside him suddenly roared. Mr. Jack, I'd like to see just how much you really know about our security bureau. The man immediately lunged forward with a punch. The wind howled as he charged forward. The fist seemed poised to strike Jack's face, yet he merely smiled faintly. Suddenly, he seized the opponent's wrist, sending a wave of numbness through half the burly man's body. The entire man dropped to one knee. The burly man tried to scramble back up, but Jack pinned him down with relentless pressure, leaving him utterly unable to catch his breath. The price of competition must be paid. With a sharp crack, the arm twisted violently. Zhang Xiaotiance witnessed the scene, and several teammates nearby immediately charged forward without hesitation. Jack unleashed a flurry of kicks in midair, sending them all reeling backward. As an internal conflict threatened to erupt, Zhang Xiaotiance shouted fiercely. Everyone, assist me. We're here to get things done, not to fight amongst ourselves. Mr. Jack, there's no need to be so harsh. If we disagree, let's just stick to our own responsibilities and mind our own business. Tensions flared between the two factions. Jack gave a cold laugh. My goal is simple, get the hell out of here. Tonight, the trade tower needs only one guardian, me. Miss Zhang, if you insist on keeping your team here, you can stay yourself. It'll be perfect company to keep me entertained. A fierce expression hardened on Jack's face. Meanwhile, Xiao Tiance and Wang Rohan had already met downstairs. Wang Rohan held her press credentials, her face clouded with worry from the moment they met. Our editor-in-chief, Fu Gue, insisted I cover this fire incident. I have no choice, I'm here on assignment too. What should we do next? Century City Tower, the commercial building. I'm afraid someone might have planted something here beforehand, then set off a gas explosion. Xiao Tiance narrowed his eyes. Searching floor by floor would be utterly impossible. Fortunately, Wang Rohan had already notified the security bureau. They'd been laying in ambush since 2 days ago. There were no suspicious individuals in the vicinity attempting forced entry. If no one entered earlier, then the arsonist will likely strike this morning. Chapter 144, The Early Stages of the Fire. A gentle breeze swept slowly beneath the commercial tower. As Xiao Tiance finished speaking, he noticed the intersection was unguarded. Weren't the security bureau supposed to be here? Where are they now? If the security bureau doesn't show up soon, I'll have Deng Yue personally take charge. Wang Rohan looked up at the trade tower, its facade glowing with dazzling colors. She hurriedly picked up the phone to make a call. The call ended, and feedback came swiftly. As of now, Captain Zhang of the Security Bureau is leading a team in a meeting room. Word is that the trade center's owner, Ma, has even hired a top expert. As Wang Rohan explained the situation beside him, Xiao Tiance frowned. He was clearly dissatisfied with the Security Bureau's arrangements for the day. During the meeting, the ground floor was completely undefended. Fix the camera, and the two of us will wait here first. Upstairs, the martial arts contest raged on, while downstairs, Xiao Tiance and Wang Rohan stood together beside the steps of the trade tower. After a long while, Wang Rohan approached with a hint of apology. "I'm truly sorry. I kept saying I was interviewing by Kaetang, and I never made time for this." Xiao Tiance shook his head. "If it weren't for Wang Rohan, I might still be searching for my sister. There's really no need to apologize. Miss Wang, I'll have someone draft a letter to the newspaper requesting special coverage for Bai Kaetang. I've considered this before approaching you privately wouldn't be appropriate. By doing it through the company, you'll also earn corresponding funds and performance credit. Specifying your contribution explicitly will highlight your achievements and boost your reputation." Xiao Tiance's approach was truly thorough in every detail. Wang Rohan lowered her head in embarrassment. Just then, a middle-aged woman suddenly drove up to the commercial building. She simultaneously pointed to the area around her knee. The area was clearly swollen in red. "The commercial building prohibits outsiders from entering. A fire drill is being conducted this morning." Seeing the woman about to rush inside, she rushed to intercept her. Without a word, the woman shoved Wang Rohan aside. "What's this? Your security guards assaulted me. I'm demanding an explanation today. I'm just a tourist from out of town. I intended to keep quiet, but the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Yesterday, while shopping in the trade center, the salesperson overcharged me, and the security guard actually kicked me out. Not only that, but they assaulted me in the process." The situation quickly erupted into chaos. Simultaneously, crowds from all directions began tumbling down. Amidst the chaos, someone shouted from the crowd. "That's right, your mall is a real piece of work. Last time I brought my kid here, you took our money, didn't give us the goods, and had your security beat people up." Everyone had been swallowing their anger, but now we've had enough. The scene descended into chaos as Xiao Tiance narrowed his eyes, surveying the surroundings. Most of the crowd were ordinary citizens from the surrounding areas, hailing from different places. As the crowd in the bustling market grew larger, Wang Rohan frowned. "What should we do in this situation? The two of us probably can't handle it. Why did this incident erupt just before the disaster struck?" Amidst the chaos, Boss Ma in the conference room watched the scene unfold below from upstairs. Zhang Saixia and Jack were still locked in a heated exchange. "Both of you, stop arguing. There's trouble downstairs. Under no circumstances should any civilians be allowed in. Eliminate every single threat." Mr. Ma hurriedly took the elevator down. Meanwhile, Mr. Jack and Zhang Saixia arrived at the entrance together. The crowd outside the door was growing larger by the minute. Jack frowned at the chaotic scene and strode forward with purpose. "Boss, I'll handle this." As Jack spoke, he suddenly lunged at one of the women. A murderous intent erupted in that instant, causing cracks to appear on the opposite side. Zhang Saixia, who had been trying to block the crowd, sensed the killing intent and turned to glare fiercely at Jack. "What the hell do you think you're doing? These are ordinary people. Are you actually going to hurt them?" Mr. Jack wore an expression of utter indifference. He even appeared righteous. "The goal remains the same regardless of the means. Driving this crowd away is our ultimate objective. A captain like you, so indecisive you'll never amount to anything." Amidst Jack's maniacal laughter, a high kick instantly flew toward the civilians. Zhang Saixia witnessed this moment, her palm slapping forward to meet the incoming blow. But in that instant, ripples rippled through the air. Zhang Saixia was kicked back several steps, barely managing to halt her retreat. Jack, his attack blocked, shook his right leg and snorted. "You can't even handle one move from me, yet you're here trying to keep order? You lot really are useless." Among the group, Captain Zhan was considered quite skilled. But even that proved insufficient against the super bodyguard. As the crowd from the security bureau fell silent, Mr. Jack addressed the surrounding people. "This is how we do things at the commercial building. I'm telling you to get out. If anyone doesn't leave now, I'll kill them in the next second." Even Boss Ma's eyes widened at this. He hadn't expected Jack to speak so bluntly. It was clearly a deliberate provocation to stir up public anger. Yet the palpable killing intent radiating from him caused some of the people in front to step back slightly. Several burly men, seething with resentment, roared furiously at the entrance. Jack instantly charged forward again, then drew a single blade that flew through the air. Zhang Saixia stared wide-eyed. It was too late to stop her now. A woman ahead was about to become the next victim of the blade. Then a figure appeared before the two. Xiao Tiance blocked the flying kick with one hand. He gave a light push forward. Jack felt as though he'd been struck by a train, crashing into the tree trunk beside him. Had he not grabbed the nearby tree trunk, he would have been sent flying. "Who are you?" Jack's eyelid began to twitch. The blow had been delivered without mercy, yet at that moment, he felt as though he were glued to a mountain, utterly immobile. Even now, his right foot still tingled with a persistent numbness. Xiao Tiance merely watched with a cold gaze. "Everyone here just came seeking justice. Why did you have to strike and injure someone? If you're so eager for a fight, I'll gladly oblige." Xiao Tiance roared, his right finger pointing at the opponent as a surge of energy erupted, causing the surrounding trees to rustle violently. The moment he finished shouting this, the moment Zhang Xixia saw Xiao Tiance, a weight lifted from her heart for reasons unknown. She could finally breathe a sigh of relief. How should we handle this situation? As she asked. Xiao Tiance turned to Boss Ma. Captain Zhang, have your men checked the blockade status at every entrance and exit? Mr. Ma, you stay here, I have questions for you. Chapter 145, The Real and Fake Security Guards. Following Xiao Tiance's orders, Zhang Xixia raised no further questions this time. She led several subordinates to take up their respective posts. Jack shot Xiao Tiance a fierce glare. His knuckles cracked audibly. But the moment he met Xiao Tiance's gaze, a sense of foreboding welled up within him. As a skilled fighter, he could instinctively sense the danger. Then came a cold chuckle. Well then, you lot can play around here. I'm heading back to my room. I'll see if anyone can stop this blaze today. As Jack departed, Wu Yan paid him no mind. Xiao Tiance pointed at the rioting citizens ahead. Mr. Ma, there are reports that your security personnel assaulted someone. I expect you to provide an explanation for this incident. I expect a direct answer to this question. Otherwise, you may no longer be considered for our protection. The commercial building is undoubtedly under Mr. Ma's ownership. From society's perspective, no one wants to see flames engulf this place. But if it turns out Mr. Ma truly acted this way, then don't blame Xiao Tiance for adding insult to injury. After uttering these words, the boss looked utterly bewildered. The few bystanders nearby had calmed down considerably after witnessing the scene, and soon began shouting in unison. Mr. Ma, you've finally shown up. Your security guards have gone too far. Especially toward out-of-town tourists, they either beat or berate them. We're customers, not your slaves. The surrounding crowd roared with anger, and the situation looked dire. Mr. Ma was sweating buckets. His eyes bulged like copper bells. This can't be true. All our security personnel undergo training before starting work. They're absolutely forbidden from laying a finger on customers. They're not even allowed to retaliate verbally. Manager, come down here immediately and retrieve the surveillance footage. We must clear our commercial group's name today. Soon, the secretary nearby retrieved the camera. The footage from that moment was crystal clear. Just as the locals had said. It was clearly just an ordinary shopping trip, yet suddenly security guards wielding clubs began indiscriminately beating people with frenzied violence. Mr. Ma's eyes widened in shock, while Xiao Tiance beside him frowned deeply. The words of the surrounding residents were certainly not lies. This can't be. Which security guard is trying to frame me? Manager, which security guard was on duty during this time slot? Mr. Ma stomped his foot in frustration, while the general manager hurriedly launched an investigation. They soon obtained the security guard's name. Mr. Ma, this man is named Wang Xiuhu, but he couldn't have hit anyone. According to the footage, the incident occurred 3 days ago. The problem is Wang Xiuhu had already resigned a week prior. He left because someone in his hometown was seriously ill, so he returned home and hasn't contacted our group since. There was simply no reason for him to have done this. During the response process, the logistics manager beside him rushed out in a hurry. I suspect this person isn't even part of our group. Look at his uniform. Our security guards are issued one set of clothing each, and it's destroyed immediately upon resignation. But after Wang Xiuhu left recently, he claimed his uniform was lost. We didn't think much of it at the time, but now it's clearly this one. As the video zoomed in during the commotion, Wang Xiuhu's name was clearly visible on the sleeve of the security uniform. The onlookers, witnessing Boss Ma's actions, erupted in angry shouts. Regardless, this incident occurred on your group's premises, so compensation is non-negotiable. If you don't explain everything clearly today, we'll storm right in and burn the whole place to the ground. Mr. Ma's eyes widened. He'd already received warnings of impending trouble. But if this many people rioted and insisted on setting the place ablaze, there was no way to stop them. Besides, the incident did occur within the group's premises, meaning they were indeed at fault. But Mr. Ma had a sudden idea. He urgently instructed the finance manager to compensate each person present accordingly. Simultaneously, he instructed the warehouse manager to bring out a selection of luxury goods for everyone to see. Everyone, to be perfectly honest, someone impersonated security personnel and damaged our company's reputation, which is why you've all suffered harm. I, Old Ma, would never do anything so unethical. Please rest assured. Beyond that, these products are premium items currently in our store's inventory. Please accept them as a gesture of goodwill. We sincerely hope for your continued support of our group in the future. Due to limited quantities, we will prioritize those who were injured first and distribute the rest to others in order of arrival until supplies run out. The boss is offering this compensation with sincere intentions. It's clear today's been a financial bloodbath. Wang Rohan understood all too well someone was deliberately stirring up trouble behind the scenes. They wanted to use this chaos as cover for the killer to blend in and unleash a massacre. As the crowd carried their gifts back, Xiao Tiance charged through them with a hunger-driven speed. Just as Wang Luohan was about to strike up a conversation with Xiao Tiance, she realized he was nothing but a passing breeze beside her. Why are you joining the gift scramble too? The people around them were utterly bewildered. They couldn't fathom why Xiao Tiance would join the fray. But in the next instant, Xiao Tiance's gaze had already locked onto one particular man. The man had been lingering at the very edge of the crowd. Then, with lightning speed, Xiao Tiance grabbed the man's arm. What do you think you're doing? Still trying to hit people? Does your group have no sense of remorse? The man spoke without hesitation, but Xiao Tiance only gave a cold laugh. Well, I'm afraid I have no connection to the commerce group. I'm just a passerby standing up for what's right. Xiao Tiance lifted the man off the ground in an instant. Simultaneously, he slammed him violently onto the ground. As the man lay sprawled, 2 security bureau agents immediately advanced. The lone man executed a backflip, drawing a long blade that instantly forced the 2 back. What appeared to be an ordinary bystander was, in fact, a master of martial arts. As the weapon soared toward him, Xiao Tiance flickered into position before the opponent, slamming his palm into the man's chest. The expert spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, rolling once on the ground. As he struggled to his feet, Xiao Tiance seized his throat and yanked him violently into his grasp. You're the security guard impersonating Wang Xiaohu. What a clever diversion tactic inciting chaos downstairs while the real culprit sneaks into the company. The captured man's eyes widened in terror. He was utterly powerless, unable to resist Xiao Tiance in the slightest. Mr. Ma was so furious his beard and eyebrows were practically on fire. Why would you ruin our group's reputation? Amidst the loud outburst, the man looked up, about to respond. He suddenly pointed toward the southwest. The moment Xiao Tiance and the others turned their heads, the man seized the chance to struggle, rolling down the steps in an attempt to flee. But at that very moment, a mouthful of blood splattered onto the ground, tinged with a faint greenish hue. A foul stench spread before the door. Chapter 146, Toxic Gas Rises. The instant the pale blue gas erupted into the air, Xiao Tiance acted with lightning speed, grabbing Wang Rohan beside him and instantly retreating several steps. Don't touch that blue gas. Xiao Tiance's reaction was lightning fast. Soon, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying the blue gas into the air where it gradually dissipated. Wang Rohan frowned. It's a highly toxic gas. It seems he was forcibly poisoned before coming here without even knowing it himself. Citizens, if you remain at the entrance, each of you faces mortal danger. Most of the people in the square had come to watch the spectacle. Upon hearing of the mortal danger, who dared to linger? Within mere minutes, they began dispersing in all directions. Meanwhile, Zhang Saixia on the upper floor led her team in an exhaustive, floor-by-floor search. Yet they found no trace of the arsonist. This area is completely secure, and all firefighting equipment is fully operational. Dozens of fire hydrants were installed on nearly every floor of the commercial building. Not only that, but every major office is equipped with water buckets. In the event of an actual fire, we can guarantee it will be extinguished immediately. Mr. Jack, bored out of his mind, was playing a mobile game while watching the security patrols come and go in the hallway. The team members still sneered at them. Upon hearing everything was normal, Osma finally let out a long sigh of relief. Do you think the arsonist might come back? Before Xiao Tiance could respond, Wang Rohan silently shook her head beside him. I believe trouble is coming. Could it be in a different form? During their deliberation, against the azure sky, a hot air balloon drifted slowly past the commercial tower. The hot air balloon appeared to be floating unnoticed at an altitude of 10,000 meters. But just as it passed overhead, a small parachute suddenly deployed from the balloon. The snow-white parachute, after some camouflaging, became nearly indistinguishable from the white clouds in the sky. Within mere minutes, the parachute landed precisely on the rooftop of the commercial building. A man clad in snow-white clothing emerged, his entire body pale and bloodless. He effortlessly opened the rooftop door and stepped inside the top floor. His footsteps echoed with heavy thuds, as if deliberately drawing attention. Zhang Saixia, who was patrolling the corridor, was the first to hear the commotion. She immediately led several security bureau officers to the roof at top speed. Hurry up! There's an intruder upstairs. Zhang Saixia gripped her pistol. They quickly reached the top floor. Then, a man appeared, a smile on his face, his entire body devoid of even a trace of color, looking like a living corpse. With each step he took forward, a faint, sweet fragrance wafted through the air. Yet he held no torch or other flammable object in his hands. Halt! Who are you? If you take another step, I'll open fire. Zhang Saixia shouted loudly. The security guards ahead suddenly felt waves of dizziness wash over their brains. Before she could even reach for her weapon, she collapsed to the ground, snoring softly. Zhang Saixia stared ahead as the corridor began to warp and twist. Oh no, it's an illusion. No, wait, there's poison in the air. Zhang Saixia snapped to attention, dragging the guards frantically backward. The mysterious man continued advancing step by step, utterly composed. Mr. Jack rolled forward, instantly appearing in the corridor. The moment he saw the man, his expression shifted slightly. Five Poison Monster. Five Poison Monster wasn't a name, but a code name. This code name often symbolized death. For this code name belonged to a notorious master of poison on the assassin's heavenly rankings. Ranked 29th. A person who could rank so high on the list possessed an absolute mastery of their craft. Even Mr. Jack saw this scene and felt a bead of cold sweat form on his forehead. Mr. Ma, you've gotta pay me more. I've never heard of anyone taking on someone from the heaven and earth rankings. Mr. Jack's arrogant demeanor vanished completely. Against the five poison fiend, only sustained offense would work. Two throwing knives shot from his hands. Yet the man before him merely tilted his head, effortlessly dodging them. Simultaneously, a faint blue aura enveloped his body. Upon closer inspection, any insect that touched the inner circle instantly perished. Witnessing this, Jack glanced back at Zhang Xia, who was drifting off to sleep. Give up. No one can stop this disaster. We were deceived by that letter. The enemy's true specialty isn't fire, it's poison. An old monster of this caliber, even if we tied everyone present together, we might not stand a chance. Zhang Xia shouldered the responsibility. With tremendous effort, she pushed several companions to safety. Listening to Mr. Jack's words, she tried to resist, but her mind was already foggy, and her entire body felt utterly powerless. She finally slipped into unconsciousness. Just as Zhang Xia lost consciousness, the elevator below slowly ascended. As the elevator doors opened, Boss Ma collapsed in terror at the sight before him. The five Venom's monster's pallid skin alone made it look like a corpse risen from the morgue. Mr. Jack struggled to push Zhang Xia and the others toward the elevator's edge, where they met Xiao Tiance face to face. Get out of here, kid. Take your friends with you. This guy is the Five Poisons monster, a notorious assassin on the heaven and earth rankings. Mr. Jack shouted urgently, but in that instant, he saw Xiao Tiance brush past him. His eyes widened, and he let out a cold snort. Kid, I know your skills are decent, but his toxins are deadly. Especially that glowing aura around him. Get too close and you'll be poisoned to death instantly. I'm warning you out of kindness, don't go dying for nothing. Faced with such overwhelming danger, Mr. Jack dropped all pretense. Though his impression of Xiao Tiance was far from favorable, he couldn't just stand by and watch him throw his life away. Watching the poison zone steadily expand, it soon engulfed Xiao Tiance. Witnessing this scene, Jack could only shake his head slowly. Little did he know that in the next instant, a smile appeared on Xiao Tiance's face. As the poison seeped into his body, his skin began to turn black. It was utterly incomprehensible why someone facing death could still manage a smile. The Five Poisons monster merely glanced at Xiao Tiance. The poison seeping into his heart and lungs meant certain death. But just as everyone waited for Xiao Tiance to collapse to the ground, a deep, resonant voice suddenly boomed from behind. Where do you think you're going? No poison? The pale, expressionless face faltered for the first time. Turning back, it saw Xiao Tiance's pitch-black skin gradually reverting to its original form. I used the voodoo venom of Tianshan, there should be no antidote. The Five Poisons monster finally responded. Xiao Tiance extended both hands to examine his skin, silently shaking his head. There is no poison in this world that cannot be countered. If there were, it would only mean your cultivation is insufficient. Chapter 147, Countering Poison with Poison. Xiao Tiance's words were simple, yet within that simplicity lay an endless shock that reverberated within Mr. Jack's heart. Who was the Five Poisons monster? They were figures entrenched on the heaven and earth rankings. Moreover, he had long cultivated his venom to the pinnacle of perfection. Now, Xiao Tiance's seemingly simple statement appeared to shatter all their efforts. Shock rippled not only through Mr. Jack but also through the Five Poisons fiend standing beside him. It must be said, just as Mr. Jack remarked, the poisonous aura he had just unleashed was the Five Poisons fiend's signature move. Yet now, before Xiao Tiance, that very poisonous mist seemed as ordinary and mundane as the air itself. As they pondered this, a faint smile touched the corners of Xiao Tiance's lips. True poison isn't always visible to the naked eye. It strikes in the blink of an eye, without warning. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the Five Poison monster narrowed his eyes, suddenly feeling a wave of suffocating pressure in his chest. Then, with bloodshot eyes, it stared fixedly at Xiao Tiance, as if witnessing the most astonishing sight in the world. From skin to meridians, everything rapidly turned pitch black. With a loud crack, the entire creature collapsed to the ground. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and began convulsing violently. Dead. Had it not been witnessed firsthand, no one in the world would have believed such an outcome possible. A master of his craft, perfectly healthy, had simply died. And poisoned, no less. Alright, the matter has been resolved. The trade center should now resume normal operations. Inform Mr. Ma that everything is now secure and operations can resume normally. With that, Xiao Tiance turned to leave. The only regret was that with the Five Poisons fiend dead, he could no longer summon today's mastermind. But at least they had narrowly avoided disaster, all was well. Only Mr. Jack remained silent, boarding the elevator and leaving the building without a word. Even as he stepped out of the building, Mr. Jack still felt an overwhelming sense of dread. He was genuinely afraid. Even Mr. Jack himself could never have handled that 5-poison monster, yet Xiao Tiance had countered it with poison as if it were nothing. Who could guarantee that if the man before him ever grew angry, he wouldn't poison him to death? Then he'd have no way to speak his grievances. Downstairs, Zhang Xixia slowly regained consciousness from the knockout gas, and several employees nearby showed similar signs of waking up. Damn it, I passed out and didn't even realize it. Thank goodness it was only a mind-altering gas. If it had been poison, I'd be dead by now. Zhang Xixia glared angrily. Simultaneously, she shoved open the door, only to find Mr. Jack standing silently in the hallway. Zhang Xixia still remembered Jack's arrogant demeanor in the conference room. Her heart was now filled with resentment. Jack, your enemy has already appeared. Where do you think you're going? Are you planning to desert the battlefield? Zhang Xixia was genuinely fed up with this foreign expert. Yet she had to admit that without the final project, this mission would be even more impossible to complete. Yet as she asked, she noticed Jack's demeanor had grown profoundly desolate, as if he'd aged several years overnight. Not only had his arrogance vanished, but he resembled a flower after autumn, slowly withering away. Looking at his background, Xixia found it hard to imagine what could have happened to transform a person so drastically in just a single day. Yet, the moment Mr. Jack stepped through the doorway, he turned back and replied in a tone neither warm nor cold. The matter is settled. Zhang Xixia was utterly bewildered. What was resolved? The situation with his eyes remained completely baffling. Hearing Jack's words, she hurried upstairs and immediately saw the assassin's body. The security bureau team members were bewildered from start to finish. But with the outcome laid out before them, they had no choice but to believe it. Who exactly had taken care of it? During the questioning, the surrounding officers had long since lost consciousness, and the surveillance footage from the commercial building appeared to have been tampered with. The surrounding crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Ultimately, Old Mai emerged as the beneficiary of this incident, yet the entire case itself became the greatest mystery. Xiao Tiance, now hailed as the hero, had long since departed the scene with Wang Rohan. A gentle breeze blew from afar. Xiao Tiance placed an application letter into Wang Rohan's hand. This is the official application letter from Baikayatang. Please deliver it to your corporate group and arrange for an interview. After Xiao Tiance spoke these words, Wang Rohan took the invitation letter and the pre-arranged funds, heading straight back to the corporate group. Meanwhile, Boss Fuguwei paced back and forth in his room. Frowning as he examined the application Wang Rohan had brought, he slammed his hand on the desk. I sent you to cover the fiery incident at the commercial building, and what did you end up covering? I thought you'd seize the chance to grab the headline, but now not even a proper headline has materialized. Amidst his furious outburst, Wang Rohan stood her ground without flinching. Yes, I did go to cover the story. But there was no gas fire at the trade center. Are you suggesting I should have started one myself? Isn't that a bit much? As she shouted her questions, Fuguwei suddenly fell silent. Beside him, Zhang Xiaomei, who had somehow reappeared after her rebirth, slowly approached, a strange smile playing on her lips. Well, I suppose Miss Wang just had some bad luck. People should always trust in fate. You must understand that Baichao Hall has only just been established. If this interview goes wrong again, it would mean losing a substantial income for us. Why not let me handle this? Hearing this, Wang Rohan immediately frowned, her expression filled with displeasure. What do you mean by that? The client specifically requested me for this interview. Stealing business isn't done like this. As the boss, Fu Guei also frowned. Just as the other party had said. The client had specifically requested her. Even if Fu Guei wanted to speak up for Zhang Xiaomei, it was difficult to do so both in terms of reason and sentiment. At that very moment, Zhang Xiaomei gently caressed Fu Guei's face, even sitting beside him. Her smooth, supple arms caressed his thigh. Her alluring figure was fully displayed. Seeing this, Fu Guei understood perfectly well and steeled himself. I think Miss Zhang is the right choice. You're just unlucky. Even a disastrous interview like this could fail. If it were a promotional interview and something went wrong, I doubt any boss would ever contact us again. This matter will be handled by Miss Zhang. You needn't interfere further. The outcome was already set in stone. Wang Rohan glared at Fu Guei beside her. Fine. Since your newspaper resorted to such tactics, I suppose I don't need to be a reporter anymore. I hope your newspaper can survive this. Chapter 148, Blind Date. After leaving the trade center, seated in the car, she placed an address before the greedy wolf war god. This is the place. This afternoon, I'm going to impersonate my brother for a blind date. Don't you dare slip up. Greedy wolf war god wore an expression of utmost seriousness, though inside he was nearly laughing out loud. The Dark Emperor going on a blind date? Unprecedented. As the car continued moving forward, Xiao Tiance observed the surroundings and began to frown. The address provided was a labyrinth of twists and turns. Within the entire Jiangdu city, Xiao Tiance couldn't have imagined such a cramped place existed. The vehicle weaved back and forth through several alleys. Xiao Tiance couldn't help but question aloud. Xinglong, did you get the wrong place? Who in their right mind would arrange a matchmaking meeting in this godforsaken backwater? Throughout the entire Jiangdu city, while there weren't many places that could be called five-star hotels, there were plenty of decent spots for matchmaking. Choosing a narrow alleyway as a meeting spot now seemed downright suspicious no matter how you looked at it. At that moment, the greedy wolf war god frowned as he stared at the navigation app. This place called Nightfall Bar, there's only one with that name in all of Jiangdu, so there's absolutely no mistake. And the navigation system led me here. I genuinely have no idea what it's like inside. Xinglong wore a pained expression as he slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a halt right before the entrance. Nightfall Bar was right before their eyes. It resembled a breakfast shop, extremely cramped. Only a two-story building, with several waitstaff inside wearing black vests, legs crossed, dozing off. The tiny shopfront looked utterly dilapidated, hardly the appearance of a functioning business. If not for the Nightshade Bar sign hanging precariously above the entrance, one might have doubted they were in the right place. Your Majesty, this is the Nightshade Bar you mentioned. What kind of people did your brother arrange a blind date with that it ended up in a place like this? Xiao Tiance shook his head. All he knew was that the woman had chosen this spot. To avoid awkwardness, the greedy wolf war god followed closely behind, though he demanded no idle chatter during the meeting. The two had barely sat down. A waiter hurried over. Before Xiao Tiance could speak, the waiter greeted them first. Mr. Song, correct? The lady will be here shortly. Please wait a moment. Xiao Tiance nodded. Here, he was impersonating his brother's name, of course. He went by Song Chang. Just then, a taxi pulled up outside. A girl dressed in flashy, eye-catching clothes frowned. Behind her followed a middle-aged woman, clearly the girl's mother. Wang Shui, you're no spring chicken. This line of work is just a fleeting youth gig. If you ever meet someone suitable during matchmaking, just marry them if you must. As the middle-aged woman spoke, Wang Shui beside her gave her a light pat. Mom, I know I've always been this way. If we're compatible, of course it's fine. Besides, you've seen those so-called rich brats lately, they're all just putting on airs. Besides, I'm still young, and this industry is incredibly profitable, you don't need to worry. The middle-aged woman, also dressed in expensive clothes, accompanied her daughter as Wang Shui stepped into the room. Upon entering the private room, Wang Shui looked straight ahead. Which one of you is Mr. Song? During the inquiry, Xiao Tiance remained courteous, rising to offer a gesture of invitation. The moment Wang Shui saw Xiao Tiance, her heart instantly blossomed with joy. The very reason the blind date was arranged here was because this was a fraudulent platform. Its true purpose wasn't merely to scam people out of membership fees online, it primarily served as a front for bar scams. Such scams proved particularly effective on older men. And it never failed. Yet despite having met countless men, Wang Shui had never encountered anyone as dashing and heroic as Xiao Tiance. The moment they met, their eyes lit up with the glow of mutual attraction. Hello, Mr. Song. We've chatted online before. This is our first meeting. I never imagined that someone who seemed a bit stiff in online conversations would be so much more handsome in person. Waiter, we've worked up quite a thirst on the way here, bring us several bottles of fine wine. Don't let this unassuming shop fool you, I absolutely adore their selection of drinks. No sooner had he finished speaking. The waiter beside us seemed to have anticipated this, already setting the table with an array of drinks. Before anyone could say a word, bottle after bottle was opened. The one placed at the front was Remy Martin, clearly an expensive bottle. Seeing this, Xiao Tiance, who had long been aware of the situation, merely sneered inwardly. Wang Shui picked up the Hennessy and poured Xiao Tiance a glass with a gentle motion. Beside them, Xinglong waved his hand. I'm the designated driver, no alcohol for me. Wang Shui nodded. She then raised her glass to clink with Xiao Tiance. Well then, Mr. Song, let's raise a toast to this serendipitous meeting. After a gentle clink, they each took a sip. Xiao Tiance instantly furrowed his brow. As a dark angel, what fine wine hadn't he tasted? Yet this Remy Martin was clearly counterfeit. It was fake as fake could be. This kind of liquor could be bought by the barrel for mere pennies on the street. This was far more than just selling counterfeit goods. Xiao Tiance said nothing as he regarded the liquor on the table, but Wang Shui's face broke into a smile. She glanced at her mother, exchanging a knowing look. Mr. Song, let's get straight to the point. Honestly, I think you're a really great person. I wonder if you believe in love at first sight. But my mother says one shouldn't judge solely by handsome looks, one must also consider corresponding capabilities. Might I ask where you work, sir? Xiao Tiance understood perfectly. The other party was playing a game, so he would play along. He then tapped the tabletop lightly and placed several car keys on it. Any one of these cars belonged to the rarest luxury vehicles in Jiangdu. Xiao Tiance certainly possessed such means, but he shook his head slightly at the question. I frequently conduct business overseas. When it comes to work, I dabble in all sorts of industries. I know exactly what Miss Wan wants to see. In Jiangdu, I reside at 100 Flowers Garden. Among all my villas, the 100 Flower Garden is the most modest. Unfortunately, the others are overseas, so it's inconvenient to take you there for a look. Hearing this, Wang Shui's heart was already bursting with joy. What kind of place is the 100 Flowers Garden? Throughout Jiangdu, it stands as the pinnacle of luxury residences. For an ordinary person like Wang Shui, a place like this was nothing short of a dream come true. Her eyes nearly sparkled on the spot. Chapter 149, Blue-Eyed Confidant. Upon hearing Xiao Tiance's introduction, Wang Shui grabbed her mother's arm. Mother and daughter, did they see each other? Who knew Mr. Song was so wealthy and influential? He seems quite capable. Honestly, I didn't mean anything by it. After all, we met online, and we're both here for matchmaking and marriage. Getting to know each other better is a good thing, right? Xiao Tiance smiled and nodded. The mother beside them, observing this exchange, promptly seized the moment, viewing Xiao Tiance as an easy target. Now then, if my daughter likes you, I like you too. But there are certain rules I hope everyone understands. She's my only child. If she's to marry, 1,000,000 yuan for the dowry seems reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Someone like Mr. Song surely wouldn't be short on that kind of money. 1,000,000 yuan? Xinglong frowned beside him. For the Dark Angel, 1,000,000 might be a drop in the bucket, but as a dowry, it's several times more than the local average. Yet Xiao Tiance merely nodded lightly. After all, it was just playing along. Even if he agreed, it wouldn't matter. He merely replied casually. But I wonder how much dowry Miss Wang will bring. Hearing this, the woman beside him smiled faintly. It seemed neither of them had ever considered the matter of a dowry. Especially since Wang Shui deliberately swayed her hips. Oh my, dowries aren't the norm for girls these days. Besides, I'm my mother's precious daughter. Isn't being with you the best dowry of all? Good heavens, all that fuss for nothing. Then the mother beside her even poured fuel on the fire. Besides, even though Mr. Song has several cars and quite a few properties, not a single one belongs to my daughter. You should know that in marriage, what a girl needs most is a sense of security. At the very least, you must buy my daughter a car and a house after the wedding. A villa will do, location doesn't matter. As for the car, a new model BMW. My daughter really likes that brand. Any suggestions, Mr. Song? Xiao Tiance merely waved his hand lightly. These conditions were no problem at all. Wang Shui gazed at Xiao Tiance, her smile growing sweeter as if she'd finally found a sucker. Xiao Tiance, however, seemed to have grown impatient waiting. He casually remarked. If you have any other conditions, just lay them out now. Since we're being open and honest here today, let's get everything out in the open up front. Taking advantage of the moment, Wang Shui offered a faint smile. Very well. Since Mr. Song is being so generous, I'll be upfront about a few things. You know, society isn't what it used to be, and I enjoy socializing. I often go to bars, so please don't blame me. I have many close girlfriends who love to party all night. So even after marriage, I might occasionally stay out overnight. I hope Mr. Song can understand. Hearing this, Xinglong nearly burst out laughing. It was hard to imagine how Xiao Tiance managed to suppress his laughter and nod silently in response to such words. What was even more unexpected was that Wang Shui's conditions extended far beyond these few points. Since Mr. Song says it's fine, that basically seals the deal. Also, my wedding needs to be grand. We have a lot of relatives, so we might need to set up banquet tables. Custom dictates the groom's family covers those costs. Since everything seems settled, we've ordered so much wine today that the two of us can't finish it all. I happen to have a good girlfriend, why not invite her over too? Xiao Tiance ignored the earlier unreasonable demands, and seeing no reason to refuse the invitation to bring her friend, he agreed. But after a single phone call, a man in a white suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, approached step by step with a smile on his face. At that moment, even the usually composed Xiao Tiance was momentarily taken aback. Though it was merely a performance. The demands were unexpectedly excessive. Only Wang Shui remained completely unfazed, even rising to her feet with remarkable composure. Extending her right hand, she stepped forward to introduce. This is my male best friend, Zhang Xinbua. I have one final request. My best guy friend is essentially my childhood pal. We've known each other for years. We've played together since childhood. I hope my future partner will be generous and not mind that I have a close male friend. Zhang Xinbua wore a smile on his face. As soon as he sat down, he gently took Wang Shui's arm. To any outsider observing this scene, it was clear these two were the real couple. Xinglong's fists were already clenched so tightly they cracked. If not for Xiao Tiance's warning glances, he would have torn them both to shreds by now. Zhang Xinbua gave Xiao Tiance a casual nod. Then he offered his congratulations. I'd heard about Mr. Song and my best friend before. Never imagined you'd be quite the handsome fellow. But let's be clear from the start, my Wang Shui is delicate as a flower. She mustn't be bullied in the slightest. Besides, rich guys like you have plenty of rivals after Wang Shui. Don't get cocky just because we met. As Zhang Xinbo spoke, Wang Shui beside him picked up a cherry and placed it in his mouth. She flashed a smile at everyone present. My bestie speaks her mind, please don't take offense. She's just looking out for me. Also, remember that handbag I spotted at the mall last time? I've been thinking about it, it's a new release and would suit my status perfectly. Since Mr. Song is here today, why don't we all go together? This was clearly a veiled suggestion. And Zhang Xinbo took it to the extreme. Mr. Song is so generous, he wouldn't hesitate to buy you a bag. There's a saying, love the house and love the crow. I've spotted a dress I'm eyeing, I'm sure your future husband won't say no. Qinglong was seething with murderous intent. At this point, Xiao Tiance gave a faint smile. Meanwhile, Wang Shui hurriedly summoned the waiter to settle the bill. The waiter who had opened the wine bottle earlier had long since vanished. This time, several burly men approached. Sir, your total comes to 280,000. At this point, Xiao Tiance remained unmoved, while Wang Shui beside him seemed utterly unfazed. She deliberately replied. Mr. Song, I come here often for drinks. This bill is actually quite reasonable. After marriage, expenses like this won't be few and far between. Zhang Xinbo seized the opportunity to add his 2 cents. Exactly. This is my bestie's usual spending level. Mr. Song wouldn't want to pretend to be something he's not, so please just cover it. At this point, Xiao Tiance snorted. If this is her usual spending level, then it's only natural for you two to pick up the tab. Chapter 150, Who Pays the Bill? Wang Shui's expression shifted slightly at that moment. Her mother beside her also exclaimed loudly. What does that mean? On a first date, isn't it only natural for the man to pay? Even if our family can afford it, we shouldn't be the ones paying. Wang Shui gave a subtle nod, and several burly men immediately surrounded Xiao Tiance. Their tone was extremely hostile. Sir, this is our standard pricing. If you refuse to pay, we're afraid. Xiao Tiance smiled faintly at Qinglong. The greedy wolf war god, who had been itching to act, finally unleashed his full power. First came a sharp slap as he flung a bank card worth over 500,000 yuan onto the floor beside the waiter. There's over 500,000 here. Should cover the bill, right? The burly man's face broke into a smile at the sight of the money. But then the greedy wolf war god retorted. Only this debt isn't for drinks, it's for your medical bills. The burly man's expression froze. Then, the greedy wolf war god grabbed his head and slammed it hard against the wall. In an instant, blood gushed from his head. Seeing Qinglong's swift and brutal tactics, Zhang Xinbo jumped to his feet in shock. I never expected your boyfriend's driver to be so aggressive, Wang Shui. This guy might have violent tendencies. They say birds of a feather flock together. If your boyfriend has violent tendencies too, you might want to reconsider things carefully. Wang Shui stood beside him, her mouth agape. She even began to tremble slightly. This isn't just about that issue anymore. This bar belongs to Big Bear. You attacked his men, no one's getting away with this. Black Bear himself is in the shop today. Telling you this isn't our problem, you brought this on yourself. Amidst the shouts came a few shrieks, but Xiao Tiance roared back with interest. Then bring that Black Bear out here. How many people have you scammed with your forced sales and fake websites? Your site specifically targets country folk, reeling in big fish along the way. You know, many unmarried men spend nearly their entire life savings just to host a wedding. And now, because of a few bottles of booze in your bar, they've flushed their entire life savings down the drain. Even if we killed you, it wouldn't be too much. As Xiao Tiance's rage boiled over, the surrounding crowd felt their scalps tingle. Soon, a burly man with broad shoulders hurried over. The man glanced at his henchman. He froze for a moment. Usually, customers who didn't pay were met with violence, but today, it was his own men who were being beaten. He slammed his hand on the table. You've got some nerve, kid. Do you know this street belongs to Universal Group? Do you know what kind of force Universal Group is? You hit my men today, you won't walk out of here without paying millions in medical bills. As Black Bear bellowed, Xiao Tiance grabbed a nearby steak knife. With 2 swift slashes, he severed Black Bear's tendons on the spot. Blood gushed from the slashed tendons, streaming through the gaps in his clothes. Black Bear's eyes widened in shock. Before he could even act, he was already gravely wounded. He never imagined such a customer existed in this world, someone who would draw a knife on a whim. Wang Shui and Zhang Xinbo finally witnessed Xiao Tiance's ruthless side in that moment, hastily jumping to their feet. But the greedy wolf war god intercepted them, standing beside each and gesturing for them to stay. My name is Sovereign. I haven't given you permission to leave. How dare you walk away? As Qinglong spoke these words, one of the burly men sensed trouble and tried to scramble up the stairs. But before he could move, a flying dagger pierced him through. Faced with this scene, Wang Shui could only grit her teeth and sit back down. Meanwhile, Boss Black Bear clutched his wound, screaming in agony. Crossing the Universal Group is the biggest mistake of your life. You won't walk away unscathed. Listening to the cries, Xiao Tiance picked up his phone. After one phone call, within a mere 2 minutes, Mr. Ma, the chairman of Universal Group, arrived at the scene. The moment he saw Ma Wangtian, the black bear beside him lost all trace of aggression. Simply because it was obvious that Mr. Ma was the one he had called. The moment Zhang Xinbo saw Mr. Ma, his eyes darted around restlessly. Wang Shui, why didn't you tell me Mr. Song knows Chairman Ma? He's my direct superior, I absolutely must greet him. Zhang Xinbo and Black Bear were practically cut from the same cloth, both underlings of Boss Ma. But given Zhang Xinbo's status and position, he absolutely couldn't afford to offend someone like Boss Ma. After all, a lowly employee like him was utterly insignificant to Universal Group. Mr. Ma, hello. Allow me to introduce myself, I'm Zhang Xinbo. This is one of your employees currently working in the business department. Ma Wangtian had no time to spare for Zhang Xinbo. He shot the man a fierce glare, forcing himself to swallow the rest of his self-introduction. Ma Wangtian then approached Xiao Tiance, adopting an attitude of utmost deference. My deepest apologies, Mr. Ma. I had no idea this situation would arise. Our global group information company did expand into brick-and-mortar operations several years ago, though the number was extremely limited. Nightfall Bar was one of them. This particular bar has been on the verge of closing for quite some time. I'm not sure why you chose to come here. Mr. Ma didn't bother to ask why Xiao Tiance was being addressed as Mr. Song. In Ma's eyes, Xiao Tiance was the head of an assassin organization. Hearing this, Xiao Tiance snorted. Mr. Ma, I'd be curious to know how many more businesses like this you have under your umbrella. Do you even realize that a bottle of liquor costing $12 here is being sold for tens of thousands? Hearing this, Ma Wangtian felt his scalp tingle. My deepest apologies, boss. I was just about to negotiate with the internet conglomerate. I've been focused on the online business these past few years and completely neglected these restaurants. I'll shut down all these restaurants immediately. From now on, I'll focus solely on IT work to serve you. Only when Ma Wangtian uttered these words did Xiao Tiance silently nod in satisfaction. Meanwhile, several members of the Qinglong squad forcibly dragged Black Bear downstairs, the boss hauled along from the upper floor. Faced with the bloody chaos unfolding before him, Zhang Xinbo dared not utter another word. Even their own big boss was bowing and scraping before this man. Just what kind of high-ranking figure had they offended? Zhang Xinbo turned and glared fiercely at Wang Shui. He even felt like tearing her limb from limb. Wang Shui, you've gone too far. How could you bring someone to this shabby little joint? No wonder a woman like you has never found a proper partner. You collude secretly with these local businesses and pocket kickbacks. If you want to make money, you can't do it this way. The once close girlfriends instantly turned on each other. Xiao Tiance watched the spectacle with keen interest. Chapter 151, The Red Thread of Fate. Wang Shui's eyes widened. Clearly, even Boss Ma had personally come this far had long surpassed her expectations. Hearing her male best friend suddenly utter such words, Wang Shui's expression instantly twisted into a grimace. What? You're still my best guy friend? When you were demanding things earlier, you didn't hold back. Now you're dumping this mess on me. Zhang Xinbo, frail in build, pushed the other man in a fit of rage. A man acting more like a woman, utterly pretentious. Seeing the two about to come to blows, creating an extremely ugly scene, Xiao Tiance shouted. Enough! I didn't come here to watch you two fight. Speaking of which, Mr. Ma, I never imagined Global Group would harbor such talent. Xiao Tiance's words seemed like praise, but each sentence was laced with hidden meaning. Ma Wangtian's scalp prickled at the sight. He made up his mind on the spot. Zhang Xinbo, effective immediately, you are no longer an employee of Universal Group. You can get the hell out. In an instant, Zhang Xinbo was dumbfounded. He knew full well that with his academic background and skills, he had never been qualified to join Universal Group. He had only managed to scrape by as an ordinary employee. He barely managed to land a position as an ordinary employee. He'd shown no ambition at work either, achieving nothing in his 3 years there. But Global Group offered extremely generous employee benefits. If he were fired now, he'd likely lose everything. Zhang Xinbo glanced at the boss, who then watched as Xiao Tiance suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud. Mr. Song, please forgive my transgressions. I beg you to speak on my behalf, don't let the boss fire me. I still have so many debts to repay, I'm counting on my salary. Xiao Tiance shook his head. First off, my surname isn't Song. You have no right to even mention my name. Besides, if you really don't want to get expelled, it's actually possible. From what I see, you and Wang Shui are more like childhood sweethearts. Since you two know each other inside out, why not just get married? At this point, Wang Shui and Zhang Xinbo locked eyes. Suddenly, they both roared out in unison. Absolutely not. It was precisely because Wang Shui and Zhang Xinbo had known each other for so long that they understood the meaning of colluding in wickedness. In Wang Shui's eyes, Zhang Xinbo's private life was notoriously chaotic. And he certainly hadn't shied away from illegal activities. Moreover, she was merely a lowly employee, while Xiao Tiance was in a completely different league like heaven and earth. How could she possibly marry him? Zhang Xinbo knew Wang Shui inside out, a woman of loose morals. And for the sake of money, she would resort to almost any means. They knew each other inside out, yet precisely because of that, they understood how thoroughly rotten their relationship had become. Ma Wangtian shook his head at the scene. The big boss gave you a chance, yet you couldn't seize it. You're fired immediately. The greedy wolf war god glared fiercely at Wang Shui from the side. Using marriage as a pretext for extortion, your fate will likely be far worse than black bears. If this gets reported, you'll likely rot in prison. Hearing these threats, both of them instantly widened their eyes and locked gazes. Such consequences? If they refused, one would face legal consequences, while the other risked permanent dismissal. They stared at each other in disbelief, then quickly considered their options. Though they despised each other, the stakes were too high. They had no choice but to join forces. Moments ago they'd been hurling insults at each other, yet now smiles spread across their faces. Mr. Ma, I think Wang Shui is a good person. I approve of this marriage. Wang Shui seized the moment to nod urgently, fearing the others might change their minds. Truthfully, Mr. Ma and I have been childhood sweethearts, and over the years, we shared mutual feelings. Thank you, Mr. Ma, for your blessing. The moment she finished speaking, Ma Wangtian flashed an enigmatic smile. In that case, since you're already husband and wife, Wang Shui should join our group. Hearing this, Wang Shui was overjoyed. In Jiangdu, joining Universal Information Group would undoubtedly be a great opportunity. She immediately wrapped her arm around Zhang Xinbo's and flashed a mischievous grin. Then we owe it all to Mr. Ma for bringing us together. The words had barely left her lips. Ma Wangtian slowly revealed his trump card. As it happens, our group has a project we'd like to entrust to you too. I plan to establish a new group in the desert region, and I want you two to go there as managers to conduct research. The corporate structure is already set up for you too. Your flight tickets are ready. You're leaving tonight. Conducting research in the desert region? That's the middle of nowhere, wild and desolate, stretching endlessly in every direction. And clearly, this isn't research at all, it's outright exile. Wang Shui and Zhang Xinbo stared wide-eyed. Sweat trickled down their foreheads. How could this happen? We just joined the company, we can't be assigned tasks like this. I'm not going to the desert. Ma Wangtian immediately snorted coldly. You want to go, you go. You don't want to go, you don't go? Backtracking isn't our group style, there's no room for second thoughts. Zhang Xinbo was so terrified his legs went weak. Seeing the work contract in Boss Ma's hand, it actually required 30 years of desert support. Forget about these past years, by the time we return, we'll be old and worn out. We'd probably just get heatstroke in the desert. This can't be. You're breaking the law. The moment the word illegal was uttered, greedy wolf war god's expression turned icy. Now you know it's illegal? But what about the things you've been doing? Killing you lot would be justified. Either die now, or get the hell out. Under Qinglong's threat, Wang Shui and Zhang Xinbo were forcibly dragged by several Qinglong squad members to the Ma Wangtian group. Without time to prepare, they were flown by helicopter to the desert that very day. As for the bar businesses under the global group, all were shut down that very afternoon by the boss's order. Finally, Ma Wangtian repeatedly apologized. I'm truly sorry. I failed to manage my subordinates properly. After establishing the information group, Ma Wangtian had long since ceased managing smaller establishments like bars. The current situation was hardly his fault. After all, he had delegated oversight to various managers. Xiao Tiance chose not to press the matter further, shaking his head in response. Go to the network group and set up the Baikatang website first. Consider it making amends for your mistake. Ma Wangtian hastily agreed. But just then, his wife's call came through unexpectedly. Xiao Tiance, I don't know why, but I suddenly feel unwell. Could you please come back and take a look at me? Chapter 152, The Bizarre Illness. Xiao Tiance rushed home under cover of night. The moment he opened the door, he saw Luo Qingya lying on the bed, while water still trickled steadily from the kitchen faucet. She must have collapsed while washing dishes, now lying limp and weak. Hearing the door open, Luo Qingya gently braced herself against the bed frame, struggling to support her body. I don't know what happened, she murmured. I was washing dishes, and suddenly my whole body went limp. It felt like low blood sugar, from the inside out. Xiao Tiance helped Luo Qingya sit on the bedside, then placed his right hand on her pulse. After examining her for a long time using medical techniques, he froze slightly. As a dark angel, Xiao Tiance had encountered every conceivable illness. Yet, during his routine examination of Luo Qingya, he discovered nothing physically wrong with her. From every angle, she appeared perfectly healthy. Strange. Could there truly be an illness beyond my expertise? Xiao Tiance frowned, while Luo Qingya remained as weak and limp as ever. Yet all her vital signs, whether assessed through traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine, showed no abnormalities whatsoever. Luo Qingya, I'll take you to the central hospital first for a comprehensive examination. Minutes later, Xiao Tiance drove Luo Qingya to the central hospital. Soon, several senior professors conducted a detailed examination of Luo Qingya's condition. But the outcome was as expected. By the time she reached the hospital, not only was she completely drained of energy, but her vision also began to blur as she looked around. She spent even more time in a deep sleep. Less than 2 hours had passed since the onset of her condition, yet there was no sign of improvement whatsoever. Lying in bed, Luo Qingya merely shook her head slightly. "I'm just overworked from company matters, a little rest will fix it. I already feel much better than I did at home. I suspect it might be a psychological issue. This sort of thing shouldn't be worth mentioning." After consultation with several specialists, Luo Qingya's condition was ultimately diagnosed as a psychological disorder. At that very moment, due to the urgency of the situation, Xiao Tiance hadn't arranged for a private room. Another woman was also lying on an iron bed, admitted to the same ward. When Xiao Tiance turned his head and saw the woman before him, he paused in surprise. It was Wang Rohan, the female reporter from Jiangdu. "Miss Wang, what brings you here?" Wang Rohan gave a slight nod. Her complexion remained exceptionally rosy. Outwardly, she appeared perfectly healthy. Yet the professors around her continued to shake their heads. "Miss Wang's condition is identical to your wife's. After thorough examination, her physical health shows no abnormalities whatsoever. For reasons unknown, she feels completely drained of strength throughout her entire body. Further examination is necessary to reach a diagnosis." After the professor spoke, silence fell among them. If this were a psychological condition, it would be manageable if only Luo Qingya were affected. But Wang Ruhan exhibits the same symptoms and underlying cause. Xiao Tiance found it hard to believe this was mere coincidence. At that very moment, Ma Wangtian's call came through immediately. His voice trembled with near tears. "Big boss, I'm at the network group right now, they've detained me. And the chairman of the network group is actually a shareholder of Baikatang and a member of one of the 4 great families." Mr. Ma was beaten? Following Xiao Tiance's directive to establish online sales channels for Baikatang, Xiao Tiance had already dispatched Ma Wangtian to negotiate with the network group. But he never expected Ma would actually get beaten up. Over the phone, Xiao Tiance only let out a cold laugh. "Regardless of who the chairman is, tell him I'm giving him a chance. Immediately arrange for Baikatang's online development." As Xiao Tiance finished speaking, the sounds of mockery and blows erupted once more. The turn of events seemed somewhat unexpected. It appeared that some people weren't too fond of opportunities. Half an hour earlier, following Xiao Tiance's request, Ma Wangtian arrived at the network group. He quickly explained his purpose to the front desk manager. But who could have imagined that before he could even get to the point, he was met with a cold shoulder. "Sorry, our chairman said he has a meeting today. No one can see him until it's over." A simple statement. Mr. Ma was momentarily taken aback. The chairman of Global Group was a prominent figure throughout Jiangdu. When had he ever encountered such treatment? Especially since he'd made arrangements before arriving at the network group, only to be met at the front desk with repeated claims he hadn't been registered. "Interesting. Your methods at NetGroup are truly unexpected. I recall your boss's name is Lu Long. Have him come down immediately." A surge of anger flared within Ma Wangtian. But his rage was swiftly extinguished when he saw a dozen security guards lined up, each wielding a baton. Each one looked more intimidating than the last. Faced with this scene, Ma Wangtian knew charging headlong was out of the question. "Very well. So this is how your internet conglomerate treats its guests. In that case, I'll just wait." After a long wait, a man in a burgundy suit finally descended the stairs at a leisurely pace. The man ran his fingers through his jet-black, glossy hair. He was none other than Lu Long, the chairman of the internet group. "I was wondering who the distinguished guest might be. It's Mr. Ma. Long admired, long admired." Lu Long spoke of long-awaited respect, yet his gaze remained fixed upward. His haughty demeanor caused Ma Wangtian to pause slightly. The negotiations between them began with impalpable tension. Ma Wangtian was particularly blunt, letting out a cold snort. "Mr. Lu, we discussed this thoroughly over the phone. I never imagined you'd go back on your word. Your company's conduct is truly unacceptable. I had already scheduled a meeting time, yet the front desk manager flatly refused. Can't you even handle something this simple?" Ma Wangtian deliberately tried to intimidate him. But Lu Longley didn't respond, merely lighting a cigarette. He sat in the lobby and laughed heartily. "Our network group is so busy that occasional oversights are perfectly normal. Besides, the front desk staff at Jingdove Hotel are our network group's employees, not yours at Universal Group. Before speaking, I hope you'll think twice. This whole situation is rather peculiar. Logically speaking, the network group's standing in Jiangdu pales in comparison to Global's. While there hadn't been any particular urgency before, as chairman, Lu Long wouldn't normally go out of his way to antagonize us. Had Ma Wangtian heard these remarks under normal circumstances, he would have exploded in rage. But today, he was accompanied by Xiao Tiance. He had no choice but to act tough, abruptly slamming a contract onto the table. "I'm here to discuss business, not cause trouble. Take a look at the contract." Chapter 153, Unfair Terms. The light blue contract book lay on the table. Lu Long casually flipped through it, glancing at it for just a moment. It turned out to be an advertising campaign for Baikatang, launching online sales. This type of business is extremely common in our internet group, but I'm not quite satisfied with the price in this contract. Not satisfied with the price? Back when Xiao Tiance proposed the price, even Ma Wangtian felt it was far too high. But it was the big boss's decision after all. Ma Wangtian had no choice but to accept it. But now Lu Long is actually saying the price isn't enough? That's nothing short of extortion. Mr. Lu's price is already above market value, and building an online sales platform isn't particularly difficult for your internet group. This price is well above the norm. I wonder what price the boss would actually accept. I'd be curious to find out. Lu Long suddenly grabbed the pen beside him and scribbled furiously on the paper. The contract was then slammed back onto Ma Wangtian's desk. Mr. Ma glanced at the contract casually, then froze in surprise. Just for building an online platform, the cost has skyrocketed to over 100 million. Boss, I think you could make money faster than this. Are you sure this is your final answer? Faced with the question, Lu Long merely nodded silently. That's right. This price might be 100 times cheaper for others, but for Baikatang, this is the only price possible. I was once a shareholder of Baikatang, yet now I've been shut out. With Baikatang conducting business so treacherously, I'll certainly fight fire with fire. Ma Wangtian hadn't anticipated Lu Long's hidden connections. Clearly, this contract had become a predatory clause. Witnessing this, Ma Wangtian could only let out a cold laugh. No wonder the boss was demanding such exorbitant terms. Turns out they're already deep in the red. As far as I know, during Baikatang's operations, you other shareholders frequently dipped into the funds, and even tax evasion was commonplace. These were illegal activities to begin with, and they were only stopped in time. Who knew they'd resort to desperate measures? I will report this contract matter to the big boss. Since the contract negotiations had failed, all that remained was to return. But as fate would have it, the moment Ma Wangtian arrived at the company entrance, he was immediately blocked by a line of security guards. Each of them glared at him with bloodshot eyes. Ma Wangtian was forced to halt his steps and turned to look at Lu Long. What do you mean? No sooner had he spoken than another man emerged from downstairs. Both in appearance and attire, he bore a striking resemblance to Lu Long, though he was considerably younger. The man descended the stairs, laughing heartily all the while. Since Mr. Ma came to negotiate the contract, he must stay until the talks are concluded. Our network group isn't some flea market. How could you just come and go as you please? Since you initiated the offer, this contract is a done deal. Please sign it, Mr. Ma. Forced sale. Ma Wangtian never imagined such practices still existed in this day and age. Especially Global Group, they've got some nerve. Even Buddha has his limits. Especially Mr. Ma of Universal Group, who was furious beyond words, slamming his fist on the table and leaping to his feet. You two are pushing things far too far. Boldly robbing people in broad daylight, is that it? If you think you've got the guts. Before Ma could finish his sentence, several security guards behind him instantly swung their clubs, delivering a brutal beating to the back of his head. Within seconds, Ma Wangtian was already bleeding profusely. Looking up, he saw Lu Long had already closed in, grabbing the man by the collar and shoving him hard into the corner. His face twisted in rage. Mr. Ma, let me tell you straight, our internet conglomerate has long been monopolized by the four great families. Back then, I was merely taking a small cut of profits from Baikatang. What was that compared to anything? Yet I was expelled at the shareholders' meeting. Mark my words, our internet group is backed by the four great families. You lot at Universal Group? Don't you dare talk to me like that. The man before him seemed to have gone mad. He unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks at Ma Wangtian. Blood splattered across the floor. Mr. Ma glared with bloodshot eyes, still seething with defiance. Fine. Those were your words. I'll have Baikatang's big boss here right now. I hope you'll be able to say the same thing in a moment. Lu Long clearly had no idea who the owner of Baikatang was. Nor did he need to know. In all of Jiangdu, the four great families ruled like gods. Ever since the internet group fell under the control of the four great families, Lu Long knew exactly which side to fight for. Even the boss of the global group, who once stood above him, must now be forcibly trampled underfoot. Fine, you can make calls. You can call anyone you want to step in. But let me make this clear today, we won't build Baikatang's sales platform, but you must hand over this funding. We're essentially robbing you and doing it under the banner of the four great families. What are you going to do about it? Blatant threats. Arrogance displayed in its purest form. With cause comes consequence, and it was coming fast. The snow-white elevator doors slowly opened, revealing Xiao Tiance in casual attire stepping into the conference room. Seeing Ma Wangtian bleeding on the floor, Xiao Tiance pulled out a handkerchief and tossed it in front of him. At least you're Mr. Ma. Wipe the blood off your head first. Though wounded, Ma Wangtian's injuries were not life-threatening. Hearing Xiao Tiance's words, he swallowed his grievances and resentment, wiping the blood from his head with his hand. Meanwhile, the bodyguards remained lined up in formation. Lu Long and Lu Yuan sat directly across from the sofa. I hear your internet conglomerate has a habit of forcing deals? Lu Long nodded. With the backing of the four great families, even unreasonable actions become justified. Xiao Tiance frowned, remaining silent for several full seconds. The air grew slightly still. Seeing this reaction, Lu Long grew even more brazen. So you're the new big boss of Baichao Hall, huh? My stance remains unchanged. We won't do the job, but you must pay up. And why? Because you're Baichao Hall, you deserve to be crushed. With that, there was nothing more to discuss. Even Ma Wangtian, beaten bloody and bleeding profusely, trembled with rage. Lu Yuan, seated beside his father, laughed heartily. You heard what my father said, didn't you? If you didn't catch it, I can repeat it. And if you still can't settle this matter, you can keep looking for someone else. Just as Lu Yuan finished speaking, Xiao Tiance abruptly slammed a gun onto the table. He smiled faintly. Very well. Evidence is conclusive. Execute on the spot. Chapter 154, Shot Dead on the Spot. Lu Long froze at the sight of the black pistol. Especially that phrase, shoot on the spot. Wasn't that like a joke? Lu Long sprang to his feet, staring at the black muzzle. But in the blink of an eye, he resorted to self-comfort. Interesting. So you want to play hardball? Try firing in broad daylight, if you dare. Hardball tactics have always been the exclusive domain of the four great families. Did they still exist in Jiangdu? Before Lu Long could finish his sentence, Xiao Tiance had no intention of letting him speak further. All four major families were already on Xiao Tiance's death list, but such slip-ups were never tolerated. Xiao Tiance didn't bother with a proper tombstone. He simply raised his hand and fired. Lu Long, who had been about to speak further, froze in place. Shock spread across his face as a bullet hole pierced his forehead. Dead. The formidable CEO of the internet group met his end like this. Who could believe it? Who dared to believe it? Lu Yuan beside him instantly went weak in the knees. The security guards nearby, though armed with batons, stood frozen in place, utterly stunned by the scene. Defeating a few bodyguards wouldn't be a problem, right? But to kill with such ruthless decisiveness, who would dare take a single step forward? Jiangdu Network Group. I'd heard they were highly advanced in the internet industry, even possessing cutting-edge overseas equipment. If they can't even build a proper online platform, it only proves they're incompetent. The backward get beaten and replaced. Boss Ma, I'm right, aren't I? Whoever packs the biggest punch gets to call the shots. The same holds true in the business world. Xiao Tiance's mood was far from pleasant these days. Especially with his wife still waiting in the hospital and no clear diagnosis yet. He couldn't be bothered with pointless negotiations. Rather than arguing over whose fist was stronger, he might as well just pull the trigger. And as it turned out, Xiao Tiance's approach proved remarkably effective. In an instant, the room fell silent. Big boss, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Ma Wangtian gave him a thumbs up. At that moment, he was truly afraid. That long-forgotten sense of dread expanded endlessly within his heart. In Boss Ma's eyes, Xiao Tiance was the leader of an assassin organization. Offend him, and you might well meet a mysterious end. But far more terrifying than an unexplained death was a death that came with full awareness. No assassination was needed, nor any fancy tricks. The simplest way to kill someone was to raise a gun and pull the trigger. Just like the fate of Lu Long before him, a death as clear and simple as could be. Young master, your father is dead. The front desk manager hurried over to Lu Yuan's side to deliver the urgent news. With the chairman now gone, Lu Yuan was the only one left to take charge. But the problem was that Lu Yuan of the network group was nothing more than a rich kid. He never managed the company day to day. Faced with sudden changes, my eyes just go numb. What can I do? What else could be done? In this situation, master, we must immediately notify the security bureau. Jingli Hua spoke halfway through, and Xiao Tiance picked up his phone. No need to report to security bureau, too much hassle. Just call the security team directly. In full view of everyone, Xiao Tiance dialed Deng Youwei's number right there. Lu Yuan had seen this number before, as had several corporate executives nearby. Occasionally, figures like Lu Long would bring his son and several executives to high-level meetings for business development. As for Deng Youwei's phone number, Lu Yuan remembered it perfectly. He's the most formidable man in Jiangdu. You can reach out to him for anything. But this call must never be made lightly. We can't afford to offend people like him. That such words came from his father's mouth showed just how formidable Deng Youwei truly was. Yet in Xiao Tiance's hands, that number, the one he'd been warned never to call, seemed as casual as chatting about family matters. He casually waved it away. Moreover, Xiao Tiance dialed a video call. Within mere minutes, a man appeared on the screen. Lu Yuan recognized the man. It was Deng Youwei, whom he'd seen at formal meetings. Commander Deng, I'm currently at the network group. I've discovered they're colluding with overseas enemy forces. You can investigate immediately. Lu Yuan stared wide-eyed at the words, utterly bewildered. When did they start colluding with overseas groups? While he was still puzzling over this, Deng Yue, on the other end, swiftly hacked into the network group through the military system. Soon after, relevant investigation records appeared on the large screen. Under Lu Long's direction, a significant amount of domestic classified cyber intelligence was being frantically transmitted overseas. Knowing both oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. This was Xiao Tiance's consistent approach to handling matters. Therefore, while en route to the network group, Xiao Tiance instructed Xinglong to conduct a thorough investigation. Unexpectedly, they had inadvertently landed a major catch. The cyber group was colluding with overseas enemy forces. Your Majesty, I am deeply grateful. Who would have thought that the renowned Jiangdu network group could secretly engage in such activities? Collecting intelligence on local military units and transmitting it overseas, this is utterly unforgivable. It's also my failure as Deng Yue that I didn't uncover this earlier. Listening to their exchange, Lu Yuan was utterly paralyzed. Xiao Tiance continued as if chatting casually, his tone even slightly nonchalant. It's not too late to uncover this now. By the rules, execution on the spot is only fair. Let's settle this now. With the phone call ended, everything was already decided. Faced with this moment, Lu Yuan crawled frantically across the floor in terror. I didn't know. I truly had no idea father would do such a thing. Leaking the data overseas, how could our network group do such a thing? Lu Yuan was on the verge of tears, while Xiao Tiance beside him drew his pistol. Witnessing this, the once arrogant Lu Yuan was nearly wetting himself. Simultaneously, Xiao Tiance's pistol fired mercilessly before everyone's eyes. With the echo of the gunshot, Lu Yuan let out wails of agony. Yet what followed was a series of thuds from behind, not from Lu Yuan being shot. Several veteran figures within the corporate group were shot dead on the spot. I never said I intended to kill you. Why the panic? Though the group belongs to your father, you truly know nothing about the overseas operations. I've always been a reasonable man in my dealings. Xiao Tiance was absolutely right. Every executive and chairman dispatched overseas for capital allocation had already been eliminated earlier. Lu Yuan, though the young master who spent his days in debauchery, was merely arrogant, not criminal. He truly knew nothing about the group's treasonous activities. Chapter 155, Endless Illness. Xiao Tiance certainly had his own principles when conducting affairs. As the saying goes, ignorance is no excuse. But today's drama was far from over. Lu Yuan, the network group is crucial to the entire Jiangdu region. Frankly, based on your team's performance thus far, I don't believe you're capable of handling it. Your father is dead. The responsibility now falls to you. But I doubt you possess the capability. Hearing Xiao Tiance's words, Lu Yuan had to admit both in reason and in sentiment. Lu Yuan, who had spent his days sightseeing and drinking, had never been involved in his father's business. Faced with Xiao Tiance's relentless pressure and blunt honesty, he could only nod slightly. Since you've admitted it, from this moment onward, the network group will be under our management. Of course, since your family is the founding family, we won't just kick you out. You'll continue receiving your monthly salary as usual. However, you will no longer possess any authority to utilize the network group's stocks or corporate funds. In effect, the network group would be completely stripped of its power. As the young master, he would become nothing more than a puppet. But at this moment, Lu Yuan had no way out. Faced with one question after another, he could only silently nod in agreement. After finalizing these arrangements, Xiao Tiance immediately had Lu Yuan sign the transfer agreement for the network group. Simultaneously, Xiao Tiance added another name to the contract. Song Chang. Back in their school days, Song Chang had been a tremendous help. That brotherhood was as solid as a rock. Now that the Dark Emperor had returned, how could he possibly let his brother suffer a loss? Mr. Ma, my friend has worked diligently since graduating from university. He's a jack of all trades in wireless technology and has also delved into the internet industry. He's perfectly suited for the role. From this moment onward, the network group will be under Mr. Song's leadership. From now on, you'll hand over your duties to Mr. Song. Since he's just taken over as chairman, he may encounter many unfamiliar areas. I'll need you to guide him extensively. What exactly did Ma Wangtian witness that day? Xiao Tiance wasn't just capable of murdering people in broad daylight. He also shares such deep connections with Deng Yue. He could even breach the network group's internal information systems. Keep in mind that Universal Group is fundamentally an information conglomerate, yet even it couldn't breach the network's internal secrets. Yet this man before him accomplished it with effortless ease, as if it were routine. More crucially, in Ma Wangtian's mind, Xiao Tiance remained the leader of an assassin group. Such leaders are involved in operations across every nation. For someone to blend seamlessly with the security detail was truly a rare feat, a master of both worlds, unparalleled under the heavens. Mr. Ma snapped back to reality, staring at Xiao Tiance as he hurriedly bowed and scraped. Rest assured, boss. I'll pour my heart and soul into teaching him everything I know. Our online platform development will naturally proceed smoothly. With his mind at ease, Xiao Tiance bid farewell to the group and headed straight for the central hospital. After all, his wife was still in the hospital ward. Upon arriving at the hospital, he discovered that he had already fallen into a deep sleep. According to the attending physicians, her condition remained stable. She was merely experiencing deliberate fatigue and needed temporary rest. As Xiao Tiance stood by Luo Qingya's side, he suddenly heard light footsteps approaching from behind. Wang Rohan, equally pale, slowly beckoned to Xiao Tiance. I'm terribly sorry, but I've already applied for an interview with Bai Keitang, and our president has approved it. But due to an unexpected incident, the interviewer ended up not being me. Wang Rohan had intended to use this opportunity to expose all of Fu Gui's actions. Little did she know that halfway through her explanation, Xiao Tiance had already completely misunderstood. He merely nodded lightly. No problem, as long as Bai Keitang's name gets out there, it doesn't matter who does the interview. Miss Wang, please rest for now. Hearing Xiao Tiance's words, Wang Rohan could only hold back her words. She eventually returned to her own hospital room. But as he watched Wang Rohan's retreating figure, Xiao Tiance suddenly furrowed his brow. Wang Rohan must also be a resident of the 100 Flowers Garden. Moreover, her symptoms were almost identical to Luo Qingya's. This situation inevitably made Xiao Tiance suspicious and prompted him to consider the implications. Director, please assign several nurses to monitor Luo Qingya tonight. I'll also have someone stand guard later tonight. I won't be staying at the hospital tonight. Xiao Tiance had already completed the admission procedures to accompany Luo Qingya. But after Wang Rohan's incident, he suddenly sensed a common thread. Could this peculiar illness also occur at the 100 Flowers Garden? With this thought in mind, Xiao Tiance decided to return to the 100 Flowers Garden tonight to investigate. With everything prepared, Xiao Tiance set out alone on the road home. Opening the door, the villa where Luo Qingya had been staying felt eerily quiet without her presence. Sleepless in the late night, and with bedtime still far off, Xiao Tiance stepped outside his room, pacing back and forth beneath the night sky. At that very moment, old master's son suddenly called. My disciple, I'm terribly sorry to disturb you so late. I've just received some new information. I don't know if you're free tomorrow, but my goddaughter has returned. And she's bringing her boyfriend from out of town. Goddaughter? At this point, Xiao Tiance carefully recalled. Old master's son, Sun Hanhai, had 2 daughters. One of them was Sun Mingyue, who had grown up playing together since childhood. Her memory was exceptionally vivid, and she and Xiao Tiance had always been very close. Though recent changes had occurred, they hadn't diminished the cherished memories of their childhood. The other woman, however, was quite special and extremely rare. That girl was essentially Mr. Sun's adopted daughter, originally brought home from an orphanage. Despite being an adopted daughter, she frequently marginalized Sun Mingyue. From childhood onward, whatever Sun Mingyue possessed, that girl insisted on having the same. Not only that, but she would deliberately ruin Sun Mingyue's clothes during festivals and celebrations, driven by jealousy over Sun Mingyue's greater beauty and possessions. Whenever that girl visited, Xiao Tiance would deliberately avoid her, even refusing to speak with her. Now, as per old master Sun's wishes, the adopted daughter had returned, bringing her boyfriend from out of town to dine together. Old master Sun wanted to use this occasion for everyone to gather and enjoy a proper reunion. Out of respect for old master Sun, Xiao Tiance reluctantly agreed. Yet at this very moment, deep into the night, several couples out for their evening jogs appeared one by one, their faces pale. Have you been feeling unwell lately? I wake up every morning feeling completely drained. I've already taken 2 days off work. Everyone says night running improves health over time, but why is it getting harder? Are we doing it wrong? Listening to the surrounding chatter, Xiao Tiance realized many ordinary residents in the 100 Flower Garden district were experiencing the same symptoms. Chapter 156, Borrowing Another Blade. Xiao Tiance had nearly pinpointed the source of Luo Qingya's illness within the 100 Flower Garden. That night, he searched the entire garden of 100 flowers without finding anything. Though he had questioned several neighbors, their accounts only mentioned generally poor health. With only these clues, it was difficult to pinpoint the exact factor triggering the illnesses. As the moon rose high, Xiao Tiance returned alone to his room and made a call to the director of the central hospital. Finding the man fast asleep, Xiao Tiance chose not to disturb him. Late that night, Xiao Tiance fell into a peaceful sleep. But at the stroke of midnight, a flash of white light pierced his vision. Something jolted Xiao Tiance awake in the dead of night. He opened his eyes and looked ahead. He found the entire 100 Flower Garden utterly silent. Had he been dreaming? Or perhaps Luo Qingya's absence made my sleep restless. Xiao Tiance shifted his position and drifted back into slumber, while the night continued its relentless march. Atop the tallest skyscraper in Jiangdu, Morong Shui listened to the familiar report, her expression shifting slightly. You say even the network group has been seized by Xiao Tiance? And the CEO of Universal Group has become Xiao Tiance's man? Her subordinates dared not speak, remaining silent. Morning Shui, usually composed, finally showed a slight change in expression at this moment. She had been certain that even if Xiao Tiance came to Jiangdu, he wouldn't be able to stir up any waves. Yet now, one crucial conglomerate after another was being co-opted by Xiao Tiance. If this continued, it seemed only a matter of time before he could muster the strength to challenge the four great families. Just as her rage was reaching its peak, the door burst open. Lu Yuan, dressed in a suit and tears streaming down his face, stumbled into the room. "Sister Morong, I beg you, save me. Our internet conglomerate has completely changed hands. Even my father was shot dead by that beast." Hearing these words, Morong Shue's expression abruptly changed. Though she knew the network group had fallen under Xiao Tiance's control, she never imagined it would be seized through such brutal force. Not only had he committed murder in public, but he'd also walked away unscathed. Clearly, this was no longer the incompetent fool of years past. While pondering, Morong Shue casually dialed the Lin family. "You must already know about the network group incident. Your family kept boasting about being able to deal with Xiao Tiance and even claimed to have found the underground kingpin. Yet Xiao Tiance is alive and well, more than that, his enterprise is thriving. If your family can't accomplish this, I'll have no choice but to entrust the other three major families to finish the job." On the other end of the line, the head of the Lin family sighed. But he responded swiftly. "Rest assured, our family's affairs require no outside interference. Though we may be the youngest of the four great families, our strength is formidable. We have already made contact with the Dragon King of the Underworld. We've already initiated the necessary plans, and results will be visible soon. To hold the position of Dragon King in Jiangdu is no ordinary status. He's also a figure that gives every entrepreneur a headache." Hearing this, Morong Shue finally felt a little reassured. "In that case, I apologize for disturbing you so late at night." As the phone call ended, Morong Shue turned to face Lu Yuan before her. Lu Yuan was already wailing uncontrollably, pleading incessantly. "Please, let me stay here no matter what. I truly have nowhere else to go. My father left behind unpaid debts before he died. Soon, collectors will come knocking, and our house will be seized. Our network group has helped you out many times before." Morong Shue was certainly not a kind-hearted person. If Lu Yuan were just another spoiled rich kid, she wouldn't have taken him in now that he was down on his luck. But then she remembered the other identity of the man before her. That of Lu Yuan's mother. Lu Yuan's father had only been able to establish the internet group in Jiangdu through his wife's support, which paved the way for his current success. Lu Yuan's mother, however, came from a truly prominent family, one that even ranked among the provincial capital's elite clans. Though the couple had grown estranged and separated, if she learned her son faced mortal danger coupled with the fact that Chang Jing's husband's conglomerate had been seized by Xiao Tiance, the family from the provincial capital would certainly not stand idly by. With this realization, a plan to use others as tools for murder slowly took shape in his mind. The Dragon King's underground operation was moving so slowly. If it failed, he could still call upon the power of the provincial capital. Should it succeed, keeping this young man close would mean the major families of the provincial capital would owe me, Morong, a favor. Seizing this opportunity would allow us to flourish. After a moment's thought, Morong Shue suddenly broke into a serene smile. She looked at Lu Yuan with deep feeling. "Your father was my business partner and a longtime friend. I too feel sorrow for what has happened to your family. But rest assured, the network group will soon be reclaimed by us. Please bear with me for a few more days." Lu Yuan had no idea what this venomous woman was scheming. Finding someone willing to shelter him now was already a stroke of luck amid misfortune. For now, he steeled himself and offered a hollow promise. "Rest assured, when the time comes to settle accounts, I will spare no effort. That bastard will pay with his blood." Early the next morning, Xiao Tiance slept in. According to their arrangement, today was the day he and old master son would meet. It was still early, and Xiao Tiance was about to head out for breakfast when he noticed that the usual crowd of morning joggers had vanished from the courtyard. Even the security guards who usually stood watch at the entrance to the 100 Flowers garden had vanished without a trace. Faced with this unusual scene, Xiao Tiance approached the property management office. The 100 Grass garden was now eerily silent, an unnerving stillness hanging over it. Only a lone janitor swept the autumn leaves in the breeze. "Excuse me, where have the security guards and staff at the gate gone?" The cleaning lady glanced up at Xiao Tiance, then offered a polite smile. "I'm terribly sorry, sir. Those two security guards suddenly took leave for some reason. If you have time, please call the property management directly." Hearing this, Xiao Tiance frowned. Security at 100 Flower Garden had always been impeccable, so having no one on duty now was highly unusual. Most puzzling of all, he checked the residents' group chat on his phone but found not a single complaint posted. Xiao Tiance felt puzzled as he started the car, but then he heard a crackling sound. A wisp of blue smoke began to rise from the BMW's engine. Chapter 157, $1 Million Luxury Car. As wisps of smoke slowly rose, Xiao Tiance inspected the vehicle thoroughly, only to discover the entire engine had reached the end of its service life. With a phone call, the greedy wolf war god arrived promptly. My master wants to have dinner with me today, but unfortunately, this car has developed issues. Such minor issues could be brushed off as nothing happened. Xinglong opened the Hummer. He gestured invitingly. Your Majesty, please step into my vehicle. Soon, as the vehicle started up, Xiao Tiance glanced at the time and realized his meeting with Old Master Sun was just 2 hours away. Xinglong, let's take a detour. I recall there's a luxury car exhibition happening in Jiangdu today. I'll go take a look and maybe buy another one while I'm at it. Xinglong remained silent. After 10 minutes, they arrived at the exhibition entrance. From afar, the outer perimeter was already teeming with crowds. Traffic congestion caused by the elevated road forced Xiao Tiance and Xinglong to walk into the venue. Inside the sales venue, the atmosphere was already buzzing with excitement. Various luxury car groups displayed their finest models for all to see. Salespeople buzzed around, talking up their products. This sales event resembled a battlefield, with every group vying to showcase their products first. After weaving through the crowd for several minutes, Xiao Tiance came to a stop in front of the Rolls-Royce showroom. Vehicles at the sales event were positioned according to their brand prestige and price point. A globally renowned brand like Rolls-Royce not only held a pivotal position throughout the event but even had its own dedicated showroom. The luxury vehicles under its brand were truly dazzling. After Xiao Tiance and Xinglong entered the room, they surveyed the Rolls-Royce vehicles, offering their critiques. Though as a dark angel, money was never an issue, when it came to purchasing a vehicle of his own, meticulous selection was essential. Xiao Tiance held a particular fascination for the Rolls-Royce brand. Yet upon opening the door, they found the sales staff busy with their own tasks. Only a girl who had just started working there frowned, looking eager to help. But just as he moved to approach her, the general manager beside him grabbed his arm. Wait, are you crazy? What are you going to do over there? Haven't you noticed that everyone who comes to our Rolls-Royce dealership to buy a car is a top-tier big boss? Dressed in that tracksuit, he looks like nothing more than a small-time entrepreneur or a regular worker. He couldn't possibly afford it. The general manager's voice wasn't particularly loud, but Xiao Tiance heard every word clearly. Xinglong, standing behind him, clenched his fists. What a dog-eyed snob. Xinglong started to step forward, but Xiao Tiance grabbed his arm. He shook his head slightly. After all, you're a 9-star war god. There's no need to pick a fight with a mere salesperson, is there? It's best not to engage in matters unbecoming of your status. The warning hung in the air. The greedy wolf war god snapped back to attention and nodded slightly. Xiao Tiance kept his gaze fixed ahead, soon arriving beside a luxury vehicle. Xiao Tiance had come to buy a car, not to seek service, so he never paid much attention to the sales staff's attitude toward him. Yet the moment his right hand touched the door, several female sales staff nearby sprang to their feet. They surrounded Xiao Tiance, though not to offer a sales pitch, but to block his path. Sir, you truly know how to choose a car. This is the elite model within the Rolls-Royce brand. And it consistently commands the highest price in our entire showroom. If it were to get damaged by accident, we salespeople would have a hard time explaining it. The sales staff questioned him one after another, their voices loud and accusatory. Xiao Tiance could have ignored them, and he certainly didn't care about their service. But if they tried to interfere during the purchase, that was an entirely different matter. Facing their questioning stares, Xiao Tiance frowned. How could I buy it without even looking at the car? You know this car is expensive. If I don't test drive it first, what if it turns out to be unsuitable after purchase? Wouldn't that be rather inconvenient? During his inquiry, the general manager emerged, suddenly laughing so hard she doubled over. The woman wore a black tailcoat and high heels that clattered across the floor. She scrutinized Xiao Tiance from head to toe with an unrelenting gaze, her words utterly lacking in tact. Let me be blunt, sir, she declared. We don't believe you can afford this. If it were a standard model, we might let you take it for a test drive. But this is a brand new model. If you scratch the paint, you won't be able to afford the repairs. It'll be an embarrassment for us. I suggest you try another dealership. Seeing the general manager's attitude, Xinglong beside him was practically fuming. Xiao Tiance merely waved his hand lightly. In that case, I won't bother you further. I'll take a look across the street. Directly across from the Rolls-Royce sat a domestically produced vehicle. Brands that secure prime exhibition spots at auto shows are rarely budget-friendly. Though a notch above Rolls-Royce, it was certainly not something ordinary people could afford. Watching Xiao Tiance walk across, the general manager deliberately slid open the glass sales booth door. Standing in the doorway, he grinned like a lovesick fool. In all my years in this business, I've seen plenty like you can't afford it, but still insist on pretending. The shop across the street, this is a very interesting customer. You'd better treat him well. Inside the domestic vehicle at that moment, a woman named Xia Shengnan sat in the driver's seat, dressed in a black suit, staring straight ahead. Observing the general manager's fickle demeanor, she understood everything. Their Rolls-Royce dealership keeps snatching up all the business. The customers we've referred over probably aren't even serious buyers, they might just be window shopping. But while our domestic vehicles may not match their sales figures, we absolutely cannot lose in service attitude. Remember, opening a physical store is fundamentally about serving the public and making customers feel more at home. Even if these two guests don't buy a single car, we absolutely cannot let our service standards slip. As a sales manager, Xia Shengnan always stuck to her principles. The surrounding sales staff silently nodded in agreement. Led by Xia Shengnan, they gently opened the door and gestured for the guests to enter. Welcome, honored guests. Though we specialize in domestic vehicles, their performance rivals any foreign brand. If you see a model you like, just say the word, feel free to take it for a test drive. Xiao Tiance quickly zeroed in on the most expensive model. Meanwhile, the general manager smirked, delivering his mockery directly. This guy has quite the eye. Even in my shop, he goes straight for the priciest model. But unfortunately, I'm too busy to play along. Chapter 158, Bulk Purchase. Xia Shengnan shot a glance at the general manager across from her. Then, taking a deep breath, she proceeded methodically, quickly guiding Xiao Tiance to the most expensive car. Sir, while this model may be slightly pricier, its performance features are truly cutting edge among domestic vehicles. Would you like to take it for a test drive? Xiao Tiance smiled. He then slowly pulled open the door. The moment he sat down, the manager rushed over, chuckling. Miss Liu, you really let him test drive it? What if something goes wrong? Can you handle the consequences? That's exactly why your domestic cars can't compete with ours. You waste too much time on useless endeavors. The general manager laughed until she was shaking, while Xia Shengnan beside her wore a look of distaste. Though they were both in the same industry, Xia Shengnan had never been able to accept the general manager's philosophy. Faced with this scene, Xia Shengnan coldly retorted. Excuse me, but every customer has that right. And I'll be sitting in the passenger seat. Our boss will make the final decision about the book, not you. Hearing this, the general manager's lips twisted slightly, his tone dripping with contempt. He even let out a cold snort. If that's your philosophy, then stick to it to the very end. Hope you don't end up chasing rainbows. Amidst the general manager's sarcastic remarks, the vehicle began to move. Xiao Tiance sat behind the wheel of the luxury car before him, feeling utterly exhilarated. Whether it was speed or other aspects, every performance metric and level of comfort perfectly met Xiao Tiance's expectations. Throughout the journey, Xia Shengnan enthusiastically shared insights into the company's inner workings, answering every question with genuine warmth. The two even found themselves chatting quite comfortably. The brief 10-minute journey passed in a flash, and the vehicle returned to the sales department entrance. During Xiao Tiance's absence, a man had appeared beside the general manager. That man was none other than Zhao Lei, the head of Rolls-Royce's sales department. While the general manager maintained a cold demeanor toward outsiders, in Mr. Zhao's presence alone, he twisted his body like a bird clinging to a person. As soon as the portly boss arrived at the entrance, the general manager proactively moved closer, gently taking his arm. The nature of their relationship was an open secret among everyone in the sales department. Mr. Zhao, how come you suddenly have time to drop by today? I just wanted to share something interesting with you. Remember the domestic sales department across from us? I've always said their sales philosophy is utterly deplorable. All they love doing every day is pointless work. The general manager quickly recounted Xia Shengnan's actions, embellishing the story with dramatic flair. Mr. Zhao remained non-committal, merely offering a faint smile. Finally, he replied. Enough. Stop pointing fingers at others. Our own internal issues remain unresolved. Headquarters has already issued a directive. Our sales figures in Jiangdu are far too low. If we don't meet the target this month, our sales outlet might get shut down. We absolutely must make a strong showing at today's auto exhibition and find a way to raise our profile. Zhao sought out the boss to chat, while surrounding employees nodded and bowed obsequiously. Just then, as the vehicle pulled up, Xia Shengnan and Xiao Tiance returned to the entrance. The moment they stepped out of the car, the general manager couldn't resist taking a jab. Well, enjoy the ride? If your shop had customers like this every day, it probably wouldn't even cover the gas money. Your boss sure is deep in the pockets. Doesn't he ever hold meetings to decide what kind of customers to attract? Amidst the taunts, Xia Shengnan pretended not to notice. She maintained her professional smile as she addressed Xiao Tiance. Sir, I'm actually quite grateful to you. Sales staff like us aren't allowed to touch top-tier luxury cars like this casually. Company policy dictates we only take them for test drives when requested by clients. Today, thanks to you, I finally got to experience the thrill. Xia Shengnan nodded politely. Simultaneously, she placed a meal voucher into Xiao Tiance's hand. You've been here for a while now. We have staff meals available. Take this voucher upstairs to dine. Why not grab a bite before heading out, gentlemen? There was no need for a meal, as old Master Sun was still waiting for him. Besides, it was already getting late. Xiao Tiance shook his head in refusal. I have a dinner appointment today, so I won't be staying. Here's my bank card. I need over 100 vehicles of this type, all with identical specifications. Lu Shengnan instinctively took the card, but her eyes widened in the next instant. It was as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. She even gave her thigh a light pinch. Sir, why would you need to buy over 100? Xinglong beside him also stared wide-eyed. Though he knew the Dark Emperor possessed such wealth, the sheer scale of the purchase still caught him off guard. Xiao Tiance merely smiled faintly. My group is precisely by Xiatang. Now that I've just taken control, the company's business is booming. Compared to usual, by Xiatang's employees are extremely busy. These 100 vehicles will serve as employee benefits. As he spoke, Xiao Tiance proactively swiped his bank card, and the funds were immediately transferred. The sound of hundreds of millions flowing through the cold machine stirred a flutter of excitement in everyone's hearts. Lu Xingnan's eyes widened in near ecstasy. Who could have imagined that a man dressed in plain athletic wear would purchase 100 luxury cars in one go? Sir, I should mention up front that our dealership doesn't currently have that many vehicles in stock. We'll need to procure them sequentially. So far, we only have this one on display, and it hasn't sold yet due to its high price. So, we'll finalize the paperwork for this one first. For the others, once contracts are signed, we'll transport them from out of town to Jiangdu and personally deliver them to Bai Xiatang. As they spoke, Xiao Tiance glanced at the time it was running out. He glanced back at the greedy wolf war god. You will handle the Qinglong-related paperwork on my behalf. Due to time constraints, I must head over to Old Master Sun's place. Xiao Tiance remained as low-key as ever in his actions. He hailed a random taxi outside the sales department and headed straight for his meeting location. Zhao Lei witnessed the entire scene. The general manager beside him felt sweat already smudging his makeup. What incredible luck, never imagined stumbling upon such a foolish rich man. Before he could finish his thought, a sharp slap echoed beside his face. Chapter 159, The Proud Daughter. You filthy. A rich man like this, and you didn't seize the chance yourself? You just handed him over to someone else for free? The other party purchased over 100 vehicles. If they had bought from us later, our sales performance would have skyrocketed long ago. Headquarters just issued a directive: if we fail to meet sales targets again, this branch will be shut down completely. And when that happens, all the blame will fall squarely on you. Zhao Lei kicked open the door and stormed out. The general manager stood alone, left behind, swaying in the wind. Meanwhile, at Jiangdu railway station, Old Master Sun Honghai, along with Sun Mingyue and his wife, had been waiting for quite some time. Under the scorching sun, a man and a woman slowly approached the station from afar. The woman was dressed in flashy, eye-catching attire, while the man had a roguish air about him. The two seemed like a perfect match. Goddaughter, it's been ages. Why didn't you call once you were out for so long? Sun Honghai stepped forward to greet them, though his expression betrayed a hint of displeasure. The girl before him offered a faint smile. She introduced him beside him, her tone tinged with impatience. Grandpa, let me introduce you to my boyfriend, Guofei, whom I met while traveling. He's a well-known general manager, and I've been so grateful for his care while I've been away. Guofei chewed bubblegum in his mouth. He glanced at his wristwatch. Ignoring the old man, he stared straight toward the southwest. Soon, a sports car pulled up in front of them. The driver delivering the car was one of Guofei's subordinates. Guofei stepped forward and kicked the subordinate, his face brimming with displeasure. Didn't I tell you? Bring the car over earlier. I can't stand people who aren't punctual. Starting tomorrow, you're fired from my company. Sun Honghai, observing Guofei's domineering demeanor, hurriedly interjected with a word of caution. Young people making mistakes is inevitable, especially since this isn't a big deal. Besides, your goddaughter just returned to Jiangdu. This should be a joyous occasion. Facing Sun Honghai's pleas, Guofei seemed utterly indifferent. He merely gave him a dismissive glance. My company has its own rules for doing business. Outsiders would do well to stay out of it. I hear your son Xiaolan's godfather. Since you're not related by blood anyway, it's awkward for you two to keep living together. So from now on, Miss Sun will marry me. Guofei's words were exceptionally harsh. His face was filled with utter contempt. Sun Xiaolan was originally a girl Sun Honghai had picked up, hence the surname Sun. However, since childhood, her relationship with Sun Mingyue had been extremely hostile. The two never treated each other as sisters. Now, witnessing Sun Xiaolan and Guofei's arrogant demeanor, Sun Mingyue found herself momentarily stunned. Somehow, this scene, this script, felt familiar. Clearly, in Sun Xiaolan's eyes, the old man had once run a hospital, only to be crushed by the pressure of the four great families and reduced to utter destitution. Sun Xiaolan had seized the opportunity to abandon the impoverished family and leave, eventually losing all contact with them. Now that she'd heard the old man's business was improving, she'd come back to take a look, and that was all. A person who despises the poor and loves the rich. And she acts the same way. Hearing Guofei's unreasonable words, Sun Xiaolan merely smiled faintly. Speaking of which, Sister Mingyue, why are you still the same as before? You're clearly a natural beauty, yet you don't know how to dress yourself. Society is evolving rapidly these days. If a woman doesn't strive to improve herself, she'll likely be left behind. Sun Mingyue shot her a glare from the side. She didn't want to say a single word. At that moment, Guo Fei returned to the car and started the engine. He leaned out to look at Old Master Sun and the others. Sir, are you getting in? Didn't we say we'd go out for dinner today? A place like Jiangdu can't compare to our provincial capital. Just find any 5-star hotel and get something to eat. Guo Fei's words dripped with sarcasm. But at that very moment, Sun Honghai didn't move a muscle, his gaze fixed straight ahead. We'll leave a bit later, we're waiting for one more person. My apprentice is coming today, too perfect timing for us all to gather properly. Guo Fei heard this remark and paid it no mind. He merely glanced at his watch deliberately. He even deliberately expressed his dissatisfaction. I didn't know the old man still took apprentices. Whoever this apprentice is, they sure are late. If this were my conglomerate, they'd have been fired long ago. Sun Honghai's face turned crimson with embarrassment. Meanwhile, a taxi pulled up in front of the train station. Only after Xiao Tiance stepped out did the old man's face light up with joy. He stepped forward for a hug. Then he deliberately announced, "Let me introduce you, this is my apprentice. Everyone's here. Let's go." Guo Fei glanced at the other man in his tracksuit, who had arrived by taxi, and instantly lost all respect for him. Sun Xiaolan offered a faint smile. "Now, old man, I know you're getting on in years and want someone to talk to, but you can't possibly take this guy as your apprentice. At the very least, they should come from a distinguished medical family. You didn't just pluck someone off the street, did you?" Xiao Tiance froze slightly upon hearing this. The Sun Xiaolan before him seemed to have no recollection of him. Though they hadn't interacted much back then, they'd often played together as children. Did he really need to reintroduce himself now? Amidst his confusion, Sun Mingyue glanced back at Xiao Tiance, her heart instantly filled with a complex mix of emotions. She had once held the same attitude as Sun Xiaolan, yet now everything had changed completely. Not only had he achieved remarkable success in business recently, but he had also reclaimed his traditional Chinese medicine hospital and even opened a rehabilitation center. Though Sun Mingyue hadn't been present at the time, she understood all this was Xiao Tiance doing. The thought of her past harsh words. Sun Mingyue couldn't face Xiao Tiance. The words "I'm sorry" remained stuck in her throat. "Xiaolan, this is Xiao Tiance, we used to play together all the time when we were kids." After turning her head to say this, Mingyue fell silent. Sun Xiaolan first gave an exaggerated look of sudden realization. Then she covered her mouth and giggled again. "I'd completely forgotten about this guy. He was always acting all fancy back then. I always said hanging out with people like him was embarrassing. No wonder Sun Mingyue always dragged you along, turns out you're the old man's disciple. Never mind. Since we've met, let's just go eat." After saying this, Sun Xiaolan deliberately glanced at Guo Fei beside her. Guo Fei understood perfectly, but everything had unfolded just right. "Oh, Mr. Sun is at the place you're heading to, I believe it's called Wanjiang Tower? It's quite a distance from the train station, but my car only seats 4, this guy probably won't fit." Chapter 160, Daytime Speed Racing. Guo Fei was telling the truth. With Old Master Sun, Sun Mingyue, and Guo Fei and his wife, the car was packed to capacity. There simply wasn't room for Xiao Tiance to squeeze in. Old Master Sun smiled faintly. "In that case, Mingyue, take them to the restaurant first. Order whatever you like. My apprentice and I will wait a moment and take a cab over. It's been ages since I've been home, you all catch up first." Hearing this, Sun Xiaolan rolled down her window. Through the bright sunlight, she deliberately replied, "Grandpa, I really think you should come with us. My boyfriend's car is the latest sports model, it's incredibly fast. If I go with him, the food might be cold by the time we get there." Sun Honghai heard these words and felt a twinge of resentment. But considering he hadn't seen his goddaughter in years, he reluctantly shook his head. "No, I'll go with Xiao Tiance. You guys go ahead in the car." Seeing Sun Honghai's firm refusal, the three of them boarded the car first. Sun Mingyue already harbored deep dislike for Sun Xiaolan, but she was even more at a loss about how to face Xiao Tiance. Thus, after giving her orders, she could only grit her teeth and get into the car. The moment Sun Mingyue stepped inside, Sun Xiaolan and Guo Fei launched into an endless barrage of mockery. First, Guo Fei slapped the steering wheel and roared with laughter. "So, your name is Mingyue, huh? You've got some looks on you, I'll give you that. And let me tell you straight, your Sun family hitting the jackpot with a son-in-law like me? That's a once-in-a-lifetime stroke of luck. Right, Xiaolan?" Sun Xiaolan, having long since shed any trace of familial affection, merely smiled faintly beside him, even seizing the moment to respond. "I've told Mingyue before," she said, "that she should marry into a good family. What good are your excellent grades and career since childhood? If you want to change your life, you need to marry well someone like my boyfriend." Guo Fei's words grew even more brazen. He was taking advantage of the situation. "Honestly, I think your sister is quite attractive, both her looks and her figure. Fundamentally, she's a natural beauty. In today's world, polygamy isn't unheard of. As long as you don't register the marriage, it's fine. If it really doesn't work out, I wouldn't mind being a concubine. Listening to their conversation, Sun Mingyue's expression turned icy cold, and she instantly prepared to shake the car door. But Guo Fei immediately locked it. Don't get out. Your sister hasn't objected. We can discuss this. Sun Xiaolan's face flashed a hint of displeasure. Yet she dared not resist in front of Guo Fei. At that moment, Sun Mingyue could only sigh helplessly. I'm truly sorry, but I have no interest in that. Besides, I'm already engaged. My betrothed is from the Su family. Throughout Jiangdu, the Su family's reputation was exceptionally prominent. Although Guo Fei hailed from the provincial capital, the meteoric rise of certain enterprises wasn't necessarily tied to their location. There are also some unique enterprises though built in the middle of nowhere that absolutely can make it to the top. Hearing this, Guo Fei froze slightly, an awkward expression spreading across his face. Though Guo Fei was based in the provincial capital, his enterprise was merely a small operation no match for the Su family. Naturally, he dared not entertain any thoughts of courting their daughter. He could only force an awkward smile. Ah, it seems I misjudged the situation. Your sister is truly an exceptional person. Our family has actually done several business deals with the Su family before. They are indeed a large and influential enterprise. Besides, Mingyue was just joking earlier, don't take it to heart. Your Sun family is fortunate to have two daughters like them. It's just a shame the old master only took on one good-for-nothing apprentice. Guo Fei clearly couldn't mock Mingyue's words, so he shifted all the blame onto Xiao Tiance. Sun Xiaolan watched her sister living a better life than her own, feeling resentful yet powerless. She could only seize the moment to change the subject. Forget it. I haven't had a deep relationship with the old man for ages. Today, I just came back to visit. As for that so-called childhood friend? Honestly, I can't even remember where that came from. Guo Fei, this car cost you over $1 million, right? Let's hurry to the hotel, don't let the old man see how times have changed. At the mention of his beloved car, a smile returned to Guo Fei's face as he slammed his foot on the accelerator. The roar of the engine filled the air. The vehicle sped off in a flash. Sun Honghai, left standing there, was about to hail a cab when Xiao Tiance grabbed his right hand. Don't worry, sir. We've got a ride, my friend's brand new car is on its way. Sun Honghai looked at him in surprise. Then a flicker of recognition crossed his face. My goddaughter hasn't been back to Jiangdu in ages. We can't keep her waiting too long. No sooner had Sun Honghai finished speaking than a super luxury sports car pulled up before them. Qinglong placed the keys into Xiao Tiance's hand. Then, glancing at the elderly gentleman beside him, he instantly changed his tone. Brother, as per your instructions, we've finalized the contract. The remaining vehicles will be delivered to Baikatang. Xiao Tiance replied. Sun Honghai stared at the gleaming new car before him. Though he didn't know much about such things, he couldn't help but pause in surprise. Disciple, this car must have cost you a pretty penny, right? Xiao Tiance merely gripped the steering wheel with both hands, turning his head to offer a faint smile. Not much at all. Baikatang's business has been quite good lately. Since I'm being promoted to vice president, I naturally need to look the part when I go out. With that, he pressed the accelerator and sped away, the car becoming the most dazzling presence on the street. Meanwhile, Guo Fei, who had been boasting about his own vehicle, suddenly heard a roaring sound from behind. He whipped his head around just as a super luxury car whizzed past him. Envy instantly flashed in Guo Fei's eyes. Holy crap, even though this is a domestic car, it's worth over 10 million yuan, more than 10 times the value of our sports car. If only I could own a car like that. Who knew Jiangdu was such a place where tigers lurk in the grass? I wonder which big boss owns it. Of course, Guo Fei couldn't see who was inside the car, it was simply moving too fast. Sun Xiaolan smiled softly beside him. You'll be Mr. Guo someday. If you work hard enough, you'll definitely be able to afford a car like that. Guo Fei shook his head with a wry smile. What would a woman know? This is a top-tier vehicle. Even if I could afford it, I'd have to sell off the entire family conglomerate. How could our family ever do something like that? Just look at it, some social classes simply can't be bridged by any single thing. Just like your godfather and me. Guo Fei spoke with a hint of sarcasm. They soon arrived at the base of the Wangjiang Tower. The moment he pushed open the car door, he grinned cheekily beside them. Let's hurry and order our food. That old man insists on staying with that brat. If the dishes get cold, it won't be my fault. But as the door swung open, Guo Fei's smile froze solid. There stood Sun Honghai and Xiao Tiance at the entrance of the riverside pavilion. They'd beaten into it. Chapter 161, Shattering All Beliefs. The moment he spotted the old man and Xiao Tiance, Guo Fei froze in place. He even glanced back at the passing traffic and pinched his thigh lightly. Was this all some kind of dream? How fast could a taxi possibly go to overtake him? And Guo Fei remembered every detail of his show-off drive along the way. Apart from that ultra-luxury sports car, no other vehicle had managed to keep up with him. Could these two people teleport? Sun Xiaolan beside him was also slightly startled and hurriedly stepped forward to ask. Mr. Sun, when did you two arrive? Sun Honghai merely smiled faintly and answered truthfully. Ah, we've been here for over 10 minutes. We were about to go order, but decided it'd be better to join you all. Besides, the scenery outside is lovely. Xiao Tiance and I were admiring it. Of course, that wasn't what Sun Xiaolan wanted to ask. Guofei was even more blunt. Impossible. How could a taxi possibly outpace my luxury car? Did you see a ghost in the middle of the night? Amidst the loud shouts, Guofei scratched his ears and cheeks. His attempt to show off had completely backfired, so he started speaking without restraint. Your family's so poor you can only afford taxis. By all logic, you should be left far behind us. Yet you managed to arrive before me? This is simply... Sun Mingyue couldn't bear to watch any longer. Though she wasn't entirely sure how it happened, as long as Xiao Tiance was there, miracles were bound to happen. Throughout the ride, he'd felt a deep sense of injustice, but now was finally his moment to rise above it all. He cut straight to the point. Guofei, I forgot to tell you my father's business has been thriving these past years, and he's made quite a fortune. Not only is the Wangjiang Tower our family enterprise, but we're even opening a sanatorium in the suburbs. It's highly likely that luxury car you saw on the road belongs to my father too. The first two statements were true. Sun Honghai wanted to refute her, but momentarily lost his words. After all this was thanks to Xiao Tiance. In the end, he could only explain the luxury car situation. But just as he opened his mouth, Guofei had already been left speechless. Compared to the nursing home and the magnificent Wangjiang Tower before him, a luxury car seemed utterly insignificant. His eyes widened, the corners beginning to twitch. Seriously? Miss Mingyue, you can't just blurt things out like that. You've taken this joke way too far. Guofei had always carried himself with extreme arrogance. He'd been trying to impress the old man, but now his words had backfired spectacularly. Just as he was puzzling over it, Xiao Tiance gently pushed open the door. The staff and general manager of Wangjianglu lined up in formation. Since Sun Honghai was welcoming his goddaughter, he naturally made thorough preparations. The staff behind him simultaneously called out, "Chairman!" That single shout sent a chill down Guofei's spine. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaolan, standing behind him, fixed a piercing gaze on Mingyue beside her, her eyes brimming with jealousy. Over the years, Sun Mingyue had sold her charms to be with Guofei, hoping only to establish connections in the provincial capital. Now that she was back, she wanted to impress her cousin. But she never imagined her cousin had already built such a formidable presence back home. All the arrogance pent up inside her was instantly crushed into nothingness. Mingyue, we're all just trying to get by. Don't be so boastful when you speak. Besides, we're all family, no need to draw lines between us. Come inside. Sun Honghai's offhand remark, "Why be so loud?" was spoken without malice, but it stung like a deliberate jab. To Guofei's ears, each syllable rang like a sharp, piercing note. The moment he stepped into the room, the lavishly decorated Wangjianglu was truly magnificent. Though Guofei hailed from the provincial capital, experiencing a hotel of this scale in person was entirely different from merely having the concept. Even a state-owned conglomerate in the provincial capital could never afford to purchase such a vast property as the Riverside Pavilion. Still reeling from the shock, Sun Xiaolan suddenly grabbed Sun Honghai's arm, as if transported back to the past. "Father, I never imagined you'd achieve such success. All these years, I've longed to return and see you, but I also wanted to build my career in the provincial capital. I simply couldn't find the time. There's something I've wanted to say since we got off the car, but with so many people around, I couldn't bring myself to speak. All these years, it's been my fault as a daughter for not being able to look after you. I've been a disobedient child. What a money-grubbing fool." Sun Xiaolan's change of tone was swift. Just moments ago she was calling him old man, now she's calling him father. Mingyue watched it all unfold, feeling nothing but waves of disgust. Xiao Tiance merely let the corners of his mouth curl up slightly. Sun Mingyue, who had intended to say more, suddenly choked on her words upon seeing Xiao Tiance's expression. How had Sun Mingyue's attitude toward Xiao Tiance ever differed from that of her cousin? It seemed everything had changed all because of those words I spoke back then. Sun Mingyue shook her head, realizing that throughout the entire process, Xiao Tiance had accompanied the old man into the winery. From start to finish, he had barely exchanged a few words with her. It seemed as though nothing remained of the past. The sense of decline in her heart was beyond words. But the unpleasantness didn't end there. Guofei's attitude toward Sun Xiaolan suddenly shifted. Back in the provincial capital, everyone said Jiangcheng was a small place, but now it seemed that might not be the case at all. Jiangdu has its own unique charm, aspects that the provincial capital simply can't match. If I end up with Xiaolan, our two families will have to socialize much more often. The two of them were practically cut from the same cloth, a perfect match made in heaven. Stepping into the main hall, they were treated like honored guests. Guofei found this deeply gratifying. As soon as he sat down, Guofei glanced at Xiao Tiance beside him. In the end, it seemed only Xiao Tiance's status felt somewhat out of place. "Old man, entrepreneurs of your stature are few and far between in Jiangdu. One I know runs a convalescent home, the other the Wangjiang Pavilion. They say different trades are worlds apart, but you seem to excel in both. But once you have too much money, you have to watch out for the little people around you. As Guofei spoke, he deliberately shot a glare at Xiao Tiance beside him. The implication couldn't have been clearer. Sun Xiaolan had intended to seize the moment for a snide remark, but seeing her godfather in such a state, such trivialities were the last thing on her mind. She couldn't even bring herself to eat. "Dad, you weren't lying to me, were you? This entire hotel is yours?" It felt like a dream. "Why don't you take me to the boardroom? I want to see how Granddad's workplace is." Sun Xiaolan had her own calculations. The obsequious demeanor of these waitstaff could be bought with money. But a group chairman's office is usually highly confidential, accessible only to the chairman himself. Might as well test this method. Chapter 162, Endless Desires. As soon as Guofei finished speaking, Sun Honghai didn't think much of it. He merely smiled faintly and pointed upward as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Of course there was no issue, this office space was incredibly luxurious. Truth be told, he still couldn't quite believe it. Sun Honghai had long languished under the oppression of the four great families. Without Xiao Tiance's assistance, he wouldn't have achieved his current position. Thus, his words were also a subtle way of expressing gratitude to Xiao Tiance. Unfortunately, Guofei seemed oblivious to the elder's implied meaning, instead pulling Sun Xiaomei along with eager impatience. Led by the old man, they soon entered the chairman's conference room, where the entire scene was resplendent with gold and splendor. Countless paintings and calligraphy by renowned artists adorned the walls, instantly dazzling the eyes. Guofei never imagined the Sun family had risen so high, achieving such extraordinary success. From that moment on, Guofei dared not underestimate the old man again. "My goodness, this is your office? It's absolutely magnificent. Xiaolan, why didn't you mention your father is now the chairman? Old man, when we get married someday, you absolutely have to come celebrate with us. That way, your daughter will have even more face." True to form, Guofei couldn't help but keep bringing up similar topics. Sun Mingyue glanced back at Xiao Tiance, unable to meet his gaze. Without Xiao Tiance, their family would never have prospered as they had. But on the other hand, Xiao Tiance had helped her so much behind the scenes, yet their interactions had always been strained like this. She felt guilty. He couldn't even bring himself to speak with him. Amidst this awkward silence, Guofei's gaze suddenly fell upon a portrait hanging on the old man's wall. A painting of high mountains and flowing water. It was the painting Xiao Tiance had once given to the old master, a pair of birds flying side by side. Yet the old man felt this portrait was unsuitable and had returned it to Luo Qingya. Later, Xiao Tiance had another painting of high mountains and flowing water specially commissioned and presented it to the old man, who hung it in the chairman's office. This painting perfectly matched Sun Honghai's taste, and he could scarcely bear to part with it each day. Sun Xiaolan couldn't make heads or tails of the painting, but Guofei knew a thing or two about art. He could tell at a glance that it was worth a pretty penny. Her heart instantly blossomed with delight. He immediately pulled Sun Xiaolan into a secluded corner. "Girl, do you realize that portrait of your father? It's worth tens of millions, money can't buy it. If we could get our hands on that portrait, our lives would soar to new heights. Luxury cars like the one we just saw would be ours." Guofei grew more and more excited as he spoke, his eyes practically glowing. Sun Xiaolan frowned slightly, grasping the gravity of the situation. "Guofei, why are you targeting my father? And he would never agree to this. I haven't been back in years. It doesn't seem right to bring this up right after we meet." Sun Xiaolan said this, but deep down, she was already slightly intrigued. A portrait worth tens of millions. Although Guofei owned his own conglomerate in the provincial capital, it was merely a small, obscure group. Compared to the Sun family's enterprises, it was like comparing a minor sorcerer to a grand wizard. Faced with such a situation, how could one not feel a flutter in their heart? Guofei watched Sun Xiaolan's wavering expression and pressed his advantage. "Even though we haven't seen each other in a long time, Sun Honghai is still your father. You must be the one to bring this up first. As your fiancé, it wouldn't be right for me to bring this up. Besides, once we're married and living our own lives, if I don't speak up before the wedding, I'll never get another chance. What if your father, in a moment of generosity, transfers the assets to Sun Mingyue? Where would you go to cry then?" Other words left Sun Xiaolan half convinced, but that final sentence struck a chord. Ever since childhood, Sun Xiaolan had harbored resentment toward this cousin. Even though she was the adopted one, she had always pushed Sun Mingyue aside. She could do without this portrait, but she absolutely refused to let the old man give it to her cousin. With that thought, Sun Xiaolan hesitated no longer. She stepped before the portrait immediately. She adopted an utterly entranced expression. "Father, this portrait is so beautiful. The mountains and flowing water are so evocative. It would look perfect hanging in our own room. All these years without seeing each other, you haven't given your daughter any proper gifts. Why not consider this as a reunion gift, or perhaps my dowry? What do you think?" Sun Honghai had indeed prepared a dowry. But this painting of high mountains and flowing water was absolutely out of the question. After all, it was a priceless treasure itself, something that couldn't be given to someone who didn't understand its value. If given to his goddaughter, Sun Honghai knew full well she'd likely sell it off. Such a treasure would be utterly wasted. Besides, the painting was a gift from the land itself. How could he possibly part with it so freely? This high mountains and flowing water is my most cherished painting. If you share such an appreciation, I can give you another piece instead. Hearing her father's words, Sun Xiaolan began to squirm. She shifted uncomfortably beside him. Father, we haven't seen each other in so many years. I'm still your daughter, after all. Now that you're chairman, asking for a painting, it doesn't have to be like this, does it? Besides, this is my absolute favorite. I don't want any of the others. Guofei, watching from behind, had already given him a thumbs up. This is exactly the reaction I wanted. Xiao Tiance beside them saw everything clearly, yet remained silent. At that moment, Sun Honghai found himself in an awkward position. His expression grew extremely grave. After all, as an elder, outright refusal would indeed make him look rather awkward. Sun Mingyue, witnessing this, interjected from the side. Father has already said this portrait is his favorite. Besides, he brought you here to visit. Asking for something right after entering might not be quite appropriate, would it? With just that one sentence, Guofei beside them immediately seized the opportunity. Miss Mingyue, your father's assets will all be yours someday. Why bother quarreling with your cousin over a single portrait? One should at least be magnanimous. Besides, old Master Sun isn't that kind of person. With the matter thus raised, Sun Honghai responded decisively. This portrait isn't mine. I have no authority over it. Hanging in the chairman's conference room, yet claiming it's not his property. Guofei naturally wouldn't believe that. Sun Xiaolan seized the moment to add a sarcastic remark. After all we've been through as father and daughter, if you don't want to give it, just say so. Using lies to brush me off like this, isn't that a bit beneath you? For the chairman of Wang Jiangla to utter such words hardly befits his stature. After that remark, Sun Honghai's expression instantly darkened. Chapter 163, Who Dares Move? If only he'd known, Guofei should never have brought them to the boardroom. Now, even his future son-in-law was tapping away beside him. Guofei could only take a deep breath. Sun Mingyue couldn't bear to watch any longer. Though guilt gnawed at her heart, this scene demanded she step forward. This portrait was given to me by my father's apprentice as a token of their master-disciple bond. Its meaning runs far deeper than mere surface value. I have decided I will not give it to you. Sun Mingyue was merely stating the truth. Yet these words only fueled Sun Xiaolan's fury. Cousin, your words are utterly disgusting. Even if you were lying, you wouldn't have to go this far. How could that penniless Xiao Tiance possibly afford such an expensive portrait? To me, it seems you're just coveting this asset and seizing the opportunity. Today, I'll ask father for this portrait. Who do you think holds more weight in your heart? Such childish words, who would have thought Sun Xiaolan could utter them? Sun Honghai, hearing her insult Xiao Tiance, shifted from a troubled expression to one of fury. How dare you speak to your sister like that? Besides, it's not just a painting. The entire Wangjiang pavilion was given to me by Xiao Tiance. This is a token of my disciple's devotion we haven't even had time to. Guofei froze for a moment. But looking at Xiao Tiance in his tracksuit, it was hard to imagine. He then began to fan the flames. Old master, I might believe anything else, but if you say this disciple gave it to you, that's just too fake, as fake as it gets. Xiao Tiance, I ask you, what kind of merit or ability do you possess to deserve this? Do you dare accept your master's words? Guofei flashed a smile, turning the question back on Xiao Tiance. At this moment of sharp confrontation, Xiao Tiance smiled faintly. Why wouldn't I dare accept it? It's simply a matter of stating the truth. What is there to be afraid of? This remark emboldened Guofei. He thrust his right hand forward, jabbing Xiao Tiance's chest with force. Don't think just because you're the old man's disciple, I can't handle you. In our clan, there are plenty of good-for-nothings like you who just bluff and bluster. Old Master's son only spoke that way to protect you. But you dared to deceive the old man. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Guofei pressed his advantage at every turn. Sun Xiaolan seized the moment to act. My boyfriend's right. I suggest you sever ties with our family immediately. Otherwise, once the truth comes out, it won't be pretty. The shouts echoed relentlessly. Sun Mingyue, watching from the sidelines, felt history repeating itself. Filled with indignation, she instantly stepped in front of Xiao Tiance. Cousin, your words are too harsh. We're only telling the truth. From now on, you're no longer welcome here. Get the hell out of here. Sun Xiaolan blared, shoving Mingyue aside. At the same time, she yelled at Guofei. I refuse to believe this nonsense. Guofei, take that portrait down right now. Guofei seized the moment, dashing forward in a single stride. Sun Honghai naturally couldn't bring himself to stop him, but at that moment, a cold voice rang out from behind. Let's see who dares touch that painting. Xiao Tian's thunderous shout instantly silenced the room. Guofei turned to face the voice, its power like a rainbow, and for a moment, his heart trembled. Seeing Guofei frozen in place, Sun Xiaolan urgently called out beside him. "You're a big shot, are you afraid of some good for nothing? Bring out the portrait immediately. Then my sister and I will sever all ties and never see each other again." Sun Xiaolan's face twisted in fury. Where was any trace of familial affection now? Guofei, initially startled by the shouting, quickly reconsidered. Xiao Tiance was nothing but a freeloader, why should he care? With that thought, his hands reached for the portrait. But at that very moment, a sudden gust of wind swept in. Xiao Tiance grabbed a pair of chopsticks from the table, using them as darts. They pierced straight through Guofei's arm. Blood gushed instantly from both hands, and Guofei let out a piercing scream. Just as Sun Honghai opened his mouth to speak, Xiao Tiance gently waved him off. "There's no need for you to say anything. I've already seen through certain matters clearly. My silence until now was the result of repeated restraint, but now, some things are beyond endurance." With a loud shout, Xiao Tiance stepped before Guofei. Seeing this, Sun Honghai understood his disciple was now consumed by rage. He could only silently shake his head and sigh. "You've pushed my disciple to this point. What happens next is no longer my concern. The rest is up to you." Seeing the old man shake his head, Guofei was now like an arrow on the string. With chopsticks piercing both his hands, this grudge had to be avenged. "Damn it, what kind of scum are you? Let me tell you, if we're really talking about breaking ties, our provincial capital family isn't one to mess with. We'll unleash invisible blows against your Sun family." Sun Xiaolan's heart skipped a beat. She didn't want things to escalate this far and hurried to pull Guofei back. "Don't do this. Let's talk this out calmly. We're all family here. It's Xiao Tiance who's in the wrong, not my father. Besides, father, just give the portrait to Guofei. Consider it compensation for today." Even at this moment, Sun Xiaolan was still calculating her own interests. Xiao Tiance, however, let out a cold laugh. He made several phone calls on the spot. Every company near Guofei in the provincial capital went bankrupt. The moment the calls ended, Guofei froze in surprise before bursting into laughter. He glared fiercely at Xiao Tiance, his mouth practically split from ear to ear. "You worthless piece of trash sure are good at spouting big talk. You say they're bankrupt, so they're bankrupt? What the hell are you, some kind of joke? You're really making yourself look good." As Guofei bellowed his rage, his phone suddenly rang. Then a middle-aged man's voice boomed through the line. "You little bastard, who the hell did you piss off? What the hell did you do in Jiangdu? Our entire family business has gone bankrupt because we angered someone powerful. Apologize to me immediately, or don't blame me for disowning you." The voice on the other end was unmistakably Guofei's father. After that furious outburst, Guofei was utterly dumbfounded. Sun Mingyue and Sun Honghai witnessed this scene without batting an eye. Or rather, such an outcome for these two arrogant individuals was entirely expected. The answer was now clear. Sun Mingyue could only shake her head. "My father has already stated that everything our family currently possesses was bestowed upon us by Xiao Tiance. But you refuse to believe it. Now it's far too late." Sun Mingyue turned to look at Xiao Tiance, her heart filled with a complex mix of emotions. He had spoken too much on behalf of the entire Sun family. And she had treated him with such an attitude regret still gnawed at her to this day. Chapter 164, The Tragedy Comes to an End. As the central figure in this affair, Guofei had truly shot himself in the foot. Shattered it to pieces. Everyone had assumed everything belonged to Sun Honghai. Who would have thought it was actually that despised Xiao Tiance? At this moment, his legs trembled slightly. Facing Sun Honghai, who was about to speak, he shook his head slightly. "Once my disciple gets angry, even I can't control him. Please refrain from further comment, Mr. Guo." Sun Honghai knew that once he spoke, Xiao Tiance wouldn't listen. After all, they were once master and disciple. But with someone like Guofei, who pushes his advantage relentlessly, there was simply no room for negotiation. Scene after scene unfolded before his eyes, and now the path had reached a dead end. Moreover, Guofei had dug his own grave. Why offer him any hope of survival? Guofei glanced at Sun Honghai, then darted over to Sun Mingyue in an instant. Sun Mingyue didn't utter a word, immediately ducking to the side. Left with no choice, he grabbed Sun Xiaolan. "Honey, please explain this properly. I had no idea things would turn out like this. It was just a joke, nothing serious." Sun Xiaolan had only been with Guofei because she was after his family business. Now that it's gone bankrupt, the outcome is obvious. Swish. Sun Xiaolan, who'd been so affectionate moments ago, instantly let go. She wriggled free of his arm, took a few steps back, and shook her head. "Guofei, I never imagined you'd be this kind of person. From the moment you opened your mouth, you were eyeing my family's portrait. Will you set your sights on our family's assets next? I never felt you were the man of my dreams. From this moment on, I declare our relationship over. There is nothing left between us." Capricious. Unprecedentedly fickle. Sun Xiaolan's actions left even her cousin Mingyue gaping in astonishment. Sun Honghai turned away abruptly, feeling only shame at having raised such a daughter. Guo Fei was nearly plunged into utter despair. In his desperation, he lashed out, slapping Sun Xiaolan hard across the face. You worthless! If it weren't for you, our family business wouldn't have been ruined. You worthless piece of trash, just die already. Throughout the beating, no one felt the slightest pity. They watched coldly. These scenes only left one feeling, a chill in the heart. Sun Mingyue couldn't bear to watch any longer and finally spoke up. Stop this. Don't make fools of yourselves any longer. How can you even call yourself a man? Only as Mingyue spoke did she realize how vastly different these entrepreneurs were compared to Xiao Tiance. The greater the gap, the more profound the sorrow it evoked. After beating Sun Xiaolan, Guo Fei glared fiercely at Sun Mingyue, now completely out of his mind. Ignoring his own wounds, he grabbed a fruit knife and charged straight at her. You're partly to blame for today's mess. Don't even think about running. Guo Fei was young and strong, and Sun Honghai beside him couldn't react in time to protect her. Just as he closed in, Xiao Tiance delivered a spinning kick that shattered a row of his ribs. He collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently. He lost consciousness on the spot. Faced with this scene, several hotel security guards immediately dragged the man to the Public Security Bureau. Before leaving, Xiao Tiance added one last remark. Assault and battery? Straight to the deepest dungeon. Whether Guo Fei's recent actions were severe enough to warrant legal consequences was a matter for the law, but Xiao Tiance's words made the ultimate outcome clear to everyone. Sun Xiaolan watched her fiancé being led away, yet instead of showing any sorrow. Instead, she stepped forward and cried out. Father, I was blind to choose someone like this. Now that I've severed ties with the provincial family, I can finally return home. I hope you can. Sun Honghai sighed. Though you are my adopted daughter, I have always treated you as my own flesh and blood. Whatever Mingyue has, you shall have as well. But your actions today have truly disappointed me beyond measure. Our relationship is severed. I only hope we can each find peace in our own ways from now on. With those words, Sun Honghai left behind a bewildered Xiaolan. At that moment, rage surged through her body, making her tremble, yet it was utterly futile. Why? How did it come to this? Sun Xiaolan kept asking herself. He had once had a wonderful life and a home of his own. Sun Honghai had never treated her differently. Yet after all these years, Sun Xiaolan was now the one truly left homeless. Watching Sun Honghai and his family walk out of Wangjianglu, Sun Xiaolan was left behind, her expression fierce. I won't let you off so easily. Just you wait. Sun Xiaolan's eyes nearly bled tears. Outside, Sun Honghai sighed. My apprentice, I'm truly sorry. Every time I bring you out, we run into trouble. Tonight's dinner is going to be another one I can't afford. Xiao Tiance shook his head and exchanged a few polite words before departing, as he still needed to visit Luo Qingya at the central hospital. Thus, they parted ways. Watching their departing figures, Sun Mingyue lifted her head slightly. Father, about the nursing home, haven't you been wanting to talk about it? Just as Mingyue opened her mouth, Zhang Xiumei, who had witnessed everything, grabbed her daughter's hand. Don't say anything. If your father doesn't want to talk about it, then he doesn't want to tell you. Besides, our family owes him far too many favors. Xiao Tiance had already left. Sun Mingyue could only let out a deep sigh. Father, I know you're worried, but the problem is the nursing home is haunted. Even if our family manages to secure ownership of this portion, unless this issue is resolved, I fear we'll still face endless trouble in the future. Sun Honghai listened to his daughter's words, then finally took a deep breath. In my opinion, we shouldn't return to the nursing home for now. Let's invite a Taoist priest to inspect it another day. I refuse to believe that in this vast world, such a matter can't be resolved. Let's allocate a portion of our revenue to advertise widely throughout Jiangdu. Whoever solves this problem will receive a generous reward. As the family headed home, Sun Xiaolan hailed a taxi alone and arrived at the Red Rose Bar. The bar's owner, Black Bear, was none other than the third disciple of the underground boss. And back in the day, he was even Sun Xiaolan's suitor. Brother Black Bear, today's events have absolutely infuriated me. I haven't returned to Jiangdu in all these years, and I deliberately came here hoping to get a gift from my father through you. But my cousin ruined everything. Seeing his former dream lover throwing herself at him, a lecherous grin instantly spread across his face. What do you want to do? Just say it. I'm the third disciple of the Dragon King of the Underworld. As for that Xiao Tiance fellow, I hear my master has already sent someone to deal with him. Don't worry about that. Sun Xiaolan gave a mysterious smile. She replied. I will make Sun Mingyue die. Chapter 165, Midnight Blue Light. After returning, Xiao Tiance first checked on Luo Qingya. He found that under the doctor's care, her condition had improved significantly. Luo Qingya even tugged at her junior's arm, eager to return to the company. I haven't been back for 2 days. Let's resume normal work tomorrow. Though her wounds had healed, Luo Qingya still looked haggard. Xiao Tiance shook his head slightly beside her. Honey, listen to me. Rest in the hospital for a few more days. Your complexion has improved significantly these past days. Under the director's attentive care, you've clearly shown improvement. We can't give up now. After much persuasion, Luo Qingya finally fell asleep peacefully. But Xiao Tiance immediately turned and approached the director. Director, I've taken a quick look. Has Luo Qingya received any special medical treatment these past 2 days? The moment Xiao Tiance entered the ward, he sensed something was amiss. While they claimed to provide Luo Qingya with appropriate medical equipment and medication, it was all just vitamins and recuperative drugs. Even supplements readily available in supermarkets and ordinary pharmacies. These items were fundamentally inadequate for treating illness, yet they had actually produced corresponding therapeutic effects. The director of the central hospital sighed. Truth be told, that's exactly the case. We've been unable to assess Miss Luo Qingya's condition. All her readings show no physical issues whatsoever. Rather than resorting to indiscriminate medication, we've focused on nourishing her system, and these past 2 days have indeed shown some improvement. Xiao Tiance fell silent. Luo Qingya's meals at work were certainly not lacking. Moreover, Xiao Tiance personally purchases nutritional supplements for her evening meals. Suddenly developing malnutrition does seem rather implausible. Yet her condition had genuinely improved at the hospital, leaving Xiao Tiance struggling to find a satisfactory explanation. Xiao Tiance could only drive back to the 100-flower garden first. But upon entering, he found the place already in an uproar. A group of residents were shouting loudly nearby. What the hell is going on with your property management? No one's been on duty for ages, and everyone living in 100-flower garden is getting terribly sick. You need to give us an explanation. Is there some kind of formaldehyde problem at 100-flower garden? The property manager stood nearby trying to calm everyone down, so Xiao Tiance decided to stop and watch the commotion. He noticed the residents' faces were all deathly pale. Though they were shouting, their voices were weak and feeble, their condition dire. My son has exams in a couple of days, but lately he's even been bleeding when he goes to the bathroom. This is truly bizarre. My father is the same. He used to exercise daily and was healthy, but lately he's been getting worse and worse, even bedridden. There must be toxins in the air. We need a full inspection. All of this matched Luo Qingya's account perfectly. But according to the property management, air tests show absolutely no toxins. To this day, the cause remains unknown. Watching the commotion unfold before him, Xiao Tiance said nothing and chose to return home. Out of boredom, he turned on the television. As the screen flickered with a flash of white light, a thought also flashed through Xiao Tiance's mind. Wait a minute, that night, I seem to have been woken up by a flash of white light. Could it be that it wasn't just a dream? With this thought, Xiao Tiance resolved to stay vigilant late into the night. Soon, time passed. At the same hour, Xiao Tiance grew more attentive. Gazing into the distance, he saw the same light appear in the southwest region of the 100-grass garden. Something was wrong with that light. With that thought, Xiao Tiance sprang into action, sprinting toward the southwest. After about 10 minutes, he spotted a group of people dressed in snow-white robes behind the 100 Flowers garden, in an unfinished residential area. They were handling strange machinery. Their attire was exceptionally peculiar. The machines emitted a faint blue glow. Xiao Tiance froze momentarily at the sight. Though as the Dark Emperor, he had seen much in his time. He had seen such machinery overseas before, but never imagined it would appear in the heart of the city. This was a machine operating on the principle of light radiation, one that should only exist in war zones. So this was their scheme, using light pollution and radiation to disrupt human genetics. This weapon, with its low daily dose, was difficult to detect. Yet prolonged exposure would inevitably lead to fatalities, even contaminating the entire city. Xiao Tiance walked step by step toward them. Several men clad in radiation protective suits immediately stood up. One man, clearly the leader, wore a fiery red suit. Upon seeing Xiao Tiance appear, he visibly froze for a moment. Simultaneously, he drew a distinctive weapon and aimed it at Xiao Tiance. He hadn't expected to be spotted so quickly. This was unexpected, but it didn't matter, the outcome wouldn't change. As the captain spoke, the weapon pointed at Xiao Tiance suddenly emitted a faint blue glow. Xiao Tiance instinctively raised his arm to shield himself. As the light pierced through his skin, an indescribable burning sensation surged through him. Xiao Tiance was forced to take a half step back. Who ordered you to do this? As the question left his lips, a smile spread across the captain's face. You seem unaware of the situation. My advanced weapon far surpasses a mere pistol. My demand is simple: either you die here, or everyone in the 100 Flower garden will join you in death. As the words left his mouth, the surrounding crowd rose to their feet, laser guns now trained on Xiao Tiance. The pale blue radiation instantly enveloped the area ahead. You'd better stand still and do as I say. Otherwise, with every step forward, you'll be exposed to even more radiation. You should understand the power of this radiation weapon. As he spoke, Xiao Tiance took a step forward under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Simultaneously, a surge of true qi enveloped his entire body, repelling the radiation force outward. The captain stared wide-eyed. Where in the world had anyone ever seen such a divine being? Increase the weapon's power output immediately. He absolutely must not be allowed to advance further. Several subordinates nearby gritted their teeth and pushed the weapon's energy to their absolute limit. Faced with this advanced technology, Xiao Tiance's vital energy began to falter. That searing sensation returned throughout his entire body. The captain's expression twisted into a savage grimace at the sight. You have no right to know who it is. If you die, your family will be safe forever. I advise you to do as I say. Before the captain could finish his sentence, a streak of light like a shooting star cut through the blinding glow. Before the captain could even form a smile, Xiao Tiance had already closed the distance. Though his outer skin and abdomen were scorched and damaged, the fury blazing in his eyes made the captain tremble from head to toe. Impossible. What kind of speed is this? Chapter 166, The Science Team. Xiao Tiance's speed was simply too fast. So fast it made the captain question whether this was all a dream. But when the icy black blade pressed against his throat, the captain had no choice but to confront the harsh reality before him. Even more terrifying was that several team members ahead hadn't even had time to react before they fell one after another to the ground. As Xiao Tiance soared past the group, the weapon in his hand had already sliced through the air with a soft swish. Speak. What is your purpose? A single question. The captain felt his entire body tremble. His eyes fixed on the scene, he slowly lowered his weapon. It's Xia Shengnan. He sent me here. We're an overseas scientific team specializing in light radiation research. Captain Xia Shengnan must be the one deploying this radiation energy nightly. Moreover, I've heard Xia Shengnan is apparently Baidishan's disciple. Xiao Tiance nodded slightly. If that's the case, everything becomes crystal clear. No wonder the underground king remained silent after the four great families issued their ultimatum. It turns out they'd already taken action. After uttering these words, a flicker of relief crossed the captain's face. I've told you the truth. Can I leave alive now? The captain had spouted all this for one reason only, to stay alive. Yet Xiao Tiance seemed unwilling to grant him that mercy. A barely perceptible smile suddenly flashed across Xiao Tiance's face. If you were targeting me alone, perhaps I might spare your life after you admitted your mistake. But now you've implicated everyone in the 100 Flowers Garden, I truly have no reason to let you off. With a sharp crack, Xiao Tiance twisted the man's neck, snapping it clean off. With endless resentment in his eyes, the captain finally collapsed onto the ground. Staring at the corpse, Xiao Tiance remained vigilant, knowing the real trouble was yet to come. He immediately made a call. Deng Yue, I need radiation-proof suits, the latest research models. Once procured, deliver them immediately to 100 Flowers Garden. It must be said, modern technological products were indeed formidable. Had the man before him not been the Dark Angel, he might have been utterly helpless against such extreme radiation. But it was impossible to guarantee the enemy didn't possess even more formidable weapons. Therefore, complete preparations must be made before the final showdown. Meanwhile, in a secret meeting room, Baidetian stared intently at Xia Shengnan, his face betraying a hint of urgency. After all, the four great families had long exerted pressure, demanding he eliminate Xiao Tiance at all costs. Yet his two disciples were vying for the task. He needed to demonstrate his capabilities, and though he had given the opportunity to Xia Shengnan, there was still no sign of progress. Faced with this situation, Baidetian had no choice but to summon Xia Shengnan to his side. Meanwhile, Baidishan's other disciple flashed a coy smile. Her words even carried a hint of mockery. I told you you're simply not capable. This project would have stalled ages ago. This kind of task is best handled by me. Amidst the laughter, Xia Shengnan glanced at the woman beside him and merely smiled faintly. I've no interest in your tedious methods. I rely entirely on cutting-edge technology, please examine it, master. As they spoke, Xia Shengnan held up the high-tech radiation gun before him. As an experienced underground kingpin, Baidetian recognized the weapon's purpose at a glance. A flicker of excitement flickered in his eyes. Truly worthy of being my disciple, so cunning in your actions. This method could indeed kill Xiao Tiance subtly and without anyone noticing. Just as the praise was flowing, Xia Shenglan's phone suddenly began ringing incessantly. Seeing this, he smiled faintly. It seemed the matter with the 100 Flowers Garden had made progress. As Xia Shengnan uttered these words, the room fell completely silent. Everyone was waiting for the good news to arrive. Little did they know that the moment the call connected, wails of grief erupted from the other end. Young Master Zhao, we've failed. That Xiao Tiance is far too formidable, he killed our captain on the spot. We simply cannot continue. Hearing the reply, the woman beside him burst into a shrill, uncontrollable laugh, while Baidishan's expression hardened once more, growing utterly cold. Xia Shengnan offered only a single reply. As the call ended, Baidetian snorted. Your high-tech gadgets are indeed impressive, but I fear you've misapplied them. You're far too soft-hearted when dealing with others. Why not hand this matter over to your senior sister? Before he could finish, Xia Shengnan abruptly stood up beside him. He smashed the laser weapon to pieces and pulled a glowing red weapon from another box. Master, rest assured. Give me one more chance. This time, I'll handle it personally. I'll wipe out every last soul inside the 100 Flowers Garden. Since the ambush failed, let's settle this in open combat. Now I'll show you our technological achievements. As Xiao Shengnan spoke, he opened the window. Across from the villa stood 2 sycamore trees. Xiao Shengnan casually fired his crimson pistol at the trees without even aiming. Instantly, a blue glow enveloped both trees. Simultaneously, both trees withered at an astonishing speed. Witnessing this scene, even Baidetian was momentarily stunned. This weapon was worlds apart from the previous one. Why hadn't you brought it out sooner? Merely enveloped in that light, they were instantly killed, capable of breaching any living creature's genetic makeup. Not just in Jiangdu, but across the entire nation, such a ruthless weapon was a rare sight. Xiao Shengnan smiled faintly at the praise. I didn't want to reveal it earlier because the research wasn't fully complete. But it's more than sufficient to deal with Xiao Tiance. Moreover, its destructive power is overwhelming. It mustn't be used lightly unless absolutely necessary, as it would cause immense damage to the local terrain. But to eliminate Xiao Tiance, it's all worth it. Deep into the quiet of the night, Old Master's son had just arrived home when he suddenly received a call from the nursing home. Boss, it's bad. There's trouble brewing around our nursing home. The moment the words left his lips, the line went dead. Hearing this, Sun Honghai froze momentarily. The nursing home hadn't officially opened yet, and currently only the general manager was handling operations. Logically, the general manager should have already clocked out by this hour, yet an emergency had erupted out of nowhere. This was peculiar, but the sanatorium was an enterprise acquired by my apprentice. Any matter concerning it must be handled with utmost rigor. Chapter 167, Haunted Late at Night. Sun Honghai dressed himself. Sun Mingyue, who had already returned to her room, saw her father rushing about and immediately ran out again. Though Mingyue had no immediate family, she frequently visited her in-laws to help with chores. It was rare for her to be able to come home like this. Seeing her father so preoccupied now, how could she not feel worried? During the questioning, Sun Honghai frowned ambiguously. Strangely enough, the general manager of the nursing home hadn't left yet. Besides, they say there's trouble at the nursing home. Someone's causing a disturbance. I must go take a look. Upon hearing this, Mingyue's face immediately clouded with worry as she gently tugged at her father's arm. It was already the dead of night. Why not wait until tomorrow morning? A few more hours won't make a difference. It's already so late, and the nursing home is out in the suburbs. If anything dangerous happens along the way, that would be trouble. Shen Mingyue offered her well-meaning advice, but Sun Honghai silently shook his head. No. This is property given to me by my disciple. We absolutely cannot let anything happen to it. We must treat this with utmost rigor. Watching her father insist on getting into the car, Sun Mingyue said nothing and simply sat in the passenger seat. The stars now filled the sky. Mingyue took a deep breath. Father, let's agree on this beforehand. If we encounter any danger, we turn around immediately. The 4 great families might not give up on making things difficult for us. If they're behind this, we're no match for them. We need to avoid the worst of it first. Father and son sped toward the suburbs in the darkness. Half an hour later, they arrived at the sanatorium. The night was deep, with only 2 streetlights flickering brightly before its gates. Beyond that, the vast convalescent home lay shrouded in darkness beneath the night sky, radiating an indescribable sense of dread. The night in these suburbs truly felt terrifying. Mingyue muttered a complaint as she pulled open the car door. Then, father and son strode boldly into the sanatorium grounds. They called out the manager's name loudly, but no one answered from inside the room. Moreover, the scene was nothing like Sun Mingyue had imagined. She'd been told there was a disturbance, expecting a noisy commotion. Instead, the place was dead silent, utterly still. Had something gone wrong? Or had the general manager been mistaken? Just as Sun Mingyue was pondering this, footsteps suddenly echoed slowly from upstairs. Sun Honghai glanced at his daughter, and the two hurriedly switched on the surrounding lights. But the moment they flipped the switch, they realized it remained utterly silent. Power outage? Sun Mingyue shook her head, then reluctantly followed her father step by step toward the upper floor. The footsteps grew louder and closer. Be careful. It might be a burglar who snuck in late at night. The words had barely left his mouth. Sun Honghai held a flashlight in his left hand and a stick in his right. He ascended the stairs, sweeping the flashlight around. Soon, he pinpointed the source of the sound, an unused archive room. Currently under renovation, the room was silent and empty, its interior barren. The flashlight swept across the room, revealing it completely empty. Strange. Did we mishear it? Or perhaps, being in the suburbs, some wild animal had wandered in. As Sun Mingyue tried to reassure him, footsteps suddenly echoed from within the room. This time, the source of the sound was unmistakably clear. Right above their heads. Both of them instinctively looked up at the ceiling. Suddenly, they noticed two bloody footprints on the ceiling. They were unmistakably clear, the footprints of a man. Just as they stood there, unsure of what to do, they witnessed the footprints begin to multiply. They spread outward. Soon, crimson marks appeared everywhere. The ceiling met the walls in the hallway and the main hall deeply etched into the surface. Faced with this scene, Sun Mingyue was already trembling all over. "Father, this place is haunted. What should we do?" Sun Honghai was too shaken to respond. "I never imagined the danger the general manager was referring to would be this kind of situation. If someone were causing trouble, there might be a way to handle it, but if ghosts were haunting us in the dead of night, we'd just have to stare each other down. Our daughter seems fine, we'll discuss this after we get outside." Sun Honghai grabbed Xin Mingyue's hand, preparing to rush back to the car. But the moment they descended from the second floor back into the lobby, they spotted a man in a suit standing with his back to them, his gaze fixed on the distance. Sun Mingyue looked at the man before her and felt a sense of familiarity. The general manager? Prompted by Mingyue's reminder, Sun Honghai cautiously peered ahead as well. As they drew closer, the man remained silent. Curiosity getting the better of him, Sun Honghai stepped forward and tugged at the man's clothes. "What the hell is going on? Why aren't you off work this late?" Sun Honghai had merely tapped the man lightly on the shoulder before glancing at his head, which instantly rolled across the lobby floor. The blood pooling on the floor was horrifying. Faced with this scene, Sun Mingyue let out a shrill scream and frantically ran toward the exit. Sun Honghai couldn't bear the sight either and dashed out of the room in one breath. At that very moment, the street directly opposite the nursing home, previously quiet and deserted, suddenly saw a black van pull up. The door slowly opened. Two young men reached out, instantly grabbing Sun Mingyue's arms and pulling her inside. Too terrified to resist, Mingyue vanished into the night. Sun Honghai sprinted forward in desperate urgency, but the street was already deserted. After instructing Deng Yue, Xiao Tiance settled into a peaceful sleep. Little did he know that halfway through his sleep, the phone would suddenly ring. Sun Honghai's voice, trembling slightly, came through the receiver from the other end. "Something's happened to my apprentice. Your sister's been captured, and the nursing home is haunted." "What kind of situation is this?" Xiao Tiance froze in the square. His sister being captured and the nursing home haunted, truly, misfortunes never come singly. "Master, please don't worry. In 2 hours, I will personally deliver Mingyue to you." With that, the call ended. The Qinglong squad immediately launched their operation in the dead of night. A massive, comprehensive search operation quietly commenced. After a dozen minutes, a team member relayed the findings to Xiao Tiance. "Reporting to Your Majesty, our investigation confirms Sun Mingyue is currently being held captive in an abandoned factory." Meanwhile, inside the factory, Mingyue opened her eyes to find herself bound and gagged, strapped to a table. Surrounding her, a group of bare-chested men held weapons in their hands. Before Sun Mingyue could scream, the sound of high heels grew louder, approaching from the distance. Chapter 168, Sulfuric Acid in the Face. "Cousin, who'd have thought we'd meet again?" A familiar voice, familiar words. Sun Mingyue never dreamed she'd witness such a scene at this very moment. "Sun Xiaolan. Cousin, what do you mean by this?" Since it was a relative, Sun Mingyue naturally felt slightly reassured. But the next second, a vial containing liquid was pulled out in front of everyone. A white paper label was affixed to the glass tube, clearly stating, "Concentrated sulfuric acid." Seeing this, Mingyue's newly found calm vanished instantly. She backed away in terror. "What the hell are you doing? Calm down." The call came out hoarse. Sun Xiaolan's expression twisted into a grimace. "What do you want me to do? Do I even need to ask? If it weren't for you, I'd never have ended up like this. Not only did you strip my family of everything, but you also caused my father to abandon me, all because of you." Her cries were hoarse, Sun Xiaolan already consumed by madness, her eyes glowing with a blood-red light. At the same time, she slowly lifted the lid of the concentrated sulfuric acid. "You were smarter than me since childhood, prettier than me, and even the men around you were better than mine. You said if I poured this concentrated sulfuric acid on your face, would all the things you possess finally come to an end? Madwoman." The woman before him was nothing short of a complete lunatic. Mingyue's eyes widened as she urgently warned, "I won't tell you. If you do this, forget being sisters from now on, we're enemies. Besides, my father already called the police. They'll find us here soon." Her cry carried a hint of hoarseness. Her cousin laughed so hard she was shaking like a leaf. At that moment, a rough voice sounded from behind. "Interesting. True to form for your cousin clinging to a last shred of hope even now. I'm Bai Dishan's disciple. Do you really think even if the Security Bureau finds out, they'd dare come after me, the top enforcer of the Dragon King? Besides, I've got over 100 brothers outside. Frankly, I'm curious who in all of Jiangdu could possibly stand against me?" Black Bear radiated absolute confidence. Behind him stood a crew of brothers who fought like madmen. The abandoned factory was now packed to the rafters inside and out. Sun Xiaolan immediately threw herself into Black Bear's arms, flashing an incredibly seductive smile. She even leaned her body gently against his chest. "Cousin, you ruined my entire life. I will never let you off easy. Tonight, everything will come to an end right here." Sun Xiaolan laughed with extreme arrogance. Simultaneously, she swayed the concentrated sulfuric acid in her hand as she slowly approached Mingyue once more. Sun Mingyue stared at the woman before her, scarcely believing this was the same cousin who used to play behind her back all those years ago. How times had changed. When had things become such a tragedy? Watching her cousin's writhing form inch closer and closer, a faint smile suddenly appeared on Mingyue's face. From the sorrow of the beginning to the acceptance of the present, it all seemed to happen in the blink of an eye. "Cousin, your life has truly been a pitiful existence. Even if I were disfigured, you would never attain the life you crave. Your jealousy will forever keep you from happiness." With matters having reached this point, there was nothing more to say. Sun Xiaolan listened to her cousin's words, each syllable like a dagger plunging instantly into her chest. The pain welled up within her heart. At that moment, she felt no hesitation. "What I cannot have, I will destroy. And you're the first thing on my list." Just as the sulfuric acid was about to be poured down, suddenly click. The entire factory plunged into darkness. Sun Mingyue instinctively grabbed onto the desk and chair, but in her haste, she accidentally bumped into her cousin. Amidst the temporary chaos and stumbling in the darkness, the sulfuric acid inside the glass tube spilled entirely onto Sun Xiaolan's face. As the saying goes, he who does wrong will meet his own downfall. What was once a pair of beautiful features instantly began to twist and contort under the scorching burns. Her skin rotted away, and wails of agony echoed ceaselessly. Alas, in the darkness, no one could discern the state of her eyes, only the piercing screams of a woman could be heard. The Black Bear realized it couldn't see a thing in the pitch-black darkness, while the roaring sounds kept echoing. "Check the power station immediately." People nearby quickly pulled out flashlights. Sun Xiaolan, writhing in agony, stumbled forward. After being injured, she rushed to Black Bear's side. Her face twisted in anguish. She screamed in terror over and over. "Help me, brother Black Bear. That hurt my face." The place was an abandoned factory to begin with, and now it was pitch black all around. The pitch-black environment instantly plunged the surrounding crowd into panic. Compounded by Sun Xiaolan's face, soaked in sulfuric acid, it had long since rotted beyond recognition, an utterly nauseating sight. Under the harsh light, her face was nearly devoid of skin, making her look monstrously grotesque. "Get the hell out of here, you demon!" Black Bear kicked Sun Xiaolan away. The sudden impact caused her to spit out a mouthful of blood, her ribs fractured. Simultaneously, the lights throughout the entire factory flickered back on. "Boss, someone must have pulled the power switch." Black Bear nodded silently. The surrounding crowd was clearly still shaken. Taking a deep breath, he turned to survey the scene once more, only then noticing Sun Xiaolan's pitiful state. Crawling up from the floor, Sun Xiaolan ignored the pain in her face and hurriedly rushed to Black Bear's side. "You promised you wouldn't abandon me. It's all because of that. She's the one who did this to me. My face doesn't matter, I can just get some cosmetic surgery to restore it to normal." Sun Xiaolan, unaware of her own appearance. Already driven mad, she stumbled and staggered toward him. Seeing this, Black Bear's face twisted as if he'd seen a ghost. "Get that stinking woman as far away from me as possible. Don't even think about coming near me." Just looking at his face made one feel sick to the stomach. Every word was factual, yet in that moment, Sun Xiaolan felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably. She collapsed to the ground in an instant. "What are you saying, Black Bear? You promised you'd never leave me, and I'm your dream lover. Why are you treating me like this now?" Sun Xiaolan was nearly driven to madness. Step by step, she steadied herself and looked ahead. In the dead of night, that flushed face exposed before everyone's eyes sent a chill down their spines. As it drew ever closer, Black Bear snatched up an iron pipe nearby and brought it down with brutal force onto Sun Xiaolan's shoulder. Chapter 170, A Cry for Help in the Dark. Outside the sanatorium, Sun Honghai had just lowered his heart, relieved by Xiao Tiance's promise. But suddenly, he heard footsteps echoing from inside the nursing home again. Earlier, consumed by worry for his daughter, he'd been too preoccupied to notice. Now, hearing those sounds again, his nerves were on edge. What on earth was going on? Ghosts in the dead of night? This couldn't be. Witnessing the scene before him, Sun Honghai was filled with countless doubts. The area surrounding the sanatorium was, according to ancient records, originally a burial ground. Legends about the place were endless. Sun Honghai never believed in such things, but what he was now witnessing was beyond anything he could have imagined. Just as he was at a loss, he suddenly noticed a phone number written on a flag near the nursing home's payment counter. The message on the number was equally peculiar. Ghost exorcism, fortune-telling, missing person searches professional hotline. Seeing this, Sun Honghai was momentarily stunned. He naturally remained skeptical about such matters, but the problem was that he was already in such a desperate situation that he had no choice but to grasp at straws. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and Sun Honghai dialed the number on the spot. Soon enough, the other end of the line came alive with a series of sounds. "How may I assist you?" Taking a deep breath, Sun Honghai laid out the entire story: the haunted nursing home and his daughter's disappearance. A polite voice answered from the other end. "We specialize in such matters and will be there shortly. Please hold on a moment." The caller hung up. Sure enough, within minutes, a jeep rolled slowly to the gate of the 2-month-old facility. A man clad in a golden-yellow monk's robe emerged and walked slowly toward them. The man was rather stout. Seeing this, Sun Honghai hurried over to greet him. He then explained the entire situation from start to finish. The monk narrowed his eyes and offered only a faint smile. This nursing home is situated in an area already heavy with yin energy. Such occurrences are only to be expected. But rest assured, as a disciple of the Buddha, resolving such matters is a simple task. However, I must ask for your generous offering. The monk's first words were about money. Sun Honghai, already in a state of panic, tried to call Xiao Tiance to inquire about the situation but found he couldn't get through. In his desperation, he could only continue responding. "I don't know how much it will cost, but as long as you can resolve this matter, everything is negotiable. But let me make one thing clear: a life was lost here. We absolutely cannot afford to be careless." As he spoke, Sun Honghai hastily pointed toward the general manager's body. The monk beside him froze momentarily. A look of utter astonishment flashed across his face for a moment, but he quickly forced down the fear welling up inside. Then, resting his chin in his hand, he offered only a faint smile. "Rest assured, benefactor. This is a minor matter, though it will require a donation of over 100,000 yuan. I wonder if you can manage that." Over 100,000. Sun Honghai now controlled 2 major enterprises. Such a sum was hardly a problem for him. Yet the sheer magnitude of the figure he had just uttered couldn't help but give one pause. The monk wore a serene smile. He shook his head slightly beside him. "This place has an exceptionally potent human energy, likely unaware of the formation. It demands an immense quantity of vital energy, spirit, and essence. You may not grasp the underlying principles, but rest assured this price is absolutely fair and honest." As he spoke, the monk suddenly produced several strands of golden thread, slowly circling them around the building. He walked while speaking, with great solemnity. "These golden threads have been consecrated priceless treasures. Had it not been for our karmic connection, I would never have offered them so freely. Moreover, this nursing home possesses exceptionally potent qi. Frankly, in all of Jiangdu, no one but us could handle it so effortlessly." Mid-sentence, the monk abruptly pulled a postcard from his backpack and placed it in Sun Honghai's hand. He looked down at it. The image on the postcard was quite extraordinary. It read, 10,000 Buddhas sect. Sun Honghai had indeed heard of the 10,000 Buddhas sect through television and newspapers. They specialized in exorcism and demon banishing, and their reputation was impeccable. Seeing this, Sun Honghai finally felt relieved. "In that case, I'll transfer the money immediately. As long as you can help our family, everything else is easily negotiable." After the conversation, the monk began setting up the ritual formation. Deep within the factory that night, Black Bear, having heard Xiao Tiance's words, gripped the chained blades behind him with deathly force. "You want me dead? Kid, my blade skills are no joke. If you insist on a fight to the death, I doubt anyone will come out happy today." The Black Bear had been driven to its limits. The chained blades in his hands whirled instantly, their sudden, unthinking motion creating a piercing, air-splitting sound. A tremendous force descended from the sky, yet at the same moment, Xiao Tiance raised the black blade in his hand. Who knows what that black blade was forged from? The moment they collided, the chained blades split cleanly in two, as if cut through freshly steamed tofu. Gazing at the chained blades lying on the ground, the Black Bear saw his own fate reflected in them. He stumbled backward several steps, weapons slipping from his grasp. His face contorted. He glared fiercely at Xiao Tiance, clenching his fists. "Fine, I admit you have some skill, but you can't kill me. Do you have any idea who stands behind me? Neither of these two heavyweights can be crossed. I advise you not to bring shame upon yourself." His shouts were filled with arrogance, yet Xiao Tiance showed no urgency to finish him off immediately. He understood the principle of cutting the grass at its roots all too well. He merely smiled faintly. "Fine. I'll wait right here for you. I'm also curious to see who's backing you, allowing you to act so brazenly in broad daylight." Black Bear's lips curved slightly. "My brother is part of the Martial Arts Association, and my master is none other than the Dragon King of the Underworld, by Dedian. Before you kill me, you'd better weigh up these two men. Can you really afford to cross either one of them?" Black Bear gloated triumphantly. "What does the title Underground Dragon King signify? In all of Jiangdu, aside from the four great families, absolutely no one dares to cross him in the slightest." Black Bear boasted proudly, but as he uttered these two names, Xiao Tiance suddenly sat down on a nearby stone block. He placed the black blade gently beside him. Then bring the Dragon King of the underworld here.
Fine. Call as many as you can. Who else stands behind you? Summon them all.
Countless people trembled at the mere mention of the underground Dragon King.
Yet Xiao Tiance remained utterly composed. Had he lost his mind? Black Bear couldn't fathom it, couldn't make heads or tails of it. Even if he knew the other party was playing the long game, the catch was a man-eating shark. Chapter 169, Demons and Monsters. Get lost. I don't know you, you ugly freak. Get as far away from me as you possibly can. The moment the shriek rang out, despair filled his eyes.
At the same time, a subordinate approached Black Bear and whispered in his ear.
Big brother Black Bear, something's wrong.
I just finished another patrol and found that during the power outage, all the dozen or so men who were supposed to be guarding the factory were killed in a single strike.
Dead? The power outage hadn't lasted long. Yet they were dead. This was an extremely bizarre occurrence, forcing Black Bear to confront the matter anew. Sun Xiaolan, still trembling with fear, kept running toward Black Bear. She simply couldn't stand this unreasonable behavior any longer.
He grabbed her body and suddenly threw her down from the building. Manhwa witnessed this scene, a faint pang of sorrow stirring in her heart. After all, she was his cousin. This was the second floor. Falling from here meant an uncertain fate. Amidst the panic, the power suddenly cut out again inside the room. Brother Black Bear's circuit breaker had been cut off from the outside. Someone had completely severed it. This time, it wasn't merely a matter of flipping a switch. The scene transformed completely. Amidst the chaos, Black Bear ordered everyone to turn on their flashlights. Shine your lights into every corner. Let's see what kind of ghost or demon dares show its face before me. Amidst the chaos inside the factory, Sun Xiaolan slowly struggled to her feet from across the room. This was the abandoned waste treatment plant behind the factory. Stumbling toward the distance, abandoned by everyone, Sun Xiaolan felt her mind nearly shatter. Just as she was completely at a loss, she suddenly noticed a long shattered mirror lying in a trash bin.
Sun Xiaolan glanced at the mirror and suddenly let out a shriek.
To her horror, the reflection revealed a monstrous figure herself. After all these betrayals, every time she touched her own face, she felt waves of pain. The concentrated sulfuric acid had begun to corrode her muscles, leaving pits of varying sizes across her skin. Every part of her body was a source of dread, making her feel as though she had fallen into hell. Why? I was the most beautiful person. How could I have become this? Despair filled Sun Xiaolan's eyes. In the end, it was all for nothing, just an illusion. Seeing no hope in life, Sun Xiaolan suddenly picked up a shard of glass. She aimed it at her own arm, ready to gently slice through her life. But at that very moment, a man beside her burst into laughter, filling the night with eerie sounds. If it were an ordinary person in the property management office, hearing such sounds would surely send them into a panic. But Sun Xiaolan had long since grown indifferent to life and death. In her utter despair, she even let out a cold laugh. Who was playing tricks? A dying person couldn't possibly scare me. Even after death, I'd become a fierce ghost myself. Sun Xiaolan truly had nothing left to lose. After all, she had reached a dead end. But just then, a man emerged directly from the darkness, dressed in a Taoist robe. His features were utterly eerie. In the moonlight, his features were indistinct. Little girl, you've simply been unlucky. If you want to turn things around, it's not impossible. If you become my disciple from now on, everything could change. The phrase "a ray of hope in despair" couldn't be more fitting for this moment. Sun Xiaolan stared at the Taoist priest before her face clouded with confusion. How could you possibly change my fate? I've already lost everything. The mysterious Taoist stepped beside Sun Xiaolan. He gently stroked her silky hair. Because I am the one sent by heaven to help you. So follow me, and you'll be perfectly safe. The Taoist gently pointed to the side, where a stone slowly cracked apart. Simultaneously, it floated silently in midair. This supernatural spectacle gradually restored Sun Xiaolan's shattered spirit. Amidst such bewildering events, a profound stillness settled over the air. Just as Sun Xiaolan opened her mouth to speak, the Taoist master's gaze struck her like an electric shock. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and she slowly dropped to one knee, calling out, "Master." With a gentle wave of his hand, the Taoist master beckoned, and Sun Xiaolan followed his figure as they vanished into the distance. At the very end, the Taoist master glanced back. He gazed at the dilapidated factory and shook his head slightly. "Xiao family, I never thought you'd survive such a calamity. But we shall surely meet again in the days to come." As the Taoist master vanished, all was finally revealed. Inside the factory, He Xiong felt a chill run down his spine. The light from the flashlight was limited after all. The abandoned factory grounds themselves were vast, and the constant buzzing of cicadas and muffled groans echoed from afar. But then the lights began to dwindle. Each time a light went out, it meant one of his men had been cut down in the darkness. Retreat immediately. Black Bear simply couldn't withstand the psychological pressure and began a frantic retreat. But at that very moment, light suddenly flared to life. Every light covered the entire factory, revealing over 100 subordinates lying in a river of blood.
Witnessing this scene, Black Bear's heart trembled slightly. Several subordinates beside him had just reached for their weapons when they too were struck down by a black blade slicing through the air. Fear was all that remained. As a disciple of the Hall, Black Bear naturally possessed some skill. His fist techniques, in particular, were formidable and powerful. But today, facing this man, he saw no possibility of victory whatsoever. Wait a moment, Sun Mingyue can be returned to you. As he spoke, Black Bear untied the ropes. At that moment, Mingyue's heart was filled with a complex mix of emotions. The man before him was technically his cousin, but the problem was that his past words had long since cooled the other's heart. Yet now, he came to rescue her without holding a grudge. 1,000 emotions surged within her. Xiao Tiance, thank you. I truly don't know how to. Sun Mingyue rushed over, her words filled with apology, but Xiao Tiance merely shook his head slightly and waved her off. My friend Qinglong is waiting downstairs. Take his car straight home, the old man misses you. Sun Mingyue hesitated, words on the tip of her tongue. She could only nod faintly, her steps quickening as she descended the stairs toward the lobby. Her lingering attachment to Xiao Tiance seemed to deepen within her heart. Meanwhile, Black Bear watched as Mingyue was let go and finally sighed. Now this matter can be settled once and for all. Xiao Tiance flashed an eerie smile, still holding the black blade aloft. Some things can be forgiven, but others cannot. Unfortunately, today you committed an unforgivable act. Chapter 171, No Rescue. Black Bear had never encountered such a situation. Among Baidishan's 3 disciples, Black Bear was the worst. He constantly extorted money under the pretext of the sky is falling, squandering it all on debauchery. Consequently, he had long been expelled from the sect. Yet despite this, Baidishan's reputation remained formidable. In past crises, merely invoking the name of the underground kingpin would make even outsiders step aside in fear. Yet today, the man before him remained utterly unmoved. This left Black Bear deeply shaken. Very well. You just sit there. We'll see how comfortable you feel in a moment. Black Bear pulled out his phone and quickly dialed his master's number. It was a number he hadn't dialed in a very long time. Taking a deep breath, he mentally prepared his words. After Zhao Shenlei left, Baidetian had long since fallen into a deep sleep. After the phone rang 3 times, Baidetian answered with a hint of impatience in his voice. A cry came from the other end. Dragon King, it's your disciple, Black Bear. Back then, it was my fault I disobeyed your teachings and only knew how to indulge in luxury. But tonight, I'm in danger at the abandoned factory in Jiangdu. Please send someone to rescue me. Otherwise, I won't survive. And if you ignore this, it'll be like slapping your own face. Baidishan's blood boiled upon hearing these words. He clenched his fists tightly. You worthless fool. You only think to call me now? Haven't I already told you you are no longer my disciple? This is the last time I'll help you. If you ever call me again, I won't lift a finger. Baidetian genuinely had no desire to handle this matter. But as the Dragon King of the underworld, having his name exposed in front of others like that, if he didn't do something about it, it would be downright embarrassing. He immediately dispatched a dozen elite operatives to launch a surprise raid in the dead of night. Across the entire Jiangdu region, Baidishan's operatives were countless. These dozen or so elite fighters were all stationed near the abandoned factory. Yet this meticulously planned operation was disrupted within mere minutes by a timely phone call. Seeing Black Bear's number on the screen, Baidishan's rage boiled over. No need for thanks. Get your ass back here first thing tomorrow morning. Baidishan's men were certainly no saints. Dealing with such minor troubles was no difficult task. He assumed everything had already been taken care of, and all that remained was for Baidetian to teach his nominal disciple a lesson. But to his surprise, the voice on the other end trembled with fear. Were all the men you sent killed? After that single sentence, Baidetian stood frozen, phone in hand. You say the men I sent to you are all killed? And the other side attacked me just because they heard my name? Are you sure you didn't cross some big shot or expert from the provincial capital? Baidetian wasn't stupid. On the contrary, becoming the Dragon King of the underworld required his own way of thinking and decisiveness. After questioning, with Black Bear standing by, he practically swore to heaven. I can guarantee this kid is a local from Jiangdu. He speaks with a local accent, and his martial arts are quite impressive. Sending ordinary thugs probably won't cut it. Hearing Black Bear's words, Baidetian felt reassured. Then, frowning, he could only grit his teeth and make another painful sacrifice. I'll send over a dozen more experts. Remember, you owe me a huge favor. Hanging up the phone, Baidishan's eyebrows furrowed slightly. He couldn't shake the feeling that tonight's events left a lingering unease in his heart. His gaze fixed on the clock hanging on the wall as the minutes ticked by relentlessly. Nearly 20 minutes later, Black Bear's call came through once more. Baidishan's voice was steady. Brother, hey, don't tell me those dozen elite fighters were all taken out too. They're all meticulously trained warriors. As the Dragon King of the underworld, he naturally kept more than just thugs under his command. There were also martial arts experts. The funds and sacrifices required to cultivate a group of martial arts experts are not something that can be explained in a few words. Facing Baidishan's reproach, He Xiong offered the same response from the other end of the line. Sorry, boss. That kid was just unlucky tonight. The men you sent out are dead again, and that kid only wields a black knife, killing without a trace. Each word struck Baidetian like a heavy blow to the heart. A black knife? Baidetian had never seen Xiao Tiance and knew nothing of his weapon. But somehow, the mention of a black knife felt familiar. The more he thought about it, the more bizarre the situation seemed. Had the other party also said, if you can't handle it, call in the 4 great families to handle it together? Baidetian had clung to a sliver of hope regarding the earlier remarks. But when it came to the latter part across the entire Jiangdu region, the only one who could challenge the 4 great families was likely the figure from the 100 Grass Hall. To have driven Zhao Xianlei to such desperation, this person couldn't possibly be an ordinary individual. A mere black bear, who only roams mountains and rivers seeking pleasure, could never be a match for Xiao Tiance. The men Baidetian had dispatched were more than sufficient to handle ordinary experts, but they were utterly inadequate against Xiao Tiance. At this thought, Baidetian nearly crushed his phone in his hand. Bear, is this the intel you gave me? Even if you weren't killed today, I'd kill you myself when we get back. Click. As Baidetian hung up the phone, Black Bear stood inside the factory, looking utterly bewildered. What's going on? Just leaving things like this? As far as Black Bear knew, the Dragon King of the underworld was not the type to let things slide so easily. Xiao Tiance seemed to have grown impatient, as corpses piled up like mountains inside the factory. Can you get someone here or not? Aren't these appetizers a bit too meager? Hearing these words, Black Bear felt his life hanging by a thread. His eyes blazed crimson as his fists clenched tighter. My master doesn't need to lift a finger to deal with you. I have a friend who's part of the Martial Arts Association. I'll summon him right now. Have you heard of Flying Knife, Li Hengfei? Xiao Tiance shook his head gently. He came to kill, not to make friends. Using Black Bear's connections to slaughter a bunch of people. Time is limited. I hope you can move faster. Black Bear frowned and pulled out his phone again. This time, a few minutes later, a young man clad in white trousers approached alone, several throwing knives clutched in his hands. The youth sported a long braid, his hands as delicate as jade. He was a newly joined master of the Martial Arts Association, renowned for his unerring accuracy. Chapter 172, The Merciless Flying Knives. Is this the man you asked me to deal with? Out of respect for the Dragon King of the underworld, I'll accompany you today, but the price won't be discounted. Li Hengfei had trained in flying daggers for years, a hidden master within the martial world. Yet he was greedy for wealth. He had almost no moral boundaries. The Martial Arts Association, recognizing Li Hengfei's formidable skills, recruited him into their ranks. Not only was he exempt from paying membership fees, but he actually received a generous monthly stipend. Though he appeared to be Black Bear's friend, their relationship was purely transactional. His identity as the Dragon King of the underworld was the true reason he agreed to act on Black Bear's behalf. Unfortunately, Li Hengfei seemed unaware of Xiao Tiance's existence, let alone the feud between him and the Martial Arts Association. Brotherly, rest assured, price is no issue. As long as you avenge me and my brothers, I'll personally recommend you to the master. Li Hengfei had calculated that becoming part of the Dragon King's inner circle was indeed a lucrative deal. Such a lucrative opportunity was simply too good to pass up. Li Hengfei drew a willow leaf dagger from his sleeve and blew on it lightly, a breath sharp enough to split a hair. My friend, he asked, would you prefer a quick death or a slow, painful one? Or would you prefer to take care of it yourself? In Li Hengfei's eyes, the man was already dead. Especially now, in the dead of night, being roused from sleep left him in a decidedly foul mood. Many polite words are often omitted for this reason. Xiao Tiance remained seated on the stone stool beside him. A faint smile played on his face. I have another option. I could have you join that black bear in its grave. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the willow leaf dagger sliced through the air. Never misses its mark. As always. The thin blade sliced through the air with a sharp whistling sound. Li Hengfei met it with a cold stare and a dismissive snort. Talk so much, you'd better die quickly. Monks from the 10,000 Buddhas monastery had already encircled the entire convalescent home with new yellow silk threads. He offered Sun Honghai a faint smile. Rest assured, sir. Once I finish chanting the incantation, these demons and monsters will vanish without a trace. And your daughter will naturally be found. The monk's incomprehensible words. Only after 10 minutes did he slowly conclude. He then turned to Sun Honghai with a faint smile. My friend, I've resolved the issue with the nursing home for you. But if you wish to find your daughter, the price you offered may not suffice. More money? Whether it was psychological or not, Sun Honghai found the nursing home no longer seemed as terrifying in the dead of night as it had moments before. Perhaps it was because dawn was approaching. But now, the monk before him demanded over 100,000 yuan, a sum Sun Honghai found truly hard to swallow. My friend, there's an old saying, money spent to avert disaster. Compared to family bonds, what did this money matter? One cannot live a lifetime without compassion. Sun Honghai had 3 daughters. One of them, Sun Xiaolan, being the eldest daughter, had long since become ungrateful. Another daughter, though not biologically his entrusted to him by his cousin, was a wild, scatterbrained girl. She rarely resides in Jiangdu. Among the 3 daughters, Sun Mingyue was the one who caused the most worry. Hearing the monk's words, it was truly impossible to ignore. "Master, are you certain you can find my daughter?" The monk before him pressed his palms together. He merely smiled faintly. "My words are true. Monks never speak falsely." Sun Honghai made up his mind. The moment he pulled out his bank card again, the jeep suddenly kicked up clouds of dust in the night sky. As the jeep's door swung open, Sun Mingyue instantly dashed forward. She clutched her father tightly. "Father, Sun Xiaolan is probably gone." In her urgency, Mingyue paid no heed to her surroundings and blurted out the entire story. Hearing this, the old man felt a sharp pang of pain in his heart. But Sun Xiaolan's true nature had already been laid bare at Wangjiang Tower. Truly, it was easier to change mountains and rivers than to alter one's nature. All that remained were regrets and sighs. "I understand. Xiaolan must walk her own path. She has brought this upon herself, no one else is to blame. As long as you're safe, I'm relieved you've suffered." As Sun Mingyue embraced her father and son, the monk beside them suddenly interjected. "Brother, according to our agreement, shouldn't payment be made now?" Sun Mingyue snapped back to reality at the monk's reminder. She turned to look at the chubby man clad in a golden monk's robe, his face blank with confusion. At the same time, the greedy wolf war god stepped out of the vehicle. "Old man, what's going on here?" During the inquiry, the monk merely gave a cold snort. "This patron invited me to slay demons and find his daughter. Now that she's been found, payment is due." Not only Sun Honghai, but even Sun Mingyue's eyes widened upon hearing the whole story. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting, monk? I was standing right here. I came back on my own, not because of your divination. Why should my father pay you?" Sun Mingyue's words echoed Sun Honghai's sentiments. This situation was utterly baffling. The monk remained unchanged, hands pressed together in prayer, a smile gracing his face. "This is because I have given you both a connection here. Only through such karmic ties can you return. Otherwise, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Therefore, this payment must still be made." Such twisted logic was something Sun Honghai had never encountered before. He stared wide-eyed at the monk before him. Inside the car, Qinglong witnessed this scene and was about to step out when he suddenly received a call from his subordinate. "Got it. I'll go pick up the goods right away. Radiation-proof clothing. The sovereign must be fully protected." Though the greedy wolf war god harbored reservations about the monk, he recognized the man as merely a commoner. Plus, the king's orders took priority, so he decided to drive off first. But shortly after Qinglong departed, Sun Mingyue and the monk before him erupted into a fierce argument. The monk's veins bulged as he argued fiercely. With a single slap of his right hand, the tree trunk snapped clean in two. "If you don't pay today, layman, you might recall the saying, inviting the Buddha is easy, but seeing him off is hard." Though the willow tree wasn't particularly thick, the fact that it snapped with a single blow clearly demonstrated the monk's formidable skill. Sun Mingyue froze slightly, while Sun Honghai behind her frowned deeply. "You fake monk may not be much of a priest, but your martial arts are quite impressive. What exactly do you want?" The monk before them resumed, his hands pressed together in prayer, his expression unreadable. "My demand is simple, pay me over 100,000 as previously agreed. Otherwise, my mighty Vajra palm will ensure that when it strikes, bones won't just break, they'll shatter completely." Chapter 173, The Blade Breaks, the Edge Dies. Forced robbery? Though it wasn't broad daylight, such an act from a monk left Sun Honghai utterly baffled. But the mighty Vajra palm was no joke. Had it struck him just now, death would have been almost certain. Sun Honghai glanced back at his daughter. He certainly didn't want to escalate the situation, but above all, he had to ensure his daughter's safety. So he could only take a deep breath. "I can pay you, but don't do anything rash." The monk wore a broad smile. Though ruthless in his actions, his words carried an air of politeness. "Since you're willing to pay, we certainly won't make things difficult. Such a wolf in sheep's clothing is a rare sight." Sun Honghai, with no other choice, pulled out his bank card. But just as the exchange was about to take place, another jeep pulled up in front of the gate. Interesting. When did even monks start swindling people? Xiao Tiance, clad in a tracksuit, closed the car door. He glanced at Sun Honghai, offering only a faint smile. "Didn't I tell you I could handle this? Why bother others? And you, con artist, spit out every penny you just collected." The monk before him regarded the new arrival. He maintained his usual demeanor, hands pressed together in prayer. He paid no heed to Xiao Tiance's warning. "Young man, why meddle in matters that don't concern you? Besides, your master and I have long since made an agreement. Receiving this stipend is only fair." The monk's words carried an odd, peculiar tone throughout. Xiao Tiance caught Sun Honghai's bank card midair and slipped it back into the man's bag. When dealing with scammers like this, there's often little room for reason. Xiao Tiance merely smiled faintly. What could he do if I refused to pay? Besides, the internal affairs of this nursing home are far from resolved. The monk glanced back. Golden threads had already enveloped the entire nursing home. Then he smiled faintly. The lingering spirit of your master's sanatorium has been banished. I just performed the ritual to dispel it. Now that all is well, isn't saying I did this for you without asking for anything in return a bit too long-winded? As the monk spoke, Xiao Tiance observed the interior of the sanatorium remained shrouded in darkness. But just then, mysterious footsteps suddenly echoed slowly from within. Sun Mingyue grabbed Sun Honghai's arm. She turned to face the monk. Didn't you say it was already taken care of? Why are there still mysterious footsteps? The monk before them had never considered the possibility of ghosts. Such things truly existed. His trade was posing as a fake monk to swindle people everywhere, especially with feng shui readings, a scheme that never failed. If ever exposed, his martial arts training would easily handle any consequences. He had more than enough skills to cover it. He'd rushed here tonight after a last-minute call, ready to pull the same old tricks. But he never expected the nursing home itself to harbor such strange and eerie sounds. Even the monk couldn't tell if they were real or not. Sun Honghai was genuinely worried and frightened. Under my spell, it's impossible for the soul to remain intact. What remains now is merely lingering warmth. Soon his spirit will be utterly scattered. If you don't understand, why speak recklessly? A monk who'd been swindling people for years, always smooth-talking his way through any situation. Just as he prepared to leave, he found Xiao Tiance still blocking his path. His expression shifted slightly. Esteemed patron, since you refuse to acknowledge this, I can only say I'm sorry. The monk raised his right hand. He then concentrated the internal energy of the mighty Vajra palm between his palms. He then lightly tapped Xiao Tiance's shoulder. Though it couldn't be called a technique cultivated to perfection, it was absolutely fierce. Had this strike landed on an ordinary person, their shoulder would have shattered instantly. Even a martial artist would be knocked flat on their back. Taking care of Sun Honghai beside Xiao Tiance would be no problem at all. Sun Honghai couldn't possibly discern the true power behind the great strength Vajra palm. To an outsider, it merely appeared as a light tap against the opponent's body. Yet in truth, Xiao Tiance had maintained an unflappable composure from start to finish. The moment the monk's right hand struck Xiao Tiance's shoulder, he felt as if a mountain stood before him, possessing 1,000-ton force. Even unleashing the great strength Vajra palm to its absolute limit, he couldn't budge Xiao Tiance an inch. Gazing down beneath the moonlight, one could clearly see that Xiao Tiance's ordinary sneakers had long since sunk deep into the parched concrete ground. Monk, you came here to slay demons and exorcise evil spirits. To leave before the task is complete, isn't that a bit hasty? Since you've already severed this demon's life force, leaving only its lingering warmth, why not demonstrate your skill once more? Let me witness your prowess. As Xiao Tiance spoke, the monk felt an invisible pressure closing in, suffocating him. Even mustering all his strength, he couldn't budge it an inch. In the end, he stumbled backward. His right hand, which had barely touched Xiao Tiance, trembled slightly. His entire arm had long since suffered disrupted meridians. The monk gave him two choices: either resolve the matter concerning the healing question, or face being dealt with by him. Xiao Tiance spoke calmly and composedly from start to finish. Yet every word concealed boundless killing intent. The monk finally took a deep breath, slowly retreated a few steps, and made the right choice. I'll handle the nursing home issue, but let's be clear, once it's resolved, I'm out of here immediately. Xiao Tiance said nothing, nor did Sun Honghai. The monk could only reopen the sanatorium's doors alone, clad in his monk's robe. The night remained utterly still. Just a few minutes later, a piercing scream echoed from inside the nursing home. The monk stumbled out. He suddenly smashed through the glass door, his face covered in blood. He then knelt before Xiao Tiance. I'm sorry. I admit I'm a fraud. Your nursing home is genuinely haunted. It's far too terrifying inside. I can't handle this matter. I must seek help from someone more skilled. The monk was truly terrified. Just moments ago, he'd planned to casually walk around the sanatorium, go through the motions, and slip away. But once inside, blood-red handprints covered the walls, and footsteps grew ever closer. At first, the monk refused to believe it. What demons or ghosts could possibly be involved in this matter? But now, seeing it with his own eyes, his courage had long since been shattered. As he frantically fled, a chill suddenly pierced his back, causing excruciating pain throughout his internal organs. Finally, that chill shot straight to his head. Fortunately, at this critical moment, the monk disregarded everything, finally smashing through the glass and barely escaping the perilous situation. When the words "you're a fraud" came directly from the monk's own mouth, Sun Honghai was furious beyond measure. You really are a fraud. You can't solve anything. Chapter 174, Icy Cold Penetrates the Body. Sun Honghai's rage boiled over, and Sun Mingyue beside him was equally furious. After all, the monk had been acting supremely arrogant just moments ago, even attempting to openly rob them. Now, his courage shattered, he wanted to end it all, especially since he could so easily walk away. Don't you dare leave. My father just gave you a hefty sum. If you're a fraud, return every last penny and have it delivered to Anfang security. Hearing this, the monk promptly emptied his pockets, returning every last coin to Sun Honghai. Not only did he not take a single penny, but he even returned some of his own money. Sun Honghai, being a righteous man, watched as the extra money was returned to the other party. But this didn't mean he was going to let it go easily. You swindler! I'm only taking back what's rightfully mine. Not a single penny of what you gave me extra will I accept. But I will see to it that you're handed over to the security bureau. I won't let you continue scamming people any longer. Amidst the loud shouting, Xiao Tiance suddenly stepped forward and cut off Sun Honghai's words. Master, since he's already decided to return all the money he swindled, there's no need to press the issue. Hearing Xiao Tiance's words, Sun Honghai felt deeply ashamed. Given Xiao Tiance's temperament, he would normally pursue such matters to the bitter end. And with a scam like this, he absolutely couldn't let it slide so easily. Why, after receiving the money, was he now choosing not to pursue the matter? This was completely out of character for Xiao Tiance. Yet, mindful of Xiao Tiance's kindness, Sun Honghai could say no more and merely nodded silently. Since you're interceding, I'll let this matter drop. But this kind of fraud must never happen again. Sun Honghai fumed as he approached the original billboard. He promptly erased every single phone number displayed on it. The monk, seeing Xiao Tiance spare his life, scrambled away in a hurry. Xiao Tiance watched the retreating figure. He merely shook his head slightly. Rest assured, that monk won't have another chance to continue his scams. Everything unfolded exactly as Xiao Tiance had foretold. Shortly after leaving the sanatorium, the monk dashed southwestward. Soon he found himself beside the highway. In the dead of night, the road was deserted. Stumbling forward a few steps, the monk felt a chill seeping into his entire body. That icy chill seemed to seep into his very organs. Soon, a layer of frost formed over his entire body, and he died instantly. The icy palm attack had completely bypassed the monk's inner strength, ending his life. By the time the monk stepped out, Xiao Tiance had already realized he was dead. Gazing at the sanatorium in the dead of night, Xiao Tiance let out a cold snort. If the monk couldn't handle it, I would. And I can guarantee there's more to this than meets the eye. It has absolutely nothing to do with any so-called demons or monsters. Sun Honghai froze slightly upon hearing these words. He hadn't considered such a possibility from the very beginning. Having witnessed the eerie scene firsthand, he dared not speak lightly. He could only respond cautiously. Disciple, be extremely cautious when you go in. This place is profoundly strange, even I cannot fully explain it. I don't believe in demons or ghosts, but my daughter and I saw it with our own eyes. How could we not believe? Xiao Tiance gazed into the interior of the nursing home. He had already pushed open the door. In the end, he left only one statement. If there truly are demons and monsters here, then I shall slay them. Minutes later, Xiao Tiance entered the hall, still shrouded in darkness. Yet with his martial arts prowess, he could easily discern every detail within the rooms in the darkness. Listening to the footsteps around him, he nonchalantly made his way to the staff lounge at the far right. He brewed himself a cup of coffee. Then he sat quietly in the lobby, enjoying the moonlight and the evening glow. Footsteps grew closer. Simultaneously, blood-red palm prints appeared on the walls from all directions. Everything unfolded exactly as Sun Honghai had described. Anyone witnessing this scene would be utterly terrified. Yet Xiao Tiance continued sipping his coffee. As if the ghosts surrounding him had long since grown impatient. The crimson footprints grew denser and denser. Only after Xiao Tiance finished his entire cup of coffee did he slowly set it down on the table. The Martial Arts Association's people, this farce should be over by now, right? Lightness skills and invisibility cloaks such childish tricks. Don't make me laugh out loud. Xiao Tiance was, after all, the Dark Emperor. From the footsteps around him, it was clear the opponent was an absolute master of lightness kung fu. And coincidentally, because of the 100 Flowers Garden incident, the Martial Arts Association harbored deep hatred toward Xiao Tiance. He'd resolved to target those around Xiao Tiance. This current display of supernatural tricks was likely just one part of his plan. No sooner had Xiao Tiance finished speaking than a figure emerged from the darkness. The shadowy figure grew closer, its outline flickering in and out of view. No wonder the Martial Arts Association sent me alone to deal with you. You really are a handful. But since you already know my reputation, I advise you to hand over the 100 Flowers Garden willingly. You'll never know who truly stands behind it. Xiao Tiance had long grown weary of such threats. He didn't even bother to respond to the other's words. Instead, he toyed with the coffee cup in his hand. What if I refuse? A faint smile touched the corner of the man's lips, then vanished before Xiao Tiance's eyes in an instant. Nicknamed the Black Bat, the man's speed was undeniably swift. Not only was he a member of the Martial Arts Association, but he also served as the right-hand man of the White Horse War God. His lightness kung fu was truly unparalleled. Vanishing mid-air, he reappeared behind Xiao Tiance in the blink of an eye. A scythe now gripped his hand. Yet when the scythe swung forward, it sliced clean through Xiao Tiance's neck. Yet for some inexplicable reason, there was no sensation whatsoever. Like a phantom in the air, it slowly sliced through and vanished without a trace. For several seconds afterward, the black bat remained utterly motionless. Damn it! The black bat was playing tricks, trying to terrify Xiao Tiance's loved ones into a state of utter panic before the final showdown. That's why he donned the invisibility cloak and smeared red dye on his palms and legs. Then he played tricks. But is the fake truly fake? Black Bat knew all too well that tonight's haunted legend was entirely of his own making. The problem was, the situation unfolding before him was utterly beyond Black Bat's comprehension. He had clearly seen the knife slice across Xiao Tiance's throat, so how could it turn transparent? Are you human or a ghost? Black Bat frowned. Having followed the White Horse God of War for so many years, he had seen a great deal. Yet he had never encountered such a bizarre spectacle. If you harbor demons in your heart, then I am a demon. And a ghost that claims lives. Xiao Tiance, who was clearly standing right before him, suddenly spoke from behind him the very next moment. Chapter 175, Distinguishing Between Human and Ghost. Who knows how Xiao Tiance managed it at that very moment? Not only was he immune to blades and bullets, he could vanish in an instant. As a subordinate of the White Horse War God, Black Bat's lightness skills were already transcendent. They could even vanish effortlessly right under someone's nose, leaving the observer utterly unaware. Yet today, Black Bat discovered that his so-called lightness skills were utterly insignificant before a true specter. No footsteps. Not even a trace of air. The man before him could dissolve into a shadowy blur at any moment. One moment he was speaking right before his eyes, the next he might be leaning against the doorframe. One moment he was seated at the table, coldly laughing, the next, he was standing beside the elevator. Black Bat had never witnessed such a ghostly spectacle. Even the weapon in his hand began to tremble slightly. Back then, all he knew was that the contract the White Horse God of War sought to secure had been forcibly seized by a man from Jiangdu. He had even commissioned the Martial Arts Association to deal him a severe blow. Yet to this day, the Martial Arts Association had yet to take action. Left with no choice, Black Bat personally went to inquire. Only then did he learn that the Martial Arts Association's president wasn't in Jiangdu at all. He had long since sailed overseas, his return as elusive as a dragon glimpsed only by its head. As for the three vice presidents under him, they had long been scheming and plotting. Yet without exception, when facing Xiao Tiance, they suffered heavy losses. A figure like this naturally piqued Black Bat's curiosity. Even his companions, who had long advised him against it, still insisted on Black Bat personally arriving at the scene. But only upon truly seeing the man before him did Black Bat understand why the Martial Arts Association had hesitated so long to act against such a figure. The reason was simple: he was a monster. No matter how formidable one's martial arts, they could neither defeat monsters nor ghosts. This is impossible. You must have used some trick. Black Bat immediately pressed a button on the remote control in his hand, and the entire complex instantly returned to its former brightness. Meanwhile, Sun Honghai, standing outside the nursing home, remained completely unaware of what had transpired. Seeing his nursing home illuminated once more, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. I told you your brother could handle anything. Look, the power's back on already. This seemingly ordinary remark made Sun Mingyuan nod silently. It was clear that Xiao Tiance had once again provided immense assistance to their family. Meanwhile, the debts owed to the crowd were now impossible to repay. Inside the sanatorium, lights illuminated every corner as the Black Bats charged forward with the speed of a swarm. Where do you think you're hiding this time? The scythe sliced through the air. Next, Xiao Tiance smoothly twisted his body. Bathed in the light, the Black Bat finally saw clearly. Xiao Tiance hadn't vanished before his eyes, but had sidestepped at blinding speed. Because his speed was too great. The side struck only an afterimage. Dragon's Path. The Black Bat glared with bloodshot eyes. In that instant, an icy chill seemed to emanate from all around. The man before him was no ghost, yet he was more ferocious than any specter. This couldn't be. Dragon's Path across the world was the White Horse War God's ultimate technique. It must be a mistake, something must be terribly wrong. Xiao Tiance had mastered Dragon's Path in the canyon. Yet it was during that very same encounter that he first learned the name of this technique. Listening to the other's words, Xiao Tiance frowned. Why are you talking in such a disjointed manner? What does this matter have to do with the White Horse War God? As he inquired about the Black Bat's perception, it seemed he had let something slip. Seizing the moment, he hastily changed the subject. Perhaps I misread it earlier. Never mind. My demand is simple: get out of the 100-flower garden. Get out of the 100-flower garden again. After dodging the other's attack, Xiao Tiance lightly brushed off his snow-white tracksuit. The reason the 100-flower garden is being seized by overseas forces is because someone here is conducting illegal business and illegal experiments. If we concede today, tomorrow the villas in the 100-flower garden area will be blown down, and overseas elements will build chemical factories here. By then, toxic weapons would drift throughout Jiangdu, poisoning countless citizens. Could you possibly tolerate that? Black Bat, I truly hadn't considered these consequences. As a subordinate of the White Horse War God, he had always merely followed orders. Listening to Xiao Tiance's words, he pondered deeply for a long time, ultimately sighing deeply. The White Horse War God was his own pillow. Moreover, seizing the 100 Flowers Garden in Jiangdu was another order. As a subordinate, he never questioned the rightness or wrongness of orders. It seemed this gentleman had no intention of leaving. Black Bat realized arguing was futile. Suddenly, he draped his black cloak over his shoulders. Simultaneously, his entire form vanished from the room in an instant. This was the power born from the fusion of technology and martial arts. The moment the cloak was donned, his entire body became completely invisible. Even under the glare of the lights, he remained invisible. Watching Xiao Tiance's unflinching expression, Black Bat silently shook his head before launching a surprise attack with the scythe in his hand. The scythe was swift. It could sever a person's head in an instant. Yet the instant the scythe neared Xiao Tiance, a black blade suddenly intercepted it from behind. Sparks erupted in the air. Impossible. You couldn't possibly have seen me. It was all just coincidence. Black Bat initially wore this outfit merely to scare off Sun Honghai. But its true purpose was for combat operations. Especially in the dead of night, it allowed for stealthy, invisible kills. After being intercepted by Xiao Tiance, Black Bat readjusted his posture. Simultaneously, he concentrated all his muscles between his legs. At the moment of explosive acceleration, his entire body shot forward like a black meteor, instantly leaping before Xiao Tiance's eyes. This offensive moved twice as fast as before. Simultaneously, sparks erupted in the air. Next, from every conceivable direction, countless sights materialized into a myriad of shadows, plunging toward the sky. Simultaneously, the sparks multiplied in the sky, resembling fireworks during the Spring Festival. Each spark was the result of weapons colliding with one another. After a few minutes, Black Bat was already panting heavily. Looking up to continue swinging his scythe, he discovered it had been split in two amidst the countless collisions. Your weapon is quite impressive, it lasted this long before breaking. Xiao Tiance's words seemed like praise, but to Black Bat, they thundered like a bolt from the sky. It was far more than just decent. This blade was forged from mystical iron. It could even sever a strand of hair. The moment he saw his weapon snap in his hand, Black Bat knew this battle was lost utterly and completely. In his desperate situation, Black Bat pulled out his walkie-talkie. Listen up, everyone, head to the 100 Flower Garden now. Chapter 176, Shadow of the Dark Knight. If I had a choice, I wouldn't want to do this either. If you don't want Luo Qingya to come to harm, transfer the 100 Flower Garden contract immediately. As a subordinate of the White Horse War God, Black Bat was, after all, a warrior. A warrior despises nothing more than a backstab. Yet Black Bat truly had no other choice at this moment. After all, the man standing before him was simply too powerful. Power beyond all expectations. To achieve his goal, he had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Listening to the other's words, Xiao Tiance merely smiled. I don't understand what you just said. Black Bat's words were crystal clear, a blatant threat. He was convinced every word Xiao Tiance uttered now was feigned madness. But this state wouldn't last long. Black Bat smiled as he lightly tapped the tabletop, simultaneously easing the tension in his body. I believe I've made myself perfectly clear. If the 100 Flower Garden isn't transferred today, your wife could be in trouble at any moment. I've already dispatched over a dozen elite operatives, clad in stealth gear, to infiltrate the 100 Flower Garden. Even with security in place, they won't stand a chance. If you don't want your wife to suffer, I expect you to give me a satisfactory answer now. Every word struck a nerve. Yet Xiao Tiance continued to gaze at the distant moon. Seemingly content to sit here admiring the night's beauty, his unflappable demeanor caused Black Bat to pause in surprise. Xiao Tiance showed no urgency, and Black Bat certainly wouldn't either. When it came to psychological warfare, Black Bat would never yield an inch. Very well. Since you remain so composed, sir, I shall accompany you in waiting patiently. With Xiao Tiance's life now in Black Bat's hands, there was no reason for him to rush neither by logic nor by emotion. He poured himself a cup of coffee and placed it before Xiao Tiance, their eyes locked in a silent standoff. Every member of my Bat Squad is elite special forces, backed by modern technology. We're not the kind of force a small neighborhood can stop. But rest assured, your wife will call you with updates. Black Bat continued to wait. Yet after 10 minutes, he found himself losing patience first. According to Black Bat's orders, the prearranged team was supposed to report back to him the moment their task was completed. Yet nearly 10 minutes had passed, and still there was no word. During the wait, Black Bat paced back and forth in the room. Between the two, it felt like an invisible battle. Every second dragged unbearably slowly in Black Bat's mind. Just as he could bear it no longer, he turned and glared fiercely at Xiao Tiance. The next moment, he froze in surprise. Had it seen wrong? It must be a mistake. The man before him had actually fallen asleep. Black Bat found it hard to imagine anyone in the world could sleep so soundly under such circumstances. The rage erupting within him now slammed his fist hard against the tabletop. Your wife is currently at the 100-flower garden. I've already dispatched elite operatives to abduct her. And you're actually dreaming about this? Truly impressive. Black Bat's words dripped with sarcasm, yet Xiao Tiance merely yawned. After all, it was far too late now. Unnoticed, the hour had slipped into the late night. Xiao Tiance glanced at the clock hanging on the company wall and shook his head slightly. Why am I in such a hurry? My wife is hospitalized at Central Hospital, not at 100-flower garden. If you can find her there, it'd be a miracle. Central Hospital? Black Bat could never have anticipated Luo Qingya's whereabouts. Yet the more unknowable she was, the more it stirred something deep within him. This doesn't add up. If Luo Qingya had never been at the 100-flower garden, her team should have returned long ago. So why was there still no response? The only leverage he held had vanished. Gripping his walkie-talkie, Black Bat shouted incessantly. Bat Special Forces, return immediately and report. What's the current situation? Black Bat bellowed relentlessly, yet the other end of the walkie-talkie remained dead silent. The Night Stalkers, a team of over a dozen elite operatives, seemed to have sunk into the depths of the ocean at that very moment. Stop shouting, they're already dead. Xiao Tiance remarked, that's no laughing matter. Black Bat's expression gradually darkened. His twisted expression bordered on grotesque. You think you can provoke me? My Bat Squadron will never suffer any mishaps. At least within the entire Jiangdu region, there's no one with that kind of ability. Black Bat's roars grew increasingly frenzied, while Xiao Tiance remained as composed as ever. Two opposing energies collided relentlessly in the air. Xiao Tiance's unflappable expression only intensified Black Bat's growing anxiety. Only after several minutes passed, when he could no longer contact his subordinates, did Black Bat finally sense something was gravely wrong. But at that very moment, Xiao Tiance produced another remote control. He pressed a button lightly, facing the screen. The closed-circuit television in the nursing home lobby suddenly flickered to life. Initially, only static appeared on the screen, but within seconds, the image shifted, revealing the scene at 100-flower garden. A man clad in night attire led a squad forward, heads bowed. The moment the cloak was donned, the entire figure vanished into thin air exactly as Black Bat had anticipated. The security guards at the 100-flower garden remained completely unaware of their presence. They even strolled right up to the villa under their very noses. Witnessing all this unfold, just as Black Bat had anticipated. What do you mean by this? Want to admire our latest technology? Xiao Tiance remained silent, his smile unchanged. What unfolded next, however, would remain etched in Black Bat's memory forever. The captain at the front silently noted the plan as they approached the villa, while the dozen or so team members behind him lined up in formation. The moment he witnessed this scene, Black Bat instantly leapt to his feet. The shadows cast by several team members on the screen were all visible to Black Bat. Logically, once the cloak was worn, the entire body should have become invisible. Yet their appearance within the camera feed proved that the group's movements had been fully exposed the moment they approached the villa. What was even more absurd was that the team leader seemed completely unaware of this. He used a piece of wire to pick the lock in plain sight. With a subtle wave of his hand, a team member behind him dashed into the room at breakneck speed. Seize the target immediately and report back to Black Bat. The entire sequence unfolded in mere seconds as the captain issued his command. The elite operative who burst into the room slammed through the doorframe. He managed to leap back out through the door in an instant, as if he'd never been inside at all. Under the night sky, bathed in starlight, the captain standing before the door paused in surprise. Chapter 177, Two Spectacles. Under the night sky, bathed in starlight, the captain standing before the door froze in surprise. No one could see what had transpired inside the villa. The entire villa lay shrouded in darkness, its surroundings devoid of light. Several team members behind him quickly pulled the man who had been thrown back inside, then shook their heads at the captain. Captain, he's dead. One shot, one kill. Watching the scene unfold from the nursing home, Black Bat trembled slightly at first. Though these subordinates were far less skilled than Black Bat himself, their daily training had honed them into capable fighters. Yet from entering to exiting the villa took merely seconds before he was instantly killed, a feat even Black Bat himself might struggle to achieve. Standing on the other end of the video feed, the captain felt a chill run down his spine. The few team members behind him could only silently shake their heads. The deceased showed no signs of injury whatsoever. This room is rigged with hidden traps. We'll go straight in through the window. The captain immediately changed tactics. But the moment the display window was opened, another team member had just leaped inside when a thud echoed through the room. His body twisted mid-air before being violently flung back out. This time, the corpse was clearly visible. Two deep gashes marred the victim's chest. This is Kunlun sect's palm technique. What exactly are you? Inside the conference room, Black Bat stared at Xiao Tiance and demanded loudly. This technique, while not entirely lost to history, required immense dedication and rigorous practice to achieve even modest mastery. Yet the question went unanswered, while the video footage provided its own response. A bead of sweat trickled down the captain of the bat squad's forehead. A hidden expert near the 100-grass garden suddenly let out a piercing scream. When the crowd turned to look, they saw a finger-shaped mark on the throat of the fallen figure, instantly killed. Simultaneously, in the southwest direction, another man concealed in the grass emitted a muffled thud. In the blink of an eye, 3 or 5 bodies had already appeared, each bearing entirely different wounds. Is this the martial arts tournament? What on earth is going on here? It was clear that each victim bore distinct wounds and practiced different martial arts. Xiao Tiance watched the screen as if viewing a movie. Adopting an indifferent attitude, he let a faint smile touch his lips. Apologies, but my team members have always taken an interest in folk martial arts, so we've picked up a bit about every school and sect. It's more than just a little. No novice could possibly kill a member of the Bat Squad in an instant. Watching his men fall one by one, Black Bat screamed frantically at the screen. You lot, retreat immediately. There's a master here. Xiao Tiance waved his hand lightly. He cut off Black Bat's words. Don't panic. Even if you scream your head off here, the people on the other end won't hear you. Besides, the distance to the 100 Flowers Villa area is at least a half-hour drive. Rushing back now would be utterly useless. Besides, what you're seeing isn't a live feed, it's footage from a while back. It's just been so long since I've seen such an entertaining movie, I'd like to savor it a little longer. Black Bat's emotions began to twist and contort within. Alongside his rage, a genuine sense of dread began to take hold. After all these years following the White Horse God of War, this kind of fear seemed long forgotten, yet now it had been stirred to life. Soon, the leader of the Bat Squad sensed trouble and led his men in a frantic dash in the opposite direction. Amidst the darkness, a shadow darted back and forth. The shadow moved with blinding speed. Wherever it passed, the fleeing masters fell one after another, unable to rise. Each strike from that mysterious shadow was utterly unique, employing different martial arts techniques. It was impossible to discern their lineage. Yet one thing remained constant: the ranks of the Bat Squad dwindled steadily. By the time they exited the 100-flower garden area, only the captain remained. How could this be? Was the 100-flower garden haunted? We are the Bat Squad. The Bat Squadron is one of the 2 units commanded by the White Horse God of War. They've even received multiple commendations from the War God himself. A squad like this, even if they encountered a master on the battlefield, couldn't possibly be this powerful. Yet now, we must accept the reality before our eyes. The Bat Squad leader walks alone, step by step, into the distance. Arriving with fierce momentum, he departed in a dazed and disheartened state. Despite clutching his phone and walkie-talkie, he remained utterly cut off from the outside world. Now, the captain leaned against a tree, utterly disheartened. Tonight, everything would become an eternal nightmare. And in that very moment, bathed in moonlight, Black Bat saw it all clearly. The figure lurking in the grass leapt up in an instant. The captain of the Bat Squad was undoubtedly stronger and quicker than the others. Their paths crossed mid-air. In the blink of an eye, the Nightwalker vanished instantly into the grass. Turning back, the captain found the other figure leaning lightly against the tree trunk, blood streaming from 7 orifices. The scene before them would shock anyone who witnessed it. Yet Black Bat's mind was already in chaos. For in the instant the captain was struck down, he seemed to glimpse beneath the assassin's cloak a faint blue armor. No pale blue armor. Not only in Jiangdu, but even in the provincial capital, I've never encountered a team like this. Black Bat hesitated, unable to move forward. At that moment, the video feed cut off. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. By the heavens, the only soldiers clad in blue armor under the entire sky belonged to the greedy Wolf War God squad. But why would the greedy Wolf War God bother with this insignificant Jiangzhou? A faint answer began to form in Black Bat's mind. While Black Bat was lost in his thoughts, Xiao Tiance remained as always, a smile on his face. Simultaneously, he pressed another remote control. Playing tricks and pretending to be supernatural, that's child's play. But if you enjoy playing games, I can show you what real trickery looks like. I recall the Martial Arts Association's newest branch is nearby the Ice Palace. Please enjoy the show. Having just watched an action film, Xiao Tiance suddenly felt as though he'd switched the channel to a horror movie. The moment he saw the Ice Palace, Black Bat froze in surprise. The Martial Arts Association consists of 1 headquarters and 3 branches. The Ice Palace contained no actual ice, merely a massive Western-style villa constructed entirely of crystal. Under the night sky, it glistened like radiating ice, making it one of the Martial Arts Association's most distinctive structures. Chapter 178, The Ice Palace. The Ice Palace stood atop a mountain range in the outskirts, rarely disturbed by outsiders. Moreover, the mountain roads were rugged and treacherous. Combined with its non-tourist status, it remained largely forgotten. The palace master of the Ice Palace was none other than Song Yuanxiao, vice president of one of the martial arts associations. Beyond him, over 100 martial arts masters resided within its walls. In the dead of night, a shadow slowly climbed the steps from the foot of the mountain. Observing this, Black Bat frowned. I admit your men are formidable, but sending just one man to wipe out the entire ice palace, isn't that a bit excessive? Or do you simply overestimate your own men? Each of the 3 vice presidents of the Martial Arts Association possessed formidable martial arts skills and unique abilities. Even Black Bat dared not underestimate them. Just as he finished his taunt, the Black Bat suddenly caught sight of the man ascending the mountain peak. His entire body trembled violently. This can't be. Who exactly is this person in the video? Bathed in moonlight, Black Bat's eyes locked onto a figure that was none other than himself. A person who was his exact double. But Black Bat was standing right here. How could there possibly be another Black Bat inside the frozen palace? The situation with his eyes was utterly baffling, yet Xiao Tiance remained silent, smiling all the while. The 2 guards at the entrance of the ice palace, recognizing the Black Bat himself, naturally stepped aside, clearing a path. After all, Black Bat was a subordinate of the White Horse War God. And the Martial Arts Association was sustained by the White Horse War God. Everything fell into place. What exactly transpired inside the ice palace remained unseen in the footage. Yet mere minutes later, the palace doors shattered with a thunderous crash. It was violently smashed from the inside out. A slightly overweight man flew out with the shattering door, staggering unsteadily as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. That man was none other than the palace master of the ice palace. In the dead of night, his eyes revealed utter terror as he stared fixedly ahead. His face twisted in utter terror as he stared fixedly at the man before him. Who are you? What are you? The so-called Black Bat extended his right hand, gently caressing his own face. The Black Bat's face slowly contorted, revealing the features of the Lord of the Ice Palace. You are, could it be? The words were cut short. The blade rose and fell. The vice president of the Martial Arts Association met his end atop the mountain. Witnessing this scene, Black Bat's heart skipped a beat. This can't be. Divine speed and 100 changes among those I know, only one could achieve such a feat. But how could such a person possibly work for you? Black Bat stared intently at Xiao Tiance. At that very moment, a jeep pulled back up to the front gate of the sanatorium. Greedy Wolf War God, carrying a black leather briefcase, slowly pushed open the door. Reporting to your majesty, as per your instructions, we have prepared the radiation-proof combat suits. Greedy Wolf War God placed the black case neatly before Xiao Tiance. At that very moment, Black Bat witnessed the scene and suddenly seemed to lose all strength. His entire body plunged into complete paralysis. Greedy Wolf War God, 9-star War God. Qinglong merely glanced at Black Bat before opening the pitch-black leather case. Inside lay a piece of undergarment, appearing snow-white and deceptively plain in color. Yet it embodied the latest nanotechnology. Once worn, it could shield the wearer from any light or radiation. Xiao Tiance casually walked over and slipped the garment on. Its perfect contours seemed to fuse seamlessly with his form. Very well. At daybreak, you and the Qinglong squadron will accompany me to the 100 Flowers Garden. There will be a battle. Qinglong, whose expression had been utterly stern, suddenly smiled faintly upon hearing these words. Your Majesty, it is truly my honor. I never imagined that after all these years, I would once again march alongside you onto the battlefield. Back in the border wars, I fought ruthlessly by your side, even repelling 100,000 enemy troops. Now, that feeling can finally return. Seeing Qinglong's excited expression, Xiao Tiance patted his shoulder and snorted. Why must you constantly talk of fighting and killing? Not everything in this world can be resolved by bloodshed. If you act so impulsively now, how can I ever entrust this position to you in the future? The greedy wolf war god first bowed his head in acknowledgement of his mistake, then slightly. Without another word, he clasped his hands together. Your Majesty, he reported, the position of Dark Emperor is yours alone. I could never presume to take it. Throughout their conversation, the black bat beside them observed every detail and heard every word. His entire body broke out in a cold sweat, then his eyes revealed a look of utter despair. Then came acceptance. From initial bewilderment to present certainty, each step in his heart brought an indescribable shock. Just as the black bat reached for his phone, Xiao Tiance beside him shook his head gently. There was no need to notify the White Horse War God. Anyone who colluded with overseas corporations and disregarded the lives of local people was utterly unworthy of the title War God, except perhaps in terms of brute force. Black Bat, like an obedient subordinate, slowly placed the phone back on the table. When Black Bat first glimpsed the Azure Dragon Squad in the video feed, suspicion had already stirred within him. The Azure Dragon Squadron could only be commanded by the greedy Wolf War God. Yet here they were in Jiangdu. How could such a major figure be present? Black Bat forced down his doubts. As the video progressed, he saw a man identical to himself. After the initial shock, he quickly regained his composure. Divine Transformation. Xuanwu War God. Across the entire realm, only the Dark Emperor could command 2 9-star War Gods. By comparison, even if the White Horse War God personally intervened, he would stand no chance against anyone. Only now did Black Bat truly grasp why Xiao Tiance could sit here sipping coffee with such composure. As the Dark Emperor, he truly possessed that right. Black Bat watched Xiao Tiance's lips curve into a faint smile, a newfound calm settling in his own gaze. My luck seems to be running out. If I'd known this would happen, I should have dumped this mess on the Martial Arts Association. I really shouldn't have come. As Black Bat spoke, he drew the half-scythe in his hand and suddenly thrust it toward his own chest. Blood gushed forth from his chest. Black Bat knew all too well the fate of those who crossed the Dark Emperor. All the so-called schemes and plots vanished like smoke in that instant. Xiao Tiance stood up, gazing at the corpse before him and shaking his head gently. As the night drew to a close, the Dragon King of the Underworld was likely already stirring with restless intent. Black Bat had truly brought this upon himself. Greedy wolf war god, let's go. It's time to give certain people a baptism. Chapter 179, Doorstep Persuasion. Sunlight bathed the interior of the 100-flower garden. After dealing with Black Bat, Xiao Tiance had barely slept through the night. The sky had already brightened. Pushing open the gates of the 100-flowers garden, Xiao Tiance intended to use the morning hours for some much-needed rest. But there, parked before his door, stood a Rolls-Royce. A woman emerged, dressed in thin, revealing clothing, her face adorned with a seductive expression. She carried a camera over her shoulder. Though she wore a press badge around her neck, it seemed incongruous and suspicious. Moreover, Xiao Tiance had seen the woman before she was Zhang Xiaomei, a reporter from the Jiangdu Daily. Though she was Wang Rohan's colleague, their relationship was nothing special. Miss Shang, what brings you here? Xiaomei seemed to have put past grievances behind her. She suddenly produced her press credentials and the corresponding contract issued by Keatang. Oh my, you really are a busy person with a short memory. Earlier, Keatang personally requested that a reporter conduct an interview. Miss Wang hasn't been feeling well lately, so this public institution arranged for me to come. So, when do we officially begin? Xiao Tiance had indeed made a special invitation to Wang Rohan before. But Wang Rohan had already been seen at the central hospital, and her health was indeed unstable. Although the assigned reporter had changed to Zhang Xiaomei, since this was strictly official business, Xiao Tiance didn't dwell on it. Since Miss Wang cannot attend, the rest of you are welcome to proceed. However, I have matters to attend to today. Regarding the Keatang interview, I suggest postponing it until tomorrow. Zhang Xiaomei frowned, her face clearly showing a hint of displeasure. I thought you'd be available anytime, but it turns out you're quite the busy bee at Keatang. Looks like I made a wasted trip today. Still, I've come all this way. Would you mind inviting me inside for a glass of water before we continue? Throughout the inquiry, Xiao Tiance frowned. Now was hardly the time for a drink of water. The disciple of the Dragon King of the Underworld is about to arrive. And a major battle will erupt soon. Ordinary folk certainly shouldn't get involved in such matters. Otherwise, who knows what kind of trouble might arise. Miss Shang, I'm truly sorry, but I have matters to attend to today and prefer not to be disturbed by outsiders. Xiao Tiance's words were blunt and direct. Within the group, Zhang Xiaomei had always been self-important, relying on her beauty. She never imagined Xiao Tiance would repeatedly refuse her so decisively. Her face instantly clouded with displeasure, and her right hand reached forward, attempting to link arms with him. But just as she stepped forward, Xiao Tiance turned slightly. Her right hand met only empty air. Seeing Xiao Tiance deliberately evade her, Zhang Xiaomei's face flashed with a wave of displeasure. Fine. Since you're the client, if you wish to reschedule, then we'll meet again tomorrow. With that, she slowly walked away. But shortly after Zhang Xiaomei had left, she suddenly halted in her tracks, her expression darkening considerably. Her eyes fixed straight ahead. The smile that had been there moments ago vanished instantly. You little brat. You dare to keep putting me off like this. Since you hold me in such low regard, I'll prepare a grand spectacle for you. We'll see how you handle the fallout. After uttering these words, Zhang Xiaomei never returned to the group. Instead, she made a special phone call. On the other end of the line, a secret plot was hatched. Meanwhile, Xiao Tiance returned home and lay on his bed to rest and regain his composure. Before he knew it, the afternoon had arrived. Soon, the residents around the 100-flower garden began gathering, each carrying bags and packages, driving their own cars slowly toward the distance. This is fantastic. Free travel vouchers? They must be from some travel company. And they're valid at several scenic spots nationwide. I've never seen such a good deal before. We absolutely have to seize this chance for a family trip. Early that morning, Xiao Tiance contacted a local travel agency and obtained a travel pass. He then distributed it to every household under the travel agency's name. In this manner, within mere minutes, all residents of 100 Flowers Garden were evacuated from the area. Everything was quietly arranged without raising any suspicion. Then came the quiet wait. The afternoon sun gradually gave way to dusk. At the same time, a van pulled up in front of 100 Flower Garden. Zhao Xianlei stepped out of the van, followed by several assassins who unloaded heavy radiation weapons from inside. A steel container, seemingly as tall as a person, was placed before them. When the box was opened, it revealed a radiation energy source. Mr. Zhao, this is our latest technology. Once released, the citizens inside the 100-flower garden will also be affected. Are you certain you wish to proceed? As his subordinate asked, Xiao Shengnan smiled faintly, his expression turning grim. He had personally promised his master that this matter must be carried out. After dragging this out for so long, you've made no progress whatsoever. I've run out of time. Who cares about the common folk? Today, there is only one objective, to make sure Xiao Tiance has no place to be buried. Once he's dead, all sacrifices will be worth it. Also, deploy 2 snipers to hide in the high rises just to be safe. Xiao Shengnan surveyed the 2 high rises within the 100-flower garden with satisfaction. Setting up sniper positions there was simply perfect. Since the previous assassination attempt failed, this was now a fair and open duel. This time, it was inevitable. A gentle breeze swept through the 100-flower garden. Through the cameras, people could clearly see Xiao Tiance residing inside the villa. Xiao Tiance was currently in the tallest villa. All we had to do was release radiation, and he'd be instantly obliterated. This is the power of high-tech weaponry. Now is the moment to witness the miracle. Amidst the boastful chatter, Xiao Shengnan stepped forward to the machine and pressed the button. A blinding white light instantly engulfed the entire villa. No living thing could escape the assault of technological radiation. What should have been resolved in mere seconds dragged on for 2 full minutes, all to ensure Xiao Tiance met his end in the most thorough manner possible. The moment arrived. A savage grin spread across Xiao Shenglan's face. I thought we'd have a proper battle, but it turns out this was as simple as it gets. Bring back the body if he's alive, or at least the corpse if he's dead. Get into the room immediately and drag the body out to report to the master. After Xiao Shengnan issued his command, several henchmen immediately stormed into the villa. This should have been the end of it. But the assassins who had charged in were taking an unusually long time to emerge, causing Xiao Shenglan's expression to darken. Chapter 180, The Abyss of Darkness. The current situation was baffling to Xiao Shengnan. Dragging out 100 corpses was no difficult task, especially since he had brought along a team of professional assassins today. Watching his companions linger inside, Xiao Shengnan reached for his walkie-talkie only to discover that radiation had severed all signals within the entire 100-flower garden. Faced with such an unusual situation, Xiao Shengnan frowned deeply. Send another team in to investigate what's happening inside. Also, have the snipers take up their positions. If you spot any suspicious individuals, eliminate them immediately on the spot. But remember, no friendly fire. Every assassin under Xiao Shenglan's command wore identical white robes. Following orders, anyone wearing anything other than the white robes except for the clouds would be instantly eliminated the moment they entered the sniper's line of sight. Moreover, under the intense radiation just released, absolutely no living creature could possibly survive. At this stage, the plan was foolproof. 2 snipers had already taken up positions in the northwest and southeast corners of the 100-flower garden. The shadow snipers had their bullets chambered. It was certain that whoever appeared before them would be instantly killed with a single shot. But at that very moment, a faint, lingering fragrance drifted in from behind. The shadow sniper instantly turned around. His instinct was to retaliate, but instead he saw a stunning beauty clad in white stockings and a sheer, revealing dress that made his mouth water. On the battlefield, one should trust no one, but the woman before him was breathtakingly beautiful, so ethereal she seemed to have descended from the heavens. Are you a resident of 100-flower garden? The shadow assassin paused in surprise, but then reasoned that since this was the 100-flowers garden, it was only natural for other residents to live here. The woman before him halted abruptly, yet her face remained radiant with a smile, utterly unfazed by the sight of his sniper rifle. He even stepped forward himself and said some extremely suggestive things. Young man, how old are you? Playing with toy guns, what's the point? I'm an outdoor streamer, you should get it. Shadow assassin's mind raced at those words. Combined with the woman's revealing attire, a distinct image instantly formed in his mind. In today's society, such unscrupulous female streamers are far from rare. Many even venture into abandoned residential areas or wilderness to deliberately expose themselves, drawing attention for illicit gains. Shadow assassin, who'd been feeling incredibly lucky lately, instantly broke into a greedy grin. You're quite bold, sister. This place, the 100-flower garden, is bustling with people. And yet you dare to stream here. People will go to any lengths for money these days. Meeting me is your luck. What kind of live stream effect do you want? In Shadow Assassin's eyes, Xiao Tiance was already as good as dead. As for letting his guard down, well, that was understandable. He casually lowered his sniper rifle. Step by step, he approached the woman. The woman turned her head, her smile radiating charm as she gazed into the distance. This place is filthy and chaotic, not exactly ideal for filming. But I have a great storyline. Why not come over to my place? I'm going live today, and opportunities like this don't come often. As the woman urged him on, she leaned gently against the Shadow Assassin's side. The assassin's heart was already aflame with delight. He forced himself to hide his smile and turned to ask. I don't know where your place is, but if it's not too far, we could head over right now. The assassin's eyes were already clouded by desire. The woman gently draped her arm around his shoulder, whispering in his ear with a breath that sent shivers down his spine. "My home is in the underworld. Please come with me." Hearing her words, the assassin sensed something was amiss, but it was already too late. A sharp pain shot through his throat as a cold dagger sliced clean through it. As the saying goes, lust is a double-edged sword. The assassin met his end in utter confusion. Then the vermilion bird god of war picked up the enemy's sniper rifle, aiming deep into the 100 Flowers garden. How could someone so unstable ever be a sniper? An amateur like you is utterly unfit to be a sniper. Eliminating such scientific rebels was not right, and Xiao Tiance certainly wouldn't go it alone. Besides the Azure Dragon, the two great war gods of Inazuma had already begun their operations. If the shadow assassin of Ice had witnessed a beautiful dream before Yun's demise, then what the other sniper saw was likely a hellish nightmare. In the southwest corner, an old man raised his sniper rifle. As an overseas mercenary veteran who had fought in the merciless front lines years ago, he would never waver from his path on the battlefield, no matter the temptation. Though appearing aged and frail, he was a true master sniper. The muzzle of the sniper rifle was perfectly aligned with the villa where Xiao Tiance was located. Not even the slightest movement could escape his piercing gaze. Yet, just as he was fully focused, footsteps suddenly echoed from behind him, utterly unguarded. The moment the old man turned his head, the rifle clattered to the ground. Before him stood a young man. He had seen him before on overseas battlefields. He was also a master sniper. They had crossed paths on the battlefield before, and the encounter had left a profound impression. Only at the last critical moment, relying on his years of experience, had the old man ultimately eliminated him. Yet now, the young man seemed like a ghost returned from the dead. In his panic, the old man swiftly picked up the sniper rifle from the ground and fired wildly at the other's head. Bullets capable of piercing buildings flew toward him. Yet in that instant, the young man turned with a light step, his movement effortless yet decisive. "You can dodge sniper bullets? No, you're already dead. You're not human." The young man drew nearer. The old man fired repeatedly, only to find the bullets missed their mark. He realized he couldn't hit the youth. Terrified, he kept backing up until his back hit the windowsill. "You killed me once before. This time, it's my turn." A smile played on the young man's face as he spoke. In his terror, the old man stumbled backward. His entire body plummeted from the high rise in an instant. He didn't even have time to cry out before meeting his end. The young man then peeled off the mask covering his face, revealing the expression of the Black Tortoise War God. A faint smile touched his lips. Having completed his task, the Black Tortoise God of War picked up the sniper rifle. He glanced at the Vermilion Bird God of War positioned at the corner, and the two exchanged a nod. All this unfolded silently, yet Zhao Xianlei remained utterly oblivious. He kept glancing at his watch, his heart filled with growing anxiety. Why hadn't anyone emerged after all this time? Chapter 181, Mission Accomplished. So far, Zhao Xianlei had dispatched 2 teams, yet there was still no word. By now, Zhao Xianlei was growing impatient. He also sensed something was amiss inside the villa. At that very moment, the second team that had gone and emerged, carrying out several bodies. One of the squad leaders hurriedly reported nearby. The target was exceptionally vicious. Even after being exposed to radiation, it hadn't died, wiping out the entire assault team. Fortunately, we captured it in time and finished it off. Here are the bodies you requested. Then, Xiao Tiance's body lay on the ground. Zhao Xianlei, watching from dozens of meters away, wore an expression of unparalleled excitement. Finally dead. The mission was perfectly accomplished. But just as Zhao Xianlei was about to stride forward, he suddenly halted in his tracks. Zhao Xianlei was extremely cautious in his actions. Even though he saw the body, he couldn't be 100% certain. Surrounded by a group of assassins acting as his protection, he still hesitated midway. "Mr. Zhao, as per your instructions, I'll deliver the body for your inspection." Just as the captain ordered several men to carry Xiao Tiance's body forward, Zhao Xianlei shouted, "Hold on. Don't come over yet. Let me think about this first. Take photos of Xiao Tiance's body. Seeing the pictures will prove the mission is complete." After their previous confrontation, Zhao Xianlei harbored genuine concerns. The fact that the Dragon King of the Underworld took him so seriously proved Xiao Tiance was no ordinary man. When dealing with someone of such caliber, utmost caution was imperative. As the man beside him prepared to take the photo, a sudden bang echoed. A bullet instantly blew his head off. Chaos erupted instantly among the crowd. Zhao Xianlei clenched his fists tightly. "There's a sniper hiding behind us, find him immediately. And you shadow assassins, what the hell are you doing? The enemy has backup." Zhao Xianlei shouted loudly before entering the villa, as more and more assassins fell around him. The sniper's bullets found their mark every single time. Chaos erupted instantly among the crowd. As the team leader, he looked up at the sky and his eyes widened instantly. "Something's wrong, Mr. Zhao. The sniper's position is exactly where our men were stationed. Why would our own people fire on us? Could there be a mole infiltrated among us? Zhao Xianlei, of course, refused to believe in any so-called mole. But at this moment, my scalp was tingling with dread. Word is that this time, according to his plan, several of his men are involved. Our sniper has likely been taken out, replaced by their own. Withdraw immediately to the safe zone. This place is no longer safe. Zhao Xianlei had no time to examine the bodies just now. He needed to report back to his master. He even had several men forcibly drag Xiao Tiance forward. After more than 10 minutes, at the cost of half their assassins' lives, they finally escaped the scene. After leaving the 100-flower garden, the people around him were gasping for breath. Those two snipers were simply too formidable, accurate as clockwork. It felt like they'd just survived an indescribable ordeal of life and death. Zhao Xianlei, of course, cared not a whit for the lives of his men. The next task was to deliver Xiao Tiance's body to the Dragon King of the underworld. Just as they prepared to drive forward, a group of businesspeople suddenly passed by. They seemed entirely unrelated. But one vegetable vendor shook his head and sighed nearby. Business is getting tougher and tougher. I hear some people have been imposing inexplicably high taxes lately. Some say it's higher-ups, others claim it's imposters. We've no clue. This morning, the chairman of Jiangdu Sanatorium got the worst luck. Several people claiming to be tax inspectors forcibly detained him, insisting he'd evaded taxes. As the man spoke, several others nearby sighed in unison. This is ridiculous. Jiangdu Sanatorium was just auctioned off to Old Man Sun and hasn't even officially opened yet. Where would the tax revenue come from? Yet he was forcibly taken away for no apparent reason, and even that Sun Mingyue got dragged into it. The chatting group hurriedly dispersed. At that very moment, just as Xiao Tiance's body was about to be loaded onto the vehicle, one of the team members stepped forward. Simultaneously, a black knife appeared in the team member's hand. Witnessing this scene, the crowd exchanged astonished glances. What do you think you're doing? Get in the car. What are you practicing with that weapon for? Several companions shouted in question, but before they could finish, the team member slashed a sweeping arc through the surrounding crowd. Instantly, heads rolled to the ground. Zhao Xianlei, who had already opened the car door, watched the scene unfold, his eyes bloodshot with fury. The surrounding crowd, though strong, began drawing weapons to fight back. Unfortunately, the team members' strikes were far too swift. Only streaks of light flashed before their eyes. Dozens of assassins fell dead to the ground. Open up Xiao Tiance's body. Zhao Xianlei sensed something was terribly wrong. The three squad leaders hurriedly dragged Xiao Tiance's body to his side. He then grabbed the man's face with his right hand and yanked downward. Without exception, accompanied by a sharp tearing sound. The face that had been raised before him was forcibly torn away. The captain stared wide-eyed at the true face beneath the mask, sucking in a sharp breath. We've been deceived. This corpse isn't Xiao Tiance at all, it's our own deputy captain. As the captain froze in terror, a black dagger plunged into his chest. The team member before him similarly ripped off his own mask. He tossed it carelessly to the ground. Beneath the mask, of course, was Xiao Tiance's face. Clearly, Zhao Xianlei had been outmaneuvered. By the time the first wave of assassins had been wiped out, Xiao Tiance had already switched places with his opponent. Having completed this, Xiao Tiance gazed at the mask in his hand and murmured a quiet compliment. Xuanwu really is a master of disguise. This mask is remarkably convincing. Too bad old Master Sun met his end so suddenly. Otherwise, I'd have followed you all the way to the Dragon King's lair. Xiao Tiance had intended to remain silent throughout, tracking down the source to eliminate the threat at its root. Little did he know that the words spoken by those passing merchants would strike a chord within him. With Master Sun now in trouble at the sanatorium, Xiao Tiance could no longer afford to wait. He had no choice but to alter his plans on the fly. Zhao Xianlei stared at the corpse before him, his mind suddenly filled with a deafening buzz. He never imagined that his meticulously planned operation would collapse completely at this very moment. In sheer terror, Zhao Xianlei stumbled backward several steps while simultaneously drawing his radiation gun. Gritting his teeth, he aimed it forward. Kid, you've definitely outmaneuvered me. That was quite the display. But I won't let you leave alive. Chapter 182, Superb Defense. In this battle, Zhao Xianlei suffered a crushing defeat. Faced with such a predicament, he had no choice but to deploy his ultimate weapon. The silver pistol was raised before Xiao Tiance, soon emitting a faint blue glow. The moment I pull the trigger, the intense radiation around you will melt you completely. Today's outcome was inevitable from the start. I admit you're quite resourceful, but against absolute power, all wisdom is futile. A smile played across Zhao Xianlei's face as he took a few steps back and pulled the trigger without hesitation. And at that very moment, the blue light enveloped Xiao Tiance's body as always. Soon, the surrounding weeds and trees began to wither and die, pierced one by one under the relentless radiation. Zhao Xianlei continuously unleashed the super radiation. As time passed, the radiation light gradually weakened until the energy was exhausted. Only then did he slowly exhale in relief. Alas, it seemed impossible to fulfill his master's request. Under such intense radiation, no one could possibly survive. Xiao Xianlei shook his head gently, a hint of regret in his expression as the light before him gradually faded. Beneath the fading light, a twisted smile spread across his face, leaving Xiao Xianlei feeling utterly crushed from start to finish. A chill ran through him from head to toe, sending a shiver down his spine. This is impossible. Within my super radiation, no one can ever escape. Anyone caught within it is doomed to die. Who the hell are you? Or are you even human? Xiao Wei offered no reply. The best answer was the black blade in his hand, which instantly pierced through the opponent's chest. Blood flowed continuously down the blade. Xiao Tiance deliberately removed his radiation suit right before the other's eyes. The once snow-white suit now bore traces of black residue. Faced with this scene, he kicked the radiation monitoring device over on the spot. To deliver such devastating blows while wearing protective gear, if ordinary people were in the 100 Flower Garden, they might have been wiped out entirely. Mr. Zhao, I care not what your intentions are, but what you've done today defies all sense of justice. I intended to simply escort you out, but it seems necessary for you to taste this yourself. The machinery behind him was now scrap, yet residual energy seeped out, permeating the air. Xiao Tiance grabbed Zhao Xuanlei's body and slammed him into the energy source. In an instant, his internal organs were torn apart. Xiao Xianlei had no time to speak, his eyes bloodshot as he met his end. Just as the saying goes, he reaped what he sowed. Watching his opponent die, Xiao Tiance felt no pity whatsoever. Within moments, he summoned the greedy wolf war god. Minutes later, the Azure Dragon Squadron had completely surrounded the entire 100 Flower Garden area. Xinglong, handle this place. I'm heading to the Jiangdu Sanatorium. Having heard about his master's situation earlier, Xiao Tiance was already bursting with impatience. Alone in his jeep, he raced toward the Jiangdu Sanatorium. Upon arrival, the sanatorium's main gate was sealed shut with official seals. Meanwhile, a group of local residents were gathered, chattering away in a flurry of voices. Xiao Tiance tried calling his master, but there was no answer. After quickly scanning the room, he still couldn't find a trace of it. What on earth is going on here, sir? After walking around, Xiao Tiance returned to the entrance of the nursing home. An elderly gatekeeper stood nearby, still trembling. Mr. Sun and his daughter were arrested. They say it's for tax evasion. But something feels off. The people who came today didn't look like official personnel, and they seized them without a word. We still don't know where they've been taken. Everything was completely unclear at this moment. Xiao Tiance frowned. He slowly picked up his phone. Deng Yue, within the Jiangdu jurisdiction, someone impersonating official personnel forcibly detained us. My master, Sun Honghai, is currently missing. Use whatever means necessary to locate them immediately. Upon receiving the order, Deng Yue mobilized his entire force that very afternoon. After the radiation incident, Xiao Tiance returned to the central hospital. Over the past 2 days, his wife and Wang Rohan had become friends. In the hospital, they were almost always laughing and chatting, talking about everything under the sun. According to the attending physician, her condition had nearly fully recovered, and she would be discharged tomorrow afternoon. Having barely slept all night, Xiao Tiance took the opportunity to return to Luoqinjaiwan first. Closing his eyes, he drifted into a dream. Meanwhile, inside a 5-star hotel in Jiangdu, Bai Dedian frowned, staring at the shattered radiation machine before him, his fists clenched tightly. Xiao Tiance, you bastard! How dare you kill my disciple? He must be tired of living. Bai Dedian's face twisted with fury, almost contorted. A woman beside him smiled faintly. I always thought Zhao Xianlei was unreliable. His so-called high-tech is nowhere near mature. Besides, even with meticulous planning, it would be a huge hassle. Master, don't worry too much, I have a way to handle this. The mysterious woman before him was none other than Bai Dedian's last disciple. Facing his disciple's request, Bai Dedian slowly shook his head. I don't believe this man is as simple as the 4 great families claim. To resolve this, it seems we must set up a special challenge platform just for him. It seems the time has come to reveal the hidden cards I've kept concealed in Jiangdu all these years. As soon as the words left his mouth, the mysterious woman beside him flinched slightly. Her brows immediately furrowed deeply. Wait a moment, master. If you proceed this way, it would be like revealing our final trump card. The 4 great families would then know our true capabilities. Especially the overseas war god, that's absolutely our strongest trump card. Once exposed, what will we have left to counter the 4 great families in the future? As the mysterious woman cried out, Bai Dedian fell silent for a moment. Every word she spoke held undeniable logic. For years as the underground kingpin, he had controlled Jiangdu. But since the 4 great families rose to prominence, their crackdown on underground organizations had grown relentless. Now even Bai Dedian had unknowingly become a puppet of the 4 great families. His final trump card was meant for a decisive reversal at the critical moment. Otherwise, as the underground kingpin, forever overshadowed by the 4 families, that feeling would be unbearable for anyone. Master, you know my abilities are different from the other 2. Though my methods may not be above board, they prove exceptionally effective in handling such matters. Baidetian silently nodded at the woman before him. Remember this, the moment you sense danger, report it to me immediately. Never risk your life again. Chapter 183, The Bizarre Interview. Early morning. Xiao Tiance hurried to the entrance of Baikayatang Group. His wife wouldn't be discharged until the afternoon, so Xiao Tiance had to handle the morning interview alone. Though he rarely intervened in company affairs, he held the nominal position of vice president. With the boss absent, it was only natural for Xiao Tiance to handle all matters. After a long wait, a black van pulled up in front of Baikayatang. Zhang Xiaomei, accompanied by several reporters and holding filming equipment, approached softly. Hello, as arranged, we're here from the Jiangdu Daily to conduct an interview. We've decided to feature extensive coverage of Baikayatang Enterprises. The interview content was largely consistent with Xiao Tiance's prior arrangements. First, they provided a detailed explanation of Baichaotang Pharmaceutical Group's entire process, from production to sales. Next, a meeting was convened with corporate shareholders and executives, where the company's future development direction was announced. Although the chairman was absent, all relevant topics had been thoroughly prepared in advance. They simply needed to be read aloud for the interview to proceed smoothly. Throughout the interview, Zhang Xiaomei and the surrounding journalists posed questions brimming with positive energy. The 90-minute interview flew by in the blink of an eye. The interview team began preparing to depart. As Xiao Tiance escorted everyone to the door, Zhang Xiaomei suddenly stopped in her tracks. She gave the employees a warm smile. You guys go ahead back to the office. I have a friend who happens to be at Baikayatang Group. I'd like to take this opportunity to have a chat with them. Her companions, sensing nothing amiss, departed first. Just as Xiao Tiance assumed all reporters had departed, Zhang Xiaomei's voice suddenly called out from behind him. Vice President, I'm terribly sorry. The interview went very smoothly, but I feel one crucial part is missing. This part was originally meant for your wife to handle, but since she's unavailable now, to speed up our publicity, I hope the Vice President can answer instead. It's quite simple, just find an empty office where I can ask you a few questions. Private interviews like this were nothing unusual. Xiao Tiance didn't sense anything amiss. Within minutes, a conference room was prepared, and the two entered. The moment they entered, Zhang Xiaomei shed her bedding, revealing her graceful figure. Beneath her black suit, the clothing she wore underneath was extremely cool and airy. It was as revealing as a swimsuit. With a gentle smile, Xiaomei leaned lightly against the office desk, deliberately covering her forehead with her hand, exuding a touch of tenderness. Being a reporter is actually quite demanding. Finally, a cool place to rest. I wonder if the Vice President finds my figure appealing? As she spoke, Xiaomei extended her white thigh, gently pressing it against the door. Just as the door closed, Xiao Tiance's hand shot out, clamping down with a sharp click to block it. If Ms. Zhang wishes to conduct an interview, I'm available anytime. For anything else, our company has plenty of work to attend to. Please don't disturb us. Situations like Zhang Xiaomei's were nothing new to Xiao Tiance. He even felt a hint of disgust deep down. Seeing this, Xiaomei suddenly pulled her clothes back on. As if none of it had ever happened. She placed the video camera before Xiao Tiance once more. That was just a little joke, Vice President. You're worrying too much. To remain unmoved sitting beside such a beauty, I'm truly impressed. Alright, joke accepted. Let's begin the formal interview. We've heard that Baikayatang was seized by the four great families. How did you manage to reclaim it? Though all this was Xiao Tiance's doing, he didn't want to take full credit in front of the camera. He merely shook his head lightly. Truthfully, it was all thanks to Luo Qingya's efforts that we achieved this today. My role wasn't particularly significant. Besides, Baichao Hall is a century-old institution. I merely lent a helping hand from behind the scenes. Moreover, the actions of the four great families themselves were so heinous that they couldn't possibly remain in Jiangdu for long. As Xiao Tiance spoke, Xiaomei beside him froze slightly. Zhang Xiaomei was intensely jealous by nature. Back when she was a reporter, she remembered me. Now, hearing that there was a woman in Jiangdu far more accomplished than herself, her heart burned with rage. Zhang Xiaomei's current status and position were entirely built on selling her looks and employing unscrupulous means. Yet in Xiao Tiance's description, Luo Qingya seemed utterly flawless. Seeing him with another woman always ignited her fury, regardless of their relationship. Zhang Xiaomei forced a smile onto her face, though it was extremely strained. Half an hour later, the individual interview concluded. Xiao Tiance escorted Zhang Xiaomei back to the entrance of Baikayatang. After getting into the car, Xiaomei suddenly made a phone call. Is this the hacker group? I need to alter the following video segments. Jiangdu Central Hospital. It was the afternoon of Luo Qingya's discharge day. Originally, Xiao Tiance was supposed to pick her up according to the schedule. But due to the interview, he was delayed. Luo Qingya and Wang Rohan had become almost inseparable, chatting as they walked out together. Miss Luo, I heard that an interviewer named Zhang Xiaomei visited your Baikayatang. I'm not one to speak ill of others behind their backs, but Zhang Xiaomei's character is extremely harsh, even to the point of being hard to praise. If this woman is conducting the interview, you'd better be careful. Wang Rohan no longer wished to concern herself with internal company matters. Upon hearing these words, Luo Qingya looked utterly astonished. What? Is there something wrong with this interview? Lost in confusion, Luo Qingya hesitated to ask Wang Rohan before she hailed a taxi and headed elsewhere. Amidst her confusion, the sharp click-clack of high heels suddenly echoed behind her. Turning around, she saw a stunning woman with long hair, sunglasses, and a leather jacket, her footsteps creating a whistling sound in the wind. Her figure was strikingly eye-catching. People around them turned to stare. Hello, I'm a newly hired employee at Baikayatang. The vice president mentioned that due to an interview today, he couldn't come to pick you up on time. I'm here to fill in for him. Luo Qingya felt utterly unfamiliar with the woman before her. But after all, Baikayatang was a small company, and the authority for personnel recruitment had long been delegated. Having dedicated students and employees join our team is certainly a cause for celebration. You're a new employee joining our group, right? Honestly, I'm not feeling too bad these past couple of days. I'm just taking this as a chance to rest properly. I wonder how the interviews at Baikayatang are going now. You should head back. Chapter 184, Elements of Hypnosis. Luo Qingya stepped into the black vehicle and proceeded toward Baikayatang under the guidance of an accompanying staff member. The employee guiding her, however, was quite peculiar. It was the height of afternoon traffic, with vehicles streaming endlessly along the road. Yet the employee's driving technique was exceptionally unique. They sped along the road at breakneck pace. Throughout the journey, they remained completely silent. Though newly discharged from the hospital, Luo Qingya observed this scene without questioning it. After all, different employees had different personalities. She simply assumed they were new employees feeling shy in front of the chairman. As they neared the office, Luo Qingya deliberately avoided them. You've heard about it too. Baikayatang has weathered several storms and is now making a comeback. The company is in a very busy phase internally. But all this only applies to our corporate leadership. For our employees, we never force overtime, and all corresponding benefits are fully provided. So feel free to focus on your work. If you encounter any difficulties or issues, come straight to me. There are no rigid hierarchical barriers between us. The female employee remained silent, simply entering the building without a word. Soon the vehicle pulled up in front of Baikayatang Group. Just as he was about to step out, the driver suddenly reached for the coffee beside him. But in a moment of carelessness, the coffee spilled onto the floor. Luo Qingya, seated in the front passenger seat, instinctively ducked backward in the rush, narrowly avoiding getting her clothes wet. Only then did the female employee react, hurriedly apologizing. I'm so sorry. The female employee quickly bent down to pick up the items, and at that moment, her eyes met Luo Qingya's. Simultaneously, the employee removed her sunglasses. Luo Qingya frowned as she studied the woman's eyes, momentarily startled. The gaze of the employee before her was extremely peculiar, as if an endless vortex lay within those pale blue eyes. Merely looking into them felt utterly strange. Did the two of them see each other? After a few short minutes, the mysterious woman before her offered a faint smile. Chairman, please rest well. Soon you'll forget me completely. The moment you hear the bronze bell ring, you must act. Success is your mission. Luo Qingya felt her mind go completely blank, her eyes growing even more numb. Faced with the woman's words, she could only nod silently. The mysterious woman then opened the car door. A smile graced her face as she stepped out, her high heels clicking steadily into the distance. It took over 10 seconds for Luo Qingya to snap back to reality. Suddenly, as a breeze swept by, she shook her head. It felt like waking up after a night of heavy drinking. Frowning, Luo Qingya scanned her surroundings only to find herself seated in the passenger seat of a car. She wondered how the corporate interview had gone. And how had she even gotten back? Who was driving me? Luo Qingya realized she was sitting in the passenger seat. Clearly, she hadn't driven herself. But no matter how hard she thought, she hadn't called any driver today. In fact, she couldn't even remember who had picked her up in the first place. She ran her fingers through her silky hair, yawned, and her face was filled with confusion. This was truly strange. It felt as if she had suddenly lost her memory. Or could it be that her illness hadn't fully healed? Was there really someone in the driver's seat just now? Or did I drive the car myself? Amidst these bewildering thoughts, several security guards from Baikayatang strode purposefully toward Luo Qingya. Chairwoman, you're back. We heard you've been unwell recently. How are you feeling? During your absence, the entire company worked together seamlessly and certainly didn't bring you any shame. In fact, this very morning, the Jiangdu Daily came to interview us about our reputation, which will only grow stronger in the near future. Several employees stepped forward to greet her. Soon, Luo Qingya pushed the incident to the back of her mind. Thinking of the mountain of tasks awaiting her today, she grabbed her briefcase and hurried into the lobby. Just as she pushed open the door, Xiao Tiance had already arrived at the doorway. Honey, you're back. Today's interview went exceptionally well, and they asked us many more questions than expected. Before long, Bai Keatang's reputation will spread beyond our province, even overseas. Luo Qingye smiled and expressed her gratitude to Xiao Tiance. That would be wonderful, but I have no idea how many documents Bai Keatang has processed internally these past days. Come upstairs with me first to organize the materials. Then we'll convene the board meeting to assign the next tasks and responsibilities. Xiao Tiance followed behind her as they ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a building adjacent to Bai Keatang, a mysterious woman leaned against the railing. A sinister smile spread across her face. Master, I have fully deployed the plan. All that remains is to await its activation. Compared to others, my approach is absolutely foolproof. A sinister smile spread across the mysterious woman's face as she produced a bell from her hand. Through the skyscrapers, the telescope focused on Xiao Tiance's office. In broad daylight, everything was crystal clear. On the other end, Bai Dedian looked visibly satisfied. Good. Proceed as planned. This time, we'll catch them completely off guard. But if something goes wrong, what's your contingency plan? Hearing Bai Dedian's words, the divine woman paused slightly, her hand tightening around the bell she held. Soon, a gleam of pure resolve flashed in her eyes. It's fine. Just in case, I've already prepared to deploy my final trump card. Master, you can rest assured. As the phone hung up, Bai Dedian frowned beside him. At the same time, one of his subordinates rushed over to Bai Dedian. Reporting to the boss, we've uncovered intelligence from Universal Group. That guy named Xiao Tiance isn't just any ordinary person, he's the leader of the World Assassins Group. Though the truth requires further verification, we must exercise extreme caution for now. The chairman of Universal Group has always regarded Xiao Tiance as the head of the assassins, and this practice has continued uninterrupted. Upon hearing this, Bai Dedian suddenly frowned. I never imagined that kid had such a background. No wonder our plans kept falling apart. Looks like even my last apprentice might not make it. If necessary, make preparations, call all the brothers in Jiangzhou over. We can't put all our eggs in one basket. Upon receiving the notice, underground experts from all corners of Jiangdu began converging in droves. Inside the Bai Keatang office, Luo Qingye spread document after document across the desk. Her face had been grim at first, but slowly, a smile began to spread across it. Chapter 185, Dream Whispers and Dreams. Inside the Bai Keatang office, Luo Qingye placed one document after another on the desk. Her expression was grim at first, but slowly, a smile began to spread across her face. It seems our Bai Keatang Enterprise Group has been growing stronger day and night. I had feared that in my absence, the group would descend into utter chaos. But to my surprise, everything was running smoothly. Every employee was diligently fulfilling their duties. Xiao Tiance stood nearby, smiling as he offered gentle reassurance. Bai Keatang has grown to this point, and under your leadership, every employee who has made it here strives with determination. Though we don't encourage overtime, every evening when I pass by, I see the lights still burning bright. It shows the entire group is united in building this together. Listening to Xiao Tiance's words, Luo Qingye's face softened into a gentle smile. And at that very moment, a series of ringing sounds came from outside the window. Luo Qingye, who had been reviewing files, suddenly felt her mind grow hazy. Xiao Tiance, who had been conversing nearby, abruptly snapped his gaze toward the window. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. Simultaneously, he grabbed Luo Qingye's shoulder. Honey, while you were in the hospital, I learned a magic trick to show you. As the Dark Emperor, the moment the bell rang, his heart stirred slightly. Having traversed the darkness across the land, how could the Dark Emperor be unaware of this soul-binding art? Now, in Xiao Tiance's hand, a flower bloomed. The blossom stood poised, on the verge of opening. The instant Luo Qingye gazed upon it, her eyes turned a pale blue. Simultaneously, the flower in her hand began to bloom, half by half, spreading toward the glass beside her. Witnessing this, the pale blue in Luo Qingye's eyes began to shift. The instant the rose fully bloomed, drifting away in all directions, Luo Qingye's gaze followed the petals as they slowly separated. Her once complex gaze gradually became crystal clear. Then, they formed a mirror. Look into my eyes, my love. Instinctively, Luo Qingye fixed her gaze on Xiao Tiance's eyes. Soon, the reflection within the mirror materialized before her. A woman in red, who hadn't been in the room before, gradually became clearer. Her face and short hair were distinctly visible. After a mere 2 minutes, Xiao Tiance clapped his hands lightly. Luo Qingye paused for a moment before snapping back to reality. Still holding the file in her hands, she looked up at Xiao Tiance with a puzzled expression. What just happened? You mentioned magic or something? What the mysterious woman had displayed was none other than the long-lost art of mesmerism. Xiao Tiance had just turned the tables on her, neutralizing the effect. At that moment, Luo Qingye felt only a slight daze, as if everything that had just happened was a half-dream, half-wake state. Honey, it's nothing. You just got out of the hospital, you're probably feeling a bit unsettled. You say this was done by company employees? Excellent work, they deserve a reward. Also, there's a package waiting outside that I didn't pick up. Could you grab it for me? Luo Qingya couldn't recall if she'd actually said those words, but rewarding diligent employees was only natural. But when it came to the package, Luo Qingya frowned slightly. Why not just have the security guard bring the package up? Xiao Tiance slowly shook his head. After all, it's personal property. I'd rather retrieve it myself. Luo Qingya nodded lightly. Following Xiao Tiance's suggestion, she took the elevator downstairs. Meanwhile, Xiao Tiance stood atop the high rise, concealed behind the curtains, gazing outward. Simultaneously, he flicked red ink onto the windowpane, creating a false impression. Everything was set. The mysterious woman in the high-rise building, upon seeing the vivid red liquid on the window, flashed a hint of excitement across her face. It seems my mind control spell has taken effect. If anyone is to blame, it's that Zhao fellow. If things had been this way from the start, why go through all this trouble? This time, all the credit belongs to me. The woman could barely contain her smile. At that very moment, the door to Baichao Tang Group opened, and Luo Qingya stepped out, her eyes clouded with confusion. Who would have thought that woman would act so swiftly? Under my special hypnosis, everyone must obey my every command. I should reward her handsomely. The mysterious woman, having lowered her guard, also descended from the commercial building. Luo Qingya now stood before the company entrance. Gazing at the sunlit avenue, she felt as if some part of her memory was missing. A security guard nearby pointed toward the interior of the parking garage. Chairman, your car has been parked right here all along. I noticed the keys were still in the ignition, so I moved it to a spot in the parking garage for you. Parked at the entrance? Luo Qingya paused in surprise. Come to think of it, who drove me here when I first arrived at the company? The security guard vividly described the woman's appearance in detail. Luo Qingya frowned, having no recollection whatsoever. Is there such a person in our company? The security chief beside her looked equally baffled. That woman wore a red robe that looked incredibly expensive, and she carried herself like a wealthy young lady, not like someone who works for a living. I haven't seen her before either, but the surveillance system is broken, otherwise we could have investigated. Luo Qingya nodded thoughtfully. Everything that had happened today was simply too bizarre. Received the package, but no corresponding letter seems to have arrived. If the chairman has no further business, I'll take my leave. It's time for my patrol. The security captain gave a nod and led his team in the opposite direction. Shortly after their departure, across the street, the mysterious woman slowly approached. She gazed at Luo Qingya while jingling her bells. You did exceptionally well. The soul binding technique doesn't affect everyone with 100% effectiveness, yet you were a rare perfect match. Why not work for me from now on? Perhaps Baichao Hall will become my puppet as a result. Luo Qingya, now fully free of the spell, listened to the woman's words with utter bewilderment. What are you talking about, madam? How could Baichao possibly belong to you? What's your connection to the four great families? Instinctive wariness surged within Luo Qingya. The mysterious woman froze for a moment, then began shaking the bell incessantly, its ringing growing louder and louder. But to Luo Qingya, the woman looked like a madwoman, shaking the bells frantically without a word. The sound was enough to unsettle anyone. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Please don't obstruct official business in front of our company. Luo Qingya had no desire to linger further and turned to head back inside the corporate building. Only the mysterious woman remained, her face blank with confusion. She couldn't fathom where it had gone wrong. The mind control spell was extremely demanding to cast, yet once someone fell under its spell, there was absolutely no way to break it. Chapter 186, Reverse Mind Control. Could it be that I made a mistake somewhere during the casting process? As the mysterious woman pondered this dilemma, she turned to look at the back door of the Baichao Tang Group. Slowly, it opened, and the person emerging from within was none other than Xiao Tiance. The moment she saw her target safe and sound, the woman realized her plan had failed. Her face twisted in an instant as she stared straight ahead with wide eyes. Though the plan had failed, now that she had seen the real person, everything that had just happened no longer mattered. The mysterious woman, still in her high heels and fiery red attire, feigned nonchalance as she approached Xiao Tiance's side. And just as they brushed past each other, the woman before him suddenly twisted her right foot ever so slightly, slowly leaning toward Xiao Tiance. Then, she pretended to casually grasp Xiao Tiance's arm. Oh dear, sir. My apologies. A faint smile flickered at the corner of the mysterious woman's eyes as she glanced toward Xiao Tiance's position, her gaze holding an eerie light. It was identical to the look she had given Luo Qingya. Xiao Tiance met her gaze, but merely shook his head slightly. No problem. Beneath the seemingly serene white clouds, a fierce standoff had already begun, unfolding subtly and imperceptibly. A mere glance. Xiao Tiance's eyes held a hint of crimson, while a piercing light penetrated the soul. The woman before him felt as though her mind had lost control, suddenly overwhelmed by an indescribably cool sensation. By the time the sensation faded, they had already passed each other. I told you, an eye for an eye. Underground Dragon King, since you relish playing these devious games, I'll see you through to the end. Let's see just how long you can keep this up. Xiao Tiance circled the entrance once before returning to the interior of the Baikayatang group. The mysterious woman before him wore a peculiar expression. Wait, what was I about to say? Right. The mission is complete. I must report to Bai Dedian immediately. The entire scene of her meeting Xiao Tiance seemed to vanish from her mind. Her face quickly regained an ecstatic expression. She then sped off in her vehicle, heading straight for Nightfall Bar. It was still afternoon, and the bar wasn't open yet. Inside, only Bai Dedian sat alone, drinking by himself. These past days, Xiao Tiance alone had been enough to drive him to the brink. Such matters could no longer be tolerated. Just then, the bar door swung open. The woman beside him lit up with excitement. She instantly rushed forward, grabbing Bai Dedian's arm tightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Master, I succeeded. My mind control technique is finally complete. I successfully manipulated Luo Qingya to kill Xiao Tiance. Bai Kayatang must be in utter chaos by now. Bai Dedian, who had been half closing his eyes, froze for a moment. Finally, a faint smile touched his lips. With the leader of the assassin group gone, they're nothing but scattered sand now. Seize this chance to take down Bai Kayatang and present it to the four great families. How secure do you think my position as the dragon head will be then? As he spoke, the mysterious woman beside him flashed an excited look. As expected of the master, your insight is truly profound. If this plan succeeds, it couldn't be more perfect. Securing the support of the four great families' enterprises alone would greatly bolster the strength of our underground kingdom. Tonight's Baichao Hall will surely be bustling with activity. I must witness it firsthand. Bai Dedian listened to his disciple's words, his face already brimming with excitement. Meanwhile, Xiao Tiance was sharing a candlelit dinner with Luo Qingya. Now that Luo Qingya had just recovered from her illness, the two naturally had to enjoy a proper meal together. Inside the Jiangdu Western restaurant at that moment, Xiao Tiance placed two steaks before his wife, both of them smiling. Honey, you've been so busy these past days, we rarely get to share a dinner together. Indeed, sharing a meal with the right person is pure happiness. Luo Qingya blushed slightly at her husband's words. She playfully tapped his shoulder. It's precisely because we haven't seen each other in a few days that your mouth has grown so sharp. But thank you, your words are sincere. After all, without you, Baichao Hall wouldn't have risen to such prominence. As Luo Qingya spoke, her delicate hand reached out and grasped Xiao Tiance's arm. She slowly moved closer to Xiao Tiance, her face flushed with a hint of bashfulness under the sunlight. In such a scene, the dark angel of his generation suddenly felt his heart flutter. As Luo Qingya's face drew nearer, her breath seemed to carry a hint of warmth. The sensation of dry kindling meeting a fierce flame grew ever more intense. Just then, a loud bang echoed from the door next to the Western restaurant. Luo Qingya startled, instinctively stepping back and knocking over the glass of red wine on the table. Don't you have any self-awareness? Some insignificant punk thinking he can form an investment alliance with our four major families? Doesn't he have the sense to look in the mirror and see if he's even worthy? The sounds of fighting and taunting echoed around him. Xiao Tiance initially intended to ignore it. But the repeated references to the four great families suddenly made Xiao Tiance frown. Honey, I'm sorry, but it seems like some drama is unfolding next door. As he spoke, Xiao Tiance opened the door a crack. Beyond it stood a young man, his face covered in blood, while two security guards stood at the doorway, either beating or berating him. Simultaneously, the man inside the private room revealed his face. This man was the steward of the Lin family, one of the four great families. They had met briefly at the auction earlier. Sometimes you search high and low for something, only to find it when you least expect it. Looks like I might just get to meddle in this little drama. Hearing Xiao Tiance's words, Luo Qingya inside the room suddenly hesitated, her voice trailing off. Seeing the determination in his eyes, Luo Qingya could only sigh. Fine. Just be careful, you hear? The commotion next door persisted. The beaten man showed neither sorrow nor pain on his face. He seemed utterly oblivious to the blood covering his face. He even walked forward with a smile on his face. He forced a smile onto his face. We come from the mountains. These aren't ordinary stones, they're genuine medicinal herbs, though rare and hard to find elsewhere. I've heard the four major families within Jiangdu are immensely powerful. I hope we can collaborate. Most importantly, these items can cure illnesses and free people from suffering. The young man pleading before them was Zhang Xiaofan, himself a small-town doctor from the mountains. Jiangdu wasn't large by the world's standards, but the coastal village where Zhang Xiaofan lived was even smaller. His earnest expression left no room for doubt this was no jest. Chapter 187, The Black Medicinal Herb. The source of the commotion next door traces back to 3 days prior. Zhang Xiaofan was originally a native of the countryside, and his family was extremely poor. But the villagers pooled their resources together, collectively raising the funds to send Zhang Xiaofan to university. Having achieved academic success, Zhang Xiaofan lived up to everyone's expectations. With his outstanding grades and years of dedicated study, he returned to his hometown to become a doctor. Unfortunately, rural poverty persisted. Despite possessing medical skills, Zhang Xiaofan couldn't save the villagers. The lack of medical equipment in the countryside meant that lives that could have been saved were lost right before their eyes. The villagers were all like family. Moreover, the entire village had pooled their resources to fund Zhang Xiaofan's education. This debt of gratitude alone was something he could never forget. He could not bear to watch friends and relatives succumb to illness while he stood helpless. But heaven never closes all doors. While gathering herbs on the mountain, Zhang Xiaofan accidentally discovered that the mountain ranges surrounding coastal village contained other mineral-rich medicinal herbs. The towering mountains held countless medicinal herbs, their variety overwhelming. These herbs proved remarkably effective in treating illnesses, achieving twice the result with half the effort. They quickly yielded excellent results in experimental applications. With this realization, Zhang Xiaofan opened a path to prosperity, selling these mineral-based herbs to other corporate groups. He sought partnerships to exchange for medical equipment to bring back to the village. It was meant to be a two-for-one strategy. Yet unexpectedly, few doctors in the world recognized this herb. They dismissed Zhang Xiaofan as a madman, even shutting him out. Left with no choice, he traveled alone to major cities, a talented horse seeking its discerning master. After finally arriving in Jiangdu, he heard that the four major families were wealthy and powerful. Clinging to a sliver of hope, Zhang Xiaofan pleaded repeatedly until he met the steward of the Lin family. Just 3 days ago, the steward invited Zhang Xiaofan to a gathering at a Western restaurant, where he would meet a renowned physician from an overseas enterprise. Excited by this news, Zhang Xiaofan arrived at the gathering and, in front of the renowned overseas physician, Dr. Jackson, opened the treasure he had brought from the countryside. What he received in return was a chorus of laughter. Especially when the butler offered him a cigarette, glaring at Jackson with unrelenting mockery. Dr. Jackson, allow me to introduce you to Zhang Xiaofan from the mountains. He insists these worthless stones possess healing properties. I've always thought traditional Chinese medicine was nothing but snake oil, much like the 100 Herbs Hall. But I never imagined such deceitful and manipulative tactics could reach such absurd levels. Or rather, Mr. Jackson, would you consider this stuff medicinal? As a butler, I know little of medicine, please discern its worth with your keen eye. At this point, Zhang Xiaofan didn't seem offended by the sarcasm but instead eagerly continued his presentation. But just as he opened his mouth, he saw Jackson, wearing his gold-rimmed glasses, pick up a stone. Under the light, the object resembled nothing more than a piece of pitch-black charcoal. After a mere few seconds of examination, Jackson suddenly burst into laughter. You're telling me this is medicinal? I'd have thought it was dug up from a coal mine. If someone ate this, they'd surely die. The butler standing nearby heard this remark, smiled, and stepped forward to kick him over. Then Zhang Xiaofan scrambled out of the house and into the hallway. This was the series of tragic events that had unfolded earlier. Yet Zhang Xiaofan remained undeterred. He pleaded earnestly beside him. My medicinal herbs may look like charcoal on the outside, but their essence is entirely different. If the substances within could be extracted, they would be immensely beneficial to the human body. Even those without ailments would find their health strengthened and vitality enhanced after consumption. This is the wisdom our villagers have verified over many years, and it's our ancestral secret formula. Hearing this, the crowd doubled over with laughter. Jackson took a sip of red wine beside them, silently shaking his head. The butler witnessed the scene and understood everything at a glance. He promptly led several bodyguards out of the hallway. Looks like you won't believe it until you see it with your own eyes, kid. Jackson is an internationally renowned doctor. Could he really be less effective than your rustic remedies? You're nothing but a quack, just taking advantage of this opportunity to swindle people out of their money. Keep talking tough, I dare you. Fury boiling over. The butler swung his fist, as big as a sandbag, and slammed it hard toward Zhang Xiaofan. The sound of ping-pong echoed from nearby. Zhang Xiaofan clutched his head. Despite the beating, he didn't beg for mercy, remaining steadfast in his conviction. If you don't believe in me, then forget about working together. I'm confident there will be someone out there who recognizes my talent. But your clan's actions have truly disappointed me. As Zhang Xiaofan spoke, he placed the black belt-like medicinal herbs into a black cloth bundle. At that very moment, the butler escalated his cruelty, stomping down on the man's arm. Simultaneously, he kicked a piece of black charcoal far away. Kid, what was it you said? That the giants are disappointed in our 4 great families? You don't even have the qualifications to step through the threshold of the 4 great families. Where do you get the nerve to speak of disappointment in my presence? Mark my words, as long as our 4 great families don't make a move, not a single enterprise or hospital in all of Jiangdu would dare to buy your herbs. Xiao Tiance, standing at the doorway, happened to see the black stone roll to his feet. He picked it up. It must be said, the thing looked no different from a piece of charcoal. Soon, his hands were stained black as if dipped in ink. Worried about Xiao Tiance, Luo Qingya also came to the doorway and peered outside. She saw the object in Xiao Tiance's hand and took it from his palm with a slight frown. Luo Qingya held it close to her nose and sniffed lightly. Visibly, the look of concern in her eyes slowly transformed into astonishment. It was obsidian. This was an extremely rare medicinal ingredient, extracted from minerals. While it was exaggerated to claim it cured all ailments, it possessed exceptionally potent auxiliary properties, earning it the title of the strongest auxiliary ingredient. It could double the efficacy of primary medicinal ingredients, though its price was equally steep. Truly befitting the chairman of Baichao Hall. What seemed worthless to thousands was quickly recognized for its true value. Luo Qingya continued, this herb cannot be cultivated. Instead, it accumulates slowly over the long river of history, crystallizing through the passage of time. In other words, obsidian requires centuries of historical accumulation to form. In today's world, each piece is one less, making it extremely scarce. Luo Qingya couldn't help but wax lyrical. Zhang Xiaofan, who had been beaten to the ground, heard these words and his eyes lit up. Chapter 188, Forging an Alliance. I didn't expect you to recognize this medicinal herb, young man. I truly believe that in Jiangdu, or even across the entire realm, no one else possessed such medical knowledge. Zhang Xiaofan was utterly disheartened completely and utterly. After leaving the countryside, he had traveled far and wide, consulting numerous professors, yet all responses were non-committal. Not only did they fail to recognize its value, they even tossed it into the trash like worthless coal. After countless dead ends, finally encountering someone who understood him, only those who've experienced it could grasp that feeling. Luo Qingya spoke truthfully, nodding silently beside him. A faint smile played on Xiao Tiance's face. Honey, since you truly believe this medicine is effective, why don't we form a partnership from now on? Though dining at a 5-star Western restaurant, Xiao Tiance and Luo Qingya wore remarkably simple attire. Zhang Xiaofan's face lit up with joy upon hearing this, yet a lingering sense of disappointment remained in his heart. Zhang Xiaofan had hoped to trade his precious herbs for expensive medical equipment to upgrade the vehicle's medical capabilities. But the two people before him clearly weren't entrepreneurs. Even if they valued the medicine, there was nothing he could do about it. Just then, the butler beside them suddenly let out a cold chuckle. How amusing. Across the entire Jiangdu region, if any of our 4 major families were to take notice of this man, not a single enterprise would dare to retain him. Jackson nodded slightly beside him. The man he had just kicked out was now being taken in by others, clearly a slap in his own face. The butler deliberately mentioned the names of the 4 great families to intimidate Xiao Tiance. At the auction earlier, the butler had been present, but he had merely made a brief appearance before leaving to attend to the young master's affairs. Xiao Tiance, with his photographic memory, could recall the man's appearance, but the butler certainly wouldn't remember Xiao Tiance's face. By the time these words were spoken, Xiao Tiance had already nodded. In that case, how about partnering with our corporate group? Group collaboration. Zhang Xiaofan observed Xiao Tiance's demeanor. Though hope flickered within him, he remained hesitant. As the saying goes, the city's ways are treacherous. And these days, he'd been scammed so many times he'd become both foolish and fearful. If the 4 great families were locally based, they would be renowned. Zhang Xiaofan would have joined without hesitation. But now that these words came from Xiao Tiance, he naturally had to think twice. After all, the man hadn't clearly stated which corporate group he represented from start to finish. Meanwhile, the butler standing nearby had already boiled over with rage upon hearing those words. What was this supposed to mean? The 4 great families had been invoked, yet the other party still sought cooperation. This was clearly a refusal to give face. The steward stepped before Xiao Tiance and tapped his chest with his right hand. Young man, perhaps you didn't hear me clearly just now. We are representatives of the 4 great families. Any corporate group we disapprove of will never set foot in Jiangdu. I hope you'll take the time to listen to that statement again. From start to finish, Xiao Tiance ignored him, yet the butler approached repeatedly to obstruct him. A flicker of displeasure crossed Xiao Tiance's face as he turned to glance at Jackson beside him. Clearly, the butler's audacity stemmed not only from the 4 great families but also from this so-called foreigner. Then I'll repeat it once more, which group I choose to partner with is my own business. By your logic, are the 4 great families the kings of Jiangbei, the very rules of Jiangbei? As he responded, the butler beside him burst into an even more hearty laugh. As if hearing the most hilarious thing in the world, he even began to double over with laughter. Young man, you've got a point there. Within the entire Jiangdu region, our 4 great families are the trump cards. Every word was spoken with crystal clear precision. Listening to the other's words, Xiao Tiance adopted a pensive expression. Luo Qingya, standing behind him, was about to interject when Xiao Tiance suddenly shook his head silently. I once thought you were a fraud, but now it seems you truly are one of the 4 great families, no doubt about it. If that's the case, things just got a lot more interesting. My attitude toward the 4 great families is entirely different. The butler stood with his back straight, gazing ahead with an air of self-satisfaction, as if this were only natural. Since you know of our 4 great families, there's no need for further formalities. My demand is simple: have this youngster leave immediately, then kowtow twice. Consider it a token compensation for insulting our 4 great families. Surely that shouldn't be too difficult. As the response unfolded, Zhang Xiaofan beside him felt a twinge of conflict. Before arriving here, he had already heard of the four great families' power. Now, a small-time entrepreneur had offended such formidable clans because of him. The outcome was all too predictable. This big brother, I think it's best to let it go. Since Jiangdu won't keep me, there's no need for me to force myself to stay. There's a saying I've always believed, where there's a will, there's a way. I believe that by developing in other cities, I too can carve out my own future. Zhang Xiaofan possessed great ambition. Facing such a man, Xiao Tiance never held back. Smiling, he suddenly swung his right fist, landing a vicious blow on the butler's face. The impact shattered his nose. The butler was instantly sent tumbling backward. He rolled back and forth several times on the spot. Witnessing this scene, the butler was already out of commission. Jackson, standing nearby, immediately sprang to his feet. Mr. Zhang, this is truly unfortunate. It seems I've now offended all four major families. Zhang Xiaofan witnessed this scene, and precisely because of it, tears welled up in his eyes. Though not from Jiangsu or Zhejiang, he understood all too well the consequences of offending the four great families. Regardless of whether Xiao Tiance was a genuine entrepreneur or merely a con man, there was no longer any reason to refuse cooperation. Sir, I'm willing to cooperate with you, but you're already in deep trouble yourselves. You need to get out of here now. If you don't leave now, it might be too late. In his agitation, Zhang Xiaofan frantically scanned the room, desperate to find an escape route. Jackson witnessed this and slammed his fist down with a thunderous thud, sending ripples of cracks across the tabletop. A flying kick instantly shattered the door, revealing two figures before them. You've attacked members of the four great families. You won't get away that easily. The butler spat a mouthful of blood behind him while simultaneously pulling out his phone. Just you wait. I'm calling the young master right now. I'll see what the price is for slapping me. I see you're young, but some things are beyond what you can handle. The phone rang as Xiao Tiance sat beside him, pouring himself a cup of clear tea. The crowd stood utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 189, Unshakable as Mount Tai. What on earth is going on? He's actually sitting here calmly sipping tea. This was the butler who'd beaten up the four greats. The scandal had already rocked the heavens. And now he's sitting here calmly sipping tea? Has he lost his mind? Zhang Xiaofan felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, desperate to bolt on the spot. Yet no one had told him he absolutely must not run. Xiao Tiance and the girl beside him trusted this implicitly. He absolutely couldn't let them down. Regardless of whether his medicine sold successfully, today he absolutely couldn't retreat even half a step. Young master, I'm terribly sorry. There was an incident at the Western restaurant. Someone named Zhang Xiaofan caused a public disturbance. That brat is just a nephew trying to peddle his medicine, yet he dares to provoke our four great families. If we don't eliminate such scum, our family's reputation will plummet. The butler didn't know Xiao Tiance's name, nor did he know Luo Qingya's. The only source of information now was Zhang Xiaofan, so the name mentioned over the phone had to be Zhang Xiaofan. At that moment, Lin Xiu was resting while watching TV, utterly exhausted from the chaos Xiao Tiance had caused. Yet the underground Dragon King remained utterly silent, leaving Lin Xiu seething with unchecked fury. Lin Xiu had certainly never heard of the name Zhang Xiaofan. His dissatisfaction simmered within him that night. Normally, such a trivial matter wouldn't warrant his personal involvement, but now, to vent his fury, he immediately summoned dozens of his men to head to the five-star hotel. Stay put. I'm coming over now. Hearing these words, the butler's face twisted into a savage grimace. Xiao Tiance watched this unfold, slowly flexing his wrists. Simultaneously, he delivered another kick to the butler's jaw, dislocating it instantly. Fine. I'll wait for your young master today, and I'd prefer all four major families to show up. But before that, to pass the time, let's continue our little game. As Xiao Tiance finished speaking, he began swinging his fists again. Jackson witnessed this and instantly executed a flying kick mid-air to intercept him. This gentleman is a very important client of mine. Moreover, in our country, I am a renowned martial arts scholar. If you insist on continuing, you'll have to face me. Jackson, a renowned overseas physician, was also a skilled assassin. Only a killing doctor could pull off such a dual identity, firmly securing his place on the heaven and earth rankings. Facing such a formidable opponent, Luo Qingya's expression shifted slightly. Simultaneously, Jackson flicked his wrist with a smile, sending 3 glowing scalpels flying through the air. They all embedded themselves in the doorframe, each hitting the exact same spot. The cold gleam they emitted seemed to send a chill down one's spine. Zhang Xiaofan frowned, feeling genuine fear welling up from within. He'd heard of the prowess of the four great families, but never witnessed it firsthand. And now, encountering such a master was an experience he'd never had in his entire life. Brother, if things get too bad, you go ahead and leave. I refuse to believe they can do anything to us in broad daylight. Zhang Xiaofan didn't want to see this happen. Jackson, however, narrowed his eyes and aimed the other throwing knife in his hand at Zhang Xiaofan's position. Mr. Zhang, everything today stems from you. Though I'm a guest invited by the 4 great families, I'd be failing them if I didn't intervene. So you'll be the first to witness it here and let certain people see for themselves the consequences of crossing the 4 great families. The flying dagger aimed straight for Zhang Xiaofan's forehead. He could release it at any moment, his life hung by a thread. Having just witnessed Jackson's formidable skills firsthand, Zhang Xiaofan could only draw a deep breath. Yet suddenly, a smile spread across his face. Big brother, big sister, thank you. I always thought no one would acknowledge my medicine, yet you chose to partner with me the moment we met. I am profoundly grateful. For now, I must take my leave. As Zhang Xiaofan finished speaking, Jackson gave a faint smile. So this is your so-called last words? Well then, I'll just send you to the west. The scalpel flew through the air toward him. Zhang Xiaofan closed his eyes. There was no avoiding it now. But just as the scalpel was about to strike, a pair of crimson chopsticks gently pinched it in midair. The scalpel came to a halt, suspended perfectly in midair. Chopsticks appearing inexplicably in a Western restaurant was bizarre enough, but the chopsticks in Xiao Tiance's hands were even more unnerving. What was going on? Jackson's eyes widened in shock. Throughout history, there have been those capable of intercepting flying knives. But no one had ever intercepted it in this manner. Xiao Tiance blew on the fiery red chopsticks, revealing a look of astonishment beside him. What's going on? I just find eating with knives and forks so inconvenient. Even for Western meals, carrying a pair of chopsticks is still more comfortable. Xiao Tiance's remark was clearly missing the point. Faced with this scene, Jackson suddenly held out both hands. Is that so? Then in the next life, I hope you eat with greater joy. In the blink of an eye, a barrage of surgical blades descended from above. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Jackson unleashed his ultimate technique at that very moment. The shower of blades could strike the opponent's vital points without blind spots, causing instant death. It could even strike from multiple angles. I admit you've got some skill, but let's see how many hands you have to block them all. As the dozen flying knives approached Xiao Tiance, a sudden flash of golden light erupted in the air. Jackson's eyes widened in disbelief. He watched helplessly as the throwing knives one by one came to rest before his eyes. All caught mid-air by a single pair of chopsticks. Xiao Tiance casually flicked the chopsticks in his hand, as if oblivious to the commotion. One hand is enough. Just work a bit faster, it's not that complicated. This time, Jackson was utterly dumbfounded. The flying knife technique he just witnessed was undoubtedly his own signature skill. In other words, from start to finish, Xiao Tiance had stood motionless before the original doorway. Moreover, all the throwing knives from the long-distance running side quest had been exhausted. Jackson couldn't fathom any other way to deal with the monster before him. Zhang Xiaofan, seeing such a spectacle for the first time, was utterly dumbfounded. To him, Jackson was already a monster, and the miracle Xiao Tiance had just performed seemed like something only a god could accomplish. From start to finish, the battle ended before he could even grasp what had transpired. His curiosity about Xiao Tiance's mysterious identity only deepened, and his heart surged with excitement at the prospect of this collaboration. Die! At the last moment, Jackson flipped over a nearby table and sent it hurtling toward Xiao Tiance. But he no longer possessed the courage to continue fighting. Taking advantage of the moment when his vision was blocked, he sprinted away in the opposite direction. But at that very instant, the chopsticks in Xiao Tiance's hand shot through the air. Chapter 190, An Early Invitation. Jackson's expression froze mid-air. Those blood-red chopsticks, almost festive in their grimness, had pierced clean through his throat. Blood gushed from the wound in his throat as Jackson stared wide-eyed at Xiao Tiance. His right hand trembled slightly. His eyes first flashed with peacock-like arrogance, then turned to the butler beside him, filled with endless resentment. Jackson tried to speak, but not a single word escaped his pierced throat. Finally, as the blood flowed, his entire body began to grow cold. How dare you? How could the 4 great families dare provoke such a master? This was Jackson's truest, most pure thought, but alas, he could not voice it. It would forever rot inside him. As Jackson collapsed lifeless, Zhang Xiaofan, witnessing the scene beside him, felt a wave of terror wash over him. A life had been lost. The situation was irreversible. After carrying out his plan, Xiao Tiance turned to the butler beside him, a smile playing on his lips as he strode forward step by step. Even the butler dared to kill people, his heart was already filled with dread. If before it had been mere bravado, now Xiao Tiance's ruthless actions were witnessed firsthand. Even members of the 4 great families, when faced with a genuine life or death moment, were no different from ordinary people. The steward scrambled in terror, but before he could reach the staircase, Xiao Tiance grabbed his clothes and slammed him hard against the wall. What do you think you're doing? I'm from one of the 4 great families. The power behind me is immense. If you keep hitting me, the consequences will be beyond your ability to pay. The steward's greeting was met with a fist the size of a sandbag. Xiao Tiance held back his strength, otherwise, the man would have met his end long ago. But this form of beating was far more agonizing than death itself. Watching his bones snap one by one, the man's screams of agony echoed through the hall. Servants who had just ascended the stairs witnessed this scene, their faces drained of color. Who dared intervene? Especially Zhang Xiaofan, who had only recently arrived in Jiangdu, a true newcomer. After enduring countless hardships to finally meet him, she never imagined he'd start by killing someone. This was a matter of life and death. Seeing Xiao Tiance in this state, it was impossible to persuade Zhang Xiaofan. She could only turn her head to glance at Luo Qingya beside her. In contrast, Luo Qingya, dressed in a black dress, exuded an air of refined politeness. She was clearly worlds apart from the frenzied Xiao Tiance. Zhang Xiaofan steeled himself and approached Luo Qingya, urgently pleading. Sister-in-law, you must talk some sense into brother. If this continues, things will only get worse. The four great families are already notoriously untouchable within Jiangdu. Assaulting someone under these circumstances will bring enormous trouble upon us. In the past, Luo Qingya would likely have shared Zhang Xiaofan's deep concern. But now that Xiao Tiance had returned from military service and dared to openly defy the four great families, it proved he possessed the strength to back it up. The four great families themselves were already pushing their luck too far, making life unbearable for the common folk within Jiangdu. Not only did they monopolize businesses, but they also exploited the common folk. Their actions had long since pushed Luo Qingya to her limit. Now, seeing him again and watching Xiao Tiance get beaten up, she felt nothing but immense satisfaction. She decided to step forward herself. Perfect. Regardless of the reason, ending this brawl first was the priority. Watching Luo Qingya approach, Zhang Xiaofan let out a quiet sigh of relief. But as soon as Luo Qingya approached, Xiaofan sensed something was off. Wasn't she supposed to be breaking up the fight? Why was she holding a bottle while doing so? Luo Qingya gripped the wine bottle tightly in her hand, stepping before the butler with a sharp crack. Without hesitation, she smashed the bottle over the butler's head. Witnessing this, Zhang Xiaofan, who had clung to a sliver of hope, collapsed completely. This is it. This is truly the end. Not only did they attack members of the four major families, but this couple are both madmen. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. After all, he was the general manager of a 5-star Western restaurant. Seeing this scene, he hurried over. There they were, the couple, taking turns beating a butler. And there was the corpse of a foreign man lying nearby. Faced with this scene, the manager immediately pulled out his phone. Gentlemen, whatever dispute you may have, I must report this to the security bureau. I sincerely hope you two will stop this immediately. It's causing our hotel immense embarrassment. Xiao Tiance paused his actions upon hearing the manager's words. The butler was already covered in blood from head to toe. It was a miracle he was still alive. Xiao Tiance glanced at the general manager with a faint smile and casually introduced himself. My apologies for soiling your floor. I'll compensate you for the damage. By the way, this is the butler of the Lin family, one of the four great families. We had a minor internal disagreement. Zhang Xiaofan watched the general manager's expression shift from initial terror to utter astonishment, suddenly recognizing a peer. Perhaps anyone witnessing this scene, especially when the mention of the four great families was uttered, would be utterly shaken to their core. You're beating up the steward of one of the four great families like this? The general manager could scarcely believe it. His hands trembled slightly as he pulled out his phone. But the moment he saw the Lin family emblem on the steward's sleeve, all doubt vanished. Without a second thought, he abandoned any further negotiations with Xiao Tiance. Clutching his phone, he urgently dialed Captain Zhang's number. This is the Star Western Restaurant. A butler from one of the four great families is being assaulted by a stranger. Please come immediately, Captain Zhang. Anyone capable of opening 5-star hotels and resorts in Jiangdu inevitably had some connections. It was only natural that he knew Zhang Fan from the security bureau. But on the other end of the line, Captain Zhang paused slightly. The general manager was utterly bewildered. How could he remain so calm after such a shocking situation? Shouldn't he be rushing over immediately? Yet the next second, Captain Zhang slowly replied. You mentioned assaulting someone from the family, a man roughly my height who exudes an aura of command just standing there? Such an adjective left the general manager speechless. But observing Xiao Tiance's demeanor, it did seem somewhat fitting. I suppose so. And there's also a woman named Luo Qingya by his side. Upon hearing this, Captain Zhang replied over the phone with just one sentence. I'm aware of the situation. You don't need to get involved in this matter. If your store suffers any losses, document them and the security bureau will handle it. Not only did the general manager hear this clearly, but even Zhang Xiaofan beside him caught every word. How could such a thing happen? Chapter 191, The Family Reunites. Zhang Xiaofan was utterly dumbfounded. A case that even the security bureau wouldn't handle? Unheard of. Faced with the scene before him, he was utterly bewildered. At that very moment, a jet-black sedan pulled up before the entrance. A man in a dark suit stepped out slowly. Accompanied by several bodyguards, he kicked open the hotel room door. Several nearby attendants, terrified, scrambled to the side. The security guards at the door approached, but before they could utter a word, the man in the suit drew a dagger and plunged it into the guard's chest. Before you try to stop me, you should know who I am. You're far too young to be a security guard. Remember this, in your next life, act with caution. The man spoke as if offering kind advice, yet crimson blood was already gushing from the victim's chest. The butler, beaten to the point of crippling, convulsed violently all over. Yet upon seeing the visitors outside the door, a smile instantly spread across his face. Let me tell you, you're finished. Standing downstairs is Lin Xiao of the Lin family, one of the 4 great families. Today, you've provoked someone you absolutely should not have provoked. His shouts were almost deafening. The butler mustered every last ounce of strength. Hearing the butler's voice, Lin Xiao didn't even glance downstairs. Pointing toward the private room, he bellowed. Who dares lay a hand on the butler of our 4 great families? Do you want to die before my eyes, or shall I slowly peel your skin off? The figure standing below was an old acquaintance. Xiao Tiance wore a smile as he stepped forward and delivered a kick to the butler. A loud thud echoed through the room. The railing on the second floor shattered instantly. The butler's body collapsed like a deflated balloon, sprawling on the floor, unable to rise. His entire body convulsed violently, his eyes rolling back in his head. Lin Xiao waited below, expecting a pitiful plea for mercy. Instead, the slender-faced butler plummeted down. His expression shifted instantly. His fists clenched tightly. The butler now lay barely clinging to life. Meanwhile, some patrons inside the restaurant witnessed the scene, rising from their seats in shock. Who was that brat? Had he lost his mind? Daring to lay a hand on someone in front of Lin Xiao? That was clearly declaring war on the Lin family. Jiangdu had been anything but peaceful lately. One stone had set off 1,000 ripples. Rumor had it some outsider had even nearly desecrated the Lin family's ancestral tomb. The crowd buzzed with chatter, but suddenly, all eyes snapped toward Lin Xiao. His gaze, streaked with blood, froze them in place. Instantly, a deathly silence fell over the entire venue. A silence as still as death. Lin Xiao blared with bloodshot eyes toward the upper floor. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through the air. You all can be even bolder. I'm not just going against them, I'm going against the 4 great families. Not a single one of you will be spared, not easily, but you will be spared. To utter such a threat within Jiangdu was unheard of. Others might never have heard these words, but Lin Xiao knew them all too well. Back at the auction, a man had stunned everyone with a single remark, crushing the 4 great families. Without a doubt, under the heavens, there was only one man capable of such a feat, Xiao Tiance. No way. Could it be that coincidental? To encounter such a man here? If this were before the 4 great families, one might not fear Xiao Tiance at all. But they'd already seen how he operates. Frankly, no matter which family stood behind him, this man was a madman. He'd start a war over the slightest disagreement. Lin Xiao's eyes widened as the nightmare instantly restarted. Who else could be standing on the upper floor besides Xiao Tiance? Xiao Tiance toyed with the ring on his finger, gazing down from above. Especially when facing Lin Xiao, he offered a faint smile. That smile, in Lin Xiao's eyes, was like the Grim Reaper's grin. So it's you, Lin Xiao. It's been quite some time. I recall the death date engraved on your tombstone wasn't set for today. Perhaps it could be altered? Back at the auction, Xiao Tiance had set specific death dates for each of his enemies. Lin Xiao was no exception. Lin Xiao had come today with only a few bodyguards. Who could have imagined encountering such a plague? His scalp prickled with dread. The soon-to-die butler clutched at Lin Xiao's trouser leg, lying on the ground and mustering every ounce of strength. That bastard dared insult our young master. You must avenge me. I've served this family for so long. Butler, nonsense. Before he could finish, Lin Xiao delivered a kick that shattered the man's chest, roaring furiously. You worthless piece of trash. Can't you do anything right? Don't you know who you're dealing with? You dare challenge anyone? Die. Lin Xiao went berserk, beating the butler mercilessly, though the man had already breathed his last. The surrounding guests were frozen in shock, staring wide-eyed and trembling slightly at the scene unfolding before them. Who knows what the hell happened? Why did the eldest son of the Lin family come in and start violently beating his own butler? And the man who hadn't been killed by outsiders ended up dying at the hands of his own family. As he drew his last breath, the butler's eyes remained wide open, as if he died with unresolved grievances. The bodyguards nearby, witnessing this scene, couldn't even make sense of the situation. Get out of here! Lin Xiao killed his own butler, then turned and walked away. The bodyguards, who had been poised to unleash a bloodbath, froze momentarily at this sight. But since their master had departed, their role as subordinates remained unchanged. Lingering would only mean following him out. Once back in the car, one of the bodyguards, utterly perplexed, couldn't help but speak up. Young master, that kid was alone, and he even attacked our butler. Shouldn't we handle today's incident? Lin Xiao remained silent throughout the bodyguard's inquiry. Looking up, he found the other man had long since fallen silent, his eyes fixed straight ahead. The distinguished young master was now drenched in sweat. Seated in the passenger seat, his clothes were already soaked through with sweat. Drive! Drive now! Lin Xiao felt as if he were seeing a demon. All he wanted now was to escape this damn 5-star hotel. The bodyguard beside him stomped on the gas pedal without a word, but the vehicle only spewed wisps of blue smoke from its tires. It couldn't move forward an inch. Lin Xiao went berserk at the sight, lashing out at the bodyguard beside him and cursing furiously. You useless fools! Can't even drive a car properly. If you can't do your jobs properly, at least get this right, stepping on the gas pedal. The driver looked utterly bewildered. Who knows why the car worked fine when it arrived but now it won't move. But he couldn't agree with the young master's words. Chapter 192, Tit for Tat. Though this bodyguard had only just been hired, they were exceptionally skilled. One was even a former wrestling champion, broad-shouldered and sturdy. Hearing these words, he seemed to deliberately show off his strength. His hands still gripped the steering wheel with a sly grin, but his fingers gently pinched downward. The steering wheel began to gradually twist. Such a subtle gesture was enough to demonstrate his prowess. Just as the bodyguard was basking in his smug satisfaction, Lin Xiao rolled down his window and glanced backward. The rage that had consumed his expression vanished instantly, replaced by eyes wide as copper bells. His right hand trembled slightly. How did you do that? The bodyguard beside him was still smugly gripping the steering wheel. Bragging. This is only natural. I've trained my oil channels for years, and the strength in my palms is several times greater than that of ordinary people. Doing this is like a fish in water. But as the bodyguard finished speaking, Lin Xiao beside him was still bellowing angrily. What kind of monster are you? Only then did the bodyguard sense something amiss and flung open the car door to look back. Throughout the entire process, his foot remained firmly planted on the accelerator, keeping the Rolls-Royce roaring incessantly. What followed was an unforgettable sight. Xiao Tiance gently pressed his palm against the rear of the vehicle. With the strength of just one hand, he completely pinned the entire car down. The engine began to smoke, yet the vehicle couldn't budge an inch. This had nothing to do with fuel lines, nor any martial arts technique whatsoever. A fatal blow. A one-sided, total suppression. Faced with such a scene, the bodyguard began to tremble slightly as well. Young master, I too want to know if this guy is even human? Amidst the questioning, the engine roared to life. The entire vehicle stalled completely. Only then did Xiao Tiance slowly release his grip, approaching the window and tapping lightly on the glass. Don't rush off just yet. Since you're already here, I'll present you with a gift. It seems the Lin family of the 4 great clans remains intensely interested in our 100 grass affairs. In that case, 3 days from now, I shall host a banquet for the 4 great families at the Wangjian Pavilion. Inform your patriarch that attendance is mandatory. You'll witness quite the spectacle then. As for the other 3 families, you'll handle the invitations. Being a young master, this should be a mere trifle for you. With that, Xiao Tiance turned and walked away, leaving Lin Xiao alone in the wind, utterly flustered. Luo Qingya followed closely behind. The conflicts between the 4 great families had been simmering for years. Before Xiao Tiance's display of power, Luo Qingya would have urged caution, but now that she'd witnessed his prowess, her worries gradually subsided. Now then, she asked, though you've sent out the invitations, will the 4 major families truly honor their attendance? Xiao Tiance smiled. Don't worry, honey. They'll definitely come. If they don't, I'll personally go and fetch them. He said it with such casual ease, as if he were planning to go grocery shopping or dine at a restaurant. But Zhang Xiaofan, hearing Xiao Tiance's words, was utterly stunned. He'd been fretting over the consequences of offending the 4 great families, only to find himself now terrifying the young master into a state of utter panic? Who exactly was this man before him? I willingly join the 100 Grass Hall. From this day forward, our medicines will be supplied exclusively to the 100 Grass Hall. Zhang Xiaofan raised his right hand as if taking an oath. Whatever power Xiao Tiance wielded behind the scenes, at this moment it felt like clutching at a lifeline. Yet upon hearing these words, Xiao Tiance suddenly shook his head slightly. A pang of disappointment welled up in Zhang Xiaofan's heart. He lowered his head and sighed. Brother, I'm truly sorry I didn't trust you before. I had no idea you possessed such iron-fisted resolve. It's only natural you wouldn't want to cooperate with me now. Observing Xiao Tiance's expression, Zhang Xiaofan mistakenly believed he had reneged on his earlier decision. But given Zhang Xiaofan's earlier hesitation, such a reaction was only natural. Little did he know, the next moment Xiao Tiance smiled as he placed a bank card into his hand. Mr. Zhang, this card holds 1,000,000 yuan. As the saying goes, a golden scaled fish is no pond creature. You can develop your hometown while also promoting traditional Chinese medicine, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Not everyone can achieve that. Joining Bai Keatang would be a waste of your talent. I believe with your capabilities, you could easily become a boss and reach the pinnacle yourself. Consider this million as your seed capital. Whatever you wish to pursue, I will never stand in your way. If you need suggestions, I can offer guiding principles, but the specifics of how to develop must come from your own thinking. Should you fail, I won't hold it against you. Should you succeed, we'll share the profits. Consider me a founding shareholder of your future corporate group. Such generosity was unheard of, such audacity unimaginable. Zhang Xiaofan listened, tears streaming down his face. Xiao Tiance patted his shoulder gently, and Meng Sanjian burst into laughter. Stop weeping like that, you're the future chairman. You can't spend your days crying your eyes out. Accompanied by Qianfan's gratitude, Zhang Xiaofan took the funds and parted ways. In the end, he never became an employee of Baiketang. Luo Qingya watched his departing figure and paused in slight surprise. Why not let him join Baiketang? Had he joined, Baiketang Group and his yam cultivation could have synergized, perhaps even yielding new pharmaceutical products. It would be mutually beneficial for our corporate group. The products Zhang Xiaofan was leading had already made Luo Qingya eager to get involved. I never imagined that what had seemed like a sure thing would change so drastically when Xiao Tiance spoke. But since the other party had come specifically for Xiao Tiance, he had no right to interfere. Honey, his yam herbs are indeed excellent, but his greatest strength lies in his approach to business. A penniless country boy, armed with uncertified products, managed to win over the four great families. That kind of audacity is something few in all of Jiangdu could pull off. Though his venture ultimately ended in failure, the fact that Zhang Xiaofan secured meetings with the four great families already placed him above the vast majority of Jiangdu's populace. What Xiao Tiance truly valued wasn't the gift brought today, but Zhang Xiaofan's own capabilities. After the unexpected turn of events, both men were thoroughly sated. Shall we return to the 100 Herbs Hall first? Zhang Xiaofan had also given me some medicinal herbs before departing. I want to study the components of this stone herb. Chapter 193, The Mid-Journey Blaze. Xiao Tiance nodded slightly and settled the bill at the front desk. Just as they were preparing to head back to Baichao, a phone call came through at the perfect moment. The captain's breathless voice came through the line. Chairman, you must come back immediately. Baichao Hall is on fire. Baichao Hall is on fire? Luo Qingya's expression turned puzzled upon hearing this. Baichao Hall wasn't just a corporate group, its landholdings were vast. Moreover, since reclaiming it from the four great families, it had undergone continuous expansion. Hearing that a specific location was on fire, she couldn't quite picture it. Hold off on calling the fire department. Which specific building is on fire? The security chief's voice still trembled slightly. It's not just one building, someone deliberately set it on fire. Worse still, the perpetrator claims they'll burn the mountain every day unless Baiketang shuts down. Arson. At those words, Luo Qingya's expression changed instantly. Xiao Tiance frowned as well. Arson committed in broad daylight? Now that's interesting. Honey, let's go back and check. I'm genuinely curious to see who's got the guts to do this. The incident began half an hour earlier. Baidetian, the underground kingpin of Jiangdu, arrived at the gates of Baichao Hall with his entire crew. Having long heard rumors of Xiao Tiance's death, there was now only one course of action: to carry out a complete massacre of the entire Baiketang, and return the associated conglomerates to the four great families. That was the original plan, and it should have unfolded exactly that way. But when Baidetian arrived at the scene, he saw only a few security guards standing outside the 100 Herbs Hall, smoking cigarettes. Simultaneously, he dispatched a dozen elite fighters as an advance party to approach the entrance. Everything unfolded like a staged spectacle. The few guards were effortlessly beaten into submission by the dozen elite fighters, left crawling on the ground. Baidetian's expression grew even more smug with a smirk. With Xiao Tiance dead, Baiketang truly proved to be nothing but a rabble. Disciple, you have done very well. Standing behind him, a mysterious woman in a red dress smiled silently. Xiao Tiance had clashed too often with the four great families, leaving behind too many legends. Even Baidetian had to tread carefully in such circumstances. But now, assassinated by the mysterious woman, all problems had ceased to exist. Charge straight and leave no one alive. Let the employees of Baiketang know that defying the four great families brings consequences like this, and rightly so. The underground kingpin possessed absolute confidence. A dozen elite fighters charged into the group's headquarters without a second thought. Baidetian stood with eyes closed, seemingly savoring the wails and cries of terror. Just as Baidetian had anticipated, the moment those dozen assassins burst in, cries for help and screams echoed relentlessly from within the compound. The Dragon King of the underworld laughed with supreme arrogance. How pitiful. From this day forward, every last employee of Baichao Hall will be wiped out. This isn't my fault if anyone is to blame, it's them for choosing the wrong side. How dare an ant challenge us? This outcome is only natural. Amidst his maniacal laughter, Baidetian noticed his female apprentice beside him remained utterly silent. Though it seemed somewhat peculiar, he paid it little mind. After all, she was naturally introverted and rarely spoke. But after waiting several minutes, Baidetian realized the dozen or so experts who had charged in hadn't reappeared. I said we'd just give them a taste of our power, then finish them off slowly. Could it be that his men had gotten carried away? The complete lack of any report by now struck Baidetian as peculiar. He had no choice but to dispatch another group to investigate the situation. Before they departed, he made a specific request. Once the situation was clear, they were to report immediately without delay. Little did he know that the second group, upon charging into the depths of the 100 Herbs Hall, also vanished into utter silence. Disciple, what on earth is going on? The mysterious woman had previously stated that Xiao Tiance had been killed by her own hand. Yet now, after numerous experts stormed in, their fates remain unknown, clearly contradicting the prior intelligence. Just as Bai Dedian was about to reprimand them, he paused to reconsider. His subordinates had already conducted a covert investigation. Xiao Tiance was indeed not within the organization. That malevolent star from the Hall of the King of Hell was not here. Everything should have been manageable. Just as Bai Dedian was racking his brain for answers, one of his men suddenly pointed toward the rooftop of the 100 Herbs Pavilion. Boss, look. There are a lot of people on that rooftop, right? And they look like our people. Bai Dedian frowned and scanned the rooftop, only to see a dense line of figures standing along the edge. The sight itself was utterly bizarre. Bring me the binoculars. Bai Dedian had his subordinate fetch the binoculars and peered upward. Though he couldn't recognize every single subordinate, Bai Dedian could make out several familiar faces. Yet the clearer the view became, the more his heart pounded with dread. What on earth was going on? Were these creatures human or ghosts? Through the clear magnification, he saw both groups that had just charged forward standing precisely at the edge. Every head was turned in the direction Bai Dedian had pointed. It seemed as though the multitude of assassins before him were locked in a furious, staring contest. Yet each assassin bled from 7 orifices, their faces deathly pale. Though the details were hard to make out, anyone with eyes could tell these men had been dead for some time. Could those agonized screams have come from them? Who else remained within the 100 Grass Hall? Bai Dedian knew only of Xiao Tiance. Yet now, with Xiao Tiance gone, such a scene unfolding was truly shocking. Yet the true horror lay far beyond what met the eye. Moments later, a dozen figures plummeted freely from the rooftop. Had the remaining employees of the 100 Herbs Hall been completely unaware of this horrifying spectacle? One by one, the bodies crashed downward, shattering instantly upon impact. Bai Dedian, standing outside the vehicle, stared in disbelief at the spectacle. Even as the Dragon King of the underworld, he had never witnessed such a horrifying scene. It was truly an eye-opening experience. One corpse slammed with a thud onto the opponent's luxury car, its face blood streaming from 7 orifices etched itself into his mind. The underground Dragon King who ruled Jiangdu's underworld was no ordinary man. This terrifying scene was fleeting. When he looked up again, he saw a man standing steadily above Bai Dedian, clad in light blue armor. By instinct, Bai Dedian raised his binoculars to observe the man before him. The man's physique was clearly different from Xiao Tiance. Yet the moment their gazes locked through the binoculars from over 100 meters away, Bai Dedian felt waves of murderous intent wash over him. Impossible. How many monsters does Baichao Hall harbor? Chapter 194, Eliminating the Guards. Bai Dedian witnessed a terrifying scene beneath the clear blue sky. Blood splattered in waves beside the vehicle. The greedy wolf war god continued to gaze into the distance, his role as protector steadfastly safeguarding the entire Baichao Hall. Everything Bai Dedian had done was etched into his memory. If I recall correctly, this man should be one of Xiao Tiance's men. Who would have thought he'd persist in guarding this place even after his own boss was dead? A faint smile curved the lips of the mysterious woman beside him. Bai Dedian frowned. Having abandoned all emotion, he leaned against the vehicle, locked in a standoff with Qinglong and the war god. Seems the enemy has kept a master-level fighter in reserve. But if that's the case, sending him on his way won't hurt. Even if it's just one man, it doesn't matter. Whoever can bring me his head will receive $1 million bounty. Money talks. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd's faces twisted into savage expressions. Instantly, dozens of assassins surged forward. Meanwhile, Greed Wolf stood facing War God, expressionless as ever, slowly retreating. The mysterious woman watched this unfold, a playful smile touching her lips. Truly the underground Dragon King, this fellow merely sought to play an empty fortress ploy. Had we truly retreated in fear just now, we would have played right into his hands. On the contrary, now that his ruse is exposed, he stands here alone, powerless. He can't do anything. Let's wear him down with relentless pressure. Hearing his disciples' words, Bai Dedian's resolve hardened. And in less than 10 minutes, the shadow of the Azure Dragon reappeared on the rooftop. In a mere 10 minutes, a dozen elite fighters could obliterate anything. No matter how horrific the tragedy unfolding within Bai Keatang might be, it would be entirely justified. But the problem was that Qinglong absolutely should not have been standing on the rooftop again. Moreover, through the telescope, it was crystal clear that he remained unharmed. Bai Dedian frowned. At that very moment, he witnessed Qinglong placing a cross atop Bai Dedian's position. A corpse was nailed to the cross, its body still intact, blood trickling steadily from its wounds. Clearly, the killing had occurred only moments ago. The dead man on the cross was someone Bai Dedian recognized, one of the elite fighters who had just charged up. In the blink of an eye, Qinglong's face still bore that defiant smile. With a gentle push of his right hand, another cross appeared before them. The crowd gasped in shock, only to discover the mysterious man on the rooftop now appeared like a laborer moving bricks along the edge. Each time he turned his head, he placed a brick at the edge. Only what lay before them were not ordinary bricks, but one corpse after another. Within a mere 2 minutes, not a single one remained. Every expert who had charged into the Baikayatang now hung suspended outside the rooftop. Baidetian, witnessing this scene, was utterly dumbfounded. This was no joke, nor was it merely an empty city ploy. This was the work of a genuine master. Master, what should we do now? Should we turn back? The enemy was already at the city gates. To retreat now would mean utter disgrace. But sending ordinary warriors into battle would be no different from sending them to their deaths. At this thought, Baidetian clenched his fists tightly. This man by the looks of it is a master from outside the province, hired by Baichao Hall at great expense. I never intended to reveal those 3 trump cards, but it seems the time has come to play them. As the underground kingpin, Baidetian's greatest pride lay in his underground boxing club. The club maintained 3 elite fighters year-round. They were Baidetian's trump cards. They could even challenge the 4 great families in the future. Since Baidetian seized control of Jiangdu, these 3 fighters had never shown their faces. But now, with no way out, he had no choice but to reluctantly part with them. Shadow! Baidetian roared. Simultaneously, a young man emerged from the crowd, clad entirely in night-black attire. This was one of the 3 elite warriors and ninja from overseas. As a master of shadow techniques, he specialized in assassination and never revealed himself in broad daylight. Had Baidetian and his men not driven him to the brink, he would never have resorted to such desperate measures. Shadow, take that man out. With just that single command, Shadow vanished from Baidetian's sight. Meanwhile, Qinglong placed a cup of tea on the edge of the rooftop terrace, as if the corpses scattered around him had nothing to do with him. He took a sip, furrowed his brow, and shook his head slightly. Why does the sovereign favor such concoctions? The more expensive the tea, the more bitter it tastes. For years, the greedy wolf war god, who had accompanied Xiao Tiance, had always sought to follow in the footsteps of the Dark Emperor. Whether in cultivation or daily life, he had followed him almost every step of the way. Yet even now, 2 things remained incomprehensible to him. One is that the greedy wolf war god simply cannot enjoy this tea-drinking habit. The other was that no matter how much he progressed, he could never seem to close the distance between himself and Xiao Tiance. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Qinglong gently set his teacup down on the stone table. If you're here, then show yourself. In the farthest right corner of the rooftop, a shadow stirred inexplicably. As one of the 3 great assassins of the Dragon King, Shadow had been engaged in assassination work for many years, and without exception, had been victorious in every battle. His stealth techniques were particularly masterful. Often, before their victims even sensed his presence, his blade had already slit their throats. Never an exception, and never would be. Yet today, at the Qinglong's single utterance, Shadow halted in his tracks, his heart sinking as if half frozen. How could this be? Impossible. My concealment technique is flawless. No, masters can always sense each other's presence. This person must have detected the killing intent and spoken casually. In truth, he couldn't possibly sense my location. As these thoughts raced through his mind, the greedy wolf war god suddenly grabbed the half-full cup of tea and flung it toward the right corner. The scalding liquid instantly splashed across the opponent's face. Shadow felt a stinging pain across his face. This time, it was no accident. So you knew where I was after all. Then die. Anyone the Dragon King of the underworld would pay a fortune to hire was no ordinary mortal. Even if their concealment techniques were exposed, once they unleashed their power, they could guarantee an instant kill. The dagger in Shadow's hand moved with blinding speed, so fast it seemed to defy reaction. A flash of steel arced through the air. It landed right before the azure dragon's eyes. In that instant, Baidetian below witnessed it all with crystal clarity, a faint smile curling his lips. As if with this single strike, everything would be decided. Chapter 195, Dragon's Dominion. The light in the sky flickered before everyone's eyes. When the shadow blade came within inches of the azure dragon's neck, it could not cut any further. A compact, sturdy dagger was gripped in the Qinglong's reverse hand hold, then thrust against the opponent's weapon. Shadow pressed down with all his might. Yet no matter how much force he applied, he could not advance even an inch further. You're no different from them hanging together in front of the building. Qinglong uttered just one sentence before suddenly flicking the dagger backward. The blade pierced the shadow's heart with deadly precision. As one of the 3 top-tier assassins, he fell silently to his knees. As the dagger was drawn, a single thread of blood trickled across the floor. Qinglong shook his head at the sight. He glanced at his right hand, seemingly dissatisfied. It seems my skills still fall short. Had the sovereign been here, even if he had ripped out the enemy's heart, not a single drop of blood would have been spilled. As a 9-star war god, he stood unchallenged atop the heavenly platform. His subordinates, who had been itching for a fight, lowered their weapons one by one, their faces etched with terror. Though the Dragon King of the underworld offered a hefty reward, no one was willing to earn money they couldn't spend. Baidishan's heart remained unsettled for a long time. In Jiangdu, he was known as the Dragon King of the underworld, convinced he controlled every resource in the city. Beyond the four great families, the Dragon King held absolute power, capable of controlling everything. But who exactly was this man before him? Such a name had never been heard in Jiangdu. Even with Xiao Tiance dead, he had fought loyally until the very end, even playing his trump card first. Baidetian remained silent now. Indeed, he could not speak. This moment had already sealed the fate of Baikayatang. They simply couldn't take it. This was the first time since Baidetian took office that he had encountered an enterprise within Jiangdu that could not be subdued. Let's go. After much deliberation, Baidetian could only issue this fateful order. Yet, just as he turned to leave, he saw Qinglong on the rooftop pick up a bell. Whether Qinglong produced a machine gun or a cannon, Baidetian wouldn't have been surprised. But the instant he saw the bell, Baidishan's expression instantly became utterly priceless. What did this mean? That bell was the signature technique of his last disciple. It was also a hypnotic spell. Baidetian turned to look at his disciple beside him. At that very moment, the bell in Qinglong's hand began to ring in the air. The crisp sound wasn't particularly loud, yet it reached every ear present. Simultaneously, the mysterious woman beside him swiftly drew her scythe and swung it at Baidetian without hesitation. You want to die? Though he sensed impending danger, Baidetian was a split second too late. He instantly thrust out his right hand to block the strike. Had he not been wearing body armor, his entire arm might have been cleaved in two. Caught off guard, Baidishan's right arm fractured. Yet as the Dragon King of the underworld, his instincts kicked in. He drew a long blade and instantly pierced the mysterious woman's chest. Only when the pain surged through her brain did the mysterious woman flash a look of astonishment. Master, what are you doing? Baidetian shook his head, showing no sign of blame. After all, someone hypnotized to such an extent likely had no awareness of their own actions. Set the mountain ablaze. Filled with rage, Baidetian ordered his men to pour gasoline from the car over the outer courtyard of Baikayatang. I'll burn them to ashes. They'll vanish from Jiangdu forever. Baidetian was nearly consumed by madness. Soon, flames erupted all around. The greedy wolf war god, who had been standing on the rooftop, witnessed this scene and instantly leaped off the high building. For the Azure Dragon, leaping from a building over 10 stories high was as simple as stepping down a stair. As his feet struck the ground, causing it to collapse in waves beneath him, Baidetian wasted no time. He slammed his foot on the accelerator and raced toward the club. He rolled down the window, roaring with bitter resentment. Tell Xiao Tiance this: if he doesn't get the hell out of Jiangdu by tomorrow, I'll set fires every single day. If you want to resolve this matter, come find me personally at the underground club. His female apprentice had been hypnotized and nearly turned against him. From this alone, Baidetian could tell the female disciple's plan had failed, and Xiao Tiance was undoubtedly dead. At the same time, he felt a genuine shock. As the Dragon King of the underworld, he had reached this position through experiences beyond ordinary comprehension. Yet Baidetian had never felt death loom so close. With that thought, he pulled out his phone. Club, have Barbarian Bull and that gentleman prepare. Prepare to face a formidable foe. A dozen minutes later, Xiao Tiance and Luo Qingyao were downstairs. First, they expressed their gratitude to the fire department and the security bureau members. By the time they returned to the group, the flames had already been extinguished. After the inferno, the fragrant wildflowers in front of the company had long since withered. Fortunately, the company building itself had not suffered significant damage. Even Baidetian, the arsonist, had only dared to set fire to the outer perimeter of the corporate complex, never approaching the building itself. After all, no one would willingly enter a place where dozens of elite fighters met their mysterious deaths. The underground Dragon King, Chairman, be cautious. With the backing of the four great families, our security bureau's influence is severely limited. But since you know Deng Yue, sir, if you could enlist the protection squad, we might just turn the tables. Zhang Caixia remained as responsible as ever in her work. After conducting a brief on-site assessment, they could only return. Luo Qingyao felt a slight sense of relief. After all, during the fiery chaos, they hadn't lingered in the conflict. Otherwise, if casualties had occurred, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Hold on, Captain Zhang. I'd like to request special protection from the Security Bureau. Since the Dragon King has come to trouble us, I cannot allow our employees to suffer harm. This outcome will certainly not be as the Dragon King anticipated. He will likely return with renewed force. With Baikayatang now thriving and its workforce exceeding 100. When personal safety is at stake, requesting special consideration from the Security Bureau is only natural. Yet when confronted with this request, Zhang Caixia's face suddenly clouded with hesitation. I'm truly sorry, Chairman, but our Jiangdu Security Bureau is currently severely understaffed. Under these circumstances, requesting a large-scale deployment for protection is simply unrealistic. The Jiangdu security system has always been exceptionally well established. Personnel are plentiful. Luo Qingya paused slightly upon hearing this. At that very moment, many employees who had previously given up learned of the company's situation and rushed over promptly. Hearing the chairman's words, they stepped forward to persuade him. "Chairman, please don't make things difficult for the Security Bureau members, we're fine. The Security Bureau hasn't had it easy lately either." Chapter 196, Security Assassins. As several employees spoke, they opened their phones and displayed local social news sections from Jiangdu before Luo Qingya. Due to her busy work schedule, she rarely paid attention to such local news sections. Only upon seeing the news now did she understand why manpower was so critically short. In less than half a month, dozens of officers within Jiangdu had already made the ultimate sacrifice. And each time, they had been assassinated by the killer. To this day, no trace of the killer had been found. Upon reading this report, Luo Qingya hurriedly apologized beside her. Zhang Caixia shook her head sadly. She turned to look at Xiao Tiance. "Please continue." Xiao Tiance nodded. Then, he and Zhang Caixia walked into a coffee shop across the street. Meanwhile, Luo Qingya took charge of gathering nearby staff, assessing the losses at Baikayatang, and initiating recovery efforts. Although the fire was quite fierce, it burned only on the company's periphery and did not cause significant damage. Moreover, with no casualties, it was a blessing in disguise. Just before leaving, one of the security guards who had opened the door hurriedly relayed Bai Dishan's parting words to Xiao Tiance. "The club? This underground kingpin could indeed be useful in Jiangdu. I was planning to let him be for now and approach him later. It seems some people must be dealt with sooner. Inform greedy wolf war god to lead the squad and lie in wait around the club. Tonight, I'll pay a visit to this so-called underground dragon king." A few minutes later, Zhang Caixia and Xiao Tiance sat in a coffee shop. She pulled out a gray file folder from her hand. "I must stress up front, this file is top secret within the One in Security Bureau. Absolutely no disclosure. My coming to you doesn't mean I trust you, but considering you once saved my life, plus our squad leader's request, I'll make an exception this once." "Brigade Commander Zhang Fan?" Xiao Tiance frowned. Zhang Caixia shook her head inside. Zhang Fan himself had been attacked by an assassin just 3 days ago in his own home. The assassin's strike was nearly fatal. Luckily, Captain Zhang's internal organs were slightly misaligned, allowing him to narrowly avoid a lethal wound. Moreover, this nameless assassin operated in an extremely bizarre manner. Zhang Caixia then opened the file folder in her hand, filled with crime scene photographs. Some were taken around gardens, others in deserted suburbs. Each scene was distinct, yet all depicted unimaginable horror. Every member of the Security Bureau had been stabbed through the heart and lungs. They died instantly. The sole survivor, Zhang Fan, was currently undergoing treatment at the Central Hospital. This internal Security Bureau document was extremely valuable. If leaked, it would undoubtedly cause widespread panic. For years, the Security Bureau had served as the city's guardian. If assassins appeared on the streets, as long as the Security Bureau was present, the citizens would not panic. But now that these guardians have been assassinated, who could possibly step forward? Thus, its designation as a top-secret file is entirely justified. So, was the killer targeting Security Bureau members solely for revenge? Zhang Caixia shook her head slightly. If it were merely revenge, it would be straightforward. We could pin it on those criminals we've released. But in reality, none of the currently incarcerated criminals possess such skill, otherwise, they wouldn't have been captured by us. Nevertheless, to be safe, we've gathered all released prisoners in one location for comprehensive questioning. Zhang Caixia paused at this point. Unfortunately, even with all prisoners apprehended, the killings continued. This proves the killer isn't among those originally detained. Moreover, one detail demands particular attention. These photographs depict the family circumstances of each victim. Zhang Caixia flipped through several more photographs. The photos showed no signs of violence, only ordinary domestic scenes. Yet it was clear from the images that the rooms had been thoroughly ransacked. All the cabinets had been knocked over onto the floor. These were all tangible signs of the home's condition, clearly indicating that after the actual deaths, the house had undergone a thorough ransacking. Yet no evidence was left at the scene to prove the burglars and murderers were the same group. The crucial question remained: none of the deceased's belongings were missing. The killer's objective was clearly to find a specific item. Deputy Captain Zhang Caixia still couldn't fathom what their true objective was. This case placed immense pressure on the entire Security Bureau. Xiao Tiance pondered for a moment. Find the common thread among the victims. Judging by the victims' photos, the killings weren't based on strength or weakness. If the motive was revenge, the killer would have targeted the weakest members of the Security Bureau, like female employees. But on the contrary, several victims here, judging by their physiques, were clearly not just Security Bureau agents. They had also focused on physical training. At this point, Zhang Caixia looked at Xiao Tiance, a hint of astonishment in her eyes. She hadn't expected Xiao Tiance to discern so much from just a single photograph. Indeed, they had both participated in boxing and karate clubs, and in their daily lives, they also enjoyed physical training to build their strength. If this were merely a case of mistakenly killing another murderer, they wouldn't typically be chosen as targets. Yet in reality, no matter how well trained they were, a single blow from the killer proved fatal. It was like a wake-up call. Guided by Xiao Tiance's insight, Zhang Xixia had already mapped out the direction for her investigation. In that case, I'll head back immediately to investigate. Should any developments arise, I'll notify you immediately. Thank you for your cooperation with the Security Bureau. Stepping out of the coffee shop, a light drizzle was already falling. But what was the current situation at Baikayatang? When Xiao Tiance returned to the Baikayatang group, he discovered a sentence displayed on a screen inside the Baikayatang plaza. The scorched marks from the blaze at the courtyard gate had been nearly completely cleaned away. Yet dozens of returning employees stood motionless before the large screen. Several security guards even turned to look at Xiao Tiance, their expressions filled with astonishment. "Everyone, what are you watching?" As Xiao Tiance asked, the door he had been eyeing opened on the first floor. Luo Qingya stormed up to Xiao Tiance. "Have you lost your mind? I thought the company would run smoothly under your management while I was hospitalized. Instead, the employees worked tirelessly, but you, the vice president, nearly ruined the entire company." Chapter 197, The Slanderous Interview. Faced with Luo Qingya's barrage of accusations, Xiao Tiance's face was completely blank with confusion. Since Luo Qingya fell ill, while she hadn't exactly brought significant corporate benefits to Baikayatang, she had at least been doing her job diligently. She hadn't caused the company any major trouble. Besides, today's blazing inferno wasn't Xiao Tiance's doing. What on earth had happened to his wife? "I didn't do anything." Luo Qingya's expression narrowed to a thin line. A sigh escaped her lips. "I believe what you say, but I want to know what exactly happened. What exactly did you agree to cover in your interview with the Jiangdu newspaper?" Xiao Tiance followed Luo Qingya's gaze toward the large screen, whereupon the displayed footage left everyone stunned. First, the entire first half of the group interview, especially the company introduction, had been completely erased. In other words, the most crucial parts hadn't been selected for the interview at all. Instead, the content from the separate interviews with Xiao Tiance and Zhang Xiaomei in the office had undergone significant alterations. May I ask, has Baikayatang grown to its current stature and wrested control from the four great families through sheer strength? Additionally, since you've taken the position of vice president at Baikayatang Group, what are your daily responsibilities? And regarding Baikayatang's future development, do you have any unconventional plans? All these inquiries were directed solely at him as an individual. Xiao Tiance's subsequent responses were crucial. On the surface, we appear to be in conflict with the four great families, but in reality, we have long been secretly allied. As for joining Baikayatang Group, I'm only here to secure funds under the chairman's authority. Once the money is secured, I'll naturally walk away. As for future development, anyone can concern themselves with that sort of thing. This is far more than an interview. This is pure and simple slander. The surrounding executives instantly turned to Xiao Tiance, glaring at him with cold hostility. How could this be? So Xiao Tiance never joined the company for its development. I've always found this man highly suspicious, yet the vice president rarely appears within the corporate group. The surrounding executives were engaged in intense discussion. Xiao Tiance's expression turned ashen. Little did he know that such an interview would be secretly replaced. Luo Qingya looked at Xiao Tiance, hesitating to speak. Finally, she sighed. "I know you wouldn't deliberately say such things, but our Hejiangsu newspaper group shouldn't have any grudges or conflicts with them. Moreover, the internal turmoil within the Pathway Group is causing severe damage to the company's reputation externally. We must find a way to calm this storm first." Facing Luo Qingya's inquiry, Xiao Tiance pulled out his phone. He quickly brought it to the large screen and reconnected the signal. The phone also displayed the interview footage, though it was far more comprehensive than the edited version. "This is the full content of Zhang Xiaomei's interview with us at the time. It's clear that what was broadcast was entirely edited. When confronted with the real footage, the fake will always be exposed as such." One of the executives conducted a detailed comparison and quickly reached a corresponding conclusion. It was confirmed that the video disseminated by the Jiangdu newspaper had been edited and spliced together, complete with post-production voice dubbing. But once such information spreads, it will have a massive impact on our Baikayatang. Hearing this, Luo Qingya's face betrayed a hint of anxiety. "I understand. I'm heading to the Jiangdu news agency immediately to demand they cease broadcasting it and provide appropriate compensation." After saying this, Luo Qingya drove alone toward the Jiangdu newspaper office. Xiao Tiance initially intended to accompany her, but then remembered tonight's performance was crucial. Therefore, he only instructed several senior executives to follow behind. Shortly after Luo Qingya departed, suddenly, the ground beneath Baikayatang began to shake violently. Initially, they thought it was an earthquake and helped each other steady their balance. But within mere seconds, the tremors vanished. They checked their phones for news, but found no reports of an earthquake. What was happening? Could an explosion have occurred inside just now? But we hadn't heard any blast sounds? Could it be a hallucination? Jiangdu has been exceptionally peaceful these past years. Earthquakes simply don't happen here. The surrounding crowd buzzed with chatter, their discussions growing louder. Xiao Tiance followed the crowd, first patrolling the interior of the Baikayatang group. Overall, everything seemed calm. But when he reached the rear courtyard, Xiao Tiance abruptly halted. A small factory covering several hundred square meters came into view, though the factory shed had long been abandoned, its surface covered in rust. What was that building used for? During his inquiry, several veteran employees responded. That building, Vice President, was used for producing herbal medicine back in the day. But the equipment was outdated and old, so it was abandoned long ago. It's been unused for quite some time now, serving merely as a warehouse filled mostly with scrap metal and junk. If you need it, boss, I'll sell off the scrap metal and renovate the space. As he responded, Xiao Tiance frowned, crouching down lightly and touching the ground with his right hand. But after only a few seconds, he suddenly sensed a faint vibration. Seeing several workers still gathered around the factory, Xiao Tiance instantly bellowed. Retreat immediately. Get away from the factory. The shout barely echoed before the surrounding crowd instinctively retreated. One security guard, holding a flashlight and standing closest to the factory, was caught in the moment when a deafening roar erupted. Huge cracks appeared on the ground, spreading out in all directions. The young security guard flailed his arms desperately to grab hold of something nearby, but it was always a split second too late. As he was about to fall into the chasm, Xiao Tiance leaped down. His right hand grabbed the guard, executing the dragonfly three-point water technique with blinding speed. In an instant, he pulled him to safety. Xiao Tiance had just displayed a spectacular move, but the surrounding crowd was quickly stunned by the situation unfolding at the factory. The factory floor had caved in. A scene of utter ruin. Beneath the dilapidated factory stood a massive underground cavern. Amidst the swirling dust, Xiao Tiance slowly approached the edge of the cavern and peered down into the depths. Below lay far more than an ordinary cavern. Several coffins rested within, and a glow resembling jewels shone upward. Jewels and antiques? Why would there be such an ancient burial site beneath the Manhwa group's premises? This discovery truly exceeded Xiao Tiance's expectations. You lot stay here and guard this place. From now on, no one is allowed to approach. No sooner had he uttered these words than Xiao Tiance prepared to descend along the rope. But halfway down, he caught a glimpse of a figure below. The man wore a blue and white checked robe, resembling a scholar, and sported a pair of spectacles. Chapter 198, Ghostly Shadows in the Ancient Tomb. Who's there? Xiao Tiance shouted down into the cavern. Clearly, that figure was entirely unlike any ordinary person. Though its outline was discernible, even its clothing visible. But the entire body seemed to be in a semi-transparent state. It seemed to drift and flutter. Was this a mirage? Xiao Tiance had encountered related scientific theories before. Perhaps years ago, the walls within the ancient tomb had become reflective surfaces under certain light conditions. Years later, a wall collapse had accidentally revealed this mirror image once more. Such scientific phenomena, though uncommon, were not entirely unheard of. Xiao Tiance studied the reflections on the floor. Seconds later, the walking elder abruptly halted his steps. He slowly raised his head. This time, even Xiao Tiance was momentarily taken aback. As the Dark Emperor, he had witnessed countless things across the land, yet the scene before him was beyond bizarre. The old man within the mirage suddenly lifted his head and locked eyes with Xiao Tiance. When a phantom gazes at you, it inevitably sends a chill down your spine. As the Dark Emperor, he regained his composure swiftly. Was it a coincidence? The old man seemed to deliberately narrow his eyes, maintaining this gaze for a full 2 minutes. A faint smile silently curved his lips. His mouth opened as if to speak, but being a mirror image, no sound emerged. Reading the words formed by his mouth, Xiao Tiance nearly lost his grip on his right hand. Dark Emperor. Not a single word more, not a single word less. The mouth movements were identical. Yet how could a lingering mirage, perhaps not even from the same era, possibly communicate with another? Who exactly are you? As the question hung in the air, the old man's figure gradually drifted and faded before Xiao Tiance's eyes. Just like any ordinary mirage. Just as Xiao Tiance was about to delve deeper, he felt a suffocating pressure closing in. Deep underground, light and shadow had long been absent, and oxygen was scarce. It was utterly impossible to proceed further. With no other choice, Xiao Tiance could only retreat from the cave's edge. It seemed he'd have to wait for air to fill the space before venturing in. The interior of this 100 herbs hall seemed to hold hidden depths. Judging by the oxygen levels, it would take at least a day and a night to pass through. For the time being, the cave could only be guarded vigilantly. And at this very moment, far away in the land of flying eagles, a private helicopter was crossing Yangzhou. Inside the aircraft, a woman with golden hair and blue eyes held a notebook in her hands. After offering a silent prayer to the heavens, she slowly closed the notebook. Grandfather, I hope to find the traces you left behind. Beside her, a tall, slender butler wearing gold-rimmed glasses nodded silently as she spoke. Young miss, I believe your dream will come true. Back when the old master traveled the world, he couldn't have vanished without a trace. He must have left some clues behind. The contents of the notebook were very simple. An elderly gentleman surnamed He came to the vast dragon kingdom many years ago to conduct archaeological work. He then encountered some danger and vanished. Before the danger struck, the old gentleman disguised himself and came to the Baikayatang group, working undercover for half a year. During that time, it's said he left behind a portion of his treasures here. The woman before them had come here specifically to visit Baikayatang, seeking traces of her grandfather from that time. After traveling the world, the old gentleman vanished without a trace, no body, no sign of life. Such a disappearance was utterly baffling. Consequently, Jiangdu was about to be rocked by a massive upheaval. The Rose Underground Club was precisely where Baidetian, the underground kingpin, resided. Late at night, countless men, women, and passionate youths roared incessantly within its walls. The underground club served as a no-holds-barred boxing arena. Every year, countless people met their end here, while countless others pursued money with reckless abandon. At this very moment, Xiao Tiance quietly pushed open the club's door as a customer. Tonight was the night he would meet the dragon head. The venue was a veritable sea of voices. Xiao Tiance surveyed the surroundings, found a random seat, and sat quietly. Since Baidetian had arranged to meet here, he couldn't possibly avoid showing up. The venue was divided into ordinary guest areas and VIP sections. Without hesitation, Xiao Tiance walked toward the front. Spotting an unoccupied table in the VIP section, he slowly sat down. Before he could order a beer and survey the crowd, he found himself staring in astonishment. Xiao Tiance paid no heed, remaining utterly at ease. At that moment, two burly men were locked in combat on the stage. Blood covered their faces. Each teetered on the brink of life and death. At that very moment, backstage, Baidetian observed everything unfolding. Seeing Xiao Tiance arrive, he lit a cigarette with a light flick. How is the situation at the meeting? The club president beside him wore a savage grin. Rest assured, boss. Nearly 300 people posing as audience members throughout the venue. They're all our elite enforcers. Beyond that, your other two trump cards are ready. We've also prepared 3 fierce tigers as gifts. With this triple encirclement, no one will escape alive. Baidetian seemed thoroughly satisfied with these arrangements. In the monitoring room, the camera swiftly shifted focus, locking onto Xiao Tiance's location. Let the show run a little longer. To have the audacity to come to my club, this man is indeed intriguing. I'm curious to see just how capable someone is who commands such attention from the 4 great families. While Baidetian smiled, the chairman beside him frowned. Boss, there's actually another matter. An uninvited guest has appeared at today's life or death combat arena. She's a woman, but during the selection process, she defeated several top fighters in succession to qualify. She's set to take the stage today. Her identity remains unknown to this day. As he spoke, the chairman presented a photograph of the woman. However, she wore a butterfly mask, concealing her true features. Faced with this situation, Baidetian smiled faintly. My senior disciple Zhao Shuele may be all talk and no action, but he sure knows how to put tech to good use. This is an overseas scanner capable of penetrating masks. After speaking, Baidetian scanned the woman's photo with the device. Soon, the mask slowly began to peel away. Gazing at the woman with flowing hair before him, he still had no recollection of her. Just as he was puzzling over this, the chairman beside him gave a cold chuckle. When did the security division start meddling in our underground operations? Looks like everyone wants a piece of the action. I recognize this woman. She's Zhang Xixia, deputy captain of Jiangdu. Shall we take them all down at once? Chapter 199, Red Rose. Zhang Xixia was competing under the codename Red Rose. Upon hearing her identity, Baidetian frowned. We've always kept to our own business with the security bureau. Since they've crossed the line, there's no need for courtesy. You handle the rest. But now, it's time for my grand entrance. As Baidetian departed. Meanwhile, at the competition's backstage area, Zhang Xixia, still wearing her mask, remained unaware of everything the outsider had uncovered. Her fists clenched tightly. The doctor's words echoed relentlessly in her mind. Zhang Fan's ribs were fractured in multiple places. Though treatable, even if healed, full recovery was far from certain. He might have to bid farewell to his career at the security bureau. A smile flickered across Zhang Fan's face as he lay in the hospital bed. He barely registered the doctor's judgmental tone. Not bad, really. After all these years as chief, I'm pretty worn out anyway. This is the perfect chance to take a break. As someone who always took her duties seriously, Zhang Xixia found the chief's attitude utterly intolerable. But the fact that he'd survived an assassination attempt by a hitman was already a stroke of luck in misfortune. There was really no reason to blame him further. Captain, take good care of yourself. Leave the work to us. Zhang Xixia returned to the unit and helped the chief pack his belongings. But at that very moment, she accidentally opened Zhang Fan's office cabinet. The cabinet had been securely locked with an iron chain, but due to its age and lack of maintenance, it snapped open unexpectedly. With the intention of helping to organize, Zhang Caixia pulled out the documents inside. What unfolded before her eyes left her utterly stunned. Deep-sea corpse case, Jiangdu train station explosion. The campus robbery case, the serial murder case. Nearly 100 case files were meticulously documented, with every detail fully analyzed. Each dissected case featured detailed photographs and explanations, meticulously documented. Most crucially, these long cold cases had once dominated the news. Yet on every case closure report, the name of the lead investigator was invariably written in bold, Zhang Fan. Yet Zhang Fan never appeared in any of the news reports from that time. How could this be? Our chief investigator has always been a master at solving autopsy cases. How could this be? In Zhang Caixia's memory, Zhang Fan was usually a slacker, a laid-back guy. He never took his work seriously. But in reality, every case he had ever dissected was of the utmost importance. Most importantly, he never sought recognition in the news, a true unsung hero. Tears welled up in Zhang Caixia's eyes. Among the answers, she discovered a fresh set of notes. Security Bureau serial murder case. This case has just recently come to light. To this day, the perpetrator remains unknown. Detailed records exist for related cases, and all locations where the killer might have appeared have already been systematically investigated. While Zhang Fan had been publicly taking leave to travel around the area these past days, he had actually been quietly and thoroughly investigating every possible location where the killer might appear. The Security Bureau has been in turmoil lately. We can't afford any more sacrifices among our people. I can sleep every day, even sleep soundly, but certain matters demand that I keep my eyes wide open. I don't know if this will be the end of my career, but I know that when danger threatens my comrades, as the captain, I must stand at the forefront. Every place I've walked through has been marked with a period. This is the chief who always played it safe. Zhang Caixia could no longer contain the surge within her. Her fists clenched tightly. I'm taking over the Security Bureau's serial murder case. I won't let anyone down. As she shouted, notes revealed Captain Zhang's next target, the Underground Club. The killer's actions clearly bore the hallmarks of a master. And in Jiangdu, the most hidden masters were none other than the underground leaders of indiscriminate combat. This was the only place Zhang Fan believed held clues, but tragically, he had already fallen on the front lines before any investigation could begin. Zhang Caixia had long been deeply moved by the chief's actions. This was one reason she had disguised herself as the Red Rose to infiltrate the underground boxing arena. Captain Zhang, the one who stabbed through with a single blow, must be a master swordsman. The weapons are forbidden on the life or death stage. That strike still radiated the aura of a true expert. With this thought, Zhang Caixia took a deep breath. Then she witnessed the stage. Meanwhile, in the audience seats, Xiao Tiance sipped his tea. Shortly after taking his seat, a man approached. You little brat, who gave you permission to sit here? Don't you know the VIP seats are reserved for me to choose first? My relationship with Big Brother Baidetian is no ordinary one. Baidetian is the dragon head of the underground syndicate, so I am the dragon second. A burly man reeking of alcohol sat beside Xiao Tiance. The surrounding crowd watched this scene unfold, their eyes widening as they shook their heads and sighed at Xiao Tiance. Within Jiangdu, aside from the Dragon King himself, the Dragon Second undoubtedly commanded the largest underworld faction. He was essentially the Dragon King's eyes and ears. Offending him was tantamount to offending the Dragon King himself. Yet none present knew Xiao Tiance's true purpose in coming here, to force the Dragon King out of hiding. Get out of here! Xiao Tiance and the underground Dragon King had been locked in a bitter struggle for far too long. And the shield the four great families had been using to deflect blame had held for far too long. Therefore, he was in no mood for this now. Upon hearing these words, Longair's eyes widened in shock. The surrounding crowd stared at Xiao Tiance as if he were already dead. Baidetian, who had intended to approach, saw the scene and smiled faintly. He halted before the video feed once more. No rush, let's see what he can pull off first. Though my three disciples all fell to him, I still wish to witness his methods with my own eyes. Longair isn't the important one. What matters is his bodyguard that guy's a top-tier fighter on our death arena. Just as Baidetian had said, as Longair's rage boiled over, a tall, slender man approached him, dressed in a suit. In his hands were two iron hooks. If someone must die, it will be you. The man before them radiated a bone-chilling aura, causing the surrounding spectators to instinctively step back. Holy crap, this guy is Longair's strongest enforcer, iron-faced angel. Rumor has it he's got several lives on his hands, especially with those two hooks they can pierce anyone's throat with ease. The surrounding crowd buzzed with chatter. Xiao Tiance glanced at his watch. I'm here to wait for someone, not to chat with you lot. Since you won't get lost on your own, I can give you a hand, though not out of the arena, but straight to the underworld. With that, Xiao Tiance moved. The ice-faced angel swung both iron hooks horizontally in an instant. But the next moment, a powerful man emerged from behind, clamping his hand around the opponent's throat. Chapter 200, One Word, All Destroyed. Longhair's eyes widened in shock. The strongest bodyguard before him had been instantly defeated. The cold-faced angel lay on the ground, crimson blood trickling steadily across the floor. Yet at that moment, Xiao Tiance remained utterly detached, his gaze fixed straight ahead. Faced with this scene, Longhair's eyes widened as he sucked in a sharp breath. In the underground deathmatch arena, Longhair's reputation had long been at its zenith. Suffering such a humiliation today had already ignited a raging fire of fury within him. You have some nerve attacking my man, kid. Do you realize provoking me is worse than provoking the king of hell? Amidst the roaring shouts, Xiao Tiance remained unfazed. He merely smiled. You ordered your bodyguards to kill me. Should I not fight back? Should I just wait for you to kill me? Such a thing is unheard of under heaven. It's just that your men were no match for me. Xiao Tiance's words were so logical that Longhair was momentarily speechless. The surrounding crowd, however, was utterly stunned. Sometimes reason doesn't mean everything, especially in a life or death arena. This was Bai Dishan's turf, and Bai Dedian was the law here. Picking a fight with Longhair now clearly meant trouble was brewing. Fine, you're sharp-tongued. I'll lay my cards on the table today. Across all of Jiangdu, the Nightfall bar chain is mine, and I have 100 enforcers. I declare that starting today, both you and your family will face relentless harassment until you kneel and beg for forgiveness. Longhair roared with laughter, and he wasn't bluffing. Several businesses had already met their end after crossing him forced to shut down, with owners and families fleeing Jiangdu altogether. Listening to his words, Xiao Tiance remained smiling, unconcerned. So you're saying you like picking on the weak? Seems you've done this kind of thing before. By midnight tonight, Nightfall Bar shuts down completely, and you get the hell out of Jiangdu. Or face the consequences. Longhair had never heard such a warning before. Though he knew he was no match for Xiao Tiance, rage boiled over in that instant. He grabbed a bottle of liquor. Just as he was about to strike, a shout rang out from behind him. Hold on. This man is my guest, Bai Dedian. Longhair, we'll settle your grudge later. Seeing Bai Dedian arrive, Longhair naturally held his tongue. But seething inside, he deliberately glared fiercely at Xiao Tiance. Brother, did you hear that punk just now? He said he'd shut down my Nightshade bar completely. He even had the audacity to tell me to get lost from Jiangdu. How utterly ridiculous is that, really? Bai Dedian heard it all, his eyes narrowing into a smile. But he casually added, I invited Mr. Yi here today. We'll discuss your matters later. Longhair sat quietly beside him. But he showed no intention of leaving. Xiao Tiance lit a cigarette, then glanced sideways. Mr. Bai, you clearly haven't trained this subordinate well. He constantly interrupts and eavesdrops while others are speaking. Such behavior will never be tolerated in my team. As Xiao Tiance spoke, Bai Dedian beside him gave a faint smile. Before he could speak, Longhair had already leaped to his feet. You little brat. I'm staying here with my brother tonight. Just having a say in the matter is more than you deserve. I've known you looked familiar from the start, you little brat. Now I remember. After spitting out brat repeatedly, the greedy wolf war god beside him had already drawn his black dagger. His eyes instantly flashed with a cold glare as he fixed his gaze forward. One more word from you, and I'll kill you on the spot. Greedy wolf war god's murderous aura sent a chill down even the arrogant Longhair's spine. In all his years navigating the underworld, he'd never encountered someone so menacingly fierce. But this was the Dragon King's turf, after all. Longhair suddenly gave a cold laugh. Even if I say it again. Bai Dedian could sense the greedy wolf war god's killing intent. He suddenly intervened. Hold on a moment. Let me explain. This is the underground arena, a life or death contest. It generates nearly millions in profits every year, flowing in steadily. And on this stage, life and death are irrelevant. In this era of restless hearts, do you know how people are particularly fascinated by such life or death duels? Xiao Tiance couldn't deny it. From the moment he entered, he saw the VIP seats already packed, mostly occupied by the young sons of entrepreneurs. As the saying goes, money can buy a life. And since the arena exists because there's a market for it, Mr. Bai's card and chess games have indeed made quite a splash. No wonder he's become the Dragon King of the underworld. Bai Dedian continued along the same line. Not only are these the sons of wealthy families, but my own men are also fiercely loyal. Throughout this entire gathering, nearly half the attendees are our own people. Bai Dishan's words were crystal clear. The entire venue had long been set up like a trap. The moment they tore off their masks would be the moment everything came to an end. Facing this persuasion, Xiao Tiance frowned. But Mr. Bai, what does this have to do with your men not knowing the rules? By the time he finished asking this question, the surrounding crowd had already fallen silent in shock. Bai Dedian had made it abundantly clear that half of the people present were his own men. If he wanted to kill someone, it would be as easy as lifting a finger. Yet he still insisted on demanding accountability. Bai Dedian had expected to shock his opponent, but upon hearing this, he could only offer an awkward chuckle. Longhair is my brother. Though he may act impulsively at times, I am a man who values loyalty and honor above all else. In the life or death fighting club, if anyone were to kill Long Air, it would be the greatest disgrace of their life. Especially if Bai Dedian were involved. His words were crystal clear, couldn't be clearer. Xiao Tiance merely nodded thoughtfully. Mr. Bai truly values loyalty and honor, but that won't stop your brother from facing punishment first. Rewards and punishments must be clear. I trust Mr. Bai can distinguish between them. Still refusing to give face. Even after speaking so plainly, he remained utterly unyielding. Bai Dishan's face gradually turned ashen. Beside him, Long Air abruptly stood up. Before his roar could reach them, the dagger in greedy wolf war god's hand instantly pierced his chest. Long Air's eyes widened as he watched helplessly, blood gushing from the wound. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. He was still killed. Even with brother Bai Dedian present, he couldn't escape death. It wasn't surprising where Long Air met his end after all. Martial artists often die in the martial world. But not here, at the club. After all, this was the Dragon King's own turf. The two bodyguards by his side witnessed the scene and charged forward without a word. You dare break the rules? A single glance from the greedy wolf war god froze the two bodyguards solid like statues. Chapter 201, A Huge Problem. Bai Dedian had to admit he'd run into trouble this time. And it was a huge one. Standing behind Xiao Tiance, this burly man exuded an extraordinary presence. To intimidate a group of bodyguards with just a single glance, even Bai Dedian had never witnessed such a thing before. As the Dragon King of the underworld, he understood such killing intent intimately. Such a presence was usually reserved for those who had been through countless battles. If they were to act now, even with their overwhelming numbers, Xiao Tiance would die instantly. But at this close range, the burly man before him would inevitably execute him on the spot. Witnessing Long Air's death, the surrounding guests sucked in their breaths. This was it. There was no way they'd walk out of here alive today. At least they knew how they would die. No one who had ever crossed the Dragon King of the underworld had ever emerged unscathed from such a crisis. Today's venue would surely be drenched in blood. As fear gripped each of them, Bai Dedian gazed at his fallen subordinate lying on the ground. After a moment, a smile returned to his face. You're absolutely right. Those who don't understand the rules deserve their punishment. I, Bai Dedian, always act with absolute impartiality, no exceptions. Drag him out. The meaning behind those words was crystal clear. It was a final settlement. A death for nothing. Faced with this situation, people couldn't help but look utterly astonished. The relationship between Long Air and Bai Dedian was something everyone had some understanding of. Yet now, with just one sentence, it was all over. Never before had anyone witnessed the Dragon King of the underworld make such an ironclad decision. Since you've managed to shake the four great families, you must be someone of considerable standing. Having come to my territory, you're at least considered a guest. Our life or death battle is a spectacle you won't witness elsewhere. Let's enjoy the show first. Throughout the exchange, Xiao Tiance remained unhurried. He sipped his tea quietly, his gaze fixed ahead. Inside the steel cage of the life or death arena, one burly man stood out, broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, every muscle bulging. He swung his fists, killing a frail young man within 2 rounds. The scene was gruesome, yet the crowd roared with excitement. Each spectator was overcome with excitement. Bai Dedian watched the scene unfold, feeling deeply satisfied. He casually replied to Xiao Tiance. This is our undefeated champion. He's already won over a dozen consecutive matches in the arena. A rising star. Possessing such a subordinate naturally filled Bai Dedian with immense pride. In his excitement, he gripped his wine cup tightly. He shouted to the crowd. Is there anyone else willing to challenge him? Mr. Bull, if anyone can defeat him in our arena, I'll reward the victor with $1 million. The surrounding crowd erupted into shouts upon hearing this. Many fighters' eyes flashed with a gleam of gold. But that was all. It vanished in an instant. Mr. Bull's sheer mass of muscle was simply too intimidating. Though the lure of $1 million was tempting, few dared risk their lives to claim it. As the shouts gradually died down, a woman wearing a butterfly mask slowly made her way toward the life or death arena. I accept the challenge. In an instant, the arena fell deathly silent. The life or death arena knows no gender. Throughout history, there have indeed been many female masters. Yet never had any woman dared challenge the wild bull. Indeed, no opponent had ever even uttered such a thought aloud. Gazing at the woman before him, Bai Dedian paused in surprise, clearly a stranger. Yet the crowd's fervor ignited instantly. Compared to the brutal slaughter between men on the arena, the spectacle of a young woman being beaten to a pulp seemed far more entertaining. The roar of cheers echoed across the sky. Go on, wild bull, don't hold back. Give us a real show. You must be exceptional to have caught the Dragon King's eye. Strip that woman naked and beat her to death. The sight of the woman visibly heightened the bull's excitement. His muscles bulged relentlessly, veins standing out across his entire body. Faced with this situation, Xiao Tiance frowned. It seems your matches truly have no rules, even drugs are permitted. The reason barbarian bull's physique surpasses ordinary men is clearly due to excessive drug use. Such lives rarely last long. But for victory, it seems they'll stop at nothing. Idetian responded matter-of-factly. Where there's a market, there's money to be made. That's why I'm known as the Dragon King of the Underground. I'm favored by all the major corporate groups. If the audience loves watching me, what can I do? We're all in it for the business. Even now, the two sat side by side, chatting like old friends. Then, on stage, the woman with the bow tie sprinted toward the bull. The burly bull, broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, punched the air. The piercing whistle of the air, even from a distance, was deafening. Some of the more timid spectators closed their eyes. One could easily imagine the horrifying sight of the woman's shattered bones in the next instant. Of course, the majority of the crowd, driven by morbid curiosity, shouted loudly one after another, their eyes wide as saucers, fearing they might miss a single moment. But in the very next instant, the woman's body moved with astonishing agility. She arched backward lightly in midair. She planted her feet on her opponent's arms and propelled herself upward at lightning speed, landing above his head. Then, her feet twisted viciously around the opponent's neck. Her joints and muscles activated instantly. No one could have anticipated such a sudden shift in the blink of an eye, leaving the surrounding crowd utterly unprepared. The bull's face flushed crimson. "Come on, little beauty. If you can defeat the bull, you'll win $1 million. That would be a major highlight in our life or death battles." Faced with this dramatic reversal, the crowd began to surge with renewed excitement. Xiao Tiance paused his teacup mid-air. While the mask hid her identity from Xiao Tiance, his eyes had read every move she made. Zhang Saixia. Xiao Tiance had witnessed Zhang Saixia in action during a criminal pursuit before. Her techniques were nearly identical to what he saw now. Throughout Jiangdu, one had to admit Zhang Saixia possessed considerable skill. To hold the position of deputy captain at such a young age, though fiery-tempered, she was undeniably dedicated and responsible. Facing Zhang Saixia's counterattack, Man Nyo's eyes first turned bloodshot before he violently clamped both hands around her waist. The momentum swiftly shifted once more. The drugs had rendered Man Nyo nearly impervious to pain. Though Guan Jieju had clearly fractured several vertebrae in her neck, Man Nyo's primal instincts drove him to swing his fists with brutal force, nearly beating Zhang Saixia until she vomited blood. Chapter 202, Victory March. Watching the fight, Idetian was utterly stunned. But he quickly regained his composure. "Those chosen by me won't fall so easily." As he spoke, Man Nyo deliberately glanced at Xiao Tiance beside him. His words carried an unspoken meaning. As Zhang Saixia's strength visibly waned, Man Nyo charged recklessly toward the cage at the stage's edge. Xiao Tiance slammed his water cup onto the table. "Strike the snake at its 3 vital points, target the yang acupoint." Xiao Tiance's voice wasn't particularly loud, yet Zhang Saixia heard it crystal clear. The words carried a hint of internal force. Zhang Saixia snapped to attention the moment she heard the words. Her hands snapped together with a sharp clap. In an instant, her palms struck the man-bull's temple. The bull's neck had already been shattered, yet it clung to life through the last vestiges of its brain's will. Now, amplified by Xiao Tiance's intervention and struck at the temple, his brain ceased functioning instantly. Man Nyo finally collapsed onto the ground with a thud, foaming at the mouth. Several medical personnel approached to examine him. With each one shaking their head in turn, they ultimately pulled the curtain down. In the recent struggle, Zhang Saixia had been injured first. Yet her mind still raced, taking in the scene around her. She would concede defeat immediately in the next round. Zhang Saixia had found the outcome she sought. Throughout this life or death struggle, the only true trump card so far was the bull standing before her. As for the other two aces, they were the Dragon King's right and left hands. They wouldn't act lightly. And they certainly wouldn't attack the Security Bureau just for revenge. Thus, upon reaching this conclusion, it was proven that the Security Bureau massacre had no direct connection to the underground Dragon King. With the investigation concluded, there was no need to continue the fight. Just as he was about to leave, a loud click echoed as the iron doors surrounding the cage were locked from the outside. Idetian clapped his hands as he slowly rose to his feet. "This beauty truly opened my eyes, but to simply walk off the stage like that, isn't that a bit of a waste? Today, the audience's enthusiasm is so high that I've specially arranged an extra performance." Tiantai narrowed his eyes. The moment he heard Xiao Tiance speak, he knew the two seemed to recognize each other. He had been racking his brain, trying to figure out how to take down Xiao Tiance and the burly man beside him. But now it seemed as if the heavens themselves were aiding him. Idetian pretended not to notice. As he clapped, a pit slowly began to form beneath Tai Long's underground arena. Within mere seconds, the platform rose again, only now, a white tiger stood upon it. The tiger looked ravenous, drool dripping from its mouth. The moment it spotted Zhang Saixia, its eyes nearly glowed an emerald green. Zhang Saixia, who had intended to leave, froze in place. Defeating a burly man didn't guarantee victory against this ferocious beast. With no other choice, Zhang Saixia took a deep breath. It wasn't that she had no chance, but fighting bare-handed meant certain death. That bull had its weaknesses, and surely the tiger had its own. Zhang Xixia's mind raced, but she didn't realize Bai Dedian had given her no chance at all. Even as she pondered, the ferocious tiger lunged forward, and Zhang Xixia twisted left and right at lightning speed. Yet in that instant, she underestimated its speed. A tiger driven to the brink of starvation possessed instincts beyond human comprehension. Its two claws lashed out through the air in an instant. Zhang Xixia felt a violent impact on her back, then coughed up a mouthful of blood that rolled to the edge of the iron cage. Mad cheers erupted once more, and Bai Dedian smiled faintly. The life and death arena hadn't seen such excitement in ages. As the owner, it was only natural for me to add fuel to the fire. Amidst the conversation, 3 more platforms slowly rose from the opposite side, each bearing another fierce tiger. Surrounded by the 3 tigers, Zhang Xixia's eyes flickered with despair. This situation had long surpassed human endurance. No one could bear to witness such savagery. Xiao Tiance witnessed this scene. He merely gave a slight nod beside her. The next instant, the greedy wolf war god, who had been standing beside him, vanished without a trace. A deafening roar followed as the rightmost cage collapsed entirely. The greedy wolf war god now stood upon the stage. The moment the burly man departed, Bai Dedian's face finally broke into a broad smile. This was precisely the moment Bai Dedian had been waiting for. Once Xiao Tiance's strongest bodyguard was gone, they could strike freely. If the 3 fierce tigers could eliminate the bodyguard before them, that would be ideal. Even if they retreated 1,000 paces, they could at least buy time sufficient to kill Xiao Tiance. It seems you're still too soft-hearted, sir. Do you know why I became the Dragon King of the underworld? Because I never show mercy. He could sense the crowd around him slowly retreating, while more and more of his own men mingled in. Several assassins had already drawn weapons from their sides. Xiao Tiance actually acknowledged the response. Indeed, soft-heartedness often leads to letting things slip. But today, at least, I won't. His words were cut short. Several assassins had already brazenly drawn their weapons. At this moment, any explanation became mere pretense. Bai Dedian narrowed his eyes, still fixed on the stage. But in the blink of an eye, he froze in shock. The scene on stage had changed completely. Zhang Xixia stood unscathed to the side, while of the 3 fierce tigers, 2 now lay motionless on the ground. It was clear they'd been shot in the head on the spot. Their entire skulls had caved in. The lone tiger that remained cowered in a corner, looking like a sickly cat. Who knows what the hell just happened? In the blink of an eye. Holy crap, where did this monster come from? Was he just pulling a magic trick? That's impossible. How could a human possibly defeat a tiger and knock them out one by one? 1 punch each? You must understand that the 3 tigers Bai Dedian purchased were no ordinary beasts. They were specially bred overseas through unique methods. Years of starvation and drug-induced corruption had turned them into savage beasts. They could be considered the pinnacle of the animal kingdom. Yet the spectacular replay displayed on the screen forced Bai Dedian to acknowledge the events that had just unfolded. The moment the mountain tiger charged forward, the greedy wolf god took a single step forward, instantly extinguishing the fierceness of all the beasts. Their primal instincts sensed danger, causing them to retreat one after another. 2 tigers, caught off guard, were struck simultaneously by Bai Dedian's twin fists. The blows slammed them into the ground, their skulls shattering instantly. Chapter 203, The Tiger Falls in the Plains. Faced with this scene, not only Bai Dedian but the surrounding crowd was equally dumbfounded. What kind of move was that? To crush tigers with bare hands. This had long surpassed the limits of human capability. And it didn't stop there. The greedy wolf war god whistled once, and the remaining tiger charged toward the spectator stands as if obeying its master's command. Several young masters and Bai Dedian's men, caught completely off guard, were instantly slaughtered by the bloodthirsty beast. Screams of terror echoed continuously throughout the deathmatch spectator stands. Countless young masters, who had paid for their lives, had assumed their status entitled them to look down on everything. Yet in this moment, they realized that beneath the tiger's fangs, all were equal before fate. Those who had relished the spectacle of bloodshed now found themselves the true objects of the audience's fascination. Witnessing this, Bai Dedian instantly drew a pistol and fired repeatedly at the tiger. The formidable beast, struck by bullets, still possessed enough momentum to charge relentlessly forward. In the blink of an eye, it was upon Bai Dedian and Xiao Tiance. Faced with such a biased scene, he deliberately collected weapons. Damn it, no bullets. This exclamation was, of course, feigned. If that tiger could pounce on the kid and tear him apart, that would be even better. But at that very moment, Xiao Tiance slowly extended his right hand. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, this act was tantamount to suicide. Why isn't this guy running? Does he think he'll die standing here? This tiger was a deadly beast. Rumor had it they'd brought it out for the show before it was fully tamed. Today's tragedy was hardly unexpected. Ignoring the martial artist's cries, Xiao Tiance extended his right hand to stroke the tiger's forehead. The ferocious beast, once a menacing specter, now lay before Xiao Tiance like a docile kitten. This scene was nothing short of a miracle. Bai Dedian frowned. From the moment Xiao Tiance entered, everything had unfolded completely differently from his plans. Why was this happening? How could this be? All of Baidishan's disciples had perished before. As the Dragon King of the underworld, he had never perceived anything extraordinary about the man before him. But now it seemed. The situation was far from simple. A mere glance had made the fierce tiger obediently bow its head in submission, a sight unheard of in the present age. Enough! This farce must end. Xiao Tiance looked up at the greedy wolf war god, who had already departed the stage with Zhang Saixia. It was time to get down to business. Baidetian sucked in a sharp breath, seizing the moment to widen the distance between himself and Xiao Tiance. Indeed, your ability to fight the four great families to a standstill proves you possess genuine skill. But there are some things even skill alone cannot control. My purpose in coming here today is singular, to demand you leave Jiangdu never to return. Originally, I planned to assassinate Xiao Tiance in the Hall of Secrets. But now, faced with these circumstances, I must reconsider the situation before me. The man who could make a fierce beast instinctively cower was clearly no ordinary mortal. Yet these words still drew a faint smile to Xiao Tiance's lips. Jiangdu has never truly belonged to me, it belongs to the people of the realm. Therefore, wherever you can go, I can go as well. Whether I leave depends on me, not you. Every word was utterly reasonable. Baidetian, now at a loss for words, decided to lay his cards on the table. If you enter and refuse to leave, the four great families will likely force me out. Sir, then I'll have no choice but to offend them. If possible, Tian truly didn't want to play his last two trump cards. This is our final trump card in the standoff with the four great families. But with events having reached this point today, there was no turning back. A man appeared behind the stage, clad in black armor. He held a long spear, pointing it forward. Over the years abroad, I've made two friends who've offered their support to help me become the Dragon King I am today. It seems that to get rid of the gentleman, it will be necessary for these two friends to handle it personally. As he spoke, the man clad in black armor advanced step by step, his gaze fixed straight ahead. The weapon in his hand glowed brilliantly in the air. This is the Azura warrior from the island nation. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd was utterly stunned. From the islands of the Starry Seas came the most primitive tribes, where assassination was practiced in its simplest, purest form. Such is the way of the Azura. It is said that all who hail from the Starry Seas begin their rampage against the formless from a young age. They climb their way up through a sea of blood. Such a man always possessed the most formidable killing power, a weapon beyond words. When Azura appeared, countless warriors retreated in droves. Your bodyguards do possess some skill, but against Lord Azura, they may not fare so well. The moment the trump card was revealed, Baidetian finally smiled. As long as the Azura battlefield exists, there is absolutely no rival within the entire Jiangdu. As their eyes locked in mutual understanding, Xiao Tiance extended 3 fingers. Qinglong, this Azura fellow is indeed formidable. He should be able to last 3 rounds. Xiao Tiance's words sent a chill down Baidishan's spine. Never before had he encountered such an audacious individual under heaven. 3 rounds? What audacity! Wherever Azura appeared, not a blade of grass remained. Though the burly man before him was fierce, how could he possibly prevail against Azura? Interesting. I like your confidence. In that case, I look forward to being thoroughly impressed. During Baidishan's inquiry, the greedy wolf war god already stood atop the stage, hands clasped behind his back. Shall you strike first, or shall I? The question hung in the air, strangely unsettling. Azura's expression turned ferocious as he gripped his spear tightly. As you wish. It's been ages since anyone dared utter such bravado. You've got me feeling rather excited. In an instant, Azura's weapon burst forward. A piercing whistling sound met him head-on. The weapon hummed with each strike, as if slicing through the void. Then came the greedy wolf war god. Before everyone's eyes, he extended his right hand and seized the opponent's spear. What seemed like a strike capable of splitting heaven and earth came to an abrupt halt before the azure dragon. Only a massive crater remained where the force of the impact struck, causing the entire stage to collapse in waves. What a spear like a dragon! This Azura warrior truly lived up to his reputation. This strike alone was enough to shatter a man's defenses and end his life on the spot. As the crowd erupted in shouts, they instantly realized something was amiss. The spear remained frozen in the man's grasp, unable to advance another inch. Chapter 204, Reunion with an Old Acquaintance. Your Majesty, had this been several years ago, I would have taken him down within 3 moves. But to keep pace with your Majesty, I have never ceased my training these past years. Therefore, today's promise must be revised. I shall slay him in a single moment. As the greedy wolf war god spoke, he drew the dagger from his hand and slashed at the weapon in an instant. Facing this, the Azura warrior's spear began to dance through the air, its movements ever shifting and unpredictable. Alas, before true power, any defensive technique is but a mere trifle. The dagger seemed to slice through the air with a mere flick of the wrist. The greedy wolf war god withdrew his weapon and assumed a defensive stance. May His Majesty be disappointed by my recent display. Xiao Tiance gave a slight nod. Simultaneously, the Azura warrior along with his entire armor was instantly cleaved in two in a scene of extreme gore. The water cup in Baiditian's hand finally shattered within the cracks. A sigh escaped his lips. What was meant to be a fleeting encounter had unexpectedly plunged him into a desperate predicament. In such a predicament, he could only scream frantically into the air. I implore the white-haired elder to intervene. Otherwise, even if I bestow the title of Dragon King today, our entire army may be annihilated. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a violent wind swept through the entire hall, leaving countless people staring wide-eyed. After the tempest, an elderly man with snow-white hair descended slowly from the heavens. The white-haired elder carried himself with dignified bearing. This time, the greedy wolf war god reigned in his mocking glare. To encounter such a master in Jiangdu is truly rare. Underground Dragon King, with this old man's prowess alone, you'd easily hold your own among the four great families. Though spoken thus, Baiditian now seethed with fury. This rage was almost beyond words. The white-haired elder was indeed his man, but he had only ever promised to aid him once. Years ago, Baiditian had done the old man a favor, and they had sealed that promise. Once the favor was rendered, all obligations between them would be severed. Moreover, the white-haired elder's identity and origins remained shrouded in mystery. Rumor had it that he possessed such formidable true chi he could cross oceans, a being of such power whose ambitions could never be confined to Jiangdu alone. Baiditian, it seems the day has come for me to fulfill our agreement. Your life or death arena will likely prove no match for me in the future. The life and death arena was once spread across the entire world. They were never dominated by a single entity. Much like franchise supermarkets, operating them requires paying substantial fees. But Baiditian, in his quest for greater profits, has long disregarded the franchise rules. Logically, assassins from the deathmatch arenas across all worlds would have flooded in. Deprived Baiditian. All these years, I've managed to stay unscathed precisely because of the assistance from that white-haired elder. This alone was enough to deter others from daring to step in. But the white-haired elder had only intervened once. Once his promise was fulfilled. It would mean Baiditian would never again have the chance to settle things once and for all with the four great families. No one has ever pushed me to this point. I acknowledge your strength. To topple the Dragon King of the underworld within the entire Jiangdu, there absolutely cannot be a second person. Baiditian remained utterly respectful, even in the presence of the white-haired elder. This alone revealed the man's status and standing. Witnessing it all, Baiditian felt a sense of certainty in his victory. Now, everything this Dragon King possessed was returning to him even if the cost was immeasurably great. The greedy wolf war god took a step back, his aura erupting. A great battle seemed imminent, about to erupt at any moment. Suddenly, Xiao Tiance stood up, kicking over a nearby stool. Old Bai, I recall making it clear, without my permission, you're not allowed to set foot in the Dragon Kingdom. You, an outsider from overseas, never seem to like following orders. Old white man. The white-haired elder was nearing a century in age. His status and standing were unparalleled. He was even hailed as the war god known to the stars. Yet today, hearing that name again felt incredibly long overdue. Under the heavens, there were likely few who could address him as Old Man Bai. Following the sound, she looked up and saw a man dressed in plain clothes, sitting among the crowd, casually sipping his drink. Though it had been a long time since they last met, the man's appearance seemed to have been deeply etched into her heart, forever unchanged. Upon witnessing this scene, the white-haired elder felt sweat trickling down his forehead. Baiditian also sensed something amiss at that moment and turned to look ahead. Elder Bai, please take action. The old man before him paid no heed. He narrowed his eyes at Xiao Tiance, his expression shifting from shock to despair. That gaze was utterly peculiar. Back during the border war, the white-haired elder had suppressed the border guards with his extraordinary martial prowess. Just as he thought he could enter the border, a man appeared, sword drawn, standing tall. In the setting sun, he wielded a divine blade that cleaved the rainbow. In a single stroke, the white-haired elder suffered severe injuries. Seeing the old man was advanced in years, kneeling to beg for mercy, showing remorse, he spared his life. Before departing, the white-haired elder had personally sworn never to set foot within the realm again. Yet here he stood now, that familiar face reappearing before him. This can't be. Shouldn't you be at the border? Why have you suddenly appeared in Jiangdu? Xiao Tiance sneered coldly. Within our vast land, the four seas are my home, where cannot I go? On the contrary, you've truly grown old. Have you forgotten certain matters long ago? The moment Xiao Tiance stood up, a palpable aura of killing intent rippled through the air. The hidden masters surrounding them gripped their weapons, their hands trembling slightly. They instinctively felt this aura was impossible to resist. Baiditian was utterly baffled by what had transpired. But now that the final trump card had been played today, if even the white-haired elder lost, everything would come to an end. Get out of here and sever your own arm, this is your final chance. As the Dark Emperor's icy voice echoed out, the white-haired elder hesitated, words on the tip of his tongue. He cast one last glance at Baiditian beside him. A look of regret flashed across his face. Very well. I shall depart forever today. Snap. Before the eyes of all, Baidishan's final trump card severed his own arm in an instant. Blood trickled steadily across the floor. Baidetian, witnessing this scene, remained stunned for a long time. It was as if he'd been struck by lightning in public. How could this be? The venerable white-haired elder had severed his own arm? Who exactly was this man named Xiao Tiance? Even the current Dragon King of the underworld treated the white-haired elder with utmost respect. Yet what unfolded before them now left them utterly speechless. Ignoring the pain in his arm, the old man stood up and staggered toward the door. As he departed, he shot the Dragon King of the underworld a fierce glare. Chapter 205, The Dragon King's Allegiance. I command hundreds in the life and death combat zone. As the Dragon King of Jiangdu's underworld, even at my peak, the four great families would retreat from my sharp edge. Who the hell are you? Even Baidetian, a fool if ever there was one, could see the situation was turning dire. From start to finish, Xiao Tiance hadn't lifted a finger. And with just a single glance, he sent the invited elders fleeing far away. Faced with this situation, Baidetian was utterly baffled. Then, frowning, a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. You're not from Jiangdu at all. Could you be from Longcheng? Xiao Tiance remained seated beside him. Not from the beginning to the end, as if everything were none of his concern. You're almost right. What do you mean, close enough? In that moment, Baidetian finally understood that this man before him, who dared to challenge the four great families, must possess his own formidable methods. Witnessing this scene, Baidetian's eyes blazed crimson. Suddenly, he felt betrayed by the four great families. Who would have thought today would be the day the tiger fell into the plain? But in my life or death combat zone, there are over 100 people. If you insist on fighting to the death today. Upon hearing these words, the greedy wolf war god let out a cold laugh on the stage. A life or death battle, you say? Do you truly think you're worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as our sovereign? A simple sentence sent waves of numbness through the other man's entire body. Yet within the life and death arena, his gaze swept across a sea of allies. No matter how formidable one might be, when facing over 100 opponents, there would inevitably come a time to fall. The confidence radiating from Xiao Tiance was baffling, yet undeniable. As the tension in the air reached a fever pitch, Xiao Tiance slowly rose to his feet. To become the Dragon King of Jiangdu's underworld, a mere few hundred men would hardly suffice. To counter the four great families, you've long been co-opting smaller enterprises, merging them relentlessly. In the shadows, another formidable faction had long been taking shape. Should it erupt fully, it might not be weaker than the four great families. Beyond today's three trump cards, Baidetian was indeed that man. Throughout Jiangdu, many entrepreneurs have long harbored resentment under the four families' iron-fisted rule. Thus, Baidetian secretly colluded with them, plotting to overthrow the four great families at the first opportunity. Yet every piece of this intelligence was top secret within top secret. How could Xiao Tiance possibly have full knowledge? Especially for an outsider from beyond Jiangdu. Don't be so shocked your private forces are nothing but gangs of thugs, utterly insignificant. Even if you somehow managed to rally them, their strength would be utterly negligible. If you don't believe me, give them a call and ask. In a time of crisis, would they truly come? Baidetian's eyes widened in disbelief as he immediately pulled out his phone and dialed several numbers. His former partners from the tax alliance either went unanswered or flatly refused. All his hidden operatives outside the venue had completely lost signal. What the hell is going on? What exactly have you done? Xiao Tiance remained silent, his smile unchanged. It's fine. Though the situation isn't promising, at least everyone inside the arena is still on your side. Hundreds against just the two of us should be more than enough. Go ahead and make your move. A single word from you, Dragon King of the Underworld, could reduce anyone here to ashes. This statement was undeniably true, yet coming from Xiao Tiance's lips at this very moment, it carried a completely different weight. Faced with this situation, Bian's right hand trembled slightly as he weighed his options. He drew in a deep breath. The mighty Dragon King of the Underworld, who had meticulously built his empire from the ground up, now found himself utterly defeated. As for when the defeat began, he had no idea whatsoever. Perhaps it began the very moment he first compared himself to Xiao Tiance. At this moment, everything had become an indelible, unalterable outcome. I have lost. My men are not my responsibility. I only ask that you let them go. Baidetian suddenly aged visibly, collapsing onto the sofa beside him. One trump card after another was turned over without hesitation. At this moment, defeat was inevitable. It was not the body that was weary, but the very heart itself. Faced with this situation, Xiao Tiance slowly produced a spirit tablet inscribed with the name Baidetian. In that instant, Xiao Tiance shattered the spirit tablet before everyone. I had intended to send you to the west alongside the four great families, but seeing your remorse, it appears you are not beyond redemption. Xiao Tiance waved his hand lightly. Suddenly, a blinding radiance erupted, violently flinging open the surrounding gates. Outside the life or death combat arena, soldiers clad in blue armor stood in formation, each wielding a machine gun. Witnessing this, Baidetian felt cold sweat trickle down his back. He knew without a doubt that had he unleashed a massacre just now, every last one of his subordinates would have been mowed down by machine gun fire before they could even act without exception. Moreover, these soldiers bore icy stares, appearing far more formidable than Deng Youwei's legion. Witnessing this moment, Baidetian trembled slightly as memories of the past surfaced. Back when I was dining in Longcheng, I once witnessed. It was a gathering of major figures from various regions. Even someone of Baidetian's standing could only occupy a lowly position at that gathering. During the banquet, he heard a Dragon King from Dragon City boast that he had been fortunate enough to witness the Azure Dragon Squad in action. Any single member of that squad could wreak havoc effortlessly, possessing strength akin to monsters. A man who could utter such words from the mouth of a Dragon City big shot couldn't help but catch Baidetian's attention. Baidetian listened with particular intensity throughout that banquet. Though he had never seen them, the image that formed in his mind mirrored the scene before him: countless soldiers. This was the Azure Dragon Squad. Witnessing this scene, Baidetian suddenly understood. If the Qinglong squad stood outside the arena, then undoubtedly accompanying Xiao Tiance was the legendary greedy wolf war god, the 9-star war god. And under the heavens, there was likely only one person who could command the 9-star war god's presence at his side. The Dark Emperor. So you are the Dark Emperor. Baidetian felt as though everything, including the 4 great families, was merely a spectacle. The 4 great families? Their formidable backgrounds? Before the Dark Emperor, they were slaughtered with almost effortless ease. This revelation made Baidetian realize exactly who his true enemy was. I pay my respects to the Dark Emperor. In that moment, Baidetian lost all his strength. Xiao Tiance stepped forward. The debt owed to those 4 great families, I shall repay it slowly, bit by bit. That hatred and distortion made Baidetian tremble uncontrollably from head to toe. Xiao Tiance snorted. From now on, if you work for me, you may be spared death. Serving the Dark Emperor is an honor in itself for the Dragon King of the Underworld. In an instant, he knelt on one knee. All commands of the Emperor shall be obeyed. Xiao Tiance said no more. Rest assured, I shall put on quite a show with the 4 great families. When the time comes, Jiangdu will be yours to govern. Chapter 206, Case Developments. At that moment, the Dragon King of the Underworld was utterly subjugated. With life and death secured, the scene thus drew to a close that day. Your Majesty, this underground Dragon King has served you faithfully for so long. Why must he still be spared? Is there anything beyond your capabilities? A look of puzzlement flashed across the greedy wolf war god's face, but Xiao Tiance merely smiled faintly. For years, the title of Underground Dragon King had hung over Jiangdu like a dark cloud in the sky, perpetually oppressing the city. But have you ever heard of any commoner truly fearing this title? Knowing both yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle clearly, Xiao Tiance had already conducted thorough investigations into everything concerning the Dragon King of the Underworld. After this reminder, the greedy wolf war god instantly recalled the past. Since arriving in Jiangdu, he had encountered all manner of troubles. Major business tycoons turned pale at the mere mention of the 4 characters Underground Dragon King. Yet among the chattering common folk, not a soul seemed the least bit alarmed. It seemed that as long as they kept to their own spheres, peace prevailed between them. Moreover, observing the inner workings of the competition venue, he noticed that aside from the young masters of prominent families, commoners were entirely absent. Are you suggesting the Underground Dragon King isn't the utterly evil figure we imagined? How could that be? Xiao Tiance waved his hand lightly, already formulating another plan in his mind. Stepping outside, he watched the dark clouds gradually dissipate over Jiangchang. The Underground Dragon King couldn't be considered clean neither by heart nor by reason. But there's a saying, where the water is too clear, no fish will dwell. Sometimes, that's just how things are. If we killed the Underground Dragon King today, what would become of the entire Jiangdu? The expression of the greedy wolf war god shifted slightly. The Dragon King of the Underworld held sway over Jiangdu's major underground enterprises. Should he vanish from Jiangdu, the city would be left leaderless. The major enterprises would then devour each other. A storm of bloodshed would erupt across Jiangdu in no time. It wasn't hard to imagine the chaos of street brawls and wild, frenzied blades. Truly the Dark Emperor, it seems even I, the war god, have much to learn. Dubbed the 9-star war god, his power is formidable beyond measure. Yet among the 9-star war gods, the greedy wolf war god radiates the heaviest aura of killing intent. Xiao Tiance nodded silently. Indeed, some matters cannot be resolved by force alone. Rather than letting the Underground Dragon King die, plunging Jiangdu into chaos and sacrificing countless lives, it's better to keep this title and have him work for us. This way, as long as the title remains, the major underground enterprises won't dare to act recklessly. This strategy is exceptionally brilliant. It was impossible not to admire it. By the way, how is that young lady from the competition venue doing? The person Xiao Tiance referred to was, of course, Zhang Saixia. Upon hearing this, the greedy wolf war god turned to observe the interior of the life or death combat arena. Judging by the match, her injuries shouldn't be severe. She's likely resting in the medical room. Though the life and death combat was brutal, the arena was equipped with medical facilities. Just as the war god finished speaking, a woman staggered out from within the arena. Only, the scene before them was already deserted, the crowd staring blankly in confusion. During the chaos of the match. During her duel with Tiger, Zhang Saixia had exhausted her stamina. Before she could even catch sight of greedy wolf war god, she collapsed on the spot. Later, she was forcibly carried to the medical room by venue staff. When she emerged, she discovered the place had been completely deserted. "Miss Sheng, wait." Hearing a familiar voice, Zhang Saixia halted and turned to look, only to see the recognizable face of Xiao Tiance. She froze for a moment, a look of disgust spreading across her face. "What are you doing here? Don't you know this is the Dragon King's territory? I never imagined you'd enjoy watching this kind of life or death combat. It just makes me feel disappointed." Zhang Saixia despised those rich kids. Especially the act of buying lives with money. It was utterly distasteful. After speaking these words, disregarding her injuries, Zhang Saixia continued walking forward. Xiao Tiance stepped forward and grabbed her arm. "Captain Zhang, please wait. Your wounds need attention. If you keep going like this, you'll bleed out." A gash ran across Zhang Saixia's right arm, blood trickling steadily from the wound. Though she had tried her best to avoid the tiger's front paws during their battle, the beast's razor-sharp claws had still carved deep gashes into her flesh. "Don't worry about me." Zhang Saixia tried to pull away Xiao Tiance's hand. Yet he found that hand as solid as a fortress. No amount of force could budge it an inch. With a moment's hesitation, Xiao Tiance swiftly sealed the opponent's vital points. "What do you think you're doing?" Zhang Saixia instantly felt a wave of numbness wash over her right arm. But when she looked down, the blood from the wound had already stopped flowing. Faced with this scene, her attitude softened slightly. "Don't think I'll thank you. I don't like dealing with the Dragon King's men." The greedy wolf war god shouted from behind upon seeing this. "Young lady, you've misunderstood. Our lord wouldn't stoop to such things." Zhang Saixia, who had been preparing to leave, halted in her tracks. As she turned to look back, Xiao Tiance delivered another inspired remark. "My purpose is the same as yours. I came here to help. The murderer you seek isn't at Brother Life and Death's gathering." Zhang Saixia had come specifically to find the killer responsible for the murders within the security zone. She hadn't expected Xiao Tiance to cut straight to the heart of her intentions. But such a thing was unheard of. After all, she had come alone, telling no one else. As doubt lingered in her mind, Xiao Tiance continued. "The killer targeting the security bureau specializes in blades and strikes with lethal precision. Though the life and death arena was teeming with masters, none could wield blades with such transcendent mastery." Those two simple sentences said it all. Zhang Saixia recalled the decision-making process, especially observing every contestant who stepped onto the stage from the lounge. Though it was an unarmed duel, a fighter's combat habits could reveal their habitual weapon of choice. Yet none of that applied here. Who do you think the killer is? How can we find them? The security bureau, bearing endless pressure, had reached this point today, utterly overwhelmed. Especially the deputy captain. The moment the captain fell, he instinctively shouldered all responsibility. Xiao Tiance took a deep breath. The killer's objective is to find something specific, not merely to kill. So what you need to do is create a false impression and set up a trap. If you don't mind, we can discuss the specifics later. Chapter 207, Unrepentant. Inside the Jiangdu newspaper office, Luo Qingya escorted the front desk manager via elevator all the way to the Jiangdu news conference room. They had been waiting in the conference room for a full 2 hours. Just as impatience threatened to boil over, the door slowly creaked open. A dapper man stepped inside. This man was none other than Fu Guwei of the Jiangdu newspaper. He also served as the president. "What brings Baichao Group to us today? Were you satisfied with the last interview?" Since they were clients and our bosses, we naturally had to greet them with smiles. Luo Qingya, seething with anger, slammed a video disc down before him. "You ask me if I'm satisfied? I should be asking you the Jiangdu news. Is it enough that your news lacks credibility these days? Must you also spout nonsense and slander at will? I demand an explanation right now." Fu Guwei frowned, looking utterly confused. The interview had already been handed over to Zhang Xiaomei to handle. Why is there suddenly talk of an explanation? He was utterly baffled. Fu Guwei played the videotape in front of everyone, then watched the entire interview from start to finish. His eyes widened in utter shock. This wasn't some promotional piece about Baichao, it was a complete and utter smear campaign. Even someone intent on self-destruction wouldn't choose such a method to make it known to the entire world. "I think this interview is indeed a bit." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a girl in a black dress leaned gently against Fu Guwei's side. Her eyes held a hint of autumn's allure. Simultaneously, she began caressing Fu Guwei's body. "This interview was entirely my own doing. Is there a problem with that? It was your boyfriend who answered his own questions, he said it himself during the private interview. You chose to act this way, I can't help it. Our Jiangdu newspaper simply reports facts objectively, we can't whitewash anyone's reputation. The edited interview content is utterly outrageous. Zhang Xiaomei flatly denied it. She even wore a look of pity. What a pity! Who would have thought your husband secretly felt this way about you? It was all just to get his hands on the Baikatang enterprise. A man like that is fundamentally untrustworthy. And you actually thought you'd found your Prince Charming. Luo Qingya trembled with rage. Fu Gui beside her looked extremely grim. He had long since discerned the woman's true intentions through her words. As a professional, he could instantly tell whether this tape had been edited. But just as Fu Gui opened his mouth to speak, a sudden thought struck him. Admitting this would thrust the Jiangdu Daily into the eye of the storm. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Zhang Xiaomei flatly dismissed the entire matter. The chairman's words carry weight. Our Jiangdu News conducts interviews fairly and impartially, we never act recklessly. The content here must have been created through reckless editing, right? This obstinate attitude infuriated Luo Qingya, who promptly retrieved the relevant footage. If you claim I edited it, then why was the original footage uploaded online? Numerous local Jiangcheng networks documented the incident. Do you realize how much damage this could cause to our Baikatang? Luo Qingya slammed her hand on the table, her rage boiling over. Beside her, Fu Gui felt a pang of worry. He never imagined such a thing would be uploaded online. Once the fake news was exposed, the entire weekly press group would suffer severe repercussions. Just as Huang Hua seemed unable to continue, Zhang Xiaomei appeared to have a different perspective. Oh dear, Chairman, this is truly unfortunate. Have you considered that Xiao Tiance might have uploaded it himself to frame you? While many websites carried related reports, take a closer look, aren't most of them self-media outlets? Or some obscure gossip outlets with questionable credibility? Not a single one explicitly credits our Jiangdu television station. This was Zhang Xiaomei's unique approach. She aimed to suppress Baichao Group while simultaneously distancing herself completely. Although the video has been circulating wildly online for ages, most sources remain untraceable. And none of them carry any trace of Jiangdu TV station's corresponding records. Knowing full well the other side was behind it all, yet unable to find a shred of evidence, Luo Qingya was instantly rendered speechless. Therefore, Chairman, I believe it would be best for you to thoroughly investigate your own company's internal issues. If there's nothing else, please leave. Luo Qingya trembled with rage, leaping to her feet and shouting in accusation. How dare you, a journalist standing before these photos, report recklessly? And now you're backtracking and refusing to own up. Amidst her furious outburst, Zhang Xiaomei casually waved her hands, acting as if nothing had happened. You can't just make such reckless accusations. That's legally actionable. Without evidence, what gives you the right to call me out? You'd be better off investigating your own corporate affairs. This video editing incident might just be a cleansing process for your organization. Destroy what you can't have, that's always been Zhang Xiaomei's approach. As Luo Qingya's anger flared, several security guards emerged from the backstage area and immediately blocked her path. Their menacing expressions forced Luo Qingya to take a step back. Fu Gui, seizing the moment, offered a faint smile as well. I think it's best this way. If evidence is found, we won't deny it. Without proof, our Jiangdu newspaper can't do much to help you. Luo Qingya had only brought one female manager with her, and she was helpless in the face of such an aggressive attitude. As for the security guards, big and burly as they were, they could only swallow their anger in silence. They slowly withdrew from the group. No way. This infuriates me, I absolutely refuse to swallow this humiliation. I paid for this, yet now I'm being slandered. Luo Qingya stomped her foot in fury outside the newspaper office, while the female manager beside her could only offer gentle reassurance. Chairman, we currently lack concrete evidence, though we all know it was that woman Xiaomei behind this. How about calling your husband? Speaking of which, the company's internal staff placed almost unconditional trust in Xiao Tiance. Originally, Luo Qingya didn't want to make a big deal out of this minor issue, but now that things had come to this, she could only sigh lightly. Alright, I'll try. This matter concerns the fate of our entire corporate group. Meanwhile, as the sun set, the security bureau remained brightly lit. A bulletproof vehicle slowly pulled up in front of the security bureau. Zhang Fan, his head bandaged. He stepped out of the vehicle. Captain Zhang, working so late you're putting in the hours. Upon seeing Xiao Tiance, Captain Zhang paused slightly. Kai Xia called me out of the intensive care unit. Is this your plan? The sun was setting. Captain Zhang could even feel waves of pain. Chapter 208, come in. Captain Zhang, who had already fallen asleep for the night, suddenly received Kai Xia's call and demanded to return to the team immediately. If all goes well, we might catch the killer tonight. After such a long internal search within the security bureau, they could finally detect a faint trace. Captain Zhang was unwilling to let such an opportunity slip away. Upon arriving at the scene, he saw Xiao Tiance and Zhang Xia sitting in the office, sipping tea and chatting. Last night's TV show looked pretty good. If the actors had been more dedicated, it could have earned a few extra points. Compared to mindless action flicks, I much prefer plots with mystery and suspense. Zhang Fan was utterly bewildered, watching Zhang Xia and Xiao Tiance chatting and laughing beside him. Most of the content was just music videos. It was like two old friends catching up over afternoon tea. If you two just wanted to chat, why did you have to call me out of the hospital? During the questioning, Xiao Tiance stood up, drew the curtains, and locked the iron window. It felt like they were plotting something. Captain Zhang, my apologies, were merely luring the snake into its den. Tonight, you'll be our bait here. As he spoke, Captain Zhang glanced back at the plaque hanging above the door. Confidential office. A hidden chamber permanently maintained within the security bureau. Completely soundproof. It was only used for secret meetings. Surrounded by bulletproof walls, it was as airtight as could be. But who would have thought that in such a top-secret office, a few people were actually discussing last night's movie plot? I see. You're creating a false impression for the killer. When do you expect the suspect to show up? Zhang Fan inquired. Xiao Tiance glanced at his watch. Late tonight. Outside is bustling with activity right now. We must wait until the late hours to clear a path for the killer. The area below the security bureau was packed with people, all employees lined up in a row. Armed with weapons, each one stared straight ahead. Even the street in front of the building was cordoned off with police tape. This kind of setup is truly rare. Such a massive show of force is meant to tell the killer, we have confidential matters to discuss. The more conspicuous it was, the more attention it drew. Amidst the quiet anticipation, Xiao Tiance's phone suddenly rang. Luo Qingya recounted everything that had transpired at the company over the phone. So you're saying that Jiangdu Daily intends to stick to their false accusations? Honey, I have matters to attend to at the security bureau. But that won't stop them from putting on a show of repentance. In half an hour, I'll have a friend accompany you there to demand an explanation. Xiao Tiance hung up the phone in an instant. Standing before the Jiangdu Daily's entrance, Luo Qingya's brows were tightly furrowed. Not coming? What kind of friend could resolve this? And we at Baikatang have no evidence. Where exactly are you going to get it? Doubt swirled in Luo Qingya's mind, yet her trust in Xiao Tiance remained unshaken. She remained silent, waiting quietly in the dark night. The phone call had barely ended when Zhang Xia stormed back, fuming. I've seen the Baikatang allegations online recently. It's clearly slander. Frankly, this is a blatant violation of your rights. It's nothing short of spreading rumors. If necessary, I'll go arrest them right now. The Jiangdu News and the official propaganda radio station actually broadcasting false information? They're rotten to the core. As she shouted, Xiao Tiance shook his head gently. No need. Catching the killer tonight is the priority. I have my own way of handling matters over there. The moment Xiao Tiance claimed he had a solution, Zhang Xia naturally didn't believe him. She was about to speak up, but Captain Zhang Fan cut her off immediately. He's right, our security bureau has its own mission tonight. We can't let this incident complicate things further. As the two debated, Xiao Tiance slowly rose to his feet. Midnight was still hours away. This interval was indeed ample time to stage a good show. A few minutes later, he called Zhang Xiaofan. Xiao Fan, you've seen the negative reports about Baikatang circulating online recently, right? Someone is secretly fabricating false news. I need you to track down the originator who posted it online. Xiao Tiance held genuine affection for Zhang Xiaofan. Plus, Zhang Xiaofan himself was a computer whiz within the corporate group. In less than 2 minutes, a message arrived on Xiao Tiance's phone. It clearly showed internal information about Baikatang. The original video circulating online originated from a room in Phoenix residential complex. Boss, I've investigated it thoroughly. The registered owner of that Phoenix community residence is named Zhang Xiaomei. She appears to work at the Jiangdu Daily and holds the position of star reporter. Professional matters require professional handling. Upon hearing this news, Xiao Tiance's lips curved into a smile as he simultaneously transferred the information to Luo Qingya. Then give their newspaper's editor-in-chief one last chance. After handling all this, Xiao Tiance made another call to the Dragon King of the underworld. There's something I need your assistance with. Night had deepened, the sky dotted with stars. Luo Qingya sat in a fast food restaurant, just about to nod off, when she suddenly received a text message from Xiao Tiance. Phoenix Community? Wasn't that Xiao Mei's address? The female manager beside her glanced around for a moment, then suddenly broke into an ecstatic smile. The chairman understands now, right? The gentleman has already uncovered the relevant evidence. This original video came from Phoenix Community, and the homeowner is Zhang Xiaomei. No matter how widely the video spreads online now, it's sufficient proof that the original footage was released by Zhang Xiaomei. This alone is sufficient evidence. Just as Luo Qingya stood up in excitement, she suddenly saw one black van after another pull up outside the restaurant. Simultaneously, terrified customers scrambled to take cover. The female manager frowned at the scene. What was going on? Could it be that the Jiangdu Daily was planning to silence witnesses? A reputable newspaper wouldn't even dare to contemplate such actions. Luo Qingya grabbed the manager beside her, ready to leave, only to find both the front and back doors of the restaurant already completely blocked. Next, the van doors swung open, revealing a line of men in black suits. Each exuded an overwhelming aura. There was nowhere left to retreat. Luo Qingya cautiously pushed open the door. What are you doing? No one stopped the other diners from leaving the restaurant. Yet every pair of eyes was fixed intently on Luo Qingya, their focus unmistakable. Luo Qingya took a deep breath. What are you all talking about? Don't cause trouble in broad daylight. If you have a problem, take it up with me, not my staff. No sooner had she spoken than over 100 people simultaneously bowed deeply. Good day, Chairman. Chapter 209, Opportunity Knocks Again. Luo Qingya, standing before the coffee shop entrance, watched the scene unfold in stunned silence. The man at the very front wore a smile on his face. Chairman, apologies for the interruption. I am Baidetian, entrusted by your husband to handle this matter. Additionally, there is a piece of evidence I would like you to review. As Baidetian spoke, he stepped before Luo Qingya, simultaneously displaying a chat log for all to see. Everyone could see it clearly. This interview plan was indeed Zhang Xiumei's doing. Witnessing this moment, Luo Qingya finally broke into a smile. We at Baikatang absolutely cannot suffer in silence. I knew there would be a solution. As Luo Qingya's face glowed with radiant joy, her female secretary suddenly grabbed her sleeve. A look of surprise flashed across her face. That chairman looks incredibly familiar. Could it be the Dragon King of the underworld? I never imagined our vice president would know someone like that. Hearing this, Luo Qingya turned her gaze back to Baidetian. He was dressed in a white suit, wearing a smile, and spoke with impeccable politeness. Moreover, Luo Qingya had never had any dealings with underground organizations. After a moment of surprise, she shook her head slightly. You must be mistaken. How could we possibly casually meet someone like the Dragon King of the underworld? Besides, the idea that the Dragon King himself would personally assist us or even come here alone sounds rather exaggerated. Hearing the chairman's words, the manager beside him began to nod slightly. The chairman might be telling the truth. I may have misjudged the situation. Since we already have the evidence, let's proceed for now. With that response, they returned to the entrance of the Jiangdu newspaper. Fugue, who was about to take a break, instantly showed a hint of displeasure upon hearing Luo Qingya had returned. Though he'd harbored some reservations before, under Xiaomei's persistent persuasion, he'd long since resolved to push ahead regardless. Will you two ever stop? I've made it perfectly clear this matter has absolutely nothing to do with our company. Stop spreading slander everywhere. Before Fugue could finish his sentence, he saw a dense crowd gathered before the company entrance, causing him to pause in surprise. The security guards stationed at the entrance began retreating under the sheer intensity of the situation. Something's wrong with the president. Those people outside look like they mean business, they're not ordinary. What should we do now? Just us security guards probably can't hold them back. Before Luo Qingya and the others could speak, that palpable, invisible pressure already filled the entire space. At the same time, Zhang Xiaomei hurried in through the back door. Faced with the scene before her, she grabbed Fugue by the arm and whispered in his ear, fanning the flames. President, don't let them fool you. They look like fierce demons, but they're just putting on a show. You know Baikatang is a legitimate enterprise now. They're just putting on a show to intimidate us. If our Jiangdu Daily were to suffer losses over these petty young men, it would be a huge embarrassment. Fugue listened, half convinced, yet he pondered carefully. Baichao Hall had a terrible reputation due to its ties to the four great families. Now that it's been reorganized, most of its hires are recent college graduates. Their character is beyond reproach. How could they possibly be as menacing as a gang of thugs? Chairman, your disguise is quite convincing, but it won't work on me. I've been scared out of my wits since childhood. Without evidence, even going through legal channels would be futile. I suggest you leave now to avoid wasting any more time here. During the exchange, Luo Qingya had come prepared this time. She then placed a stack of documents before Fugue. The entire Baikatang video editing incident was orchestrated by your company's reporter, Zhang Xiaomei. The above constitutes the relevant investigative evidence. What more can be said under these circumstances? I expect your company to provide a reasonable explanation and pay the corresponding compensation. Listening to her words, Fugue narrowed his eyes and scanned the documents before him. Upon seeing the evidence, Zhang Xiaomei felt a chill run down her spine. What? You, the esteemed chairman, actually investigated my private life? Don't you know that conducting an investigation through such means is itself an illegal act? Xiaomei gritted her teeth, continuing to retort. Luo Qingya, observing the scene, gave a cold snort. So, Miss Shang, it seems you've admitted to this matter. Regarding the unauthorized investigation and network intrusion, I can offer appropriate compensation. But before that, what about the slander you spread about our Bai Chao? Are you going to address that? Her soft inquiry instantly caught the other party off guard. Zhang Xiaomei had now reached the point of no return. Facing the irrefutable evidence, she took a deep breath and slowly reached for Luo Qingya's phone. Since you claim to have evidence, I'd like to see it for myself. Who's to say your evidence isn't fabricated? Luo Qingya made no attempt to stop her. Faced with such irrefutable proof, she had nowhere left to retreat. But the next second, Zhang Xiaomei snatched the phone and slammed it hard onto the ground. With a crack, it shattered instantly. Then came a series of stomping sounds. Witnessing this scene, Luo Qingya's eyes widened in shock. She never imagined the other party would be so unreasonable, destroying evidence right before her eyes. What do you think you're doing? Luo Qingya was furious, her face flushed crimson. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably. Zhang Xiaomei's lips twisted into a sneer. Nothing much. Just accidentally broke your phone. You claim to have evidence, but where exactly is it? Jiangdu News has been playing dirty for a while now, but this time they're doing it even more brazenly than before. Amidst this scene, Baidetian suddenly reappeared after his rebirth and walked over slowly. Chairman, leave this matter to me. As Baidetian spoke, a hint of ferocity flickered in his eyes. That palpable aura of menace made even Luo Qingya feel a sudden chill run down her spine. The manager beside her grabbed Luo Qingya and pulled her toward the door without a word. Chairman, I need to speak with you. Come out here immediately. This matter is of the utmost importance. In such a tense atmosphere, the manager beside them looked utterly terrified. Seeing his face drenched in sweat, Luo Qingya had no choice but to leave the Jiangdu newspaper. The moment she stepped outside, the manager looked utterly terrified. Chairman, I trust they'll handle this matter properly. Let's not concern ourselves with it for now. Didn't you also sense an incredibly fierce killing intent just now? I'll reconfirm the other party is indeed the Dragon King of the Underworld. Chapter 210, The Dragon King Emerges. Inside the Jiangdu newspaper office. The man in white approached slowly. He lit a cigarette inside the lobby. Zhang Xiao dismissed the man's well-dressed appearance, yet still wore a look of contempt. You've seen it yourselves. Even if the chairman himself came here, it wouldn't change the facts. So it's best you head back. Staying here won't accomplish anything. Throughout the exchange, Baidetian remained silent, seemingly maintaining his composure. Seeing this scene, Xiaomei spoke with disdain. Did you even hear a word I said? Are you treating every word I say like it's just wind passing by your ears? Fuguwei frowned, about to shout back, but the man before him looked strangely familiar. As the editor-in-chief of the Jiangdu newspaper, he was no stranger to the world. Faced with this scene, he instantly felt a chill run down his spine. His usually composed gaze shifted slightly in that moment. Hold on, don't do anything rash. This guy looks strangely familiar. Could it be? Fuguwei offered a well-meaning warning. Xiaomei beside him snorted coldly. What's so scary about the president? Those lowlifes from Baikayatang Group aren't going to intimidate us. If you don't get lost now, don't blame us for calling the cops. Fuguwei felt an increasingly familiar sense of recognition toward the person before him, his initial confusion gradually turning to dread. Especially when he looked ahead. When he saw the strikingly handsome man lurking in the corner, Fuguwei's legs went completely limp. The Dragon King of the Underworld held absolute power across the Jiangsu-Zhejiang region. As the mere editor-in-chief of a small newspaper, Fuguwei certainly couldn't afford to provoke him. Yet the man behind him felt eerily familiar. Several reporters had once inadvertently offended the Lixia gang, and the Jiangdu newspaper had personally paid to settle the matter. The man responsible for those offenses was known as Brother Hu also happened to be the ruler of Jiangdu newspaper's bar and entertainment district. Back then, Brother Hu had been strutting about with an entourage of underlings trailing behind him. Now, Brother Hu seemed like just another underling trailing behind the man before him, showing nothing but deference throughout. Anyone who could command such deference from Hotpot couldn't possibly be a Bai Chaotang employee. Across all of Jiangdu, there was likely only one person who could command such reverence. The legendary Dragon King of the Underworld. At this thought, wealth and status had long since vanished, along with his earlier composure. That thunderous voice kept echoing in his mind. His entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. Tiger clearly saw the look in Fuguwei's eyes and let out a sinister grin beside him. My brother is talking to you. Why are you staring at me? The words had barely left his mouth. Everything he'd feared had come true. Fuguwei collapsed to the ground with a thud. When he finally managed to get back up, he was on the verge of tears. Mr. Bai, I'm truly sorry. I was blind. Rest assured, I'll immediately take down all the videos in the name of the Jiangdu newspaper. We'll also hold a press conference immediately to conduct a self-investigation and issue a public apology. Seeing the president's anxious and frightened expression, a trace of disdain flashed across Xiaomei's face. She even snorted coldly in public. President, you had such a strong presence just now. Why did you suddenly kneel before them? Did you take the wrong medicine? What could a handful of people do against us? They're outnumbered. Do you really think they'd dare to hit us? It's not a question of whether they dare to fight. For the Dragon King of the Underworld to make someone vanish from Jiandu? That's no big deal. Fugue was nearly scared out of his wits. At that moment, the reporters beside him delivered a series of follow-up questions, like a scythe pressed against his throat, relentlessly pressing him further. Smack! Fugue's hand smacked hard against Zhang Xiaomei's face. The blood-red handprint on her face was starkly visible. A wave of pain surged through his brain. Why did this happen? President, why did you hit me? Have you forgotten the tender words we whispered by the bed last night? I get it now, you must have designs on that Luo Qingya. Otherwise, you'd never act like this. Hearing his words, Fu Gue felt like crying but had no tears left. Beside him, Bai Dedian smiled faintly. I never imagined you'd covet even the king's wife. I see no reason to let you live any longer. Fu Gue felt a wave of tightness wash over his entire body. His eyes glared fiercely ahead, his entire being nearly succumbing to despair. You insolent little! Don't you know who you're talking to? How dare you speak so disrespectfully? Have you ever heard of the Underground Dragon King? Zhang Xiaomei had never seen the Dragon King of the Underworld, but at least she'd heard the name mentioned. At that moment, her eyes widened in shock. Who could have imagined why the Underground Dragon King would come seeking a duel under the banner of Bai Keatang? I'm truly sorry, I had no idea you were the Dragon King of the Underworld. Mr. Bai, this is all my fault. I'll apologize immediately. Zhang Xiaomei stared at the Dragon King of the Underworld, suddenly overcome with dread. She hurriedly made a phone call and had all the videos taken down. After completing these actions, a charming smile spread across Zhang Xiaomei's face as she gently slipped her arm through Bai Dishan's. I've long admired the title of Dragon King of the Underworld. This was my mistake, and I'll take full responsibility. Why not let me accompany you tonight? The same trick was played once more. But Bai Dishan's face twisted into a sinister grin. Admitting your mistake is understandable, but why wait until tonight? Zhang Xiaomei's face flushed instantly upon hearing this. Though she was known for her promiscuity, she was currently within the company group. If the Dragon King himself made a request, Zhang Xiaomei wouldn't refuse. In that case, shall we leave now? It was hard to imagine a woman could have such a lecherous gaze. Bai Dedian extinguished his cigarette beside her. As if it were none of their concern. Why go out? Settle today's matters today right here. Right here. Zhang Xiaomei had never done anything like this before. But seeing the crowd outside, brimming with murderous intent, she knew deep down that if this matter wasn't handled perfectly, it would be hard to bring it to a good conclusion. Zhang Xiaomei took a deep breath. Slowly, she began to unbutton her clothes. But in the very next second, Bai Dedian let out a cold laugh. By the rules, just chop off both hands and feet. Why bother choosing an auspicious day for such a thing? Now is perfectly sufficient. Little did she know Bai Dedian showed not a shred of mercy. His words sent shockwaves through her instantly. Xiaomei's legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the ground. Dragon King, you really have a sense of humor. Having risen to become the Dragon King of the Underworld, how could Bai Dedian possibly alter his own rules for the sake of a woman? Chapter 211, No Way Out. Get her. Bai Dedian meant every word he said. Several men nearby immediately pulled the female reporter to her feet. Two henchmen even brandished cleavers, advancing with menacing expressions. Faced with this scene, Zhang Xiaomei finally realized today's situation had truly spiraled out of control. Her legs trembled violently, and she collapsed onto the ground. She frantically backed away. Mr. Bai, you can ask me to do anything, we can talk this out. Please don't do this. Besides, I've already deleted the video. This shouldn't have anything to do with me. And I used the company account to send it. Zhang Xiaomei was practically clinging to life. Fugue, standing beside her, heard the words company account and his expression changed instantly. Without a word, he unleashed a barrage of kicks and punches on Zhang Xiaomei. You! If it weren't for you, how would they have found us? Don't try to pin this on someone else. Take responsibility for your own mistakes. Zhang Xiaomei was caught in a pincer attack, her face now covered in blood. As the cold blade pressed against her forehead, she burst into tears, wailing like a child. Bai Dedian turned to look at Fugue, his lips curling into a cold sneer. You didn't manage your men well enough. Yan Wangdang should take responsibility. Do you think a few words can resolve this situation? A moment of smiling. Fugue trembled slightly as well. Your Excellency the Dragon King, we are willing to bear all the consequences. As long as you spare my life, anything can be discussed. Hearing this, Bai Dedian gave a light wave of his hand. Several subordinates poised to act halted their weapons mid-air, following Xiao Tiance's orders. Today's visit was merely to intimidate the other party, not to engage in actual combat. In the past, Fu Gue would have been killed on the spot. But things were different now. Since the boss has spoken, my demands are simple: hold a press conference to clarify your mistakes and personally apologize at Baikayatang. Hearing this, facing the prospect of life or death, Fu Gue cast aside all concern for his pride. He agreed on the spot without hesitation. But before he could catch his breath, Baidetian added another demand. Do you have a reporter named Wang Rohan? During the questioning, Fu Gue hastily nodded. Lying in this situation would only make the consequences worse. Yes, we do have a reporter by that name. I don't know where that brat crossed you, but bring her here now so we can confront her. Zhang Xiaomei saw her chance. She struck from the sidelines, using someone else's blade to do her dirty work. That woman has always run amok in our company. If she's crossed you, 1,000 cuts wouldn't be too harsh. Now we'll just... Hearing this, Baidetian showed no mercy. He charged at Xiaomei and delivered a kick that struck her square in the face. In an instant, her nose was shattered, pain overwhelming her. Baidetian's face instantly contorted with rage. When did I ever say to bring Wang Rohan here? Reporter 1 was personally selected by Baikayatang. Not only did you fail to send her, but I hear you forced her to take leave. Very well. Starting today, Wang Rohan is Jiangdu's top reporter. You will personally escort her to Baikayatang with utmost respect. If a single hair on her head is harmed, I'll come looking for you. Moreover, I've never been one to wait long. If these matters aren't settled before dawn, you'd better start shopping for your own coffin. As Baidetian departed, the two men left in the room were already dumbfounded. President, you must save me. Quickly, no, bring that woman back. No, bring Wang Rohan back immediately. Fu Gue shot his companion a fierce glare before letting out a long, heavy sigh. You were the one who drove Miss Wang away in the first place, and now you expect me to save you? Do you realize? Your actions nearly got me killed. Call her first. Whether it works is up to fate. And hurry back to Baikayatang to kneel and apologize. At the thought of apologizing to Luo Qingya, Xiaomei felt a pang of reluctance. But before she could refuse, Fu Gui's sharp slap instantly silenced her thoughts. This whole mess started because of you. I never said we'd edit out the slander during the Baikayatang interview. If your apology fails, don't blame the Dragon King of the underworld for his ruthless methods. As the moon rose, Zhang Xiaomei was filled with regret, forced to follow her boss toward Baikayatang. Inside the security bureau at that moment, the lone agent stationed downstairs had begun to gradually withdraw. Excellent. We've opened a gap in the net. The moment the killer arrives, we'll arrest him immediately. I'm confident this time will be foolproof. Zhang Saixia clenched her fists as she responded. Meanwhile, some security personnel had already concealed themselves in various corners of the building. As Xiao Tiance waited for the moment to arrive, he also received a call from Wang Rohan. My boss just called me back to work. What's going on? Don't tell me you're not involved? Wang Rohan was a sharp woman. Though she hadn't been involved in the entire sequence of events, she seemed to have traced the source. Xiao Tiance smiled faintly. Miss Wang, you needn't concern yourself with this. Just come over and conduct your interview. Besides, what the Jiangdu Daily has been doing lately is truly unbearable. The Jiangdu News owes you far too much. If you have any demands, feel free to voice them now. With those words, Wang Rohan understood the underhanded dealings at play. She had intended to retire from the spotlight after this achievement. But with Xiao Tiance's support, Wang Rohan's ambitions began to stir once more. Originally, all the problems were the newspaper's fault, yet they had been unfairly pinned on her. Why should she suffer in silence? Perhaps it was the old adage, those who associate with the virtuous become virtuous, those who associate with the wicked become wicked. After spending time with Xiao Tiance, a fiery determination began to burn within Wang Rohan. I see now. As the saying goes, inviting a Buddha is easy, but sending him away is hard. Since the Jiangdu newspaper treated me with such ingratitude and injustice, don't blame me for demanding my fair share. The moment Wang Rohan hung up on Xiao Tiance, Zhang Saixia, standing beside Xiao Tiance, wore a puzzled expression. Why isn't Captain Zhang back yet? Didn't he go out to buy cigarettes? Zhang Saixia pulled back the curtains and looked toward the convenience store. From the second floor, she could see everything clearly. But there was no sign of the captain anywhere. The convenience store door was securely locked. It was nighttime now, and the owner had long since drifted off to sleep. Something seemed off. Zhang Saixia felt a sense of foreboding, and at that very moment, another employee rushed over in a panic. The deputy captain had just received a report of a fire in the southern residential district. The southern residential district? Zhang Saixia paused to recall, then froze in surprise. Wait, the southern residential district? That's where Captain Zhang lives. Chapter 212, Luring the Snake Out of Its Hole. Saixia immediately headed toward the southern residential district. The enemy's target was likely Zhang Fan, and they'd used a diversion tactic. Xiao Tiance saw through the scheme instantly, but when he turned to speak, he found Zhang Saixia had vanished without a trace. Captain Zhang Saixia always reacted the fastest. As a roar erupted from below, a black motorcycle slowly ignited. Zhang Xixia was already downstairs, clad in leather jacket and pants, helmet secured, eyes fixed ahead. I'll go check it out first. Don't dawdle either. Zhang Xixia still preferred to act on her own. As the motorcycle kicked up clouds of dust, it shot toward the southern part of the city like a streak of light in the night. Xiao Tiance's eyes widened. You're going alone? The enemy isn't as easy to deal with as you think. Despite the shouts echoing behind her, Zhang Xixia's figure had already vanished into the darkness ahead. Xiao Tiance turned to look back. A young patrol officer was about to start the patrol car. The next second, Xiao Tiance lunged into the driver's seat at lightning speed. Sorry, I urgently need to requisition this vehicle. Before the nearby team members could react to what had happened, their vehicle was already forcibly commandeered and speeding away. Meanwhile, inside by Baikatang, Luo Qingya had returned to the group headquarters early, only to find the place already bustling with activity. The actions of the Jiangdu newspaper tonight were truly beyond reproach. Even back in the chairman's office, he paced restlessly through the night, unable to sleep. The chairman had just confirmed that all videos related to Baikatang had been taken down. And please see to it that the Jiangdu news issues a public apology on video. Upon hearing this news, Luo Qingya paused in surprise before hurriedly opening her phone. There, the newspaper's president, Fugui, surrounded by staff and subordinates, was holding an emergency press conference in the dead of night. During the meeting, he spoke with great emotion, almost weeping as he offered repeated apologies. His expression of deep regret seemed utterly bizarre. What was going on? Just moments ago, they'd been so defiant, yet now they seemed utterly remorseful? I don't believe the Jiangdu newspaper people would suddenly have a change of heart. Luo Qingya frowned. The female manager standing beside her was still replaying the scene that had just unfolded in her mind. Chairman, do you think this has anything to do with the Dragon King? It's highly possible His Majesty the Dragon King came to aid us this time. Listening to the manager's words, Luo Qingya began to replay the entire scene in her mind. The employee's attitude had been utterly arrogant earlier, but with the arrival of that man in white, their demeanor had completely transformed from start to finish. As she pondered, rows of vehicles suddenly pulled up in front of Baikatang. As the windows rolled down, Fugui, Zhang Xiaomei, and others stumbled out of the vehicles. Before they could even step inside the company, they all stopped on the plaza outside the building and instantly dropped to their knees. Fugui, in particular, appeared on the verge of tears. Chairman, we are truly sorry. This is entirely the responsibility of our Jiangdu newspaper. We failed to properly review the content, allowing that little to tamper with it. As he spoke, Fugui whipped his head around and smacked the other man hard across the face. Xiaomei's face flushed crimson, yet she remained kneeling beside him, not daring to utter a word. To express our deepest regret, Chairman, here is 1 million yuan in compensation. We sincerely hope you will accept it. Please accept it no matter what. That's far too extravagant. Back when Bai Changtang requested an interview with the Jiangdu newspaper, it was merely a verbal agreement, no written contract was ever signed. And it was just an ordinary interview, with corresponding funds amounting to only tens of thousands of yuan. Now they're demanding millions in compensation. Both the figure and the expressions on people's faces make this seem wildly exaggerated. Chairman, what should we do now? Who would have thought an interview could almost make us rich? The manager beside him covered his mouth, stifling a quiet chuckle. Luo Qingya frowned. Just as she hesitated, that man named Fugui suddenly began banging his head on the ground in public. His forehead, streaked with blood, radiated profound remorse. These people's apologies are way too dramatic. I'll go down and have a word with them. Unable to bear the sight, Luo Qingya took the elevator down to the lobby. As the door to Baikatang opened, the moment the chairman arrived, Fugui and the surrounding employees bowed their heads even more fiercely, as if they had seen their own ancestors. Gentlemen, there's no need for such formalities. We only require compensation for the contractual funds. Furthermore, if you genuinely wish to make amends, we can consider this matter closed. Speaking of which, under normal circumstances, given the character of the Jiangdu newspaper staff, they would have turned and walked away long ago. But now, under the Dragon King's orders, who dared utter a single word of refusal? If this matter isn't resolved today, Fu Gui's return won't just mean failing to deliver. He now wore an expression of profound sorrow. Chairman, you must accept this. This is the final plea from us at the Jiangdu newspaper. If you refuse the money, it's all over. If anyone still believed Xiao Tiance had no connection to the underground Dragon King, they'd have to be a complete fool. Luo Qingya witnessed everything unfold. The manager beside her gently tugged at the chairman's sleeve and whispered in his ear. Chairman, please take it. They look like they're ready to die over this. It's obvious the underground Dragon King is pulling the strings behind the scenes. If we don't act now, someone might actually die today. Faced with this situation, though the actions of the Jiangdu newspaper were indeed despicable, they certainly didn't warrant death. Luo Qingya sighed softly. In that case, I'll accept it. However, I'll temporarily hold on to these funds for you. Should you need them, I can return them at any time. Over 1 million yuan is no small sum for the entire Jiangdu news. It was akin to bleeding dry. Yet the moment Luo Qingya accepted the money, the Jiangdu newspaper owner's face lit up with immense joy. Chairman, thank you. We're so grateful you accepted it. It's a tremendous honor for us. Fu Guo placed the black box before him, then led all the employees in several more bows. Finally, they scrambled away. Just minutes later, Wang Ruohan inside the 100 Flowers garden watched as a group of people rushed in. Zhang Xiaomei, in particular, wept uncontrollably, repeatedly calling everyone sister. Sister Wang, I'm so sorry for what happened before. I shouldn't have snatched your credit by interviewing Bai Keitang. From now on, I absolutely won't forcefully take credit again. Chapter 213, Seizing the Opportunity. Regarding the Jiangdu newspaper's apology, Wang Ruohan had already been informed about it half an hour earlier. Therefore, she wasn't overly surprised. Facing the boss and former comrade now wailing and lamenting before her, Wang Ruohan wore only a faint, icy expression. Were it not for Xiao Tiance, her position within the corporate group would likely have been forcibly undermined long ago. And there certainly wouldn't have been a trace of pity on her face. Miss Shang, as our star reporter, how could you display such an attitude? Besides, why apologize to me? I'm currently on leave, and you should be the primary contact for the Bai Keitang interview. How could I dare compete with an ace reporter for business? Before Xiaomei could speak, Fu Guo interjected from the side. Miss Wang, I was blind to choose the wrong person. Starting today, you are our company group's ace reporter. Moreover, the chairman of Bai Keitang has extended a special invitation for you to conduct an exclusive interview. This assignment is yours to lead. Wang Ruohan feigned surprise. Then she paused to consider. The boss is truly generous, making me the ace reporter. I hope it's not just an empty title? Upon hearing this, Fu Guo hurriedly responded. Not at all. You truly deserve the title of ace reporter. From this moment on, you will oversee the entire Jiangdu newspaper reporter team. Naturally, your salary and benefits will increase accordingly. Within the entire newspaper, aside from me, you can be considered second only to the top truly holding independent authority. Everything unfolded exactly as Xiao Tiance had anticipated. Seizing this opportunity to rise to prominence. Ever since graduating, Wang Ruohan had longed to become a frontline reporter. But unfortunately, since starting work, the realities of society have often been unpredictable. Her original aspirations had gradually faded away over the years of work. Now, she finally caught the tail end of that dream. Given the boss's generous invitation, refusing now would truly show a lack of consideration for personal relationships. But regarding the Bai Keitang interview, the previous budget has already been exhausted. Fu Guo was about to take a big hit today. Having anticipated this, I opened a black leather briefcase. Rest assured, Miss Wang, our organization will cover all related interview expenses. You have absolutely nothing to worry about. Simply appearing would be an honor for us. The negotiation concluded there, and Wang Ruohan wholeheartedly agreed. That very night, she signed a new contract with the boss, effectively securing her status as an ace reporter. The entire interview controversy thus drew to a close. Yet deep within a luxurious villa that night, someone lay awake, unable to sleep. This woman, who boasted of controlling Bai Keitang and rising to great heights, now saw her reputation plummet. This was the enterprise he controlled. Wang Ruohan's cousin, Luo Qingyan, paced restlessly in his room. His face was twisted with rage. The negative news about Bai Keitang had spread like wildfire across the internet that very day. Witnessing this scene, Luo Qingyang felt as though the opportunity to bring down Bai Keitang was firmly within his grasp. Sitting directly across from Luo Qingyan was a middle-aged man. This man was currently Bai Xiaotan's largest shareholder and also the owner of an internet marketing company, Zhao Fengyun. As the largest investor, he held nearly 15% of Bai Keitang's shares. The online marketing company owned its own corporate group and hadn't paid much attention to its investment in Bai Keitang. Yet now, witnessing the various scandals emerging from Bai Keitang, one couldn't help but frown. Who would have thought such vermin lurked within Bai Xiaotang Group? This turmoil will likely cause Bai Keitang's stock value to plummet. Zhao Fengyun remained utterly unfazed as he watched the stock plummet before his eyes. For Zhao Fengyun, the online marketer, the stock decline was indeed regrettable, but ultimately inconsequential. For Zhao Fengyun possessed another identity, the wealthiest man in the provincial capital. Originally an outsider who started the online sales industry over a decade ago, he seized the opportunity presented by this scandal to rise to prominence. He swiftly claimed the top spot on the wealth list. His investment in Jiangdu was merely a personal hobby. Though his stake in Bai Keitang represented a massive sum, it was but a drop in the bucket for Zhao Fengyun. Moreover, as the wealthiest man in the provincial capital, his connections were vast. Even the four great families were powerless against him. Mr. Zhao, you mustn't think of it this way. This isn't merely about losing money. Your vast wealth means this loss is insignificant to you, but Bai Keitang's reputation has taken a severe hit. This might just be the beginning. Think about it, if something major happens later and it's discovered that you, Mr. Zhao, are a major shareholder, your reputation could take a hit too. Listening to the other party's rambling, Zhao Fengyun found it somewhat reasonable. As someone who could be considered the wealthiest man in the provincial capital, he usually took many things in stride. But reputation? That was non-negotiable. As the saying goes, a goose leaves its name behind. Throughout his life, Zhao Fengyun had frequently donated portions of his wealth to impoverished mountainous regions and disaster-stricken areas. He had even established numerous primary and secondary schools, all to leave a legacy. Now, if Bai Keitang's actions implicated his renowned physician, Zhao Fengyun certainly wouldn't stand idly by. You mean you want me to withdraw my shares? That wouldn't be difficult, just a phone call would suffice. Why bother summoning me here? Luo Qingyang's expression darkened with inexplicable sorrow upon hearing this. Big boss, what I mean is I want to seize this opportunity to reclaim Bai Keitang. Withdrawing your investment outright wouldn't be difficult for you, but from that moment on, you'd leave no trace in Jiangcheng. I propose convening a shareholders' meeting. Together, we can reclaim our rightful position. Once we restore our empire, your reputation will soar to new heights. Who owned Bai Keitang was of little consequence to Zhao Fengyun. Watching Luo Qingyang plead earnestly, Zhao Fengyun pinched the bridge of his nose and slowly turned his head. Very well, let's proceed with the preparations. Also, you mentioned on the phone that you could cure only my illness. Have you found a master healer? Zhao Fengyun had always been too indifferent to bother with such trivial matters at Bai Keitang. But just before this, Luo Qingyang had suddenly agreed to treat him. Moreover, this illness was so peculiar that not a single renowned physician in the land could even begin to address it. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyang froze momentarily, clearly on the verge of forgetting. But soon, her face was once again filled with smiles. Chapter 214, The Mysterious Illness. Rest assured, Mr. Zhao. I've already examined your condition. Moreover, in our Jiangbei region, there's an old Taoist master at the crossroads. They say this Taoist master possesses extraordinary abilities. If you go there in 2 days, he might just help you resolve your troubles. During the exchange, Zhao Fengyun remained skeptical, yet he accepted the postcard and address handed to him. Given Zhao Fengyun's temperament, he would never have trusted any so-called mystics before. He would have insisted on science as the foundation. But since contracting this illness, everything had become too bizarre, even defying scientific explanation entirely. As he sat with a worried frown, Luo Qingyang approached to offer comfort. Don't worry, Mr. Zhao. Your condition is most likely just a psychological issue, nothing to be alarmed about. Just adjust your mindset, and everything will fall into place. As the provincial deputy of the capital city, what could possibly be worth worrying about? Amidst this well-intentioned consolation, Zhao Fengyun shook his head slightly, his face still clouded with worry. His gaze fixed ahead, his brows tightly knitted. As if 1,000 burdens weighed upon him. Young man, it's not that simple. If it were merely psychological, I wouldn't have come to Jiangcheng. And young man, the bloodshed is right above your head. Zhao Fengyun's offhand remark caused Luo Qingyang beside him to pause in surprise. Her face instantly clouded with displeasure. If it were enteritis, I'd be cursing up a storm, but facing the richest man in the provincial capital, all I could manage was an awkward smile. How could that be? Such a bizarre thing couldn't possibly exist in this world. Besides, this has nothing to do with the illness, it's pure mysticism. Before he could finish speaking, a loud thud echoed through the room. The lamp on the rooftop, perfectly fine moments before, inexplicably plummeted down, landing squarely on Luo Qingyang's head. Instantly, blood gushed from his head, a pitiful sight. Holy crap! It really is a bloody omen. Faced with this scene, Zhao Fengyun hurriedly pulled Luo Qingyang downstairs. You're badly hurt. We need to get you to the hospital. Today's incident is merely a minor interlude. What I truly foresee is far more perilous. As long as this condition remains unknown, I won't find peace. In an ordinary residential area of the southern part of the city, flames roared fiercely within a room. In the dead of night, all the neighbors evacuated the residential building. They gathered below, looking up at the scene. I heard the resident is Captain Zhang, and it was a gas tank explosion? How careless. This racket in the dead of night is driving us all out of our minds. Amidst the chatter and speculation, Zhang Saixia sped into the room on her motorcycle at breakneck speed. She then sprinted toward the location where Captain Zhang was. The fire wasn't particularly large and hadn't spread to neighboring homes, but the house where Zhang Fan lived had been completely destroyed. Captain Zhang, are you there? Saixia screamed as she kicked the door open. She saw Captain Zhang clutching his chest, his expression turning grim. The moment Kaixia burst through the door, Captain Zhang whipped around and roared. Who let you in? Get out now. Stunned, she noticed a steel needle had somehow pierced Captain Zhang's chest. Though not fatal, it caused blood to trickle steadily. Standing inside the room was a man clad in night attire. A yin-yang mask adorned his face. He was a yin-yang assassin from the heaven and earth rankings. Ranked among the top 10. Kaixia, you're no match for him. Hurry and find a way to call for help. Zhang Saixia had heard of the heaven and earth rankings and instantly turned pale with shock. She pulled out her phone only to discover all signals had been cut off. The yin-yang assassin fiddled with the steel needles on his clothing. Each one was a deadly hidden weapon. Since you've come, you won't be leaving. Hand over the goods, and I'll give you a quick death. Zhang Saixia's eyes widened in astonishment. She'd heard before that the security bureau's assassins didn't seem to be after money or revenge. What exactly are you looking for? Facing the captain's inquiry, the yin-yang assassin flashed a sinister smile. Stop playing dumb. You should know how important that thing is. If Zhang Fan truly understood, he wouldn't have schemed so meticulously and laboriously. Completely baffled, the yin-yang assassin had already advanced step by step. Captain Zhang's blood flowed more and more. He shoved Zhang Saixia aside. Get out of here first. The yin-yang assassin's two steel needles shot through the air in an instant. Captain Zhang raised his iron rod to intercept them, but the collision left his hands tingling. Those two silver needles seemed to have eyes, tracking their target automatically. Her knees were struck instantly, and she collapsed to the ground. If Zhang Saixia fled, she would cease to be Zhang Saixia. In that instant, someone grabbed the captain and frantically pulled him outward. Yet the yin-yang assassin strode through the blazing inferno with agile steps, one after another. His face was filled with a smile. As if the two had long been caged birds. What exactly do you want? If you can't even articulate it, how can we give it to you? Zhang Fan had already fallen unconscious from the excruciating pain. Zhang Saixia, dragging the other's body, spoke in a hoarse voice. Faced with this scene, the yin-yang assassin remained as sarcastic as ever. You know exactly what you want, there's no need to waste my time like this. But even if I kill you, I can search the room at my leisure. Your usefulness isn't that great anyway. I know security bureau agents are notoriously tight-lipped. For the first time, Zhang Saixia sensed a murderous intent beyond words. The steel needles in his hands were deadly accurate. As the weapon flashed, a sudden gale swept through the corridor, instantly extinguishing the raging flames. The yin-yang assassin's face, which had been twisted in a savage grin, froze solid in that instant. As if frozen forever in a still photograph. Chairman Tiandi, how did you come to be here? Zhang Saixia heard the call, her despair deepening. One yin-yang assassin already possessed formidable martial arts prowess. How could they possibly handle someone even more powerful? Yet it was clear that after uttering those words, the yin-yang assassin's expression began to shift. His eyes now revealed nothing but utter bewilderment. Zhang Saixia followed the killer's puzzled gaze and looked behind her. Standing there was no elderly gentleman at all. It was clearly Xiao Tiance, who had rushed over from the security bureau in time. You're not the heaven and earth elder. Besides him, who else could possibly transform chi into movement? The blazing inferno at the scene already made the atmosphere unbearably tense. Xiao Tiance frowned, his face betraying a hint of displeasure. What heavenly elder? I don't look that old, do I? As Xiao Tiance spoke, he deliberately glanced at the mirror in the corridor. Still that youthful face quite satisfying. Chapter 215, Yin and Yang reversed. At the very moment of the final strike, a man suddenly appeared, admiring himself in a mirror. From any angle, the scene felt utterly bizarre. The yin-yang assassin frowned, following the direction Xiao Tiance's finger pointed. The steel needle in his hand imperceptibly shifted direction. Zhang Saixia was straining every muscle to drag the captain's body. The instant she turned to see Xiao Tiance, she cried out urgently. Get out of here! This guy's a professional assassin, you're no match for him. Get away! He's an assassin from the security bureau. Zhang Saixia's voice carried a hint of fury, her eyes bloodshot. The captain was now completely immobilized, both knees utterly shattered. Forget fighting, just escaping the scene was already pushing his limits. Facing this scene, Xiao Tiance patted Zhang Saixia's shoulder. Get your captain out of here. Leave the rest to me. At these words, Zhang Saixia's eyes widened even further. After all, as the deputy captain of the security bureau, she couldn't possibly rely on a civilian as backup. Meanwhile, the yin-yang assassin before them grew intrigued, a sinister smile suddenly curling the corners of his mouth. Who'd have thought I'd encounter such devotion in Zhangcheng? That woman named Saixia, could she be yours? I think sending the two of you to hell as a pair of doomed lovers wouldn't be so bad. Every word was as cold as ice, except for Xiao Tiance, who frowned beside him. The fingers holding the key swayed lightly in the air. I think the only one going to hell today will be you. Kai Xia, if you don't want the entire security bureau wiped out, get the captain out of here immediately. I have a way to buy time. Amidst the exchange, Zhang Saixia tried to change her mind, but seeing the captain barely clinging to life, she could only take a deep breath. You must hold the line. Even if it costs me my life, I'll come to support you the moment I get the captain out of here. With that, Zhang Saixia grabbed the captain and sprinted toward the stairwell exit. Seeing this, the yin-yang assassin instantly launched a steel needle through the air. Whether you leave here or not depends entirely on me, not you. The three figures stood before him, seemingly within his grasp. The steel needle sliced through the air at breakneck speed, its whistling sound growing ever closer. Xiao Tiance suddenly flickered his right hand through the air. The steel needle, originally aimed at Zhang Xixia, inexplicably appeared between Xiao Tiance's index finger. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Today, you're the only one going to hell. The yin-yang assassin dared to take action against the security bureau, proving he possessed the capability. Ranking among the top 10 on the Heaven and Earth leaderboard is terrifying in itself. Yet at this moment, yin-yang assassin sensed an unusual aura permeating the air. Once in Jiangcheng, no matter which security bureau agent trained through a million drills faced him, they wouldn't last 2 rounds. Yet now, seeing their most prized weapon gripped in the enemy's hands, they couldn't help but reassess Xiao Tiance. Playing dumb to catch the tiger? I never imagined such a master existed in Jiangcheng. After all, there are few in the entire world who could block my throwing darts. During the interrogation, Xiao Tiance paused in surprise. Without investigation, you have no right to speak. Jiangcheng has so many citizens, they're not all your father. How can you claim no one could block them? Yin-yang assassin, a name that had terrorized the underworld for over a decade. Yet, a single phrase from his opponent turned his face ashen. I've seen people who can't hold a conversation, but never someone who can't speak at all. Fine. I'd like to see just how many people in Jiangcheng can actually catch them. You want to play this game? I'll play along. With that, yin-yang assassin shattered the corridor glass behind him with a crack. He then leapt downward with the speed of a gathering storm. In the blink of an eye, he was already inside the residential complex. Under the night sky within the complex, many young people were dancing and exercising. A jogging group circled the complex, having already completed over a dozen laps. A few young men leaned against door frames, smoking cigarettes and chatting about everything under the sun. When the yin-yang assassin appeared before the crowd, every face betrayed astonishment. Remember this: every time you let an agent of the security bureau go, a group of ordinary citizens will die in their place. Do you truly believe you can save those 2 captains? You're merely shifting the pain onto others. The yin-yang assassin's words, it must be said, left one feeling somewhat bewildered. At times, their meaning was utterly indecipherable. The yin-yang assassin landed, drew a steel needle from his hand, and flicked it toward a man behind him with a flick of his finger. The man wore a white suit, his face still flushed with drunkenness. By any measure, he looked like an office worker who'd just finished drinking with a client. The steel needle streaked toward the crown of his head, targeting the Baihui acupoint. But in the very next second, yin-yang assassin's expression froze in mid-air. The seemingly ordinary office worker casually snatched the needle mid-air without turning his head. The fatal hidden weapon halted mid-air in his grasp. This couldn't be. If Xiao Tiance were a master, intercepting his attack might be understandable. But why, at the very moment he intended to vent his frustration on an ordinary citizen, could any random person on the street catch his hidden weapon? The yin-yang assassin spun around, 3 steel needles now aimed at the other 3. 2 young men kicked a leather ball back and forth, while a girl nearby cheered on her boyfriend. It seemed like a perfectly harmonious scene. Yet it was about to transform into a living hell. The scene before him had already played out countless times in the yin-yang assassin's mind. Yet as the 3 steel needles were about to strike their vital targets, the 3 young people extended their hands and gently flicked the projectiles aside. The deadly projectiles, never missing their mark, snapped clean into mid-air. I told you, no investigation, no right to speak. Why are you always so self-assured? Your projectiles look like anyone could catch them. Xiao Tiance tilted his head slightly, deliberately feigning confusion. Both his tone and his actions were enough to drive anyone mad. The yin-yang assassin's position among the top 10 on the Heaven and Earth rankings meant his strength was no joke. Yet standing among the crowd now, he felt like nothing more than a clown. This was absolutely impossible. How could Jiangcheng be this terrifying? Even in Longcheng, few could survive my blossom rain. 1,000 needles rain erupted in the sky, pouring down like a torrential downpour. Chapter 216, Everyone a Master. A shower of flowers, thousands of silver needles bursting in the air, pouring down like a torrential downpour. This indiscriminate slaughter within the residential complex left no one spared: men, women, children, young or old, none could escape the sky's wrath. It should have been so, and it ought to have been so. Yet at this moment, the yin-yang assassin's eyes widened in disbelief. He watched as the citizens around him casually caught the shower of needles drifting through the void. It was as simple as catching a ball tossed by an old woman. Even the middle-aged man reading the newspaper never lifted his eyes from the paper. A young man playing ping-pong casually caught an opponent's dart mid-air while swinging his paddle. His signature move, the one that could eliminate him with the slightest gesture. The yin-yang assassin was utterly dumbfounded. His entire worldview crumbled to dust in that instant. Who could possibly fathom what he had endured? To think that his legendary skill, the very technique that earned him a place on the Heaven and Earth rankings and became his pride, could be effortlessly countered by some random person on the street. If this weren't a nightmare, he could never have imagined such a scene. I told you, one must never be so full of themselves, right? At the street corner, Xiao Tiance smoked a cigarette. He never once made a move to fight back. This couldn't be possible. Something must have gone terribly wrong. The famed assassin before me now clutched the steel needle in his hand. This time, he didn't attack anyone. Instead, he stabbed it into his own thigh. The waves of agony spread relentlessly down his knee. Only the agony could convince him this wasn't a dream. This couldn't be happening. My brother, no, this city of Jiangcheng is a gathering place for monsters. Hearing the man's mutterings, Xiao Tiance picked up a discarded skewer from the barbecue shop's entrance. Simultaneously, he flicked it lightly between his right fingers. The unassuming bamboo skewer instantly shot through the air. Instinctively, the steel needle in the assassin's hand locked onto the bamboo skewer mid-air. The instinctive clash erupted, yet the next instant revealed the main blade pointing harmlessly. The resistance forged from mystical iron shattered into fragments in that very moment. Had the yin-yang assassin not dodged in time, he would have perished in that very instant. Have you ever considered that your skills just aren't up to par? Xiao Tiance's bewildered expression sent the yin-yang assassin into complete mental collapse. The supreme art he'd honed for years proved utterly useless in this critical moment. Even an ordinary resident in the neighborhood could counter them. This couldn't be real. It must be a nightmare. I have to wake up from this nightmare. I absolutely must wake up. The yin-yang assassin violently slammed his head against the nearby wall. Blood was visibly flowing from his forehead. But the collision didn't stop him. He kept running frantically toward the distance. Like a drunken man, he stumbled and fell several times. Only when the figure vanished at the end of the residential complex did the burly man standing behind Xiao Tiance tear off his mask. The greedy wolf war god strode forward. Simultaneously, all the citizens in the streets and alleys transformed, donning blue armor. The yin-yang assassin's technique was flawless, capable of truly random slaughter. But alas, the entire southern residential district had long been cleared of its original inhabitants, replaced entirely by the greedy wolf war god squad. The sovereign allowed him to leave alive? Xiao Tiance watched the direction of the enemy's escape with keen interest. He was already dead. Though he still breathed, he was nothing more than a walking corpse. Sometimes, compared to a field drenched in blood, other methods could inflict even greater terror upon one's enemies. The greedy wolf war god had always operated on the battlefield, his slaughter invisible. Especially on the frontier battlefields, where enemy forces were utterly annihilated in his wake. Yet mention the name Dark Angel, and no one in the realm could fail to tremble in terror. The greedy wolf war god never understood the difference between himself and the Dark Emperor. Why, despite having claimed more lives, did his fame and prestige fall far short? At this moment, however, clarity dawned upon him. "Thank you for your guidance, Your Majesty. It is most enlightening." The words had barely left his lips. Xiao Tiance's expression abruptly shifted. Something was terribly wrong. Didn't that assassin mention something about my brothers while fleeing? Amidst the chaotic scene, only Qinglong and the war god gave ambiguous nods. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Tiance's expression grew even more grave. "Head to the central hospital immediately. The yin-yang killer isn't alone." Inside the operating room at Central Hospital, Zhang Caixia paced back and forth before the door. Her eyes fixed on the clock on the wall, watching the hands relentlessly ticking forward, her heart already filled with anxiety. The door opened with a push. A chief physician hurried out. No good. Though Captain Zhang isn't in mortal danger, his leg meridians are severed. He likely won't be able to perform his duties from now on. At that moment, Zhang Fan lay unconscious on the operating table. Hearing this news struck Zhang Caixia like a thunderbolt. Both legs were gone. It wasn't just the end of his career at the security bureau. It would even make his future daily life an immense challenge. Captain Zhang, who always took life in stride, would be in unimaginable distress if he faced such a situation upon waking. "Please, no matter the cost, no matter the sacrifice, do whatever it takes to save the captain's legs." Zhang Caixia cried out in desperation. The surrounding medical professors shook their heads slowly. "Here, we've gathered all the renowned doctors in Jiangdu, but we've truly done everything possible. Our Dean Ma is a renowned surgeon who returned from overseas training. Even he himself says there's no cure." As they spoke, the crowd turned their gaze toward an elderly man. He wore long knee-highs and a white lab coat. His fame extends far beyond the central hospital. He is renowned throughout all of Jiangdu. "Director Ma, we're counting on you. He's our last hope within the security bureau." The cries were hoarse and strained. Just as they grabbed Director Ma's arm, he effortlessly shook them off. "Miss Caixia, I advise you to stop here. The fact that a minor bureau like Jiangdu Security has prompted me to come personally is already showing you considerable favor. And what I cannot cure, others cannot either. I advise you to take him back." Director Ma snorted and turned to leave, but at that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. "Miss Caixia, the captain's legs can be treated." Xiao Tiance cut straight to the point, stepping before Captain Zhang. His legs had already begun turning black under the penetration of the dry needles. Just as he was about to intervene, Director Ma and several doctors stepped forward to block him. Who the hell are you? Chapter 217, No Mercy. In Jiangdu, Director Ma's reputation was at its zenith. 1 second ago, he had insisted no one could save the patient. The very next second, someone stepped in to treat the patient. How was this any different from slapping himself in the face? Xiao Wang, you handle this. Director Ma refused to speak to the man before him. The man called Xiao Wang was the newly promoted deputy director, just elevated by Director Ma. Thanks to his mastery of sycophancy, he was riding high throughout the entire central hospital. A single glance from Director Ma was enough for him to grasp the situation. He strode up to Xiao Tiance and grabbed the man's clothes. Didn't you hear them say it's untreatable? Director Ma snapped. Why are you forcing treatment? If the patient dies, it will tarnish the reputation of our central hospital. Get this patient out of here immediately. Not just any old fish or shrimp deserves the honor of having Director Ma perform surgery personally. No qualifications? Captain Zhang, as the head of the security bureau, is now gravely injured, a true sacrifice for the people. Such a man is a hero wherever he is. How dare they say he's unqualified? At these words, a cold gleam flashed in Xiao Tiance's eyes. Smack! A slap instantly struck Xiao Wang's face, shattering his front teeth, fracturing his nose, and causing blood to gush forth. Faced with this scene, Director Ma was momentarily stunned, not expecting the other party to dare strike someone in public. You little bastard! You're clearly courting death by raising your hand in our central hospital. Get down on your knees and apologize immediately, then get your friend out of here. Xiao Wang locked eyes with Director Ma, his voice hoarse as he lunged forward once more. Meanwhile, the greedy wolf war god following behind had already drawn a dagger. Reporting this matter to your majesty, what are your intentions? Xiao Tiance was in no mood for this. He waved his hand dismissively. If it's a common threat, eliminate it outright. The words had barely left his mouth. The greedy wolf war god instantly plunged his dagger into the opponent's abdomen. The director, who had just charged forward, stared wide-eyed, his bloodshot eyes filled with shock. He never dreamed that at the central hospital, someone would not only dare to strike but also dare to kill. Blood flowed steadily across the floor. At that moment, Director Ma's eyelid twitched slightly. Call the security bureau immediately. Murder in broad daylight, that's a capital offense. Such people absolutely cannot be kept. Xiao Tiance, however, gave a cold laugh. The man lying in that hospital bed is the chief of the security bureau. Who else do you expect to find? Director Ma, since you're incapable of treating patients, just stand by and watch. No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Tiance extended his right hand. Simultaneously, he instantly seized Zhang Fan's knee. Before the astonished crowd, a sharp crack echoed, sounding like a fractured kneecap. Simultaneously, a trickle of dark blood spurted out, forcing the silver needles embedded deep within the bone crevices to erupt instantly. Damn it, you just broke the bone. Is this what you call treating a patient? You did this to yourself, kid. This absolutely cannot be counted as a medical malpractice on our part. Even Director Ma said this patient was beyond help, yet you insisted on forcing treatment. This is clearly you asking for trouble. The surrounding crowd buzzed with murmurs, their voices rising in a cacophony that refused to subside. Amidst the chaos, Xiao Tiance remained calm and composed. Saixia, let's wait just a little longer. The captain's already recovered. Zhang Saixia had heard the sound of shattered bones all too clearly. Now that Xiao Tiance claimed Captain Zhang had just recovered from a serious illness, she could only take it with a grain of salt. Director Ma clasped his hands behind his back and snorted coldly. This is utter nonsense. The man is already crippled, how could he possibly walk? You're clearly twisting the truth and talking nonsense. Director Ma's eyes were bloodshot, his entire body trembling with agitation. At that very moment, Captain Zhang, who had been unconscious, slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? Has the yin-yang killer been dealt with? As he asked these questions, Captain Ma hurriedly supported the hospital bed, instinctively stepping down from the opposite side. Then he stumbled and rushed frantically toward the path outside the door. Faced with this scene, Zhang Kaixia and the numerous doctors behind her stared wide-eyed. Impossible. This man had suffered a comminuted fracture utterly untreatable. How could he possibly stand and walk? Could it be that this kid truly possessed some extraordinary ability? As the crowd stood in bewilderment, Zhang Saixia ran forward to support the captain and explained the entire situation. But Director Ma looked utterly bewildered. Moments later, his expression twisted in disbelief. You little brat, you must have used some demonic trick. I said this patient is untreatable, absolutely impossible. Director Ma's expression bordered on madness. Simultaneously, he surreptitiously drew a scalpel and darted toward Captain Zhang's back. Witnessing this, the crowd in the seats wore expressions of astonishment. Has Director Ma lost his mind? What's he doing with a scalpel? The patient can already run away, why bother treating him? As the questions erupted, the scalpel was already clenched firmly in Xiao Tiance's hand. Interesting. As the vice president, you refuse to accept defeat. You're willing to honor the wager, but you intend to kill someone on the spot. There was never any wager between us to begin with. You're the one courting death. Xiao Tiance seized the scalpel from his grasp and plunged it into Director Ma's throat in an instant. Blood gushed forth in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he was on his knees. Faced with this scene, the surrounding doctors instantly turned pale. Young man, you've gotten yourself into serious trouble. I'll admit your medical skills are exceptional, but do you realize this Director Ma has powerful connections? The director's uncle is the squad leader of the current Jiangdu Guard. He oversees over a dozen men, each armed to the teeth. This could spell serious trouble. Standing at the hospital entrance, Captain Zhang, who knew the full story, returned to Xiao Tiance's side. The corpse on the ground wore an expression of helplessness. That uncle of Director Ma's, his name is Song Changjiang. He was the squad leader of the Jiangdu Guard unit. Since the Jiangdu Guard unit falls outside the jurisdiction of my security bureau, this situation is indeed tricky. Brother, you'd be better off leaving first. I'll handle whatever comes up here. After all, today's tragedy was triggered by the security bureau. Xia beside him also slapped her forehead. I know Captain Zhang's temperament all too well. He'd never. Just about to say he wouldn't exploit his security bureau connections. But then Xiao Tiance suddenly changed his tune. Members of your security bureau should indeed remain here. Besides, I might just have to see for myself just how much special privilege that Captain Song really has. Hearing this, greedy wolf war god's eyes flashed with a fierce light. After all, Xiao Tiance had healed Captain Zhang's legs. Given his stance, there was simply no reason for him to leave. Only Zhang Caixia looked utterly bewildered. Aren't you the one who fears nothing under heaven? Why are you letting us stay today? Chapter 218, A Medal. Facing Song Changjiang's arrival, Xiao Tiance maintained his usual impassive demeanor. Standing beside him, Caixia seemed utterly accustomed to this scene. She felt a touch of curiosity about Xiao Tiance's return. Thank you for stepping in tonight to save me. But you're such a strange person. I've noticed that every time trouble arises, you always show up just in time. Could it be that your real job is actually fortune-telling, allowing you to foresee the hidden patterns? As Xia questioned him, Xiao Tiance chimed in with a half-joking tone. Don't even get me started. I really am a fortune-teller and I was spot on. I predicted that leaving the hospital today would bring bloodshed. The moment these words left his mouth, several chief physicians surrounding the hospital instantly glared at Xiao Tiance with bloodshot eyes, their gazes fixed on him. A few bystanders, unaware of the truth, shouted accusations. Young man, you're right about the bloodshed today. That part's spot on. You've offended Director Ma. When the time comes to send you down the Yangtze River, I'll see where you run then. Throughout the commotion, Xiao Tiance ignored the crowd's words. His expression remained solemn. The bloodshed I speak of isn't about me, it's about Miss Zhang. Xia had intended to speak up for Xiao Tiance, but who knew that one sudden glance would leave her utterly dumbfounded? What on earth was going on? How could this bloodshed be falling on her head? It made no sense at all. I was just about to speak in your favor, but you'd better start talking like a human first. Xiao Tiance, this is entirely your fault. Though I should thank you for saving the captain, why does everything you say sound so grating sometimes? Frowning, Xiao Tiance smiled silently, offering no reply. Just then, footsteps echoed through the hallway. A burly man kicked open the hospital room door. The moment he appeared, the surrounding crowd instinctively took a step back. This was Song Changjiang, the uncle of Director Ma. Before he even stepped into the lobby, he had already drawn his pistol. His fierce demeanor caused the surrounding crowd to instinctively step back. Everyone kept their distance. If Captain Song got angry, they didn't want to get caught in the crossfire. Cleaning up the mess afterward would be a nightmare. Quite right. This kid got himself into trouble. Let's see if he can handle it today. Amidst the chatter and speculation, the intended group hurried forward, eagerly greeting Song Changjiang. As the captain of the guard team and the local authority, Song Changjiang's name was already as thunderous as a clap of thunder. His name was known to all, without exception. Song Changjiang nodded silently, as if all this were perfectly natural. Her gaze pierced through the surrounding crowd, finding Xiao Tiance through the gaps between people. Apart from the security bureau personnel, only Xiao Tiance remained indifferent, seemingly oblivious. He was still chatting with Caixia and the others in the corner. Young man, where are you from? How dare you not even acknowledge Captain Song when you see him? A hint of displeasure flickered across Song Changjiang's face, but his words trailed off mid-sentence. The greedy wolf war god standing beside Xiao Tiance suddenly waved his hand. Can't you see our sovereign is waiting nearby, his words unfinished? The security bureau could afford to ignore the guard squadron simply because their duties differed. Though both operated under official auspices, they typically kept to their own domains. But the greedy wolf war god's single sentence instantly left everyone speechless. How utterly arrogant. One could even say he embodied the very essence of arrogance. In that instant, Everyone sucked in a sharp breath. Song Changjiang narrowed his eyes and strode purposefully forward. Seeing this, the severely wounded Dean Ma shouted even louder. That bastard. He's the one who put me in this state. I'll kill him today, no matter what. In my opinion, he should be shot on the spot. Already seething with anger, Song Changjiang immediately aimed his pistol at Xiao Tiance upon hearing these words. Witnessing this, the greedy wolf war god spoke up again. Are you sure this is the right move? Xiao Tiance cut off his conversation with Xia and slowly turned his head. Unless under exceptional circumstances, executing someone without evidence first and reporting afterward, such an act could only be justified by one person in the entire world. With those words spoken, Song Changjiang merely narrowed his eyes and gave a cold snort. Well said indeed. But you've bullied my nephew. This affair won't end well. Even if the heavenly king himself stood here, it would be of no use. As Song Changjiang gritted his teeth in fury, the greedy wolf war god beside him smiled faintly before producing a medal. The moment the medal was placed before him, Song Changjiang's expression changed instantly. Battalion Commander. The greedy wolf war god had ascended to a 9-star war god, a rarity unmatched across the land. Yet within Jiangdu, such status was inconvenient to reveal casually. He never referred to himself as a 9-star war god in everyday life. Back when he fought on the frontier, he had assumed the role of commander shortly after enlisting. The medal in his hand was the very first one he'd ever received in his life. It had accompanied him for at least a decade. Song Changjiang forced a smile upon seeing the words commander etched upon it. Who didn't know that those who had participated in the border wars were held in the highest honor? Border warriors were never subject to the jurisdiction of their superiors. Even Song Changjiang, to avoid any trouble. To my surprise, this gentleman is actually a commander. My apologies. My nephew serves as the director here, and there may be many shortcomings in our hospitality. Please accept my apologies in advance. How about this? Today's medical fees are entirely waived. Whatever I can do to help, just say the word and I'll see it done immediately. As Song Changjiang spoke these words, Director Ma beside him was dumbfounded. The surrounding crowd stared in disbelief. Observing Xiao Tiance and the burly man beside him, their hearts raced with unease. What was going on with this man? Could he truly hold such formidable status that even Captain Song treated him with utmost respect? Could it be that Director Ma had stepped on a landmine today? In Jiangdu, aside from the 4 great families, few possessed such formidable status. The very phrase, for great families, only made people want to laugh inwardly. If Xiao Tiance so desired, he could crush the 4 great families with a single finger at any moment. Upon hearing this, the greedy wolf war god wore a peculiar smile throughout. That probably won't be enough. Song Changjiang's smile faltered slightly at these words. He took a deep breath. If there's anything else you require special attention for, sir, please don't hesitate to say so. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Qinglong suddenly drew the blade in his hand and pressed it directly against the other's throat. Chapter 219, A Fleeting Glimpse. The icy touch instantly changed Song Changjiang's expression. Song Changjiang's status and influence within the local security force were undeniably formidable. Out of respect for the other man's position as commander, he had made concession after concession. But when the other showed no regard for his authority and charged forward brandishing a weapon, in an instant, his expression turned grim. My friend, I just gave you some face that was already giving you a way out. Not only did you refuse to back down, but you've gone and pushed your luck. Few in Jiangdu dare speak to me this way. If you refuse to accept the courtesy offered, I can do nothing about it. I don't care how fierce you are at the border, but don't forget this is Jiangsu Zhejiang. Hearing Song Changjiang shout, the surrounding crowd finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. They had thought Xiao Tiance's identity was so mysterious, but now it seemed he was nothing special after all. Only Qinglong, the war god, still wore a smile on his face. He turned to look at Xiao Tiance once more. Your Majesty, care to demonstrate what an immediate execution entails? The greedy wolf war god never hesitated when it came to killing. With those words spoken, Xiao Tiance's face remained smiling. The air grew thick with tension. After his initial rage subsided, Song Changjiang suddenly began replaying the exchange between the 2 protagonists in his mind. Sovereign? The titled king of the unconventional army, he had heard it once before. Song Changjiang closed his eyes, trying to recall. It had only been 3 years since he arrived in Jiangdu to escort the Yangtze River. The reason he was able to become the captain so quickly was because of his background. He recalled his own border campaign years ago. Though he'd only handled logistics, it remained a profound chapter in his life. This was why border soldiers showed him deference. Yet the words king stirred memories of the past. Back in the military, he had long heard legends of the Dark Emperor. Such a figure existed at the frontier, single-handedly cutting down hundreds of thousands of enemy soldiers with just a sword and a blade. A true legendary hero. Even the 9-star war god and the great generals held him in profound respect. He was hailed as the sovereign. Now, a young man had inexplicably appeared beside the commander, gentle, refined, and witty in conversation. He bore a striking resemblance to the legendary figure of old. At this thought, Song Changjiang forcibly suppressed the surge of emotion welling up inside him. He drew a deep breath, and the air itself seemed to grow thicker. You call him the king? Could it be? Xiao Tiance casually drew a black blade. Bathed in the light, the weapon radiated a genuine aura of bloodshed. The moment Song Changjiang laid eyes on it, his scalp tingled with a relentless chill. This weapon felt eerily familiar, etched deep into his memory. Back then, he had been privileged to view classified military footage. Though Xiao Tiance's figure had been too ethereal in the void to discern clearly, this black blade had played an absolutely pivotal role. Witnessing this moment, Song Changjiang suddenly understood, instantly dropping to his knees. Your Majesty, you were the sovereign of that era. I'm sorry, this is all my fault. I deserve to die. His apology was utterly pathetic, prompting Xiao Tiance to intervene immediately. Considering you once fought in the border battles, your crime today does not warrant death. However, as the captain of the guard regiment, committing such an act is a grave offense. Starting tomorrow, you will head directly to the frontier to guard the front lines. Any objections? Song Changjiang dared not voice the slightest dissent. After all, the man before him held a position second only to the emperor himself. And if he truly intended to kill him, it would be just as he had said before, execute first, report later. That was all it would take. He would die cleanly and swiftly. At this point, Song Changjiang hurriedly nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Your Majesty. Serving you is nothing short of the greatest honor for me. Xiao Tiance nodded silently upon hearing this, saying nothing more. The moment their conversation was interrupted, Zhang Xixia and the others had already escorted the captain back to the security bureau vehicle. The danger was far from over. Xiao Tiance followed closely behind. As the greedy wolf war god glanced back, he patted Song Changjiang on the shoulder. He turned and walked away slowly. As for what to do next, I believe you understand. With that, the greedy wolf war god departed alongside Xiao Tiance. Faced with this scene, felt utterly crushed. Dinma, too, had felt the suffocating pressure that had made breathing impossible. Now that the figure was gradually receding, he finally managed to crawl to his feet. Thank goodness we can finally leave. When did Jiang Du produce such a terrifying individual? He looks downright frightening. Make sure people like him never set foot in the central hospital again. As Director Ma shouted this, Song Changjiang gave a cold smile. That smile carried layers of meaning, leaving Director Ma utterly baffled. But in the very next second, Song Chang suddenly drew his pistol and pointed it at Director Ma. A chill settled over the air. What's going on? Uncle Song, what are you doing? Don't point that gun at me. Song Changjiang let out a bitter smile. You say you're safe now, but do you truly feel safe? If I don't kill you today, I'll die. Offending someone like that leaves me with no other choice. Dean Ma was utterly dumbfounded. The man had already left, why must he die? And at the hands of his own kin? Even now, his eyes remained utterly bewildered. But the next second, Song Changjiang patted Director Ma on the shoulder and whispered in his ear. Let me tell you, you've crossed the legendary Dark Emperor. Even in our country, he stands above all but the ruler himself. And that man who just spoke? He's already a 9-star war god. Our little Jiangdu isn't worthy of welcoming such a great Buddha. If I must die, I'll die with clarity. With those words, Song Changjiang pulled the trigger. A bullet instantly pierced Director Ma's skull. Even in his dying moment, Director Ma's eyes remained wide open, terror still clutching his heart. Regret, fear, and 1,000 thoughts swirled within his chest, but vengeance was nowhere to be found. Before such a formidable foe, even revenge felt like a luxury, a thought too terrifying to entertain. A gentle night breeze blew as Xiao Tiance and Zhang Xixia returned to the car. Why did you follow us again? Speaking of which, what exactly did you mean by blood disaster? Xiao Tiance narrowed his eyes. You'll find out soon enough. But rest assured, with me here, I guarantee you'll be safe despite the thrills. Zhang Xixia looked puzzled but didn't press the matter further. She led the captain deeper into the security bureau. Deep into the night. An ambush had long been prepared by the roadside. Beneath the starry sky, the crime unfolded. Chapter 220, The Midnight Encounter. While Xiao Tiance was en route to the security bureau, an uninvited guest arrived at Baikayatang Group. An overseas archaeologist slowly pushed open the bronze-colored door. Her name was He Yuting. This time, she came seeking the relics her grandfather had left behind within the Baikayatang Group. She had traveled a great distance to be here. Upon learning of the situation, Luo Qingya rushed over from her home. Upon arriving at the scene, He Yuting quickly explained the situation. My grandfather worked at Baikayatang years ago and likely left behind some treasures. Therefore, we hope to conduct a thorough investigation of Baikayatang at this opportunity. Due to the discovery of ancient gold artifacts, Baikayatang was undergoing comprehensive renovations. Although this project was ordered by Xiao Tiance, Luo Qingya couldn't simply interfere. Hearing this, Luo Qingya's expression turned slightly troubled. Our Baikayatang is merely a pharmacy, there's nothing archaeological here. Have you come to the wrong place? And what was your grandfather's name? If possible, I could help look into it. After Yuding spoke, Luo Qingya immediately summoned the personnel director. After about 10 minutes, the name did appear on the records, but the moment it was seen, Luo Qingya, the HR department, and even the senior executives were completely baffled. Your grandfather did indeed work here for a period back then, but it was only for a week. He wasn't an employee, and there's no record of him in our personnel files. At this point, Hu Yuding paused slightly, while Luo Qingya instinctively pulled out a special security log. I just ran a system check, neither our personnel files nor our internal temporary staff records show any matching name. Fortunately, everyone entering or leaving Baikayatang must register at the front desk. Grandfather's activities back then. That was decades ago. So the notebook is already tattered and worn. Still, it was extremely difficult to even vaguely make out the person's name. And it came from a security guard's notes. Miss He, an era so distant I can no longer discern is this story true or false? Moreover, these notes are exceptionally unique, having been personally verified by a renowned vice president of Baikayatang at the time. Having said this, Luo Qingya proceeded to reveal the entire contents of the notebook. Yet upon hearing it, the executives gathered in the dead of night felt a chill run down their spines, some even exclaiming it was impossible. How could such an extraordinary thing exist in this world? Wasn't this just the ramblings of a madman? The contents recorded in that notebook caused He Yuding's eyebrows to furrow deeply. He Yuding's grandfather was named He Ruan. Over a decade ago, he had visited Baikayatang, specifically a basement that had long since been sealed off. He had to sneak in late at night to get there. He arrived punctually at midnight every single night. Local security quickly became alarmed and attempted to intervene, but it wasn't to bolster defenses. The mysterious old man could effortlessly bypass their defenses. The abandoned basement within Baikayatang had long been neglected and cluttered. It was even on the verge of collapse, its precarious state deterring anyone from entering. He Ruan had no choice but to venture in alone. This pattern persisted for about a week. What was truly perplexing occurred during the final night shift. The security chief had already reported the incident to the then vice president. Upon learning of the situation, the two worked late into the night to follow him. That night unfolded exactly as they had anticipated. The old man effortlessly bypassed the security perimeter and once again entered the basement. The basement spanned hundreds of square meters, dilapidated and at risk of collapse at any moment. The two men dared not enter recklessly and could only observe from the perimeter. Fortunately, the basement had only one entrance and exit, so they could simply wait for him to emerge. Once they apprehended the old man, they could get to the bottom of the matter. But who could have known that after waiting 2 hours, when the door opened again, a remarkably young man emerged, one who appeared to be no older than 40. After all, He Yuding's grandfather was already over 70 back then. And now he was emerging looking at least younger. How could someone in their 30s possibly be involved? Neither the vice president nor the former security chief could bring themselves to believe this turn of events. But the two were wearing identical outfits, though their figures had changed, causing the clothes to look slightly misshapen. After the initial shock, the two followed them all the way. They soon discovered the old man's speed was astonishingly swift. Even the young security guards and their captain couldn't keep up. Left with no choice, the security captain abandoned the vice president and sped away in the late-night model car. What followed could only be pieced together from fragments in the diary. Unbeknownst to himself, the security captain had become utterly obsessed, driving relentlessly beyond the city limits of Jiangdu. What was even more terrifying was that, according to the notes, he had somehow ended up at a haunted house in the suburbs. Upon reading this point, Luo Qingya immediately issued a warning. Since these were the words of a security captain back then, they couldn't be fully trusted. Moreover, Baikayatang later sent someone specifically to investigate, but in reality, no such haunted mansion could be found. At this point in the story, He Yuding remained silent. As for the latter part of the notes, it grew even more bizarre. There was one more page, but the writing was done in bright red blood. The most critical issue was that after these pages were written, the final few pages of the notebook were immediately destroyed. To this day, they remain untraceable. As for the security chief who had been tailing him, he didn't return to the company premises until dawn the following day. Upon his return, however, his first action was to immediately submit a resignation letter. As Luo Qingya finished speaking, the HR director beside her took over the conversation. The staff at Baikayatang had long since undergone a generational shift compared to those from back then. The clues they were now searching for were merely scattered traces left in the documents of past years. Moreover, compounded by the rivalries among the four major families, much of Baikayatang's internal documentation had been completely lost. The HR director continued the response. This was indeed a peculiar matter. Regardless of its veracity, the former security chief not only commanded a high salary but also held prospects for further advancement. Crucially, he had 2 children to support and an elderly father suffering from serious illness. Moreover, Bai Keatang had once provided a contract guaranteeing free medical treatment for family members as long as he remained an employee. Yet despite these uniquely advantageous conditions, he chose to resign without hesitation and without providing any explanation whatsoever. Chapter 221, Forced Pressure. The HR manager's face darkened considerably, each subsequent word seeming to carry immense pressure. He Yuting stared wide-eyed. Rather than stating facts, it felt more like listening to a story. In comparison, it all felt so distant from her own reality. The HR manager, a handsome young man, set down his notebook and pondered for a long while. The former security captain simply couldn't fathom why he had suddenly resigned. Neither his family circumstances nor his personal situation seemed to warrant it. What was most crucial was that 3 days after the man left, he had gone to the security chief's home to offer condolences, as the boss had originally requested. After all, he was a veteran employee who had worked there for years. Who could have imagined such an unexpected turn of events? At this point, the young man before him took a deep breath. Then, tucked into the back of the notebook, was a blurry photograph. This was the security chief. Luo Qingya glanced at the photo and was immediately horrified. The figure in the photo looked extremely eerie, appearing to be well over 70. His eyes held an overwhelming sense of desolation. Setting aside the dejected look of someone who had lost all will to live, he had a head full of white hair and walked with a shuffling gait. He looked like a dying old man, as if he could collapse at any moment. This appearance was truly beyond all expectations. The old captain of Bai Keatang, was he really that old back then? And he was still riding a motorcycle in pursuit? Are you sure this photo isn't of the wrong person? During the inquiry, the HR manager beside him slowly shook his head. Chairman, you're not mistaken, this is indeed the former security captain. As for what happened back then, it's all water under the bridge now. But that security captain was indeed only in his 30s. After this visit, however, he was never seen again. He's even been listed as a missing person. Whether he's still alive remains a mystery. Luo Qingya gasped in shock. The current situation was utterly unprecedented. He Yuting seized the moment beside her. If things are this strange, she said, I think we should investigate further. My grandfather must have left relevant clues here back then. While Yuting's stance seemed somewhat forceful, at the same time, the other man trailing behind her broke into a smile. Rest assured, Miss He, once I'm here, I can certainly launch an investigation. Not only traces of your grandfather's past, but even investigating the company's accounts would be a simple matter. The man spoke with extreme arrogance. Wearing thick-rimmed glasses, he appeared refined and scholarly, yet every word dripped with arrogance. Luo Qingya, who had been contemplating her options, instantly changed her mind upon witnessing the contrasting attitudes of the two men. I'm afraid not. While your courage in traveling this far is commendable, Bai Keatang has its own internal rules. We cannot allow outsiders to conduct investigations at will. Luo Qingya's concerns ran deep. Since the other party came from overseas, it was difficult to guarantee they had no ulterior motives. Bai Keatang's medicines had not yet been sold overseas. If someone were to steal them under the guise of investigation, the cost would outweigh the benefit. He Yuting glanced at the overseas return steward beside her, who hesitated to speak. But just then, the unfamiliar man beside them abruptly slammed his hand on the table. Chairman, Miss He is a distinguished guest of our nation. Your actions may be rather inappropriate. Also, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Zhou Quan from the local Land Resources Bureau. Regarding your land use issues, there are still many matters to discuss properly. Do you want Miss He to settle everything here, or shall we continue our talks later? A blatant threat. These words instantly caused Luo Qingya's brows to furrow. Before arriving at Bai Keatang, He Yuting had originally planned to come alone. However, upon the butler's advice, she decided it would be best to find a local as an intermediary to facilitate negotiations. However, during the investigation, it was discovered that since Luo Qingya took over Bai Keatang, the enterprise had flourished continuously. Tax revenues had also steadily increased, presenting a flawless picture from every angle. They could only turn to Zhou Quan from the Land Resources Bureau, hoping to exert pressure. True to her word, the chairwoman flatly refused their demands, prompting them to play their trump card. He Yiping had originally thought Director Zhou had come merely to persuade them, but never expected him to start with threats. His displeasure was palpable. Miss Wang, matters like this are best handled by the locals. Our objective isn't the process, but the outcome. Though inwardly displeased, He Yuting could only remain silent upon hearing the steward's words. Director Zhu beside her wore a smile. Chairman, I advise you to carefully consider the land resource issue. We have plenty of other matters to investigate. If the young lady's grandfather truly never visited this place, then everything could be resolved as a simple misunderstanding. Besides, if there's nothing illegal, why worry about our investigation? Director Zhou was thorough. He hadn't originally intended to accept this commission, but the overseas group had offered far too much. After all, He Yuting owned a world-renowned jewelry enterprise that commanded immense prestige across the entire overseas group. By comparison, even the four major families of Zhengdu pale in comparison. Moreover, Miss He possessed a graceful and elegant beauty, a natural national treasure who instantly captivated Zhou Quan. The current situation had long since descended into indiscriminate, even abusive, use of authority. Luo Qingya had initially considered evaluating the lesson, but her expression instantly soured upon witnessing the other party's payment attitude. Our Baikayatang group has been a century-old enterprise for ages. What does this land have to do with us? Her words cut straight to the heart of the matter. Director Zhou, standing nearby, was surprised that Luo Qingya hadn't been intimidated. She then deliberately gave a cold, dismissive laugh. You know that Jiangdu has an incredibly strong network of connections. While it may not directly involve my land resources, my father happens to be the director of the museum. You must understand that any antiques discovered in Jiangdu should be managed by the museum. If we handle this carelessly, things could get complicated. Luo Qingya had no involvement whatsoever in Xiao Tiance's affairs and knew nothing about the factory's internal operations. For a pharmaceutical factory to suddenly be involved with antiques is utterly preposterous. We don't possess any antiques, how could we possibly let you spout such nonsense? And if I recall correctly, you need a search warrant to conduct an investigation. You haven't even sought approval from higher authorities, yet now you demand a forced inspection. Do you really think that's acceptable? Luo Qingya's position as company chairwoman demanded corresponding competence. Facing threats, she refused decisively. Chapter 222, The Devil's Medal. The director, humiliated before Miss He, was instantly filled with resentment. He paced back and forth in the room. Suddenly, with a loud crack, he kicked the door open. Let me tell you, I've never seen anyone defy my orders. We didn't come here today to ask for your opinion, we came to inform you. Zhou Quan's attitude was intensely forceful. Luo Qingya's expression instantly darkened. He Yuding understood the situation at a glance, but seeing the butler silently shaking his head, she could only sigh. After all, grandfather's whereabouts were of paramount importance to the entire He family. Several security guards behind Luo Qingya heard the announcement and simultaneously opened the door. But Zhou Quan merely chuckled and patted his own face. This is interesting. Are your security guards thinking of hitting someone? If you've got the guts, hit me right here. Today I'll make it clear, if this matter isn't resolved properly, I'll have Baikayatang completely shut down. I'll see if you dare lay a finger on government personnel. The scene descended into chaos as Zhou Quan led his own team into Baikayatang's interior. Soon, a sign was erected at the main gate. The entire incident was filmed, causing a huge uproar. Seeing Zhou Quan's excessive behavior, He Yuding could only stand by and try to reason with him. Chairman, I just want to conduct an investigation. 2 days will be more than enough. I also want to fulfill my grandfather's final wish. Watching them play off each other these past 2 days, it's like watching a black and white show. The HR manager pulled the chairman aside and whispered persuasively in his ear. I believe the vice president is the most suitable person to resolve this matter. If all else fails, let's bring him in. Forcing him out now would likely have negative repercussions for Baikayatang. If the vice president could come here, he would surely devise a foolproof solution. In every critical moment, the person who comes to mind is Xiao Tiance. Almost without exception. And now, deep into the night, Xiao Tiance continued battling alongside Zheng Xixia and the others as their combat vehicles advanced toward the security zone. As they passed a stretch of highway, a sudden crack echoed. The vehicles, which had been running smoothly, seemed to stall instantly. Wispy wisps of blue smoke began to billow from the engine, slowly rising into the air. How strange, the vehicles were perfectly fine, so why did they suddenly break down? Glancing back at the captain, he was sound asleep in the rear. Zheng Xixia opened the door, about to get out and check. Xiao Tiance grabbed her arm. Hold on a moment, I'll go down and take a look. With a thud, the door slammed shut. Zheng Xixia took advantage of the driver's slumber to rest briefly in the seat. After getting out, Xiao Tiance didn't inspect the engine but instead walked further and further away from the vehicle. Just a few minutes later, he turned a corner. He immediately entered the small bend beside the road. Stop hiding. Come out now. Or should I come find you? As Xiao Tiance spoke, he glanced over. In the darkness, a man clad in a black robe glared with bloodshot eyes, a bow and arrow in hand. Clearly, the vehicle itself was undamaged. The damage occurred during the attack. The other Yin Yang assassin, right? I want to know what your true purpose is in pursuing the security bureau all this time? I advise you to speak up voluntarily before I resort to force. The cloaked figure let out a strange smile. A sinister glint flickered in his eyes. In the darkness, he resembled a wild cat. Hand over the item. The same words, the same demand, had already made Xiao Tiance furious. Hand over the item. All they ever talk about are these assassins, can't they even speak clearly? Xiao Tiance was usually composed, but dealing with someone this stubborn made normal conversation impossible. Thus, mid-conversation, Xiao Tiance vanished into the darkness. The assassin before him froze momentarily. Though they were yin-yang assassins, as the elder brother, he was easily 10 times more skilled than his slain younger sibling. Especially in the darkness, he was a master assassin. Years of training had honed his eyesight to see clearly in the dark. Yet the moment Xiao Tiance vanished, he realized his once proud speed was utterly useless now. In that instant, he felt as weightless as a willow catkin in the wind, utterly helpless. No matter how wide he strained his eyes, he could not discern the other's presence. So it seems you insist on forcing me to employ some special methods to extract answers? The words had barely left his mouth. The assassin twisted his body. Xiao Tiance instantly sealed the man's pressure points. In the darkness, his entire body froze like a statue. In that moment, he understood his brother's death was absolutely justified. As an assassin ranked within the top 10 of the Celestial Emperor's list, he was utterly powerless against this man. I'll ask you just once, what exactly do you want? No matter how Xiao Tiance had answered before, he'd assumed the other was withholding information. But when you realize you're facing such a formidable opponent, any concealment becomes utterly pointless. The assassin finally drew a deep breath. Hold on, are you saying you genuinely don't know what we're looking for? Nor what Captain Zhang possesses? Furious, Xiao Tiance delivered a punch that instantly shattered the man's ribs. If I knew, I would have laid my cards on the table long ago. You assassins really know how to keep people guessing. Amidst the fury, the assassin stood utterly bewildered. For seconds later, he burst into maniacal laughter. So you really didn't know anything? What we're after is called the demon totem. That thing possesses a mysterious power. No one in this world can resist its temptation. These words left Xiao Tiance utterly bewildered. According to the assassin's account, a ghost ship incident had occurred in the coastal areas on the outskirts of Jiangdu. The yin-yang assassins of over a decade ago were vastly inferior in both martial arts and skill compared to their modern counterparts. Beyond taking on minor jobs late at night, they spent most of their time as fishermen. One late autumn day, a violent storm raged along the coast. A steamship slowly approached the shore. The brother and his lover, seeing this, were overjoyed and immediately ran all the way to the ship. What they discovered, however, was that the ship before them was a ghost ship that had sunk to the ocean floor in an accident over a century ago. By now, the entire vessel had fallen into utter disrepair. Though deserted, it held vast treasures of gold and silver. The brothers, their eyes wide with wonder, began dividing the loot. But their joy was short-lived. While seizing the treasures, they kept hearing human footsteps echoing throughout the ship. They even glimpsed shadowy figures moving back and forth on the deck, undeniably ghostly apparitions. The brothers sensed something was terribly wrong and decided to abandon ship and flee. But then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Chapter 223, Deep Sea Ghost. Since coastal city and Jiangdu were connected, the Jiangdu Security Bureau had long been aware of the ghost ship incident and was collaborating with the Coastal City Security Bureau on a joint investigation. The yin-yang assassin brothers had left a trail of bloodshed and carnage throughout their criminal careers. Facing the Security Bureau's investigation, their only option now was to avoid it altogether. However, this particular investigation was exceptionally thorough, with forces from both sides nearly surrounding the entire ghost ship. With nowhere left to flee, the brothers had no choice but to hide in the warehouse behind the bulkheads, with Beaky leading the way. There, they discovered a golden medal. Etched upon the medal was the image of a demon. After touching the demonic medal, the brothers felt an aura coursing through their internal organs. The sensation was like being electrocuted. Just as the yin-yang assassin brothers were about to claim it as their own, the warehouse door was opened by Security Bureau personnel. In the midst of their struggle, without a word, the yin-yang killers injured one security guard and leaped into the sea to escape. After the brothers' departure, they lay low for nearly half a month. Stranded on a deserted island, they barely managed to survive. Unexpectedly, that electric shock sensation still lingered within their bodies. Soon after, their martial arts skills advanced by leaps and bounds, propelling them forward. After intense training and achieving mastery, they immediately returned to the coastal city only to find the ghost ship had vanished without a trace. The demonic insignia undoubtedly signified the arrival of formidable power. Refusing to accept defeat, the brothers stormed the coastal city's security bureau, unleashing a bloody rampage. Yet they still found no relevant clues. Since the initial investigation had been jointly handled by the Jiangdu Security Bureau, the yin-yang assassin concluded that the demon medals and all items aboard the ghost ship belonged to Jiangdu. Thus, they came specifically to unleash slaughter upon the Security Bureau. Xiao Tiance listened to the entire story. He nodded silently. As the Dark Emperor, I once believed I grasped all affairs under heaven. Yet it seems the world holds no shortage of extraordinary treasures. I must ask you, what do you intend to do now that you possess the demon medal? The assassin's face twisted, his inner arrogance bursting forth. Who under heaven does not aspire to become a king? The words had barely left his mouth. Xiao Tiance smiled calmly. Well said. The price of becoming king is that all the people of the land will suffer. If I release you today, you will continue to pursue your desires relentlessly. After your brother's death, you mourned not at all, but instead continued your bloodthirsty quest. The emotions of this world often hold greater value than any treasure. I'll see you off. As he spoke, his blade fell. He let go of his weapon before he could beg for mercy, his head severed instantly. Xiao Tiance's entire sequence flowed with seamless precision. Not a single drop of blood stained his weapon. By the time he returned to the vehicle, Zhang Xixia had already repaired the engine. What's wrong with you? Running away whenever trouble comes. The engine's already fixed. If I'd waited for you to finish, we'd probably be waiting for daylight. Alright, get in the car. Zhang Xixia clearly had no idea what had transpired outside. Just as he was about to close the window, Xiao Tiance grabbed the door handle. Miss Xixia, I need to know, has your Captain Zhang ever been involved in a ghost ship case? Zhang Xixia turned to look at the captain. She shook her head slowly. Captain joined the security bureau about 7 or 8 years before I did. But since I've been on the team, I've never heard of any ghost ship case? Didn't you say you wanted to tell a ghost story in the middle of the night? Since Xixia didn't know, I had to ask Zhang Fan. Xiao Tiance watched as the other remained unconscious, then swiftly pressed an acupoint. A sharp snap echoed. Kai Xia immediately frowned in displeasure. What the hell are you doing, ambushing me in the middle of the night? No sooner had the words left her lips than the drowsy Captain Zhang finally stirred. So it was you. Looks like our security bureau owes you another favor. Zhang Fan let out a wry smile. As he shook his head, Xiao Tiance repeated the question he had been about to ask. Hearing this, Zhang Fan paused in surprise. How did you know about the ghost ship? That's classified information within our security bureau. It's an existence beyond science. Hearing this, Xiao Tiance let out a slight sigh of relief. Then, Captain Zhang, have you heard of the Devil's Medal? The barrage of questions left Captain Zhang utterly bewildered. The ghost ship incident was indeed highly peculiar. At the time, we were conducting a coastal blockade in collaboration with the Coastal Security Bureau. For the first 3 days, we were mostly just exploring. The ship held numerous silent antiques and century-old paintings and calligraphy. According to relevant antiquities experts, the ghost ship was a century-old tourist vessel known as the Sea King. But it mysteriously vanished at sea a century ago, becoming a century-old enigma. During our exploration, Security Bureau members frequently reported hearing footsteps echoing across the ship's deck late at night. Captain Zhang paused here, and Zhang Xixia's expression turned slightly frightened. Who could have imagined that in the dead of night, a ghost story would truly unfold? Crucially, this wasn't merely a story. The first 3 days passed without incident beyond these odd occurrences. The critical moment came at dawn on the third day, when a thick fog blanketed the entire sea horizon. Visibility plummeted to near zero, leaving the coastal defense team with no choice but to retreat. The fog lingered for nearly 3 hours. When it finally lifted, the ghost ship vanished completely, as if it had been a mere illusion. Fortunately, we preserved some of the antiquities, which remain stored in the Jiangdu Museum's underground collection. However, the Security Bureau classified this incident as top secret. Not even the museum director or I were authorized to access the collection. Xiao Tiance had hoped to see what the Devil's Medal looked like. Captain Zhang flatly refused to respond. Yet given Xiao Tiance's current status and influence, gaining access to the underground museum would be a trivial matter. Yet the ghost ship remains profoundly mysterious. The Yin-Yang assassin is merely one facet of it. There's no guarantee that other assassins haven't encountered this elusive vessel. If he abused his authority to publicly open the underground chamber, it would likely attract excessive coverage from reporters across Jiangdu and various idle individuals. If that caused trouble, it would be a case of losing more than gaining. Do you know the secret of the ghost ship? After firing off these questions in one breath, Captain Zhang suddenly turned the tables. Xiao Tiance pondered for a moment. It's merely hearsay. Besides, from now on, your security bureau is safe. The assassins targeting your bureau these past days are called Yin-Yang killers. One of them is lying in the corner around the bend. Chapter 224, Forceful Intervention. Watching Xiao Tiance's departing figure, Zhang Xixia stood in the dead of night, her face etched with utter bewilderment. The killer has been found and killed. How could that be possible? Without a word, Kai Xia and Captain Zhang immediately leaped forward. They quickly reached the corner Xiao Tiance had described, only to find no body on the ground. The area was deserted, with only the midnight breeze rustling through the trees. Witnessing this, Zhang Xixia stomped her foot in frustration. This guy tricked us again, what a waste of gas money. If we'd known, we would have brought him along. Zhang Xixia fumed, but Zhang Fan suddenly interjected beside her. Xixia, I think he's right, the killer has already been taken care of. Moreover, whoever defeated the killer possessed extraordinary skill. When Captain Zhang uttered these words, his mind naturally turned to Xiao Tiance. Previous investigations by the Undercover Bureau revealed Xiao Tiance's identity was a complete blank slate. Captain Zhang had even attempted to contact the Provincial Security Bureau to probe for more clues. The result? The Provincial Security Bureau had no information either. In other words, for Xiao Tiance to conceal his identity so completely, there were only two possibilities. One possibility was that he came from the military beyond their jurisdiction and likely a high-ranking officer. The other possibility was that his background originated overseas, shrouded in extreme mystery, making him completely untraceable. Regardless of which identity Xiao Tiance possessed, it would forever remain an enigma here. Captain Zhang, what do you mean? There's no body here. And if the killer were so easy to deal with, why would they make us at the security bureau lose men and expend so much effort? During the questioning, Zhang Fan walked step by step. Then he parted the surrounding grass. Right here. Look at these crushed grass blades, a distinct human shape. Though someone deliberately trimmed them to destroy evidence, someone was lying here just moments ago. And within just a few minutes, the scene was cleaned up completely, not even a trace of blood remains. There must be a skilled professional at work here. We shouldn't linger here. Let's get out of here fast. As the team leader, Zhang Fan was usually unflappable. Yet now he wore such a look of concern that Kai Xiao beside him couldn't help but feel uncertain. She could only follow the captain back to the vehicle. She watched as the captain fiercely lit a cigarette, his gaze fixed on the fog outside the window, his brow furrowing. Zhang Caixiao looked equally puzzled. Are you saying that after the killer was dealt with, someone managed to process the scene and move the body within just a few minutes? And earlier, Xiao Tiance mentioned the killer seemed to be a yin-yang assassin. Where on earth did this person come from? At the mention of yin-yang assassin, Captain Zhang beside him froze momentarily. It can't be the yin-yang assassin. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be in Jiangdu, he shouldn't be anywhere. Who would have thought there was more to this? Zhang Caixiao was utterly bewildered. Captain, are you suggesting this yin-yang assassin is exceptionally skilled? Captain Zhang shook his head slightly, pressing his hand lightly against his forehead. It's not just a matter of skill level. Long ago, the yin-yang killer went on a rampage at the Coastal City Security Bureau. With their combined skills, they were virtually unstoppable. But at the most critical moment, they were apprehended on the spot by the moonlight from Devil's Island and sent there. Devil's Island was nothing but a legend. Zhang Caixiao had heard whispers of it. You're saying Devil's Island actually exists in reality? Devil's Island's jurisdiction extends deep into the ocean. It's said that internationally wanted criminals and powerful beings beyond resolution are typically added to Devil's Island's list. The enforcers within Devil's Island possess extraordinary martial arts skills, bordering on the supernatural. They specialize in apprehending and bringing these notorious criminals to justice. Moreover, Devil's Island operates independently of any organization, and the reason for its establishment remains an eternal mystery. The yin-yang assassin's appearance in Jiangdu proves they have escaped from Devil's Island. Devil's Tower is an isolated island in the ocean, guarded with extreme vigilance. Unless something extraordinary occurred, it's nearly impossible for anyone to slip through the net. Most crucially, if they claim something remains in our possession, it's highly likely what Xiao Tiance referred to as right here in our Jiangdu Museum. Zhang Caixiao stood beside him, deep in thought. After a few minutes, she nodded silently. So, to uncover the truth, we have no choice but to open the Jiangdu Museum. But the problem was, that guy never made it clear what the killer was actually searching for. Still seething, the two had already returned to the security bureau. At that moment, Xiao Tiance received a call from Luo Qingya and hurried back to Baikeatang. Inside Baikeatang, Zhou Quan had already smashed the surrounding glass with his wheelchair. He had thought he could flaunt his identity and status in front of Miss He, but who knew the chairman of Baikeatang wouldn't buy into that? To this point, he still hadn't secured the right to investigate Baikeatang. Damn it! You business tycoons think you can play games with me. If I can't investigate today, no one leaves. Zhou Quan let out a shrieking cry, utterly disregarding his image, leaving Luo Qingya's face twisted with embarrassment. At that very moment, the office door swung open, revealing Xiao Tiance standing with his head bowed. Baikeatang is an internal matter of our corporation. We have the right to refuse outright. Zhou Quan, already boiling with rage, now pointed a finger at Xiao Tiance's nose and unleashed a torrent of curses. As an official from the Land Resources Department, I have the authority to plan your company's territory. And who the hell do you think you are, yelling at me like this? Just as the HR manager had said, Xiao Tiance was definitely not someone to be trifled with. When faced with unreasonable demands, he often resorted to the most unreasonable tactics. With a sharp slap, his hand struck the other man's face. Zhou Quan flushed crimson, blood trickling from his nostrils. In that instant, even He Yuding and the butler beside her stared wide-eyed. Who could have imagined this newcomer wouldn't even let someone finish speaking? I'll say it once more, our corporate group does not welcome you. Get out immediately. I won't say it again. Zhou Quan, who had never suffered such humiliation, instantly glared back. He stood up and launched into a tirade. You dare to hit me? Let me tell you, your Baikeatang is finished today. Amidst the loud shouting, a handmade knife suddenly flew across the table, leaving a deep gash on Zhou Jie's face. Blood streamed down from his mouth. Seems you don't understand the word get lost. Shall I teach you? Such fierce arrogance. Looking into Xiao Tiance's eyes, Zhou Quan saw they were almost lost in a sea of blood. Zhou Quan instinctively stepped out of the office door in full view of everyone. Chapter 225, Layer by Layer. That vice president is utterly clueless about his place in the world. Rest assured, Miss He, this grievance will be settled today. As the crowd was ushered out, He Yuting's expression darkened considerably. Even the usually unflappable butler frowned at this moment. Who would have thought this man would prove such a tough nut to crack? Rest assured, since they initiated physical violence today, I'm calling the Security Bureau immediately. Once the Security Bureau arrives and apprehends them, we'll investigate however we see fit. Zhou Quan laughed heartily. Meanwhile, Zhang Xixia had just returned to the Security Bureau. Zhang Fan's expression suddenly grew serene. Xixia, from now on, the Security Bureau is yours. Within the entire Jiangdu Security Bureau, you alone possess the capability and strength for this. Upon hearing this, Kai Xia paused for a moment. Captain Zhang was still young. Yet he spoke as if he were a retired old man. Captain, you can't say that, wouldn't that make me a power-hungry usurper? While I do aspire to run the Jiangdu Security Bureau with precision, some things simply can't be done recklessly. Kai Xia wore a smile, yet the captain's expression remained stern. He then produced an investigation report. I'm heading overseas on a classified mission to South Asia. Haven't you noticed that since arriving at the Jiangzhou Security Bureau, you haven't seen any higher-ups? Hearing this, Kai Xia finally sensed something was amiss. She had worked at the Security Bureau for several years. Yet she only ever encountered colleagues from her own department. Many of the older agents at the Jiangzhou Security Bureau had long since disappeared. According to relevant regulations, retirement age is set at over 60. Yet now, even 30-year-old Security Bureau personnel are extremely scarce. There's a significant gap in personnel continuity. You're right, Captain. Now that you mention it, something does feel off. Could it be that all the older staff at the Jiangdu Security Bureau have been reassigned, leaving only the young ones? The captain shook his head silently. Those veteran officers vanished entirely, they disappeared many years ago. Back then, several employees went overseas to investigate a case and lost contact, which caught the attention of local authorities. Our Jiangdu Security Bureau dispatched seasoned veterans to investigate. Through extensive inquiries, we traced the missing agents to a South Asian nation. Yet these individuals, who had traveled together, also vanished collectively. To this day, their whereabouts remain unknown, and the South Asian nation has offered no reasonable explanation. Under such unclear circumstances, higher-ups could only order a temporary halt to the investigation. But many of those veterans were my mentors and senior colleagues. I couldn't just stand by and watch them remain missing, their fates unknown. Upon hearing this, Xixia understood. Captain, are you suggesting you'll go alone to the South Asian nation? If so, I'll accompany you. The captain smiled and shook his head slowly. I'm afraid that won't work. If you go too, who will handle security in Jiangdu? But rest assured, I have contacts in South Asia who have already made arrangements for support. We'll stay in touch, and everything will be fine. The captain's mind was made up. It seemed impossible to change his decision. A hint of melancholy and worry crept into Xixia's expression. Just then, the Security Bureau's emergency line rang. After answering, Kai Xia frowned slightly. By Qiaotang, isn't that the group Xiao Tiance belongs to? Alright, I got it. I'm heading there now. Back at the Baichao Group headquarters. Soon, rows of vehicles pulled into the Baichao Hall parking lot. Zhou Quan watched the scene unfold, a flicker of satisfaction returning to his face. You little brat, I'll see how you handle this now that the Security Bureau's here. Zhou Quan greeted He Yuting with a cheerful smile before leading the way onto the playground. Spotting Zhang Xixia, his face broke into an uncontrollable grin. Ah, Captain Zhang, you finally made it. That chairman actually refused my investigation, utterly clueless. Not only that, but he actually hit someone in public, and I have proof. The butler beside He Yuting nodded in agreement. If they could take the other party away, it would only benefit them. Zhang Xixia looked at Xiao Tiance, who was smiling, and froze for a moment. According to the captain, Xiao Tiance wasn't acting on a whim. If they truly apprehended the murderer, it would be a monumental achievement for the entire Security Bureau. She understood perfectly well which was more important in this situation. I'm afraid this situation can only be classified as mutual assault. Though you oversee land resources, the enterprise group has already contracted this entire area with a century-long lease, no less. You have no authority to conduct a forced investigation. Zhou Quan hadn't anticipated this outcome and froze momentarily. Miss Xixia, surely you wouldn't go this far? We're all part of the same system. Zhang Xixia had originally intended to assist Xiao Tiance. Hearing these words now, her face darkened with displeasure. Mr. Zhou, you've misunderstood. Our sole objective is indeed to serve the people. And we absolutely cannot wield power to suppress others. As someone within the system, such words are hardly appropriate. If this were made public knowledge, it would be difficult to contain the fallout. As she spoke, Zhang Saixia deliberately pointed toward the ceiling, where the company's internal surveillance camera was mounted. The implication was clear: he must maintain rationality and watch his words and actions at all times. If he insisted on nitpicking, he would face the consequences and public scrutiny. Though Zhou Quan was a young master, he understood this point well. His face darkened momentarily before he deliberately moved into a blind spot of the surveillance system and pulled out a document folder. Saixia, please cut me some slack. My objective is straightforward: to investigate the Baikayatang group. We're all comrades here, why be so? Before he could finish, Saixia swiped her hand, sending the cash from the file folder scattering across the floor. The scene instantly drew everyone's attention. You earned this position through merit, not corruption. I hope you won't knowingly break the law. If that's the case, we'll take you to the security bureau right now for a thorough discussion. Zhou Quan hadn't expected the woman before him to be so stubborn. His true nature was laid bare. Refusing the wine of courtesy only invites the wine of punishment. How dare a mere deputy captain of the security bureau speak to me this way? What bull about justice? Stop fooling yourself. No sooner had he finished speaking than the crowd of photographers surged forward. Baikayatang employees immediately posted the entire exchange online. See for yourselves, this is the very Zhou Quan who also happens to be the museum director's son. Some people simply don't deserve to hold such positions. Chapter 226, Defeated and Returning. Kai Xia's words cut deep, while cameras around them clicked incessantly. Zhou Chuanji sensed trouble brewing and hastily covered his face. Stop filming me. I'm telling you, this is an invasion of my privacy rights. And you, Security Bureau, instead of helping, you've gone too far, colluding with them. Don't think I don't know anyone else in Jiangdu. I'll make you all bow your heads and confess. Just as Zhou Quan finished speaking, his father's frantic call came through. His voice exploded over the phone. You useless son. Why aren't you at work? What are you doing causing trouble at Baikayatang? Do you realize everything you just said is already online and it was live streamed? Shut your mouth immediately. Hearing his father's words, Zhou Quan felt his whole body tremble. Then he began to exaggerate and spout nonsense. They forced me. Baikayatang is bullying people. Please contact the Jiangdu Guard and have them come here. The museum director trembled slightly as he held his phone, listening to his son's words. Though his wayward son often caused trouble, as the museum director, he relied on his position to forcibly suppress the issues. Even without distinguishing right from wrong. You want me to notify the commander? Deng Yue was a man of countless responsibilities and immense busyness. To summon him for such a trivial matter? Amidst the shouting, Zhou Quan stole a glance at He Yuting before hastily exiting the room and retreating to an unoccupied corner. Father, this isn't that simple. I'm here today to handle business for the He family's overseas jewelry group. If we succeed, it will undoubtedly leave a favorable impression. You must understand that such a top-tier jewelry group is immensely valuable to us. Since ancient times, people have always aspired to climb the ladder of success. Upon hearing this, the curator's face lit up with a smile once more. Well, you've certainly grasped the essence of my approach. In that case, it's perfectly understandable. A small place like Baikayatang can't stir up much trouble. Moreover, once Deng Yue makes his move, he'll inevitably squeeze out the competition. With that said, Zhou Quan finally hung up the phone, glaring at Xiao Tiance and the others with satisfaction. Mark my words, my father has already notified Deng Yue of the Jiangdu Guard. The moment they arrive, you're all finished. All of you putting on airs, let's see how long you can keep up the act. Zhang Saixia had witnessed the relationship between Xiao Tiance and Deng Yue. She had witnessed it firsthand in the mountains. Though she didn't know why they knew each other, she knew Zhou Quan's threats would be useless. Very well, but I can assure you the outcome won't change a thing. Saixia couldn't be bothered to argue with such people and went to rest nearby. Zhou Quan let out a cold laugh. Sure enough, within minutes, the security detail arrived in jeeps, surrounding the area completely. Soon, a man in military uniform emerged from the vehicle, none other than Deng Yue, the head of the security unit. Normally, Zhou Quan would never dare to approach someone of this rank. Yet when Zhou Quan extended his hand to shake, Deng Yue didn't even acknowledge him, brushing right past. He left Zhou Quan standing there completely ignored. Deng Yue walked straight up to Xiao Tiance. His previously stern expression instantly broke into a broad smile. What brings you here today? Zhou Quan watched this unfold and tapped his forehead. Wait, no, I really did call you over. He Yuting's face darkened considerably at this sight. Couldn't she see what was happening? The captain of the Lian family's guard unit clearly has a closer relationship with Xiao Tiance. Whose side is the person you summoned actually on? Deng Yue turned to look at Zhou Quan, his expression cold and indifferent. If it weren't for the Baikayatang enterprise, I absolutely wouldn't have come today. Your father probably couldn't have persuaded me to come. Baikayatang frequently produces medicines to help the sick and even does extensive charity work. You're causing trouble, can't you even choose your location properly? If you don't leave immediately, we'll arrest you for obstructing official duties. Zhou Quan was utterly dumbfounded, his face completely flushed with embarrassment. Even though he'd heard Luo Qingya's name in Jiangdu, Xiao Tiance's name was completely unknown to him. How had this turned into such a colossal blunder? Faced with this scene, he backed away step by step. Looking at He Yuding, he felt utterly ashamed to show his face. In the end, he stumbled and fell down. Faced with this scene, He Yuding sighed. The butler beside her could only shake his head silently. "Miss, let's go. We'll discuss this matter at length later." As the two departed, cheers erupted among the company group's inner circle. Zhang Caixia finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. "Wife, you continue the meeting. I'll see them out first." After all, both the security bureau and the guard unit were here because of her. As the owner of Baikeatang, he felt it was only proper to see them off. Arriving at the entrance of the Baikeatang group, Xiao Tiance first saw off Deng Yue. Then, as they parted, Zhang Caixia revealed everything about the captain. "You mean they're heading to South Asia? I've been there before. It's a place of constant conflict. I hope you won't act rashly." After hearing Xiao Tiance's advice, Zhang Caixia silently nodded. But at that very moment, the captain urgently called again. "Hold on, the captain's calling me. We'll talk another time." After saying this, Zhang Caixia was about to leave, but paused mid-step upon hearing the phone ring. She turned back to look at Xiao Tiance. "The captain also asked me to pass along one more thing. He'll try to contact the museum director before he leaves. Hopefully we can see what the killer was looking for." Back at Baikeatang, amidst the surrounding cheers, Xiao Tiance glanced at Luo Qingya. "Honey, some friends are grabbing drinks with me tonight, so I won't be coming home." Luo Qingya nodded gently. She granted Xiao Tiance immense freedom, never interfering. But after dropping Luo Qingya off, Xiao Tiance returned alone to Baikeatang group. He opened the door to the security office. The security chief and his team looked up at the returning vice president, their expressions filled with surprise. "President, why are you back? Didn't you already go home? Are you working overtime tonight?" Xiao Tiance smiled faintly and shook his head. "Indeed, I am. But first, I must witness a good show." The reason for his return was to gather intelligence. He was watching He Yuding and the others leave Baikeatang group and whispering downstairs. An ordinary person might not grasp the meaning, but Xiao Tiance understood it perfectly. The steward beside He Yuding hatched a plan. It seems this Baikeatang chairman has immense backing and influence. He's practically a local powerhouse in Jiangdu, not someone easily shaken. But rest assured, I've already notified the Lin family of the 4 great clans. They'll secure special provincial approval for us to conduct a public investigation. But these backroom deals might not succeed immediately. We're preparing 2 fronts. I've hired a toon raiding team to infiltrate Baikeatang tonight. Chapter 227, Midnight Expedition. The night was deep. Xiao Tiance remained sleepless, following the security chief and several others as they kept a close watch on the abandoned factory. Later, the group sipped tea and chatted. Everything unfolded exactly as Xiao Tiance had anticipated. The drizzle that fell after midnight did little to dampen their enthusiasm. He Yuding, disguised and clad in night attire, slipped past the front door under the butler's guidance. Thanks to Xiao Tiance's prior instructions, the security system was nearly completely disabled. Only a few guards dozing at the entrance turned a blind eye to everything happening. Following behind her were over a dozen individuals, all members of the toon raiding team clearly under the butler's command. Xiao Tiance witnessed the entire scene. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. "Go ahead and make a mess. I'm eager to see what tricks you can pull off." The underground treasures of Baikeatang had long been looted clean. Even if they descended, they would find nothing. Therefore, Xiao Tiance remained unconcerned, merely watching as they went about their futile efforts. Soon, the surrounding crowd moved in orderly fashion to the intersection near the 100 Grass Hall factory. 2 professional toon raiders set up the ropes in under 2 minutes, and the well slowly began to descend. After the steward entered first and spent about 2 minutes inside, he climbed back up beside the ancient well and gave He Yuding a slight nod. "Young miss, it's perfectly safe inside, but I still advise you to stay outside and keep watch." He Yuding shook her head gently. "I want to find any clues about my grandfather, even the slightest trace. I must witness this with my own eyes. I want to be the first to see my grandfather's belongings." He Yuding's feelings were not hard to understand. The butler nodded quietly beside her. Meanwhile, he scanned the distant horizon. Most of the toon raiders had already descended into the empty basement. Fa was waiting here as planned. After uttering these words, the butler supported the young mistress as they entered the cavernous basement together. Only a white-haired man remained outside. Besides his hair, the man's eyes were also a vivid blue, clearly a foreigner. Xiao Tiance, witnessing this scene, was almost drowsy. Needless to say, the intruders would find nothing new in the basement. The day before, all items had already been transferred. The security chief knew this well, having personally participated in the operation. He smiled faintly in the dead of night. Vice President, this is truly amusing. In the end, they've achieved nothing but a futile effort. But why are there so many antiques buried beneath our Baikayatang? And most crucially, during the last cave exploration, we discovered something strange. During the exchange, the security chief produced a photograph. During the wood burning process, the security chief noticed something peculiar. It wasn't an antique, but a wall. This is the end of the basement. Below the well opening connects to the basement, with 3 sides entirely composed of sharp stones. At the far end stood a wall formed entirely of compacted earth. Within this wall, subtle shifts seemed to occur every few minutes. The security captain appeared exceptionally meticulous, carefully taking a photograph every 10 minutes or so. The initial photos showed nothing unusual, just an ordinary wall of sand and earth. But just over 10 minutes later, the wall changed. A bulge appeared at the top, elongated and strip-like. After another dozen minutes, the bulge vanished, only for different areas to twist and warp in varying degrees. The most significant change was captured in the final photograph. This photograph revealed additional cracks on the wall, creating an eerie, spine-chilling sensation. However, due to the angle of the shot, the details were blurred in the camera. The young security guards nearby dismissed it. "Captain, it's just camera exposure. Nothing worth photographing. Besides, there's likely mudslides and underground rivers beneath Baikayatang. It's perfectly normal for the walls to warp at different times." The security captain listened to the familiar explanation, lost in thought. After all, none of the people present were photography professionals. But after examining it for a moment, Xiao Tiance suddenly widened his eyes. "Hold on, transfer the photos to the computer. I need them." The captain looked puzzled but complied with Xiao Tiance's request. After importing the photos into the computer, he immediately called Zhang Xiaofan. "I need you to adjust these photos as soon as possible. Figure out how to restore their original appearance." As someone with a deep passion for technology, this task was child's play for Zhang Xiaofan. In just over 10 minutes, a fully restored photo was ready. Just as he sent it to Xiao Tiance's email, the tone on the other end of the line grew serious. "Bro, didn't you guys switch to the entertainment industry? Or are you planning to shoot something with these special effects? This is incredibly lifelike." The words sounded utterly bizarre. Xiao Tiance clicked to open the photo. The scene that unfolded before them left not only the surrounding security guards but even the Dark Emperor momentarily stunned. Projected onto the wall was an eye. After further exposure, it became clear this was no ordinary eye. The eye alone was nearly as large as a human body. It was hard to imagine what in the world could possess such a colossal form. "Boss, is there some kind of monster lurking beneath our Baikayatang? Good heavens! If the eye is this big, what must the entire creature look like? It could swallow us all whole in one gulp." The security chief was drenched in sweat. Recalling everything that had transpired upon entering, he felt a wave of lingering dread wash over him. Due to his busy schedule, Xiao Tiance hadn't conducted a thorough investigation. Now that such a monster existed beneath Baikayatang, he had no choice but to go down personally. Otherwise, it posed a potential threat to the entire 100 Grass Hall. It seemed tonight would be far more eventful than anticipated. As Xiao Tiance muttered to himself, he suddenly noticed something unexpected. The tomb raiding team had left a white-haired man behind to stand guard at the site. But after the front team had been down the well for over 10 minutes, the white-haired man suddenly crushed his walkie-talkie, severing contact with those below. Simultaneously, he severed the only escape route, a rope, right then and there. Then, the white-haired man pulled out another phone and spoke a few incomprehensible words. Under the moonlight, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. "In your country, there's a saying, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the sparrow behind." At that moment, the white-haired man leapt down and vanished into the well opening. Chapter 228, Within the Deep Well. The basement of Baichao Hall connected to a well opening inside an abandoned factory. For ordinary people, this was the only exit. Xiao Tiance did not choose to approach the mine shaft. Nor did he follow the same path as them. Instead, he drew a jet-black blade and headed toward a drainage pipe amidst the ruins. With a single slash, the pipe split open instantly. Over 3 meters wide, the pipe was now breached from within, creating a direct passage to the basement. The moment the rumbling sound erupted, He Yuding and the tomb raiding team remained utterly oblivious. The underground passage stretched further and further. Yet the interior was completely bare. Strange, there seemed to be no antiques left by my grandfather here at all. The surroundings were completely empty. As He Yuding spoke, the butler beside her frowned. Xiao Tiance had always been extremely cautious in his actions. Although the antiques inside had been thoroughly looted, there were no traces of movement left behind. Everything had been cleared out completely. Even as a professional team, they were at a loss. Soon, the group reached the end of the underground passageway. Disappointment filled He Yuding's eyes. "Looks like we won't find what we're looking for here." No sooner had she spoken than the tomb raider beside her immediately pulled out the appropriate tools and plunged them directly into the soil. Then they gently scraped it to the side. With a clatter, Sand and soil piled up continuously. Soon, the collapse began. After the entire wall vanished, what appeared before them was an ancient bronze-colored bridge. Suspended in midair on all sides, it offered no glimpse of the sky above or the depths below. A fierce wind howled, stretching endlessly, casting shadows in every direction. Witnessing this moment, Xiao and the surrounding tomb raiding team were all utterly dumbfounded. What dynasty could this possibly belong to? Though the surrounding tomb raiders were battle-hardened veterans, they could only shake their heads slowly at this sight. For a moment, they couldn't grasp the essence of it. This suspended bridge was crafted from jade, appearing incredibly precious, yet it remained unshakable, a material we'd never encountered before. Miss, we've discovered something extraordinary. The creatures carved on the bridge are unlike anything we've seen before. They resemble the mythical beasts from the classic of mountains and seas. Even the experienced tomb raiders before us couldn't discern the problem. Soon, someone pulled out a telescope and scanned the bridge's end, spotting a golden coffin placed at the entrance 100 meters away. Miss, what you seek might be there. Let's go investigate now. No sooner had he finished speaking. A sudden roar echoed from above as rocks rained down. A man clad in black descended from the sky. Spotting the young lady and her companions, he flashed a savage grin. Finally, we meet. You were right, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the sparrow behind. I'm quite interested in your international treasure. If you don't want trouble, then kindly step aside. Xiao froze upon recognizing the white-haired man guarding the entrance. She immediately turned to the tomb raiding team's leader. As the leader, he instantly drew a machete. White hair, you betrayed me. You came alone, thinking you could monopolize the treasure? Isn't that a bit naive? As he shouted the accusation, the white-haired man's expression turned icy. The moment the captain approached, he suddenly grabbed the sickle with his right hand. His right arm appeared to be a prosthetic limb. The instant he seized the weapon, he twisted it slightly to the side. Simultaneously, his other arm struck the opponent's chest with brutal force. With a deafening explosion, the captain's bones shattered instantly, ending him on the spot. Though the tomb raiding team hailed from all corners of the land, witnessing the white-haired man executed in public instantly ignited their fury. He actually killed our captain. Don't let him leave this tomb alive today. Miss, I apologize, but we must cleanse our ranks today. Bloodshed is unavoidable. Chaos erupted on the scene. The butler seized the moment, pulling Xiao back hastily. Facing dozens of tomb raiders brandishing weapons, the white-haired man gradually retreated while pulling out a blood-red whistle. Pulling out a whistle as a weapon at the moment of doom certainly left the surrounding crowd looking perplexed. Under the watchful eyes of all present, the white-haired man blew the whistle. The instant the whistle sounded, the piercing sound echoed throughout every corner. The surrounding crowd looked around in all directions. Amidst their bewilderment, suddenly, a massive figure surged forth from the abyss. At first, only two enormous pale blue bulbs were visible. The grave robbers present had never witnessed such an eerie spectacle. Those objects, resembling stadium floodlights, simply shouldn't have been there under any circumstances. Just as the crowd stared wide-eyed, the steward, the first to sense something amiss, bellowed, "Run!" The surrounding grave robbers had no time to react before being swallowed whole, over a dozen of them. Yet gazing into the deepest recess of the hole in the roof, a colossal python suddenly appeared. Who knows how many millennia that serpent had coiled in the darkness? Its head, as large as a small house, and its sharp fangs were more than capable of tearing everything to shreds. The remaining tomb raiders clutched their weapons, but there was no need to continue the fight. Compared to such a colossal beast, their weapons' damage was practically negligible. He can control that monster. Run! The butler shouted, grabbing Xiao beside him and sprinting frantically back the way they came. Sweat streamed down his forehead the entire way. The wails of agony behind them echoed relentlessly. Within mere minutes, the sounds grew fainter and fainter until they vanished into the depths of darkness. When the butler turned back, he found the giant python already coiled beside him. The white-haired assassin narrowed his eyes, advancing step by step. I suppose this is what you've been searching for. The white-haired man smiled as he suddenly produced half a medal. The medal bore an ancient, enigmatic totem. But it was impossible to make out what it represented. Is this my grandfather's? Xiao narrowed her eyes, but quickly shook her head. This was clearly different from what she had imagined. Xiao's visit was ostensibly to seek out unseen antiques. In reality, she carried the answer, seeking the question. The ledger from grandfather's vault recorded only one item: a black gemstone worth billions. During his archaeological work, the old man had unearthed an extremely rare black gemstone, which he had hidden near Baikayatang. This time, Xiao's objective was precisely that. However, the resourceful butler beside her had discovered a secret within Baikayatang. To extract more information, he decided to conceal it from outsiders. Regardless of the plan, the half-medal before them had absolutely nothing to do with the black gemstone. What was even more certain was that the giant python was clearly under the control of the white-haired killer, its aura fierce and menacing. Whether they could escape alive remained a mystery for now. Chapter 229, Earth-Shattering. Alright, Miss He, our story is best concluded right here. Oh, and by the way, I hail from Devil's Island. Back in the day, I served as an archaeologist under your grandfather's command. Though after the expedition disbanded, each of us received a bonus, but you know that sum? It wouldn't even cover a lifetime of extravagance. The white-haired man's methods were exceptionally unique. And to think someone like him was once merely a member of the old man's archaeological team. It's hard to fathom just how many demons and monsters lurked within the old man's team back then. Faced with this scene, the butler discreetly drew a small knife, though it served no practical purpose. Sir, that half metal in your hand has nothing to do with us, take it. But I hope that Miss He and I can leave here unharmed. A sinister smile lingered on the white-haired man's lips, though it was clear this effect offered little chance of survival for the other party. Yet at that very moment, a figure emerged slowly from behind. Everything here belongs to me, by Kaetang. No, sorry, you have no right to take that half metal either. Upon hearing this, the steward's head instantly swelled as large as a cloud. Now, with just a whistle from the other party, the giant serpent could devour everyone. If begging for mercy could save his life, it might be worth it. Yet here was someone daring to push his luck in such a situation. Wasn't that tantamount to courting death? The steward turned and immediately spotted Xiao Tiance's figure, instantly fuming so hard he nearly jumped out of his skin. To be the steward of an international jewelry conglomerate from overseas, one could imagine the stature and status that came with such a position. To be entrusted to serve the young miss, he was a trusted advisor and strategist. Yet despite possessing all this wisdom, it proved utterly useless against Xiao Tiance. It was like a scholar meeting a soldier. Why is it always you? Do you even know what you're doing? No one in the entire world could stand against such a colossal monster. No matter how formidable Xiao Tiance might be, he now faced a monster beyond anything he'd ever encountered. The steward was certain, unless modern weapons like missiles were deployed, even a regular customer bursting in might not stand a chance. As for going in empty-handed? That's nothing but a fool's fantasy. The white-haired assassin watched Xiao Tiance approach, a sneer curling his lips. So you had reinforcements after all. But it doesn't matter, no matter how many come, the outcome won't change. Amidst a burst of maniacal laughter, no one noticed the massive python, bearing a deep gash of blood across its forehead. The white-haired man whistled, unsurprised. The colossal monster opened its gaping maw and roared away, as if it were swallowing the heavens and earth. Yuding's heart was filled with worry, but she could do nothing about it. Run! That creature's whistle can control the pythons. Miss He was not heartless. Besides, this investigation into the 100 Grass sect was originally conducted with courtesy. But according to the butler, without resorting to other means, it would be difficult to make any progress in the investigation. That's why she resorted to this desperate measure. Now, witnessing a genuine vice president about to meet his end at the jaws of danger, Yuding instinctively let out a loud cry. Yet amidst the terror, she saw Xiao Tiance with his hands behind his back, seemingly oblivious to this overwhelmingly powerful monster. This was intriguing. Back in the Arctic's millennia-old glaciers, he had once encountered a narwhal, believing it to be the only creature in existence capable of such immense size. Who would have thought she'd encounter its kind again today? Though in size, it still fell short of that unicorn. Who knows what Xiao Tiance actually said? One thing was certain, a millennia-old python of this magnitude utterly defied all human comprehension. It shouldn't even exist in this world. In fact, as the serpent with its gaping maw approached, Xiao Tiance extended his right hand and made a gesture in the air. The serpent, poised to swallow Xiao Tiance whole, froze mid-air. The air seemed to freeze solid. The white-haired man frowned and immediately whistled repeatedly. Yet the python, far from continuing its attack, slowly slithered to the ground. It extended its tongue and licked Xiao Tiance's body. How disgusting! Shut your filthy mouth. The 1,000-year-old python curled obediently beside him like a little rabbit. Its eyes even seemed to convey a hint of apology for soiling Xiao Tiance's clothes. But this scene left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. Not just Yuding. The white-haired man was utterly bewildered. The white-haired man hadn't found this place because of some black gemstone. It was because years ago, when he had sailed out to sea with Yuding's grandfather, the old man had mentioned leaving a treasure in the tunnel beneath the 100 Herbs Hall. Possession of this treasure would grant one supremely formidable, unparalleled power. This very treasure was what the white-haired man sought. Moreover, he had discovered from the old master's notes that the guardian of this treasure was a 1,000-year-old python. The only way to control it was through the command of a whistle. The silver-haired assassin had meticulously prepared for all this before reaching this point today. The only regret was that only half of this demonic insignia seemed to remain. But that didn't matter. For the white-haired assassin, obtaining even half of it was already a giant stride toward success. Yet he never dreamed that the 1,000-year-old python he held in such high regard would now bow its head in submission. The story began over 10 minutes earlier. Xiao Tiance broke through from another sewer pipe entrance. Upon entering the basement, he discovered the path he was on was indeed completely different from the one He had taken. But shortly after entering, he witnessed a colossal python, slumbering until now, slowly stirring to life. In a panic, Xiao Tiance drew his black blade and swung it through the air. In an instant, a deep gash appeared on the massive python's forehead as it locked eyes with Xiao Tiance. No matter how formidable the monster or beast, the most primal instinct of any living creature erupted with unrestrained intensity. That instinct was fear. In the eyes of the millennia-old serpent, the figure before it was not merely a human. It was the Dark Emperor, an unfathomable, bottomless abyss. The moment it realized the gap in power, the Millennium Python instantly prostrated itself on the ground, pledging allegiance on the spot. However, seeing the creature's immense size, he realized that bringing it out would surely stir up a storm of bloodshed. Thus, he commanded the serpent to remain coiled in its lair. Little did it know that before it could even fall asleep, it was awakened by a whistle. Though the serpent could be controlled by the whistle, it still recognized who its true master was. Thus, in Xiao Tiance's presence, it dared not show the slightest disrespect, leading to the current scene. "Little green snake, no wonder you couldn't sleep," someone was whispering in your ear. Xiao Tiance smiled faintly. The white-haired assassin's mind went completely blank. What the hell is a little green snake? Chapter 230, The Little Green Snake. The enormous python coiled beside Xiao Tiance, while the white-haired assassin behind him stared wide-eyed, his pupils dilated like copper bells. Faced with this scene, Xiao Tiance merely waved his hand lightly. The 1,000-year-old python instantly turned its head, glaring at the white-haired assassin before charging forward with reckless abandon. The white-haired assassin whistled. The sound echoed throughout the entire space. But this time, the ancient beast chose utter disregard, its forehead slamming forward without hesitation. The white-haired man spat out a mouthful of blood and, under the force of the collision, plummeted straight into the abyss. His fate remained unknown, while the ancient python, under Xiao Tiance's command, coiled away. He couldn't believe her luck to encounter him here so late at night. With the crisis resolved, He glared at Xiao Tiance, utterly baffled as to why this man before her had become the master of the 1,000-year-old serpent. Especially commanding such a colossal creature, it was beyond his wildest dreams. As the two stood frozen in shock, Xiao Tiance walked step by step toward the very end of the tunnel. The golden coffin lay before him. Hearing the heavy footsteps, Yuding finally snapped out of her daze and hurried after him. "I'm truly sorry. I just longed so much to see my grandfather that I sought any clues he might have left behind. Please forgive my irrational actions." Xiao Tiance knew Yuding's character well enough. Had it not been for the butler's scheming, she wouldn't have acted so impulsively. Xiao Tiance didn't blame her too harshly. Besides, the so-called victims thus far were merely illegal tomb raiders. Instead, he now led Yuding and the others step by step toward the golden coffin. "You mean to say you suspect your grandfather's remains and the treasures he left behind are inside that coffin? Take a good look, though. This is the underground passage of Baikayatang. I've never actually entered it myself. This casket has definitely never been opened before." The steward beside him observed the golden shrub, sealed tight. This was sufficient confirmation. As he approached the coffin cautiously, the steward beside him shook his head silently. "It's a pity. This is custom made from black iron. If the tomb raiding team were still around, there might have been a chance to open it. But now, the situation before them was what it was. The steward and his men were simply powerless to proceed. The four corners of the shrub were pierced by massive steel spikes. Without the proper equipment and instruments, sheer strength alone would be insufficient to pry it open. Moreover, with only 3 people present, they were simply outmatched. As they sighed in frustration, Xiao Tiance's lips curved into a faint smile as his right hand swept forward lightly. A sharp crack echoed. The coffin instantly flipped over. The steel nails securing it shattered. Now that the lid was open, it was time to witness the truth with his own eyes. Yuping had already rushed forward impatiently, but upon peering inside the coffin, only to find it completely empty, disappointment instantly filled his eyes. "It seems my grandfather's treasure isn't here, and this golden coffin, over a century old, could never have belonged to him. Mr. President, I'm truly sorry. I acted impulsively. Our investigation was completely off track." Yuding sighed softly. The butler stood beside the golden coffin, studying it intently for a long time. "It seems the young lady was right. It's just a pity we don't know which dynasty this golden coffin truly belongs to." The archaeological team had come specifically to search for the legacy of Yuding's grandfather. Now, their interest in the golden coffin had waned completely. Xiao Tiance observed for a moment. He noticed a detail on the coffin that made his hair stand on end. Impossible. Gazing at the coffin before him, Xiao Tiance suddenly noticed an engraving at its very base. It wasn't dragons or tigers. Instead, it depicted a television set and a refrigerator. The carving dated back to the same era as the dragon dance beside it. But could such modern technology truly exist hundreds of years ago? Xiao Tiance wanted to continue examining it, but found no other clues. "If this is all a misunderstanding, let's head back up." Minutes later, with Xiao Tiance's assistance, the group re-entered the Baikayatang group compound. He Yuding apologized repeatedly for the incident before revealing the truth. Just then, a phone call suddenly rang in the butler's hand. Minutes later, the butler's expression turned grave. Young miss, our overseas archaeological team has sent the latest news they've found traces of your grandfather in the Desert Kingdom. Hearing this, a smile returned to Yuding's face. It seems the black gem my grandfather lost all those years ago is in the Desert Kingdom. We shall part ways tonight. As expected of an international top-tier jewelry conglomerate truly deep-pocketed. A helicopter will be dispatched tonight. It was quite the encounter. Besides, they had indeed unearthed a considerable amount of gold and ancient bronze beneath Baikayatang, a truly rich treasure trove for the entire establishment. Xiao Tiance didn't press the matter further, watching the helicopter slowly depart. Finally, he turned off all the lights inside Baikayatang by himself. Upon returning home, just as the car pulled up before the 100 Flowers garden gate, he suddenly slammed his fist on the steering wheel. Oh no, this is bad. Miss, he must have been deceived. Just as he Yuding had said. The only treasure they sought was a black gemstone. But the problem was that when entering the underground cavern, Xiao Tiance accidentally stepped on a rock, one that was incredibly hard. Under the light, he recognized it as the very black gemstone they sought. Thinking this, Xiao Tiance opened the car's storage compartment and retrieved the jet black obsidian, which seemed to absorb all the light around it. The black gem is in my possession. So, the intelligence from the overseas group was entirely fabricated. The world's only black gemstone is here. It couldn't possibly exist in the Desert Kingdom. He wanted to warn them, but it was too late now. After all, Xiao Tiance had no way to contact them. Judging by the timeline, that state-of-the-art helicopter might have already flown overseas. Though Xiao Tiance would protect his family, his relationship with Miss He was merely a passing acquaintance. Moreover, her arrival had indeed caused considerable trouble for Baikayatang. Therefore, this matter had to end here. There was no need to pursue it further. As for the unearthed underground cavern, Xiao Tiance decided to hire a professional renovation crew at daybreak to fill it in. Baikayatang was a business enterprise, not an archaeological one. If possible, they absolutely did not want to attract more trouble. He opened the room door. He saw Luo Qingya, who was not asleep in the dead of night. Instead, she sat with a troubled expression. Chapter 231, Doubts Resurface. Honey, it's so late, didn't I tell you to rest first? You have work tomorrow. I'm just a slacker, don't mind me. Speaking of which, Luo Qingya paced back and forth in the room. My cousin is stirring up trouble again. The recent online controversy caused massive damage to our Baikayatang. Now he wants to use this chance to gather all the major shareholders for a trial. He insists I'm unqualified to be chairman. The negative impact the Jiangdu newspaper caused for Baikayatang was very real, though it was clarified during the subsequent press conference. But sometimes, people don't trust what they see with their own eyes. Instead, they cling to the negative rumors. Upon hearing this remark, Xiao Tiance remained unconcerned. Such tactics had been employed by the other side multiple times before, only to end up shooting themselves in the foot. Why worry excessively? During the exchange, Luo Qingya remained deeply troubled. We could have ignored it before, but now it's different. Hidden within our Baikayatang is a powerful figure, ostensibly just a shareholder, but in reality, the wealthiest individual in the entire provincial capital. If such a person were to easily believe the negative rumors about our Baikayatang, it wouldn't just be a drop in stock prices, it would be a plunge in our reputation. Hearing this, Xiao Tiance frowned. It must be said, this was indeed a troublesome matter. A man who could be called the wealthiest undoubtedly moved in circles where ordinary interactions involved major business tycoons. Should Bai Chaotang leave a profoundly negative impression on such a figure, word would spread like wildfire. And that would trigger a corresponding butterfly effect. Honey, don't worry. I'll have the Jiangdu newspaper send someone personally to clarify the situation. As the saying goes, if you're upright, you have nothing to fear from your shadow. Listening to Xiao Tiance's words, Luo Qingya silently nodded. Deep into the night. Inside the museum, Zhou Quan immediately dialed a number. On the other end was the Lin family, one of the four great clans. Young master, rest assured. I'll absorb these millions in funds. With your extensive connections, I hope you can secure higher-level authorization. Let us conduct a thorough investigation into Baikayatang. Zhou Quan had been thoroughly beaten by Xiao Tiance, especially humiliated in front of his dream girl. He simply couldn't swallow his pride. He was willing to hand over all the money he'd embezzled and accepted as bribes to the Lin family of the four great families, determined to find a way to redeem himself. And likewise, he hoped to regain his dignity in front of Missy. He then hinted at this during a phone call. The four great families processed the payment and delivered results with remarkable speed. Within minutes, an electronic authorization document appeared before Zhou Quan. True to their reputation, this was an investigation authorization letter from the provincial capital, jointly issued by the Security Bureau and the Antiquities Bureau. Clearly, the four great families had embellished the story in the provincial capital, altering the original intent of the matter. But for Zhou Quan, the process was irrelevant. What mattered was that he now held the investigation order, enabling him to seal off by Kaitang first thing tomorrow morning. The thought made Zhou Quan smile so broadly he nearly stayed awake all night. Little did he know, the woman he longed for, he Yuding, had already departed for overseas. All this was merely a performance for his own benefit. Inside the 100 Flowers garden. After some consolation, Luo Qingya still tossed and turned restlessly. Finally, she gently knocked on Xiao Tiance's door. Xiao Tiance, are you asleep? My cousin's antics are keeping me awake. I'd like to take a walk outside. Xiao Tiance never refused Luo Qingya's requests. Within minutes, the two of them arrived at the gates of the 100 Flowers garden. Silently walking hand in hand beneath the street. Gazing at the scattered stars in the sky, waves of warmth flowed through their hearts. Xiao Tiance, thank you for always appearing by my side in my darkest moments. After a long while, Luo Qingya gently leaned against Xiao Tiance's side. Her eyes brimmed with boundless tenderness. Xiao Tiance gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders, like a pair of lovers deeply in love. Their moonlit stroll became the most tender moment of all. Yet, unnoticed, they had wandered into the bustling city center. Though it was late at night, they saw an elderly Taoist priest ahead, aged 70, with a long beard. He rested his chin in his hand, observing the middle-aged man before him and shaking his head repeatedly. Sir, you may be facing a blood-soaked calamity. This matter is exceedingly difficult to resolve. At the very least, it would cost $1 million. If possible, I could alter your fate right now. The Taoist's words instantly drew the attention of nearby night shift workers. Luo Qingya also instinctively glanced toward the corner. What was happening up ahead? It looked incredibly lively. Xiao Tiance pulled his wife closer. The middle-aged man, his forehead already glistening with sweat, was pulling a bank card from his leather wallet. Though visibly nervous, the man's demeanor clearly marked him as no ordinary person. Even in Jiangdu, he would undoubtedly rank among the top tier of entrepreneurs. Xiao Tiance glanced at the old Taoist priest and couldn't help but smile slightly. That so-called Taoist master was nothing more than a young man who'd undergone plastic surgery, his disguise remarkably convincing on the surface. Others might not notice, but to Xiao Tiance, the deception was instantly transparent. When it came to disguise, it was utterly insignificant in the presence of the ever-changing Star Lord, the Xuanwu war god. Clearly, the other party was nothing more than a charlatan. If it were just a few $100, Xiao Tiance wouldn't have bothered to make a fuss. But demanding $1 million? Clearly, he'd found a sucker. Hold on, sir. I know you're loaded, but some money just isn't meant to be spent like this. Xiao Tiance's abrupt remark startled the middle-aged man, who immediately withdrew his bank card. The Taoist priest beside him, who had been on the verge of success, instantly glared at him. What nonsense are you spouting in the dead of night, you brat? The young man before him was merely an impostor posing as a Taoist priest, usually scamming people on the streets. He swindles a few $100 to scrape by. But tonight, who knew an entrepreneur would show up and one who seemed to have something big on his mind? Spotting this opportunity, the con artist demanded an exorbitant sum. Yet he never imagined the entrepreneur would be so incredibly generous, handing over $1 million without a second thought. If he could get his hands on that money, he'd be set for life. Just as success seemed within reach, the sudden appearance of Xiao Tiance instantly infuriated the Taoist. You brat, have you no limits? I can overlook petty scams, but daring to swindle $1 million? After all, Luo Qingya was also an entrepreneur. He understood the weight that $1 million yuan carried for an entrepreneur. Xiao Tiance felt even more reluctant, watching the somewhat simple-minded middle-aged man being swindled out of his money for no reason. Chapter 232, Master Liehua. You're calling him a fraud? The middle-aged man's face darkened, as if he were grasping at straws in desperation. Faced with this situation, the Taoist master sprang to his feet. His eyes locked with the others. What the hell are you talking about, you brat? I've been in this line of work for decades. If I can't solve it, how could you possibly crack it? Xiao Tiance offered the Taoist a faint smile. Whether it can be solved is another matter entirely. But you're nothing but a charlatan, it's truly unbearable to watch. The Taoist master sneered coldly. It seems unless I demonstrate a bit of my true skill, you'd find it hard to believe. Taoist arts are never revealed to outsiders, but today I'll let you glimpse a fraction of our power. With a smile, the Taoist waved his hands lightly through the air. In the darkness, his hands suddenly burst into blazing flames, an utterly bizarre sight. Faced with this spectacle, the onlookers around him wore expressions of utter astonishment. Good heavens! This Taoist master seems to possess genuine skill, not some charlatan. How could he not feel any pain with such flames burning on his palms? Amidst the clamor of questions, he tilted his head back, a hint of smugness playing on his face. My body is protected by divine energy, so naturally I feel no pain. Besides, this fire is drawn from the very essence of heaven and earth. The middle-aged man also showed a hint of surprise. Witnessing this moment, before Xiao Tiance could speak, Luo Qingya gave a faint smile beside him.
This trick might fool others, but it's clearly just street magic. The fire in your hands is only possible because they're already coated with scales. When this chemical substance rapidly rubs against the air, it inevitably produces bursts of flame. During their school days, Luo Qingya had consistently ranked at the top of their class, a fact Xiao Tiance had nearly forgotten. Her words flowed effortlessly. Moreover, the reason you weren't afraid of the flames was because your hands were coated with a thick layer of alcohol. It wouldn't burn you until the alcohol was completely consumed. Her explanation was utterly logical. The old Taoist master instantly flushed crimson. Clearly, every word was crystal clear. You know nothing, girl. What nonsense are you spouting? This gentleman faces a blood-soaked calamity tonight. Should anything go wrong, you won't be able to shoulder the responsibility. Amidst the loud shouting, Xiao Tiance's face darkened beside him. This so-called Taoist master, since you insist, shall we settle this by the rules of the game? I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt and won't call you out publicly, but there are some things I want you to understand. Know your place. If what you can do, I can do as well, then why not remove your disguise right now? What do you say? Every word Xiao Tiance spoke rang true. The middle-aged man beside him and the surrounding crowd nodded in agreement. The Taoist master turned to look at Xiao Tiance, noting his refined appearance. Witnessing this, he too let out a cold laugh. Fine. I'll see just how you perform. During the exchange, Xiao Tiance merely wore a smile on his face. After careful observation, the Taoist master realized the other man had no props prepared. In other words, he absolutely could not be a fellow practitioner. But just as he relaxed, Xiao Tiance's hand shot out like lightning. His arms whirled through the air, causing the surrounding trees to creak and groan. The crowd witnessed this scene, their eyes filled with horror. Finally, Xiao Tiance swept his palms, and the surrounding trees snapped instantly. Faced with such a deafening crackling sound, the crowd stared wide-eyed. Where had they ever seen such a display? Good heavens! This gentleman is far more than just a Taoist master, he's practically summoning wind and rain. How could anyone achieve such mastery? It was utterly breathtaking. The entire scene left everyone's scalps tingling with awe and shock. Xiao Tiance then channeled his inner energy through both hands, unleashing a torrent of blazing fire. As wind and fire converged, flames spread relentlessly across a corner of the bustling street, even engulfing the ground. Xiao Tiance shook his head lightly. It was merely a demonstration. If it actually caught fire, that would be problematic. I'll put it out first. With that, Xiao Tiance raised his right leg, waving it lightly through the air. A surge of true qi erupted instantly, completely engulfing the flames on the ground once more. Though merely a trifling skill, it struck awe into the hearts of all who witnessed it. This kid's got some serious skills. Divine tigers emerging from the divine. Scared the living daylights out of me. If he hadn't said it was just a performance, seeing someone like this in the dead of night, I'd have thought he was a god. After witnessing this display, the middle-aged man beside him disregarded the old Taoist master and grabbed Xiao Tiance's arm. This divine being, please come save me. My name is Zhao Fengyun. Here is my card. Money is absolutely no issue. If you can resolve my situation, I am willing to pay double. The old Taoist priest spoke with such eloquence that the middle-aged man was half convinced. But Xiao Tiance remained silent, choosing to demonstrate his power through action. Whose words to believe was obvious. Witnessing this moment, Zhao Fengyun was already thoroughly convinced. Sir, please do not rush. We'll address your matter shortly. Xiao Tiance merely sought to expose the other man as a fraud. As for the middle-aged man's affairs, he had never given them a second thought. Young Taoist brother, shall we settle this wager at once? If you possess any superior skills, feel free to demonstrate them before me. At these words, the Taoist's face flushed crimson. This is a place of Taoist seclusion. Who would compete with you over such trivial matters? With that, the Taoist turned and walked away. Xiao Tiance, who witnessed this, instantly appeared before him. With a swift motion. In an instant, he ripped off the Taoist priest's beard and mask. The face of a young man was revealed before the crowd, and the truth was instantly laid bare. Before the fraudster could react to the surrounding crowd, someone stepped forward. That damned Master Jia. He's been swindling people all along. Last week he even took several thousand yuan from me. No wonder he was useless when I asked him to handle my affairs. Turns out he's a complete fraud. Give me back my money now. Shouts erupted as several men instantly charged forward, pinning the Taoist master to the ground. Fists clenched, the whistling wind of impending blows filled the air. What followed seemed to require no further intervention from Xiao Tiance. The crowd's fury alone was enough to utterly crush the Taoist. Honey, let's get out of here while the chaos lasts. Whether it was feng shui or fortune-telling, neither was Xiao Tiance's specialty. This situation had already taught the fraudster a well-deserved lesson. Now, the best course of action was to simply leave. But when he tried to pull her away, Luo Qingya stood rooted to the spot, handing him a business card. Sometimes you search high and low in vain, yet find what you seek when least expecting it.
This man appeared to be none other than Zhao Fengyun, the wealthiest man in the provincial capital.